The MC awakens at the start, with the Infinite Legion system. Any single Dragon Legion can wreak havoc and destroy everything. This is a world overrun by zombie monsters. Humans need to continuously kill monsters to obtain various mysterious cards. At this moment, Guan Yu is lying on the dormitory bed. He suddenly opens his eyes. The apocalypse will arrive in 10 seconds. 80% of the global human population is infected with the zombie virus. Disaster monsters appear, capturing humans. Survivors in the apocalypse can receive one initial lottery chance, with a probability of obtaining item cards by killing monsters. The system voice stops, and the official remains in place, wondering why he arrives in the apocalypse upon crossing over. Forget it, let's check the initial lottery. Maybe I can get a god-level talent. Before the official appears a giant spinning wheel. Let me attack. The pointer starts spinning, and Duan Li's heart begins to race. Upon checking the host's lottery failure conditions, it meets the criteria to activate the Infinite Legion system. Duan Li quickly opens the system panel, revealing the name Guan Li, with strength and ability in the hidden martial legion of Tibetan Mastiffs. The panel is very simple, making Guan Li doubt if this is a fake system. Forget it, let's check the beginner's gift pack. He trembles as he slowly clicks to open it. Congratulations, the host has obtained a Skeleton Soldier Legion card. As a Skeleton Soldier card slowly falls through the air, he routinely extends his hand to grasp the Legion summoning card, finally gaining some means of self-defense. Following the instructions, he crushes the card in his hand in the empty dormitory. Suddenly, 10 armored skeleton soldiers appear, wielding battle knives with deep blue flames flickering in their eyes. A tall, imposing skeleton says, "I was meant to fight for you." Report, all 10 skeleton soldiers kneel on one knee. Guan Li checks the system panel. The Skeleton Soldier Legion can advance with up to 10 members, led by a strong commander. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Legion, with the ability to extract Legion skills at will, but each Legion can only be extracted once. Guan Li thinks for a moment and decides that survival is the most important, extracting the bone armor from the system. Congratulations, the host has obtained the skill bone armor. Finally, he can go on a rampage. Just as he prepares to take the skeleton soldiers out for a fight, there is suddenly a commotion outside. The prophet Zhang San declares, "In this world, I am the one, come at me, you pathetic zombies." The official curiously opens a corner of the window to look outside at the open space in front of the dormitory. A man in white stands holding a sword, with several headless zombies lying on the ground, clearly victims of the outlaw Zhang San. The official looks at the long sword, which emits a faint cold light, as he hears Zhang San shout. This also attracts the attention of the zombies, as hundreds of them surge out from the surrounding dormitory buildings. Zhang San swings his sword and decapitates a zombie. Just as he prepares for the next strike, the surrounding zombies claw at him, tearing away chunks of flesh, causing him to scream in agony. The long sword also falls to the ground. The zombies seize the opportunity to pounce on Zhang San, quickly tearing him apart. The official picks up a fruit knife from the table and slowly opens the dormitory door, with 2 skeleton soldiers leading the way to scout the narrow corridor. Several scattered zombies are wandering aimlessly, and the appearance of the skeleton soldiers immediately grabs their attention. A few zombies roar and charge toward the skeleton soldiers. The 2 skeleton soldiers draw their spring knives and strike at the zombies' necks. With a snap, the blade breaks in half. The skeleton soldiers are stunned, but the zombies pay no heed to this. They immediately bite into the skeleton soldiers. The skeleton soldiers discard their blades and extend sharp bone blades from their arms. The zombies' heads are severed, and the official is surprised to find that the skeleton soldiers are more powerful than he imagined. The noise here immediately attracts a dozen more zombies. The zombies attempt to take them down, but the official remains calm and directs the skeleton soldiers. The battle drum raises the battle knife and strikes at an oncoming zombie, but with this strike, several cracks appear on the blade. The official stands at the back, recalling the power of the ancient blade, and realizes what skill he should learn. When the copper spirit bone kills a zombie, a white card bursts out from within. Though the official is tempted, he does not act impulsively. The Legion can fight the zombies, but he cannot. With absolute advantage, they quickly resolve the battle. The official assigns 5 skeleton soldiers to keep watch while the others clean up the battlefield. They collect a white card and an alien crystal box. The food card provides 1 serving of food. Consuming the alien crystal box allows a being to evolve into an awakened one. Guan Li returns to the dormitory, instructing the skeleton soldiers to guard the area. He sits cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb the crystal as the core melts in his palm. A surge of mysterious power flows into his body. After a few minutes, it finally ends. Guan Li opens his eyes, feeling an endless energy within his body. After absorbing the core, Guan Li steps out of the dormitory again, with the ancient leader taking 4 skeleton soldiers to clear the zombies on the left. The leader nods and leaves with the soldiers. Guan Li pushes open other doors. 3 zombies suddenly lunge at him. The skeleton soldiers immediately react, using their sharp ancient blades to strike at the zombies' necks, killing them instantly. After searching dormitory 250, the ancient leader returns with the remaining skeleton soldiers. Master, this is the white card dropped by the zombies. Guan Li takes the card and can't help but exclaim that the drop rate is really low. Guan Li crushes the card, obtaining a weapon card for a diamond tang knife, and he swings the knife a few times in the air. That fruit knife can finally retire. He opens the Skeleton Legion's panel, selects the ancient blade skill, and without hesitation, chooses to upgrade it. Congratulations, the host, the Skeleton Soldier Legion has triggered the Ancient Blade skill option. Rewards: Option 1 is to find a comfortable dormitory to sleep in. Option 2 is to clear all zombies from Dormitory Building 1, with rewards of 1-star Jinka 5 and 10 burdensome survivors. Option 3 is to fight out of the dormitory and eliminate all zombies in the open area, with rewards of a random talent skill card and a Legion advancement card. Guan Li looks around and finds that the rewards for Option 3 seem relatively normal, confirming his goal. Guan Li leads the skeleton soldiers towards the staircase. The dim light in the stairwell, with only a few emergency lights remaining, feels particularly eerie. The official has the skeleton soldiers take the lead while he stays in the middle of the formation. The hall on the first floor is filled with a dozen zombies. The official decides to launch a preemptive attack, telling them to take care of the zombies. The zombies, hearing the commotion behind them, rush at the skeleton soldiers with their claws flailing. The upgraded bone blades are incredibly sharp, easily dispatching these newly infected zombies with a single strike, as Tonglingu leads the skeleton soldiers. After eliminating the remaining zombies, they only contributed 3 gold boxes, and as for the cards, not even a shadow was seen. He picked up the gold boxes and began to absorb them, while Wushua led the skeleton soldiers to guard him. The 3 1-star gold boxes were quickly absorbed. Guan Li stepped forward and pulled open the gate. Upon hearing the noise, the horde of zombies immediately roared and charged over. Take care of them. Guan Li immediately issued the attack order. If he hesitated any longer, he would surely be overwhelmed by the zombies. The ancient skeleton soldiers charged forward. Guan Li followed closely behind, wielding his tang sword. The drum blades in the skeleton soldiers' hands could accurately pierce the heads of the zombies all around. As his movements became more skilled, Guan Li could easily take down one zombie with each strike. Blood and flesh flew around the hall as heads rolled. The remaining zombies were quickly dispatched. Successfully completing the task rewarded him with a random talent skill card. The Army Corps advancement card is now available. Guan Li ordered the skeleton soldiers to clean the battlefield. While the leader Gu guarded him, he crushed the talent card, and a beam of light merged into his body. Congratulations, host! You've acquired the talent immunity gene, which ignores all negative effects. Guan Li immediately felt a subtle change within him. It negates all negative effects. When that zombie infected him, he grabbed a zombie's claw and made a small cut on his arm. As the zombie virus entered his body, it was immediately dispersed by a mysterious force. This is an incredible talent. Guan Li was overjoyed. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. The leader Gu respectfully presented the crystal boxes and cards to Guan Li. There were 5 white cards, 1 white-green card, and 7 different crystal boxes. Guan Li curiously crushed the white-green card in his hand. It must summon the princess. The black iron blade, forged from black iron, possesses greater penetrating power. Awesome, this is a great harvest. Life is getting more promising. Since the army could not absorb the crystal boxes, Guan Li had no choice but to absorb them himself with tears in his eyes. After resting for a moment, Guan Li led the army away from the boys' dormitory. As it was nearing noon, he had to hurry to kill more zombies. Bro, are you trying to escape? Can you take me with you? Just as Guan Li exited the dormitory building, he heard a cry for help. He turned to see someone at a window on the 4th floor. A boy was desperately waving his arms, but Guan Li ignored him and continued running. With his current strength, he could easily take the boy away, but there was no need to carry a burden that would only slow him down. He arrived outside the teaching building, which had turned into a hell of blood and flesh due to a charity event that had just taken place today. There were at least thousands of participants, and former classmates who once interacted daily had now turned into bloodthirsty demons. The appearance of Guan Li and the skeleton soldiers instantly attracted the zombies' attention. Fall back, retreat into the teaching building. The teaching building was covered in bloodstains, with dozens of scattered zombies. Guan Li swung his tang sword and directly killed the zombie in front of him, causing a white card to burst out. He casually picked it up. It turned out to be a food card. Dozens of zombies staggered into the teaching building, and Guanli sensed that the timing was just right. He took out his black iron chain and cursed, "I'll blow you all to bits." He equipped the explosive sword and aimed at the horde of corpses at the entrance. With a whoosh, the explosive sword shot into the horde. In an instant, a large number of zombies were blown away. Awesome! He watched the scene of zombies flying apart, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Unfortunately, the explosive sword had limited power and could only deal with the zombies nearby. Looking at the cards on the ground, Guanli reluctantly ran upstairs. He had 3 choices. 1. Stay and fight the lion horde, rewarded with the skill frenzy, which increases power but causes loss of sanity for 10 seconds. 2. Use the advantageous terrain on the 4th floor to clear the lion horde, rewarded with 100 points and a level up card for the army. Or 3. Escape down the left corridor, rewarded with the talent Escaped Unscathed, which slightly increases speed when fleeing but significantly decreases speed when being pursued. Without thinking, he directly chose the second option and charged up to the 4th floor. At the end of the corridor was a locked door. He remembered it was an auditorium used for speeches. Guanli called out to the skeleton soldiers as they rushed towards the end of the corridor. There were a few scattered zombies in the corridor. Guanli didn't blink as he effortlessly killed a zombie, swinging his tang sword to break the door lock. "Quick! Block the entrance." After entering the auditorium, Guanli hurriedly issued commands. The skeleton soldiers moved tables to set up a makeshift defense line. Guanli, watching the approaching horde of zombies, prepared for a last stand. Although the defense was rudimentary, it could hold off the zombies, and he could slowly wear them down. He took out the black iron chain and shot a sword down the corridor. A violent explosion took out many zombies but also attracted the attention of nearby ones. At this moment, Guanli couldn't worry about anything else. He needed to deal with the zombies in front of him first. The zombies stepped over the scattered remains on the ground, continuing to charge into the auditorium. The leading zombie had already climbed over the tables and entered. The skeleton soldiers activated their bone armor and began to hack at the zombies entering the auditorium. Guanli also wielded his tang sword, continuously killing the stray zombies. As a leader, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. With each swing of his ancient sword, he could take down 2 zombies. As time passed, Guanli became more adept, using the tang sword with increasing ease. The entrance to the auditorium was already covered in corpses, with only a few hundred zombies left still putting up a fight. After Guanli swung a few more strikes and eliminated the last few zombies, he finally breathed a sigh of relief as the system's voice echoed, "Task completed, rewarded with 100 points." The Army Advancement Card System detects that the host has gained points and opens the trading mall. "Master, I sense a powerful presence approaching." Guanli quickly closed the points mall, positioning his sword in front of him. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from around them. The official could feel the ground shaking beneath him. It was bad news. He shouted and quickly dodged to the side. At the same time, Tonlingu also made a move to dodge. A towering figure burst through the wall, sending debris flying and raising dust in the auditorium. "What the hell is that?" The official quickly got up, staring intently at the tall figure in the dust, while the skeleton soldiers stood ready, guarding the area around him, as the dust gradually settled. It turned out to be a mutated zombie, covered in bulging muscles and grayish-white veins, with 2 massive arms. Its name is Berserker, possessing a 2-star ability, Charged Punch. Guanli's eyes flashed with intensity. He didn't expect zombies to start evolving so soon. Although he had the numerical advantage, it was still a fierce battle. The leader summoned his bone blade, and bone armor materialized around him. The skeleton soldiers shouted, their eyes ablaze with the fire of souls. The Berserker let out a roar, slightly bending its legs to activate its charge skill, rushing violently towards the official. Naturally, the official couldn't withstand such an attack, so he issued a command to disperse. The skeleton soldiers quickly scattered. The Berserker, like a bulldozer, directly crushed a pile of tables and chairs ahead. Losing control, it crashed into the wall tower, creating a crack. Good opportunity. Guanli gripped his tang sword and charged forward, striking fiercely at the Berserker's back. He felt a tremendous resistance, barely breaking through the Berserker's defenses. Under the leader's command, the skeleton soldiers also charged forward, their bone blades slashing at the Berserker's legs. The Berserker roared, pulling its upper body free from the gap in the wall. With a sweeping motion of its arms, a powerful force surged forward. The wind was not in his favor. Guanli hadn't expected the Berserker to break free so quickly. As soon as he realized, Guanli activated his skill. Bone armor enveloped him like a white membrane, quickly protecting his vital areas. However, his entire body was also sent flying. Protect the master. Seeing Guanli injured, Tonlingu's eyes blazed with fury. Tonlingu executed a cleaving strike, hitting the Berserker's arm with one blow. The Berserker became enraged, immediately swatting Tonlingu away. He showed no interest in this skeletal creature whatsoever. The skeleton soldiers surged forward, wildly hacking with their bone blades. However, the Berserker's tough skin and flesh prevented any substantial damage. Guanli charged at the Berserker once more, who threw a punch aimed at Guanli. His pupils dilated in shock as he quickly bent down to dodge. The Berserker's massive arm grazed his body, leaving a burning pain on his back. Guanli gritted his teeth against the pain and swung his sharp tang sword at the Berserker's neck, the weakest point in its defenses. With a swish, the sharp blade nearly sliced through its throat. Guanli only needed to take another step to behead it, but unfortunately, the Berserker had already reacted. It grabbed hold of Guanli's clothing and threw him away. Clutching its severed neck, the Berserker let out a series of furious roars, glaring at Guanli. Guanli sensed something was off. If he couldn't strike at the neck, then he would have to aim for the head. However, looking at the Berserker's muscular head, Guanli found it somewhat tricky. Unless he thought of something, he quickly commanded the army to hold off the Berserker. Stop him. The Berserker, initially intending to pursue the attack, was instantly entangled. Taking advantage of this moment, Guanli searched the points mall and found the armor-piercing sword. The sword tip, crafted from special materials, has a strong penetrating effect and costs over 20 points. Without hesitation, Guanli bought 3 armor-piercing swords, ready for battle. Guanli equipped the armor-piercing sword and aimed at the Berserker's head. A whoosh or boom sounded. An arrow, devoid of light, shot into the Berserker's head. Roar! The brute howled in anger, swinging its arms wildly, striking the surrounding skeleton soldiers. The threat of death made it uneasy. Is it not dead yet? Guan Chen's expression turned cold. Fortunately, he wasn't stingy and had prepared 3 armor-piercing arrows. He fitted the second armor-piercing arrow, aiming at the wound on its head. Whoosh! Another sound of air being pierced. This time, the crossbow bolt pierced straight through the brute's skull. Boom! The brute collapsed to the ground, like a machine that had run out of fuel. Finally dead. Kill the brute, gain 100 points, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Guan Chen's eyes lit up as he pondered, so only by killing mutated zombies can I gain points. Master, are you okay? The skeletal commander approached Guan Chen. I'm fine. Guan Chen shook his head. Although it looked brutal, he only had some superficial wounds. Bone. Go clean up the battlefield. Yes, Master. The skeletal commander nodded and turned to start clearing the battlefield. Besides the brute, there were hundreds of ordinary zombies in the hall. System. What happens when soldiers die? Guan Chen felt there might still be a chance to salvage things and quickly asked the system. Host. When soldiers die, they will return to the Legion space and be resurrected. The system's words brought joy to Guan Chen. The gloom in his heart was swept away. He opened the Legion panel and entered the Skeleton Soldier Legion interface. At this moment, the 2 fallen skeleton soldiers were in a resurrection countdown. A string of numbers was continuously decreasing next to the information of the 2 skeleton soldiers. Guan Chen calculated, it was about 6 hours. System, is the resurrection time for soldiers fixed? He casually asked. Host, the resurrection time is determined by the strength of the soldiers. The stronger the soldier, the longer the resurrection time. Oh, I see. Guan Chen nodded and exited the system interface. He looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and joined the team cleaning the battlefield. There were many bodies in the hall, and Guan Chen easily smashed the zombies' skulls with the tang knife in his hand. Whenever he found a crystal core, he picked it up with his hands, not minding the blood and filth on it at all. After 20 minutes, Guan Chen looked at the rewards before him, grinning from ear to ear. 35 1-star crystal cores, 1 2-star crystal core, 33 white random cards, 1 green random card. A definite bountiful harvest. Everyone, rest in place. Guan Chen looked at the skeleton soldiers, all of whom were missing arms and legs. Even though they could still fight, their effectiveness was greatly reduced. The skeleton soldiers had strong recovery abilities. Just during the time spent cleaning the battlefield, the cracks on their bodies had completely healed. Those broken bones were also slowly regrowing. At this rate, they would soon return to peak condition. Guan Chen took this opportunity to digest the spoils. He opened all 33 white random cards. Food card X13, 500 milliliters purified water X12, Desert Eagle handgun X1, advancement card X4, explosive grenade X3. The prompt sounds kept ringing, and Guan Chen showed a satisfied expression. The food cards and water were essential supplies for survival in the apocalypse. Among them, the most surprising for Guan Chen was naturally the advancement cards. With 4 advancement cards, plus the 7 he had obtained earlier, he could already advance the Legion. Next were the explosive grenades and the Desert Eagle handgun. The grenades needed no explanation, they were definitely effective tools for killing zombies. As for the handgun, there was a saying in the martial world, a gun is fast at 7 steps, accurate and fast within 7 steps. Clearly, the handgun had a tremendous deterrent effect on ordinary people. Although the crossbow bolts were good, they needed to be reloaded each time, making them far less convenient than a gun. With a thought, Guan Chen produced a silver handgun in his hand. It felt heavy and substantial when held. The pistol came with 7 rounds, which was enough for Guan Chen. The system was considerate, providing a manual for the pistol's use. After fiddling with it for a bit, Guan Chen put it away. Green card. I wonder what it can unlock. He looked at the only green card, which was engraved with mysterious patterns. A faint green glow emanated from it. Acquired Gale Technique X1, can comprehend Gale Technique after use. Wow! That green light is so eye-catching, Guan Chen exclaimed. The Gale Technique skill card in front of him radiated a dazzling blue light. Do you want to learn the skill, Gale Technique? Learn! Guan Chen didn't hesitate and chose to learn it directly. Ding! Congratulations, host has mastered Gale Technique. Gale Technique grants the user the power of the Gale. Awesome! Incredible! Guan Chen quickly activated the Gale Technique. In an instant, he felt his body become light, as if his feet were treading on the wind. He ran at full speed and in the blink of an eye, he dashed several meters away. That's fast! Guan Chen exclaimed. With the enhancement of the Gale Technique, his speed had at least doubled. About 3 minutes later, that lightness began to fade. A simple test gave Guan Chen a preliminary understanding of the Gale Technique. The duration of the Gale Technique was 3 minutes, doubling his speed. This was a very good skill, crucial for saving his life in critical moments. Although the Gale Technique had no cooldown time, it did consume energy. After absorbing the crystal core, a mysterious energy appeared within Guan Chen's body. The energy could be seen as something like a blue bar. Using the bone armor also required energy. In Guan Chen's hand was a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Compared to a 1-star crystal core, the 2-star crystal core was more translucent. He could clearly see the energy swirling inside. Guan Chen held the 2-star crystal core and began to absorb it. The energy flowed into his body like a rushing river, cleansing every corner of his being. Ah, awesome! Guan Chen couldn't help but voice his excitement. The soldiers around him stared at him in a daze. The commander Bone also looked puzzled. After a moment, Guan Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. He felt the power within him grow stronger. There was no doubt that his strength had broken through. Name: Guan Chen. Strength, 2-star abilities, Bone Armor, Immune Gene, Gale Technique Legion, Skeleton Soldier Legion points, 140 evaluation. Keep it up, you have become a high-level cannon fodder. The corner of Guan Chen's eye twitched. This system was still sharp-tongued, making him grit his teeth in frustration. After breaking through to 2-star strength, Guan Chen felt the tang knife in his hand become much lighter. This was because his power had received a tremendous boost. Looking at the remaining 1-star crystal cores, Guan Chen absorbed them all as well. However, their effect was much weaker. The 35 crystal cores only slightly increased his strength. Sigh. These 1-star crystal cores are really lacking. Guan Chen shook his head. The further he progressed, the harder it became to improve. After enhancing his strength, Guan Chen turned his attention to the Legion. After relentless effort, he finally gathered enough advancement cards. System: Advance the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Ding! Upgrading Skeleton Soldier Legion requires 10 Legion advancement cards. Do you want to advance? Advance! Guan Chen chose to advance without any hesitation. Ding! Starting the advancement of the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Before the Commander Bone could figure out what was happening, it was pulled back into the Legion space. Guan Chen was somewhat excited about the upgraded Skeleton Soldier Legion. Advancing the Legion required time, so Guan Chen simply found a spot to sit down. He took out 2 food cards from his backpack and crushed them. A carbon-grilled lobster and a golden steak appeared. The aroma of the food instantly filled the entire hall. Wow! This lobster is huge. This steak smells amazing. Guan Chen's mouth watered as he began to feast. The items given by the food card are all random. After devouring the lobster and steak, Guan Chen contentedly pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Gurgle. After downing a bottle of mineral water, he finally felt a bit full. Sigh. With this power increase, my appetite has also grown. At this rate, won't I become a glutton? Why do people need to eat? Just as Guan Chen pondered this philosophical question, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Skeleton Soldier Legion evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Chen was overjoyed and quickly tossed his philosophical thoughts aside. He opened the Legion panel to take a look. Skeleton Warrior Legion, upgradable, number, 15, potential, 3 stars, strength, 2 stars, leader, bone, skills, triple slash, bone knife, bone shield, skeletal armor. The number of Legion members has increased. Skills have increased. Skills have been enhanced. Strength has improved. The information about the Skeleton Warrior Legion flooded into Guan Shen's mind. He quickly drew 3 conclusions. System. What does this potential mean? Guan Shen asked, not understanding. Host. Potential represents the realm that the Legion can currently break through. The higher the potential, the higher the strength limit of the Legion. Oh, I see. Guan Shen nodded, instantly grasping the meaning of potential. He couldn't wait to summon the Skeleton Warrior Legion. A dozen beams of white light flashed, and the skeleton warriors appeared before him. The leader, Bone, had grown taller, nearly 2 meters. Its skeleton had become thicker and harder. In its hands, besides the bone knife, it also held a rectangular bone shield. The bone shield was engraved with fierce skull patterns, looking very heavy. The 15 skeleton warriors held bone knives and round bone shields. They stood in neat rows, exuding a formidable presence. Ha! The fallen soldiers have actually revived. Guan Shen exclaimed lightly, pleasantly surprised. Thank you, Master, for granting us new life. The soldiers knelt on one knee. Get up! Guan Shen raised his hand, looking at the skeleton warriors with satisfaction. If they encountered any bullies again, they would definitely be able to pin them down. With everyone at 2-star strength, it was simply unreasonable. Let's go. Continue exploring. Guan Shen led the skeleton warriors out of the hall. Returning to the lobby on the first floor, he remembered that he had left a few cards here. Where are the cards? Guan Shen looked at the corpses on the ground, which were completely empty. Their heads had all been split open, their brains a mushy mess. It was clear that this place had been visited by other survivors. Sigh. Just consider it charity. Guan Shen shook his head, not dwelling on it too much. He asked himself what he would choose in such a situation. Without a doubt, he would definitely choose to take. Only a fool wouldn't take. This is the apocalypse, with no constraints whatsoever. The basest human instincts were fully exposed. Option 1, clear the zombies in the playground, reward 2-star crystal core X10. Option 2, clear the zombies in the main teaching building, reward random legion card X1. Option 3, leave Z University through the dog hole at the east gate, reward key to a certain community gate. Just as Guan Shen was about to set off, 3 options appeared in his mind. Without a second thought, he directly chose the second one. In front of the legion card, the other options were simply trash. The main building was right next to the building he was in. He remembered there was a corridor that could lead directly there. Guan Shen no longer hesitated and headed towards it with the skeleton warriors. Roar! A few wandering zombies, upon seeing Guan Shen, a living person, all let out howls. One of the zombies, with a swollen belly, continuously dripped green liquid from its mouth. Name, Corroder Strength, 2 stars ability, spray corrosive liquid evaluation, a mutated zombie capable of spraying highly corrosive liquid. Guan Shen's gaze swept over, and a string of information surfaced in his mind. Goodness! Another mutated zombie. If it were before, Guan Shen might have found it troublesome. But he had just upgraded his strength and was planning to find a few guys to practice on. He didn't expect this to come knocking at his door. Bone! Leave this mutated zombie to me. Guan Shen gripped his tang knife and charged at the corroder. Gurgle! The corroder, seeing a weak human like an ant daring to take the initiative, felt greatly insulted. Its throat wriggled continuously, and a mass of green corrosive liquid was instantly sprayed out. Guan Shen activated the gale technique, his speed increasing sharply, easily dodging the corrosive liquid. The corroder could hardly believe that Guan Shen was so fast. It wanted to spray the corrosive liquid again, but it needed a 2-second interval. That time was enough to kill it 10 times over. Guan Shen's tang knife slashed directly at the corroder's head. Swish! The rotting, ugly head was directly sliced off halfway. Kill the corroder, gain 75 points, the system's prompt sounded, and Guan Shen was clearly stunned. Ha! The points reward decreased. He pondered for a moment and quickly figured it out. This might have a lot to do with his breakthrough. The greater the difficulty in killing, the more points he would gain. As for the lower limit of the rewards, it remained to be seen. The corroder was generous, dropping a 2-star crystal core. But unfortunately, it didn't drop a card. Guan Shen picked up the crystal core and directly absorbed it in his palm. A warm current flowed through his body, and his strength increased significantly again. The skeleton warriors easily dealt with the other zombies. But unfortunately, they didn't drop anything. Continue forward. Guan Shen didn't linger and ran towards the end of the corridor. He arrived at a tightly closed aluminum alloy door. This was the passage to the main teaching building. In front of the door lay several mutilated corpses, looking particularly eerie. Rather than corpses, they were more like chunks of flesh. Scattered blood and flesh were haphazardly piled on the ground. The traces seemed not to be the work of zombies. Guan Chen's heart immediately became alert. The wounds on the corpses were clearly cut open by sharp weapons. Everyone, be on guard. Unidentified creatures ahead, Guan Chen warned. He instructed 2 skeleton warriors to scout ahead. The skeleton warrior raised its bone shield and slowly pushed open the aluminum alloy door. A strong smell of blood rushed at them. Behind the door lay a floor covered in corpses, blood staining the entire corridor. A giant mantis, nearly 2 meters tall, had its back to Guan Chen. Its sharp forelimbs were tearing at a corpse, frantically gnawing. Blood splattered, staining the surrounding walls. Various colorful entrails flowed on the ground. Even after experiencing so much, Guan Chen still felt a bit nauseous. Russell the giant mantis seemed to sense someone behind it. Holding the corpse, it slowly turned around. Upon seeing its appearance, Guan Chen couldn't help but gasp. Hiss, it was indeed a mantis. But the face gnawing at the corpse was a human face. To be precise, it was a face resembling a human. Name, Human-Faced Mantis. Potential, 5 stars strength, 2 stars ability, slash and close, charge slash, mimetic shell, leap strike evaluation, a disaster monster that descended from the rift, with a twisted life structure and powerful strength. Beware of its forelimbs. Goodness, it actually has 4 abilities. Guan Chen's expression grew serious. He didn't expect to encounter a disaster monster so soon. He could sense the power of the human-faced mantis. If the star levels were divided into 3 tiers, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, then he was at the beginner level, while the human-faced mantis was at least at the advanced level. I'm afraid if it continues to devour, it will break through to 3 stars. Dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Guan Chen had the thought of fleeing, but he knew that once he ran away, it would be a certain death situation. The narrow corridor offered no place to hide. He tightened his grip on the tang knife in his hand. Cold sweat kept breaking out on his forehead. Fight. Only fighting. That was the only glimmer of hope. He had 15 2-star skeleton warriors. There might still be a chance for a counterattack. Russell the mantis with a human face curiously observed Guan Chen. A strange smile appeared on its anthropomorphic face. That was the smile it showed when it locked onto its prey. The human before it had already been chosen as its food. Swish, the mantis lunged forward, arriving in front of the skeleton warrior. Its sharp forelimbs slashed out. The skeleton warrior reacted quickly, raising its shield to defend. Sparks flew as the forelimbs scraped against the bone shield. The hard bone shield was directly cut down by more than half. What incredible speed! What terrifying power! What sharp blades! The mantis displayed its formidable strength as soon as it attacked. If it were anyone else, they would have likely lost the will to resist by now. But Guan Chen remained calm, swinging the tang knife towards the mantis. Clang, the sound of metal clashing. Guan Chen felt as if he had struck a piece of hard metal. The usually unstoppable tang knife only left a shallow white mark on the mantis's shell. Russell the mantis was very dissatisfied. Ants should obediently accept their death. Its forelimbs slashed towards Guan Chen. Guan Chen crouched down, dodging the horizontal slash. The mantis left a slight opening when it attacked. The skeleton warriors on both sides seized the opportunity and executed a 3-hit combo. The bone knives in their hands struck 3 times in rapid succession with incredible speed. Don't ask how it was done, it's just how the system works. In an instant, the mantis was slashed multiple times. Striking the same spot caused considerable damage. Guan Chen also took the chance to slash at the mantis's abdomen with his tang knife. Compared to the hard shell, this area was softer. The tang knife easily broke through, and green blood immediately flowed out. Russell the mantis, in pain, directly used its ability. A white light appeared on its sharp forelimbs. It slashed forward in a cross pattern. A crossing white energy blade instantly sliced one of the skeleton warriors into pieces. The crossed energy blades left deep marks on the wall. Guan Chen's pupils constricted sharply, and he thought to himself how dangerous that was. That last attack was aimed at him. If it weren't for the skeleton warrior timely knocking him aside, he would probably be dead by now. Protect the master. Kill this guy. The leader skeleton, Bone, felt responsible as it saw Guan Chen in danger. In an instant, it unleashed powerful strength. It activated the bone armor, which instantly enveloped most of its body. The upgraded bone armor had a larger coverage area and provided stronger defense. Its overall appearance was no different from real armor. The other 14 skeleton warriors also activated their bone armor. They surrounded the mantis within. To dare harm my master. Die. Big Bug. As the leader, Bone's strength was far greater than that of ordinary soldiers. It swung its bone knife, striking the Mantis. The three-hit combo was unleashed, delivering 3 rapid slashes. Under the powerful force, the Mantis was actually pushed back. Boom! The Mantis retreated repeatedly, crashing into the nearby classroom. Charge! Guan Chen shouted, his blood boiling. What of the disaster monsters? In front of the Legion, they were all trash. Guan Chen adjusted his stance and charged into the classroom with the Tang knife. In the fierce battle, most of the desks and chairs in the classroom were smashed to pieces. Upon entering the classroom, Guan Chen saw the Mantis lying sideways on the ground. He took a closer look and found that a certain skeleton warrior was not playing fair. Taking advantage of the chaos, it sneak attacked the hind leg of the Mantis with a human face. You really are a genius. Guan Chen seized the opportunity, and a round object appeared in his hand. A fragmentation grenade. Everyone, get back. He pulled the pin and threw it in one smooth motion. Guan Chen's command was absolutely effective on the skeleton warriors. Almost simultaneously, they all rolled to the side. Boom! The Mantis with a human face stood there, confused. In the next second, a scalding wave of heat instantly sent it flying. Guan Chen got up from the ground and looked towards the explosion site. The appearance of the Mantis was quite tragic. One of its forelimbs was almost blown to pieces, and 2 of its legs were broken. Below its abdomen, there was a dark, charred area, emitting a strong smell of burning flesh. Yet, even so, it remained upright. Good grief! It can't be killed by this. The Mantis's anthropomorphic face showed a painful expression. Go! Take advantage of its weakness. Finish it. Guan Chen never adhered to the code of honor. If he could sneak attack, he would never fight fair. If he could gang up, he would never duel. Under the fierce assault of the skeleton soldiers, the Mantis's wounds were torn open even more. Foul-smelling green blood continuously oozed from its injuries. It let out a roar, its remaining forelimbs striking repeatedly. After charging for a long time, it used its slicing strike again. But due to having only one forelimb left, it could only unleash a single blade of energy. The skeleton warriors were unafraid of death. Even if they were hit by the energy blade, they would still retaliate with a few strikes. The Mantis, after all, was a living creature. Its fighting would consume stamina, and being injured would make it weaker. The skeleton warriors had no such concerns, they just kept attacking. As time passed, the Mantis's wounds increased. Coupled with the injuries from the fragmentation grenade, it was already at the end of its rope. The speed of its forelimb strikes had noticeably slowed down. The Mantis gradually fell into a disadvantage, but a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Its desperate counterattack still cost Guan Chen 3 skeleton warriors. The Mantis fixed its gaze on Guan Chen, its pupils filled with unwillingness. Guan Chen knew the Mantis was nearing its end. He quickly ordered the skeleton warriors to launch a final assault. The leader skeleton took the lead, its bone knife slicing fiercely at the Mantis's wounds. It's over. Guan Chen looked at the Mantis and saw a strange glimmer on its face. Suddenly, a bad premonition rose in his heart. The skeleton soldiers attacking the Mantis instantly vanished into thin air. This left the leader skeleton dumbfounded. Guan Chen felt the hair on his body stand on end. The threat of death compelled him to use the Gale technique and the bone armor. Mimetic shell, jump slash, charge slash. Guan Chen suddenly remembered the 3 skills of the Mantis, which it had not used at all. The Mantis was very clever, all its restraint was in this one strike. He felt a cold blade brush against his cheek. A long, thin line of blood appeared. The Mantis's figure materialized right in front of Guan Chen. Fortunately, with the enhancement of the Gale technique, it felt as if he was stepping on the wind. In the next second, he had left his original position. The Mantis let out a roar. Guan Chen saw unwillingness on its face. This time, it's really over. A fragmentation grenade rolled from beneath the Mantis. This was left behind by Guan Chen when he left. Boom! The scalding wave of heat hit Guan Chen's face. In close proximity, he clearly felt the power of the fragmentation grenade. Guan Chen couldn't help but admire the Mantis's powerful vitality. It had withstood the explosion of a fragmentation grenade and still managed to survive. The tremendous impact sent Guan Chen flying, but compared to the Mantis, this was merely a drizzle. Damn it! Guan Chen cursed as he crashed against the wall. He slowly got up, brushing off the dust from his body. The shock from the recent explosion was merely a superficial injury, there was no major problem. Kill the Mantis with a human face, gain 1000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1, mimetic shell. The system's prompt sounded, and only then did Guan Chen feel completely at ease. This time, the Mantis with a human face was truly dead. Opportunities always coexist with risks. Although it took considerable effort to kill the Mantis, the rewards were indeed generous. Master, I am to blame. I let you get hurt. The skeletal commander hurriedly rushed to Guan Chen's side. It's nothing. This isn't your fault. Guan Chen waved his hand, quickly helping the skeletal warriors to their feet. Although they had successfully killed the Mantis, the soldiers were not in good shape. Many skeletal warriors were missing arms and legs. Additionally, 4 skeletal warriors had perished. Compared to skeletal soldiers, the resurrection time for skeletal warriors was longer, taking about 7 hours. Rest in place, Guan Chen commanded. The skeletal warriors were battered and bruised, and it was not suitable for them to continue fighting. He wasn't in a hurry, so he decided to let the skeletal warriors recover. He walked to the Mantis with a human face and picked up the deep green card. Using his tang knife, he pried open its corpse. After death, the hardness of the Mantis's shell was greatly reduced, making it easy to break open. Splat green blood spilled everywhere. A foul odor rushed to his face. Guan Chen waved his hand to disperse the unpleasant smell. He rummaged through the corpse for a while and finally pulled out a turquoise crystal. The crystal emitted a faint glow. The most precious diamonds from his past life paled in comparison to it. Good stuff. Guan Chen's eyes lit up as he felt the surging energy emanating from the crystal. At first, he wasn't sure, just holding on to a mindset of trying it out. He didn't expect that the disaster monster's body would also contain a core. 2-star core, deep green card, 1000 points, skill upgrade opportunity, mimetic shell. These were all the gains from this encounter. Holding the 2-star core, Guan Chen began to absorb it. A surge of power instantly flowed into his body. Every organ within him greedily absorbed the river of energy. After a few minutes, the pure power slowly dissipated. Ha! Guan Chen held the tang knife and effortlessly performed a flourish. This time, he felt almost no weight in the blade. Guan Chen estimated that after absorbing the Mantis's core, his strength should reach the intermediate level of 2 stars. After absorbing the core, he turned to the deep green card. This was a random card, and Guan Chen crushed it in his hand. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. Obtain Qingfeng Knife X1 name, Qingfeng Knife type, weapon grade, 2-star talent, sharpness skills, charge / evaluation. A blade forged from the forelimbs of the Mantis with a human face. The thin and sharp blade can easily cleave through steel plates. The flickering green light contains mysterious power. Guan Chen looked at the description of the Qingfeng knife, a smile appearing on his face. Just when he thought he had no suitable weapon, this one came right to him. With a thought, a long knife appeared in his hand. The handle was 20 centimeters long, and the blade was 1 m long, with a mix of green and silver throughout. The handle was made from some kind of shell material, carved with a fierce-looking mantis. The cold light emanating from the blade seemed to depict a mantis waving its forelimbs. Good knife! Guan Chen praised without reservation. The craftsmanship of this blade, if placed in his past life, would at least be at the master level. He slashed a few times in the air, activating the open-close slash skill. A blade of air condensed from the knife and struck the corpse of the Mantis with a human face. Splatter! In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Guan Chen's eyes brightened, wanting to use it again, but he couldn't condense the blade energy. Open-close slash, cooldown time 3 minutes. The system's prompt sound rang out just at the right moment. Guan Chen nodded, instantly understanding. He quickly tried it out. Charge slash. Guan Chen felt a surge of power within the blade. His figure swiftly vanished from the spot. Whoosh! A slash mark appeared on the wall. The distance of the charge slash was about 3 meters. The cooldown time for the 2 skills of the Qingfeng blade was around 3 minutes each. Guan Chen was very satisfied. It was equivalent to gaining 2 extra skills for no reason. He stored the steel tang knife back in the system backpack. Weapons were hard currency in the apocalypse. This tang knife could probably be exchanged for quite a lot. After digesting the crystal core and cards, Guan Chen turned his attention to the next loot. Skill upgrade opportunity. Due to the Legion's advancement, the skills Guan Chen extracted also upgraded. His bone armor automatically upgraded to bone battle armor. So for now, he didn't need to consider this aspect. Gale technique. Guan Chen thought of this life-saving skill. If it hadn't been for the Gale technique just now, he might not have been able to dodge the death blow from the Mantis with a human face. System. Upgrade Gale technique. With his mind made up, Guan Chen acted immediately. Ding! Gale technique upgraded to Shadow Gale technique. Shadow Gale technique grants the user the power of Shadow Gale. Guan Chen was a bit puzzled, not knowing what the effect of Shadow Gale power was. He decided to practice directly to feel it out. Using the Shadow Gale technique, he immediately felt his body become lighter. With a casual step, he dashed out several meters in an instant. This speed was more than double that of his normal state. So fast! Guan Chen exclaimed. About 4 minutes passed before that lightness began to slowly dissipate. He concluded that compared to the gale technique, the shadow gale technique had a greater speed increase, lasted longer, and slightly increased energy consumption. Guan Chen was very satisfied. He vaguely felt that the shadow gale technique still had room for development. The loot from the mantis with a human face had only one item left. Mimetic shell. Mimetic shell, when applied to the skin, it can mimic the surrounding environment, achieving the effect of concealment. Note, this item is consumable and can only be used once. Guan Chen looked at the palm-sized shell in his hand and stored it in the system backpack. Master, the soldiers have finished resting, the skeleton commander said respectfully as he approached Guan Chen. The skeleton warriors stood up straight, lined up neatly. Form groups of 3 and clear the zombies inside the building. Guan Chen commanded the soldiers. With 11 skeleton warriors plus the skeleton commander, they could form exactly 4 groups. Note, the legion commander is independent of the legion's numbers. Master, let me follow you. The skeleton commander quickly spoke up. No need. Split up and act. Hurry up. Guan Chen rejected the skeleton commander. Master, please be extra careful. Otherwise, we will be held accountable for your death. The skeleton commander would not disobey Guan Chen's orders. His earlier suggestion was purely out of concern. Don't worry. If I were that weak, how could I lead you? Guan Chen smiled slightly. Understood, Master. The skeleton commander looked serious. Let's move. Each group is responsible for 1 floor. I will take care of the 5th floor myself. Understood. The skeleton warriors left the classroom and began to act separately. Guan Chen made his way up the stairs to the 5th floor. Along the way, he encountered a few wandering zombies, which he cleared out at any time. He thought that the reason for acting alone was to train himself. Doing so was entirely to avoid situations like beheading. No matter how strong the legion was, there would always be oversights. If a beheading situation occurred, it would be quite awkward. Upon reaching the 5th floor, there were noticeably fewer zombies here. Due to the height of the floor, aside from directly mutated zombies, it was difficult for the ones below to wander up. However, there were still quite a few shocking corpses on the ground. Fewer zombies don't mean there are none. Guan Chen gripped his Qingfeng knife, planning to clear the left side first. The main teaching building was large, with many classrooms on each floor, all in disarray. Creak as he walked down the corridor, Guan Chen discovered several zombie corpses on the ground. The heads of these zombies had been violently smashed open, brain matter splattered everywhere. At a glance, Guan Chen understood immediately. This was the work of other survivors who had begun to take action. In the apocalypse, there were many timid people, but there were also quite a few bold ones. Newly infected zombies were weak. Any normal person could easily kill them. Of course, the prerequisite was to overcome fear. Guan Chen was not too surprised. No matter how this group killed zombies, as long as they didn't provoke him, it was fine. Stepping over the corpses, Guan Chen arrived in front of a classroom. Low growls of zombies came from inside. Without hesitation, Guan Chen kicked the door open. Inside the classroom, a dozen zombies stood dazedly in place. As soon as Guan Chen appeared, he immediately attracted their attention. The zombies turned their heads in unison, staring at Guan Chen at the doorway. Their gaze was like that of a wolf seeing a beautiful woman. But clearly, Guan Chen was a beauty with a weapon. Roar! The zombies surged forward, lunging at Guan Chen. They waved their dark claws, wanting to tear him apart. Oh, so unwilling to give up. Guan Chen smiled, swinging the Qingfeng knife. Swish, one zombie fell, its head flying high. However, the death of their companion did not instill fear in them. Guan Chen charged into the classroom, the Qingfeng knife continuously slashing. Compared to the Tang knife, the Qingfeng knife was sharper. When it struck the zombies, there was no sense of obstruction at all. Moments later, all the zombies in the classroom had fallen. Guan Chen smashed open the heads of the zombies, quickly cleaning up the battlefield. The dozen zombies only provided 3 one-star crystal cores. After collecting the cores, Guan Chen left the classroom and continued to clear the zombies. Half an hour later, in a clean classroom, Guan Chen held half a roasted piglet, a look of contentment on his face. After killing the zombies and getting some delicious food, life was starting to look promising. On the table beside him lay a burlap sack. The sack was filled with crystal cores. After half an hour of busy work, Guan Chen had collected a total of 43 one-star crystal cores. As for 2-star crystal cores, perhaps due to the weakness of the zombies, there were no 2-star zombies. He also received quite a few cards, but most were food cards, bottled water, and the like. Selling my love, you owe a debt of conscience. He munched on the roasted piglet, humming a tune from his hometown. Someone's coming? Guanchen stuffed the remaining roasted piglet into his mouth and wiped his hands on his clothes. Damn it! This fucked up world. If the apocalypse hadn't broken out, I would be with Xiao Qian right now. In the corridor outside, several students dressed as survivors were cautiously walking. They looked around warily, afraid of being ambushed by zombies. You goo! My condolences. Sister-in-law will know in the afterlife, she won't blame you. A man wearing glasses comforted. Wang Yu recalled the moment the apocalypse broke out. He had been pursuing Li Qian for 3 months, just about to achieve his goal. Then the damned apocalypse happened, and the beautiful Li Qian instantly turned into a zombie. Wang Yu painfully let her go, smashing her to death with a chair. But by chance, he obtained a crystal core. After absorbing the core, his body was strengthened. At first, he was confused, only able to follow the teacher and students to escape to the rooftop. There were 2 performance rooms there, enough to accommodate over 1,000 people. In the following hours, they tried to call for help, but not a single call went through, all were busy signals. At that moment, he understood that the time to change his fate had come. As time passed, the survivors on the top floor gradually became uneasy. Some suggested leaving Z University to seek rescue. Others proposed staying in the performance room to wait for the city defense team. A portion of them suggested forming a team to hunt zombies and search for supplies. The students who chose to hunt zombies were well aware that this was the apocalypse. The city defense might not be able to protect themselves, and no one could be relied upon, they could only depend on themselves. Wang Yu was one of these people. He was quite lucky, having absorbed a crystal core and become an awakened one. During the initial lottery, he also received a large machete. He was unwilling to be mediocre and wanted to become strong. So he gathered a few close friends, hoping to fight for survival in the apocalypse. The key to surviving in the apocalypse was, of course, the scarce supplies. After several hours of effort, the team had collected quite a few items. Brother Yu, it seems there's something ahead, Si Yen said. Several decapitated zombies lay in the corridor. Be careful. Wang Yu gripped the machete tightly. His heart couldn't help but tense up. After all, in the apocalypse, there were many who preyed on others. Wang Yu's team slowly approached the classroom. Inside, a blood-soaked man was sitting at a desk. Survivor? Guan Chen, holding a green blade, watched the man warily. Cough. Brother, we're just passing by. Wang Yu awkwardly coughed a few times. The man before him gave him a sense of unease. If there's nothing going on, I won't disturb you, Wang Yu quickly said. The other party's strength was unfathomable. He had no need to make an enemy of him. Wait a minute. Guan Chen suddenly spoke, stopping the few in front of him. He had a good idea in mind. Brother, what's wrong? Wang Yu was startled and quickly took a few steps back. He gripped the machete tightly. If the other party had any intentions, they could strike back at any moment. Guan Chen looked at him, a satisfied expression on his face. To dare come out at this time was certainly not the act of a weakling. This expression, in Wang Yu's eyes, was like a hunter sizing up its prey. Brother, my strength, although not as powerful as yours. But if it comes down to a real fight, you might not have it easy. If it's a black market deal, it's best to pick on the soft ones. Wang Yu quickly spoke. He thought Guan Chen wanted to engage in a black market deal. What are you talking about? Guan Chen was a bit confused. The other party's imagination was a bit too wild. He hadn't done anything but could come up with such ideas. Such talent, not becoming a writer, was a bit of a waste. Could it be that you don't want to engage in a black market deal? Wang Yu gradually realized. The other party didn't seem to harbor much hostility. Nonsense. If I wanted to engage in a black market deal, I would have already acted. Isn't it more convenient to ambush you directly? Guan Chen said, somewhat speechless. If he wanted to engage in a black market deal, he wouldn't need to put in so much effort. He could have directly attacked in the classroom earlier. That seems to be true. Wang Yu thought for a moment. He felt that Guan Chen made sense. The other party's strength was something he absolutely could not match. If he wanted to engage in a black market deal, he could have acted directly. The few of them wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Sorry, I misunderstood you, Wang Yu admitted with a very good attitude. No problem. In the apocalypse, people's hearts are hard to gauge. Being cautious is not a bad thing, Guan Chen replied. If it were him, he would definitely do the same. After all, encountering a stranger in the apocalypse, especially when the other party had a weapon in hand, in such a situation, being completely unguarded would be truly foolish, because you have no idea who the other person really is. By the way, my name is Wang Yu. Brother, what do you want with us? Wang Yu asked. Dare to kill zombies? Guan Chen asked. Dare. All 6 nodded. They dared to leave the top floor to search for supplies, which took some courage. Even the 4-eyed one had personally killed zombies. Do you want these? Guan Chen waved a burlap bag in front of everyone. These are crystal cores. The 6 of them were instantly dumbfounded. In the apocalypse, there was nothing more precious than food. Perhaps only crystal cores could compare. After all, they could enhance one's strength and turn one into an awakened. Wang Yu was the best example. After absorbing a crystal core, he became an awakened. Killing zombies was as easy as eating and drinking. We want them. Everyone nodded eagerly. They were relatively straightforward, without too many twists and turns. Such people were easy to communicate with. If you want them, I can give them to you. Guan Chen took out 6 crystal cores and tossed them directly to a few people. They quickly reached out to catch the precious cores. Big brother, what do you need us to do? After receiving the crystal cores, Wang Yu quickly reacted. He wasn't a 3-year-old child, he knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. The other party was so generous, directly giving out crystal cores. There must be something they wanted in return. Help me clear out the zombies in this building. Guan Chen laid out his terms. Is it that simple? The others were somewhat incredulous. Yes, it's that simple. Guan Chen nodded. What about the supplies we collect? Wang Yu asked. All yours. Guan Chen was very generous. The option only required clearing the main building of zombies, but it didn't specify who would do the clearing. Having them help him clear out for 6 crystal cores, Guan Chen thought it was still quite a bargain. After all, for him, the Legion card was the top priority. The sooner he obtained it, the more security he would have. But I have one condition. It must be completely cleared. Every classroom, corner, and even the male and female restrooms. You need to check thoroughly to ensure there are no zombies. Guan Chen said. No problem. Leave it to us. Wang Yu vowed, then began to absorb the crystal cores. Moments later, all 5 completed their awakening. Wang Yu, having already awakened, only felt his strength slightly enhanced. Thank you, big brother. This kindness will be unforgettable for life. The 6 of them said excitedly. After all, this gift of crystal cores was like being reborn. Stop the nonsense. If you really want to thank me, then kill the zombies seriously. The 6th floor is up to you. Don't go below the 5th floor. Otherwise, you'll die a terrible death. Guan Chen dropped a few words and walked out of the classroom. The 6 hurried to catch up, only to find that Guan Chen had already disappeared. A master. Definitely a master. Wang Yu was certain in his heart. Let's not just stand here. Big brother trusts us so much, we must repay him. Wang Yu said, starting to clear the zombies. Guan Chen arrived on the 7th floor, holding the Qingfeng knife, clearing out the wandering zombies. There weren't many zombies on the 7th floor, and he quickly finished clearing them. Above was the top floor of the main teaching building. There were no extra classrooms here, only 2 performance rooms and a few storage rooms. Seeing this, Guan Chen immediately lost interest. Just as he turned to leave, a scream came from the performance room. Ah, zombie. Someone has turned into a zombie. What's going on? Everyone, don't panic. Help. Someone, quick. Save me. A zombie bit my foot. Woo woo. I don't want to die. Guan Chen stopped in his tracks, his eyes fixed on the performance room. Damn it. Always causing me trouble. He only needed to clear the zombies below to complete the option. He didn't expect trouble to arise at this moment. Why were there zombies in the performance room? Someone must have been bitten by a zombie and was quietly hiding among the crowd. No matter when, there were always selfish people like this. Guan Chen kicked the door open and rushed into the performance room. The performance room was spacious, now filled with hundreds of students. Guan Chen quickly spotted the person who had turned into a zombie. It was positioned in the far corner and had already bitten to death more than a dozen students. Those students rapidly transformed into zombies, attacking those around them. In just a moment, dozens of students had become zombies. Everyone rushed towards the adjacent performance room, which was still relatively safe. Ah, you jerk, you actually pushed me. Bro, pull me up. Don't leave me behind. Teacher, you actually. The crowd was in chaos, pushing down those beside them in a desperate bid for survival. Guan Chen shook his head, the ugliness of human nature magnified infinitely. He gripped his Qingfeng knife and charged towards the zombies. While everyone else was running out, only Guan Chen was rushing in. He could barely handle dozens of zombies. If their numbers exceeded 100, he would not hesitate to turn and flee. Within his capabilities, he would take action. If things became uncontrollable, he would definitely prioritize his own safety. The deaths of others had nothing to do with him. Swish, swish, swish. Guan Chen used a slashing technique. The head of a zombie that was biting a student flew high into the air. Help me! The student pleaded, but received a knife from Guan Chen instead. Because his pupils had already turned towards the zombie, Guan Chen used the shadow technique, his speed skyrocketing in an instant. The Qingfeng knife in his hand continuously harvested the heads of zombies. These newly infected zombies were not strong. Guan Chen's current strength allowed him to easily kill them. Who is that? So powerful. Oh my god. He's actually killing zombies. So cool. He's like my dream lover. The fleeing teachers and students suddenly realized. They stopped and looked back. They saw a blood-soaked boy continuously hacking at the zombies. Those terrifying zombies seemed like trash in front of him. It looks like Guan Chen. It's our classmate Guan Chen. A girl exclaimed excitedly. It really is. I remember him. He seemed to have confessed to me. Why didn't I agree to him? A maturely dressed girl said regretfully. The girls looked at Guan Chen with admiration, while the boys were filled with jealousy. They all wished that the one killing zombies was themselves. In the performance room, everyone held their breath, all eyes on Guan Chen. When the last zombie fell, the room erupted in cheers. Great! We're safe! Guan Chen ignored them and began to clean up the battlefield. Seeing this, everyone showed puzzled expressions. What is Guan Chen doing? He seems to be looking for something. Suddenly, everyone remembered the voice from before the apocalypse. Killing monsters could yield rewards. Initially, they didn't believe it, but after witnessing Guan Chen's strength, they believed. Guan Chen, I'm here to help you. A boy stepped forward. Stay still. Don't move. Guan Chen shot him a cold glance. He saw through the other party's intentions at a glance, trying to take advantage of the chaos. Sneakily grabbed something. Guan Chen, we've been classmates for 2 years. Aren't you being a bit rude? The boy's face darkened. As the young master of the Shanghai group, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Sorry, I'm not familiar with you. Guan Chen glanced at him, having a slight impression. The boy's name was Zhao Hai, the young master of a listed group. Other than that, there was no further connection. In fact, Guan Chen used to be very reclusive. Not to mention classmates, even a few roommates rarely communicated. If there was any interaction, it was only with a girl named Lin Nana. Unfortunately, she was a materialistic girl. She had harshly rejected Guan Chen's confession. Since then, Guan Chen became even more reclusive, immersing himself in games every day. Alright, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can look down on others. My dad will send someone to rescue me soon. When that time comes, don't beg me to take you away. Zhao Hai lost face and could only try to regain it verbally. Idiot! Who do you think your dad is? Guan Chen mocked, continuing to clean up the battlefield. What a joke! Nearly 80% of humanity has been infected with the zombie virus. What can the owner of a listed company do? In the apocalypse, money is utterly useless. It's not even good for wiping your butt. Alright, you've got guts. We'll see about that. Zhao Hai threw down a harsh remark and returned to the group. He didn't dare confront Guan Chen directly. After all, the knife in Guan Chen's hand was still dripping with blood. If the other party went mad and stabbed himself, there would be no place to reason about it. Seeing Zhao Hai at a disadvantage, the others also abandoned the idea of stepping forward. Sigh. How has Guan Chen become like this? So cold. Yeah, we're all classmates. Shouldn't we help each other? This person, once they have power, they change. Exactly. He's just a selfish little man. Many people in the crowd were discussing among themselves. They completely forgot who had just saved them. Guan Chen remained focused on his work, ignoring those voices. Dozens of zombies contributed 13 one-star crystal cores and 3 white cards. Food card X2, advancement card X1. Guan Chen put away the items and walked towards the crowd. Hey! Guan Chen! A bald man with a big belly stepped out from the crowd. Guan Chen recognized him. He seemed to be the vice principal, often attending academic speeches. What's the matter? He asked the bald man. My name is Chen Xiong. You should know me, right? A flash of displeasure crossed Chen Xiong's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. As a savvy person, one must learn to control their emotions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have climbed to this position. I know. Vice Principal Chen, right? Guan Chen nodded and smiled. Yes. Guan Chen, such a young age and already so capable. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Chen Xiong praised. He had been in the education industry for decades and was quite experienced in dealing with students. Young people like Guan Chen, often just a few compliments and a promise of benefits could be easily managed. Vice Principal Chen is also quite impressive, moving so swiftly. Guan Chen still wore a smile. When Chen Xiong ran away earlier, he was faster than many students. Chen Xiong was left speechless. Why was this not following the script? Guan Chen, you really are humorous. As the vice principal of Z University, I want to express my gratitude to you. In a moment of danger, Guan Chen stepped forward and saved us. Once the situation calms down, I will contact the higher-ups to award you a medal. Chen Xiong pretended to bow. If it were someone else, they would probably be very excited. After all, receiving a medal from the school is quite prestigious. It would be very sought after when looking for a job after graduation. But Guan Chen remained indifferent, showing no signs of excitement. Calm down? Is that even possible? This group of people was still lost in their beautiful fantasies. Guan Chen, as the pride of Z University, you should step up and protect everyone. Seeing that it was about time, Chen Xiong quickly spoke earnestly. He believed that under such a sense of righteousness, no one would refuse. Moreover, there were so many female classmates watching. Boys in their teenage years care most about their image. Sorry. I'm not interested. Vice Principal Chen. If there's nothing else, please make way. Guan Chen's words left Chen Xiong stunned. What's going on? Did he not make himself clear enough? Ahem. Guan Chen. Maybe I didn't make myself clear just now. Chen Xiong wanted to say something more, but he was interrupted by Guan Chen. Vice Principal Chen, please make way. Guan Chen's voice was cold, sending chills down one's spine. This guy in front of him clearly thought of himself as a fool. Want to morally kidnap? Laughable. As long as there is no morality, there is no kidnapping to speak of. Under that sharp aura, Chen Xiong couldn't help but take a few steps back. Guan Chen walked past him, heading towards the performance room exit. Guan Chen, do you remember me? Lin Nana ran out from the crowd. Not familiar. Guan Chen shook his head and continued walking outside. You. Lin Nana was stunned. She didn't expect Guan Chen to be so straightforward. Scumbag. Trash. Good for nothing. Lin Nana ran back in tears, her best friend softly comforting her. Nana, don't cry. People like that aren't worth it. That's right. Killing a few zombies, what's so great about that? He doesn't understand how to take care of girls at all. I look down on people like him the most. Pretentious guy. Hearing these words, Guan Chen slowly stopped. Let me tell you some good news. The disaster monsters have arrived. They are not like ordinary zombies that just wander around downstairs. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get stronger. Besides, food and water. There shouldn't be any in the performance room. Guan Chen dropped a few words and left without looking back. Inside the performance room, everyone looked at each other, clearly at a loss. Guan Chen was right, there was no food or water here. They couldn't feel anything yet. But what about next? They had no idea when rescue would come, and staying here wasn't a solution. Teacher, Guan Chen makes a good point. The food issue is indeed critical. A boy wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined spoke up. His name was Wang Wenli, the president of the student council. Wang Wenli had excellent grades and easily obtained various diplomas in foreign languages, piano, and more. He was clearly a good student in the eyes of teachers, the kind of child other parents would envy. That's right, teacher. We need to think of a way. After experiencing the zombie attack just now, the students' nerves were even more tense. The food issue was looming. Chen Xiong looked at the panicking students, feeling somewhat irritated. He had originally thought he could easily take down Guan Chen and make him his tool, but now it seemed the plan was in ruins. Having witnessed the power of the zombies, he felt a deep fear inside. He had worked hard to reach his current position. He hadn't enjoyed a good life yet. He couldn't just die like this. Students, we must believe in Huagua. In such a critical moment, the city defense will definitely come to rescue us. Everyone, don't panic. And don't be afraid. Although Chen Xiong was impatient, he still had to maintain appearances. After all, he held the highest position in the room. The teachers and many students all centered around him. Yes, Vice Principal Chen is right. We must believe in Huagua, believe in the city defense. The disaster happened quite suddenly, and the city defense hasn't reacted yet. As long as we get through this period, the city defense will soon launch a rescue. A beautiful female teacher echoed. Her gentle voice gradually relaxed the students' tense nerves. That's right. Students, don't lose your composure. Vice Principal Chen and Teacher Lin Xiaonai are right. The city defense will definitely launch a rescue. Many teachers stood up to stabilize the emotions of the group. Now, let's start dividing into groups. There should be plenty of supplies in the building. Let's collect them first and then wait for the city defense to rescue us. Seeing that the effect was achieved, Chen Xiong quickly began to give orders. These students who had not yet entered society were the easiest to control. Watching everyone get busy, Chen Xiong felt he could make good use of this. Yes, classmates, follow Vice Principal Chen's arrangements. Boys, organize a team to search for supplies. Girls, take charge of the logistics team. Several male teachers began to direct the work. In the face of disaster, I hope everyone will not be selfish. All supplies found must be handed in and distributed uniformly, Chen Xiong said. Only by controlling the supplies could one establish a foothold in the team. Regardless of whether the situation could be calmed, he had to ensure his own safety. As for dangerous tasks, let the students handle them. Understood, Vice Principal Chen. Some boys walked downstairs to begin searching for useful supplies. Ding! The zombie cleanup in the main teaching building is complete. Reward, Random Legion Card X1. As Guan Chen walked down, the system's voice echoed in his mind. He couldn't help but feel delighted. The task was finally completed. Expert. Just as Guan Chen was about to check the reward, he was suddenly called by a voice. He looked towards the corridor. There stood Wang Yu and a few others, excitedly waving at him. So it's you guys. Guan Chen smiled. Although Wang Yu and his group were a bit weak, at least they dared to kill zombies. Just this point alone made them far superior to those on the top floor. Guan Chen appreciated those with courage. Who knows, one day in the future, one of these 6 might become a top-tier powerhouse. Yes. Following the expert's instructions, we killed quite a few zombies. Wang Yu held a bloodstained fire axe in his hand, not knowing where he got it from. Not bad. Very promising. Guan Chen nodded, generously praising them. Thank you. Expert's praise. Wang Yu scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. You didn't come to find me just to say this, did you? Guan Chen asked suspiciously. Expert. We want to trade some supplies with you. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together. I see. What do you want to trade for? Guan Chen suddenly realized. People are like iron, and food is like steel. One meal skipped makes one anxious. Although crystal cores are good, they can't be eaten. Guan Chen could exchange various needed supplies from the Points Mall. For him, this might be a good deal. After successfully trading for a metal crossbow, Guan Chen tried it out. He found that as long as the item had value, it could be traded to the mall. For example, an eliminated tang knife could be traded for 10 points. Expert. I want to trade for some food. Wang Yu's face was filled with anticipation. He was already so hungry that his vision was blurring. At first, he didn't feel it, but after battling zombies, his stomach began to protest. The noodles he had for breakfast were already digested completely. Although he had half a piece of bread for lunch, it was mostly digested after the recent battle. No problem. Absolutely satisfied. Guan Chen opened his backpack, which contained quite a bit of food. 5 bags of instant noodles, 12 sausages, 5 pieces of bread, and 4 bottles of mineral water. These were all supplies he had collected from the dormitory. Gulp. Wang Yu swallowed hard. Expert. How do we trade for this? 3 1-star crystal cores, and you can take it all. No cheating. No bargaining. Guan Chen held up 3 fingers and waved them in front of Wang Yu. These food items could be exchanged for just 10 points. The trading price for 1-star crystal cores was about 5 to 10 points. The better the quality of the crystal core, the higher the price offered by the system. 3 crystal cores, no matter how you calculate it, Guan Chen would definitely profit. He could afford to be demanding. Moreover, he believed Wang Yu wouldn't refuse. Because when people are hungry, they are willing to do anything, even against their own will. But Guan Chen felt that Wang Yu and his group still had some potential. He planned to make an investment. I'll trade. Wang Yu nodded and took out 3 1-star crystal cores. Wise choice. I've always been very fair in business. Guan Chen casually tossed over his backpack while collecting the crystal cores. Ding! Transaction successful. Earned 24 points. The system's notification sounded, and Wang Yu's crystal cores were of decent quality. Master, we also want to exchange for some food. The other 5 spoke up in unison. Their strength was slightly weaker, so they could only offer 1 to 2 crystal cores. Satisfied, Guan Chen took the crystal cores and quickly purchased food from the point store. He spent a total of 30 points and received 8 1-star crystal cores. He controlled the quantity well, ensuring he could earn points from it. Ding! Transaction successful. Earned 64 points. In just a few minutes, Guan Chen netted a profit of 34 points. Although the points weren't much, it was all profit without any cost. Guan Chen didn't have to give anything, he just needed to open the points store. This is awesome. It was like earning points while lying down. This transaction was a win-win situation. Wang Yu and the others received survival supplies, all showing joy. After all, while crystal cores were precious, they could be obtained by killing zombies. But food was different. Unless a food card dropped, it could only be found through searching. Moreover, food was a consumable. In the apocalypse, it was definitely in short supply. Without crystal cores, humans might survive. But without food and water, humans would undoubtedly perish. Wang Yu looked at the food in his backpack. If he saved it, it would be enough for several days. They only cared about food. They completely ignored Guan Shen's ability to conjure items out of thin air. It was already the apocalypse. With zombies around, what was impossible? As a master, it was reasonable for Guan Shen to have a personal space. Everyone was smart. Since Guan Shen didn't want to explain, they kept quiet. Wang Yu, I see you have potential. This tang knife is a gift for you. Guan Shen took out the discarded tang knife from the system space. Since it wouldn't sell for much in points, he might as well do a favor. Wang Yu took the tang knife, his face showing a dazed expression. Clearly, he was momentarily taken aback. Thank you, master. If we meet again, I will repay today's kindness, Wang Yu said earnestly. The more he looked at Wang Yu, the more he found him pleasing. It was said, a child can be taught. Good. Then we shall meet again. Guan Shen waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the corridor. Brother Yu, what do we do now? Si Yan asked. In this situation, relying on the border defense is clearly impossible. We can't leave our fate in others' hands. Are you willing to follow me? Wang Yu looked at the others, revealing a heroic demeanor. We are willing, the five replied in unison. In that case, let's go kill zombies. Improve our strength. After witnessing Guan Shen's strength, Wang Yu knew that in the apocalypse, the strong would reign supreme. The past powers, identities, and statuses would be reshuffled. The strong would be king. This was the rule of the apocalypse. Brother Yu, we will follow your lead. Everyone spoke up. Let's go to the adjacent teaching building. We'll start from there. Wang Yu packed his backpack and began his journey. Guan Shen returned to the first floor, heading towards the classroom of the Mantis with a human face. He had agreed with the skeleton to gather here after completing the options. Meeting Wang Yu and the others had delayed him a bit. According to the speed of the skeleton soldiers, they should have already arrived. Upon reaching the classroom where the Mantis was located, he indeed saw the skeleton warriors lined up neatly. Master! The leader skeleton hurriedly approached upon seeing Guan Shen return. You've worked hard. Guan Shen nodded and offered a word of comfort. It's not hard. Serving the master is our honor. Master! This is the harvest from clearing zombies. The commander skeleton took off the backpack from his body and respectfully presented it to Guan Shen. He peered through the zipper's gap to look inside the backpack. Goodness, it was packed full of crystal cores, piled together. Besides the crystal cores, there were dozens of cards as thin as cicada wings. Guan Shen quickly scanned them with the system and soon obtained the count. There were 292 one-star crystal cores and 6 two-star crystal cores. 56 white random cards, 1 white-green card, and 1 green card. From the harvest, it seemed the skeleton warriors had encountered mutated zombies. Guan Shen thought for a moment, considering the strength of the skeleton warriors. Unless they faced a man-faced mantis, such a powerful natural disaster monster could cause casualties. Ordinary 2-star zombies posed little threat to them. The strength and role of the Legion gradually became apparent. If it were someone else, obtaining so many crystal cores and cards in a short time would be impossible. Even with teamwork, they would still have to distribute the rewards. Guan Shen had no such worries. The soldiers of the Legion selflessly contributed everything. Guan Shen calculated the number of 1-star crystal cores, which totaled 342. If all were exchanged for points, it would be quite a significant amount. But Guan Shen did not rush to trade. Supplies could be exchanged for crystal cores, so crystal cores could also be exchanged for items. Cards. He needed more cards. He carefully stored the more than 300 crystal cores in his backpack. Although the system backpack was good, it could only hold system rewards, card rewards, and the like. Crystal cores could not be stored inside. Sigh. If only I had a portable space. Guan Shen thought to himself. Carrying over 300 crystal cores on his back felt like being a mobile treasure trove. Guan Shen held 6 2-star crystal cores and began to absorb them. 1-star crystal cores had little effect on him. However, 2-star crystal cores could still provide a significant boost. Warm currents flowed into his body, and Guan Shen trembled slightly. Nice! He felt every cell in his body become incredibly active. Absorption complete. He threw 2 punches, creating gusts of wind. Although his strength had significantly increased, he was still at the intermediate stage of 2-star. To break through to the advanced stage of 2-star, he would need to absorb quite a few more crystal cores. Master, you've become stronger again, the commander's skeleton exclaimed. Just a little, just a little. Looking at the skeleton's admiring expression, Guan Chen felt a bit embarrassed. After absorbing the crystal cores, Guan Chen's gaze shifted to the cards. First, he opened all 56 white random cards. Acquired food card X10, acquired advancement card X4, acquired supply card X6, can quickly restore energy after use, acquired universal pistol bullets X10, universal bullets suitable for any pistol, acquired ordinary crossbow arrows X15, the most ordinary crossbow arrows, can break through weaker defenses, acquired scrapped shovel X1, a scrapped shovel, completely useless, can attempt to recycle, acquired scrapped car parts X10, scrapped car parts, seemingly useless, can attempt to recycle. A series of prompt sounds echoed in Guan Chen's mind. The more cards opened, the more varied the items obtained. Guan Chen looked at the pile of scrapped parts and the abandoned shovel, feeling somewhat speechless, especially the shovel, which was rusted beyond recognition. Under the mottled rust, it was stained with an unknown dried red liquid. Scrapped car parts, trade for 1 point. Scrapped shovel, no value. Guan Chen was immediately speechless and chose to trade the scrapped car parts. Trade successful. Acquired 10 points. As for the rusty shovel, he tossed it into the system backpack. Although it was of no use, he was reluctant to throw it away. No choice. He was just that frugal. He now understood that cards were like a lottery. Everything that can be obtained relies entirely on luck. If luck is on your side, even a white card might yield powerful items. If luck is not on your side, you might end up with nothing at all. This, Guan Chen has experienced firsthand. After opening all the white cards, Guan Chen turned his attention to the remaining 2 cards. One was white-green, and the other was green. Without hesitation, Guan Chen chose to open them. Zombie Trap X1. After use, a trap can be placed that emits a scent to attract nearby zombies. The trap will explode 10 seconds after being set up. Space Ring X1 contains a space of 10 cubic meters, can be upgraded with special items. When Guan Chen saw the second reward, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. A space item. He had just been wanting a portable space. Look, here it is. Looking at the space ring, Guan Chen slipped it onto his thumb. The ring was entirely black, made from a special material. Its appearance was very plain. Even if it were on a street stall, no one would give it a second glance. But the carvings on it were quite mysterious. Ding! Binding request detected from the space ring. Does the host wish to bind it? In the brief moment of observation, the system's voice rang out. Bind! He nodded without a hint of hesitation. Ding! Binding successful. As the system's voice fell, a connection was established between him and the ring. He casually grabbed a crystal core from his backpack, then focused his mind. In the next second, the crystal core vanished from his hand. After several attempts, he managed to store all the crystal cores inside the ring. He skillfully mastered the use of the space ring. With just a thought, he could retrieve items from within. Good. Guan Chen felt quite pleased. After all the rewards were opened, Guan Chen slowly took out a card. The card emitted a golden glow. The back featured a mysterious door, while the front displayed a question mark. Random Legion card. Guan Chen looked at the golden card in his hand, his breathing quickening. With a slight exertion, he crushed the delicate card as thin as a cicada's wing. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Nightblade Legion. The mysterious golden card gradually revealed its design. The image depicted a man dressed in black. The man had a stern expression, holding a long sword that gleamed with sharpness. Behind him were countless black figures. As Guan Chen crushed the card, a summoning array appeared before him. 11 ethereal figures emerged, slowly solidifying into form. Greetings, my lord. The leader knelt halfway before Guan Chen, and the other Nightblades followed suit. Quickly rise. Guan Chen hurried forward to help the leader up. Only then did the other Nightblades stand. These swordsmen were dressed in black, seemingly able to blend into the darkness. They had well-proportioned bodies, standing around 180 centimeters tall. Their appearances varied, but they all shared one common trait: they were handsome. Of course, compared to the esteemed readers, they still fell short. The 3-foot-long sword in hand emitted a faint chill. The leader was indeed the man from the image. He appeared calm, with starry brows and sword-like eyes, giving off the aura of a peerless master from a martial arts novel. Guan Chen quickly checked the information on the Nightblade Legion. Nightblade Legion can be upgraded. Number 10, potential, 4 stars, strength, 2 stars, commander, Xinlian, skills, shadow stealth, night sword technique, night inner strength, shadow step, throwing hidden weapons, Xinlian. Guan Chen was slightly taken aback. At your service. What orders do you have, my lord? Shenlian stepped forward, bowing his head with cupped fists. Nothing much. I just feel this name seems somewhat familiar. He shook his head, recalling the azure planet of his past life. In the history of that world, there was a famous person named Shenlian as well. Yes. Shenlian nodded and stepped back. He didn't ask much. Wan Chen's words were absolute orders. He only needed to execute them without further questions. This is Bone. Get to know each other. From now on, everyone is comrades. Wan Chen pointed to the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Because they belonged to the same legion, there was a faint connection between the two. Otherwise, Shenlian would have had to treat the Skeleton Warriors as monsters to be slain. Shenlian, Bone. The leaders of the two legions greeted each other. Although their words were brief, Wan Chen knew that they had already regarded each other as life and death companions. Everyone has desires, and between different factions, there are inevitably intrigues. But such things would not happen within the Legion. They were loyal to Guan Chen, and internal strife was absolutely impossible. Good. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. Having a system was indeed a wonderful thing. With the acquisition of a new legion, Guan Chen could extract skills once again. He looked at the skills of the Night Blade and hesitated slightly. But soon, he made a decision. System. Extract Night Inner Strength. Guan Chen selected Night Inner Strength. Ding. Starting to extract Night Inner Strength. The system's voice soon rang out. Guan Chen immediately felt a mysterious power being injected into his body. The energy within him actually fused with the Night Inner Strength. The fused ability became purer and more robust. Is this the Night Inner Strength? He suddenly punched the corpse of the human-faced Mantis. His fist carried a surge of black energy. Put! The corpse of the human-faced Mantis was instantly pierced through. Not bad. Guan Chen was overjoyed. He tried to condense the Night Inner Strength onto the Qingfeng blade, unleashing a wave of black blade energy. The power of the blade energy was no less than that of the opening and closing slash. The most crucial point was that the strength of the Night Inner Strength depended on one's own power. The stronger one's own power, the greater the effect of the Night Inner Strength. After mastering the Night Inner Strength, his power surged significantly. With 2 legions at his command, Guan Chen felt it was time to leave Z University. The number of zombies within Z University was not that many. If he wanted to continue growing stronger, he needed to kill more zombies. In other words, Z University could no longer satisfy him. Guan Chen wanted to seek out a thrilling experience. Everyone, are you ready to kill the enemies? He looked at the Legion soldiers in front of him, like a general rallying his troops. Although the Legion was small, with only over 20 soldiers, the momentum could not falter. My lord, please give the order. Bone and Shenlian spoke almost simultaneously. Target. The playground outside the teaching building. Move out. Guan Chen waved his hand and was the first to leave the classroom. The momentum was truly impressive. Through the glass doors of the hall, Guan Chen saw the playground filled with zombies. There were thousands of them, and many mutated zombies could also be spotted. After all, the zombies on the playground had feasted well. Their evolution speed was much faster than that of the zombies inside the teaching building. Guan Chen looked around, feeling slightly reassured. He did not find any signs of the disaster monsters. If these zombies were combined with monsters like the human-faced Mantis, Guan Chen would have to avoid confrontation. He looked at the legion beside him, all poised and ready. The final battle before leaving Z University was about to begin. My lord, should we kill all these guys? Shenlian's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Facing over 1,000 zombies, his momentum was not weak at all. Don't rush. Let me send them a big gift first. Shenlian, can you quietly install this thing in the area where the zombies are concentrated? Guan Chen took out a card from the system backpack. The zombie trap, a newly acquired item, was put to use so quickly. No problem. Shenlian took the card. His body gradually became ethereal, eventually transforming into a shadow that merged with the ground. Awesome, Guan Chen whispered. The shadow that Shenlian had turned into swiftly passed through the surrounding zombies. The low-intelligence zombies were completely unaware. A shadow on the ground was rapidly moving towards them. Shenlian soon arrived at the center of the horde. The shadow he had conjured emerged from the ground. Instantly, the surrounding zombies turned to look at him. Shenlian showed no signs of panic, crushing the card in his hand. A metal box wrapped in flesh and blood appeared in his grasp. The zombies were instantly attracted, becoming agitated. They disregarded everything and lunged towards Shenlian's position. Seeing the zombies in a frenzy, Shenlian dropped the metal box and quickly submerged into the ground. The scent emanating from the metal box captivated the zombies. Even the mutated zombies couldn't help but be curious, moving towards the center. 5 tall brutes and a dozen bloated corruptors. In addition, there were several mutated zombies that Guan Shen had never seen before. The area around the zombie trap was soon crowded with zombies. They stared at each other, confused as to why the metal box before them was so alluring. My lord! Shen Lian returned to Guan Shen's side. Get ready for the show! Guan Shen pointed at the distant horde of zombies. A brute, curious, picked up the metal box. It examined it in its hands. 3, 2, 1, boom! Guan Shen counted down in his heart. The metal box in the brute's hands suddenly erupted with dazzling light. Boom! The deafening sound echoed throughout Z University. Even the surrounding teaching buildings shook uncontrollably. All the survivors were drawn to the explosion. City defense. Is it city defense? Most people felt a surge of joy. After all, in a country like Huagua, where firearms were strictly controlled, such a powerful weapon could only be equipped by the city defense. They cautiously peered through the gaps in the windows towards the playground. They saw scalding waves of fire sweeping over a large number of zombies. The zombies near the explosion center were blown to pieces. Even those farther away were knocked to the ground by the scorching shockwave. Great! So great! Blow up these monsters! The crowd exclaimed excitedly. But soon, they calmed down again. Because on the vast playground, there was no sign of the city defense. This meant that the explosion just now was not the work of the city defense. Are you kidding me? Is it really this big? The students inside the teaching building, who were roaming and killing zombies, all looked out the window. There were thousands of zombies on the playground. No one dared to provoke them. That would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine looking for shit, death. Tian-gu. What should we do? A somewhat gloomy man looked at the situation on the playground. A chill began to rise in his palm. Huang Lintian. He was a favored child of fate. In the initial lottery, he had received the class change book for an ice mage. Those who don't know their place. We just need to watch the show. Huang Lintian said coldly. He didn't believe there was anyone stronger than him in Z University. After becoming an ice mage, his strength had directly risen to 2 stars. But his expertise was not in close combat, it was in casting spells. One ice explosion could kill a dozen zombies, making him very powerful. After absorbing quite a few crystal cores, his strength surged again. During his search, he encountered several other survivors who had also received initial rewards. These people were lucky to have received initial rewards, but they were also unlucky because Huang Lintian had set his sights on them. After a fierce battle, all of them died at Huang Lintian's hands. The supplies they had worked hard to search for all belonged to them. As for the consequences of killing, Huang Lintian couldn't care less. He understood it clearly. In the apocalypse, strength is the rule. After the heat wave swept through, several notification sounds echoed in Guan Shen's mind. Kill the violent one, gain 50 points. Kill the violent one, gain 45 points. Kill the violent one, gain 65 points. A total of 5 notification sounds, all regarding the killing of the violent ones. Because the zombie traps were set by him, the rewards for the kills would definitely count towards him. As for the fluctuation in points, it was due to the varying strengths of the violent ones. 5 violent ones contributed 267 points. The zombies had been scattered, and now was the best time. Guan Shen looked at the dispersed horde. It would be difficult to regroup them in a short time. Kill! His gaze was sharp as he charged out with the Qingfeng knife. Shen Lian and Gu led the soldiers of the Legion, closely following Guan Shen. A zombie that had just gotten up was directly cleaved in half. Dark blood splattered, staining Guan Shen's clothes. He didn't care, continuing to swing the Qingfeng knife, constantly killing the rising zombies. The explosion's power was great, but it was limited to the center. The zombies slightly farther away were merely knocked over by the shockwave, suffering minimal damage. Guan Shen roughly estimated that the explosion had killed a few hundred zombies. There were still 1,000 or 2,000 zombies on the playground. Fortunately, their strength was not strong, generally only at 1-star level. A master! It's a master! Wan Yu in the teaching building said excitedly. Yes, it really is. He's so fierce. He dares to charge at so many zombies. The others nodded repeatedly. Oh my! It's Guan Shen! He's so brave! The students on the top floor exclaimed. Brave? I think he's looking for death. Zhao Hai scoffed. He didn't believe Guan Shen could leave alive. There are actually such fierce people in the school? I wonder if there's a chance to befriend him. Those students who chose to take the initiative were all attracted by the commotion on the playground. At this moment, Guan Shen was undoubtedly the most dazzling figure at Z University. A skeleton? It seems this guy's luck is also quite good. What a pity. He can't compare to me at all. Huang Lindian sneered, his words filled with disdain. A mere skeleton soldier. Just the most useless thing. A little brother beside him quickly echoed. Everyone clearly had played online games and knew that skeleton soldiers were the bottom-tier creatures. As for the shadow swordsman, Huang Lindian regarded him merely as a fellow student and didn't pay much attention. Everyone, follow me downstairs. Huang Lindian spoke, surrounded by dozens of students. These students were not ordinary, they were all awakened ones who had absorbed crystal cores. Yes, Brother Tian. They didn't ask much, killing was not a new thing for them. Huang Tian took one last look at the playground. This was an opportunity, if he could seize it, he would leap into success. On the playground, Guanchen moved nimbly, weaving between the zombies. Wherever he went, a zombie would fall. A card dropped from a zombie, and Guanchen casually picked it up. Then he continued to search for the next target. Many zombies had just begun to shake and rise from the ground. But what awaited them was a sharp long knife. The skeleton warrior wielded a bone knife, continuously hacking at the zombies. Wrapped in bone armor, the zombies found it hard to break through their defenses. Each skeleton warrior could maintain the upper hand while facing a dozen zombies at once. You guys, you're uglier than me. Go die. Gu swung his shield, instantly smashing the zombie in front of him. He took a step forward and easily chopped off their heads. The structure of the skeleton warriors was special. Every strike can unleash power to the utmost. In simpler terms, it's a life-risking fighting style. Shenlian watched as Gu fought bravely against the enemies, naturally unwilling to be outdone. He wielded his long sword, executing the night sword technique. Sword energy shot out, slaying one zombie after another. 10 night swordsmen followed closely, also employing the night sword technique. Black sword energy continuously fell into the horde of zombies. After a wave of attacks, nearly 100 zombies were slain. Awesome! Guanchen exclaimed in surprise. After the sword energy swept through, the night swordsman engaged in close combat with the zombies. Executing the sword technique to condense sword energy required a significant amount of internal power. To use it again, one had to wait for their internal power to recover. The night swordsmen were all at 2-star strength. Even without the boost of internal power, they could still easily slay zombies. Whoosh! Just as Guanchen was killing zombies, a sound of breaking air suddenly came from behind him. It seemed something was attacking. He used the shadow technique to quickly dodge the incoming threat. Turning around, he saw a pink flesh snake, over 10 meters long. Its fleshy tongue was covered in sharp barbs. Humph! Dare to sneak attack me? Guanchen snorted coldly, and without hesitation, swung his Qingfeng knife. Snap! The defense of the fleshy tongue was not very strong and was directly severed. The several-meter-long fleshy tongue fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Master! My lord! Gu and Xinlian saw Guanchen being attacked and rushed to support him. I'm fine. You continue to clear the zombies, Guanchen said. Understood. Gu and Xinlian nodded and continued to eliminate zombies. Guanchen turned around to see what had attacked him. It was a mutated zombie, its form extremely distorted. It was currently lying on the ground, retracting its severed fleshy tongue. Its skin seemed to be peeling off, revealing the crimson flesh underneath. Various blood vessels were exposed to the air. Its original arms had transformed into limbs resembling those of a reptile. Its razor-sharp claws could easily pierce the concrete ground. Its twisted nose twitched continuously, seemingly to discern its surroundings. Its mouth, split to the roots of its ears, revealed sharp teeth. As for its eyes, they had completely degenerated. Its constantly writhing brain was wrapped in a layer of transparent membrane. This mutated zombie had completely deviated from the human form. Name, Liquor Strength, 2-star ability, Tongue Flick, Rapid Movement Evaluation. The body has transformed in another direction, completely abandoning human form, devolving into a beast. Beware of its tongue, it is very agile. Guanchen's gaze swept over as the system provided basic information about the monster. Oh, so it's the liquor. In his previous life, he had also watched the Biohazard series. The mutated zombie before him bore some resemblance to the liquor from that series. Taking advantage of the shadow technique's effect, Guanchen took the initiative to attack. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the liquor. He swung the Qingfeng knife. The liquor reacted quickly, raising its forelimbs to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The Qingfeng knife struck the claws, creating sparks from the friction. Although the liquor managed to block the attack, its strength was no match for Guanchen. He saw its hind legs continuously retreating on the ground. Open and close slash. Seeing this, Guanchen directly activated his skill. The Qingfeng knife was raised and quickly slashed again. Two intersecting blades of energy instantly struck the liquor's claws. Crack! The hard claws shattered. The licker's body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Guan Chen wanted to pursue the attack, but unexpectedly, the licker reacted quickly. Whoosh! A barbed fleshy tongue shot towards Guan Chen's head. Damn! Another one? He activated the bone armor. A simple set of bone armor materialized. Guan Chen reached out and directly grabbed the incoming flesh snake. Sizzle! The barbs on the fleshy tongue scraped against the white bone armor, sparking bursts of fire. Clearly, the attack from the licker could not penetrate the defense of the bone armor. Come here! Guan Chen grabbed the pink fleshy tongue and yanked it hard. With immense strength, he instantly pulled the licker in front of him. Hello, Lick Master. Goodbye, Lick Master. The green blade in Guan Chen's hand pierced directly into the licker's brain. The thinly wrapped head immediately splattered a large amount of brain matter. The scene of the spray was simply too beautiful. Kill the licker, gain 75 points. A green card fell from the licker's corpse. Guan Chen casually picked it up. Then he rummaged through the licker's head. A crystal core the size of a pigeon egg was extracted. Guan Chen was very satisfied and discarded the now worthless licker. He scanned the playground. The horde of corpses had already been scattered by the Legion. A group of over 20 charged fiercely at the thousands of zombies. At this rate, the horde would be eliminated sooner or later. He turned his gaze to the mutated zombies. Baby, I'm coming. Guan Chen revealed a lecherous smile. He approached a corroder, who looked somewhat dazed. Why does this human's expression seem a bit different? Unable to figure it out, it simply stopped thinking. Its throat wriggled continuously, and a mass of corrosive liquid was instantly sprayed out. Whoosh! Guan Chen had long been on guard. He slightly flashed his body, dodging the incoming corrosive spray. With a slash, the corroder fell. Kill the corroder, gain 50 points. The corroder did not drop a card, nor did it have a crystal core in its head. Sigh. Compared to the Lick Master, you're simply pathetic. A disgrace among zombies, Guan Chen said with disdain. Corroder, what? The Guan Chen searched for the next target. The mutated zombies on the playground fell one after another. Hiss! How did he do that? That's terrifying. Is he even human? Ah, such thick thighs. I actually missed my chance. The students on the top floor all showed expressions of shock. TCH. What's so impressive about this? Zhao Hai still held his ground. He did not search for supplies but stayed in the performance room. If you have the ability, then you go. Exactly. Just know how to brag. The retorts from several girls turned Zhao Hai's face a deep shade of anger. When had he ever faced such treatment? Damn it! You guys, you used to flirt with me every day, and now you turn your back? Zhao Hai couldn't hold back and shouted out. You! Boo-hoo! Several girls turned and ran away. Zhao Hai clenched his fists, feeling a surge of determination. He also wanted powerful strength. The number of zombies on the playground was decreasing. Guan Chen looked at the gradually darkening sky and immediately unleashed all his firepower, crazily slaughtering zombies. He had to resolve this battle before nightfall. Meanwhile, in the teaching building nearby, Huang Lintian was plotting something. He perfectly missed the process of Guan Chen killing the horde. Brother Tian, what should we do this time? A younger brother looked at Huang Lintian, his eyes fierce as he asked. Clearly, this group had quickly adapted to the apocalypse. First, let those guys tangle with the horde. Once they're all dead, we'll go out and reap the rewards. Huang Lintian's plan was very simple. It was just a matter of the clam and the snipe fighting, with the fishermen benefiting. To put it simply, it was about stealing kills. He had already had thoughts about the horde on the playground. Even if Guan Chen didn't take action, he would find a way to gradually clear the horde. After all, killing zombies could yield cards and crystal cores. These things were his capital for becoming stronger. Huang Lintian was a smart man. He knew that the zombies that had just been infected were not very strong. Taking this opportunity, he could quickly grow stronger and then take over the entire Z University. He had already made plans for the future. Based on Z University, he would continuously expand his influence. In the end, he would establish his own base city in the apocalypse. Now, someone had stepped up to take the lead for him, and Huang Lintian couldn't have asked for more. Those guys seem pretty strong. What should we do if they successfully clear out the zombie horde? A bespectacled boy said. He was also a lucky one, named Lin Ang. In the initial lottery, he had received the job transfer book for a psychic. The psychic profession could manipulate objects through mental power. Huang Lintian looked at him, his eyes filled with wariness. Lin Ang, possessing the psychic profession. This guy posed a significant threat to his ruling position. As the second in command of the team, there were quite a few people supporting Lin Ang. If it weren't for his slightly superior strength, this position might have already changed hands. What are you afraid of? Even if that group outside really clears out the zombies, they're just at the end of their rope. Aren't our elite soldiers capable of easily handling them? Huang Lindian said disdainfully. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. How do we divide the spoils? Lin Ong asked. I take 6, you take 4. Huang Lindian felt displeased. Lin Ong was ambitious, starting to negotiate terms with him already, but at this moment, he couldn't afford to fall out with the other party. His team had a total of 89 people. 50 listened to him, while the remaining 39 followed Lin Ong. Fine. Lin Ong nodded, not bargaining. This number had already met his expectations. Huang Lindian was not someone to be trifled with. If pushed too hard, it was very likely they would part ways. That was not the outcome he wanted. Just as Huang Lindian and the others were discussing inside the building, Guan Chen on the playground had already dealt with the last zombie. The sun in the sky stubbornly emitted its last rays of light. Clear the battlefield, Guan Chen commanded. The soldiers moved in an orderly fashion. At this rate, they would probably have to spend the night at Z University. Guan Chen did not know how dangerous the nights in the apocalypse could be, but it was certainly not as safe as during the day. He had no need to take risks by leaving. Staying at Z University for a night was the wisest choice. The Legion had clear divisions of labor. The Night Swordsmen collected cards, while the skeleton soldiers gathered crystal cores. Brother Tian, the battle outside seems to be over. Those guys really have some skills. All the zombies on the playground have been cleared. Now they're cleaning up the spoils. A younger brother rushed in. They really cleared them out? It seems these guys are quite capable. Both Huang Lindian and Lin Ong showed surprised expressions. But surprise aside, the plan continued as usual. The group outside, having gone through a fierce battle, must be exhausted. Get ready, Huang Lindian said. Yes, everyone was eager to try, pulling out their weapons. On the playground, Guan Chen picked up a crystal core and rubbed it in his hand. Killing zombies is quite a rewarding task. Just as he was about to store the crystal core in his spatial ring, a sense of crisis suddenly enveloped him. Without thinking, Guan Chen rolled to the side. Whoosh! An arrow made of ice crystals shot at the spot he had just occupied. Someone was ambushing him. Guan Chen's expression darkened. Almost immediately, he thought of this possibility. In an instant, a surge of anger rose within him. Someone was actually targeting him. This was good. Very good. Since they wanted to play, he would accompany them to the end. Enemy attack. Protect the master. The skeleton instantly reacted. It raised its massive shield, protecting Guan Chen behind it. The other skeleton warriors also put down their tasks, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Over there. Guan Chen's gaze turned to the nearby teaching building. That ice arrow had been shot from there. Damn it! It actually dodged. Huang Lindian cursed. Realizing he had been discovered, he no longer hid. Since the ambush had failed, he would confront them head-on. Guan Chen watched as dozens of students rushed out of the teaching building. These students had fierce expressions, their bodies stained with blood. A fierce aura emanated from them. There was no doubt that this group had killed before. Guan Chen narrowed his eyes. Things were getting interesting. Although the enemy had the advantage in numbers, he was not worried. Most of these students were at 1-star strength. Only a dozen had reached 2-star. In contrast, everyone on his side was at 2-star strength. Kid, you're lucky. You actually managed to dodge my ice crystal arrow. Huang Lindian spoke first. Not bad. Guan Chen stepped out from behind the shield, revealing a warm smile. But beneath the smile was a chilling intent to kill. He could let Wang Yu go. Although Wang Yu had robbed him, he had not directly attacked. This showed that the other party still had some bottom line. But these people before him had to die. Not even Jesus could save them, because they had touched Guan Chen's bottom line. Kid, just die obediently. I might give you a quick end, Huang Lindian said. Ha, you think you can compete with me, Guan Chen? Do you have that strength? Guan Chen raised his middle finger, making an internationally recognized gesture. Kid, you're asking for death. Huang Lindian's face instantly turned cold. Brothers, charge. Whoever kills this kid will get more loot later. Huang Lindian stopped wasting words. Kill. The students, armed with weapons, charged at Guan Chen. Kill. Leave none alive. Guan Chen's eyes were icy as he issued the command. Understood. Bon and Xin Lian exchanged knowing smiles. They had killed so many zombies but had never killed a person. Brother Yu, should we help? Cyan asked from the corridor on the 7th floor. We must help. Let's go down, Wang Yu said without hesitation. Having witnessed Guan Chen's methods, he wanted to take a gamble. The others hesitated for a moment but ultimately followed. The two sides quickly clashed. Huang Lingtian's subordinates were brimming with confidence, believing the skeleton warriors before them were weaklings. After all, everyone had played online games and knew that skeleton soldiers were the most basic monsters, but they forgot that this was reality. Little skeleton, I'll send you on your way. A boy wielding a fire axe swung at the skeleton soldier, but the next second, the smile on his face froze. The fire axe struck the skeleton warrior, leaving only a shallow white mark. To the skeleton warrior, that didn't even count as a wound. Whoosh! The skeleton warrior swung its bone knife, directly severing the boy's head. The head rolled on the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close in death. He couldn't understand why the skeleton soldier was so powerful. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 students had fallen. The sudden turn of events caught Huang Lingtian off guard. He had originally thought that Guan Chen was at the end of his rope and could be easily dealt with. Kid, don't get too cocky. Let me show you the power of ice magic. Ice explosion. A staff appeared in Huang Lingtian's hand. The staff was simple, as if made from some kind of vine. Holding the vine staff, he cast it at the most concentrated area of the skeleton warriors. A violent explosion of ice elemental energy erupted instantly. Bang! Several skeleton warriors were blown away. A layer of ice covered their surface bones. So it's a magician. Interesting. Guan Chen quickly noticed Huang Lingtian hiding behind the crowd. No wonder he dared to ambush me, he had support. But an ice-type magician is far from enough. Shen Lian, take that guy down for me. Guan Chen pointed at Huang Lingtian, who was secretly plotting in the back of the crowd. Understood. Shen Lian transformed into a shadow and silently approached Huang Lingtian from behind. Due to the dim light, no one noticed the moving shadow on the ground. It wasn't until Shen Lian revealed himself that Huang Lingtian sensed something was wrong. Lin Ang, save me. Huang Lingtian's hair stood on end as he hurriedly called for help from Lin Ang. As an ice-type magician, he wasn't skilled in close combat. Shen Lian materialized, his long sword thrusting forward. Save you? No way! A silver pistol appeared in Guan Chen's hand. The moment Lin Ang made his move, he also pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Several gunshots rang out. Lin Ang was hit by bullets and fell to the ground. A two-star awakener couldn't withstand the damage from bullets. If it were a tougher awakener, it would be a different story. But unfortunately, neither of them was. Lin Ang fell to the ground, injured. In a moment of crisis, Huang Lingtian unleashed his small universe. A 2-centimeter thick ice shield quickly formed in front of him. Crack! Shen Lian pierced through the ice shield but did not hit Huang Lingtian. The brief obstruction allowed him to successfully evade the attack. But could he really escape? Die! A tall figure appeared in front of Huang Lingtian. A massive shield came crashing down on his head. Crack! Huang Lingtian's brain splattered, and his body slumped to the ground. Pa! You dare to ambush the master with your kind? You don't know when to die. The tall figure was, of course, the arriving skeleton. Capture the thief by capturing the king. Guan Chen's target was clear. Tian Gu is dead. What should we do? Seeing Huang Lingtian's tragic death, the crowd immediately fell into chaos. The soldiers of the Legion pressed their advantage and quickly killed another 10 students in just a few seconds. Run! Finally, everyone could no longer hold on. They all rushed towards the playground exit. With the leader dead, who would still fight? Guan Chen ordered the pursuit. He had no intention of letting these people go. Killers must be prepared to be killed at any moment. Although the skeleton warriors weren't fast, their strength made it easy for them to catch up. As for the knight swordsman, he could kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. Those people had no power to fight back in front of them. The playground was completely one-sided. Ah! The cries of despair echoed continuously. Guan Chen remained indifferent to it all. In the performance room on the top floor, many girls looked pale. Guan Chen, how dare he kill people? Doesn't he fear the law's punishment? A bad premonition arose in everyone's hearts. Perhaps Guan Chen was right, this world had truly changed. Killing was no longer an unattainable thing. Don't kill me, I beg you. Lin An, lying on the ground, struggled continuously. There were several blood holes in his shoulders and arms. Guan Chen held the Qingfeng knife, his expression emotionless. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Seeing that begging for mercy was futile, Lin Ang knew he was doomed. He activated his telekinesis, and a fruit knife shot towards Guan Chen. I was already prepared for you. Guan Chen sneered. The bone armor materialized. The fruit knife struck the armor and was deflected away. Guan Chen rushed forward and directly stomped on Lin Ang's arm. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream erupted. I told you not to ambush. Guan Chen kicked him again, this time in the knee. Crack! The powerful force shattered his knee. Ugh! Lin Ong rolled his eyes, nearly fainting from the pain. Kill me! Kill me! He roared, like a mad beast. Satisfy! Guan Chen showed mercy and struck down his head with a single blow. He didn't want to waste time, as the sky had completely darkened. On the dim playground, cards emitted a faint glow. The moonlight fell, barely illuminating the corpses on the ground. Kill! A cry of battle echoed across the dim playground. Just as Guan Chen was about to act, he heard from the opposite side, Master! I'm Wang Yu, here to help you. Guan Chen thought, I'm already done, and you just arrived? Note that down. Don't act. Guan Chen quickly stopped the soldiers. Huff huff. Wang Yu ran to Guan Chen's side, panting as he said, Master, you're so fast. As soon as he said this, Guan Chen's face darkened. Note that down. I must write that down. It's not that I'm too fast, it's that you're too slow. Guan Chen retorted. Wang Yu wanted to say something, but reason made him shut up. The whole incident from outbreak to conclusion took only a few minutes. Unless he jumped directly from the 7th floor, he would never make it in time. You help clean up the battlefield. 5 1-star crystal cores as a reward for each. Trust those who use you, and don't doubt those you trust. He thought Wang Yu was quite decent. Although there was an element of opportunism, he still wanted to help. Yes, we guarantee to complete the task. All 6 showed excited expressions. This was equivalent to picking up 5 crystal cores for free. Shen Lian, this is up to you. Guan Chen gave him a look, and the other party instantly understood. In the Dark Knight, the actions of the Dark Knight Legion would not be restricted but would instead be more flexible. Yes, my lord. Shen Lian nodded, understanding Guan Chen's meaning. Clean up the battlefield while keeping an eye on Wang Yu and the others. Knowing the location of the classroom on the 6th floor, Guan Chen found a clean room. They would temporarily spend the night here. Several skeleton warriors guarded around Guan Chen. He took out a food card and crushed it. A huge poultry leg appeared before him. It was so large that it couldn't fit in a pot. A rich aroma wafted through the classroom. Bones, do you want to eat? Guan Chen casually asked. Master, we do not need to eat. He pointed to his own body. Aside from bones, there was nothing extra. Excuse me. He picked up the roasted leg in his hands and took a satisfying bite. Oh my! So delicious. Guan Chen activated his skill and devoured it hungrily. The roasted leg in his hand was quickly finished off. After eating and drinking his fill, Guan Chen took out a 2-star crystal core and began to absorb it. This was the crystal core contributed by the Licking Lord. Master, can we come in? Wang Yu's voice came from outside the door. Let him in. As soon as Guan Chen spoke, the skeleton warriors made way. Wang Yu and the others approached Guan Chen. In his hand, he held an old-fashioned oil lamp. Did you send Shen Lian back? Guan Chen asked. Master, your calculations are brilliant. Truly like Zhuge Liang in the world. Wang Yu flattered. Brother Shen Lian said we were too slow and were hindering them. Master, we don't want the reward. Wang Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Don't worry. I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Guan Chen took out 31-star crystal cores from his spatial ring. Master, we feel unworthy. Wang Yu did not take the crystal cores. Take it. Just call me Guan Chen. What happened earlier was just a small test for them. It wasn't really about needing their help. After all, with the Dark Knight Swordsman Legion around, cleaning up the battlefield was a piece of cake. Their test had been passed. The few of them restrained themselves and did not steal anything. Then thank you, brotherly. A few people took the crystal cores, their faces filled with joy. They held the crystal cores in their hands and began to absorb them. Moments later, the strength of the 6 had significantly increased. Are you about to break through to 2 stars? Guan Chen looked at Wang Yu. The energy emanating from him was already very close to 2 stars. Wang Yu nodded. Here, go ahead and break through. Guan Chen tossed out 10 1-star crystal cores again. This. Wang Yu looked shocked. He stared at Guan Chen as if he had just thrown a few candy beans. Thank you, Li Gu. At that moment, Wang Yu didn't know what else to say except for gratitude. He began to absorb the crystal cores. A powerful energy radiated out. Clearly, he had successfully broken through. Wow! I feel my strength has increased so much. Is this the power of 2 stars? It's terrifying. Wang Yu's youthful spirit burned fiercely. Gurgled the stomachs of Wang Yu and the others grumbled uncontrollably. Alright, here they were again, mooching for food. The hot gazes of the few were almost explicitly directed at Guan Chen. 6 food cards were crushed. Different delicacies appeared in the classroom. The rich aroma wafting out made those on the top floor drool. It smells so good. Who's eating barbecue? Guan Chen. It must be him. Everyone seemed to recall that cold figure. After all, he was the strongest in the entire Z University. Not only was he powerful himself, but he also had a dozen subordinates and a squad of skeleton soldiers. At this moment, everyone gradually accepted reality. A few attractive girls gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Wow! Li Gu is so generous. A glimmer of green light flashed in Wang Yu and the other's eyes. This was barbecue. Compared to bread, instant noodles, and ham sausages, it was on a completely different level. Stop talking nonsense. Can't the meat shut your mouth? Yes. Also my mouth shut later. Wang Yu stopped talking and began to gnaw on a beef leg. With various delicious seasonings, even grilled flip-flops would taste good. The few of them wolfed down their food, licking their fingers afterward. After eating and drinking their fill, Guan Chen chatted with them. Mainly, it was to get to know them a bit. Wang Yu was a local from Z City, with both parents working in a company. While not exactly wealthy, it was a well-off family. Xi Yan came from a single-parent family, raised by his father. Li Meng lost both parents when he was young and was raised by his grandmother. A few months before the apocalypse, his only relative also passed away. However, this was good news for him. After all, in this damned apocalypse, just surviving was suffering. Lu Tianming was an outsider studying at university in Z City. His parents were just ordinary workers. Xiao Bin was also from outside, with a father who was a university teacher and a mother who was a company manager, so his family was relatively well off. Yu Hai was similar to Li Meng, also raised by an elder. Not long ago, his grandfather also passed away. My lord, the battlefield has been cleared. Shen Lian walked in from outside. The Dark Knight swordsmen were hidden in the dim corners of the classroom. If Guan Chen faced any danger, they could arrive in an instant. Thank you for your hard work. He took the heavy sack from Shen Lian's hands. Serving my lord is an honor for my subordinates. After saying this, Shen Lian slowly stepped aside. Using the system to scan the sack, there were 441 star crystal cores and 35 2-star crystal cores. There were a total of 137 white random cards, 5 green random cards, and 1 dark green random card. A vine staff, contributed by Huang Lintian. This guy was very poor, with nothing left but this thing. Of course, Lin Ong was even poorer, without a single weapon. The only flying knife he had was bent by Guan Chen. Seeing Guan Chen counting the spoils, Wang Yu and the others wisely distanced themselves. They found a quiet corner, ready to get a good sleep. After all, in the apocalypse, there were no entertainment activities. The long night could only be passed by sleeping. They were also tired after a day's work and quickly fell into a deep sleep. As for safety concerns, none of them worried at all. The entire classroom was filled with Guan Chen's subordinates. The loud snoring of several people echoed in Guan Chen's ears. These guys. He was somewhat speechless and simply left the classroom. In another quiet classroom, Guan Chen began to absorb the crystal cores in his hand. One by one, the 2-star crystal cores were rapidly absorbed. A warm current, like a rushing river, continuously washed over Guan Chen's body. Countless cells revived, greedily absorbing the pure energy. The energy contained in the crystal cores was simply a great tonic. After being absorbed by the human body, it could evolve towards a stronger direction. Ha! Guan Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air. He clenched his fists, feeling his own strength. My current strength should be close to high 2-star. If he encountered a mantis with a human face again, Guan Chen was absolutely confident he could kill it. After absorbing the crystal cores, Guan Chen turned his attention to the cards. He started with the white random card. Food card X30, Advanced card X15, Supply card X23, Pure water X20, Large cleaver X1, a very sharp ion cleaver, Ordinary crossbow arrows X13, Burning crossbow arrows X3, creates a burning area of 10 meters after explosion, Frost crossbow arrows X2, causes freezing effect on targets within a 10-meter range after explosion, Lockpicking skill X1. After learning, master various lockpicking techniques, Glass marbles X2, Useless beads, recommended to be discarded, Pistol universal bullets. X8, Enhanced potato seeds X19, Genetically enhanced potato seeds. The sound of receiving items echoed in Guan Chen's mind. This time the rewards were quite good. Except for the glass marbles, the rest of the items were somewhat useful. Learn lockpicking skill. Guan Chen immediately felt many lockpicking techniques merging into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for learning lockpicking skill. This was a nice little skill. Although it was not useful for now, having more skills is never a bad thing. After finishing the white cards, it was time for the green cards. From the proportion of quantities, one could tell the rarity of the green cards. Guan Chen directly used them, opening 5 green cards. Obtained Rotting Burning Fruit X1, energy loss is severe, can only gain partial burning ability, can try to trade. Obtained Intermediate Advanced Card X2, can be used for Legion advancement. Obtained Firearm Mastery X1, after learning, can skillfully master various firearms. Mom no longer has to worry about me not being able to shoot. Obtained Strength Pill X1, after taking double strength for a short time, lasting 1 minute. All the green cards were opened. In Guan Chen's eyes, there was both surprise and disappointment. The disappointment was because the quality of these rewards was not very good, while the surprise was due to the 2 intermediate advanced cards. Currently, the Legion's advancement did not require intermediate advanced cards, but it was always good to be prepared. Learn Firearm Mastery. Guan Chen instantly felt like an old hand with guns. He took out a Desert Eagle and quickly disassembled it. In just a few breaths, a pile of parts appeared on the table. After a few more breaths, a complete Desert Eagle was in his hands. Having more skills is never a burden. As for the Rotting Burning Fruit, it looked somewhat like an apple and was already mostly rotten. The exposed flesh faintly flickered with flames. Guan Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to consume it. Who knows if this thing has any negative effects after rotting. Rotting Burning Fruit, trade price 5,000 points, damn, so expensive? Guan Chen was somewhat surprised, but he quickly reacted. After all, it was a fruit that could grant abilities. Even if it had already rotted, it was still quite valuable. He did not hesitate and chose to trade immediately. Trade the Rotting Burning Fruit for 5,000 points. The points were credited, and Guan Chen made a small fortune. The disappointment from earlier was instantly swept away. There was only 1 card left. Holding the deep green card, Guan Chen crushed it. With so many zombies, the card that dropped must be something good. Acquired Legion Expansion Card X1, after use, it can increase the specified Legion's number by +10. Guan Chen's eyes lit up upon reading the item description. This was a good item that could increase the number of Legion soldiers by 10. What was his biggest trump card now? The system. The Legion. This was his core. Anything that could enhance the Legion's strength was a good item. Guan Chen did not use the Legion expansion card immediately. The Skeleton Warriors and Knight Swordsman both had decent strength. He hesitated for a moment. Guan Chen returned to the classroom where the Legion was stationed. The kerosene lamp in the center was emitting a faint glow. The light flickered constantly, as if it would extinguish at any moment. Besides the kerosene lamp, the only light in the classroom came from the moonlight outside. Shen Lian, get ready. I'm going to upgrade you, Guan Chen said directly upon entering the classroom. Yes, thank you, master. Shen Lian's eyes brightened. System. Upgrade the Knight Swordsman Legion. Guan Chen recalled the Knight Swordsman Legion into the system space. Ding! Upgrading the Knight Swordsman Legion requires 20 Legion advancement cards. Do you want to advance? Advance! Without any hesitation, Guan Chen chose to advance. Advancing the Knight Swordsman required 20 advancement cards. This situation should be related to the strength of the Legion. After all, the skeleton soldiers only required 1 star of strength to advance. There was no need to dwell on this issue. As long as there were enough advancement cards, just do it. Starting the advancement of the Knight Swordsman Legion, Guan Chen simply opened the points mall. He purchased a simple folding bed for 3 points. This most ordinary item was not expensive. Looking at the folding bed that appeared before him, although it was very simple, it was much better than sleeping on the floor. Guan Chen glanced at the corner and saw Wang Yu and a few others sprawled out in disarray. Sigh. This folding bed is quite a blessing. Guan Chen fiddled with it and set it up. He lay down and assumed a more comfortable position. After a tiring day, it was time to rest. The skeleton warriors did not need sleep, so the night watch duty was left to them. Tap tap tap. Just as Guan Chen was about to close his eyes, he heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside the classroom. Is someone there? Just as he was about to get up to check, he heard a scream from outside. Ah, a monster. It was a few melodious voices. Although tinged with a bit of fear, they were still pleasant to hear. My lord, we caught a few guys. How do you want to deal with them? The skeleton tossed a girl in front of Guan Chen. Its method was simple, showing no mercy. Soon after, 3 more girls were similarly thrown in front of Guan Chen. He sat on the folding bed, looking at the 4 girls before him. This girl looks a bit familiar. Guan Chen noticed a familiar figure on the ground. It was Lin Nana. At this moment, she had removed her makeup, revealing her original appearance. Although not as stunning as before, she had a pure student vibe. As for the other three, he only recognized one. That was one of the campus beauties of Z University, named Zhang Xinyue. It was said that her father was a businessman in Z City, worth a fortune. Because of these two dazzling identities, many rich second-generation heirs pursued her fiercely. In the past, Guan Chen was just a poor loser in front of her. Aside from Lin Nana and Zhang Xinyue, the other two girls also looked quite good. In the past, they would have been the center of attention. But at this moment, they appeared very disheveled. Guan Chen looked at the four girls sitting on the floor. Their late-night visit surely had ulterior motives. Guan Chen, are these all your subordinates? Lin Nana quickly reacted. She had seen these skeleton warriors during the battle in the afternoon. She had been startled just now because of the dim corridor. Now, with the faint light, she could see the skeleton warriors clearly. Although they still looked fierce and terrifying, they stood respectfully behind Guan Chen. Stop the nonsense. If you have something to say, say it. Guan Chen sat on the folding bed, scrutinizing the four of them. The drowsiness he had felt earlier was now disturbed by their presence. So Guan Chen's mood was quite unpleasant. Guan Chen, do you still love me? Lin Nana finally spoke the words she had been holding back. She knew it was shameless, but survival was more important than pride. If she could make the man in front of her change his mind, then her safety would surely be guaranteed. You're not beautiful, so don't think too highly of yourself. Guan Chen replied. Ha! Lin Nana didn't expect Guan Chen to be so heartless. He had once loved her deeply. Get lost. Guan Chen waved his hand, and the skeleton immediately understood. It grabbed Lin Nana and threw her out of the classroom. Woo woo! Lin Nana sat on the ground, feeling a bit at a loss. What about the three of you? If there's nothing else, then get lost, Guan Chen said. The skeleton walked towards the three, preparing to physically escort them out. Wait, I have something to ask of you. The girl who spoke was unfamiliar to Guan Chen, but her delicate face and good figure definitely made her a campus beauty. Speak. Guan Chen's tone was slightly impatient. I don't want to die, so I want to make a deal with you, Su Shui said. A deal? What can you give me? Money? That stuff is too hard to wipe with, Guan Chen said coldly. I'm young, beautiful, and have a great figure. If you're willing to protect me, then I'll be your woman. I'm very open-minded, willing to accept any arrangement, Su Shui quickly added. She knew that a strong person like Guan Chen would definitely like to have a harem. If she was willing to offer her body, he would surely not refuse. Get lost. Guan Chen frowned slightly. What did this woman think of herself? A breeding sow? A dragon among men? Su Shui's face instantly turned pale. She couldn't understand why Guan Chen was unmoved. She was clearly so beautiful, and her figure was so good. There had been no shortage of boys pursuing her in the past. Skeleton, show her out. Guan Chen waved his hand, and Su Shui was thrown out. What about you two? Don't waste time. He looked at the remaining two girls. Zhang Xian stood up and turned to leave the classroom. Her bargaining chip was the same as Su Shui's, offering her body. What about you? Guan Chen looked at the campus beauty from Z University. Her exquisite face, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared particularly enchanting. Although her figure was somewhat slender, it did not detract from her beauty. Zhang Xinyue's looks could definitely score a 90. If you're planning to sell your body for protection, then you can leave too. Guan Chen stood up. His pitch-black pupils were deep and mysterious. Guan Chen, I want to live. Can you give me a chance? Zhang Xinyue took a deep breath and then spoke firmly. There was a hint of stubbornness in her gaze. As a rich young lady in the campus beauty of Z University, Zhang Xinyue surprisingly had such a resilient will. If she survived, perhaps there would indeed be a miracle. Okay, you kill a zombie first to prove yourself, Guan Chen said. If the other party can truly overcome their fear, he would consider helping. If it's just talk, then feed them to the zombies. He walked out of the classroom, and the three girls had already left. Let's go. Didn't you want a chance? Guan Chen looked at Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue nodded and followed behind Guan Chen. The two crossed the eerie corridor and arrived at the adjacent building. Woo woo woo! A zombie suddenly lunged at them. Guan Chen raised his hand and blew its head off. You go! Guan Chen temporarily lent his discarded tang knife to her. He stepped back and watched coldly. If Zhang Xinyue was timid and didn't dare face the zombie, then she would have to die. I want to live. Zhang Xinyue gripped the tang knife and looked at the oncoming zombie. A determination surged within her. Zhang Xinyue swung the tang knife, aiming for the zombie's head. But being a girl, her strength was not great. The tang knife got stuck in the zombie's neck. Woo woo woo. The zombie waved its arms, constantly reaching for Zhang Xinyue. She kept retreating. Seeing this, Guan Chen had no intention of stepping in. Zhang Xinyue let go of the tang knife and rolled to the side. The zombie missed and fell to the ground. Die! She picked up the tang knife and struck at the zombie. Crack! Brain matter mixed with filthy blood immediately gushed out. Zhang Xinyue gasped for breath, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Very good. Guan Chen stepped forward and took back her tang knife. Go look for it. See if there's a crystal core. He pointed at the zombie's head. Crystal core? Zhang Xinyue was puzzled but stepped forward. She reached into the head and fished out a crystal core. What is this? Zhang Xinyue asked in confusion. A crystal core. It can enhance the human body. This is your trophy. Absorb it, Guan Chen said. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue nodded and began to absorb it. A warm current flowed through her body. Guan Chen held the qingfeng knife, guarding her side. After a few minutes, Zhang Xinyue slowly opened her eyes. How amazing! My strength, speed, and reaction ability. It seems to have all improved. Zhang Xinyue exclaimed in surprise. The opportunity has been given to you. If you want to survive, work hard to kill zombies. Guan Chen said. I can only stay at Z University for one night. If you want more supplies, trade for crystal cores. After saying this, Guan Chen walked away without looking back. Zhang Xinyue stood in the corridor. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. Outside the performance room, the three girls seemed to be waiting for something. Why hasn't Zhang Xinyue come back? Zhang Xian said. She probably caught someone's eye. Su Shue's tone carried a hint of sourness. Let's go. She probably won't be back. Lin Nana said, a bit disappointed. It's just Guan Chen. I don't care. If Zhang Xinyue wants it, let her have it. Su Shue said nonchalantly. Alright, Xiao Xue. Let's go back. There are also quite a few strong boys inside the performance room. Zhang Xian said. Su Shue nodded. The three walked towards the performance room. Guan Chen returned to the classroom and heard the system's prompt sound. Ding! The Dark Knight Swordsman Legion has successfully advanced. Please check, host. The system's voice echoed in Guan Chen's mind. Finally advanced successfully. A joyful expression appeared on Guan Chen's face. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. The system's prompt sounded. He summoned the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Thank you, my lord. Grant us new life. Xinlian half knelt on the ground. The Shadow Sword Cultivators also knelt in unison. Get up. Guan Chen gestured for them to rise. Yes. The Shadow Sword Cultivators stood up, facing Guan Chen. He carefully examined the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. On the surface, there seemed to be no significant changes. Dressed in black, holding a 3-foot-long blade. But in terms of aura, there had been a considerable transformation. The Shadow Sword Cultivators had become more elusive. Standing in the shadows, their presence was nearly undetectable. Guan Chen opened the attribute panel of the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, upgradable, number of members, 15 potential, 6 stars strength, 3 stars commander, Xinlian skills, shadow following, shadow sword technique, shadow true essence, shadowless step, sword control technique, shadow binding. The number of members had increased. Skills had increased. Skills had been enhanced. Strength had improved, directly at 3-star strength. So strong, Guan Chen exclaimed. With each upgrade, the strength of all soldiers would be enhanced. System. What are the requirements for the Shadow Sword Cultivators to upgrade again? Guan Chen inquired of the system. Ding. To upgrade the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, it requires 100 Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's prompt echoed in Guan Chen's mind. The strength needs to reach 6 stars. System. How can the Legion's strength be improved? Guan Chen asked. He could absorb crystal cores himself, but the Legion could not. Legion soldiers are constantly improving. As long as enough is accumulated, their strength can be enhanced. The host can also choose to use treasures to increase the speed of improvement. The system's voice sounded, and Guan Chen nodded. He opened the points mall. Everything the Legion needed could be bought here. Ghost grass contains a large amount of spiritual energy, can enhance cultivation speed, priced at 500 points. Demon Eagle Beast Bone contains a large amount of undead power, can enhance cultivation speed, priced at 600 points. Treasures that enhance cultivation speed were varied and numerous. Treasures with the same attributes could provide additional speed boosts. You purchased Ghost Grass, costing 500 points. You purchased Demon Eagle Beast Bone, costing 600 points. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly bought both treasures. Although he spent over 1,000 points, it was well worth it. Points are meant to be used. He couldn't afford a new legion card for now. Instead, he decided to strengthen the existing 2 legions. Guan Chen used the Ghost Grass for the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion and the Demon Eagle Beast Bone for the Skeleton Warrior Legion. After absorbing the treasures, the strength of the 2 legions clearly made a significant breakthrough. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion has broken through to 3-star strength. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Broke through? Guan Chen said in surprise. The effect of the Demon Eagle Beast Bone was indeed remarkable. Thank you, Master. The soul flames in the bones burned even more fiercely. The Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, although it did not break through, could clearly feel its strength gradually increasing. The effect of the Ghost Grass was still ongoing. If all the Ghost Grass were absorbed, the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion should be able to reach intermediate 3-star strength. With the Legion's strength improved, Guan Chen was in a good mood. This also prepared him well for leaving the next morning. As night deepened, Guan Chen felt sleepiness wash over him. He no longer forced himself to stay awake and fell asleep immediately. The bones exchanged glances with Xun Lian, instinctively guarding by Guan Chen's side. The Legion soldiers also stood guard in every corner of the classroom. At night, many people were destined to have trouble sleeping. The survivors were all on edge. In the performance room on the top floor, the 3 girls pushed open the door and quietly walked in. Most of the students had not fallen asleep. The return of the 3 did not attract much attention. After all, many had sneaked out. As for what they went out to do, no one would pry into others' business. Having experienced the events of the afternoon, most had accepted reality. The apocalypse had come, and they could die at any moment. Classmate Jiang Xin, I have something to say to you. After the 3 returned, a burly boy walked up to them. The other 2 girls said nothing more and went straight back to the performance room. Jiang Xin looked at the boy in front of her, lost in thought. She recognized him. He was one of her pursuers, named Li Zichao. Let's go. It's not convenient here. Jiang Xin's gaze flickered as she left the performance room. Lin Nana turned back, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Our Miss Jiang has a new target so soon. Her words were filled with sarcasm. Lin Nana, what do you mean by that? Are you going crazy just because Guan Chen abandoned you? Li Zichao has always been pursuing Xiao Xin. What does that have to do with you? The girl, clearly closer to Jiang Xin, quickly retorted upon hearing Lin Nana's words. Humph, are you so high and mighty? Don't think I don't know you've been secretly in love with Li Zichao. Too bad. He doesn't think much of you. Lin Nana said sharply. You worthless nobody. The girl shot back immediately. You. The 2 argued for a few exchanges before parting on bad terms. Li Zichao, being among the first to leave, had killed quite a few zombies in the teaching building today. According to Guan Chen, killing zombies would make one stronger. Thus, those boys who had killed zombies became the targets of everyone's flattery. By following these awakened ones, their own safety could also be assured. Not to mention, at the very least, it would be a bit safer. Ah, Chow! Are you really sincere with me? In a classroom, Jiang Xin showed a shy expression. Of course. Xiao Xin. You know my feelings. I've liked you since high school. Li Zichao said with deep affection. I used to be very insecure, unworthy of someone as noble as you. But now it's different. I'm about to break through to 2-star strength. Trust me. I can protect you well. Li Zichao slammed his fist on the table. The hard wooden table was smashed in half. Ah, Chow! I believe in you. Don't let me down. Jiang Xin hugged him, her voice as gentle as water. Xiao Xin. I will treat you well. Li Zichao kissed her lips. Springtime suddenly blossomed in the classroom. Such things were not uncommon that night. Many girls with slightly better figures used their advantages. They found their targets in advance. For them, it was just a matter of changing boyfriends. Of course, there were still many girls who could maintain their bottom line. As the saying goes, everyone's choices are different. The cold moonlight enveloped this ravaged city. On the streets, many terrifying figures wandered continuously. They occasionally discovered food hiding in the shadows, letting out terrifying roars and desperate cries for help. The dilapidated streets, collapsed buildings, and burning vehicles all proclaimed, this world no longer belongs to humanity. The early morning was cool, a unique temperature difference of summer. But this little chill meant nothing to Guan Chen. He opened his eyes and got up from the folding bed. Looking at the sunlight outside, everything seemed particularly tranquil. If it weren't for the thick black smoke rising in the distance, it would seem like everything was just as usual. But Guan Chen knew they could never go back. The skeleton soldiers who sacrificed themselves yesterday had been resurrected by the system. He summoned them directly. The Skeleton Warrior Legion was fully assembled. After a night of absorption, the Shadow Swordmaster Legion had broken through to Intermediate 2-star. Holding the Legion expansion card in his hand, Guan Chen decided to use it on the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. The skeletons naturally had no objections, but Guan Chen felt a bit guilty. After all, the Skeleton Warrior Legion was the first to follow him. But such things will happen often in the future. In order to avoid favoritism, he could only find a way to compensate the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Bones. Next time, I'll help you advance. This was the promise given by Guan Chen. Master, no matter what decision you make, I support you. This sentence warmed Guan Chen's heart a bit. He didn't want to be pretentious. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. The road ahead is still long. Ding. The number of the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion has increased by 10. The system's prompt sounded. In the classroom, a summoning array appeared. 10 Shadow Sword Cultivators slowly materialized before Guan Chen. We pay our respects to our master. The newly summoned Shadow Sword Cultivators respectfully knelt on the ground. Get up! Guan Chen gestured for everyone to rise. Thank you, master. Looking at the 40 Legion soldiers, Guan Chen felt a surge of confidence. He took out a food card and crushed it. A delicate breakfast appeared before him. Fried dough sticks, buns, and soy milk, all in generous portions. After asking Xin Lian, he learned that the Shadow Sword Cultivators had little need for food. After all, they were sword cultivators, and fasting was quite normal. Guan Chen ignored them and started eating his breakfast. This is the taste of meat buns. Guan Yu's nose twitched a few times. He quickly opened his eyes. The others also opened their eyes. Their gazes towards Guan Chen were like that of hungry wolves. Wow! A freebie monster. Guan Chen quickly swallowed the bun in his hand. Li Gu. Good morning. Guan Yu got up and greeted him. I should leave Z University now. We'll meet again. Guan Chen said. Li Gu, can I follow you? Guan Yu asked shyly. If you want to become strong, you must walk your own path. Guan Chen looked at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. I understand. Li Gu, I will remember this kindness. After saying that, he bid farewell to Guan Chen. Li Gu, until we meet again. The others also said their goodbyes to Guan Chen. Go! I look forward to the day we meet again. Once Guan Yu and the others left the classroom, they disappeared from sight. Guan Chen waited for a while, and seeing no one else coming, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to head downstairs, a voice called out to him from a distance. Wait a minute. Guan Chen, wait for me. Zhang Xinyue jogged over. Finally caught up. Sorry, I was delayed by a zombie. Sorry to keep you waiting. Zhang Xinyue's clothes were already stained black with filthy blood. Her aura had also grown significantly stronger. In just one night, she was almost approaching 2-star strength. Congratulations! You chose the right path, Guan Chen said with a smile. He didn't see the other 3 figures, revealing a knowing expression. Everyone's choices were different. Some wanted to become strong, while others wanted to be weak and rely on the strong. Your words enlightened me. Thank you, Guan Chen. Zhang Xinyue bowed. How many zombies did you kill in one night? Guan Chen asked. I can't remember. It should be no less than 20. Zhang Xinyue paused before slowly speaking. 20? Not bad. Guan Chen nodded. The darkness of night greatly increased the difficulty of killing zombies. What do you want to trade with me? Guan Chen felt she had investment potential. Weapons. Food. Zhang Xinyue stated what she wanted. Guan Chen glanced at the weapon in her hand. It was a dull fruit knife, stained with filthy blood. Satisfaction. A large cleaver appeared in Guan Chen's hand. Although the cleaver wasn't flashy, it was sharp enough and much stronger than the fruit knife. How do we trade? Zhang Xinyue looked at the cleaver, feeling it was rugged enough. It would definitely be a handy weapon for killing zombies. She deliberately kept some crystal cores to exchange with Guan Chen. 2 crystal cores. A fair price for all. Guan Chen held up 2 fingers. Investment is investment, but one can't lose too much. The buyback price for this big machete is a hefty 10 points. Alright, I'll trade. Zhang Xinyue didn't hesitate at all. The experience of hunting zombies last night told her how important it is to have a reliable weapon. Guan Chen took the crystal cores and handed the machete to her. What about food? How do we exchange for food? Zhang Xinyue asked. 10 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, 5 bottles of mineral water, 2 crystal cores. Guan Chen quoted a price that was close to the wholesale cost. Can you lower it a bit? I can do without the sausages. Zhang Xinyue stammered a little. Forget it. Take it for 1 crystal core. Consider it a loss for me. Guan Chen noticed her embarrassment. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue exclaimed happily and quickly handed over the crystal core. Guan Chen gave her the supplies and even tossed in a broken shovel. He had never figured out what special use it had, so he might as well give it away. What's this? Zhang Xinyue looked at the shovel, her face showing curiosity. Ahem. This is a treasure. As for whether you can possess it, that depends on your own insight. Guan Chen wore a mystic expression. If it were someone else, they would definitely not believe him. But Zhang Xinyue actually did. She solemnly accepted the shovel and thanked him. Guan Chen, I will make good use of it. Zhang Xinyue held the shovel as if it were something important. Guan Chen wondered if he had made a mistake. What if she used it to smash zombies? You must take good care of it. Never use it to hit zombies. Do you understand? He quickly reminded her. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xinyue tucked the shovel away. It's about time. I should be going. We'll meet again. Guan Chen waved his hand and left with his team. Guan Chen, we will definitely meet again. Zhang Xinyue watched his back. The shovel she had carefully stored flashed with a subtle red glow. Guan Chen had no idea that this shovel would change her fate. Arriving at the school playground, Huang Lingtian's body had begun to smell. He noticed what seemed to be bite marks on the corpse. Guan Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, he was about to leave. The lives of the students here had nothing to do with him. Clearing the zombies from the playground was already a great mercy. He led his team toward the school gate. Guan Chen, it seems like he's about to leave. In the performance room on the top floor, many people peered through the window gaps to observe the situation on the playground. Everyone was on edge, unable to sleep. Even if they did fall asleep, they could easily be awakened. This led to many people in the performance room sporting dark circles under their eyes. What? If Guan Chen leaves, what will we do? Who will protect us? Everyone had witnessed Guan Chen's strength. He was like a guardian deity. Now this guardian deity was about to leave Z University. Many students found it hard to accept. Chen Xiong's face also showed a serious expression. He had seen how strong Guan Chen was with his own eyes. The other had cleared the zombies from the playground all by himself. The performance room immediately fell into a bit of chaos. Chen Xiong knew it was time for him to step up. Classmates, don't panic. Even though Guan Chen is leaving, we still have classmates Huang Xiao, Li Zichao, and Wan Li. Their strength is also very formidable. Although Guan Chen was strong, he was not under their control. The few who had just exited were completely different. Last night, he had already brought them together and promised many benefits. As long as he is the leader of the Z University team, they can enjoy the best resources and treatment. These people have strength, and he has the title of vice president. The cooperation between both sides is definitely a win-win situation. A few people felt that what Chen Xiong said was reasonable and agreed with him. Ahem. Classmates, Vice President Chen is right. We are different from those selfish little people like Guan Chen. As long as we are alive, we will protect everyone's safety. In this time of crisis, let us work together to get through it. Seeing that Chen Xiong had said enough, a few quickly stepped forward to begin their speeches. They looked righteous and immediately received cheers. Good. That's right. In such a critical moment, we must help each other. Many people echoed. The girls also nodded, looking at them with admiration. Li Zichao's eyes had a slight darkening. It was obvious that he had worked hard last night. In contrast, Jiang Xian looked exceptionally rosy. Compared to the tired crowd around her, she formed a strong contrast. Li Zichao's efforts made her even more radiant. Xiao Xian, you look much better than yesterday. A girl walked up to Jiang Xian, her tone filled with undeniable envy. The girl was Su Shui, who accompanied Jiang Xian to find Guan Chen last night. Her father was a leader in a certain county. Although her family background couldn't compare to Zhang Xinyue's, it was still considered wealthy. Not at all, Xiao Shui, you must be mistaken. Jiang Xian smiled gently, revealing a different charm. Many boys around were attracted by her smile. Xiao Xian, you're now relying on Li Zichao. You can't forget about me. That bitch Lin Nana was still cursing you behind your back yesterday. When I heard it, I directly confronted her. Su Shui was also a smart person. She knew that at this time, she had to cling tightly to Jiang Xian's thigh. He, Lin Nana, huh? That little vixen, just you wait. Jiang Xian sneered. Under the organization of the Awakeners, the teams were quickly formed. There were a total of 10 teams, each with 30 to 50 people. Each team had an Awakener leading them. Teams with fewer Awakeners had more members. Classmates, most of the zombies in the main building and nearby buildings have been cleared. There are plenty of resources in these places. Our task is to collect these resources. In front of the 10 teams stood a young man with ear studs. He had a bit of a rogue air about him. The young man's name was Huang Xiao, a 2-star intermediate awakener. In addition, he had the profession of a geotechnical warrior. During battles, he could condense a layer of earth armor on the surface of his body. The earth armor had strong defensive power. Ordinary bullets could not easily penetrate it. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. The ordinary students felt their blood boiling. This feeling of survival in the apocalypse actually made them somewhat expectant. Perhaps it was because they had powerful awakeners leading them. The fear in everyone's hearts dissipated quite a bit, but they would soon realize the true despair and fear of the apocalypse. How the entire faculty and student body of Z University evaluated themselves was of no concern to Guan Chen. He had already crossed the playground. Behind the playground was the school library. The library's main door was tightly closed. There were several zombies lying on the ground at the entrance. The chaotic bloodstains on the ground told of a fierce battle that had once erupted here. As Guan Chen passed by the library, he felt several malicious gazes. He raised his head and looked towards the third-floor window of the library. Several men with fierce looks were staring at his position. These people were definitely not students of Z University. Guan Chen made a gesture of cutting his throat, provoking them. A few social men hesitated for a moment. In the end, they chose to back down. They pulled the curtains and no longer paid attention to Guan Chen. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Guan Chen didn't linger any longer and continued walking towards the campus exit. He didn't care whether they were up to no good. That had nothing to do with him. As long as they didn't provoke him, it was fine. Phew, big brother, that guy's gaze just now. It was terrifying. It made me feel suffocated. On the third floor of the library, several social men let out a sigh of relief. Besides them, there were more than a dozen men dressed like thugs in the library. These thugs were armed with machetes, crowbars, and baseball bats. A group of students was cornered by them. A few ragged girls seemed to have been assaulted. As for the remaining boys, they were like deflated balloons. They obediently stayed in place, not daring to resist in the slightest. Damn it! Next time, keep your eyes open. This is the apocalypse. If you hit a hard wall, you deserve to die. The man cursed loudly. Yes, I understand. Big brother, calm down. The younger brother nodded and bowed as he spoke. You come with me. The social man pointed at a girl. The girl stood up in fear, not daring to defy the man's words, because those who resisted had already been thrown to feed the zombies. She didn't want to die and could only choose to compromise. What are you looking at? Be careful, I kill you. A few boys merely looked up and immediately faced punches and kicks from the thugs. Faced with these heartless demons, they had lost the courage to resist. Because being a hero comes at a price. That price is their lives. The bloodstains on the ground were shocking. They didn't dare to look up again, fearing they would end up like the blood on the ground. Pa, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for the boss, you would have died in the zombies' mouths long ago. As a reward, shouldn't you do something for us? These college students, who once looked down on them, were now begging for mercy. They suddenly realized that this chaotic apocalypse didn't seem so bad after all. Things they had never dared to imagine before could now all be realized through brute force. No restraints. Speaking with strength. The darkness of the apocalypse was slowly emerging. After passing through the library, not far away was the gate of Z University. Once a bustling place, it was a spot that countless students yearned for. Now, it was littered with blood and corpses. The chaotic security room, blood-stained windows, and twisted school gate. The stone tablet representing Z University's honor was also stained red with blood. In this scene, the words meant to educate and nurture seemed so ironic. Woo woo! Guan Chen's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the zombies at the gate. These zombies, dressed in security uniforms, kept approaching him. Without needing his command, the soldiers of the Legion rushed out directly. The Shadow Sword cultivator moved gracefully, continuously slashing with his long sword. Swish swish swish. One zombie head after another fell to the ground. Rest in peace, Uncle Security Guards. May there be no zombies in heaven. Infinite respect. Although many zombies had reached 2-star strength after a night of evolution, they were still like weaklings in front of the Legion. The speed at which these zombies evolve is really fast. Although the Legion could easily kill them, Guan Chen had to admit that the speed of evolution of these zombies was indeed quick. The strength and speed of these 2-star zombies were significantly stronger than that of 1-star zombies. A dozen zombies contributed 3 2-star crystal cores and 1 white-green card. The probability of ordinary zombies dropping crystal cores was much lower than that of mutated zombies. Guan Chen held the crystal cores and began to absorb them directly. A warm current flowed through his body, quickly being absorbed. As his strength increased, the speed at which he absorbed crystal cores also improved significantly. After absorbing the crystal core, Guan Chen casually crushed the white-green card. Gained advancement card X1, it was a nice little surprise. Guan Chen didn't linger too long and headed straight for the school gate. Outside the school gate was a bustling street. As one of the more famous universities in Z City, a considerable amount of money had been spent on its development. Now, this once bustling street had become eerily silent. Shocking bloodstains splattered across the shops on either side. Guan Chen also noticed a long dragging mark on the ground. All of this indicated that the entire street was far from the safe appearance it projected. Stepping out of the school gate, 3 options appeared in Guan Chen's mind. Option 1, stay at Z University and wait for military rescue, reward stamina potion X1. Option 2, leave along the left street, reward 2-star crystal cores X5. Option 3, kill the hidden disaster monster in Z University Student Street, reward random skill X1. Without a second thought, Guan Chen directly eliminated the first option. The reward for the second option was decent, equivalent to getting 5 2-star crystal cores for free. However, for Guan Chen, 2-star crystal cores were not hard to obtain. Only the third option offered a reward of a random skill. Although it involved an element of risk, this reward was indeed the best among the 3 options. Let's go! We need to check it out. Guan Chen led his legion towards the silent student street. There were no signs of zombies in the street. But the more it was like this, the more alert Guan Chen became. The danger level of disaster monsters was much greater than that of zombies. Master, it's too quiet here, something's not right. Bone raised his bone shield, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Everyone, be careful, Guan Chen reminded. He wasn't too worried, after all 40 Legion soldiers were at 3-star strength. With such a lineup, even 4-star monsters would be a match for Guan Chen. As they gradually delved deeper into the street, Guan Chen felt the temperature around him drop sharply. He turned back and found nothing unusual at the street entrance. In the shops on both sides, several headless corpses lay on the ground. It was too bizarre. Guan Chen frowned. The entire street was devoid of even the slightest sound. It was as if it were cut off from the outside world. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence of the street. Guan Chen looked around warily, still finding nothing. My lord, the source of that sound seems a bit off, Shen Lian said gravely. Guan Chen felt something was wrong after he mentioned it. The sound wasn't coming from the surroundings, but from above. He suddenly looked up at the sky above the street. It was already covered by a massive spider web. Spiders were continuously crawling out from the buildings on both sides of the street. These spiders were larger than normal humans. Their 8 spider legs spread out, nearly 3 meters long. Green fur was sprouting from their backs, legs, and jaws. Their compound eyes, the size of fists, spun continuously. Guan Chen's gaze swept over, and information about the disaster monster appeared before him. Name, venomous furry spider potential, 5-star strength, 2-star ability, silk spitting, venomous fur, spider spear stabbing, front/evaluation, a disaster monster from the abyss, absorbs toxic substances, growing green venomous fur on its surface. Pfft. The venomous furry spider hanging on the web directly spat silk at Guan Chen. His pupils constricted sharply as he rolled to the side. The silk shot into the ground, piercing through the hard concrete surface. Damn! Is this really silk? Guan Chen looked at the shattered ground, feeling a tightness in his chest. Pfft, pfft, pfft. A dozen venomous furry spiders simultaneously spat silk onto the street. The soldiers quickly dodged. The web was positioned about 5 or 6 meters above the ground. The skeleton soldiers didn't even need to think. They couldn't reach it at all. The Shadow Sword Cultivator condenses sword energy, capable of attacking the highly poisonous fuzzy spider. Shen Lian attempted to cut the spider silk but found it unusually tough. The sword energy struck it, only producing a clanging sound. Can't cut it? Then I'll burn you. Guan Chen took out a black iron crossbow and loaded a burning bolt. Everyone retreat to the shop. At his command, the soldiers of the Legion all fell back into the shop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 burning bolts shot out instantly, landing on the spider web. Flames spread along the silk. The entire airspace was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Crackle! Crackle! The poisonous fuzzy spiders fell to the ground, their bodies engulfed in flames, emitting howls. Charge! Take it down! Seeing the poisonous fuzzy spiders fall, Guan Chen quickly called to the Legion soldiers. Rush! Kill! The battle cry soared into the sky. Put! Green spider blood gushed out. The Qingfeng knife struck the poisonous fuzzy spider, leaving a deep gash. Hiss! The poisonous fuzzy spider let out a wail. Guan Chen pressed the attack, crushing its brain. The poisonous fuzzy spider lay on the ground, instantly lifeless. Kill the poisonous fuzzy spider, gain 100 points. Bone raised his shield and violently smashed the head of the poisonous fuzzy spider. Shenlian thrust his longsword, strangling the spider's brain. The Legion soldiers swarmed in, and the poisonous fuzzy spider on the ground had no power to fight back. Kill the poisonous fuzzy spider, gain 95 points. Kill the poisonous fuzzy spider, gain 110 points. Kill the poisonous fuzzy spider, gain 120 points. The system's notification echoed continuously in their minds. Damn it! Weren't you good at spinning silk just now? Keep spinning for me to see. Guan Chen kicked the corpse on the ground and shouted. A dozen poisonous fuzzy spiders contributed 1350 points to him. In addition, there were 8 2-star crystal cores and 5 deep green random cards. Guan Chen looked at the corpses scattered around and suddenly felt puzzled. The disaster monsters were all killed, so why hadn't the option been completed? Hiss! Just as Guan Chen felt confused, an angry hiss echoed. The glass of the surrounding shops cracked under the pressure. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Guan Chen looked up. He saw a gigantic spider crawling on the wall. Its several pairs of crimson compound eyes were constantly sizing up Guan Chen. Goodness! This size is almost comparable to a tank. The giant spider on the wall was entirely blood red. 8 sharp spider spears were covered in strange blood patterns. On its massive back was a dark red ghost face pattern. The pattern shifted continuously, as if it were alive. Guan Chen's gaze swept over, and the system quickly provided information about the monster. Name, Crimson Queen, boss level, potential, 7 stars strength, 3 stars advanced ability, web bomb, bloody fury, frenzy strike, ghost howl, 8-fold slash, queen's command evaluation, a disaster monster from the abyss, a 1 in a million spider queen, possessing the power to command a swarm of spiders. Guan Chen felt somewhat relieved that he had arrived in time. The spider queen had not hatched many minions. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem. A dozen poisonous fuzzy spiders might not scare Guan Chen. But what about dozens? Hundreds? Even he couldn't withstand that. Hiss! The Crimson Queen stared fiercely at Guan Chen. It had painstakingly created a dozen poisonous fuzzy spiders. Cultivating them to 2 stars had cost a lot of blood and food. Yet, in the time it took to take a nap, all of them were wiped out by this human. Its roar seemed to say, "Return my children." TCH. A lone wolf dares to bark madly in front of my army? I've never seen such a shameless spider. Brothers, take it down. Guan Chen took out the black iron crossbow and shot an arrow at it. The arrow was an armor-piercing one, left over from killing the violent ones. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow struck the Crimson Queen, sparking off flames. The surface of this Crimson Queen had already grown a shell. Its defense was even stronger than that of the violent ones. Even the armor-piercing arrow only left a white mark and could not break through its defenses. As expected of a boss-level creature, its strength is indeed formidable. Guan Chen's expression grew serious. This Crimson Queen was definitely a mini-boss. Hiss! The Crimson Queen was thoroughly enraged, lunging at Guan Chen with its spider spear. It swore it would tear Guan Chen apart. Protect the master. Bone raised his shield, standing in front of Guan Chen. Kill! With a command from Shenlian, he was the first to charge forward with his longsword. The Shadow Sword cultivators surrounded the Crimson Queen. Hiss! The Crimson Queen halted, warily observing its surroundings. The strength of the Shadow Sword cultivators made it feel apprehensive. It couldn't understand. How could an ant have so many powerful subordinates? Of course, this question would remain unanswered until its death. Sword control technique. Shenlian flung his longsword. The sword flew through the air, directly targeting the Crimson Queen. Whoosh! The sword edge sliced through the Crimson Queen's spider spear, leaving a blood mark on it. Shenlian manipulated the flying sword, continuing to slash at the Crimson Queen. The surface of the flying sword was covered with shadow true essence. The power of this spiritual weapon was greatly enhanced, easily breaking through the Crimson Queen's defenses. More than 20 Shadow Sword cultivators simultaneously executed the sword control technique. The scene was truly spectacular. Damn! This is so cool! Guan Chen watched as countless flying swords rained down on the Crimson Queen. The opponent swung its spider spear, retreating step by step under the relentless assault. This was the first time the Shadow Sword cultivators had unleashed their full power. Indeed formidable. Under the siege of the Shadow Sword cultivators, the wounds on the Crimson Queen multiplied. After all, it was a boss-level monster, and it had to struggle. Spider web bomb. The Crimson Queen opened its mouth and spat out a large mass of spider silk. The spider silk spread in the wind, transforming into dozens of giant webs. The Shadow Sword cultivators used the Shadowless Step to evade the web attacks. Seeing this, the Crimson Queen turned to flee. Although it was of 3-star high rank, it was still outnumbered. The strength of the Shadow Sword cultivators had all reached 3-star intermediate. Under the group attack, even it had to retreat. As long as the Green Mountains remained, one need not fear the lack of firewood. It would create more subordinates and return. As a boss, the Crimson Queen naturally possessed a fair amount of intelligence. After all, it had to lead its subordinates. But at this moment, wanting to escape was already too late. Shadow Bind. Shenlian changed his hand movements, using another skill. A black shadow chain wound its way toward the Crimson Queen. The shadow chain ensnared the Crimson Queen's hind legs, pulling it down to the ground. Hiss! Crimson Fury! The ghostly face on its body glowed with a scarlet light in its eyes. The Crimson Queen's power instantly surged. The shadow chain creaked under the strain. The other Shadow Sword cultivators quickly unleashed their Shadow Bind. More than 20 black shadow chains wrapped around the Crimson Queen. It looked just like a giant rice dumpling. Although the Crimson Queen's strength increased, it could not break free from the bindings. The dense shadow chains had completely entangled its body. It's our turn now. Seeing that Shenlian was unable to move, Bone quickly led the skeleton warriors into battle. When using Shadow Bind, one had to be fully focused. Guan Chen was not idle either. He raised his Qingfeng knife and charged at the Crimson Queen. The skeleton warriors executed a triple slash. The bone knife struck the Crimson Queen. Stinking green blood immediately splattered out. The Crimson Queen struggled continuously but could not move. It could only endure the skeleton warrior's blades striking down upon it. Be careful. This guy might use a mental attack. Guan Chen noticed that the Crimson Queen had given up struggling. He immediately felt that the opponent had other schemes. Sure enough, after Guan Chen saw through its trick, the Scarlet Queen erupted in fury. The ghostly face on its back began to twist violently, rapidly changing into different forms. At the same time, waves of demonic sounds emanated from it. It had been holding back for so long, just for this ultimate move. A mental attack, impossible to defend against. Even if you were powerful, it would be hard to resist. The soldiers were stunned in place, disrupted by the mental assault. Seeing this, the Scarlet Queen hurriedly dragged its wounded body to escape. It was already at the end of its strength. Even if it could kill a few soldiers, doing so would mean its own certain death. The duration of the ghostly wail was only a brief 3 seconds. If it encountered someone with a strong will, it might be even shorter. Want to run? No way! Guan Chen saw the Scarlet Queen trying to climb the wall to escape. He, Guan Chen, would be the first to object. A prey must have the awareness of being prey. He used the Shadow Step technique and charged at the Scarlet Queen. Hiss! The Scarlet Queen couldn't understand. Why was this human in front of it unaffected? Guan Chen was not deceived, naturally due to his innate immunity gene. Ignoring all negative effects was not just talk. The Scarlet Queen let out a reluctant wail. It never expected to die at the hands of a human. The Qingfeng knife in Guan Chen's hand plunged deeply into the Scarlet Queen's head. A crack had already been made there by the skeleton warrior. Put! The sound of the head being pierced. The Scarlet Queen's massive body swayed and fell to the ground. Guan Chen pulled out the knife, which was dripping with white brain matter. Kill the Scarlet Queen, gain 2000 points, Barrier Halo X1, option completed, gain Teleportation X1. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. A look of joy appeared on Guan Chen's face. These two skills sounded quite good. After the Scarlet Queen died, the soldiers gradually regained their senses. They looked around in confusion. My lord, I was bewitched by the monster. I apologize for alarming you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Shenlian half-kneeled before Guan Chen. The first thing he did upon waking was to plead for forgiveness. Master, I also deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Bone also half-kneeled on the ground. All the soldiers knelt down. Get up. I don't blame you. Everyone, rise. Guan Chen looked at the kneeling soldiers. Yes. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. After the soldiers stood up, they guarded the surroundings. Guan Chen saw a light blue card fall from the Scarlet Queen's body. It was the first time he had seen a card of this color. In addition, a crystal-clear crystal core was dug out from the Scarlet Queen's head. This was a 3-star crystal core. It emitted a rich aura. Although the rewards were not many, they were extremely precious. Just this crystal core was enough to make people fight to the death over it. In Guan Chen's hand, he held 8 2-star crystal cores. These were the spoils contributed by the highly poisonous fluff spider earlier. He began to absorb them directly. Pure energy flowed through his body. The barrier that was about to break through instantly vanished. 2-star advanced. Guan Chen did not stop absorbing. The 3-star crystal core was directly held in his hand. Boom! The energy within him surged like a rushing river. Guan Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the cleansing of the energy. Under the irrigation of this energy, his body was continuously growing stronger. This absorption lasted a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, his aura was completely different. Is this the power of 3 stars? Guan Chen clenched his fist, feeling an inexhaustible strength. The day after the apocalypse broke out, while everyone was still struggling, he had already left them far behind. Teleportation, able to teleport 10 meters in any direction, cooldown 120 seconds. Guan Chen checked the new skill he had just obtained. So awesome! He exclaimed in surprise. Just imagine, during a battle, if I suddenly appeared behind you, what would that be like? Although there is a 120-second cooldown. But this skill is undoubtedly a divine technique. Teleportation. Guan Chen directly used the teleportation skill, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. The next second, he appeared on the street 10 meters away. My lord! Impressive! Master! Awesome! The 2 commanders flattered him. The soldiers also joined in with applause. Truly a bunch of tools. Ahem! Keep it low-key. You guys are making me a bit embarrassed. Guan Chen coughed a few times. Besides the teleportation skill, when he killed the Scarlet Queen, he also received another skill. Barrier Aura, after casting, applies a barrier aura to all Legion targets, immune to 1 negative effect. After reading the skill description, Guan Chen's eyes lit up. He had just been worried about how to prevent the Legion from being mentally disturbed. Now with the barrier aura, all problems were easily solved. After learning the barrier aura, Guan Chen cast it on the Legion soldiers. He saw a golden aura appear around them, dazzlingly bright. The aura lasted for 5 minutes before gradually fading away. This meant that for those 5 minutes, the Legion would not be affected by any negative effects. Guan Chen was in a great mood. Both skills, whether teleportation or barrier aura, were definitely divine techniques. With just these 2 skills, all his efforts were worth it. Guan Chen looked at the 5 green cards and opened them all at once. Obtained Advanced Card X1, obtained Intermediate Advanced Card X1, obtained Undead Spider Spear X1, contains powerful undead energy, can enhance training speed, obtained AK-47 Firearm X1, a firearm for bandits, with powerful power and recoil, obtained Gene Fertilizer X1, modified fertilizer that allows plants to grow rapidly. Guan Chen felt a bit disappointed. These rewards weren't that great, but he could understand. After all, he had just received 2 divine skills. If he got 2 more divine skills, that would be a bit too exaggerated. Even cheating wouldn't be this over the top. The Skeleton Warrior Legion had temporarily reached a bottleneck. If he wanted to continue getting stronger, he had to advance the Legion again. Although the Undead Spider Spear could also be used for the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, it would damage the additional bonuses. As a thrifty and prudent man, Guan Chen naturally couldn't waste it. He put away the Undead Spider Spear to use after the Skeleton Warrior Legion evolved. Is this the AK-47 specifically for bandits? Guan Chen touched the firearm in his hand. He pulled the trigger and swept it towards the nearby shops. Although he held the gun with one hand, there was not a hint of shaking. With a 3-star strength, he could already ignore the recoil from the firearm. Awesome! After emptying the magazine, Guan Chen put the gun away. When he used to play on the FC, he dreamed of one day being able to wield a real AK-47. Today, that dream was fulfilled. This isn't called extravagance. This is fulfilling a dream. After opening all the rewards, only that light blue card remained in Guan Chen's hand. He took out the card and observed it closely. The patterns on the card were very clear. It looked like a towering tree. It emitted a faint blue glow. With a little force, Guan Chen crushed the blue card. Obtained Random Legion Card X1. Holy crap! I hit the jackpot? Guan Chen suddenly felt that happiness came too suddenly. He actually drew a Legion card. A golden card appeared in his hand. The back also had a large door, while the front had a question mark. Holding the Random Legion card, Guan Chen felt a bit excited. He didn't know what Legion he would get this time. He crushed the Random Legion card. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Elf Archer Legion. After the golden card was crushed, a brand new card appeared in his hand. The back of the card still displayed that mysterious door, but the question mark on the front had transformed into a pointy-eared elf girl. With a curvaceous figure, a delicate face, and golden hair with blue eyes. Today is a good day. A beaming smile spread across Guan Chen's face. Crimson Queen, my darling, I truly love you. He gazed at the corpse of the Crimson Queen and instantly felt that it was a little fairy. After all, it had contributed so much. Holding the Elf Archer Legion card, Guan Chen crushed it directly. Bang! A light sound echoed. The card in his hand instantly shattered into countless fragments. Before him, a summoning array enveloped in white light appeared. 12 humanoid silhouettes slowly emerged. As the white light gradually dissipated, 12 stunning elf girls appeared before Guan Chen. These elf girls were all incredibly beautiful. If they were at Z University, they could easily become the campus flowers, especially their eyes. Green, blue, purple, red, there were all sorts of colors. Golden hair, purple hair, white hair, green hair, as if they had stepped out of an anime. The elf girls had curvaceous figures, dressed in green crop tops and brown shorts. Their refreshing outfits revealed arms as delicate as lotus roots. Their smooth, flat forearms had no excess flesh. Their long legs were slender and elastic. On their feet were high heels made of vines. Although this outfit was beautiful, Guan Chen was somewhat concerned about their defensive capabilities. However, fortunately, this was a ranged archer legion. There wouldn't be many opportunities for direct combat. Even if their defense was a bit weak, it didn't matter much. Being lightly equipped had its advantages. At the very least, their mobility wouldn't be affected. After all, as a ranged legion, mobility was crucial. The leading elf girl was breathtakingly beautiful. Her exquisite face had no flaws. Her watery eyes seemed to speak. Her dark hair fell to her waist, and her waist was slender enough to be grasped with one hand. Her long, delicate legs were firm and full. Her slender hands were as soft as if they had no bones. Those pointed elf ears added a touch of exotic charm. Archer Aileen. Greetings, Master. Aileen bent down, her hands clasped in front of her chest, respectfully bowing. The elves behind her did the same. No need for formalities, Guan Chen said. Thank you, Master. Aileen stood up, shyly looking at Guan Chen. Guan Chen felt a bit embarrassed, but he still began to check the information about the Legion. He swore he was pure. Elf Archer Legion, upgradable, number, 12, potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars, beginner, leader, Aileen, skills, nature's power, perception, thorn arrow, archer focus, natural healing, piercing arrow. After reading the information about the elf archers, Guan Chen expressed great satisfaction. The Crimson Queen was impressive. The initial strength of the elf archers was already 3 stars, beginner level. Not only that, but they also had a considerable number of skills, 6 in total. Most importantly, the elf archers were stunningly beautiful. System. Upgrade the Elf Archer Legion. Ding. Upgrading the Elf Archer Legion requires 100 Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's prompt echoed in Guan Chen's mind. As expected, the upgrade conditions were the same as those for the Shadow Sword Cultivator. Aileen, what is your effective range? Guan Chen asked. Master, we can inflict effective damage on targets within 300 meters. If it's farther, the damage will decrease. Beyond 500 meters, the range becomes ineffective. Aileen answered Guan Chen's question. Her voice was pleasant to hear, like silver bells. Guan Chen nodded, somewhat satisfied with this range. The arrows used by the elven archer needed to be purchased from the points shop. Fortunately, the price of ordinary arrows wasn't too expensive. For about 1 point, he could buy 10. Guan Chen spent 100 points to purchase 1,000 feather arrows from the points shop. He opened the system and equipped them to the Elven Archer Legion. These feather arrows existed in the system space, ready to be taken out and used at any time, which was very convenient. After dealing with the arrows, it was naturally time to extract skills. This segment was what Guan Chen looked forward to the most. He thought for a moment and ultimately decided to extract the perception skill. System. Extract perception. Guan Chen selected perception. Ding. Starting to extract perception. The system's voice soon rang out. Guan Chen immediately felt that the situation around him gradually became clearer. Some scenes hidden within the buildings were also clearly visible to him. After trying for a while, he discovered that the range of perception was only about 5 meters around him. This ability was quite good, allowing him to better lock onto enemies hiding in the shadows. The entire student street had already been cleared by the Scarlet Queen. There were quite a few supplies inside, which Guan Chen could not miss. Shen Lian. Take people to scavenge the surrounding supplies. Gather at the end of the street in 10 minutes. Guan Chen issued the command directly. Yes, sir. Shen Lian nodded and disappeared with the Shadow Sword Cultivators. Guan Chen then crossed the student street and quietly waited for Shen Lian. 10 minutes passed quickly. The Shadow Sword Cultivators appeared, their bodies laden with supplies. They had everything from flour, rice, mineral water, to canned goods. They didn't take any raw meat or vegetables, as these items were not durable. After a night, many fresh vegetables had already begun to spoil. Even if they hadn't spoiled, they had been nearly ruined by the poisonous fluff spider. Many raw meats were covered in toxic fluff, looking almost moldy. Naturally, Xinlian wouldn't bring back such things. Even though Guanshen was immune to toxins, it was still off-putting to look at. My lord, I only took this much. There are still quite a few things inside. Should I go again? Xinlian had the supplies placed on the ground. There were over 1,000 pounds of rice, 700 or 800 pounds of flour, 12 cases of mineral water totaling 180 bottles, and 200 to 300 cans. Guanshen stored these items one by one into his space ring. No need. Leave some for them. He shook his head, not allowing Xinlian to continue. The them Guanshen referred to were naturally the teachers and students of Z University. There was a supermarket in the student street. The warehouse inside had quite a few supplies. Xinlian only took a portion, and the rest was enough for the survivors of Z University. Guanshen could be ruthless, but there was no need to be. He didn't consider himself a good person, but he wasn't exactly a bad one either. Everything he did was to survive. My lord is merciful. Xinlian nodded, his admiration for Guanshen rising to a new level. Let's go. Continue hunting zombies. Guanshen did not stop his steps. Zombies and monsters were constantly growing stronger. If he didn't want to die, he had to become stronger than them. After leaving the student street and walking more than 100 meters, Guanshen stopped. He looked at the street ahead and couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The entire street was filled with abandoned cars. Have you ever seen the process of making sausages? The scene Guanshen saw was somewhat similar. Many vehicles were emitting thick black smoke. One could imagine the tragic state of the street when the disaster occurred. With such a dense population on the street, the number of zombies was naturally not to be underestimated. Every place that could be stood on the entire street was occupied by zombies. Not only that, many zombies have evolved. The figures of mutated zombies can be seen everywhere on the streets. Compared to this, the playground of Z University is simply a small scene. Woo! Roar! Guanshen's appearance instantly attracted the attention of the zombies. They all turned around and looked towards Guanshen's position. Guanshen turned his head, wanting to slip away, but he found that the street behind him was already surrounded by zombies. Damn it! I'm actually surrounded. Guanshen glanced roughly, and on the streets in front and behind, there were at least 10,000 zombies. Hiss! He gasped. This number could already be considered a zombie tide. Even though he had 3 legions, facing such a situation, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. After all, the total number of people in the 3 legions was less than 100. Although they were powerful, facing such a massive number of zombies felt somewhat insignificant. Retreat! Fall back into the building, Guanshen quickly ordered. If they were completely surrounded by zombies, it would really be the end. There were many buildings on both sides of the street, and there were also many alleys. He could fully utilize the terrain here. The soldiers of the legions were strong and could easily deal with ordinary zombies. As long as they weren't completely surrounded, it shouldn't be a big problem. Even if they couldn't win, he had ways to retreat safely. So Guanshen wanted to give it a try. Take a gamble, and a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. The legions dispersed and ran towards the surrounding buildings. Following Guanshen were 3 skeleton warriors, 2 shadow sword masters, and 4 elven archers. This was an office building, with more than 30 floors. Each floor was a large platform. Woo woo woo! Dozens of zombies surged in from the stairwell. Guanshen took out his last explosive grenade. Pull the pin. Throw. The explosive grenade landed in the midst of the zombie horde and exploded instantly. A scalding wave of heat swept outwards. The originally white walls instantly turned charred black. If the building's manager were still around, he would surely faint on the spot. Terrorist attack. This is a terrorist attack. Unfortunately, the manager would not appear anymore, because he might have become one of these zombie hordes. The passage at the stairwell was narrow. One explosive grenade took out nearly 100 zombies. Guanshen discovered that not all zombies would follow into the building. The zombies coming from afar, having lost their target, would continue to wander aimlessly on the streets. A thought suddenly struck Guanshen. Damn it! These stupid zombies! Since they wouldn't actively come upstairs, what was there to be afraid of? He led a few soldiers and stealthily climbed to the 3rd floor. Arriving in front of a window, he looked down. The zombie tide, having lost its target, continued to wander aimlessly on the streets. Apart from the explosion sound earlier, which attracted some zombies' attention, those attracted zombies had already been dealt with by the skeleton soldiers. These zombies, they are so weak. Guan Chen calculated roughly. The strength of the elven archers was enough to take out 2-star zombies in an instant. One 2-star zombie consumed one arrow. With nearly 10,000 zombies on the street, that meant 10,000 arrows. This was under the condition of a one-hit kill, but the total consumption would not exceed 15,000 arrows. At most, spending 1,500 points could solve these zombies. This deal is very cost-effective. We can do it. After some calculations, Guan Chen prepared to make a big move. Everyone, don't act rashly. First, take care of the surrounding zombies. Through mental connection, Guan Chen transmitted the order. Once the soldiers received the command, they immediately complied. My lord, I have cleared the surrounding zombies. Any further instructions? Xunlian's voice came through. Soon, the voices of Gu and Eileen followed. Eileen, your archer legion might have to work hard. Master, please give any orders, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Eileen's sweet voice came through. Guan Chen briefly explained his opportunity to her. No problem, Aaron replied. Xunlian, Gu, you soldiers, just ensure the safety of the elven archers. Guan Chen said. No problem. Xunlian and Gu's voices quickly responded. The legions were cooperating and dividing tasks. Let's get started. 12 elven archers were to shoot down nearly 10,000 zombies. This workload was no small feat. After all, elves were not skeleton warriors, they couldn't fight endlessly. But Guan Chen had already thought of this issue. Supply cards. They could quickly restore energy. Although 29 supply cards were not many, they could barely support the effort. It didn't matter if they ran out, he had the points shop. He could buy items that quickly restored energy. However, the price was not cheap, requiring about 5 points each. But looking at the densely packed zombies below, the small investment was absolutely worth it. Whoosh! An arrow silently pierced through a zombie's brain. The other zombies showed no reaction, continuing to wander the streets. They had no intelligence and wouldn't think about why their companions had fallen. Soon, another arrow flew across the street. A zombie fell to the ground. Guan Chen had already spent 2,000 points to purchase 20,000 ordinary feather arrows. Minutes passed. Nearly 100 zombies had already fallen on the street. Things were progressing smoothly. Guan Chen leisurely leaned against the window, enjoying canned beef. After 10 minutes of continuous shooting, the elven girls were sweating profusely. It was clear that they were somewhat exhausted. After all, they were not undead creatures that could fight endlessly like perpetual motion machines. Guan Chen was considerate and used supply cards for the elven girls. They felt a continuous surge of power within them. Their originally fatigued bodies began to return to their peak. The elven girls regained their fighting spirit and continued to battle on the front lines against the zombies. 20 minutes passed. 1,000 zombies had already fallen on the street. The area in front of Guan Chen's office building was almost cleared. Some mutated zombies also sensed something was off. They looked up at the positions of the elven archers. Then, as an arrow fell, they collapsed to the ground. Roar! A brute picked up a nearby zombie and threw it at Guan Chen. Damn it! Guan Chen cursed loudly. He swung his Qingfeng knife, directly killing the zombie that had fallen into the building. Shoot it dead! His temper flared up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of feather arrows fell, turning the brute's head into a pincushion. It fell straight down, filled with anger and unwillingness. As more and more zombies fell, the mutated zombies also sensed something was wrong. They all looked up at the windows from which the arrows were shot. Roar! The mutated zombies roared, wanting to deal with these guys hiding in the shadows and shooting arrows. Unfortunately, these mutated zombies could not command their companions. The ordinary zombies continued to wander the streets, oblivious. Although the mutated zombies were furious, they had no way to command the others. After all, their intelligence was only slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies. If ordinary zombies couldn't be commanded, what could they do? There was no choice. They had to go in themselves. Several brutes directly lifted nearby scrapped cars. Damn! Get down! Guan Chen quickly shrank back. Boom! The scrapped car smashed into the third-floor window. The surrounding walls trembled slightly, and glass shattered everywhere. Aaron, deal with these troublesome guys, Guan Chen ordered directly. These brutes severely affected the efficiency of shooting zombies. Fortunately, there weren't many brutes among the tide of zombies. The elven archers temporarily gave up shooting the ordinary zombies. They focused all their firepower to deal with the violent ones first. Seeing this, Guan Chen naturally couldn't continue to sit idle. He took out the black iron crossbow and quickly loaded a bolt. Frost arrow. The azure arrowhead carried a hint of icy chill. As it fell into the horde, it immediately exploded. The ice element spread out, freezing all the zombies within 10 meters. Even the violent ones were restricted in their movements. Their feet were frozen, turning them into huge living targets. The elven archers concentrated their fire and swiftly took down 6 violent ones. Woo woo! The violent ones made such a commotion. The zombies on the street became restless. Damn it! Guan Chen cursed. The plan to make a fortune quietly was completely disrupted by the violent ones. The zombies, attracted by the noise, rushed into the building where Guan Chen was located. You continue to shoot the zombies. Skeleton warriors and shadow swordsmen, come with me. Block those zombies. Guan Chen was not flustered and quickly devised a strategy. The zombies only noticed his building. The building where the 3 leaders were located faced only a small number of mutated zombies attacking. Guan Chen instructed them to continue shooting the zombies on the street. My lord, do you need support? Xin Lian's voice rang out. Can you make it over? Although they had cleared out quite a few zombies, the numbers were still terrifying. Even the shadow swordsman, no matter how strong, couldn't break through. No problem, Xin Lian replied confidently. Good, leave some soldiers behind. Protect the elven archers. The others, come to support. Guan Chen agreed to Xin Lian's suggestion. He indeed lacked soldiers here. The zombies that rushed into the building numbered at least in the thousands. Aside from the 4 elven archers, he only had 3 skeleton warriors and 2 shadow swordsmen. Understood. Moments later, in the shadows of the 3rd-floor window, 15 shadow swordsmen slowly emerged. Guan Chen suddenly remembered the unique ability of the shadow swordsman. As long as there was a shadow, they could infiltrate. Of course, the range was limited, but the 2 buildings were only separated by a street. That distance was definitely manageable. My lord! Xin Lian led the soldiers to Guan Chen's side. Prepare for battle. Guan Chen held the Qingfeng knife upright in front of him. Whoa! The low growls of zombies echoed in the stairwell. The mixed sounds of thousands of zombies. It was like a roar from hell. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have wet themselves in fear. But Guan Chen showed an eager expression. There were 2 stairways on the 3rd floor. At the end of the left corridor, a rotting zombie came rushing out. Following that, dozens of zombies surged forth. The scene was simply spectacular. Here they come. Let's fight. Guan Chen held the knife in his right hand and the crossbow in his left. The frost arrow was already loaded. Whoosh! The ice blue arrowhead fell into the horde. The intense ice elements spread out. The zombies within 10 meters were instantly frozen. Kill! With a command from Guan Chen, he charged out first. The area on the 3rd floor was large enough for Guan Chen to maneuver. The zombies rushing from behind crashed into the ice sculptures, self-destructing without needing Guan Chen to intervene. Swish! Guan Chen executed the opening and closing slash. The condensed blade of energy sliced through several zombies in front of him, cutting them in half. Behind him, more than a dozen shadow swordsmen unleashed their sword control technique. Long swords flew through the air, harvesting the heads of the zombies. So satisfying! Guan Chen shouted. The zombies fell like harvested wheat, collapsing in droves. The power of the sword control technique was instantly evident. Unfortunately, the sword control technique consumed too much energy. In less than 10 seconds, it exhausted their true essence. The shadow swordsman could only continue to engage in close combat. Guan Chen swung the Qingfeng knife, continuously slaying the zombies in front of him. Blood splattered on his face, and he didn't care at all. He even licked the blood off his lips. A strong, fishy odor filled his mouth. The taste was like rotten sea fish fermenting in a sewer. Pah! He regretted his actions a bit. It seemed that this immunity gene couldn't shield him from the negative effects of taste. Roar! Just as Guan Chen was in the heat of battle, he heard the roar of zombies behind him. He took a moment to glance back. The number of zombies on the other side had decreased significantly. It seemed the main force was all in front of him. Xin Lian, take half the soldiers and intercept the zombies behind us. Protect the safety of the elven archers. Understood. Xin Lian nodded and quickly withdrew. The 4 elven archers focused intently on shooting the zombies. They activated their archer concentration skill. This skill allowed them to be undisturbed by external factors, increasing their shooting speed. They lightly brushed their jade fingers over the bowstring. Arrow after arrow was shot out at incredible speed. System product. It was just that extravagant, just that unreasonable. The zombies lunged forward, eager to taste the sweet flesh and blood. But unfortunately, a long sword pierced through one of their skulls. Xin Lian arrived just in time. Kill! He swept out, and several zombies fell to the ground. The elven archers beside him were completely unfazed. Their jade fingers continued to pluck the bowstring, rapidly shooting down the zombies in the street. Awesome! Attack speed maxed out. Guan Shen took a moment to look back. Arrows filled the sky, raining down on the street. With the horde of zombies so dense, there was no need to aim carefully. As time passed, the originally nearly 10,000 zombies had been reduced by half. Some of them surged into the building where Guan Shen was, but the vast majority had already fallen under the arrows of the elven archers. During this time, they had killed quite a few mutated zombies. The system's notification sound kept ringing in his mind. Guan Shen roughly calculated. These mutated zombies provided at least over 2,000 points. One particularly vengeful one even granted a cooking skill. Just these rewards were enough for Guan Shen to break even. The commotion from shooting zombies quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding survivors. There were still quite a few human survivors on this street. The sheer number of zombies was suffocating for them. These survivors had no courage to kill zombies. After all, nearly 10,000 zombies were wandering right beneath their feet. If they dared to make any noise, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. They wouldn't even have the chance to become zombies. In this atmosphere of despair, some mentally fragile individuals chose to jump to their deaths. Those who fell into the horde were instantly reduced to mere skeletons. The remaining survivors hid in their homes, afraid to make too much noise. They locked their doors and windows, pulled down the curtains, and waited for rescue from the city defense. Early that morning, explosions echoed through the street. The survivors, still in their dreams, suddenly ignited with hope. They thought the city defense had come to rescue them. But when they peeked through the gaps in the curtains to look at the street, their rekindled hope was shattered once again. There was no sign of the city defense. The explosions might have been caused by some fool who ignited the gas. But soon, they saw hope again. The number of zombies on the street began to decrease rapidly. Clearly, someone was clearing out the zombies. It wasn't the city defense rescue, it was another group of survivors. Everyone pressed against the windows, carefully observing the situation outside. They saw several buildings continuously shooting arrows. The number of zombies was rapidly decreasing under the rain of arrows. Regardless of whether it was the city defense rescue or not, as long as they could be rescued from here, that was enough. This desperate cage, surrounded by zombies, felt like an isolated island. Once the food ran out, all that awaited them was death. Guan Shen did not know that there were survivors on this street. At this moment, he was fully focused on killing the zombies on the third floor. The continuous fighting was making him feel extremely exhausted. But fortunately, he had items to restore his energy. Whenever he was completely worn out and his internal energy was depleted, he just needed to take a bottle of recovery potion. His consumed stamina and energy could be quickly restored. In fact, as long as he had enough points, he could even become a perpetual motion machine. There was no other way. It was just that indulgent. Gradually, the number of zombies in front of Guan Shen became fewer and fewer, until he broke through the horde and arrived at the stairway. Inside, there were still dozens of zombies rushing towards him. Damn! Guan Shen was startled. He quickly used the teleportation technique, and his figure vanished from the spot. Dozens of zombies suddenly pounced into thin air. They fell one after another, playing a game of stacking on top of each other. The Shadow Sword cultivators who arrived did not hesitate to collect the heads. On the other side, the Shadow Sword cultivators led by Shunlian had also cleared the zombies. Over 2,000 zombies had been completely eliminated by Guan Shen on the third floor. The street was also littered with corpses. Countless arrows were scattered across the ground. Thousands of zombies were still recklessly roaming the street. Seeing this, Guan Shen directly led the soldiers down. Eileen, you continue to provide ranged support. Leave 2 soldiers at each location to ensure the safety of the archers. The rest, charge with me. With nearly 10,000 zombies, Guan Shen would temporarily avoid the brunt. But with a horde of 1 or 2,000, Guan Shen would choose to confront them head-on. Guan Shen burst out of the building, and the horde of zombies immediately found their target. They waved their arms and lunged at Guan Shen. Swift shadow technique. Guan Shen's speed instantly increased. His movements were incredibly graceful as he weaved in and out of the horde. Those zombies couldn't even catch him. The Qingfeng blade continuously slashed, reaping one zombie after another. The elven archers in the building were still providing ranged firepower. Before Guan Shen even made a move, they were already falling down. Even an old man faking an accident couldn't be this professional. On the other side, Bone also charged out with soldiers. It swung its shield, knocking down large groups of zombies. Then, its massive foot stomped down, crushing the skulls of the zombies. The skeleton warriors were much more civilized. With their bone knives in hand, they easily harvested the heads of the zombies. A stunning scene appeared on the street. A legion of dozens was overpowering a couple of thousand zombies. Roar! A long tongue from a liquor shot directly towards Guan Chen. He reached out and grabbed it. "Am I still going to let you bully me?" Guan Chen yanked hard, and the liquor flew towards him at high speed. It crashed into the Qingfeng blade. "Kill the liquor, gain 30 points." Guan Chen shook off the corpse from his blade and continued to kill zombies. Under the fierce assault of the Legion, the number of zombies in the street was decreasing rapidly. The corpses underfoot had already covered the entire street. Hiss! So impressive! He alone has killed so many zombies. What did I just see? Was that blade energy? Am I dreaming? Oh my god! In just one day. What on earth happened? The survivors hiding in the rooms all showed expressions of disbelief. But in any case, this was good news. The zombies had been cleared out, and they were saved. Guan Chen naturally did not know the thoughts of the survivors upstairs. In his eyes, there was only the loot. The ground was covered with zombies and cards. Alright, life is looking more promising. Guan Chen revealed a joyful smile. Although he couldn't achieve wealth in silence, the final outcome was the same. A small horde of zombies had been wiped out by him. All this loot was his alone. Shen Lian. Bone. Clean up the battlefield. Eileen. Keep watch around. Guan Chen quickly issued orders. Aileen and 12 elven archers were vigilantly observing their surroundings, their longbows drawn tight, ready to deliver a lethal blow to any enemy. Guan Chen was not worried that anyone would dare to snatch the spoils. After all, the corpses strewn across the ground served as the best warning. But being cautious was always a good thing. Xinlian led the soldiers to clean up the battlefield inside the building. There were also 1,000 or 2,000 corpses here. Bone was with the soldiers, clearing the battlefield on the streets. Guan Chen was not in a hurry, he had plenty of time to wait. He opened his system backpack and learned cooking skills. This was a reward provided by a mutated zombie dressed in a 5-star chef's outfit. After learning the cooking skills, Guan Chen felt a wealth of culinary knowledge flood his mind. Yet another trivial skill. As the saying goes, a skillful hand is never a burden. Crystals and cards were continuously handed to Guan Chen. The cards were stored in the system backpack, and the crystals were placed in the spatial ring. Half an hour later, the cleanup was nearing completion. All the zombies on the battlefield had been decapitated. Even if there were some omissions, they were minimal. For Guan Chen, it was completely inconsequential. He began to tally the spoils. After a few minutes, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This time's harvest could be described in 4 words, a full pot. There were a total of 3,514 1-star crystals. 2/3 of the zombies in the tide were of 1-star strength. The drop rate for 1-star crystals was indeed very high. There were only 535 2-star crystals. Compared to 1-star crystals, the drop rate for 2-star crystals was significantly lower. Finally, there were only 5 3-star crystals. This was because there were only 5 3-star zombies in the entire tide. A 100% drop rate. That was already quite rare. In addition to the crystals, there were also cards. 1,235 white random cards, 344 white-green random cards, 96 green random cards, 20 blue-green random cards, 4 blue random cards, and 1 dark blue random card. These were the spoils obtained from clearing the zombie tide. It couldn't be said to be a lot, but it was certainly very much. Besides the crystals, killing the mutated zombies also granted additional rewards from the system. A total of 6,380 points, cooking skills X1, and Great Recovery Pill X1. Guan Chen had already learned the cooking skills. Great Recovery Pill instantly restores all injuries upon consumption. Note, the effect will be greatly reduced for those with strength exceeding 5 stars. These were the system's extra rewards. No matter what was given, Guan Chen was guaranteed to profit. He checked the situation in the spatial ring. The crystals piled up like mountains. If all were exchanged for points, it would be a huge sum. After a moment of consideration, Guan Chen decided to trade all the 1-star crystals to the points mall. With the previous stock plus this harvest, there were a total of 4,214 1-star crystals. Ding! Transaction successful, gained 29,498 points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The points gained from the transaction, combined with the over 6,000 points awarded by the system, meant Guan Chen had a total of 35,878 points this time. This was an unprecedented huge gain for Guan Chen. The points he had previously spent were all earned back in one go, and he even made a considerable profit. Killing zombies is truly a wonderful thing. For other survivors, zombies were the source of disaster. But for Guan Chen, they were simply moving treasure troves. Rest in place. Guan Chen issued the command. Taking this opportunity, he would enhance his strength. He held the 3-star crystal and began to absorb it. A crystal the size of a baby's fist was quickly absorbed. Guan Chen felt his strength increase significantly. He did not pause and continued to absorb the remaining 4 3-star crystals. The pure and rich energy surged within him. Every cell in his body was greedily absorbing. Ha! A few minutes later, Guan Chen clenched his fist and smashed it against a nearby wrecked sports car. Bang! The car door was directly smashed through. The immense force pushed the sports car sideways. Although I haven't reached the intermediate 3-star level yet, I'm almost there. Looking at the wrecked Lamborghini, Guan Chen felt very satisfied. He never expected that one day he would be able to smash such a high-end luxury car. After absorbing the crystal core, it was time for the highly anticipated segment. Open cards. With over 1,000 white random cards, Guan Chen chose to open them all. Obtained food card X385, obtained supply card X230, obtained 500 milliliters purified water X150, obtained advancement card X40, obtained regular arrows X200, obtained universal rifle bullets X100, suitable for any rifle, obtained rotten seeds X35, seeds that have rotted due to prolonged storage, barely edible, obtained moldy bread X60, bread that has molded due to prolonged storage, can fill the stomach but tastes terrible, abandoned mechanical parts X35, severely deformed mechanical parts. Seemingly of little use, a series of notification sounds echoed in Guan Chen's mind. Over 1,000 white cards yielded only basic items. Aside from the advancement cards, there were no surprises. Mediocre. Guan Chen could only describe it in 4 words. These rewards were neither good nor bad. Truly tasteless, yet too wasteful to discard. Abandoned mechanical parts, recycling price 0. 1 points. Without hesitation, Guan Chen decisively chose to recycle. Ding! Transaction successful, gain 3. 5 points. Even a mosquito is meat. Guan Chen retrieved all the remaining items back into the system backpack. Moldy bread and rotten seeds could at least be considered food. In the apocalypse, life is not precious. What does it matter what you eat? You ask if moldy bread is edible? Sorry. Love it or leave it. He wasn't a saint and wouldn't waste precious food. As his strength continuously improved, he also felt his appetite growing larger. Hundreds of food cards seemed like a lot, but it wasn't enough. So Guan Chen was now all about saving. After opening the white cards, it was time for the white-green cards. Over 300 white-green cards opened simultaneously. Obtained advancement card X20, obtained quality food card X100, after use, gain quality food containing energy, obtained armor-piercing arrows X80, arrowheads made of special materials, have good armor-piercing effects, obtained intermediate supply card X45, after use, can quickly restore energy, more effective, obtained universal rifle bullets X99. The system's notification sounds continued to ring in his mind. The rewards were the same as before, not particularly good. All consumable supplies. Guan Chen stored the obtained items back into the system backpack. Continuing, he selected the green random cards, a total of 96 cards. Obtained quality food card X30, obtained advancement card X15, obtained intermediate advancement card X5, obtained recovery card X21, can help recover injuries, obtained burning arrows X13, ignites a 5-meter radius around, obtained explosive arrows X12, causes explosive damage to targets within a 5-meter radius. All the green cards were opened. Still just consumable supplies. Guan Chen did not feel discouraged and stored all the obtained items back into the system backpack. The remaining cards were relatively rare blue cards. Continuing, Guan Chen opened 20 blue-green cards in one breath. Obtained Black Branch Bow X1, equipment crafted from black branches, possessing greater strength. Obtained Scale Armor Heavy Shield X1, made from the scales of the Scale Beast, combined with hard cold iron. It has powerful defensive capabilities. Obtained Intermediate Advancement Card X5. Obtained Shen Iron Sword X1, a sharp sword forged from Shen Iron, capable of cutting hair with a blow. Obtained Precision Technique X1, after casting, enter a state of precision, within a range of 100 meters, you will hit every target. Obtained Intermediate Supply Card X10. Obtained Broken Undead Branch X1, a branch from the Abyss Undead Tree, infused with rich undead power, capable of enhancing training speed. The system's prompt echoed continuously in his mind. Truly, these higher-level cards can yield great items, equipment, skills, and items to enhance the strength of the Legion. Guan Chen handed the Scale Armor Heavy Shield to Gu. It was a heavy shield measuring 2 meters long and 1.5 meters wide. The shield bore patterns resembling scales, giving a strong sense of security. Thank you, Master. The soul-firing Gu's eye sockets brightened instantly. It excitedly accepted the Scale Armor Heavy Shield. Name, Scale Armor Heavy Shield. Type, Shield Grade, 3-star beginner talent, thick armor skills, Rebound Force, Scale Beast Charge Evaluation. Made from the scales of the Scale Beast, combined with hard cold iron, it has powerful defensive capabilities. Gu raised the Scale Armor Heavy Shield and executed the Scale Beast Charge. Its speed suddenly increased, and a phantom of a Scale Beast appeared on the shield. Boom! Gu crashed into the building, creating a large hole, dust flying everywhere. Not bad. 3-star equipment is impressive. Guan Chen was very satisfied. He gave the Black Branch Bow to Eileen and the Xian Iron Sword to Shun Lian. Name: Black Branch Bow. Type: Bow and Arrow. Grade: 3-star beginner. Talent: Armor Piercing Skills, Full Concentration. Black Branch Arrow Evaluation. A bow and arrow crafted from branches of the dark forest, infused with mysterious power. Eileen picked up the Black Branch Bow and shot an arrow into the distance. Whoosh! The thick wall was easily pierced through. Thank you, Master. She smiled sweetly. Name: Xian Iron Sword. Type: Sword. Grade: 3-star beginner. Talent: Sharp Skills, Leaf Blade Sweep Evaluation. A long sword forged from Xian Iron, extremely sharp. Shun Lian took the Xian Iron Sword and executed the Leaf Blade Sweep. True Essence leaf blades condensed around the Xian Iron Sword. He swept forward, and the leaf blades shot out instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nearby floor-to-ceiling window exploded immediately. Thank you, my lord. Shen Lian clasped his fists with both hands, slightly bowing. The 3 leaders experienced a significant boost in strength after receiving their equipment. Guan Chen then began to learn the precision technique. He took out his crossbow and casually shot an arrow. The bolt flew out and hit the head of a mannequin. He then tried shooting a few more arrows. As long as it was a target he locked onto, he hit almost all of them. Guan Chen turned off the precision technique, and a sense of emptiness immediately surged within him. He was hungry. The time spent using the precision technique continuously consumed energy. After experiencing a battle and now testing the precision technique, his stomach had begun to protest. Satisfying. Guan Chen took out 3 food cards at once. Instantly, 3 delicious meals appeared before him. He activated the skill, Gluttonous Devour. Moments later, all the food was completely consumed. A sense of satisfaction filled Guan Chen's body. After eating and drinking his fill, he continued to open cards. There were 5 cards left. Nearly 10,000 zombies had only yielded 5 rare cards. 4 blue cards, all opened. Obtained Advanced Progress Card X2, can be used to advance to a more powerful legion. Obtained Evil Repelling Sword Manual X1. To practice this skill, one must first undergo castration. A magical sword manual that grants powerful strength after cultivation, but requires a small price to pay. Obtained Everlasting Lamp X1, made with merman oil as the wick. This everlasting lamp can burn indefinitely. 3 notification sounds rang out in succession, leaving Guan Chen stunned. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. He looked at the ancient sword manual. On the azure cover, the words Evil Repelling Sword Manual were written in ancient script. What is the Evil Repelling Sword Manual? Guan Chen was very clear. Practicing this thing could lead to big trouble. Fortunately, the items obtained wouldn't actively learn. Guan Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. He wanted to throw away the Evil Repelling Sword Manual but felt a bit reluctant. After all, it was something obtained from a blue card. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. Guan Chen thought for a moment and decided to keep it. He might not need it, but he could trade it to someone else. After all, the people in this world didn't know about the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. In this uncertain apocalypse, paying a small price to gain powerful strength was quite a bargain. Guan Chen carefully stored the Evil Repelling Sword Manual close to him. He didn't dare to put this thing in the system backpack. Guan Chen feared that one day he might anger the system and it would directly make him cultivate it. As for the everlasting lamp, it had an ancient design. It looked somewhat old-fashioned. The wick was still burning with candlelight. According to the description, this everlasting lamp could burn indefinitely. It was a good tool. With the power system down, he can only rely on candlelight for illumination at night. He stored the everlasting lamp back into the system backpack. Once inside the system backpack, everything seemed to freeze, and time no longer flowed. Guan Chen still had one last card in his hand. The deep blue card emitted a faint glow. The clear patterns depicted a towering tree. The entire card gave off a mysterious feeling. Guan Chen felt a bit excited about what this card could bring him. He held the card and gently crushed it. Crack! The card in his hand instantly split apart, turning into a faint glow. Obtained Legendary Weapon Summoning Card X1. A dazzling golden light radiated out, illuminating the surrounding streets. Guan Chen's 24K titanium dog eyes were almost blinded by the flash. Wow! Golden Legend! He exclaimed in surprise. The light lasted for a few seconds before gradually retracting back into the card. Guan Chen held the golden card in his hand. Both sides of the card featured a mysterious large question mark. With an excited heart, he crushed the card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the legendary weapon, Blood-Drinking Blade, sealed. The system's prompt echoed in Guan Shen's mind. In front of him, a summoning array appeared in the void. A rich smell of blood emanated from within. Guan Shen instantly felt as if a sea of blood had appeared before him. Countless withering souls sank into the sea of blood. Despite having experienced so much, Guan Shen couldn't help but shiver. That feeling came quickly and left just as fast. A completely snow-white longsword appeared in the summoning array. Guan Shen reached out and grasped the snow-white longsword. The summoning array before him instantly vanished. Ding! Detected legendary weapon, Blood-Drinking Blade. Binding request issued. Does the host wish to bind? The system's voice rang in his mind. Bind! Guan Shen nodded. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Guan Shen looked down to check the situation. On the hilt of the blood-drinking blade, countless blood-colored tentacles had appeared without him noticing. The surface of those tentacles resembled cracked earth, like hellishly hot magma. The sharp pain just now was caused by the blood-colored tentacles piercing his arm. At this moment, those blood-colored tentacles had completely fused with Guan Shen's right arm. Every time the tentacle wriggled, it drew a large amount of blood from Guan Shen's body. My lord! Master! The three commanders saw that Guan Shen was in danger and rushed forward to rescue him. I'm fine. Stay alert around us, Guan Shen quickly called out, stopping them. The blood-red tentacle had completely fused with his arm. The only way to separate them was through a surgical amputation. Guan Shen had no intention of becoming a legendary hero just yet. As you command. The commanders would not disobey orders. They urged the soldiers to be on high alert. Guan Shen felt that the blood-drinking blade meant no harm. It seemed to only want to consume his blood. System, what's going on? Guan Shen asked, confused. Reporting to the host. The blood-drinking blade is binding with you. The system's voice came through. I see. You really have a big appetite. At this moment, Guan Shen had become nothing but skin and bones. He took out a great recovery pill and swallowed it whole. His originally withered body began to recover rapidly. Guan Shen felt a bit of strength returning to his body. But soon, he became weak again. After swallowing the great recovery pill, the blood-red tentacles became even more active. The speed of absorption increased as well. Damn! Why is it getting stronger? In an instant, Guan Shen's body turned back into skin and bones. This time, it happened much faster than before. He quickly opened the points shop. He directly searched for items that could restore blood vitality. Blood vitality pill, 100 points, blood recovery pill, 200 points, golden wound powder, 150 points, rejuvenation pill, 300 points, jade dew pill, 1000 points, soul blood pill, 2500 points, buy them all. Guan Shen's face had turned as pale as death. If this continued, he would soon join the ranks of the skeleton warriors. He purchased more than 10 types of blood recovery pills, spending over 9,000 points in total. Guan Shen had no time to feel sorry. He quickly tossed a blood vitality pill into his mouth. As the blood vitality pill entered, its medicinal power instantly spread. A surge of blood vitality surged within him, but it didn't take long before it was forcibly drawn out. His body, which had just shown some improvement, weakened again. Guan Shen dared not slack off for a moment. He stuffed all the pills into his mouth. The terrifying medicinal power burst forth. A torrent of blood vitality, as fierce as a river, surged wildly within him. Guan Shen's body could not withstand such an impact. It's over. I'm going to explode. He felt the blood vitality within him had completely gone out of control. The violent blood vitality formed spirals, crashing into his body. The speed was incredibly fast, rivaling a tornado destroying a parking lot. His body began to swell rapidly. Like a balloon filled with air, it was about to burst at any moment. Guan Shen despaired. He was actually going to die from being overinflated. This way of dying was just too frustrating. Suddenly, the blood-drinking blade in his hand emitted a blood-red glow. A powerful suction force drew all the violent blood vitality out of his body. Guan Shen's swollen body quickly returned to its original form. Phew! This legendary weapon is indeed powerful. He breathed a sigh of relief. After absorbing the blood vitality, the blood-drinking blade returned a pure energy back into his body. The body that had been ravaged by blood vitality began to gradually recover. Soon, it returned to peak condition. Not only that, but the pure energy continuously strengthened his body. In just a few seconds, Guan Shen felt as if a barrier within him had been broken. Ha! I actually broke through. His strength had reached the intermediate level of 3 stars. All the excess blood vitality was transformed into pure energy by the blood-drinking blade. Ding! Legendary weapon, blood drinking blade, sealed, binding successful. The system's prompt echoed in Guan Shen's mind. He looked down and found that the blood-colored tentacles on his arm had retracted into the blood-drinking blade. The originally snow-white blade was now covered in cracked, blood-colored tentacles. The hilt he held felt like it was made of some peculiar biological flesh, its surface resembling molten lava flowing from hell. Awesome! After absorbing blood, the appearance of the blood-drinking blade could only be described in 7 words: incredibly cool and flashy. Master! My lord! Are you all right? The 3 leaders rushed forward, their faces filled with concern as they saw Guan Shen regain his composure. I'm fine. Guan Shen waved his hand. He felt exceptionally good at the moment. The gains from this encounter had completely exceeded his expectations, especially the blood-drinking blade in his hand. This was a legendary weapon, albeit in a sealed state, but judging from what had just happened, it was absolutely impressive. Name, blood drinking blade, sealed, type, sword potential, legendary grade, 6-star beginner talent, legendary sharpness, legendary armor piercing, blood absorption. Sealed, skills, blood soul / blood demon hand, blood shadow clone. Sealed, evaluation, originating from the deepest abyss, a most evil object. Its body is an ordinary iron sword, but after absorbing the blood of countless abyssal creatures, it has nurtured a legendary spirit within the blade. Every owner will be eroded by the sword's soul within. This is a double-edged sword. After checking the information on the blood-drinking blade, Guan Shen noted how different legendary weapons were, even the descriptions were much richer. System. Will I be eroded by the sword soul? Guan Shen was still quite concerned about the description. Legendary weapons were great, but if they affected him negatively, he would rather not use them. Replying to the host, the blood-drinking blade has already bound to you and will not cause any negative effects. Moreover, the host possesses immunity genes, so even a legendary weapon cannot affect you. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this, Guan Shen felt relieved. Since there would be no negative effects, he could use it boldly. He gripped the blood-drinking blade and slashed at a nearby wrecked vehicle. Whoosh! The blood-drinking blade sliced through the vehicle from top to bottom, without any sense of obstruction. Hiss! So sharp! He hadn't used much strength just now. Yet even so, he easily severed the vehicle. Congratulations, Master! You've obtained such a divine weapon. The 3 leaders congratulated him upon witnessing the feat. Keep it low-key. Low-key? Guan Shen said somewhat shyly. We are low-key people, we can't be too ostentatious. He stored the Qingfeng knife back in the system backpack. After acquiring the blood-drinking blade, the Qingfeng knife could retire. Guan Shen then tried out the skills of the blood-drinking blade. Blood soul / He felt a significant amount of energy drained from his body in an instant. The blade emitted a red glow. A terrifying blood-colored sword aura slashed towards the building ahead. Within that blood-colored sword aura were countless howling ghostly figures. Boom! The walls of the building were instantly sliced in half, collapsing with a thunderous crash. So powerful! Guan Shen gasped. As expected of a legendary weapon, even a single skill could wield such power. Although the consumption was also substantial, it was absolutely worth it. Blood Demon Hand. Guan Shen unleashed the second skill. He immediately felt more than half of his energy drained away. The blood-colored tentacles that had previously vanished reappeared. These blood-colored tentacles quickly intertwined, wrapping around his arm. Moments later, they coalesced into a bloody, imposing flesh arm. The arm was covered in blood-red scales, with a chilling bone spike at the elbow. Guan Shen felt as if his arm was enveloped in a piece of armor. So cool! Awesome! He commanded Bone to attack the blood demon hand with all its might. The sharp bone blade struck, leaving only a faint white mark. Moreover, this mark quickly vanished. Terrifying defense. Powerful healing ability. Guan Shen immediately gave his assessment. However, the blood demon hand consumed a lot of energy. When it had just healed its injuries, it had already used up quite a bit of energy. Guan Shen could only maintain it for about 10 seconds before he could no longer hold on. The blood demon hand quickly disintegrated, transforming into a mass of bloody, fleshy tentacles that retracted into the blood-drinking blade. After releasing the blood demon hand, Guan Shen used a mid-level supply card. The energy that had been completely depleted within him quickly began to recover. Moments later, he was once again full of energy. The first 2 skills of the blood-drinking blade had given Guan Shen immense surprise. He believed the last skill would surely be just as impressive. Blood Shadow Clone. Guan Shen activated the skill. He immediately felt 2/3 of his energy being drawn away. A blood-colored figure separated from his body. A clone? When the illusory blood shadow appeared, Guan Chen felt a connection forming in his mind with the blood shadow. He tried to control the blood shadow to perform some basic actions, like throwing a punch or kicking. The blood shadow in front of him easily accomplished these tasks. Awesome! Guan Chen exclaimed. Attack that vehicle over there. He pointed to a nearby wrecked car. The blood shadow clone immediately complied. It threw a punch, leaving a clear imprint on the vehicle. Only 1/3 of its own strength. From that punch, Guan Chen roughly understood the power of the blood shadow clone. A clone unafraid of death. It could do so much. An incredibly powerful skill. The blood-drinking blade truly deserved to be a legendary weapon. All 3 skills could be considered divine abilities. The capabilities of the blood-drinking blade were far from over. However, due to being sealed, the remaining abilities could not be unleashed. But Guan Chen was not in a hurry. The road must be taken step by step. After all, he really didn't dare to use a fully unsealed legendary weapon. The sealed blood-drinking blade had almost drained him dry. Fortunately, he had the points shop to exchange for powerful healing potions. If it were someone else, they would have probably died long ago. So, having points was truly beneficial. The blood shadow clone lasted about a minute before slowly dissipating. These 3 skills had no cooldown time. As long as there was enough energy, they could be used continuously. Only one blood shadow clone could exist at a time. If a new clone was summoned, the old one would dissipate. This was understandable. If unlimited summoning were possible, it would be too overpowered. Guan Chen was in a great mood. Bone, get ready. I'm going to upgrade your legion. The card he had just used provided quite a few upgrade cards. Enough for the Skeleton Warrior Legion to complete a new round of upgrades. Yes, Master. Thank you. The soul fire of Bone burned even more fiercely. It had no eyes, so it couldn't express its excitement visually. It could only convey its emotions through this action. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Chen recalled the Skeleton Warriors into the system space. Ding. Upgrading Skeleton Warrior Legion. Requires 50 Legion upgrade cards. Do you want to proceed with the upgrade? The system's prompt sounded. Upgrade. Guan Chen chose to upgrade without any hesitation. Although he didn't know why upgrading the Skeleton Warrior Legion required 50 upgrade cards, he wouldn't hesitate as long as he had them. He also noticed a pattern. The higher the upgrade requirements, the stronger the power after the upgrade. This time, the Skeleton Warrior Legion needed a full 50 upgrade cards. Guan Chen began to feel a sense of anticipation. Ding! Skeleton Warrior Legion, beginning upgrade. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Chen originally had 78 advancement cards, but suddenly more than half of them were cleared. However, he didn't feel distressed. After becoming stronger, the difficulty of obtaining advancement cards had decreased significantly. This is what they call a quick step leads to quick progress. While others were still struggling between life and death, Guan Chen had already started to quietly amass wealth. He suddenly remembered a saying, the difference between people is greater than that between people and pigs. Guan Chen plunged the blood-sucking blade into the ground. After binding it, this became his exclusive weapon. Even if he lost it, he could retrieve it through mental connection. He took out a food card, held it in his hand, and crushed it. A fragrant grilled steak appeared. After testing the blood-sucking blade, his stomach raised the flag of rebellion again. The grilled steak was quickly devoured, but Guan Chen was still not satisfied. He took out another food card and crushed it. This time, it was a leg of a crawling creature, roasted to a golden crisp. It looked very appetizing. Guan Chen grabbed it and began to eat heartily. Several survivors cautiously approached. The street was very empty. Guan Chen naturally saw the survivors coming from a distance. These were all ordinary people, and the soldiers did not intervene. With Guan Chen's current strength, even if the other party had guns, he could easily handle it. Guan Chen ignored these survivors and continued to enjoy his food. Hello? A few survivors came closer, trying to greet Guan Chen. Guan Chen still did not respond to them. Hello? Ah, you there. I'll get you. Swipe my card. The crowd tried to communicate in several languages. Damn it! What bird language are you speaking? I understand Mandarin. Guan Chen rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Oh, hello there, little brother. A middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. He was dressed in a branded suit, wearing a luxury watch. His expensive leather shoes were polished to a shine. With a mature slicked-back hairstyle, he looked like a successful person. Guan Chen put down his food and glanced at the man. The clothes he wore were worth at least 100,000. In the past, Guan Chen wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Sorry, I'm not your brother. Want to get close? Don't even think about it. That's how aloof he was. That's how pretentious he was. Not convinced? Come and bite me. The man clearly didn't expect Guan Chen to break the mold. Was it because he wasn't dressed enough? Or did this country bumpkin in front of him not recognize his designer clothes? Although he felt resentment in his heart, given the current situation, he had to lower his head. The man's name was Zhang Qi, a well-known entrepreneur in Z City. He had reached this point today entirely through the virtue of patience. Ha ha ha, little brother, you're really humorous. May I ask, did you kill all these zombies? Zhang Qi greeted him with a smile, as if what had just happened had never occurred. Nonsense. Of course, it was me. Was it you? Guan Chen looked at him as if he were an idiot. You, the man was infuriated. Guan Chen's gaze was very clear to him. It was the kind of look one gives to a fool. Little brother, my name is Zhang Qi. I'm the chairman of the Zhang Group. I often appear on television, you should have seen me, right? Zhang Qi didn't want to be low-key anymore. He laid his cards on the table. I am the chairman. Never seen you. Our village hasn't even got internet. Guan Chen decisively shook his head, taking a bite of the delicious roasted leg in his hand. This action immediately brought tears to the corners of everyone's eyes. So tempting. From yesterday until now, they had only eaten a bit of dry bread. After all, they had no habit of storing food and didn't dare to eat much. Hey, young man, do you have any food left? Is 100,000 enough? Just to buy that leg. Zhang Qi was salivating continuously. He waved his hand grandly, speaking with bravado. He believed that Guan Chen would not refuse. A boy from a village without internet had never seen so much money. I don't want money. I'm not interested in money. Guan Chen smiled slightly and spoke. His tone was very much like a certain horse. Ahem. Young man, you might not understand what 100,000 yuan means. Let me put it this way. With this money, you can go back to the countryside and get a plump and fair bride. Zhang Qi thought that Guan Chen had never seen money before. He quickly explained, what use is money now? To wipe your butt? Guan Chen looked at him. That gaze seemed to regard him as an idiot. Are you messing with me? Zhang Qi also realized, his face turning red with anger. Messing with you? Don't think too highly of yourself. Guan Chen finished the food in his hand in a few bites. Kid, do you know who I am? Zhang Qi suddenly shouted in anger. Being toyed with repeatedly, he could no longer hold back. Who are you? Guan Chen retorted. I am Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi replied. Oh, and then? Guan Chen said flatly. I am worth over 100 million. Zhang Qi said again. Oh, and then? Guan Chen's tone remained flat. Put. Zhang Qi felt a tightness in his chest, blood spurting out. Sigh. Such a small-minded person. Guan Chen shook his head. Pfft. Zhang Qi spat blood wildly. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Damn, I hope I didn't scare him to death? Guan Chen kicked him a few times, but there was no response. Benefactor. You're so powerful, can you take us to find the city defense? A woman with a graceful figure, twisting her snake-like waist, walked up to Guan Chen. No. He refused directly without a second thought. Clearing out zombies and rescuing the survivors here was entirely his unintentional act. As for bringing along these burdens, it was simply impossible. Benefactor, don't be so heartless, the woman said in a coaxing tone. Your tricks won't work on me. Guan Chen waved his hand, signaling the woman to stop. But she still wanted to try, continuously moving closer to Guan Chen. Aileen! Whoosh! A sharp arrow whizzed past her delicate face. Ah! The woman screamed, frightened, and sitting on the ground. She quickly reached out her slender hand to touch her cheek. After confirming that she wasn't disfigured, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kid, you're going too far. A bald man rushed out from the crowd. He helped the woman up and took the opportunity to grope her. The woman naturally felt it but said nothing. That's right. Young man, I advise you not to be too arrogant. The beautiful woman's encounter instantly stirred the protective instincts of the men. Ha! Saved a bunch of ingrates. Looking at the confrontational crowd, Guan Chen sneered. Kid, I admit you have some strength, but I advise you not to be too cocky. The previously fainted Zhang Qi got up from the ground. Seeing Guan Chen provoke the crowd's anger, he quickly seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Do you want to die? Guan Chen looked at Zhang Qi, a hint of killing intent flashing in his heart. Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat, but looking at the crowd behind him, he instantly gained confidence. Everyone, don't be afraid. I don't believe he dares to kill. This kid must have treasures on him. Why don't we rob him? It counts as robbing the rich to help the poor. Zhang Qi shouted, raising his arm. The crowd's eyes brightened. Zhang Qi was right, since Guan Chen was so powerful, he must have treasures. If they got it, could they not become like him? the greed in everyone's hearts gradually surfaced. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare. Forget it. After all, he saved us. Some survivors with a shred of conscience quickly spoke up. Humph. You bunch of idiots, if you're afraid of dying, just get lost. Zhang Qi snorted coldly. Kid, I don't care if you're pretending to be stupid or if you really are. I advise you to hand over everything on you, or you'll suffer some serious pain. Zhang Qi's gaze was sharp, feeling he had the upper hand over Guanchen. He didn't believe Guanchen would dare to kill. The other party was still too young. How could he provoke the wrath of the crowd? Looking for death. Guanchen's tone instantly turned cold. This was the inherent flaw of humanity. Everyone, attack together. Zhang Qi was the first to strike, charging towards Guanchen. Behind him, there were more than a dozen men. Aileen, shoot them all down. Guanchen commanded. Understood. Eileen's voice came back. Following that were a flurry of arrows. Ah! As the arrows fell, screams erupted on the street. Help! Murder! Fear flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes. He watched as the people in front of him fell straight down. A stream of yellow liquid flowed from his expensive pants. He had wet himself. Zhang Qi turned to flee. But after just a few steps, he felt a sharp pain in his back. He looked down and saw an arrow had pierced through his body. Ugh! Zhang Qi staggered a few steps before collapsing in a pool of blood. After a chaotic barrage, all the men fell to the ground. The faces of the surrounding survivors turned pale instantly, especially that woman, who trembled in fear. You are very lucky. Your conscience has saved your lives. Guanchen scanned the crowd before him. His gaze was extremely sharp, and no one dared to meet his eyes. Take care of yourselves. After saying this, Guanchen left with his troops. Benefactor, can you tell us where the city defense is? A pregnant woman hurriedly asked as Guanchen was about to leave. Guanchen turned around, and seeing that she was pregnant, his tone softened considerably. Sorry, I don't know either. If I come across it, I'll let them know there are survivors here. Guanchen shook his head. Thank you. A hint of disappointment flashed in the pregnant woman's eyes, but she still thanked Guanchen. There should still be residual crystal cores in the heads of these zombies. You can try your luck. After absorbing the crystal cores, your bodies will be strengthened. That way, you might find it easier to survive. With that, Guanchen left the street with his soldiers. The survivors began searching for the crystal cores that Guanchen had missed. After leaving the street, Guanchen found a place to rest. Those survivors were pitiful, but there was only so much Guanchen could do. In this apocalypse, there were many who were unfortunate. He couldn't possibly help everyone. If that were the case, even a saint would be exhausted. Guanchen could only do what was within his capabilities. Anything beyond his ability was not worth considering. All matters still prioritized his own safety. Guanchen took out a few food cards and continued to feast. Several delicious dishes were quickly devoured by Guanchen. He burped in satisfaction. Comfortable. Guanchen leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, quietly waiting for the skeleton warriors to advance. About half an hour later, the system's voice finally rang in his mind. Ding! The advancement of the Skeleton Warrior Legion is complete. Please check the system. Guanchen opened his eyes. Finally, the advancement is complete. Guanchen couldn't wait to open the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skeleton Undead Legion. The system's prompt sounded again. Skeleton Undead? Guanchen showed a puzzled expression. He summoned the Skeleton Undead Legion. A huge summoning array appeared in the room. Fortunately, the room was large enough to accommodate the summoning array. A decaying aura emanated from within the summoning array. The dense power of death filled the surrounding air. The changes in the Skeleton Warrior Legion seemed quite significant this time. An expression of anticipation appeared on Guanchen's face. Within the summoning array, 30 skeletal figures emerged. These skeletal undead varied in appearance, each wielding different weapons, shields and spears, staves, shielded blades. Among them, the transformation of bone was the most pronounced. Its size had surged to about 2.5 meters, resembling a small giant. Draped over it was a cloak made of bones, and it wore a magnificent crown. Thank you, Master, for granting us a new life. Although Bone wore the crown, its loyalty to Guanchen remained unchanged. It knelt partially on the ground, bowing to Guanchen. The other skeletal undead all knelt as well. Rise! Guanchen raised his hand, signaling them to stand. Thank you, Master. Bone stood up and quietly positioned itself in front of Guanchen. Guanchen began to check the information of the Skeleton Undead Legion. Skeleton Undead Legion, can be upgraded, total number 30, potential 7 stars, strength 3 stars advanced, unit type, skeleton spear and shield soldier, 10, skills, shield charge, spear throw, bone shield formation, spear stab, bone armor, unit type, skeleton mage, 10, skills, fireball, lightning strike, unit type, skeleton blade and shield soldier, 10, skills, whirlwind slash, shield charge, bone armor. Commander, bone, skills, king's command, power aura, rage, heavy, slash, beast horn, bone armor. The panel of the skeleton undead legion had undergone significant changes. The originally singular unit type had become more diversified. Although the overall strength had not increased much, the increase in numbers was enough to fill that gap. Moreover, the skeleton undead legion had begun to show new unit types. Did this mean that continuing to upgrade could lead to even more powerful unit types? He began to look forward to the next upgrade of the Skeleton Legion. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guanshan wanted to see what the conditions for upgrading were. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Undead Legion requires 10 Intermediate Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 7 stars. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. As expected, the conditions for Legion upgrades generally had to meet the potential limit. This was not a difficult task for Guanshan. A piece of withered wood appeared in his hand, exuding a rich aura of the undead. Guanshan handed the broken undead branch to the Skeleton Undead Legion for use. Their speed of strength enhancement immediately accelerated significantly. One must not be biased. Guanshan opened the point store and purchased 2 treasures to enhance the Legion's strength. Dark Spirit Source Fruit, contains rich spiritual energy, can enhance cultivation speed, price, 2,000 points. Greenwood Fruit, contains natural power, can enhance cultivation speed, price, 2,500 points. In an instant, 4,500 points were spent. Guanshan did not feel regret. These were beneficial items for the Legion. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. Shinlian and Eileen carefully accepted the treasures. The speed of enhancement for both legions was noticeably increased. Guanshan opened his own panel again. Name, Guanshan Strength, 3 stars Intermediate Ability, Bone Armor, Immune Gene, Shadow Technique, Lockpicking, Firearm Mastery, Night Inner Strength, Teleportation, Barrier Aura, Perception, Precision Technique Legions, Skeleton Undead Legion, Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, Elf Archer Legion Points, 33135 Evaluation. You have become a powerful cannon fodder, please continue to work hard. The corner of Guanshan's eye twitched involuntarily. This system's sharp tongue had not changed at all. The bone armor was still retained. As long as Bone's Legion had this skill, Guanshan could continue to enjoy it. If the skill disappears, he can regain an extraction opportunity. This setting is very humane. Good reviews. Must give a good review. Bone armor. A suit of armor quickly formed on the surface of Guanshan's body. The armor resembled a fierce beast, almost enveloping his entire body. Only the head area had some slight omissions. Looking at himself in the mirror, Guanshan could only describe it in 2 words. Impressive. On both shoulders were a pair of menacing bone beast heads. The wrist guards sprouted barbed spikes, resembling the claws of a ferocious beast. At the chest, there was a huge skull, exuding a chilling aura. Guanshan removed the bone armor. Keeping it activated required energy. After gearing up, Guanshan continued on his journey. Z City was vast, just the area around Z University was enough to take one's breath away. On the streets, a dozen red-eyed huskies were hunched over, gnawing on a corpse. Judging by the blood on the body, it must have just died not long ago. Damn! Even animals are starting to mutate? Guanshan looked at those huskies. Their condition was clearly off. Usually silly and cute, the huskies had completely reverted to their ancestral ferocity. Their fangs bared, they could easily tear flesh. Oh whoa! The huskies spotted Guanshan and let out a roar. They abandoned the corpse on the ground and turned to pounce on Guanshan. After mutating, these huskies had become quite robust. Kill! Without hesitation, Guanshan issued the kill order. 10 fireballs erupted, most hitting the charging huskies. 6 huskies were ignited by the flames, howling in pain. The remaining mutated huskies nimbly dodged the attacks. The mutated huskies possessed intelligence and understood how to avoid danger. They were not like zombies, who would just mindlessly endure. But what good was dodging the fireballs? The skeletal mage chanted a spell again, calling down lightning. 10 bolts of lightning, as thick as arms, struck into the group of mutated huskies. Woof! Many huskies were turned to char. Unfortunately, there would be no dog lovers coming out to condemn Guanshan. The last 2 injured mutated huskies limped toward him. Swish! The bloodthirsty blade slashed out. The 2 mutated huskies fell to the ground, their bodies split in half. Blood-colored tendrils shot out from the blade, greedily devouring the flesh and blood of the mutated huskies. In the blink of an eye, 2 dried corpses lay on the ground. Guan Chen was unfazed by this scene. Blood absorption was the ability of the bloodthirsty blade. This ability was very useful. During battle, it could silently absorb the opponent's blood. With Guan Chen's consent, the bloodthirsty blade shot out its blood tendrils and began to consume the flesh on the ground. Looking at the corpses of the mutated huskies, Guan Chen felt a bit curious. What exactly caused their mutation? Could it be the aura from the rift? Guan Chen shook his head. This was not something he needed to worry about. Even if animals began to mutate, so what? As long as his strength was powerful enough, there would be no problems. After the bloodthirsty blade absorbed the flesh and blood of the mutated huskies, the blood tendrils returned with several crystal cores. It was only interested in flesh and blood. 3 2-star crystal cores were tossed into his spatial ring. Mutated animals were just a minor episode. Guan Chen continued forward. After walking a few steps, he suddenly triggered an option. Option 1, go to the aquarium and kill the soon-to-be-born Xuanjia Turtle King. Reward, Xin Turtle Essence Blood, Xin Scale Battle Armor, 6-star Crystal Core. Option 2, go to the Tropical Rainforest Pavilion in the Southern District and kill the soon-to-be-born Silver Horn Giant Python. Reward, Silver Flood Essence Blood, Random Skill Book, 7-star Crystal Core. Option 3, go to the shopping mall in Z City Center and kill the soon-to-be-born Zombie King. Reward, Zombie King Treasure, 5-star Crystal Core. Guan Chen hesitated for a moment and then eliminated the first 2 options. The difficulty of these 2 options was too great. Although the rewards were better, they were not easy to accomplish. The Xuanjia Turtle King needs to fight in the water. The Silverhorn Giant Python, on the other hand, must battle in the tropical rainforest. These are the monster's home turf, which is very unfavorable for Guan Chen. Only the Zombie King is located in a shopping mall. This terrain is somewhat more advantageous for Guan Chen. After weighing the pros and cons, he directly chose the third option. His current position is not too far from the central shopping mall. Let's go. Head to the central shopping mall. Guan Chen glanced at the Z City map by the roadside. He needed to walk along the street beneath his feet, passing through 2 residential areas, a natural park, 3 commercial streets, and a soccer field. As he walked down the street, zombies by the roadside launched an attack on him. Although these zombies were fierce, they were all of 1-star strength. Typical weaklings. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dozen arrows shot out, instantly blowing the heads off the zombies by the roadside. Why aren't you sucking blood? Guan Chen looked at the blood-sucking blade with a puzzled expression. The blood-red tentacles quickly formed 2 crooked characters. Hard to eat. Guan Chen was momentarily speechless. This guy is actually picky. Helpless, he could only order his soldiers to quickly search the corpses. 5 1-star crystal cores were dug out by the soldiers. He directly chose to trade, gaining 38 points. At the end of the street was a luxurious residential area. Passing through here would save him a lot of detours. Woo-woo! Several zombies trapped in the security booth noticed Guan Chen and reached out their claws from the window. Bone rushed forward, and with a swift motion of his battle knife, he quickly dealt with several zombies. Unfortunately, he didn't get any crystal cores or cards. Following the wide road, they smoothly entered the residential area. The vegetation by the roadside was well maintained. Zombies dressed in security uniforms wandered along the road. Aileen shot a few arrows, easily killing these zombies. The residential area was very quiet, with not many zombies around. After all, it was a living area. Even if there were zombies, they were all trapped inside their homes. Bright red cloths hung on the walls of the buildings, displaying various distress messages. The survivors on the upper floors waved the red cloths upon seeing Guan Chen. They didn't dare to shout loudly, fearing to attract the zombies' attention. Evolved zombies had become incredibly powerful. Ordinary doors might not withstand their blows. Just yesterday, many people had provoked the zombies outside the door, only to be broken in by them. With this lesson learned, the remaining survivors had all become obedient. Guan Chen naturally ignored their cries for help. The survivors became anxious instantly. They kept writing messages on the red cloths with brushes. I have a lot of money. Whatever you want, I'll give you. This was a plea from a man dressed in designer clothes. Handsome, come save me, you can ask for anything. This was a plea from a beautiful, busty girl. I am a leader of XX, if you save me, I can arrange a job for you. This was a plea from a bald, greasy man. Guan Chen ignored them all. These conditions were worthless in the apocalypse. Money? What use is that? Status? That's a thing of the past. A beautiful woman? That would only bring disaster upon oneself. You won't die a good death. I curse you. The man in designer clothes wrote directly on the red cloth. "You heartless bastard. I'll chop you to death." The fat, bald man threw a kitchen knife directly. At this distance, if thrown accurately, it could indeed hit Guan Chen. Looking for death, Bone raised his shield and deflected the kitchen knife. The skeleton mage behind him immediately conjured fireballs. 10 fireballs flew out, smashing towards the knife-throwing man. "Damn! Magic?" The man shivered and quickly hid inside the house. The fireballs struck the balcony on the 7th floor. The originally white walls instantly turned pitch black. "Master, should we kill him?" Bone asked. It wasn't a difficult task, at most, it would waste some time. "Shen Lian, you go." Guan Chen's tone was extremely cold. He simply ignored the others' plea for help, while the other party sought to put him to death. What a vicious heart. For such a person, Guan Chen would not hold back. "As you command." Shen Lian's figure vanished from the spot. "Go! Keep moving." Guan Chen did not linger. According to Shen Lian's speed, he would finish his task and return to the team quickly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That was impulsive. That guy is actually so powerful. In the luxurious living room, Brother Knife was panting heavily. If he hadn't dodged quickly just now, he would have probably been burned to death by the fireball. Even so, he was still drenched in cold sweat. Damn it! What is wrong with this world? Why is even magic appearing now? Brother Knife cursed. He had originally thought that the appearance of zombies was just some unknown virus infection. Once things calmed down, he could return to his previous life. But now it seemed that was impossible. The city defense had not provided any rescue until now. The situation was clearly not optimistic. That guy should have left by now, right? Brother Knife lifted a corner of the curtain and looked downstairs. He saw Guan Chen's figure gradually fading away. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Good thing I live on a high floor. Brother Knife sat on the ground. But he hadn't been happy for long when he heard a violent banging sound from outside the door. Woo woo! The roar of zombies reached his ears. Zombies? How could zombies come here? Brother Knife's face turned pale instantly. He had checked yesterday, and his floor was supposed to be very safe. The banging outside grew more intense. Brother Knife hurriedly got up. He wanted to block the door. Creaked the sound of the door lock being opened. Brother Knife was stunned. Who opened the door? But before he could think much, the zombies charged in. Ah! Brother Knife let out a scream. A zombie knocked him to the ground. Its claws ripped open his belly, and various internal organs spilled out onto the floor. The zombie greedily feasted on him. Brother Knife did not die, he remained conscious. He could only watch helplessly as the zombie devoured him completely. The process filled him with despair. Through a gap, he saw a man standing in the corridor. The other party wore a smile on his face. That smile made him feel suffocated. He regretted it. Regretted provoking that young man. But unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Shen Lian's figure gradually became ethereal, disappearing into the corridor. Everything that had just happened was naturally his masterpiece. Shen Lian could traverse through shadows. For him, it was not a difficult task. Guan Chen passed through the community and arrived at another street. Shen Lian's figure quickly solidified. My lord, the task is complete. That guy died a miserable death. Shen Lian said. I won't listen to the details. Guan Chen waved his hand. They brought it upon themselves. There was nothing more to say. There were quite a few zombies on the street, all noticing Guan Chen's team. After all, the legion was gradually growing. The number had reached 67 people. Even if they wanted to keep a low profile, it was already impossible. Woo woo! The zombies roared and charged at Guan Chen. Just as Guan Chen was about to make a move, a massive crocodile suddenly burst out from the alley. The crocodile was 3 meters tall and 5 or 6 meters long. Its scales bulged like small bags. 4 sturdy claws were covered in sharp ice. Crack! Several zombies were bitten in half by the ice giant crocodile. Roar! The ice giant crocodile exhaled cold air from its mouth. It opened its mouth and spewed out a torrent of ice. The zombies on the street were instantly frozen. The biting cold air. Even from a distance, Guan Chen could feel it. Immediately after, the ice giant crocodile swept its massive tail. The frozen zombies were all flung into pieces. In just a few seconds, dozens of zombies were eliminated. Although they were all low-level 1-star zombies, it was enough to prove its strength. Guan Chen did not rush to act, because he saw a figure on the back of the ice giant crocodile. A human. Ha! A human? The person on the ice giant crocodile also noticed Guan Chen. It was a pale-faced girl. Her face was delicate, though lacking in color. She had long, jet-black hair that was very smooth. Little Croc, Come here. The girl commanded the ice giant crocodile to approach Guan Chen. The distance between them was maintained at 5 or 6 meters. Clearly, she was also keeping a certain level of vigilance towards Guan Chen. My name is Han Xiaolu. What about you? The girl leaped down from the giant crocodile. Guan Chen replied. He could sense that the girl had no ill intentions. Is this your ability? Summoning skeleton soldiers. I thought I was the only one who gained special abilities. Han Xiaolu blinked her eyes, curiously asking. Sort of. What about you? Guan Chen answered ambiguously. The skeleton undead army was indeed summoned by him. I got the little croc from the initial reward, and I also have the ability to control ice. Han Xiaolu said, demonstrating to Guan Chen. A crystal of ice quickly formed in her hand. Guan Chen's heart instantly became alert. One must always be cautious. He secretly ordered his army soldiers to enter a state of readiness. If Han Xiaolu suddenly attacked, he could counterattack in an instant. But clearly, Guan Chen was being overly cautious. The girl in front of him obviously had no such intentions. After showing off the ice crystal, she put it away. Guan Chen did not feel embarrassed. In the apocalypse, human hearts are the hardest to gauge. You're quite lucky. Guan Chen nodded. His gaze swept over the giant beast beside Han Xiaolu. Name, Ice Giant Crocodile, can evolve, potential, 8 stars strength, intermediate 3 stars ability, ice armor, ice breath, frenzied tail sweep, death strangulation evaluation, a giant crocodile containing the bloodline of ice, possessing great potential. It's okay. Compared to my best friend, I'm already very lucky. Han Xiaolu recalled her best friend who had directly turned into a zombie. If it weren't for the critical moment when she obtained the ice giant crocodile and killed her friend who had turned, she would probably have died when the apocalypse broke out. Where are you planning to go? Han Xiaolu asked. Looking for the city defense army. Guan Chen casually made up an excuse. He certainly couldn't reveal his true purpose. Great. I'm also looking for the city defense army. Should we team up? That way, we can look out for each other. A joyful smile appeared on Han Xiaolu's face. Sorry, I'm used to being alone, Guan Chen said. You, alone? Han Xiaolu pointed at the dozens of soldiers behind him. Yeah, alone, Guan Chen said without a blush or a racing heart. Alright, since that's the case, I won't disturb you. Han Xiaolu nodded, not insisting. Girl, let me give you some advice. In the apocalypse, don't trust others too much. After saying this, Guan Chen left without looking back. Han Xiaolu stood there, showing a puzzled expression. Little croc, do I look stupid? The ice giant crocodile nodded, then shook its head. Damn it! Your meal for today is gone, Han Xiaolu said fiercely. Ice giant crocodile, QAQ. Meeting Han Xiaolu was just a small interlude. Guan Chen crossed the street, and the ice giant crocodile behind him gradually disappeared from sight. In the alley, there were a few large wildcats. They stood on the wall, glaring at Guan Chen with predatory eyes. However, after weighing the pros and cons, they did not make a move. The man before them was too powerful. Watching Guan Chen leave, the mutated wildcat concealed itself, waiting for its next prey. As he passed through the alley, a natural park appeared before Guan Chen. The plants have started to mutate? He stood on the street, looking at the natural park 100 meters away. Dense foliage obscured the fence at the entrance. Many leaves crazily spread onto the street. Guan Chen gazed at the natural park. The overnight changes had turned it into a dense forest. The entrance to the natural park resembled a beast baring its fangs, eager to devour passing pedestrians. Guan Chen was naturally unafraid. He walked directly into the park. The thick leaves shielded him from the blazing sun. The temperature around him dropped significantly. Rustle, rustle. A wandering zombie appeared before Guan Chen. Judging by its attire, it seemed to be an old man practicing Tai Chi. Woo woo. The old man zombie spotted Guan Chen and lunged at him instantly. Unfortunately, it was far too weak. The blood-sucking blade in Guan Chen's hand swiftly dispatched it. A few drops of filthy blood were flung from the blood-sucking blade. Clearly, it was very disdainful of this filthy blood. Guan Chen continued forward. The most dangerous thing in the park was certainly not these zombies. Following the concrete path, he arrived at the edge of a lake. Beside the lake, a lion-headed, human-bodied monster was crouched there drinking water. Something's up. Guan Chen instructed the soldiers of his legion to conceal themselves in the surrounding bushes. Natural disaster monster. A glimmer of brilliance flashed before his eyes. Master, should we take it down? Bone quietly crept up beside Guan Chen. There was no choice, this guy was too tall. Even squatting, it was hard to hide his figure. Guan Shen smiled knowingly and said, "Do it." He ordered the Legion soldiers to surround the entire artificial lake. The natural disaster monster was not a zombie, it possessed considerable intelligence. If they were unable to defeat it, it might very well choose to flee. The soldiers silently surrounded the entire artificial lake as per Guan Shen's command. The lion-headed monster remained lazily crouched by the lake, completely unaware that danger had quietly descended. Name: Lion-Human Monster. Leader level: Potential 7 stars. Strength 4 stars. Intermediate abilities: Claw Kick, Thunder Fist, Earth Splitter Claw, Golden Claw Strike. Evaluation: a natural disaster monster that descended from a rift, extremely powerful, capable of utilizing thunder and gold elements in combat. Guan Shen scanned the lion-headed monster. The system provided information about the monster. 4 stars. Intermediate. Guan Shen's expression grew serious. Currently, all the soldiers in the Legion were at 3 stars strength. Are we going to fight above our level? Guan Shen spoke. For others, fighting above their level might be quite challenging, but for Guan Shen, it was not a difficult task. After all, he had many people. A chaotic punch could take down a master. The Legion soldiers were poised and ready, just waiting for Guan Shen's command. Archers, prepare. Skeleton mages, prepare. Guan Shen issued the orders. The elven archers drew their bows, using armor-piercing arrows. Ordinary arrows would struggle to inflict substantial damage on monsters of this level. The skeleton mages raised their bony staffs, aiming at the lion-human monster. Fire! Guan Shen commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom! 12 arrows radiating cold light shot towards the lion-human monster. Above the lion-human monster, 10 bolts of lightning, as thick as a thumb, coalesced and struck down towards it. Roar! The lion-human monster let out a furious roar. It sensed the danger and attempted to dodge. But unfortunately, it was already too late. 12 armor-piercing arrows deeply penetrated its skin. The lightning strike hit it but was absorbed by a layer of golden light. It can absorb thunder elements? Interesting. Guan Shen was slightly surprised to see that the lightning strike had not harmed the opponent. But this would not change anything. The lionhound monster was doomed to die. Charge! Kill! Guan Shen gripped the bloodthirsty blade and charged out from the woods. Immediately after, soldiers surged in from all directions. Roar, roar, roar. The lionhound monster, seeing itself surrounded, was instantly consumed by rage. Was it being treated as prey? Unforgivable. It pulled out the broken armor arrow lodged in its body, blood flowing from the wound. But soon, the wound began to heal at a visible speed. The lionhound monster slashed forward with its sharp claws, unleashing a golden energy blade. The skeleton sword and shield soldiers and skeleton spear and shield soldiers quickly raised their shields to defend. The golden energy blade struck the shields, instantly splitting them in half. Several skeleton soldiers hiding behind the shields had their shoulders nearly severed. What a powerful attack! No wonder it's a 4-star disaster monster. Injuries appeared among the soldiers as the battle began. Fortunately, the skeleton soldiers felt no pain. Even with a shoulder severed, they continued to fight with their remaining arms. Bone spears and bone knives struck the lionhound monster. On its tough fur, only shallow white marks were left, failing to penetrate its defenses. However, the pain it felt ignited its fury. These bone-filled ants dared to attack it. It raised its leg and swept, sending 3 skeleton spear and shield soldiers flying. Fireball technique. Taking advantage of the moment the lionhound monster landed, scorching fireballs slammed into it. Awooh! The lionhound monster let out a wail. Large charred marks appeared on its body. Since it could absorb lightning energy, it would be attacked with fireballs. Following the fireballs, 12 armor-piercing arrows shot out. The lionhound monster's arms, shoulders, chest, and vital areas were all struck by arrows. It howled again. The lionhound monster was indeed powerful, but it was just a solitary beast. Meanwhile, Guan Shen had dozens of Legion soldiers at his side. With the soldiers' tight cooperation, the lionhound monster was caught in a pincer attack. At this moment, Guan Shen had also charged forward. Blood Soul Slash. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, unleashing a blood-colored sword energy. The lionhound monster instantly felt a terrifying aura rushing toward it. It dared not hesitate for a moment and quickly gathered its strength. Thunder Fist. Golden lightning erupted from the lionhound monster's fist. It struck forward, condensing a thunder lion's head. The 2 energy attacks collided. The blood-colored sword energy slowly dissipated, and the thunder lion's head vanished without a trace. Guan Shen was of intermediate 3-star strength. With the bloodthirsty blade, he barely managed to hold his ground against the lionhound monster. This was already quite remarkable. Seizing the moment the lionhound monster gasped for breath, Shen Lian, waiting nearby, finally found an opportunity. Sword Control Technique. The Shadow Sword cultivators collectively unleashed the Sword Control Technique. 26 flying swords slashed toward the Lionhound monster. Roar! The Lionhound monster wanted to counterattack, but the consumption from the Thunder Fist was too great. It could not use it again in such a short time. With no choice, it could only evade the onslaught. Scale Beast Charge. The skeleton raised its scaled heavy shield and charged directly at the Lionhound monster. The powerful impact sent it flying. Although it did not cause much damage, it knocked it back on track. The trajectory of the Sword Control Technique. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp flying swords struck the Lionhound monster, leaving a multitude of scars. The Lionhound monster knelt on the ground, panting heavily. The sword marks on its body, although healing, were clearly not recovering as quickly as before. It was evident that its rapid healing ability also had its limits. Roar! A cornered beast still fights. The Lionhound monster's eyes turned red, fixating on Guan Chen. It unleashed all its strength and charged directly at Guan Chen. Protect the master! The skeleton shouted. It tried to block the Lionhound monster, but unfortunately, it was too slow. The Lionhound monster knocked several Shadow Sword cultivators aside and charged right in front of Guan Chen. It possessed considerable intelligence. It was evident that all the creatures surrounding him were centered around this human. As long as he took him hostage, he could escape. Nice idea. But I'm not a soft persimmon. Guan Chen constantly honed his skills to prevent such situations from occurring. Teleportation. His figure vanished from the spot. The Lionhound monster lunged at empty air, confusion evident in its eyes. It couldn't understand why the human before it had disappeared. Guan Chen appeared behind it. Blood Demon Hand. A bloody, grotesque arm instantly materialized. Feeling the power emanating from the arm, Guan Chen slashed at the Lionhound monster. With the enhancement of the Blood Demon Hand, Guan Chen's strength surged. He easily broke through the Lionhound monster's defenses. The Lionhound monster attempted to counterattack, but the previous battle had already left it battered and bruised. The bloodthirsty blade seemed to have found a delicious meal. The part of the blade that pierced the Lionhound monster's body began to sprout blood-colored tendrils. Fear spread across the Lionhound monster's face. It launched an attack at Guan Chen. Seeing this, Guan Chen smiled slightly. He directly released the bloodthirsty blade. The Lionhound monster grasped the hilt, trying to pull the bloodthirsty blade out. But the bloodthirsty blade, which craved blood, would not easily let go. The bloodthirsty blade crazily drained the blood. The Lionhound monster's arm was also ensnared by the blood-colored tendrils. Moments later, the Lionhound monster's body was completely covered by the blood-colored tendrils. The Lionhound monster struggled a few times before collapsing to the ground. If the Lionhound monster had been at its peak, the bloodthirsty blade might not have been able to control it. But after continuous battles, the Lionhound monster's strength had dwindled to almost nothing. The bloodthirsty blade was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Kill the Lionhound monster, gain 2000 points, Lionhound monster summoning card X1, the system's notification sounded. The blood-colored tendrils covering the Lionhound monster receded like a tide. A grotesque, terrifying corpse appeared before Guan Chen. The Lionhound monster's body was skin over bone, with its flesh and blood nowhere to be found. Guan Chen stepped forward and picked up the blue card dropped by the Lionhound monster. He withdrew the bloodthirsty blade, along with a brilliant crystal core. The crystal core was entwined by blood-colored tendrils, pulled from the Lionhound monster's corpse. Well done. Guan Chen patted the bloodthirsty blade. The blade trembled slightly in response. Holding the Lionhound monster's crystal core, Guan Chen began to absorb it. This 4-star crystal core contained energy like a rushing river. It continuously flowed into his body. Guan Chen frantically absorbed the pure energy. Pop! The sound of a barrier shattering. He opened his eyes, his aura becoming even more formidable. After absorbing the Lionhound monster's crystal core, he successfully broke through to 3-star advanced. The surging energy within him seemed to tell Guan Chen that 4-star strength was not far off. After finishing absorbing the crystal core, Guan Chen picked up the summoning card given by the system. Lionhound monster summoning card, can summon a 3-star intermediate Lionhound monster for battle, immune to death during the summoning, ignores all negative effects, lasts for 1 minute. After reading it, a glimmer of brilliance flashed before his eyes. This was a decent one-time card. It could summon an invincible 4-star fighter. Guan Chen tucked the card away to use as a trump card. The Lionhound monster's strength was still quite impressive. With the invincible buff, its power could double. Guan Chen was able to kill it purely due to the advantage in numbers. With so many soldiers from the Legion attacking, it would be hard for the Lionhound monster not to die. In the previous battle, a total of 5 soldiers had fallen. Among them were 3 skeleton sword and shield soldiers and 2 skeleton spear and shield soldiers. The fallen soldiers returned to the system for revival. The remaining injured soldiers all rested in place. Guan Shen held the blue card dropped by the Lionhound monster and gently crushed it. Obtain Legion Upgrade Card X1. After use, it can elevate the strength of the Legion by 1 level, only for use by legions below 10-star strength. Good stuff. Guan Shen's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment and decided to use the upgrade card on the Skeleton Undead Legion. The strength of the Skeleton Undead Legion was around 3-star high. If upgraded again, it would become 4-star low. Guan Shen needed a legion with 4-star strength right now. Moreover, the Skeleton Undead Legion had the largest number. Using the upgrade card on them was the best choice at the moment. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. After weighing the pros and cons, Guan Shen did not hesitate any longer. He was not the indecisive type. Just do it. After using the upgrade card, the Skeleton Undead Legion was enveloped in a white light. Their aura became even more powerful. Congratulations. Shen Lian and AI Lin spoke up. He. Thank you, Bone said with a hearty laugh. The atmosphere among the legions was harmonious. Let's go. We need to find a place to rest before dark. Seeing that the legion soldiers had mostly recovered, Guan Shen continued to move forward. The area of the natural park was not too large. Besides the Lionhound monster, Guan Shen encountered a few mutated creatures. These mutated creatures were not very strong and did not cause much trouble. About half an hour later, Guan Shen cleared the thorns in front of him. He bent down and crawled out from the broken railing. This was not a dog hole, just a broken railing. Once back on the street, the sun was gradually setting. Woo. A few crooked zombies lunged at Guan Shen. He swung the bloodthirsty blade and easily killed them. The legion soldiers passed through the railing and all came to the street. Guan Shen did not stop and continued to move forward. In less than 2 days, this once luxurious metropolis had begun to show signs of decay. The empty streets were littered with damaged cars. The once bustling streets had now become a paradise for zombies and monsters. The former inhabitants could only hide in the shadows, trembling in fear. As Guan Shen walked into the street, zombies lunged at him from the side. AI Lin's team kept shooting. Before those zombies could get close, they fell to the ground. Skeleton swordsmen and gunshield soldiers walked at the very edge of the team. Then came the shadow sword cultivators and ranged soldiers. Guan Shen was protected in the center of the team. The team kept moving forward, traversing this narrow street. The buildings on both sides cast envious glances. After 2 days of torment, most survivors had accepted the apocalypse. How they wished that the person protected by the soldiers was themselves. But unfortunately, they could only think about it. After leaving the street, the sky had completely darkened. The blood-red sunset gradually disappeared from the horizon. The last rays of light seemed to tell the world that night had fallen. Roar. Woo. Oh whoa. The sun had completely set, and darkness descended once more. Various terrifying roars echoed from all directions. If it were someone else, they might have been scared out of their wits. But Guan Shen remained very calm. He instructed the elven archers to activate their perception. If there was any movement, they would attack directly. Guan Shen remembered that not far ahead, there was a city football stadium. Many football matches were held inside. Guan Shen decided to temporarily rest in the stadium tonight. Based on his previous memories, he knew there were no recent football matches. This also indicated that when the apocalypse broke out, there were not many people inside the stadium. Following the dimly lit street, he walked for about 10 minutes. During this time, he encountered several waves of mutated creatures attacking. Fortunately, they were not strong, and their numbers were few. The Legion soldiers easily took them down. With the help of the moonlight, Guan Shen saw a massive building rising up in the distance. Under the moonlight, 3 giant red characters shone brightly. Football stadium. But at this moment, those 3 red characters appeared somewhat eerie. The quiet football stadium exuded a stifling atmosphere. Let's go. Inside, Guan Shen did not flinch. In the apocalypse, there is no absolutely safe place. At the entrance of the football stadium, popcorn and cola cups were scattered about. Although there were no large matches, many enthusiasts still came here to play PK. So even on ordinary days, the football stadium operated normally. Everything that needed to be sold was available. Under the moonlight, Guan Shen saw bloodstains on the ground. Shocking. It seemed that this place was not peaceful when the apocalypse broke out. On both sides of the entrance, there were many statues of football superstars. The statues' gazes were fixed on the entrance. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal. But at this moment, the statues were stained with blood, making them look particularly eerie. Guan Chen continued to grip the bloodthirsty blade, slashing at those puppets. Blood Soul Slash. He swung his sword forward fiercely. The blood-red sword energy swept through. Dozens of puppets were directly cleaved in half. After using Blood Soul Slash, Guan Chen quickly crushed a supply card. The abilities he had just consumed were rapidly replenished. The Legion soldiers did the same, directly using supply cards to sustain themselves. Want to engage in a war of attrition with Guan Chen? You can't kill me. In front of the supply cards, there was no such thing as consumption. There was no way around it, they were just that wealthy. Under the fierce assault of the Legion soldiers, hundreds of puppets were soon completely destroyed. The ground was littered with black threads and human remains, looking quite horrifying. Guan Chen stepped on a shard of an eye. Your subordinates are nothing special. What a naive thought. He used all his learning to utter a phrase in a foreign language. He. A strange woman's laughter echoed. The air around him instantly turned cold. A figure quickly appeared in the corridor directly facing Guan Chen. It was a tattered humanoid puppet. Its face was stitched together with blood-red thread, and the large eyes sewn on were still oozing blood. Clearly, this was taken from some unfortunate soul. The puppet's head was covered with dense black hair. The hair fell to the ground, constantly writhing. The hair was alive. Remembering the black threads from earlier, Guan Chen began to piece together the answer. This humanoid puppet used these hairs to control the puppets. Thick blood flowed from its claws. It seemed that after Guan Chen, other survivors had entered the stadium. But now it appeared that those unfortunate souls had likely been killed by the humanoid puppet. This was also the reason for the interruption of the first attack. Guan Chen thought the opponent was wary of him. He didn't expect they had gone to deal with those later unfortunate souls. He silently mourned for those unfortunate souls for 3 seconds. Guan Chen swept over the humanoid puppet. The system quickly provided information. Name, String Puppet Potential, 7 stars Strength, 4 stars Beginner Ability, Puppet Technique, String Control, Thread Entanglement, Fine Strangulation Evaluation, a Disaster Monster from the Rift. Originally a discarded old puppet, it mutated due to the accumulation of resentment, gaining the ability to create and control puppets. Beware of its sharp hair. Guan Chen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Just a 4-star beginner disaster monster. In terms of strength, the string puppet was significantly weaker than the lionhound monster, but its abilities were strange, capable of controlling puppets. Fortunately, it didn't create many puppets. Otherwise, he would have to avoid its edge. Your strength is quite impressive. I almost don't want to kill you. The string puppet looked at Guan Chen as if assessing an interesting toy. TSK. These guys, they are all excellent puppet materials. The voice of the marionette was sharp and thin. Less talk, take my sword first. Guan Chen struck first, swinging at the marionette. This was not a sneak attack. This was taking the initiative. He. Struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Interesting prey, I will savor you slowly. Sharp black threads emerged from the marionette's hands. The threads lunged toward Guan Chen, attempting to strangle him. The blood-drinking blade slashed through the black threads. There was no obstruction, it cut the threads cleanly. What? How is that possible? The marionette exclaimed in surprise. Its own threads had been easily severed. What a sharp weapon! Looks like I've struck gold. The marionette's large, doll-like eyes twitched strangely. Protect the master. Charge! The skeleton raised its shield and charged at the marionette. The marionette tiptoed and nimbly dodged the impact. It arrived on the soccer field, scanning the surrounding soldiers. Not bad. These are all my toys. The marionette had been abandoned by someone, so it continuously created puppets to control. Puppet control. The long hair behind the marionette twisted and stood up. Then it shot out toward the surroundings. What is this guy trying to do? Guan Chen was puzzled. The dense threads quickly wrapped around the soldiers' bodies. The soldiers' limbs were manipulated by a black thread as thick as a thumb. The marionette forcibly controlled the soldiers' bodies with the black threads. The soldiers instinctively resisted but could not break free from the bindings. Only 3 commanders managed to barely escape the black threads. Master, quickly recall the soldiers. The commanders urged as they saw the soldiers losing control. In this situation, they could only recall the soldiers to forcibly cut off the black thread's control. Don't worry, I have my plans. Guan Chen reassured the 3 commanders through internal communication. At the same time, he issued orders to the soldiers. Attack the marionette. Hit it hard. Ha. Despair. All your subordinates have become my toys. The marionette's stitched mouth constantly changed shape. It wore a smug expression, waiting for Guan Chen to show despair. Why aren't you afraid? The marionette sensed something was off. The human in front of it was too calm. A very good tactic, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. Guan Chen sneered. The marionette instinctively felt something was wrong. It wanted to control the soldiers to attack Guan Chen, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Barrier technique. Guan Chen activated the skill, and the threads on the soldiers instantly vanished. A golden halo appeared above the soldiers' heads. The soldiers, regaining their mobility, immediately launched an attack on the marionette. Many soldiers had been controlled to protect themselves just moments ago. Stab! 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 The sound of rags being pierced. A large amount of cotton sprayed out. Ah! How is this possible? Impossible! Why has my puppet control failed? The marionette screamed in agony. Its ability was strange, but its body was very fragile. If it didn't have absolute confidence in victory, it wouldn't have revealed its true form. But unfortunately, it had underestimated Guan Chen. The barrier technique allowed the soldiers to be immune to any negative effects. This was why Guan Chen was so fearless. It must be said that the barrier technique was indeed a divine skill. Without the barrier technique, he would have had to recall all the soldiers. If he recalled the soldiers, he would have to wait a few minutes for the cooldown. During that waiting period, the marionette could very well escape. Impossible. Ah! The marionette's voice grew weaker and weaker. Its body was completely overwhelmed by the soldiers. The anger that had just been suppressed was completely released. Guan Chen also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The abilities of this marionette were truly bizarre. If it had been someone else, they would have likely met a tragic end at its hands. Just imagine. Your companions are all controlled, leaving you all alone. What a desperate feeling that would be. Kill the marionette, gain 2000 points, control thread X1. The system's prompt sounded as the marionette was completely dead. The Legion soldiers dispersed, revealing a ground covered in cotton, tattered cloth strips, and a blue card. There was no trace of a crystal core in the marionette's remains. Instead, a milky white small bead caught Guan Chen's attention. What is this? Guan Chen picked up the milky white bead and examined it in his hand. Mental bead increases mental power when used. The system was very helpful, directly conveying the item information to Guan Chen. Increases mental power? This is a good thing. Guan Chen's face showed a look of surprise. Mental power was something very mysterious and powerful. He had read plenty about it in novels from his past life. Without hesitation, Guan Chen grasped the mental bead and began to absorb it. Unlike a crystal core, there was no powerful energy flooding into his body. Instead, mysterious mental power flowed into his mind. Guan Chen shivered, and his perception of the surroundings gradually became clearer. He felt a powerful force in his mind but did not understand how to release it. This was because he had not yet mastered the method of using mental power. Guan Chen did not feel discouraged. He knew he would figure it out eventually. The enhancement of mental power merely made his perception ability stronger. He could now sense a range of 7 meters around him. Although it was only an extension of 2 meters, it was still quite remarkable. After all, encountering a mental power monster was not so easy. Even if one did encounter it, it would be difficult to kill. The marionette had been overly arrogant, directly exposing its true form. If it had been a bit more cautious and only controlled puppets to kill, even if it couldn't kill Guan Chen, it could have easily retreated. This was the tricky part of mental monsters. If I can't beat you, then I won't fight you. Killing the marionette could be considered an unexpected joy. Guan Chen took out the item rewarded by the system, which was 10 almost transparent threads. Control thread can control targets whose strength is not greater than one's own. This was a nice little tool. Although it could only control targets not stronger than himself, it was still quite good. The control here referred to complete control. Even if he commanded it to die, there would be no hesitation. Having the control thread was equivalent to having a puppet. He put the control threads back into the system backpack, as he wouldn't need them for now. Guan Chen turned his attention to the blue card. With a gentle squeeze, the card shattered instantly. Acquired Puppet Technique X1, learn to master the methods of creating and controlling puppets. This is an evil skill. It's actually a skill. Guan Chen was somewhat surprised. He completely ignored the last sentence of the skill description. There are no evil skills, only evil users. Learn Puppet Technique. A wealth of knowledge about puppets flooded into Guan Chen's mind. There were many types of puppet techniques. However, the most common ones were only 2. The first was a more direct method, which forcibly controlled the target to become a puppet. The second was to create a puppet and then control it with special tools. Guan Chen had already witnessed the method of forced control. The skill the marionette had used at the end belonged to this category. Although this method was convenient, it had significant drawbacks. Because a forcibly controlled puppet could break free from its restraints, the method of creating puppets was much more stable. After all, it was made by hand, allowing for complete control over the outcome. Guan Shen did not have the materials and containers needed for puppet manipulation, so this skill was temporarily of no use. Still, as the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Moreover, this puppet technique was quite a good skill. Guan Shen felt very pleased. Although the quantity of rewards was not much, the quality was quite good. After eliminating the marionette, Guan Shen immediately felt that the gloom hanging over the football hall had completely dissipated. That vague sense of unease also vanished entirely. He could finally sleep soundly. Looking at the hazy moonlight, there should still be plenty of time. He took out the folding bed again and fell asleep. The Legion soldiers guarded around him. Due to the intimidation of the marionette, there were no traces of monsters around the football hall. Because of this, Guan Shen slept very soundly in the second half of the night. The first ray of morning sunlight fell on his face. Guan Shen got up and put away the folding bed. The first thing to do after getting up, of course, was to have breakfast. His stomach was already raising a protest. As his body continued to strengthen, his demand for food grew larger. Maintaining a strong bodily function required a significant amount of energy. Guan Shen took out 2 food cards and crushed them. 2 portions of delicious food appeared before him. Activating the skill, Gluttony. Burp. Guan Shen let out a satisfied burp. After finishing breakfast, he continued on his way. If all went well, he would reach the central shopping mall today. At the entrance of the football hall, just as Guan Shen thought, there were quite a few bloodstains on the ground. Last night, many unfortunate souls were taken down by the marionette. In the apocalypse, people die at all times. Guan Shen didn't pay much attention, leaving the football hall under the sunlight. In front of the XX community, Guan Shen stopped in his tracks, because he saw tracks made by tank treads at the entrance of the community. Tanks! 2 familiar words flashed in his mind. The city defense army had finally launched a rescue. Looking at the ground littered with shell casings and shattered zombies, it was clear that a fierce battle had taken place here. The tracks were very clear, obviously left not long ago. Hey, brother, are you with the city defense army? A few figures were walking towards him from the community. I'm not. Guan Shen shook his head. Ah, just a step too late. I told you long ago, don't be greedy for wealth. Now look, the city defense army has left. These people were clearly a family. The leading man pointed at the woman beside him. The woman was holding a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry in her arms. Guan Shen was somewhat speechless. Their lives were barely secure, yet they still cared about these things. I don't care. These are my lifelines. The woman clutched her belongings tightly, watching Guan Shen warily. A typical miser. I don't want your junk. Guan Shen did not linger and followed the tracks left by the tank. Hey, brother, wait for us, the man hurriedly called out. But Guan Shen ignored him. His pace remained steady. Throw that junk away. I won't throw it, not even if I die. The argument between the man and woman faded behind him. Then, the voices gradually diminished until they were completely inaudible. Guan Shen slightly changed his plan. He wanted to find the city defense army. He wanted to know the situation in Huagua. 80% of the global population was infected with the zombie virus. With such a high population density in Huagua, if 80% turned into zombies, the consequences could be imagined. Following the traces of the city defense army, fresh blood gradually appeared on the streets before Guan Shen. 2 scrapped armored vehicles were parked in the middle of the road. There were 2 huge gashes on the armored vehicles. It was evident that they had encountered a terrifying monster attack. Zombies shot down by bullets lay scattered by the roadside. He did not see the monster that destroyed the armored vehicle. It seemed that the firepower of the city defense army was not enough to kill it. Run! Hurry! It's dangerous here. A weak voice came through. Guan Shen scanned his surroundings. Next to a scrapped armored vehicle, a fully armed city defense soldier leaned against it. The soldier's pupils were grayish-white, already showing signs of turning into a zombie. All the city defense soldiers around him had perished. Guan Shen still held a sense of awe for these soldiers who defended the masses. They used their lives to allow more people to live. Guan Shen quickly walked to his side. The city defense soldier continuously spat out dark blood. With his last remaining consciousness, he urged Guan Shen to escape quickly. This was the city defense army. A will of iron and blood. Guan Shen pricked his finger, blood flowing out, dripping into the soldier's mouth. He wanted to try if his immune genes could save the city defense soldier before him. Unfortunately, the soldier's transformation into a corpse did not stop. Guan Chen had already anticipated this outcome. The effect of the immune genes only applied to himself. I'm sorry. Guan Chen used the blood-drinking blade to end the soldier's life. The soldier's appearance was frozen at the moment before his transformation. He surely did not wish to become one of those ugly monsters after death. No drinking, Guan Chen said coldly. The tentacles of the blood-drinking blade quickly retracted. This was a hero worthy of respect. Guan Chen carried him onto the armored vehicle and then set the vehicle ablaze. In the raging flames, the bodies of the surrounding soldiers gradually ignited. Perhaps this was the best resting place for them. Although Guan Chen felt emotional, he did not shed tears. In the apocalypse, such situations were not uncommon. If he cried every time, he would eventually cry his eyes blind. For the strong, tears were a luxury. After dealing with the soldier's body, Guan Chen continued forward. After about 10 minutes, faint sounds of cannon fire could be heard in the distance. Finally found it. Guan Chen quickened his pace in the direction of the cannon fire. A medium-sized shopping mall. City defense soldiers in camouflage were continuously firing downwards. The shopping mall was already surrounded by zombies. 3 tanks were blocking the entrance of the shopping mall. The cannon mouths kept firing, shells landing in the horde of corpses. In an instant, many zombies were blown to pieces. But the gap created was quickly filled. The number of zombies was too vast. The firepower of the 3 tanks was utterly ineffective. Damn it! There are too many zombies. If this goes on, the tanks won't hold out for long. Hurry and contact the main force. Inside the tank, several city defense soldiers were sweating profusely. Many zombies had already begun to attack the tanks. Signal lost. We can't get in touch at all. A city defense soldier held the communication device. But at that moment, the device emitted a chaotic static noise. Damn it! If it weren't for that monster, we wouldn't have lost contact with the team. The city defense soldier cursed. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames continuously shot out from the windows on the 2nd floor. Bullets fired in a series, killing the zombies below. This was a scattered small team. They were originally responsible for rescuing nearby survivors. But during the regrouping, they encountered an attack from a terrifying monster. After paying a heavy price, they successfully repelled the monster. However, they had completely lost contact with the main force. Inside the shopping mall on the 2nd floor, besides more than 200 city defense soldiers, there were also 700 to 800 survivors. At this moment, those survivors were huddled in the corners, trembling. "Mom, I'm scared," a little girl said. "Don't be afraid, Shinshin. The city defense uncles will protect us." The little girl's mother kept comforting her. "It's over. We're all going to die. So many zombies. There's no way to escape. Damn it. Why has it come to this?" Despair spread rapidly through the crowd. Many people grabbed food from the mall. They began their final frenzy. Die. They would rather die full. The city defense soldiers did not stop this behavior. They were already overwhelmed. The bullets they carried were nearly depleted. Yet the zombies outside continued to pour in endlessly. They knew that once the bullets ran out, they would have to fight the zombies in close combat. Woo-woo. Although the tank blocked the entrance of the mall, the number of zombies was simply too great. The glass of the surrounding windows was shattered by the zombies. The zombies crawled into the mall through the windows. Damn it! The soldiers inside the tank could only watch helplessly as the zombies entered the mall. They could do nothing. Even moving the tank could not stop those zombies. With the doors unblocked, more zombies would only flood in. Fierce shells shot out from the cannon, bombarding the surrounding zombies. This was the only thing they could do. Zombies! Zombies! They've broken in! We're doomed! The zombies rushed towards the 2nd floor. The makeshift defense made of tables could not stop them at all. Some survivors near the escalator were directly knocked down by the zombies rushing to the 2nd floor. Poochie! His veins were bitten through, and blood sprayed out. Help! Me! Gulu! The man struggled for a moment before falling completely silent. The city defense soldiers reacted quickly and began shooting. The gnawing zombies were instantly shot in the head. But soon, other zombies rushed up the escalator to the 2nd floor. Retreat! Back to the 3rd floor. Seeing that the 2nd floor was about to fall, the city defense soldiers hurriedly organized the survivors to escape to the 3rd floor of the mall. Run! Run fast! In the face of crisis, human nature is selfish. Many survivors did not listen to the city defense soldiers' commands at all. They only cared about themselves, frantically fleeing to the 3rd floor. Those who fled first were knocked down by the zombies that rushed to the 2nd floor. Go! Follow me! A dozen city defense soldiers cleared the way. They shot the zombies at the escalator. The survivors closely followed behind them. Shinshin, don't be afraid. Don't look! The woman covered the little girl's eyes and quickly ran up to the third floor. Most of the soldiers stayed on the second floor, shooting at the zombies that rushed into the mall. The intense sound of cannon fire suddenly stopped. Fire! Why has it stopped? A soldier observing the situation shouted anxiously. Out of ammo. A grim report came, and everyone fell silent. The tank was out of ammunition, rendering it mostly useless. Ka. Inside the second floor mall, many soldiers pulled the trigger, but no bullets came out. They reached for their waists, only to find them empty. No ammunition left. Damn it! No bullets. A city defense soldier spoke up. Looking at the zombies rushing towards them, he swung the gun but directly. The zombie was knocked to the ground, struggling continuously. Woo! It tried to get up but was shot in the head by the city defense soldier with the gun butt. Do you have any bullets left? After dealing with the zombie, the soldier asked. Li Chi. I have a little, but not much. Another city defense soldier tossed him a magazine. Thanks. Phone. Li Chi thanked him and quickly loaded the magazine. The zombies continued to pour towards the second floor. The soldiers aimed before daring to shoot. The little remaining ammunition allowed for no waste. More than half of the survivors had safely escaped to the third floor. The soldiers knew this was of no help, but they had no choice. Staying on the second floor meant certain death. If they fled to the third floor, they could live a little longer. Damn it! It's a mutated zombie! The soldier by the window shouted urgently. Suddenly, a decaying zombie crashed through the window. The zombie's arms were covered with a layer of flesh membrane, connecting at the armpits like the wings of a bat. Under the powerful viral genes, the zombie had actually evolved wings. It was terrifying. Open fire! Quick, open fire! The city defense soldiers reacted quickly and pulled the trigger. The zombie that had just entered the second floor was instantly shot to pieces. Its head was blown apart. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, 3 flying zombies charged in. They pounced directly on the soldiers by the window. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. Ah! Damn zombies! Die! The 3 fallen soldiers used their last strength to pull the grenades from their waists. Boom! The 3 mutated zombies were blown to bits. Retreat! Get away from the window! Knowing about the flying zombies, the soldiers quickly withdrew from the window. At the stairway entrance on the second floor, zombies kept rushing up. Many soldiers wielded daggers, engaging in close combat with the zombies. Thanks to their efforts, most of the survivors were safely moved to the third floor. The soldiers held their ground on the second floor, fighting against the zombies. As time passed, the gunfire on the second floor came to a complete stop. The city defense soldiers had completely run out of ammunition. Let's fight these zombies to the end. A soldier pulled out a sharp dagger. As the zombies lunged forward, they were pierced through the head. Li Chi, I entrust my family to you. A soldier named Afong, unfortunately, was scratched and infected by a zombie. After delivering his last words, he pulled the pin on a grenade and charged into the horde of zombies. No! Afong! Li Chi screamed in agony, but there was nothing he could do. Afong plunged into the massive corpses, the grenade exploding and toppling a large number of zombies. He himself perished in the explosion. Ah! Why? Die! All of you die! Li Chi swung his bloodied dagger, relentlessly hacking at the zombies in front of him. He was like a madman. Afong had been his playmate since childhood. They had joined the city defense army together, taking on the sacred mission of protecting the people and safeguarding China. But because of this damned disaster, this cursed zombie virus, his good brother was dead. Dead before his eyes. Afeng's tragedy played out repeatedly on the second floor. Those soldiers infected by the zombies chose to end their lives in a mutual destruction method. But the true despair did not end there. Boom! They heard a loud bang. The building beneath them trembled noticeably. A tank was directly rammed into the mall. The soldiers could clearly see the dents on the tank. All the soldiers gasped in shock. What kind of immense force could dent a tank? Thud, thud, thud. The building continued to shake. A 3-meter-tall zombie slowly walked into the mall. The zombie's muscles were like steel. Its face revealed a set of white teeth and various muscle tissues. Its 2 thick arms were covered with sharp bone spurs. This was yet another new type of mutated zombie. Roar! The giant zombie let out a roar. The deafening sound shattered the surrounding glass. Everyone covered their ears but still felt dizzy. The giant zombie charged forward, directly grabbing the immobilized tank. It plunged its sharp claws deep into it. The tank's armor was being torn apart bit by bit. Seeing this scene, despair enveloped the soldiers' hearts. The zombies had evolved to the point of being able to tear apart tanks. At this rate, did humanity really have any hope? Several soldiers rolled out from the tank. With a determination to die, they pulled the pins on their grenades. The few of them, unafraid of death, charged towards the giant zombie. The giant zombie also sensed something was wrong. It quickly waved its arms, shaking off several soldiers. But in midair, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. The force of the explosion pushed the giant zombie back. The soldiers held their breath, focusing on the situation of the giant zombie. How is this possible? It's completely unharmed. Everyone's pupils constricted sharply, as if witnessing a terrifying scene. The giant zombie stood up, brushing off the dust from its body. Under the power of the grenade explosion, the giant zombie was actually unscathed. What kind of terrifying defense must it have to achieve this? The giant zombie spotted the soldiers on the second floor. It picked up a tank from the ground and hurled it towards the second floor. Not good. Get down, Li Qi shouted. The soldiers quickly reacted, rolling to the side. The tank smashed into the ground of the second floor, shattering it. Some zombies were directly crushed into mush. Brothers, let's fight this monster. Li Qi pulled out a grenade, preparing to take the giant zombie down with him. If a few grenades couldn't kill it, what about dozens? Every soldier was equipped with grenades. Let's do it. We're all going to die anyway. I've been brave my whole life. I don't want to die a coward. A middle-aged city defense soldier said. Right. If we die, we'll take this guy down with us. Blow this monster to pieces. More and more soldiers began to echo. At this moment, the group of survivors on the third floor looked ashen. It's over. We're completely doomed. Woo-woo. I don't want to die yet. Despair. True despair. The city defense soldiers pulled out the grenades from their waists. One by one, they faced death with courage. They were unafraid of death. They fulfilled their promise to protect the people with their lives. Just as the soldiers were about to pull the pins on their grenades, a black feathered arrow shot into the back of the giant zombie. The giant zombie's iron-like skin was actually pierced by the feathered arrow. What incredible power! The soldiers saw a glimmer of hope. Roar! The giant zombie let out a furious roar. It pulled out the black feathered arrow from its back. Its blood-red eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the mall. There stood a slender figure, with a longbow drawn, an arrow covered in thorns knocked. Whoosh! The giant zombie's shoulder was pierced again by the feathered arrow. This injury was nothing more than a scratch to it. But such an act was a serious provocation. Guan Chen arrived just in time. The scene before him made him frown slightly. The area around the shopping mall was completely surrounded by zombies. He ordered the soldiers of the Legion to clear a path. Although there were many zombies, most were of 1 or 2 star strength. There weren't many 3-star zombies. Relying on their strength, the Legion soldiers fought their way through the horde, carving out a bloody path. It was because of this that the earlier scene occurred. The bloody path was quickly filled by the horde. The Legion soldiers formed a semicircle. On the outermost edge were the gun and shield skeleton soldiers. 20 of them held shields, blocking the zombie attacks, occasionally counterattacking with their weapons. The elven archers stood at the back, continuously shooting feathered arrows. The Shadow Sword Masters were responsible for the zombies on both sides of the formation. The rear was left to the Legion soldiers. Eileen stood at the entrance of the mall, looking for an opportunity to shoot. Guan Chen, Bone, and Shen Lian charged directly into the mall. As his gaze swept over the giant zombie, the system quickly provided information. Name, Tyrant Potential, 6 stars Strength, 4 stars Intermediate Ability, Berserk, Savage Charge, Iron Skin, Explosive Spike Charge, Evaluation, a powerful zombie mutated from a brute, possessing even more terrifying strength and an iron-like body. Goodness! No wonder it looks familiar. So it's an old friend. At first glance, Guan Chen felt a sense of familiarity with the tyrant. He didn't expect it to have evolved from a brute. Back then, he had almost fallen at the hands of a brute. Roar! The tyrant let out another furious roar. The tiny ant actually dared to take the initiative to attack. It was a blatant provocation. The tyrant moved forward, charging towards Guan Chen. Each step it took caused a tremor. Brothers, keep killing the zombies. Li Qi saw hope and quickly turned to slay the zombies. He wanted to survive. He still had to take care of Feng's family. The city defense soldiers also ignited hope. If they could survive, who would want to die? Shadow Flicker. Seeing the tyrant charging, Guan Chen quickly used his skill. His speed surged instantly, dodging the tyrant's attack. The tyrant's strike missed and smashed directly into the ground. In an instant, countless fragments of stone flew everywhere. A large pit appeared where Guan Chen had just been standing. What terrifying power! The tyrant was indeed an enhanced version of a brute. Just in terms of strength, it had definitely reached 4-star high level. Guan Chen slashed with the bloodthirsty blade. The sharp edge of the sword cut through the tyrant's body, leaving a trail of blood. Roar! The tyrant looked at the bloodstain that had appeared and let out an angry roar. Although it had no sense of pain, being injured made it feel rage. Steel skin! The tyrant activated its ability. The original wound instantly solidified. A layer of steel covered its skin, reflecting a metallic sheen. The tyrant turned around, its thick arm swinging towards Guan Chen. Bone armor! Guan Chen quickly used his skill. A handsome set of bone armor instantly formed on his body. The bloodthirsty blade was held in front of him. The force of the tyrant's strike was considerable. Guan Chen was directly sent flying. He felt his internal energy surging. But under the protection of the bloodthirsty blade and the bone armor, Guan Chen did not suffer serious injuries. Although the tyrant's strike sent Guan Chen flying, it also exposed a flaw. Damn monster, dared to hurt my master. Bone roared in anger. A blood-red glow emerged from its body. The rage skill activated. Bone's power surged significantly. It slashed at the tyrant. The terrifying force broke through the steel skin. Good. Well done. Guan Chen shouted. Sword control technique. Xinlian manipulated the Xian iron sword, slashing at the tyrant's wound. Swish! The flesh of the wound was cut open, and filthy blood gushed out continuously. The tyrant swung its arm towards Bone. Bone raised its shield to block in front of it, but the terrifying force still sent it flying. Look for an opportunity. Attack its weakness. Guan Chen saw the tyrant's wound continuously spewing filthy blood, but its offensive did not weaken at all. The best way to deal with zombies was to attack their weaknesses. Such ordinary flesh wounds meant nothing to zombies. Got it. Bone nodded to Xunlian. Guan Chen adjusted his stance and charged towards the tyrant again. Due to the horde of corpses, the group attack tactic could not be executed. Guan Chen could only fight a hard battle. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, striking the tyrant. The sharp edge broke through the tyrant's defenses. The bloodthirsty blade extended its tendrils, trying to absorb the tyrant's flesh and blood, but it was shaken off by the tyrant. Taking this opportunity, Eileen shot an arrow directly. This arrow was completely formed from energy. The piercing arrow. The arrow, carrying a terrifying momentum, shot straight for the tyrant's head. Crack! The energy arrow struck the tyrant's eye, blood splattering everywhere. But the energy arrow was firmly grasped by the tyrant. It pulled out the energy arrow, still attached to the huge eyeball. Roar! Threatened, the tyrant directly entered a berserk state. Its originally 3-meter-tall body surged again. In an instant, it was almost about to break 4 meters. Standing in the mall, it resembled a small giant. After going berserk, the tyrant's strength increased. Its speed became faster, charging directly towards Eileen. The tyrant had only one target. Eileen! That self-harming guy. Bone raised his heavy shield, blocking in front of the tyrant. The tyrant threw a punch, and Bone was instantly sent flying. Xinlian used Shadow Bind, black chains coalescing and wrapping around the tyrant's body. But the power difference was too great. The tyrant quickly broke free from the chains. Seeing this, Eileen did not sit idly by. She moved nimbly, starting to run through the mall. Blood Demon's hand. Guan Chen's arm was quickly entangled by blood-colored tentacles. He charged towards the tyrant, slashing with the blood-drinking blade. With the enhancement of Blood Demon's hand, his strength surged. The blood-drinking blade struck the tyrant's arm, directly severing several bone spikes. The tyrant swung his arm, wanting to deal with Guan Chen first. Teleportation. Guan Chen vanished, and the tyrant's strike missed. Just as the tyrant was puzzled, he suddenly felt a chill in his head. Guan Chen appeared above the tyrant. Blood Soul Slash. A terrifying blood-colored sword energy slashed towards the back of the tyrant's head. Explosive Spike Charge. The tyrant sensed the threat of death. It raised both arms, terrifying energy coalescing above. In the next second, bone spikes shot out, crashing towards Guan Chen. The tyrant also leaped high, its fist smashing down towards Guan Chen. The two forces collided. Guan Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He continuously spat out blood. The white bone armor on him had already cracked. Without hesitation, he quickly crushed several recovery cards. Gentle energy flowed into his body. His injuries began to stabilize gradually. The tyrant across from him was not so lucky. Its head had been sliced off by the Blood Soul Slash, leaving more than half gone. It was now kneeling on the ground, struggling. Eileen, not far away, would not miss this opportunity. Holding the black branch bow in her hand, she slowly gathered an energy arrow. Whoosh! The energy arrow shot out, accurately hitting the gap in the back of the tyrant's head. The tyrant's head was pierced through. Its body, kneeling on the ground, collapsed with a loud thud. The ground trembled slightly. Kill the tyrant, gain 2,500 points, explosive fist skill. The system's voice rang out, and Guan Shen breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer hold on and directly lay on the ground, his chest heaving violently. Energy depleted, Blood Demon's hand was released. Master, are you okay? The three leaders knelt before Guan Shen, their faces showing guilt. They believed it was their fault for not protecting Guan Shen well. I'm fine. Just a little injury. Compared to that guy, I'm quite lucky. Bone helped Guan Shen up. He pointed to the tyrant lying far away. Its pierced head was continuously leaking brain matter. After the tyrant's death, the remaining zombie horde was no longer a threat. Eliminating them was just a matter of time. Guan Shen continued to crush supply cards and recovery cards in his hands. Having just overused the blood-drinking blade, his body felt as if it had been hollowed out. Under the effects of the two types of cards, the sense of power returned to his body. No need to support me. Guan Shen signaled Bone to let go. This guy was just a skeleton, and he found it uncomfortable. I'm fine here. Go clear out the zombies outside. Yes, sir. The three leaders nodded. Power Aura. Bone activated the skill. The skeleton soldiers were enveloped in a yellow halo. Their strength instantly received a significant boost. The melee soldiers, previously pressed down by zombies, pushed back directly. Beast Horn. Sleeping giant beast from the abyss, hear my call. Appear. Bone chanted an obscure incantation. A huge bone horn appeared in its hand. After the horn was blown, a massive summoning array appeared in the mall. Within the summoning array, a giant beast made of white bones slowly materialized. The beast stood at least 4 meters tall. Its shape resembled that of an ape, with horns growing from its skull. The skeletal giant summoned by the bone had strength equal to its own. The skeletal giant jumped into the horde of zombies, beginning to stomp wildly. Its massive size instantly crushed many zombies. Shunlian and Aaron exchanged a glance, unwilling to be outdone. They organized the soldiers and began to harvest the zombie horde frantically. Guan Chen glanced at the second floor. The zombies that had rushed up were now few in number. He had already resolved the greatest crisis. Most of the zombies were blocked outside by the Legion. If they couldn't handle even this few zombies, how could they survive in the apocalypse? Guan Chen elegantly walked to the tyrant's corpse. The blood-drinking blade in his hand cleaved the skull open. White brain matter immediately splattered everywhere. The blood-drinking blade showed great interest in the tyrant's corpse. After all, it was a 4-star zombie, and it seemed to be less picky now. The law of truth. Guan Chen stabbed it into the tyrant's corpse. Blood-colored tendrils spread out, quickly wrapping around the body. A crystal core the size of a fist was extracted by Guan Chen. He shook off the brain matter on it. It was simply the most perfect piece of art. Guan Chen held the crystal core and began to absorb it. Pure energy erupted like a spring. It flowed through his limbs and bones. Guan Chen could clearly feel that every inch of his skin was undergoing transformation. Crackle! He stretched his body, producing a series of explosive sounds. So comfortable. It was an unprecedented feeling. His strength successfully broke through to 4 stars. While absorbing energy, the blood-drinking blade had already completed its devouring. The once mountain-like tyrant's corpse had now deflated into an unrecognizable state. The blood-drinking blade trembled gently, indicating its satisfaction. Guan Chen pulled out the sword, and the tyrant's body instantly collapsed. A deep blue card appeared before his eyes. A bountiful harvest. The tyrant was quite generous. It contributed a deep blue card, a skill book, a crystal core, and 2,500 points. Explosive Fist launches an explosive energy attack within a 3-meter range in front. The closer the distance, the stronger the power. Guan Chen learned it without hesitation. More skills are never a burden. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned Explosive Fist. The system's voice rang out, and Guan Chen instantly mastered the Explosive Fist. Explosive Fist. He concentrated energy in his arm. Boom! The wall 3 meters away was directly smashed out of a large hole. The ground along the way cracked open. Hiss! What terrifying power! Guan Chen was very satisfied. Although the consumption of the Explosive Fist was significant, comparable to Blood Soul Slash, the power it caused was also very strong. The city defense soldiers on the second floor had already cleared the zombies. Guan Chen temporarily put away the blue card. Salute! Over 100 city defense soldiers saluted in unison. Thank you for saving our lives, the soldiers said in unison. You're welcome. Guan Chen waved his hand. He held a certain fondness for these city defense troops. In such a perilous moment, they could still step forward to rescue the masses. Sir, do your soldiers need help? Li Qi, seeing the skeletal legion, reluctantly defined them as soldiers. After these few days, he had gradually accepted reality. No need. They can handle it. Guan Chen was still very confident in his legion. Who is your team leader? I have some questions to ask. Looking at the city defense soldiers in front of him, covered in dirt and blood, Guan Chen asked. The captain has already sacrificed. Sir, if you have any questions, you can ask me. Li Qi spoke up. As the vice captain of the team, he temporarily took on this burden. Good. Speak frankly. I don't want to hear comforting words for the survivors. Guan Chen looked at Li Qi, exuding an invisible authority. Sir, do you want to hear the truth? Li Qi swallowed hard. Guan Chen nodded. Alright, the city defense army has received news. Because the zombie virus has fully erupted, the city defense army is fighting on their own. Guan Chen fell into silence. What is the city defense army in Z City planning to do? Guan Chen asked. The president has ordered, rescue survivors as much as possible. Li Qi replied. Good. Guan Chen nodded, he got the answer he wanted. Your Excellency, is there anything else? Li Qi asked. No. Guan Chen shook his head. The battle outside the mall was gradually coming to an end. Without the tyrant, the remaining zombies were like chickens and dogs. Under the powerful offensive of the Legion, they were gradually being wiped out. The ground was covered with corpses and cards. Undoubtedly, this was another great harvest. Guan Chen did not collect them immediately. He fell into deep thought. How should these spoils be divided? After all, many of the zombies outside were killed by the city defense soldiers. Guan Chen's bottom line told him that he could not monopolize them. Except for the cards and the 3-star and above crystal cores. I won't take any of the other crystal cores. What do you all think? After thinking for a moment, Guan Chen finally expressed his thoughts. The low-star crystal cores were of little use to him. At most, they could be exchanged for supplies or trading points. But the cards were different, they could yield various items. Many of those items were very useful to Guan Chen. For example, advancement cards, supply cards, recovery cards, etc. Your Excellency, you saved us all. These crystal cores rightfully belong to you. The city defense soldiers clearly understood the value of the crystal cores. Can you accept this? Guan Chen did not answer the question but countered with another. Of course. Li Qi nodded. With this distribution ratio, they were already getting a great deal. After all, the 1 and 2-star zombies made up almost half of the horde. Alright, then it's settled. After making up his mind, Guan Chen instructed Xin Lian to clean up the battlefield. The city defense soldiers also sprang into action. They knew the preciousness of these crystal cores. Without factories, there would be no way to produce ammunition. Firearms would fade from human sight. The future would be dominated by cold weapons. Becoming an awakened one was humanity's way out. Xin Lian's speed was as fast as ever. One by one, 3-star crystal cores appeared before Guan Chen. In addition, there were various colored cards. He counted them. There were a total of 34 3-star crystal cores, 317 white cards, 245 white-green cards, 177 green cards, 50 blue-green cards, and 3 blue cards. Guan Chen temporarily put away the crystal cores and cards. At this moment, the frightened survivors finally trembled down the stairs. They saw the corpses everywhere and couldn't help but vomit. Guan Chen was not surprised. It would be a problem if these emotionally fragile survivors didn't throw up. A few city defense soldiers quickly comforted the crowd. Your Excellency, I have an unreasonable request. Could you escort us to meet up with the main force? Li Qi came to Guan Chen's side. Sorry, I have things to handle. Guan Chen directly declined. Although he respected the city defense army, it was impossible for him to be a beast of burden. Alright, I was too abrupt. Li Qi's face showed disappointment. Although I can't escort you, I can exchange some supplies for you. Guan Chen's words gave Li Qi hope again. What does the team need the most right now? Supplies and ammunition. Do you have any ammunition? Li Qi asked tentatively. Because Guan Chen was empty-handed, he didn't look like someone who had ammunition. Yes. How much do you need? Guan Chen nodded. Ordinary rifle bullets didn't cost much in points. This was a profitable deal. 3,000 rounds of M4 bullets. Li Qi asked tentatively. Satisfied, Guan Chen snapped his fingers. Instantly, wooden boxes appeared in front of him. The wooden box was neatly arranged with magazines. Hiss! This is unbelievable. Li Qi gasped. 3,000 M4 bullets, priced at 81-star crystal cores. Guan Chen extended his hand. Li Qi quickly reacted and had someone fetch the crystal cores. Guan Chen satisfiedly pocketed the cores. The price of standard bullets was the same as ordinary arrows, both costing 0.1 points. 3,000 bullets amounted to 300 points. 81-star crystal cores guaranteed a transaction of 400 points. Even if Guan Chen's face turned as black as coal, he could still earn a profit of 100 points. Reselling supplies was indeed a good deal. Guan Chen traded all the 1-star crystal cores to the shop. Transaction successful, gained 570 points. Instantly, 270 points were credited. Sir, I want to exchange for more bullets. 10,000 M4 bullets. Li Qi uttered a number he himself couldn't believe. Satisfied, Guan Chen snapped his fingers again. Boxes of magazines appeared before him. 10,000 bullets, 241-star crystal cores. Guan Chen extended his hand, and Li Qi willingly handed over the cores. Transaction successful, gained 1680 points. In the blink of an eye, he netted 680 points. Although these crystal cores were all ones he had given away. Next, Li Qi exchanged for some grenades and shells. Guan Chen satisfied all his requests. As long as you dared to buy, Guan Chen dared to sell. Guan Chen netted another 1230 points, and this transaction was finally concluded. The soldiers, once covered in dirt and grime, were fully armed again. The food in the shop had been completely cleared out by the survivors. The soldiers tried to have the survivors distribute the food evenly, but were met with refusal. Why should we? This is food we found. If you want it, go find it yourselves. That's right. You city defense troops should protect us. How can you take our food? The survivors were arrogant, completely forgetting that it was these city defense soldiers who had risked their lives to protect them. Of course, not all survivors were selfish. A significant number were willing to hand over food for the soldiers to distribute. Guan Chen stood by, watching coldly. He didn't say much. This scene was a true reflection of the apocalypse. Li Qi, come here for a moment, Guan Chen called out. Okay. Li Qi set aside his tasks and jogged over to Guan Chen. Here, take this weapon. A long knife with a blue-silver sheen appeared in Guan Chen's hand. The blade emitted a cold light. Good knife, Li Qi praised without reservation. Sir, are you giving this to me? This is too precious. Li Qi was about to refuse, but Guan Chen had already placed the Qingfeng knife in his hand. Thank you, sir. Li Qi was not one to be overly sentimental. He accepted the Qingfeng knife. All right, I must be leaving now. Guan Chen could only help so much. It was nearing noon. He had to set off immediately for the central shopping mall. Sir, may I know your name? If we meet again, Li Qi will repay today's kindness. Li Qi spoke. Guan Chen. He thought for a moment and still gave Li Qi a piece of advice. You must remember, excessive kindness will push you into the abyss. Times are different now. In the apocalypse, there must be rules of the apocalypse. Don't indulge these survivors. If necessary, you can kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He made a gesture of cutting his throat. In chaotic times, heavy punishment is required. If one person affects the safety of the team, you can completely eliminate such trash. Don't think I'm cruel. This is the truth of the apocalypse. Remember these words, and you will thank me. Guan Chen did not give him a chance to retort. He left without looking back. The soldiers of the Legion followed behind him. Li Qi stood frozen in place. In his mind, he kept replaying the words that Guan Chen had just said. Those words were like they were filled with magic, lingering for a long time. It wasn't until the soldier's voice pulled him back to reality. Vice Captain, the team is ready. 2 tanks are still operational. The communication equipment has contacted the main force. Should we head to the rendezvous? Li Qi came to his senses and realized that Guan Chen had already disappeared. Set off. Head to the rendezvous. He nodded and gave the order. Everyone, prepare to depart. The city defense soldiers organized the team. Ha, we're setting off again? I haven't even caught my breath. Yeah, my legs are shaking, didn't you see? Shaking legs? Look at my pants. They're all wet. We pay so many taxes, and this is how the city defense army protects us? Exactly. I almost died just now. If this were XX country, such a thing would never happen. Some survivors expressed their dissatisfaction, and the more they spoke, the worse it got. The city defense soldiers' faces turned a bit ugly upon hearing this. They had just risked their lives to protect them, only to be treated like this. Everyone, don't say that. It was the city defense army that protected us with their lives. Many survivors couldn't stand it and stood up. Seeing this, the city defense soldiers felt a bit better. Humph, that's what they're supposed to do. Those survivors had a mean-spirited look. Everyone, don't get agitated. Let me say something first. Li Qi quickly stepped forward to stop the argument. Here's the thing, we just contacted the main force, so we need to head to the rendezvous immediately. I know everyone is shaken up, but please bear with it. Once we join the main force, everyone will be much safer. As soon as Li Qi said this, the crowd fell silent. Really? Once we meet up with the main force, we'll be safe? Some still raised doubts. Of course. The city defense army has powerful heavy firepower. Li Qi replied. Great. Then let's hurry up and set off. The survivors immediately changed their expressions. Li Qi had a bad premonition. Guan Chen's words were coming true so quickly. He couldn't help but ask himself, what if one day, the survivors riot? What should he do? Vice Captain, we can set off now. A soldier stood in front of Li Qi. Let's go. One tank leads the way, and one tank brings up the rear. Let the survivors walk in the middle of the formation. No matter what the future held, at this moment, Li Qi still prioritized the people. Yes. The soldier nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. Rumbling. The tank roared to life, leading the formation at the front. The teams set off in a grand manner. In a clean little room, Guan Chen sat on the sofa. He had the soldiers on guard around the house. It was time to make a fortune quietly. The first to start was the white random cards, a total of 317 cards. Guan Chen didn't hesitate and opened them all at once. Acquired food card X57, acquired supply card X68, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X26, acquired advancement card X10, acquired regular arrows X50, acquired universal rifle bullets X60, acquired recovery card X30, acquired universal seasoning X10, just a sprinkle makes even roasted slippers delicious, acquired burning grenade X4, creates flames upon explosion, burning targets within 10 meters, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. The rewards were standard, at least there was no junk. Next were the white-green cards, a total of 245 cards. Acquired food card X37, acquired supply card X45, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X12, acquired advancement card X25, acquired armor-piercing arrow X50, acquired recovery card X15, acquired grenade X15, normal grenade power, no special effects, acquired chocolate cake X46, a very delicious cake. A nice dessert after a meal. The system voice rang out continuously. The rewards from the white and green cards were all basic consumables. Guan Chen stored everything in his spatial ring. Basic supplies were crucial for ensuring his survival. Next were the green cards, a total of 177. Acquired food card X20, acquired supply card X30, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X15, acquired advancement card X15, acquired intermediate advancement card X2, acquired armor piercing arrow X33, acquired recovery card X15, acquired frost arrow X30, arrows infused with frost power, which can slow down the target's movement speed upon impact, acquired thornvine seed X17, grows rapidly upon contact with soil, binding surrounding targets. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. Since there were no junk items, it was a decent reward. He stored all the rewards and replenished his inventory. Next were the blue-green cards, a total of 50. At this level of cards, there was a certain probability of obtaining good items. Acquired intermediate advancement card X5, acquired quality food card X20, acquired intermediate supply card X10, acquired intermediate recovery card X15. The system voice sounded, all consumables. Guan Chen stored all the rewards. He had 4 cards left. Blue quality cards basically yield good items. Guan Chen comforted himself. Acquired Dark Wolf Heart X1, contains powerful energy, can be absorbed by the Legion. Acquired Legion expansion card, 5 people, X1, after use, can expand the limit of any troop by 5. Acquired Blood Ginseng, contains powerful blood energy, can be used to cultivate blood energy. There was 1 blue card left. Not bad. Good items are indeed all out here, Guan Chen said excitedly. The rewards from the blue cards were all excellent. He handed the Dark Wolf Heart to the Shadow Swordmaster Legion for use. The Shadow Swordmasters were already on the edge of 3-star high rank. With the help of the Dark Wolf Heart, they successfully broke through to 4 stars. Thank you, my lord, for the treasure. After the breakthrough, Xunlian half knelt before Guan Chen to express his gratitude. Get up! Guan Chen raised his hand, signaling him to rise. The blood ginseng appeared in Guan Chen's hand. A rich blood energy surged forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The silent blood-drinking blade suddenly trembled lightly. It seemed to have caught a whiff of delicious food. The tendrils wrapped around the blood ginseng were almost directly indicating to Guan Chen. Bandit, take it! Guan Chen handed the blood ginseng to the blood-drinking blade to devour. After consuming, the blade's body emitted a blood glow. Its grade increased. After devouring so much blood and flesh, the blood-drinking blade finally broke through to 6-star intermediate. Not easy. The last item was the Legion expansion card, 5 people. Guan Shen thought for a moment and decided to expand the Elf Archer Legion. His ranged power was still a bit too weak. System. Expand the Elf Archer Legion. Ding. Expansion successful, Elf Archer Legion +5. The system voice rang out. A summoning array filled with natural aura appeared. 5 slender elf maidens appeared before Guan Shen. We greet our master. The elf maidens bowed their heads and performed a salute. Return to the team, Guan Shen said. The 5 elf maidens returned to the ranks. Guan Shen was very satisfied. The strength of the legion had significantly increased. This laid a solid foundation for the upcoming battles. All cards had been opened. In Guan Shen's hand, there remained a deep blue card. This was a card contributed by the tyrant. Crack! He gently squeezed it, and the card instantly shattered. Acquired random Legion card X1, awesome. Tyrant brother. You're amazing, Guan Shen exclaimed in surprise. A golden card appeared, one side engraved with a mysterious door, the other side marked with a question mark. Guan Shen was very familiar with the appearance of this card. All the legions he currently possessed were obtained through card draws. There was no other way. The Legion cards in the shop were too expensive. Prices often reached tens of thousands, which Guan Shen found hard to bear. For tens of thousands, he could only buy the most useless legions. For example, the Chicken Legion, the Husky Legion, the Braid Legion, and so on. These types of legions had no special abilities and could not be upgraded. They were completely a scam. The slightly better legions required at least hundreds of thousands of points. A legion like the Nightblade would sell for 200,000 points in the points shop. Guan Shen was already quite broke, but he didn't expect the shop to be even worse. He held the random Legion card and gently squeezed it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. A brand new card appeared in his hand. The back of the card still showed that mysterious door, but the question mark on the front had transformed into a tall figure clad in iron armor. Guan Shen couldn't see his face because his entire body was wrapped in iron armor. Only a breathing gap was left at the nose and mouth area. The tall figure held a heavy shield in one hand and a sharp battle axe in the other. It was clear that his defense was maxed out. He crushed the card in his hand. A silver-white summoning array appeared in the room. 30 soldiers shrouded in iron armor appeared before Guan Shen. The room instantly became crowded. We greet our master. The ironclad shield guards knelt on the ground, using knightly etiquette. Get up! Guan Shen signaled for everyone to rise. Thank you, master. The tall figure at the front spoke. He wore a lion's helmet, while the ordinary soldiers had barrel-shaped helmets. Guan Shen couldn't wait to open the system and check the abilities of the ironclad shield guards. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, upgradable, number 30, potential 7 stars, strength 3 stars, advanced, commander, Leo, skills, ironclad shield formation, battle axe spin, copper wall, iron shield charge, iron taunt. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion was simply a born meat shield. Almost all their skills were related to being a meat shield. Not bad. Guan Shen nodded in satisfaction. After acquiring the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, he felt more confident about the upcoming events. After a brief rest, Guan Shen directly ordered to set off. There was still some distance to the central shop. He had to hurry to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. After all, the Zombie King might not wait for him to appear. If he arrived late, the Zombie King might have already left. Stepping out of the house, he was met by a group of disaster monsters. They were a dozen pitch-black wolves. Name, Shadow Wolf, potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars, ability, Shadow Slash, instant pounce evaluation, disaster monsters that descend from the cracks, their speed is very fast. Oh, the Shadow Wolves spotted Guan Shen and immediately launched an attack. The massive lead wolf lunged at Guan Shen in an instant. The ironclad shield guards formed a defensive line, standing in front of Guan Shen. Seeing this, the Shadow Wolf pack attempted to bypass the ironclad shield guards, but at that moment, their battle axes kept striking the shields. The sound was extremely piercing. Oh whoa! The lead wolf's eyes instantly turned blood red. It fixed its gaze on Leo. That kind of momentum seemed to indicate a fight to the death. The lead wolf exerted force with its legs and lunged directly at Leo. Clang! It crashed into the iron shield and was directly knocked back. Yet, even so, it remained relentless, fighting desperately to attack the ironclad guards. Well done! Guan Shen shouted. The other soldiers of the Legion charged straight at the Shadow Wolves. The taunting time passed, and the wolf pack regained its sanity. But at this moment, they were already surrounded by the soldiers. The lead wolf howled. The soldiers surged forward, annihilating the shadow wolf pack completely. The blood-drinking blade trembled slightly, but Guan Chen did not stop it. Countless blood and flesh tendrils spread out, frantically sucking up the corpses. The bodies of the shadow wolves visibly shriveled. Leo, does your taunting skill work on zombies too? Guan Chen asked. This taunting skill was incredibly powerful. Yes, as long as the target is nearby, it will be affected by the taunt. But if the target is too strong, it won't have any effect. Leo explained patiently. How strong is too strong? Guan Chen inquired. About 2 stars, I guess. Leo thought for a moment and then replied. 2 stars? That's enough. How long does the taunting time last? Guan Chen asked again. It can last up to 10 seconds at most. If the target is powerful, the time may be reduced. But it won't be less than 5 seconds. Leo said. What about the range of the taunt? Guan Chen asked again. All targets within 100 meters. Leo replied. That's enough. That's sufficient. Guan Chen nodded. This iron taunt could definitely be considered a divine skill. Paired with the defensive capabilities of the ironclad guards, it could play a significant role on the battlefield. The blood-drinking blade quickly finished absorbing. It coiled around 5 crystal cores and presented them to Guan Chen. Holding the offered crystal cores, Guan Chen began to absorb them directly. Waves of energy flowed through his body and were quickly absorbed. After absorbing the crystal cores, his strength increased slightly. The wolf pack did not drop any cards. Guan Chen continued forward, leaving a field of corpses behind. As time passed, he finally reached the vicinity of the central mall. Listening to the distant roars, Guan Chen found a tall building and climbed to the top floor. He gazed at the central mall in the distance. It used to be the shopping paradise of Z City. The flow of people here during the outbreak of the apocalypse was unimaginable. Now, all those people had turned into zombies. Guan Chen inhaled sharply. The entire square was filled with swaying heads. Among them, the figures of mutated zombies were even more prevalent. These were just the zombies in the square. Inside that massive shopping mall, there were countless zombie figures. Something's not right. The number of zombies is too dense. Even the largest shopping mall in Z City couldn't possibly have this many zombies. Guan Chen recalled the path he had taken. He hadn't seen any traces of zombies along the way. It was as if those zombies had been summoned away by some force. The Zombie King. Guan Chen suddenly thought of something. It seemed that this Zombie King had already gained intelligence. Otherwise, it would never gather zombies to protect its own safety. The difficulty of the options instantly skyrocketed. What he needed to deal with now was not just the Zombie King, but an entire tide of zombies. The zombies gathered in the central shopping mall numbered at least around 100,000. It was a suffocating number. Master, should we kill them? Bone asked. Not yet. Guan Chen took a deep breath. Faced with such a terrifying tide of zombies, he felt a bit of trepidation. Over 100,000 zombies. Almost all the nearby zombies had gathered here. Let's go. We need to get a bit closer. Guan Chen led the Legion soldiers downstairs. He cleared out the zombies near the shopping center. Guan Chen's movements were swift and did not cause any commotion. He selected a suitable building and climbed to the top floor. The location of this building is absolutely perfect. It is tall enough with a wide view. It is only 100 meters away from the shopping plaza. The zombies wandering inside the building have been cleared out by the soldiers. Dozens of crystal cores and several cards were handed to Guan Chen. All the zombies have been gathered in the plaza and the mall. Therefore, there aren't many zombies left in this building. This actually makes it more convenient for Guan Chen. The top floor of the building is spacious enough to accommodate all the soldiers. The sun gradually sets, casting the evening glow on the top floor. As night falls, the zombies become active. They emit restless howls. Naturally, Guan Chen cannot choose to act at night. Except for the Shadow Sword cultivators, the other soldiers would be affected to some extent. Daytime. That is the best time. Guan Chen is not in a hurry. Since he has come, the Zombie King cannot escape. What does it matter if it lives another night? I am still very merciful. Guan Chen looked at the mall gradually disappearing into the darkness. After several days of effort, he has accumulated over 40,000 points. There are also more than 500 2-star crystal cores in his space ring. Guan Chen did not hesitate and traded them all for points. The price of 2-star crystal cores fluctuates between 20 and 30. Transaction successful, gained 13,450 points. Guan Chen looked at his points, which instantly soared to 50,000. In tomorrow's battle, the Elf Archer Legion and the Skeleton Mages will be the absolute main force. His plan is simple. Close combat soldiers will attract fire, while ranged units will be responsible for the main output. Star Legion expansion card, 10 people can expand the limit of a legion below 10 stars by 10 members, priced at 20,000 points. Guan Shen searched the points shop and finally found what he wanted. Purchase 2-star Legion expansion cards, 10 people, costing 40,000 points. Do you want to buy? Yes. Guan Shen nodded without hesitation. Ding. Purchase successful. You have a great eye. The system's prompt sound rarely flatters. Expand the Elf Archer Legion. 2 summoning arrays filled with natural energy appeared in succession. 20 elf girls with curvy figures and exquisite features appeared before Guan Shen. No need for formalities. Guan Shen quickly waved his hand to stop them from bowing. The expansion card is quite impressive. The summoned soldiers are directly at the same level as the Legion. The strength of the Elf Archer Legion has already reached high 3 stars. Guan Shen searched again. Natural Silver Branch. After use, it can increase the speed of Legion enhancement, with additional effects on nature-affiliated legions, priced at 3,000 points. Bought it. He waved his hand. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing the Natural Silver Branch. You are getting more and more handsome. Guan Shen ignored the system's flattery. He handed the Natural Silver Branch to the Elf Archer Legion for use. Thank you, Master, Aileen said happily, her voice very sweet. After using the Natural Silver Branch, the strength of the Elf Archer Legion began to rise rapidly. At this rate, they should be able to break through to low 4 stars before tomorrow morning. Silver Armor Soul. After use, it can increase the speed of Legion enhancement, with additional effects on defensive-type legions, with a chance to comprehend the skill Silver Armor Soul, priced at 5,000 points. Guan Shen's eyes lit up, stopping his search. Purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing Silver Armor Soul. It is my honor to bind with you. The system's flattery is becoming increasingly nauseating. Guan Shen handed the Silver Armor Soul to the Iron Shield Guard Legion for use. Ding. Congratulations, host, the Iron Shield Guard Legion has comprehended the Silver Armor Soul skill. The system's prompt sound rang out. A smile appeared on Guan Shen's face. He had approached this with a mindset of trying. He didn't expect to really comprehend the skill. Leo, use your new skill, Guan Shen said eagerly. Yes, Master. Leo activated the Silver Armor Soul. Behind him, a larger shadow of Leo materialized. The shadow could actively attack targets within a 3-meter radius. Great skill. Guan Shen was very satisfied. This was equivalent to a clone, although it couldn't stray more than 3 meters from the main body. But it was still quite good. After all, it was a skill he got for free. One word, awesome. The Silver Armor Soul lasted about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Given the current speed of the Iron Shield Guardian's enhancement, breaking through to 4-star beginner before dawn should be no problem. After all, the price of the Silver Armor Soul was a hefty 5,000 points. Expensive things have their reasons. After a wave of retaliatory spending, Guan Shen was left with just over 7,000 points. It was clearly impossible to upgrade the Legion. Everything related to the Legion was just too expensive. Ordinary arrows, very ordinary arrows with no effects. The only advantage is their low price, selling for 0.1 points. Give me 50,000. Guan Shen waved his hand, spending another 5,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for purchasing 50,000 ordinary arrows. You truly are. The system's flattery was directly blocked by Guan Shen. Low-quality burning arrow can ignite a 1-meter radius, economical and practical, selling for 1 point. Low-quality explosive arrow can cause explosive damage to targets within a 1-meter radius, economical and practical, selling for 1 point. I'll take 1,000 of each. After spending 2,000 points, Guan Shen was left with just 300 points. He finally bought a telescope, spending 10 points. He closed the shop. He was completely broke. For tomorrow's battle, Guan Shen was all in. Either the Zombie King dies, or the Zombie King dies. Gurgle. His stomach protested. Guan Shen took out 3 food cards and crushed them. He began to feast. 3 portions of delicious food, paired with a bottle of pure water. Guan Shen patted his belly in satisfaction. After eating and drinking his fill, he took out the telescope he had just bought. The moonlight shone perfectly into the square. The writhing zombies rubbed against each other incessantly. Guan Shen picked up the telescope, searching for something among the horde. The Zombie King. This guy clearly had considerable intelligence. If he couldn't find it, there was a good chance it would escape. After searching around, Guan Shen did not find any particularly special zombies. It might be due to the dim light. In many corners of the square, he simply couldn't see clearly. Of course, there was a high possibility that the Zombie King was hiding in the shop. Guan Shen shifted his focus and looked inside the shop. but it was pitch black inside, he couldn't see anything at all. Forget it. I'll come back when it gets light. Guan Chen gave up. He returned to the lower level and set up a folding bed. As the saying goes, when faced with difficulties, sleep it off. Because of the zombie tide, no monsters dared to approach. Facing such a massive horde, even disaster monsters were unwilling to take the risk. Moreover, zombies were extremely disgusting, with no desire to devour them. Such a thankless task was something disaster monsters were too lazy to do. However, if the zombies attacked actively, it would be a different story. Due to a certain subtle balance. That night, Guan Chen slept very soundly. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Guan Chen's face. He opened his eyes and put away the folding bed. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, his biological clock had been very punctual. After all, at his age, how could he sleep in? Climbing back up to the top floor, the scene below was clearly visible. It was still those little cuties. Guan Chen took the telescope and observed around. Still no sign of the zombie king. This guy is too good at hiding. Guan Chen put down the telescope. Finding its form among so many zombies was not an easy task. Since Plan A was not feasible, he would use Plan B. If the zombie king didn't show itself, Guan Chen would force it to appear. Dawn had arrived. Time to get ready for a big fight. Warriors, are you ready? Guan Chen turned around, looking at the soldiers of the Legion before him. He was making the final mobilization. Although their numbers were few, only a little over 100 soldiers, they had to display their momentum. Ready, willing to fight for our master. The soldiers' voices were not loud, but they were filled with determination. Leo, Gu, you two are under the most pressure. Do you have confidence? Guan Chen looked at them. 50 men, holding off so many zombies. The pressure was unimaginable. Even though the strength of the two legions had reached low level 4 stars. Willing to fight for our master. Until the moment of death. Leo half knelt before Guan Chen. The heavy iron armor made a dull sound. Willing to fight for our master across all directions. Clear away all obstacles. Gu also half knelt and said, "Get up." Guan Chen nodded, allowing the two leaders to rise. Shen Lian, pay extra attention later. If you find the zombie king, report to me immediately. Guan Chen commanded again. Yes, sir. Shen Lian nodded. Aileen, just focus on your output. Guan Chen looked at her. The Elf Archer Legion had also successfully broken through to 4 stars. Yes, master. Aileen nodded. The situation on the battlefield. Everyone adapt as needed. Let us have a great battle. Set off. Guan Chen felt his blood surge. Yes, sir. The leaders responded in unison. Eileen's Elf Archer Legion was all hidden at the edge of the top floor. The skeleton mages also came to the edge. They raised their staffs and began to chant spells. The 3 leaders, Leo, Gu, and Shen Lian, quickly led their respective legions to the ground. Guan Chen held an AK-47, with grenades hanging at his waist. The 3 leaders reached the lowest level. Outside the door were wandering zombies. Form up. Charge. Leo was the first to charge. 30 ironclad shield guards closely followed him. The zombies had not yet reacted when they were instantly cleaved open by battle axes. The iron shields charged forward. After Leo rushed into the square, he quickly arranged the formation. The ironclad shield guards huddled closely together, forming a steel defense line. Then they charged towards the zombies in front of them. Under the terrifying impact, the zombies blocking their way were directly knocked to the ground. They were then trampled by the ironclad shield guards. The terrifying force, combined with the heavy armor, caused the fallen zombies to have their brains splattered. Guan Chen looked down from the top floor. He saw a silver torrent of steel rampaging through the horde of corpses. Roar! Faced with the suddenly appearing ironclad shield guards, the zombies quickly reacted. They let out roars, their mouths emitting a foul stench. Their claws swung, striking against the heavy iron shields. The zombies' attacks left no trace. Seeing this, Leo directly swung his battle axe. The zombies in front of him were instantly split apart. Ironclad shield formation. Circular formation. Leo had already charged into the square. With a command, the ironclad shield guards cleared the surrounding zombies. The originally straight formation quickly changed. Moments later, a circular iron barrel formation was formed. Iron taunt. Leo activated his skill, striking the heavy shield with his battle axe. Clang, clang, clang. The sound, imbued with taunting significance, spread through the horde. Roar. The zombies instantly turned their hatred towards them. They surged towards the ironclad shield guards, determined to tear them apart. Facing the terrifying tide of corpses, Leo felt the pressure multiply. Copper walls and iron walls. The heavy armor of the ironclad shield guards flashed with a glimmer. Under the enhancement of the skill, the ironclad shield guards stood immovable like towering mountains. Prepare! Fire arrows! Seeing that the time was right, Guan Shen directly ordered the archers to shoot. Aileen released her hand, and a flaming arrow shot out. Then, one by one, flaming arrows flew out, landing in the horde of corpses. In an instant, a sea of fire appeared in the square. The flames ignited the zombies, but they felt no pain at all. They let the fire burn, attacking wildly. Explosive arrows. Fire. Guan Shen also noticed that the burning arrows had little effect. He directly ordered the elven archer to use explosive arrows. One by one, the explosive arrows fell, and the horde of zombies was instantly blown apart. Groups of zombies were sent flying. Guan Shen also took out grenades, tossing them down one after another. Boom! Homemade bombing zone. Just one word. Awesome! Under the effect of the explosive arrows, large groups of zombies were blown to pieces. At this moment, Bone also led the soldiers into the fray. It blew the horn of the giant beast. A terrifying skeletal giant appeared in the square. The giant leaped into the horde of corpses. It swung its massive bony fists, smashing the surrounding zombies madly. Any zombie hit by it was deformed. The spear thrusts. The skeletal shield soldiers advanced with their shields. The bone spears in their hands stabbed forward wildly. One zombie after another was decapitated by the bone spears. Whirlwind slash. The skeletal sword soldiers swiftly wielded their bone swords. They swung in a wide arc. The surrounding zombies were all cut in half. These ordinary zombies were all 1 or 2 star in strength. In front of the 4-star Legion soldiers, they had no ability to resist at all. The skeletal mage had also finished chanting its spell. Fireballs rained down from the sky, crashing into the horde. Boom! Groups of zombies were directly smashed into charred flesh. The shadow sword cultivators followed behind the skeletal shield soldiers. They unleashed their sword control technique. One flying sword after another darted through the horde, harvesting the heads of the zombies. The central shopping plaza instantly erupted. Guan Shen raised his AK-47 and activated his precision skill. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets sprayed out, all hitting their targets. Even without the precision skill, in such a dense crowd of zombies, he could kill a few just by spraying randomly. The commotion in the plaza quickly caught the attention of the Zombie King. A pale-faced boy appeared in front of the transparent windows of the mall. Aside from his grayish-white eyes, he was almost indistinguishable from a zombie. The Zombie King stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Behind it gathered powerful mutated zombies. All these mutated zombies were at least 3-star intermediate or higher. Even beside the Zombie King, there were 2 terrifying figures. On the left was the tyrant Guan Shen had encountered before. On the right was a mutated zombie covered in a layer of bony armor. Both of these mutated zombies had reached 4-star intermediate strength. The Zombie King gathered its elite forces in the mall. Go! Eliminate them! The Zombie King commanded the soldiers in the square. Its voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. These oblivious creatures dared to intrude on its territory. Roar! The tyrant let out a roar and leaped directly from the 4th floor of the mall. Boom! The terrifying body smashed down, creating a large pit. It charged out like a bulldozer, sending the surrounding ordinary zombies flying. The remaining mutated zombies also jumped down from the 4th floor. Found you! Guan Shen held up his binoculars, looking towards the mall. On the 4th floor stood a thin figure. It was a pale-faced boy with long black hair, not particularly striking in appearance. He was the type that would go unnoticed in a crowd. At first, Guan Shen was uncertain. But the moment he commanded the mutated zombies to attack, Guan Shen was sure this guy was the Zombie King. With the target revealed, it was time for him to act. Guan Shen put away the binoculars and vanished from the rooftop. As he descended, he constantly thought about how to approach the Zombie King. Although the mutated zombies around the Zombie King had all been dispatched, many ordinary zombies still remained in the mall. These zombies are not very strong, but they serve as a warning. Approaching the Zombie King silently is almost impossible. Right. I can use that thing. Guan Shen suddenly thought of something. In his hand, a piece of shell appeared. Mimetic shell, stick it to the skin to simulate the surrounding environment, achieving concealment. Note, this item is a consumable and can only be used once. This was a trophy obtained from killing the man-faced Mantis. At this moment, it was just what he needed. Just as he was about to reach the bottom floor, Guan Shen pressed the shell onto his arm. His figure began to gradually fade until it completely disappeared. After leaving the building, he moved around the square. The pressure on the Legion soldiers increased significantly after the mutated zombies joined the battle. Especially that tyrant, whose arms swung continuously. The indestructible Iron Shield Legion was also forced to retreat repeatedly. However, the Iron Shield Legion was also a 4-star beginner strength. Even as strong as the Tyrant, it could not easily break through their defenses. Leo, Bone, you two hold on for a bit. I've found the location of the Zombie King. Guan Chen communicated through mental power. No problem. Leo's voice came through. Master, you go ahead. Bone's voice followed. Guan Chen activated the Shadow Step technique and headed towards the mall. Eileen's Elf Archer Legion continuously provided firepower. Arrows rained down, creating splashes in the tide of zombies. You guy, don't go too far. Leo raised his shield and deflected the Tyrant's arm. He charged forward, crashing into the Tyrant. Battle axe spinning. The battle axe in Leo's hand swung horizontally. The Tyrant quickly raised its arm to block. The two erupted into a fierce battle. Bone's opponent was a zombie clad in bone armor. It could control the bone armor, transforming into various forms to fight. Name, Bone Wielder Potential, 6 stars Strength, 4 stars Intermediate Ability, Bone Armor, Transformation Evaluation, a life form evolving in another direction, growing bone armor that can change at will. Guan Chen transmitted the information about the bone armor zombie to Bone. Clang, clang, clang. Bone braced against the scaled heavy shield, continuously fending off attacks. The bone chain struck madly against the heavy shield. Enraged, Bone activated a skill, and his figure no longer retreated. White bone armor. Scaled beast charge. He began to counterattack. The bone wielder was caught off guard and was directly knocked away. Immediately after, the knife in Bone's hand slashed towards the bone wielder zombie. A bone shield quickly formed in front of the bone wielder zombie. The Legion soldiers also engaged in battle with the zombies. Aside from the 2 4-star mutated zombies, the remaining 3-star mutated zombies could not withstand their assault. Soldier against soldier. General against general. King against king. Guan Chen stealthily approached the entrance of the mall. His figure was agile as he weaved through the horde of zombies. He soon arrived at the 2nd floor. The zombies here were even denser. But for Guan Chen, it was not a difficult task. The Zombie King stood in front of the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. It watched the battle in the square. Its bare feet were cut by the glass shards, but it didn't care at all. These guys are quite powerful. It could sense the strength of the Legion soldiers. All of them were of 4-star beginner strength. If I could devour these guys, I could definitely evolve again. A cold smile appeared at the corner of the Zombie King's mouth. The next second, its smile suddenly froze. An inexplicable sense of crisis surged forth. It instinctively dodged, and a cold light suddenly burst forth. A blood-red, enchanting long sword appeared before it. The long sword slashed into its shoulder, tearing away a piece of flesh. Who is it? The Zombie King roared. Guan Chen appeared before it and threw a punch. Explosive fist. A terrifying force erupted from his fist. The Zombie King's chest was directly blasted through, leaving a bloody hole. Crash! The Zombie King smashed into the glass counter, leaving shards of glass scattered everywhere. Quite alert! What a pity! Guan Chen shook his head. He had originally planned to ambush and slay the Zombie King, but unfortunately, the opponent's vigilance was extraordinarily high. Human, how did you get up here? The Zombie King exclaimed in anger. It crawled up from the ground. Flesh was writhing in the blood hole in its chest. The wound was healing at a visible speed. Guess. Guan Chen did not answer it. Name, Zombie King Suyu, King Level, Potential, 10 stars Strength, 4 stars Intermediate Ability, Intelligence, Commanding Zombies, Super Healing, Flesh Transformation Evaluation, a 1 in a million Zombie King, a new life form with awakened intelligence, capable of controlling zombies. The system's information appeared. The Zombie King's own strength was only 4 stars Intermediate. Its terrifying aspect lay in its ability to control a horde of zombies. But it was overly confident. It had actually sent all its zombie bodyguards away. Damn it! Human! Are you toying with this king? Zombie King Suyu said angrily. It possessed extremely high intelligence and wanted to use this to buy time. No more nonsense. Let's fight. Guan Chen naturally would not give it a chance. If it summoned the zombie horde, it would be troublesome. Damn human! Die! The arm of Zombie King Suyu extended wildly, shooting towards Guan Chen. Is this your ability? It's nothing special. Guan Chen scoffed. His arm began to be entwined by blood-red tentacles. Blood Soul Hand. Guan Chen extended an arm like a demon. He reached out and directly grasped the incoming arm. What is this thing? Zombie King Suyu said in terror. Guan Chen exerted force, directly tearing off Zombie King Suyu's arm. Crack! The sound of flesh being chewed. The Blood Soul Hand opened a gap, frantically devouring the severed arm. Damn it! You are the monster! An expression of sheer terror appeared on Zombie King Suyu's face. A zombie was actually frightened by a human. Guan Chen did not give it a moment's delay. Blood Soul Slash. A terrifying blood-red sword energy slashed towards Zombie King Suyu. After all, Suyu was a zombie king, and it quickly calmed down. Its figure flickered, dodging the Blood Soul Slash. Die! Human! Zombie King Suyu charged in front of Guan Chen. The originally severed arm quickly grew back. The newly grown arm became incredibly hideous. Exposed flesh, bulging veins. A single eye was embedded in the palm. Explosive fist. Guan Chen showed no fear. He swung the Blood Demon Hand towards Suyu. With the enhancement of the Blood Demon Hand, the explosive fist became even more terrifying. Two hideous arms collided with each other. The ground beneath them cracked open. Guan Chen's figure kept retreating. The Blood Demon Hand split open and then quickly healed. Zombie King Suyu fared worse. Its bloody arm completely exploded, revealing the stark white bones inside. Brother, your Qilin arm is no match for my hang. Guan Chen grinned. Ah, damn human. I will kill you. I must kill you. Zombie King Suyu roared. A dignified zombie king, was actually made to look so disheveled by a human. This was an absolute humiliation. But it was helpless. Its bodyguards were now held up by the soldiers in the square. Escape! A thought flashed through its mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the loss of firewood. Losing these assets was nothing. As long as it could escape, it could quickly rally the zombie army. By that time, it would flatten the entire Z city. It would tear the human before it into pieces. No, it would turn him into a zombie. Make him a servant. Come forth, my minions. Protect your master. Zombie King Suyu roared. A horde of zombies appeared, charging towards Guan Chen. Seizing the opportunity, the Zombie King Suyu turned and fled. Want to escape? Guan Chen's figure vanished, reappearing directly behind the Zombie King Suyu. It's over. He swung his sword, cleaving the Zombie King Suyu in half. However, the system's notification sound did not ring out. What's going on? Guan Chen was somewhat puzzled. But as he saw the Zombie King Suyu gently falling, he instantly understood. It was a layer of human skin. At that moment, the Zombie King Suyu had already reached the edge of the fourth floor. It turned to look at Guan Chen, its terrifying face filled with resentment. Human! Just you wait. As long as it escaped into the horde of zombies in the square, it would be safe. Who told you? I only came alone? Guan Chen suddenly laughed. What? The Zombie King Suyu was somewhat taken aback. A glimmer of cold light emerged from the shadow before it. No! It tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The black iron sword pierced through the Zombie King Suyu's skull. Shen Lian had been waiting for this moment. The Zombie King was cunning and valued its life. If it realized it couldn't defeat Guan Chen, it would definitely try to escape. He had Shen Lian ambush in advance, fearing the opponent would pull tricks. Kill the Zombie King Suyu, gain 10,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1, Legion upgrade card X1, successfully killed the newly born Zombie King, complete option, gain Zombie King treasure, 5-star crystal core. The system's notification sounds rang out in succession, and Guan Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This meant the Zombie King Suyu was truly dead. After the Zombie King Suyu died, its body continued to writhe. Wait, don't absorb yet. Guan Chen stopped the blood-sucking blade. The body of the Zombie King Suyu seemed somewhat peculiar. The blood-sucking blade trembled slightly, indicating confusion. This body is for me. You can absorb the other flesh and blood. Guan Chen stored the body in his spatial ring, not giving it a chance to argue. After the body disappeared, a light purple card was left behind. The purple card was as dreamy as a starry sea. Guan Chen was somewhat excited and quickly stored the card away. A zombie king had contributed many rewards. But Guan Chen did not use it immediately, because he knew the battle was not over yet. Killing the zombie king was merely the first step. In the central shopping plaza, there was still a massive tide of zombies. Shen Lian, let's keep killing. Guan Chen gripped the blood-sucking blade and struck down the zombies before him. Yes, sir. Shen Lian followed closely behind Guan Chen with his long sword. In the plaza, Leo got up from the ground, his heavy shield bearing several dents. His heavy armor was also riddled with wounds. Big guy. You're not so great either. Leo looked at the tyrant before him. Its body was also covered in bloodstains from axe strikes. The tyrant's eyes turned red, entering a berserk state. It slammed its arms down, sending Leo flying. Crack! The originally impenetrable iron armor developed a crack. Cough, cough. Leo tried to get up but felt his body was extremely heavy. The tyrant charged forward, wanting to deliver a final blow. A strong figure appeared, crashing into the tyrant. Lionhawk Monster Summoning Card can summon a 4-star intermediate Lionhawk monster for battle, immune to death during the summoning, ignores all negative effects, lasts for 1 minute. Everyone, you've worked hard. Guan Chen's figure appeared in the plaza. Willing to die for our lord. The Legion soldiers shouted. Don't just go dying. We need to live well. Guan Chen swung his sword, instantly killing several zombies. Yes, sir. Leo got up from the ground. Guan Chen generously used a recovery card. Leo's injuries quickly healed. The plaza was filled with traces of explosions. The once densely packed zombies gradually began to show gaps. Leo and the griffin monster pressed the tyrant down to the ground. The strength of the griffin monster was already comparable to that of the tyrant. With Leo's help, they quickly killed the tyrant. Tyrant killed, gained 2000 points, Tyrant's Claw X1. The griffin monster still had half a minute of summoning time left. Guan Chen instructed it to kill as many mutated zombies as possible. The three commanders united and charged towards the Bone Wielder. Although its abilities were powerful, it struggled against the three commanders. Bone Wielder killed, gained 2000 points, Shapeshifting Bone Armor X1, Eileen continuously shot arrows. The rain of arrows fell, and zombies collapsed one after another. As time passed, the number of zombies in the square decreased. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. A satisfied smile appeared on Guan Chen's lips. Boom! A dull thunder rumbled. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and the sky quickly darkened. Silver lightning streaked across the horizon. The silver rays danced, seemingly tearing apart the heavens and the earth. Splash! Raindrops the size of beans fell at an angle like arrows. This rain came at just the right time. It was as if the sky was shedding tears of compassion, washing away the filth of the earth. Guan Chen's hair was soaked by the rain. It ran down his cheeks and dripped to the ground. His chest rose and fell slightly, and the blood-drinking blade in his hand trembled. The ground was littered with corpses and filthy blood. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only a little over 20 soldiers from the surviving legion remained. 20 ironclad shield guards had fallen. A total of 15 skeleton gun and shield soldiers had perished. 5 shadow sword cultivators were lost. The 3 commanders were also battered and bruised. Among them, Leo suffered the most. He attracted most of the zombies. His armor was covered in countless claw marks. My lord! The enemy has been completely annihilated. The 3 commanders knelt half-heartedly in the pool of blood. Thank you for your hard work, commanders, Guan Chen said. This battle had heavy casualties, but the rewards were equally rich. Fallen soldiers could be resurrected, but it required time. It is our honor to fight for our lord, the 3 commanders said in unison. Get up! First, let's clean the battlefield, Guan Chen instructed. Yes, sir. The 3 commanders nodded. They led their respective soldiers to begin clearing the battlefield. Eileen, keep watch around, Guan Chen commanded through his mental power. Yes, master. Eileen instructed the elven archers to spread out onto the surrounding buildings. Guan Chen braved the rain, collecting cards from the corpses. Blood-red tendrils spread from the blade of the blood-drinking blade. It spared none of the mutated zombies. The lost flesh of the corpse king had to be replenished here. Guan Chen did not stop it. The flesh of the mutated zombies was of no use to him. As the blood-drinking blade absorbed, it also brought back the crystal cores and cards. The corpses in the square had piled up like a mountain. Cleaning them up was not an easy task. Guan Chen spent a full 2 hours to clear the square. After the rain, the sky cleared. Sunshine once again bathed the earth. This rain had been heavy, but it could not wash away the sorrows of humanity. Everyone, rest in place. Guan Chen walked into the mall. He picked a set of black sportswear to change into. The fabric of the clothes was excellent and they felt very comfortable to wear. After taking out a food card and filling his stomach, Guan Chen began to tally the spoils. A total of 50,738 1-star crystal cores, 12,568 2-star crystal cores, 1,200 3-star crystal cores, 10 4-star crystal cores, and 1 5-star crystal core. The zombies from the zombie tide were mostly of 1 or 2-star strength. Therefore, the obtained crystal cores were predominantly of 1 and 2-star levels. Guan Chen traded all the 1-star and 2-star crystal cores to the points mall. Crystal cores of such low levels were of no use to him anymore. Transaction successful. Gained 380,535 points. Transaction successful. Earned 251,360 points. The system's prompt sounded, and a large sum was credited. Hiss. I'm rich. Guan Chen inhaled sharply. The points earned from the transaction had reached over 600,000. Adding in the extra rewards from previously killing mutated zombies, Wan Chen's current points totaled a staggering 675,410. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. He did not touch the 3-star crystal core, temporarily storing it in his space ring. He held 10 4-star crystal cores in his hands and began to absorb them. Waves of surging energy flowed through his limbs and bones. Phew! Just a little more. Wan Chen felt the energy within him gradually dissipating. His strength still remained at the initial 4-star level. The further one progressed, the more difficult it became. Wan Chen took out a 5-star crystal core. Even without absorbing it, he could feel the immense energy inside. Without hesitation, he grasped it and began to absorb. Boom! Pure energy entered his body. Wan Chen's body trembled violently. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain caused by the energy impact. Pop! Breakthrough to intermediate 4-star. The energy within him still showed no signs of depletion. Wan Chen dared not relax for a moment, frantically absorbing the energy within. This energy was too vast. If not absorbed in time, it could lead to serious problems. This absorption took Wan Chen half an hour. His strength soared to advanced 4-star. He felt a sense of power and hunger from within. Wan Chen took out food cards to replenish his stamina. This time, he crushed 10 food cards before finally filling his stomach. After counting the crystal cores, Wan Chen turned his attention to the cards. 23,001 white cards, 11,301 white-green cards, 9,612 green cards, 6,210 blue-green cards, 205 blue cards, 10 deep blue cards, 1 purple card. Without hesitation, Wan Chen opened all 23,001 white cards, gained food card X 5025, gained supply card X 4564, gained recovery card X 3765, gained advancement card X 310, gained purified water 500 milliliters X 3230, gained universal rifle bullets X 1795, gained ordinary arrows X 4312. The system's prompts rang out in succession. The rewards were quite good. The recent battle had nearly exhausted all supply cards, recovery cards, bullets, arrows, and other items. This wave of replenishment was very timely. The obtained items were automatically distributed to the system backpack. Wan Chen continued to open cards. He opened all 11,301 white-green cards in one go. Gained food card X 3201, gained high-quality food card X 564, gained supply card X 2214, gained intermediate supply card X 458, gained recovery card X 2714, gained intermediate recovery card X 345, gained advancement card X 230, gained intermediate advancement card X 12, gained ordinary arrows X 1563. The system's voice continued to come in as the white-green cards were opened. The rewards were similar to the white cards, mostly consumable items. However, the quality had improved slightly. The rewards were automatically distributed to the system backpack. Wan Chen did not stop and continued to open cards. There were a total of 9,612 green cards, and he chose to open them all. Obtained food card X 1230, obtained quality food card X 980, obtained regular arrows X 3510, obtained quality fertilizer X 200, can make crops grow quickly, obtained iron block X 300, can be used to repair and forge equipment, obtained intermediate supply card X 1203, obtained health recovery pill X 512, can restore health, but the effect is not significant, obtained strength potion X 489, slightly increases strength for 1 minute after consumption, obtained recovery card X 1188, the system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. These were all basic rewards. Yet, several brand new items appeared. His luck was quite good. Next were the blue-green cards, a total of 6,210. Wan Chen felt a bit excited. At this level of cards, there was a chance to obtain better items. Obtained quality food card X 501, obtained armor-piercing arrow X 2610, obtained intermediate recovery card X 1560, obtained intermediate supply card X 1440, obtained Molotov cocktail X 30, can ignite targets within a radius of 10, obtained mini self-destruct robot X 20, automatically crawls a distance before exploding, equivalent to a grenade, obtained explosive arrow X 49. Compared to the green cards, the quality of the rewards from the blue-green cards had improved significantly. However, there were still no powerful items. Wan Chen didn't mind, as the main event was yet to come. Judging by the number of cards obtained, it was clear how rare the blue cards were. Out of 100,000 zombies, only a little over 200 blue cards were given. Wan Chen opened them all without any hesitation. Obtained fine iron or X 50, can be used for upgrades in forging equipment. Obtain speed potion X35, slightly increases movement speed after use, effects can stack up to 3 times, lasting 30 seconds. Obtain chi pill X30, instantly breaks through to 2 stars after consumption, only effective for those below 2 stars, above 2 stars, it can be eaten like candy, tastes great. Obtained intermediate advancement card X10, obtained low-level armor selection card X50, can choose any. Standard 2-star armor, obtained invisibility potion X30, hides the user for 5 minutes after consumption, becomes ineffective after active attack. The blue cards were all opened, and the rewards were quite good. After opening the blue cards, 10 deep blue cards appeared in Guan Chen's hands. These deep blue cards were all contributed by 4-star and above mutated zombies. The cards were as thin as a cicada's wing, and Guan Chen crushed them gently in his hand. Obtain Clean Garment Technique X1, after learning, can remove abnormalities from clothing, very convenient. Obtain Advanced Advancement Card X3, obtain Legion Expansion Card, 5 people, X2, obtain Wall Climbing Technique X1, after learning, can freely climb on walls. Obtain Thunder Element Summoning Card X3, after use, summons a Thunder Element to fight for 3 minutes. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. As expected of the deep blue cards, he opened 2 skill books. Although they seemed useless at the moment, as the saying goes, more skills are never a burden. What he couldn't use now might come in handy in the future. Learn Clean Garment Technique. Learn Wall Climbing Technique. Guan Chen learned the 2 skills in succession. With the system's help, he instantly grasped them. Clean Garment Technique. Guan Chen used the Clean Garment Technique. His sportswear became as good as new, without any odor. The consumption of the Clean Garment Technique was minimal, almost negligible. A nice practical little skill. Mom no longer has to worry about me not having clothes to wear. After testing the Clean Garment Technique, Guan Chen walked to the wall. He extended his palm and pressed it against the wall. The moment his palm touched the wall, it felt as if a magical force firmly adhered to it. So cool. A look of surprise appeared on Guan Chen's face. He originally approached it with a mindset of just trying. Unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. The practicality of the wall running technique skyrocketed. After testing the 2 newly acquired skills, Guan Chen continued to open cards. In his hand, there was only one last card left. The dreamlike purple glow captivated Guan Chen. This was the highest level card he had obtained so far. Guan Chen gently crushed the card. Crack! A dazzling light radiated from his palm. Although it wasn't as brilliant as the Blood Blade, the fact that it triggered a reaction indicated that the item obtained was extraordinary. Acquired Demon Wing X1, a biological component from the terrifying demon race of the Abyss, can be used to create puppets, granting part of the power of the Demon Wing. The light gradually faded. In front of Guan Chen appeared a massive flesh wing. The flesh wing fully extended, measuring over 3 meters long. Its skeleton was covered with sharp barbs, and the flesh membrane was adorned with scales. Dark red patterns were imprinted on the flesh wing. A powerful and terrifying force emanated from the flesh wing. Good stuff. Guan Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He had kept the corpse of the King of Corpses specifically to create a puppet. After opening all the cards, Guan Chen opened the system backpack. In the last slot of the backpack lay a small square box. The box was engraved with a pattern of a group of corpses. Treasure of the King of Corpses, given to the warrior who kills the King of Corpses, can yield rich rewards. This was a reward from the options. Without hesitation, Guan Chen directly opened the gift box. Acquired Devouring Demon Claw, an arm from the Devouring Demon race of the Abyss, can be used to create puppets, granting part of the power of the Devouring Demon race. Beautiful. Guan Chen couldn't help but smile widely. It really is true that what you think of comes to you. Now the materials for creating the puppet were almost gathered. He could start making it. He took out the corpse of the King of Corpses from the spatial ring. Even though it had been dead for a while, the flesh and blood on the body were still writhing. Even the head that had been pierced by Shun Lian had already returned to its original state. A flayed blood corpse looked somewhat strange. Guan Chen even worried that this guy might suddenly come back to life. Of course, this worry was somewhat unnecessary. After all, the system had prompted him, and the card had dropped. The King of Corpses was definitely dead. Guan Chen placed the demon wing beside the King of Corpses. Then he took out a few more items. The Tyrant's Claw rewarded for killing the tyrant. The Shapeshifting Bone Armor rewarded for killing the Bone Collector. The Control Thread rewarded for killing the puppet. Tyrant's Claw, an arm from the tyrant, can be used to create puppets, granting part of the power of the tyrant. Shapeshifting Bone Armor, an outer armor from the Bone Collector, can be used to create puppets, granting part of the power of the Bone Collector. Corpse of the King of Corpses, contains powerful shapeshifting genes in its flesh, can perfectly integrate with any material, an excellent puppet body. After mastering puppet techniques, Guan Chen could instantly recognize anything that could be used to create puppets. Bone. Shen Lian. Leo. Strengthen the patrol around, don't let any external forces interfere with me. Guan Chen issued the command. Creating a puppet was not an easy task, especially one that carried so many powerful materials. A slight mistake could ruin everything. Guan Chen would not allow such a thing to happen. There was no choice. The materials were too precious. Understood. The three leaders responded. The remaining soldiers of the legion surrounded Guan Chen. Guan Chen took a deep breath. He began to create the puppet. His hands skillfully explored the corpse of the King of Corpses. The method of creating puppets surfaced in his mind. Swish, swish, swish. In Guan Chen's hands, he held the control thread. He installed the tyrant's claw onto the left arm of the King of Corpses. This process looked simple, but it was anything but. If there was the slightest error, the entire puppet body would be rendered useless. Ha! Guan Chen let out a sigh of relief. The tyrant's claw was successfully installed. Immediately after, he began to sew the shape-shifting bone armor. The control threads moved within the corpse king's body, suspending the corpse in midair. Guan Chen's hands moved quickly, installing the shape-shifting bone armor into the corpse king's body. Crackle! A series of popping sounds like frying beans erupted. The shape-shifting bone armor smoothly integrated into the corpse king's body. That was close. Guan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. Next came the two most difficult parts. After all, the quality was very high. Guan Chen grabbed the devouring demon claw and installed it on the corpse king's right arm. His hands moved rapidly, controlling the threads to wrap around it. Please don't have any problems. Guan Chen kept silently praying in his heart. Fortunately, the devouring demon claw was very cooperative. The corpse king's body had a very high compatibility. The flesh and blood continuously wriggled, wrapping the devouring demon claw inside. No danger. Guan Chen's heart raced. The last part. The rending demon wings. This was the highest quality material among all. Guan Chen focused intently, not daring to relax for a moment. The rending demon wings integrated into the corpse king's back. Crack! The corpse king's body began to tremble violently. The power of the rending demon wings was too terrifying. The flesh of the body was struggling to withstand it. Oh no! Guan Chen's face changed dramatically. The corpse king's body was about to be shattered by the rending demon wings. In a moment of crisis, the blood-drinking blade trembled. The blade emitted an eerie red glow. Blood-colored tentacles wrapped around Guan Chen's arm. The blood demon hand coalesced. A terrifying aura filled the room. Guan Chen knew this was the power from the blood-drinking blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The previously trembling rending demon wings instantly quieted down. They quickly fused into the corpse king's body. Phew! That was close. Guan Chen looked at the gradually stabilizing corpse king's body. The tension in his heart finally eased. When Guan Chen came back to his senses, he found his clothes had already been soaked with cold sweat. Cleanse garment technique. He directly cast a skill. The sweat and odor on his clothes instantly vanished. A very practical little skill. The flesh of the corpse king was still wriggling continuously. Those puppet materials were visibly merging into the body at a rapid pace. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the corpse king puppet. After the corpse king's body fused, the system's prompt sounded. Name: Corpse King Puppet. Potential: Unknown Strength, 4-star Advanced Ability, Super Healing, Perfect Compatibility, Devour, Rending Demon Wings, Tyrant's Claw, Shapeshifting Bone Armor. Evaluation: A puppet transformed from the Corpse King, with a perfect body and infinite growth potential. A summary of the Corpse King puppet appeared before Guan Chen. Infinite growth potential? Awesome! Guan Chen was very satisfied. It was worth the materials he spent to create it. This Corpse King puppet far exceeded his expectations. The Corpse King puppet before him was no different from an ordinary person. Those terrifying organ tissues had perfectly fused into its body. Attack! Guan Chen pointed at the distant wall. The Corpse King puppet showed no hesitation and directly punched out. The terrifying force smashed a large hole in the wall. This was the Corpse King puppet in its normal state. If it transformed into its complete form, its strength could at least increase by one stage. I need to give you a name. Let's call you Long Jie. The Corpse King puppet did not respond. It was just a shell, lacking independent thought. It acted entirely according to Guan Chen's instructions. Let's see if you can take on a cooler appearance, Guan Chen said. Long Jie's face began to wriggle. Moments later, a brand new face appeared. At this moment, Long Jie had transformed into a handsome guy. the kind that stands out among millions. However, compared to the readers, it still fell slightly short. Alright, you've got a bit of a pretty boy's talent. Guan Shen nodded in satisfaction. After the creation of the Corpse King puppet was completed, Guan Shen began to enhance the strength of his legion. The points and cards he had just obtained were enough to elevate the existing legion to a higher tier. Legion expansion card, 5 people, X2. Guan Shen thought for a moment and decided to use them on the Ironclad Shield Guards and the Shadow Sword Cultivators. System: expand the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion and the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. 2 summoning arrays, 1 black and 1 silver, appeared. 10 figures emerged before Guan Shen. Master, Your Majesty. The 10 soldiers knelt on the ground, speaking respectfully. Get up. Guan Shen gestured for them to rise. Low-level armor selection card X50. He did not hesitate and chose to use it directly. Various standard armors appeared before Guan Shen. Shield Mountain Heavy Armor, Moonwheel Armor, Swift Armor, Courageous Chainmail. System: give me a suggestion. There were too many types of armor, and Guan Shen was dazzled. He simply asked for the system's opinion. Host, please select the legion that needs to be equipped. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. The main tank legion must be equipped with better armor first. Ironclad Shield Guard officers belong to a legion with strong defense but slightly weaker mobility. This system recommends equipping Shield Mountain Armor, Heavy Iron Armor, and other armors with exceptional defense. To maximize the survival capability of the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, the system provided a reasonable plan. Guan Shen found the armors mentioned by the system from the options. Name: Shield Mountain Heavy Armor Type, Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, crafted from fine iron. It possesses a mountain-like aura and has very strong defense. Name: Heavy Iron Armor Type, Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, Heavy Armor made from heavy iron. It has very strong defense, and ordinary weapons find it hard to penetrate. The appearance of the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor resembled a massive mountain. The heavy iron armor was entirely dark, giving a sense of weightiness. Guan Shen preferred the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. It was large and imposing. A man should be grand. Obtain Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X35 Leo. Equip them. Guan Shen used the system to directly replace the equipment. Except for the ironclad shield guards that were being revived, everyone donned the new armor. The heavy armor provided a full sense of security. Thank you, Master, Leo spoke. There were still 15 low-level armor cards left. Guan Shen prioritized equipping the skeleton shield guards. Name: Undead Plate Armor Type, Plate Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent, Undead Power Evaluation, Plate Armor passed through by Abyssal Undead, filled with rich undead power. Attackers will be affected by the undead power. The appearance of the plate armor looked somewhat old. Streams of black aura emanated from the surface of the plate armor. The surviving skeleton shield soldiers were enveloped in the plate armor. With a shake, they transformed into noble knights. Guan Shen nodded in satisfaction. This way, the skeleton soldiers appeared much more low-key. He then opened the points shop. The number of Legion members was very important. Guan Shen decided to invest most of his points here. Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people, give me 10 of those. Guan Shen waved his hand, spending 200,000 points. There was no other way. He was just that extravagant. Sorry. Having points means being able to do as one pleases. Purchase Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people, x10, will cost 200,000 points. Do you wish to purchase? The system's voice rang out. Purchase. Guan Shen nodded without any hesitation. He could still afford 200,000 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people, x10, you are truly wise and powerful. The system's voice came, full of flattery. Guan Shen chose to ignore it directly. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion expanded by 20, Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion expanded by 20, Elf Archer Legion expanded by 20, Skeleton Undead Legion expanded by 30, the system's prompt sounded continuously. Because the Skeleton Undead Legion has 3 types of soldiers, each type expanded by 10. For different shaped summoning arrays appeared. 100 Legion soldiers appeared before Guan Shen. Greetings, Master. The Legion soldiers saluted in unison. No need for formalities. Guan Shen waved his hand. Thank you, Master. The soldiers stood up and respectfully stood before Guan Shen. Looking at the gradually growing team, he revealed a satisfied smile. Now this is starting to look like something. Although the number of Legion soldiers is only a little over 200, this is just the beginning. Guan Shen was not in a hurry. Looking at the Ironclad Legion, he suddenly remembered something. It seems I still have a skill extraction opportunity that I haven't used. Previously, the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion did not have suitable skills, so he had not extracted anything. The skills of the Ironclad Shield were all tank type, and he did not want to be a tank. But now that he had comprehended the Silver Armor Soul, it was just right for extraction. This is a good skill. System. Extract Silver Armor Soul. Guan Chen selected the Silver Armor Soul. Ding. Starting extraction of Silver Armor Soul. The system's voice rang out. He activated the Silver Armor Soul, and a phantom appeared behind him. The phantom could attack targets within 3 meters. He opened the points mall again. Legion Upgrade Card X1. Using this will increase the Legion strength by 1 level, only for use by legions below 10-star strength. Priced at 50,000 points, I'll take 8 of these. Guan Chen selected the Legion Upgrade card, instantly spending 400,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing Legion Upgrade Card X8. You are truly extravagant. So cool. So awesome. Guan Chen directly ignored the system's flattery. His ears were almost calloused. System. Upgrade Skeleton Undead Legion. System. Upgrade Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. Guan Chen upgraded all 4 legions in one breath. The strength of the legion soldiers surged instantly. The soldiers' aura began to rise steadily. Soon they broke through to 4-star intermediate, then to 4-star advanced. The strength of the legion skyrocketed in an instant. After a bout of spending, he had about 70,000 points left. Guan Chen spent another 40,000 points to purchase items that would accelerate the improvement of the legion soldiers. Finally, he kept the last 30 to 50 points for emergencies. He had to have something in his pocket, otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure. Guan Chen took out a premium food card. A rich meaty aroma wafted out. Just by smelling it, he felt invigorated. Is this the meat of an evolved creature? Guan Chen could clearly feel the difference in this meat. No wonder it was more suitable for awakeners to consume. This one premium food card was worth 5 ordinary food cards. He took a big bite, and delicious juices flowed out. Delicious. Guan Chen activated the skill, Gluttony. Moments later, he satisfiedly burped. A bottle of pure water went down, instantly filling him with energy. Full and satisfied. Time to hit the road. After Guan Chen said this, he felt something was off. Damn. It's time to hunt monsters. He quickly corrected himself. Aileen, you can withdraw now. He notified Aileen on the rooftop through his mental power. As you command. The elf archers and skeleton mages returned to the square. The 200-strong legion marched out in a grand manner. Z City Building. This is a 50-story tall building. Once the ZZ center of Z City. Now it has become a place for city defense garrison. The survivor camp of Z City. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the City Defense Army, nearly 100,000 survivors were rescued in just one day. This was already quite an achievement. After all, 80% of the people were infected with the zombie virus. The total population of City Z is about 10 million. That means 8 million people will be infected with the zombie virus. The remaining survivors are dwindling under the ravages of zombies and monsters. Given the current situation, the number of survivors in City Z will not exceed 1 million. The outermost part of the building has been fortified with a simple iron mesh defense. Outside the iron mesh is a minefield. If a horde of zombies attacks, it will be bombarded. Tanks are parked behind the iron mesh defense. Fully armed city defense soldiers patrol continuously. Thousands of rocket launchers are set up behind the steel defense formed by the tanks. Inside the camp, survivors have erected makeshift tents. Those without tents can only squat in the muddy ground. Many people's eyes have lost their luster, becoming extremely numb. They have already learned from the city defense forces about the fall of Huagua. The apocalypse has truly arrived. Not only are there zombies, but also terrifying natural disaster monsters. Even local animals and plants have undergone horrific mutations. It seems that in just a few days, humanity has transformed from the original dominant species into the most humble and weak ants, surviving only in the cracks. The entrance of the building in City Z is heavily guarded. Inside are supplies and weapons. Not long ago, many rioting survivors attempted to rush into the building to seize supplies. In the end, the leaders of the riot were shot dead. The remaining survivors, seeing this, dared not cause any more trouble. They also understood that the rules have completely changed. With the fall of Huagua, they have lost their protection. Until this moment, everyone realized how great their country had been. Hey, when is dinner? A plump man asked. If Guan Chen were here, he would definitely recognize him. Vice President of Z University. Chen Xiong. Not yet. Just wait a bit longer. The soldier replied. Oh. Chen Xiong nodded, a look of disappointment on his face. he returned to the camp belonging to Z University. Here, hundreds of students had gathered. The vast majority looked dirty and disheveled. Clearly, they had not been doing well these past few days, but surviving was already quite difficult. Chen Xiong, you're back? What did the city defense say? A strangely styled boy spoke up. His arm was tattooed with a venomous snake, and his hair was dyed a bright green. Lin Gu, Chen Xiong called out to the boy with a fawning expression. As the vice president of Z University, he had never been so embarrassed before, bowing and scraping to a student. Unfortunately, that was in the past. Now even the city defense has announced the fall of Huagua. Chen Xiong knew he couldn't go back. To survive, what's wrong with playing the fool? Back when he was at Z University, he had allied with a few awakened ones, ready to show off his skills. But a group of even stronger students stormed into the performance room. A fierce conflict erupted on the spot. Huang Xiao, Wang Li, and Li Zichao were all taken down in less than half a minute. Since then, Z University has been controlled by these students. These students are violent. Chen Xiong's tactics were completely ineffective against them. They understood that as long as they had strength, there was nothing they couldn't do. In just a few days, all the female teachers and girls at Z University had fallen victim to their brutality. Anyone who dared to resist was killed and fed to the zombies. It wasn't until the city defense forces arrived that they began to restrain themselves. You're becoming more and more like a dog, Lin Quan said with a smile. He kicked Chen Xiong in the face. He. What do you mean by that, Lin Gu? It's my honor to serve Lin Gu. Chen Xiong's face was smiling like a flower. Although the city defense had gathered the survivors here, they had not taken any measures. Just ensure 2 meals a day. As for the matters between groups, as long as there are no large-scale disturbances, they'll pretend not to see. Searching for survivors is already enough of a headache. These meaningless trivialities are simply not worth their time. Stop talking nonsense. When's dinner? Lin Quan kicked Chen Xiong aside, asking with a face full of disdain. Because of their excessive extravagance, their food had long been consumed. Now the entire Z University group could only rely on relief food to get by. Not yet. Brother Lin, can you hold on a bit longer? Chen Xiong still wore a fawning expression. Get lost. Go call that slut Jiang Xan over. After Lin Quan finished speaking, he walked into the tent. Yes. A flash of resentment crossed Chen Xiong's face, but he dared not show it. A few minutes later, Jiang Xan swayed her alluring figure and arrived outside the tent. Chen Xiong walked beside her, stealing glances now and then. This little girl. She's getting prettier and prettier lately. How come I never noticed how slutty she is before? Chen Xiong thought to himself. Go in. Brother Lin is looking for you. Outside the tent, Chen Xiong stopped in his tracks. A lonely man and woman, sharing a tent. Everyone knew what would happen. I know. Jiang Xan nodded, showing no signs of resistance. Her complexion was even more radiant, her eyes had a bewitching allure. Damn bitch. So slutty. Watching Jiang Xan's back, Chen Xiong cursed under his breath. In recent days, he had seen Jiang Xan flirting with numerous men. Without exception, all were awakened ones. Chen Xiong found a place to sit down. The surrounding students huddled together in despair. Especially the boys. Their faces showed expressions of pain. Many of their girlfriends had decisively left them for a piece of bread and water. This was a significant blow to them. Damn it! Why am I so afraid to kill zombies? I was so accurate in the game. If I had strength too, Shashan wouldn't have run off with someone else. A bespectacled boy said regretfully. Stop dreaming. With your trash, you want to kill zombies? Go take a piss and look at yourself. A crisp voice reached the boy's ears. His body trembled violently. The boy looked up, and in front of him was a familiar figure. It was his girlfriend, whom he had been longing for day and night. However, the person beside her was no longer him. Xiao Shan, the boy spoke with a trembling voice. Xian Feng, look at what you've become. You're simply trash. Useless. The girl looked down at the boy named Xian Feng. Xiao Shan, can you leave this man? Come back to me, and let me protect you from now on. I've overcome my fears. I dare to kill zombies now. Xian Feng stood up, his tone somewhat agitated. Ha. You, a useless piece of trash? Want to kill zombies? Do you dare to take a knife? The man beside the girl suddenly spoke. Damn it! Give Shashan back to me. Xian Feng lunged at the man. But how could he possibly be the man's match? Get lost. Trash. The man kicked him away. Xian Feng fell to the ground, howling in pain. A toad wants to eat swan meat. Darling, let's go. Xiaoshan looked at Qian Feng on the ground, a trace of disdain flashing in her eyes. Don't go, Xiaoshan. Qian Feng hunched over, watching the two walk away. He could do nothing, because he had no strength. The surrounding students had long since become numb. They looked at Qian Feng on the ground without a hint of emotion. Such things were not happening for the first time. This is the apocalypse. The weak are prey to the strong. The strong are revered. Not far away, Xiao Hai squatted in a corner. He clenched his fists tightly, watching Qian Feng on the ground. I must become stronger. The events of these past few days have made him fully aware of reality. His former identity as a rich second generation has now turned into complete rubbish. What use is money? To wipe one's backside? In an unknown corner of the survivor camp, the darkness of human nature is continuously magnifying. At the top floor of the Z City building, in a spacious conference hall, many city defense officers in military uniforms are seated at a long white table. At the forefront is a middle-aged man. The badge on his chest bears several dazzling gold stars. These gold stars represent past glory. At the same time, they signify his status in the Z City Defense Army. The commander. While the Huagua has not perished, he must follow the orders of the regional officials. But now he is the supreme commander of the Z City Defense Army. He no longer needs to heed anyone's commands. Su Yunjian joined the City Defense Army at 18. Now 43, he is already the commander of Z City. In just over 20 years, he has risen to this position. This demonstrates his capability. In front of Su Yunjian sit an old man and a young man. They are the vice commanders of the Legion, second only to him in power. The old man is named Wu Hai. The young man is named Shen Lingfei. The purpose of today's meeting is to decide the future plans of the Legion. Now that Huagua has fallen, these people are like rootless duckweed. They are alone and can only rely on themselves. Gentlemen, let's discuss where the City Defense Army should go from here. Su Yunjian sees that most people have arrived and directly throws out the topic of the meeting. Commander, our Z City Legion still has over 30,000 soldiers. We also have considerable heavy firepower. We can definitely gather survivors and establish a base city. A military officer speaks up. Su Yunjian recognizes him. His name is Lu Sandao, a right general under Wu Hai. The hierarchy within the Legion: Commander, Vice Commander, General, Right General, Left General, 1000 Captain, 100 Captain, Team Leader, Vice Team Leader. Only those with the rank of Left General or above can attend this meeting. I support this proposal, says a Right General. I agree too. We don't even know what the situation outside is like. It might be worse than Z City. Moreover, if we leave here, we have nowhere to go. The speaker is a general who has expressed his views. Most people, upon hearing this, express their agreement. Steady and solid, develop the base city. Su Yunjian remains silent, contemplating something. Wu Hai and Shen Lingfei also do not speak. I think staying in Z City may not be a good thing. There are no defenses to hold. Establishing a base city is easier said than done. Moreover, Z City has no granaries. How will we solve the food problem? Right now, with 100,000 survivors, we consume a large amount of food every day. In the silent conference room, a dissenting voice emerges. From the badge on his chest, this is a general. His name is Zhao Qua, a robust man in his 30s. He exudes an unusual aura. He is an awakened one. After the fall of Huagua, the leaders of the Legion, having witnessed the power of zombies and monsters, allowed Legion soldiers to absorb crystal cores. This apocalypse can no longer be explained by science. If humanity wishes to continue, it must embark on the path of evolution. Stagnation leads only to death. Everyone in the conference hall has become an awakened one, but their strengths vary. Zhao Qua's strength is among the best in the Legion. During a rescue operation, he inadvertently gained an opportunity, rapidly advancing his strength to low-level 4 stars. Not only that, he has also become a steel warrior. He can turn his skin into steel, impervious to blades and bullets. Very impressive. Zhao Qua, share your thoughts. Su Yunjian places considerable importance on Zhao Qua's opinion. After all, the opponent's strength belongs to the pinnacle of the military pyramid. Heavy firearms will eventually be phased out. These rising awakened ones are the guarantee for the future of the Legion. As time passes, some terrifying monsters appear. Their defenses can even withstand tank bombardments. Monsters will continue to evolve, but firearms cannot. Yes, President Ling. Zhao Qua stood up and saluted Su Yunjian. First, the food issue must be resolved. Z City has no granary. The previous food supply was all allocated from the state. Secondly, there are no buildings around Z City that can establish a base city. If we start building now, how much material will it take? Take the current temporary camp as an example. Can such a camp really withstand the onslaught of a zombie tide? Zhao Kuo's two questions immediately silenced the conference room. Food and defensive buildings are indeed significant issues. Zhao Kuo, what do you suggest we do? After a long silence, Wu Hai finally spoke. I think we should migrate south, Zhao Kuo said. South? Why? The three asked in unison. Guangnan Province. Yang City. Zhao Kuo only said two words, and the three instantly understood. Yang City. This historic city. Not only does it have sturdy walls surrounding it, but it also has fertile land and abundant food. Moreover, dozens of legions are stationed in Yang City. The weapons equipped there are far more sufficient than those in Z City. If we could seek refuge in Yang City, it would indeed be a good choice. General Zhao Kuo, your proposal is indeed very good. But how do we get there? Yang City is far from Z City. Even in peacetime, it takes a day by plane. Let alone now? Especially with the situation of bringing survivors. I'm afraid that before we even leave Min Province, most people will have died. A voice of rebuttal arose. Everyone looked over. It was a right general named Guo Xiaotian. Guo Xiaotian is powerful, not weaker than Zhao Kuo at all. He is also a 4-star awakened one. He possesses the professional inheritance of a burst warrior. He can unleash explosive damage through his hands, which is terrifying, although his position is only a right general. In this apocalypse where strength is paramount, past identities and statuses are often the most useless things. The Huagua has already perished, and the system within the city defense army has long been invalidated. Now, it is only to stabilize the situation that the previous city defense army system is still being followed. According to this trend, the Legion in Z City will soon face a major purge. The strong will rise, the weak will retreat. This is the rule of the apocalypse. I agree with General Guo Xiaotian's view. Rashly heading to Yang City is indeed too risky. A slight misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire army, a left general said. He had a good relationship with Guo Xiaotian, so he naturally had to express his stance at this time. Moreover, Zhao Kuo's idea is indeed somewhat radical. Staying in Z City, searching for survivors, and establishing a base city. This is the most prudent method. The food issue can be searched from nearby urban areas. I also agree with General Guo Xiaotian's view. I agree. Agreed. More and more people expressed their opinions. Cowards. In the face of disaster, wanting to avoid bloodshed is simply impossible. I agree with General Zhao Kuo's view. Going to Yang City is a one-time solution. Those who supported Zhao Kuo also expressed their opinions. The two differing opinions sparked heated discussions. In the conference hall, no one was willing to back down. This matter clearly showed that the Legion was not united but rather a scattered sand. State a search for survivors. Establish a base city. Head to Yang City. Two different voices filled the conference room. The soldiers outside the door all showed tense expressions. They were somewhat worried that the people in the conference room would start fighting. When that time really came, which side should they help? Ahem. Enough. Stop the noise. You are all not children. This kind of argument is meaningless. Wu Hai coughed twice, and the conference room instantly fell silent. For this elder figure of the Legion, everyone still gave him some face. Since no one is convinced, let's vote to decide. Wu Hai seemed old, but there was no sign of fatigue. Beneath his frail body lay immense strength. It was clear that he was also an awakened one, and his power was not weak. Alright, let's do as Elder Wu says. We'll vote. Good. This method works. With Wu Hai stepping in to mediate, everyone finally calmed down. Continuing to argue would lead nowhere. Although voting was a cliché method, it was effective. Someone, bring the ballot box and paper. Su Yunjian called for the soldiers outside. They quickly ran out and returned with a pile of items. Start the voting. No one is allowed to interfere. Su Yunjian said. He was also a 4-star awakened one, but he had no special abilities. No problem. Fair and just. All the generals nodded, indicating there were no issues. Soon, one white piece of paper after another was dropped into the ballot box. Now, let's announce the results. Zhao Kuo 1 vote. Guo Xiaotian 1 vote. Zhao Kuo 1 vote. Su Yunjian read the names and recorded them on the blackboard behind him. Zhao Kuo 18 votes. Guo Xiaotian 18 votes. A tie. At this moment, there was still one last vote in the ballot box. Su Yunjian unfolded the paper, and the result was clear. Because this vote was cast by him. Guo Xiaotian 1 vote. 19 votes beat 18 votes, Guo Xiaotian won. Su Yunjian voted for Guo Xiaotian because Zhao Kuo's idea was too dangerous. Given the current situation of the Legion, forcibly fleeing to Yang City would likely lead to total annihilation. Even if they succeeded in reaching it, the casualties would be heavy. Sigh. Confused. So confused. Zhao Kuo was somewhat disappointed but helpless. This was the decision of the group. He had no reason to oppose it. In that case, everyone, hurry up. Search for survivors. Search all major malls and supermarkets. Bring back anything edible. Su Yunjian quickly issued orders. Understood. Everyone nodded. In any case, survivors had to be rescued, and food had to be collected. The decision of the City Defense Army was unknown to Guan Chen. He was currently on his way to the southern district. After taking down the zombie king Suyu, the strength of the legion had greatly increased. So Guan Chen decided to seek out the misfortune of the silver-horned giant python in the southern district. Within the southern district, there were several intersecting mountain ranges. After the apocalypse broke out, the plants in these mountains began to grow wildly. In just a few hours, they covered the surrounding cities. The tropical rainforest Guan Chen was heading to was located within these mountains. As he delved deeper into the southern district, the surrounding buildings became fewer and fewer. They were gradually replaced by dense vegetation. The roars of zombies also gradually weakened. In their place were the roars of monsters. The population in the southern district was relatively sparse. This place was almost a paradise for animals. Before the apocalypse, it was a natural tourist attraction in City Z. After the outbreak, it became a paradise for mutated creatures. There were not many zombies in the southern district, but mutated creatures were everywhere. Not long after entering the southern district, Guan Chen encountered a mutated creature. A giant python, as thick as a water bucket, lay across the concrete road. This was originally a street, but after the apocalypse broke out, plants began to grow wildly. The viewing trees on both sides had spread onto the street. The civilization that once belonged to humans was gradually returning to its most primitive ecology. Name: Scaled Python. Potential: 5 stars. Strength: 4 stars. Beginner. Abilities: Strangulation, Tail Whip, Tough Scales. Evaluation: a new creature evolved from ordinary pythons, possessing powerful strangulation abilities and strong defense. This is a mutated creature. The giant python measures 7 to 8 meters long, with scales arranged in an orderly pattern, forming a stripe. It is currently flicking its tongue lazily in the sun. From its bulging abdomen, it is clear that it has just had a hearty meal. The appearance of Guan Chen quickly catches its attention. A pair of cold, vertical pupils fixate on him. Hiss! The scaled python twists its body and lunges at Guan Chen. Long Jie. Guan Chen commands. Long Jie leaps into action. A punch lands on the scaled python's head. Crack! The terrifying force shatters its scales. Blood flows down from the wound. Long Jie possesses a 4-star advanced strength. Dealing with the scaled python is naturally no pressure. Hiss! Whoosh! The scaled python hisses, its massive tail swinging out, creating a gust of wind. The tail strikes Long Jie, who takes a few steps back but quickly steadies himself. Immediately, his right arm begins to collide rapidly. A terrifying, twisted, indescribable arm appears. The devouring demon claw rides, and a single eye splits open on the scales of the back of the hand. The single eye scans the surroundings, as if searching for prey. Long Jie swings the devouring demon claw towards the scaled python. The sharp 5 fingers instantly slice through the python's scales. Rip! 5 strips of fresh red flesh are torn from the scaled python. A massive mouth opens wide, greedily devouring the flesh. The scaled python is stunned. Who is the real monster? It senses danger and wants to escape. With a tail whip, it attempts to knock Long Jie back. But this time, it does not succeed. The enormous, twisted, terrifying claw directly grabs the scaled python's tail. Then it swings it wildly on the ground. The terrifying force brutally shakes the scaled python to death. Its scales shatter, and blood gushes out. A blue card falls from the scaled python's body. Long Jie picks up the blue card and drags the corpse to Guan Chen. Swallow it. Leave the crystal core. Guan Chen puts away the card. Long Jie understands, and the devouring demon claw opens its massive mouth. A tooth-like organ extends out. The 7 to 8 meter long python corpse is directly swallowed. The organ retracts, and a crystal core is spat out. The corpse that was just there seems to have never existed. After devouring the corpse, Long Jie's strength has slightly increased. This is the power gained from consumption. Guan Chen absorbs the crystal core, but his strength does not show a significant increase. He is not discouraged. As long as he continues to accumulate, there will eventually be a breakthrough. Hey, little brother, can you help me? From the buildings along the street, several survivors peek out, pleading for help from Guan Chen. The City Defense Army has already begun rescue operations. Please be patient. Guan Chen does not offer assistance. He is not a great benefactor. It is impossible to help everyone. Then can you give us some food? The survivors remain undeterred. I've already dealt with the monster. If you want to leave, hurry up. Wan Chan reminds them and heads deeper into the southern district. Upon hearing this, the survivors quickly pack their belongings. The giant python on the street had trapped them for a long time. Now that it has been killed by Guan Shen, they naturally want to escape quickly. The mutated creatures here are too terrifying. They would rather face zombies than mutated beasts. Moreover, not long ago, they received news through a radio broadcast. The City Defense Army has established a survivor camp in the Z City building. There is a safe space and stable food. In short, they definitely cannot stay in the southern district. As they delve deeper into the southern district, the surrounding vegetation becomes denser. Compared to zombies, the aggression of mutated creatures is much stronger. They do not wander aimlessly but actively seek out targets. Even humans hiding in their rooms can be easily found. So the deeper one goes into the southern district, the harder it is for survivors to survive. Stay alert. Wan Chen became slightly serious. The mutated creatures possess intelligence. They are far more difficult to deal with than zombies. Caw caw caw. 3 hideous monsters jumped out from the surrounding grass. The 3 musketeers of the grass? Wan Chen instantly became vigilant. The skin of these monsters displayed a healthy green. Their faces were ugly, with big noses and pointed ears. They were very short, and their eyes revealed greed. Goblins? Wan Chen felt that the creatures before him looked very familiar. They were exactly the weakest goblins from online games. These creatures, like skeleton soldiers, were cannon fodder monsters. But here, in reality, goblins belong to the category of natural disaster monsters. Their strength is not weak. On the contrary, they are quite strong. Name: Greedy Goblin Brothers. Group Monster. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 4 stars. Intermediate ability: Ominous Evaluation. Goblins from a different timespace rift. They are not the weaklings from games. Do not let your guard down. The system scanned, and the goblin's profile appeared. If someone without the system were present, they would surely become complacent. After all, who would have thought that the cannon fodder goblins from the game actually possess 4-star strength? It's still the same saying, this is reality. Never compare it to the game. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Chirp chirp. Karaji fat. Karaji thin. The goblin brothers chattered in a strange language. Wan Chen completely could not understand, but he could understand their attacking movements. Teach these young goblins a lesson. Let them know what a real group fight is. With a command, dozens of Legion soldiers charged forward. Spear throw. Several bone spears flew out, aiming at the goblin brothers. Chirp chirp. The goblin brothers cried out in chaos. They nimbly dodged the spear attacks. The goblin leader charged directly, swinging the longsword in his hand. A skeleton shield soldier, caught off guard, was directly knocked back by the goblin leader. A sword mark was left on the plate armor on his chest. This demonstrated the goblin's strength. Wan Chan's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected of a 4-star intermediate goblin, it indeed has some power. But 2 fists cannot fight 4 hands. Wan Chan would not talk about martial ethics. Dozens of soldiers surrounded the goblin brothers. The goblin brothers fought back desperately. They coordinated with each other and managed to withstand the soldiers' attacks. This is the strength of intelligent beings. They understand cooperation and tactics. Unfortunately, there were only 3 goblins. The surrounding soldiers numbered 3 to 4 dozen. That's a full 10 times the goblins. They repelled 1 wave of attacks but sustained multiple wounds. In the early stages, they could still use this reckless fighting style. But as time passed, their stamina began to deplete. Blood continuously flowed from their wounds. A few minutes later, the 3rd goblin could no longer hold on. A perfect defensive formation revealed a gap. It's over, Guan Chen said. The soldiers seized the opportunity and pounced directly. The 3rd goblin was killed. The other 2 goblins were gradually slain as well. Kill the goblin brothers. Group monster. Reward 1000 points. Common language skill. The system's prompt sounded. Although the points were not many, it granted this skill. The soldiers took a few minutes to kill the goblin brothers. That wonderful tactic must have been their ability. It was precisely because of this ability that they withstood the soldiers for a few minutes. That was already very good. Keep it up next time, Guan Chen said, looking at the goblin corpses. The goblin brothers dropped a peculiar blue card. It had an X3 symbol on it. Guan Chen instantly understood that this should mean a reward of X3. No matter what he obtained, it would be multiplied by 3. A delightful little surprise. He tucked the card away. Of course, he needed to save up more cards to draw. That would be exciting. After all, he loved 10 consecutive draws. He did not find any crystal cores in the goblin corpses. The blood-drinking blade despised such creatures. Long Chia was naturally willing to accept them. The devouring demon claw blossomed, consuming the 3 goblin corpses. Taking advantage of this time, Guan Chen checked the newly acquired skill book. Universal language. After learning, one can master the languages of various civilizations. Good stuff. Guan Chen's eyes lit up. Given the current situation, there were civilized races among the disaster monsters. Mastering the universal language might come in handy at a critical moment. System. Learn universal language. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have learned universal language. The system's voice rang out. Guan Chen instantly felt a surge of immense intelligence flooding into his mind. Bone. Communicate with me in the language of the undead. Guan Chen said. Gree. As you command. Master. Bone said a few sentences. Guan Chen understood them all. Awesome. The system's products are definitely top-notch. Mom no longer has to worry about my failing English. The consumption of the universal language is almost negligible. Even if it is kept on all the time, there will be no issues. Guan Chen looked around. After confirming that nothing was left behind, he prepared to leave. As he lifted his foot, options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1, walk straight along the road ahead, obtain roadside hemostatic grass X1. Option 2, walk straight along the left path, very safe, reward 4-star crystal core X1. Option 3, walk 10 kilometers along the right path, discover a goblin tribe, kill the tribe leader, obtain goblin treasure X10. Options triggered. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly eliminated the first 2. Although he could gain rewards without effort, they were too low. Without a doubt, he chose the third option. He just loved adventure, they were offering too much. Following the system's prompt, Guan Chen chose to advance along the right path. To avoid alarming the enemy, he recalled most of his soldiers, leaving only 4 leaders and a handful of 10 soldiers. Anyway, once the cooldown time was over, he could summon soldiers immediately. Guan Chen proceeded along the small path. This road was overgrown with weeds, as if it had just been cleared. During his advance, he activated his perception. After moving a kilometer, Guan Chen sensed a huge pit in the middle of the weeds on the path. The pit was filled with sharp iron spikes. These spikes were over a meter long, enough to chill anyone to the bone. A trap. Guan Chen was startled. Fortunately, he had activated his perception, otherwise, he would have definitely fallen for it. Although this kind of trap wouldn't cause him much harm, at most just some superficial injuries, he certainly didn't want his rear to be harmed. This was definitely a trap set by the goblins. Guan Chen lowered his body and began to sense the surroundings with all his might. The range of his perception suddenly expanded significantly. Sure enough, found you. In the weeds 7 meters to the left front, 5 goblins were lurking sneakily. They were armed with wolf-tooth clubs, axes, spears, and other weapons. Even if a target fell into the trap and didn't die, they could quickly finish them off. This intelligent race was indeed different. Unfortunately, they had encountered Guan Chen. Sneak past quietly. Let them know what a surprise really is. Guan Chen communicated through his mental power. The soldiers flanked from the left, while Guan Chen approached from the right. These goblins had to die. Otherwise, they would go back to report. If that happened, his ambush plan would be ruined. This place was clearly a lookout point for the goblins. Gigi Gulu, why haven't the 3 brothers returned yet? I don't know. Who cares, as long as we hold our positions. Several goblins were conversing. Their words fell into Guan Chen's ears. As expected, these guys are in cahoots. Guan Chen thought to himself. This language skill is really useful. Thumbs up. Must give it a thumbs up. He quickened his pace, gradually getting closer to the goblins. The soldiers encircling from the opposite side had also reached their positions. Kill. With a command from Guan Chen, he sprang up from the grass. The 5 goblins were instantly startled. What's going on? Are we being ambushed? The goblin at the front hadn't reacted yet and was directly cleaved in half by Guan Chen. Enemy attack. Retreat quickly. The remaining 4 goblins, seeing that the situation was not right, hurriedly fled. But as they turned around, they saw 10 soldiers charging at them. The soldiers launched their attack immediately. The fleeing goblins were pushed back. Caught in a pincer attack, the 4 goblins were flustered. They had no power to resist and were quickly dealt with by Guan Chen. Kill Goblin Scout X5, reward 500 points, the system's prompt sounded. The 5 goblins dropped 2 blue cards and a 4-star crystal core. The corpses were devoured by Long Xie. Guan Chen handled it well, leaving no trace behind. He continued forward. After what had just happened, Guan Chen became even more cautious. His senses constantly searched the surroundings, fearing for Juhua's safety. After advancing another 6 kilometers, 2 makeshift watchtowers appeared not far ahead. On each watchtower stood 5 goblins. Guan Chen split his forces, sending 10 soldiers to deal with the left watchtower. He and the legion leaders would tackle the right watchtower. Enemy attack. The goblins noticed the movement in the weeds. They quickly shot arrows. But the next second, a figure soared into the sky. Long Jie spread his demon wings and flew directly to the watchtower. Guan Chen and 3 leaders grabbed his feet and landed on the watchtower. The 5 goblins resisted a few times but were quickly killed. On the other watchtower, the soldiers also swiftly took down 5 goblins. Kill Goblin Scout X10, reward 1000 points. The 10 goblins dropped 3 cards and 4 crystal cores. The corpses were handled by Long Jie. Guan Chen continued forward. He was getting closer to the goblin tribe. In the next 3 kilometers, he encountered no goblins. Soon, Guan Chen arrived at the goblin tribe. The originally narrow path suddenly opened up. The goblin tribe was located in a clearing. Surrounding it were makeshift camps built from wooden logs. Dozens of animal skin tents were set up in the camp. At the entrance of the camp stood 2 wooden watchtowers. These 2 watchtowers were even more majestic and larger. Each watchtower had more than 20 goblin sentinels. Inside the watchtowers were numerous arrows and falling rocks. A wooden bridge connected the 2 watchtowers. On the wooden bridge stood a dozen goblins, each holding a spear. The strength of these goblins had all reached 4 stars. The greatest future enemy of humanity would undoubtedly be these descending monsters and mutated creatures. Unless zombies could evolve the ability to reproduce, there would eventually come a day when they would be exterminated. The camp's gate was wide open, with a row of iron caltrops placed, their sharp tips glinting coldly. 5 squads of goblin teams were constantly patrolling around the camp. Their equipment appeared significantly better. They all wore animal skin armor, covering most of their bodies and legs. These animal skins did not come from ordinary beasts but from mutated creatures. Their defensive power was not much weaker than iron armor. They wielded iron broadswords, stained with traces of blood. Deep within the camp were dozens of animal skin tents. The animal skins also come from mutated creatures. They possess considerable defensive strength. Around the animal skin tents, some stone pots and bowls are hanging. A human thigh is roasting over the campfire, and half a human corpse is suspended on a rack. The ground is littered with leftover bones. Several skulls are used as decorations, hanging from the tent. Clearly, these are the survivors from the southern district. They were unfortunate enough to be captured by goblins. In addition to the human remains, there are also numerous corpses of mutated monsters within the goblin tribe. At the center of dozens of animal skin tents stands a more luxurious animal skin tent. It is several times larger than the surrounding tents and is decorated more extravagantly. The skull of an unknown giant beast hangs at the entrance of the tent. 2 rows of goblin soldiers, resembling guards, stand watch at the entrance. Without a doubt, this is the tent of the goblin leader. The target of Guan Chen's mission is him. This goblin camp has been established for quite some time. Although the facilities inside are rudimentary, they are very well organized. The power of intelligent life is evident here. Guan Chen has a rough understanding of the goblin tribe's situation. There is only one entrance, and there is no back door. The height of the camp's wooden walls is about 6 meters. According to current findings, there are already over 100 goblins, all at 4-star strength. There are definitely more goblins inside those animal skin tents. Based on this estimate, the entire goblin tribe has at least over 500 goblins. If we exclude women and children, there are at least 400 goblins capable of fighting. This is not a small number. In terms of numbers, the Legion does not have the advantage. As for the strength advantage, it has not reached the point of overwhelming superiority. After all these goblins have reached 4-star strength. Moreover, there is also a goblin leader within the tribe. As the tribe leader, his strength will certainly not be weak. This is a bit tricky. Guan Chen stroked his chin, lost in thought. To fight or not to fight? This is a philosophical question. Damn it! What am I afraid of? Fight! Guan Chen quickly made up his mind. He opened the system. There are still about 2 hours until the Legion soldiers can be revived. Given this situation, it should be dark in 2 hours. Then let's act at night. Guan Chen prepared to launch a night raid on the goblin tribe. Goblins are different from zombies. They are normal life forms and will also be affected by the night. You stay here and keep watch. Guan Chen instructed 10 soldiers to hide near the goblin tribe, observing their every move. Whether a goblin leaves or returns, report it all. Understood. The soldiers replied quietly. After making arrangements, Guan Chen left with the commanders. With 2 hours until the operation, he certainly wouldn't waste any time. He wandered around the surrounding area to see if there were any unexpected gains. Guan Chen disappeared into the jungle. The soldiers, following his orders, hid in secret corners, observing the goblin tribe. Guan Chen had good luck and encountered a spirit tree. The spirit tree stood in a clearing, and a thin layer of frost had formed on the ground around it. A blue fruit hung from the branches of the small tree. The energy it emitted could be felt from a distance. Just as he reached out to pick it, a terrifying giant mouth lunged at him. A sneak attack? No sense of martial ethics. Guan Chen reacted quickly and used the teleportation technique. His figure vanished from the spot. That terrifying giant mouth snapped at nothing. Oh whoa! After stabilizing himself, Guan Chen saw clearly the creature that had ambushed him. It was a terrifying giant wolf, over 5 meters long. Its pure white fur radiated waves of cold air. A layer of solid ice had formed on its fangs. Name: Frost Wolf. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 5 stars. Beginner. Abilities: Frost Armor, Frost Fangs, Freezing Ray. Introduction: a monster from the rift of another world. It grows alongside the frost fruit and can unleash ice attribute attacks. Guan Chen's gaze swept over the giant wolf, and the system quickly provided information. What a guy! It's actually a 5-star monster. If it weren't for the teleportation skill, he probably wouldn't have been able to dodge that last attack. The frost giant wolf's pupils were fixed on its surroundings. This group of beings made it feel threatened. Guan Chen and the 4 leaders all possessed 4-star advanced strength, plus a long chia. 6 4-star advanced beings were enough to pose a threat to the frost wolf. The frost giant wolf hesitated. It moved towards the ice fruit, wanting to swallow it whole. Although it was still a bit early for the frost fruit to fully mature, it couldn't afford to wait. The situation was critical. If it didn't eat now, there would be nothing left. Even if its effectiveness was greatly reduced, it was still its own possession. Want to steal a bite? Stop it! Guan Chen immediately saw through the frost wolf's intentions. Aileen acted quickly, shooting a piercing arrow infused with terrifying power. The air around seemed to be torn apart. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow cutting through the air reached the frost giant wolf, which sensed danger. If it insisted on eating, it would definitely be heavily injured. The frost wolf turned around and swiped a paw. It blocked Eileen's attack. But in that moment, the other leaders had already rushed in front of the frost wolf. Gubon swung his large blade, striking it. The wolf's skin felt a sense of obstruction, but under the powerful force, it was still broken through. The blade sliced through flesh, blood gushing out. Oh whoa! The frost wolf yelped in pain, swatting Gubon away. Gubon's body slammed against a tree, swaying slightly. The full force of the frost wolf nearly shattered him. Blood soul slash. Guan Chen seized the opportunity and unleashed a blood-colored sword energy. Frost armor. In response to Guan Chen's attack, the frost wolf's surface condensed a layer of ice armor. The blood-colored sword energy struck it, directly splattering ice shards. Crack! The frost armor shattered, turning into a ground of crushed ice. Sword control technique. Shen Lian seized the chance and directly executed the sword control technique. The Xian iron sword shot out, piercing into the frost wolf's body. The frost wolf howled in pain, its flesh tightening, trapping the Xian iron sword. A blue light gathered in its mouth. Freezing ray. This was the frost wolf's killing move. Leo banged on his shield, activating silver taunt. The frost wolf was instantly drawn to him. The terrifying freezing ray struck Leo. His shield was instantly covered in frost. The frost wolf's fury was entirely vented on Leo. His taunt was perfectly timed. If that freezing ray had swept out, the destructive power would be absolutely formidable. Whether human or ghost, everyone was showing off, but only Leo was taking the hits. Kill! Guan Chen stepped forward again. After releasing the freezing ray, it couldn't condense again in a short time. Now was the frost wolf's moment of weakness. Long Chia spread his demon wings and launched an aerial attack. He landed on the frost wolf's back, striking down with the tyrant's claw. The terrifying force made the frost wolf tremble all over. Whoosh! In the distance, Aileen once again condensed a piercing arrow. She seized the opportunity and shot the arrow without hesitation. The energy arrow pierced through the frost wolf's left eye, blood splattering. Oh whoa! The frost wolf howled in agony. Its sharp claws wildly swiped at its surroundings. A dying struggle of a cornered beast. Long Chia gathered his devouring demon claw, continuously tearing at the frost wolf's flesh. Guan Chen and the other leaders kept their distance from the frost wolf's attack range. The more the frost wolf struggled, the faster its blood flowed out, and the weaker it became. This was a vicious cycle. A gruesome blood mark appeared on the frost wolf's back. Long Chia extended his devouring demon claw and ripped out its heart. TSK, TSK, TSK. So violent. So bloody. I love it. Guan Chen's lips curled slightly upward. He had long since become accustomed to killing. Long Chia's performance far exceeded his expectations. The Frost Wolf collapsed directly to the ground after losing its heart. Kill the Frost Wolf, gain 10,000 points, Frost Wolf Soul, the system's prompt sounded. It completely declared the Frost Wolf dead. Frost Wolf Soul, after use, summon a Frost Wolf Soul with the same strength as in life, immune to death during the summoning time, lasting 3 minutes. Guan Chen checked the item provided by the system, a nice little prop. Long Chia, holding the bloody heart, approached Guan Chen. It respectfully presented the spoils. Even though the body had already died, the heart still weakly throbbed. Here you go. Swallow it. Guan Chen had no use for this thing. Handing it over to Long Chia to devour was the best choice. Long Chia's right arm split open into a gaping maw and instantly swallowed the heart. Ding! The Corpse King Long Chia has devoured the Frost Wolf's heart, comprehending Frost Ray. The system's prompt sounded. Oh, comprehended a skill? A look of surprise appeared on Guan Chen's face. This ability to devour was truly amazing. Just by consuming flesh and blood, one could enhance strength and have a chance to comprehend abilities. Long Chia's body was like a perfect vessel, capable of adapting to any ability. Long Chia's right arm shot out a beam of frost light. A large tree in the distance was instantly frozen. Awesome! Guan Chen exclaimed. Although the Frost Ray had a 3-minute cooldown, it was already quite good. After all, it was a free ability, simply delightful. The blood-sucking blade in his hand was already itching to move. Guan Chen plunged it into the Frost Wolf's corpse. Countless blood-colored tendrils spread out, greedily absorbing the Frost Wolf's flesh and blood. The heart was given to Long Chia, the body to the blood-sucking blade. Fair distribution. Guan Chen walked over to the small tree. The frost fruit had fully formed. The small tree bearing the fruit began to wither rapidly, contributing its last strength. He plucked the fruit, holding it in his hand, feeling a bone-chilling cold. Frost fruit, a fruit from the Fisher world, containing powerful ice elemental energy, capable of enhancing the Legion's strength, and has a high probability of comprehending ice elemental power. This was a good item. Guan Chen did not consume it himself but handed it to Eileen. If the Elven Archer Legion could comprehend the ice element, it would be equivalent to infinitely gaining frost arrows. Just thinking about it felt like a bargain. Thank you, Master. Eileen gracefully accepted the frost fruit. She consumed the frost fruit, and a wave of cold surged within her body. Eileen's delicate figure trembled slightly. Moments later, a layer of frost covered her beautiful hair. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Elven Archer Legion has successfully comprehended the ice element. The system's prompt sounded, and Guan Chen knew it had worked. Eileen drew back her bowstring, and an ice elemental arrow quickly formed. Whoosh! The frost arrow struck the tree trunk, instantly freezing a thin layer of ice. Not bad. Guan Chen nodded. Although it couldn't freeze a target of 10 meters, it was already quite good. After all, it was a free ability, no loss at all. The blood-sucking blade, having absorbed the Frost Wolf's flesh and blood, flashed with a blood-red light. The blood-colored tendrils wrapped around a 5-star crystal core and a light purple card, presenting them to Guan Chen. He stored the purple card and then began to absorb the 5-star crystal core. The crystal core instantly vanished from his hand. A river of energy surged within Guan Chen's body. He held his breath and focused, absorbing that pure energy. The 4 leaders, seeing this, quickly became vigilant of their surroundings. They knew Guan Chen was beginning to break through. The pure energy washed over Guan Chen's body. The 5-star crystal core was indeed different. Its energy was far more refined than that of a 4-star crystal core. Guan Chen could only feel his strength rapidly increasing. 10 minutes later, a powerful aura emanated from Guan Chen. His strength had broken through to the initial level of 5 stars. This sense of power, so exhilarating. Guan Chen threw a few punches, creating a series of whooshing sounds. He never expected that a casual stroll would yield such great rewards. Not only had his own strength reached the initial level of 5 stars, but Long Chia and Ai Lin had also comprehended new abilities. In addition, he had gained 10,000 points, the Frost Wolf Soul, and a purple card. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Guan Chen realized it was almost time to go back. He opened the Legion system, and the soldiers had already been revived. It was time to return. On his way back, Guan Chen accidentally discovered a cave. In front of the cave, several goblins were vigilantly watching their surroundings. Oh, something's up. Guan Chen stopped in his tracks. He instructed the commander and Long Chia to stay put. He downed a bottle of invisibility potion. Guan Chen's figure vanished. The invisibility potion was quite a handy little item. He quietly made his way toward the cave. Grr! Keep an eye on the surroundings, and alert me at the first sign of any suspicious person approaching. Rulu understood. Guan Chen clearly heard the goblins' conversation. His curiosity about the situation inside the cave grew. Using the invisibility potion, Guan Chen stealthily infiltrated. The cave was deep. After walking for several minutes, he still hadn't reached the end. As the invisibility potion's effect was about to wear off, he drank another bottle. He moved forward a bit further. Guan Chen vaguely heard voices conversing. "Look, Abreu, great priest!" At the deepest part of the cave, Guan Chen saw two goblins standing. One of them was dressed in priestly attire. The other goblin was clad in armor. Guan Chen drank another invisibility potion, left the passage, and walked into the deepest part of the cave. He chose a rock near the passage to hide behind. This position was excellent, allowing him to clearly hear the conversation between the two goblins. Guan Chen's gaze swept over the two goblins. Name: Goblin Priest, my heir, potential, 8 stars strength, intermediate 5 stars ability, unknown description, the priest of the goblin tribe, second only to the goblin leader. Name: Goblin Warrior, Xiaoxi, potential, 8 stars strength, initial 5 stars ability, unknown evaluation, the warrior of the goblin tribe, second only to the leader and priest, a key figure in the tribe. The system quickly provided the information. Wow! The second in command and third in command are secretly meeting. This is likely to stir up trouble. Guan Chen thought to himself. Grr! The common language skill was in effect. So, how's it going? Is everything in place? Priest my heir asked. Everything is ready. We can act tonight. I've already subverted 200 goblins in the tribe. The rest are die-hard loyalists of Har, and I don't dare to try to contact them. Warrior Xiaoxi replied. Good. Then we'll act tonight. That guy Har doesn't deserve to be the leader at all. If we let him run wild, the tribe will eventually face destruction. Priest my heir said resentfully. May the great priest lead the way. The great priest is far-sighted and will surely bring the tribe to glory. Warrior Xiaoxi flattered him enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Priest my heir immediately smiled. Rest assured, after dealing with Har, I will nominate you as the leader. As for the warrior position, let your brother Buha take it. The priest's status in the tribe was far above that of the leader. My heir had no interest in being the leader. Tonight's plan was entirely because Har was disobedient. He needed an obedient leader. Warrior Xiaoxi was a perfect fit. Thank you for your trust, great priest. I will not let you down. The brave Josh showed a look of joy on his face and quickly knelt halfway on the ground. He lowered his head, indicating his willingness to submit. Get up. It's almost time, prepare yourself. After the priest Meyer finished speaking, he walked towards the passage. Guan Chen pressed closely against the rock. Thanks to the invisibility potion, Priest Meyer did not notice him at all. Immediately after, the brave Joss also left along the passage. Phew! Guan Chen's figure appeared. Isn't this more exciting than palace intrigue? The earlier conversation made Guan Chen understand the general situation. He felt a bit gloating. This goblin tribe was engaging in infighting. He could sit back and reap the benefits. Guan Chen loved watching dramas. A few minutes later, Guan Chen returned to the cave entrance. He used his perception to scan the surroundings. Only after confirming that the goblins had left did he step out of the cave. This good show couldn't be interrupted by his departure. The goblin priest was not a fool. If it discovered an external enemy, it would definitely unite against it first. The premise of infighting was to ensure the safety of the nest. If the nest was wiped out, what was there to fight about? Master, are you all right? The 4 leaders asked with concern. I'm fine. That group of goblins is going to engage in infighting. Let's go watch the show. Guan Chen led the leaders back to the outside of the goblin tribe. As night fell, the camp was illuminated by firelight. The patrolling goblins did not relax their vigilance because of the night. Guan Chen hid in a large tree. From here, he could see directly into the center of the camp where the leader's tent was located. All the soldiers of the Legion had been resurrected by the system. A total of 222 soldiers had been summoned. Elven archers, find a high point. The rest of the soldiers, ambush around the camp. Guan Chen issued the command. He certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Because of that goblin priest, who was a traitor, Guan Chen had reduced a lot of trouble. The soldiers silently crept through the forest. The camp was quickly surrounded by the soldiers. The elven archers also found their shooting positions. Under the tree canopy, the sharp arrows reflected a cold light. After Guan Chen was ready, he saw the goblin priest return to the camp. It was now dinner time, and all the goblins were dining by the bonfire. As Guan Chen had expected, there were over 500 goblins in the tribe. Priest Meyer did not linger and headed straight for the leader's tent. The goblins along the way all bowed respectfully. Facing those bowing goblins, Priest Meyer merely nodded slightly. Great priest! The soldiers outside the leader's tent all bowed respectfully. Has the banquet started? Priest Meyer asked. Reporting to the great priest. It has already started, the guards answered respectfully. Good. Priest Meyer nodded and walked towards the tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw several goblin beauties dancing seductively. Of course, Wan Chen could not appreciate these green-skinned creatures. Inside the tent, there were more than a dozen stone tables. Various wild fruits, roasted meat, and a thick red liquid were placed on them. He didn't know what it was brewed from. The great priest has arrived. Please take your seat. In the center of the tent was a grand stone table. The food on this table was far more exquisite than on the others. A tall goblin was sitting at the table. This goblin had a pair of sharp tusks, an ugly face, and a fierce expression. Its pointed ears were covered in wrinkles. Around its neck hung a necklace made of bone teeth. Beneath its green skin were bulging muscles. It wore a pair of beast skin shorts. 2 goblin beauties were held in its arms. All right, great leader. Priest Meyer was very polite. Now was not the time to turn against each other. His position was in front of Har on the right. There was a stone table there specifically for the priest's use. The priest Meyer raised his wine cup and toasted to Har. Great leader! You've worked hard for the tribe these past few days. Hearing this, Har immediately broke into a satisfied smile. You're too kind, priest. The red wine flowed down his throat, a rich, bloody taste. The goblins found it very sweet. Good wine, Priest Meyer sincerely praised. Ha ha, drink up, we won't go home until we're drunk tonight. Leader Har did not sense anything amiss. He laughed heartily. Of course. I won't let down the leader's good intentions. On the surface, Priest Meyer smiled, but inwardly he thought, soon, I'll send you to the afterlife. Leader Har was much stronger than him. Inside the tent, most were Har's trusted subordinates. He had only brought a few guards. Priest Meyer waited quietly. Time passed slowly. So boring. When will the show start? Guan Chen had waited for half an hour. The 10 pounds of sunflower seeds he bought in the market were already finished, but there was no movement in the tent. That traitor, could he be scared? Guan Chen couldn't help but doubt. Just as he was about to use an invisibility potion to sneak in and check, a sudden change occurred in the camp. The show is finally starting. Guan Chen quickly sat down. A bag of sunflower seeds appeared in his hand. The patrolling goblins changed direction. They approached a tent in the corner. Brave one. The watchtower has already been manned by our people. Lord Boha has also gathered his team, ready for deployment at any time. The squad leader of the patrolling goblins spoke. This batch of patrolling goblins was the first to be swayed. They had long harbored grievances against the goblin leader. Good. What are Har's subordinates doing? Brave Joss asked. They're still drinking, eating meat, and enjoying the beautiful females. A patrolling captain said with a wicked smile. Don't worry. As long as we kill Har, tonight, we can revel freely. The beauties of the tribe, you can choose at will. Before the battle began, Brave Joss painted a grand picture. This was to inspire the soldiers' fighting spirit. Willing to fight for the brave one. The patrolling goblins quickly expressed their stance. No, it's to fight for the priest, Brave Joss said with a smile. For the priest and the brave one. The morale of the patrolling goblins soared. Let's go, Brave Joss commanded. Over 100 goblins followed behind him. Guan Chen watched from the treetops. 2 groups were quietly surrounding the leader's tent. Timing it. Brave Joss should be here. Priest Meyer thought to himself. Brave one, what are you doing? The guards outside first questioned. Then, screams followed. Clang. Weapons clashed, and cries of battle filled the air. The sudden turn of events startled the goblins inside the tent. The drunkenness from earlier had mostly dissipated. Damn it! That bastard Joss actually dared to betray me. Leader Har was furious. He pushed aside a goblin beauty beside him and strode towards the tent's exit. Leader Har passed by Priest Meyer. Seizing the opportunity, Priest Meyer chanted a spell. A blazing fire magic was unleashed directly. Great leader! Be careful! A trusted goblin pushed Har aside. The fire magic struck, instantly turning him to ashes. Because that goblin's magic was enough to seriously injure Har, it only caused him a slight wound. Damn it! Meyer, you too have betrayed me? Leader Har realized. The series of betrayals made him utterly furious. He threw a punch directly at Priest Meyer. Priest Meyer chanted a spell. A barrier magic appeared before him. The terrifying force of the punch crashed into the barrier. The barrier shattered in an instant. But it was this brief moment of resistance that allowed Priest Meyer to escape successfully. Hail! Your time of death has come. Priest Meyer burst out of the tent. Damn it! Two worthless scum! Chief Hale followed closely, rushing out of the tent. A dozen loyal goblins hurried after him. Once outside, Chief Hale realized they were already surrounded. Hundreds of fully armed goblins held weapons in their hands. You all betrayed me? Chief Hale could hardly believe it. We obey the orders of the priest. Die! The goblin soldiers shouted. From the distant tents, screams began to echo. Chief Hale knew all too well that those were his own subordinates. With you worthless scum, do you think you can kill me? Chief Hale charged out, smashing the nearest goblin with a punch. Blood splattered, and he felt a surge of excitement. Kill! Let's wipe out the traitors! Chief Hale shouted. With several punches, the surrounding goblins were smashed into pieces. Even injured, Chief Hale remained incredibly powerful. Hale! Your opponent is me. The hero Joss wielded a large sword and struck directly at Chief Hale. Humph! A mere 5-star novice dares to oppose me? Chief Hale scoffed. He threw a punch that collided with the sword. How is this possible? Your strength. Something's not right. Chief Hale suddenly realized. Meyer! Scum! He roared. In the distance, Priest Meyer was continuously chanting. He radiated a steady stream of light that flowed into Hero Joss. This was the priest's ability. He could bestow his own power onto a designated target. Moreover, this bestowed power could double. Hero Joss's strength, originally only at 5-star novice, suddenly reached 5-star advanced under this enhancement. This power was now on par with Chief Hale. In the distance, Wan Chen held a telescope in one hand. You can't kill goblins like this. Chop! Haven't you eaten? Yes. Just like that, smash its head. Nice! Wan Chen watched the goblins fight. He wanted to give them a thumbs up. They were doing so well. It was even more thrilling than a game. He took a moment to glance at Chief Hale. Name, Goblin Chief, Hale, potential, 9-star strength, 5-star advanced ability, unknown description, leader of the Goblin tribe, commanding a tribe of hundreds, the undisputed boss. The system quickly provided the information. Chief Hale was incredibly fierce. Faced with the combined might of the priest and the hero, he still did not fall behind. I will tear you apart. Chief Hale unleashed a punch, pushing Hero Joss back. You will undoubtedly die tonight. Hero Joss slashed, leaving a blood mark on his opponent. Frenzied slash. Hero Joss concentrated energy on his sword and struck forward. Shattering fist. Chief Hale's muscles tensed, gathering terrifying energy in his fist. Boom! The two terrifying energies collided. The armor on Hero Joss was torn to shreds. Chief Hale's condition was not much better. He was covered in wounds, blood flowing out. Hale! I admit you are strong. Even if I team up with the priest, we might not be able to kill you. But unfortunately, I have more people than you. Boha! Kill it! Hero Joss said. A burly goblin charged directly at Chief Hale. The large sword swung down, leaving a bloody mark. Chief Hale continuously threw punches to fend off the attacks, but the continuous fighting was gradually exhausting him. Die! Hero Joss and Boha teamed up. The weary Chief Hale revealed a flaw. Its strong right arm was severed cleanly. Get away! Chief Har, gritting his teeth in pain, fought them off. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was panting heavily. Just die already. The brave Joss raised his large sword, ready to finish Har off. Eileen! Stop it! Guan Chen tossed aside his sunflower seeds and quickly gave the order. Chief Har could be maimed, but he couldn't be killed. This head, Guan Chen was determined to claim. Whoosh! An arrow, imbued with a chilling aura, pierced Joss's arm. Ah! Who? He screamed in agony, angrily scanning his surroundings. Soldiers, prepare for battle. Guan Chen put away his binoculars. The show was over. It was time for him to take the stage. Archers, ready! Guan Chen commanded. The elven archers in the treetops were poised to strike. Fire! Guan Chen said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Explosive arrows shot out, raining down on the goblin camp. The brave Joss remained alert, watching his surroundings, until he saw the dim sky filled with feathered arrows. Damn it! Enemy attack! Only then did the brave Joss react. In an instant, the explosive arrows landed in the goblin camp. A violent explosion erupted, sweeping through the area. Ah! The screams rose and fell. Many goblins were thrown to the ground. Their armor was blown apart. Their green skin bore large burn marks. The goblins crawled up from the ground, their faces twisted in rage, like demons from hell. The power of the explosive arrows was not enough to instantly kill the 4-star goblins. It could only severely injure them. The enemy is outside the camp. Counterattack! Quick, counterattack! The brave Joss quickly regained his composure. He swiftly prevented the goblins from retaliating. He couldn't afford to focus on killing Chief Har now. Dealing with the external threat was more important. Chief Har seized the opportunity to escape. The goblins in the watchtower, following the direction of the explosive arrows, quickly located the elven archers. They drew their bows and began to shoot. Arrows flew towards the trees outside the camp. The elven girls stopped shooting, nimbly dodging the incoming arrows. After all, goblins were 4-star monsters. Their attacks posed a significant threat to the elven archers. Guan Chen knew that this battle would not be easy. Intelligent beings were much harder to deal with than zombies. Fortunately, the infighting within the goblin tribe had resulted in heavy casualties. Otherwise, tonight would have come at a great cost. Melee team. Charge. The elven archers were held back. It was time for the melee team to enter. Charge. Kill. The cries of battle rose to the sky around the goblin tribe. Brave soldiers of the Legion charged directly into the camp. What's going on? The brave Joss was bewildered. He never expected that so many enemies lay in ambush around the camp. But given the current situation, he had no time to think. Gripping his sword tightly, he charged forward. The goblins in the watchtower quickly changed direction. They aimed their fire at the soldiers on the ground. The ironclad shield guards advanced slowly, holding their shields up. The arrows struck the shields, unable to penetrate. Shadow sword masters hid behind the ironclad shield guards. As they approached the watchtower, they unleashed their abilities. Like shadows. From the shadows of the goblin archers, a dozen shadow sword masters slowly emerged. Swish, swish, swish. Several goblin archers were instantly decapitated. Gilly Gwala, the enemy is coming. The goblin spearmen shouted, rushing to provide support. The barricade was pushed aside, and soldiers entered the camp. 10 ironclad shield guards climbed the watchtower to support the shadow sword masters. The remaining soldiers continued to push into the camp. The watchtower was engulfed in chaos. Both sides suffered casualties, but overall, the goblins were at a disadvantage. The elven archers selected their shooting positions once more. A volley of icy feathered arrows rained down into the camp. 4 leaders followed the team, charging into the camp. Damn it, you bastard! I must take revenge. Just wait for me. In the hidden woods, Chief Har ran wildly with its injured body. Its right arm was empty, blood continuously flowing out. Due to its super healing ability, the wound from the severed arm had already scabbed over. But regrowing it was basically impossible, unless it could find some rare treasures. Rustle, rustle, sounds echoed around Chief Har. Its nerves instantly tensed up. I saved you, not to let you escape. Guan Chen's voice came, the effect of the universal language spell activated. Who is it? Chief Har's face changed dramatically, warily looking around. A figure dropped from the tree, appearing before it. It was an ugly human, holding a strange long sword. A Mirant dares to block my way? Chief Har let out a sigh of relief. In its impression, humans were weak and often treated as food. Coincidentally, it was hungry, so it would use the human in front of it to replenish some energy. Chief Har strode towards Guan Chen. You look down on me? Guan Chen was somewhat displeased and directly unleashed the Blood Soul Slash. A blood-colored sword energy condensed. Chief Har's expression changed drastically. Green Light Fist. A dazzling green light burst forth from its left arm. The two attacks collided. Chief Har was sent flying, crashing into a sturdy tree. Cough, cough. Its chest heaved violently, and it spat out blood. Guan Chen also flew back but was uninjured. He crushed a supply card. The consumed energy quickly restored. A 5-star junior human. Chief Har said in disbelief. If it were at its peak, a 5-star junior could be killed with ease. But at this moment, it was severely injured, with one arm severed. Its strength had almost plummeted to the bottom. Humph. Even if I'm severely injured, I still possess the strength of a 5-star senior. You think you can kill me? Wishful thinking. Chief Har crushed its bone-tooth necklace. A terrifying power surged through its entire body. Its weakened body instantly regained some strength. Although it was only half of its peak, it was enough to deal with the human in front of it. Die! Chief Har charged towards Guan Chen. Guan Chen did not back down, directly engaging in close combat. With the enhancement of the shadow technique, his movements were agile. Holding the blood-drinking blade, he left wounds on Chief Har's body. The one-armed Har couldn't catch Guan Chen at all. Damn it! If you have the ability, don't dodge. Chief Har was somewhat irritated. It stomped its feet hard on the ground. The soil beneath it trembled violently. Guan Chen was affected, his movements pausing for a moment. Die! Little bastard! Chief Har seized the opportunity. Dragon Claw. Guan Chen remained unfazed. A frost blue ray struck Chief Har's lone arm. The motion of Chief Har's punch slowed significantly. Blood Demon Hand. Explosive Fist. A fierce and terrifying arm quickly emerged. It was infused with violent power, smashing towards Chief Har. Bang! Chief Har was instantly sent flying. The flesh on its one arm exploded, leaving only stark white bones. Ah! Chief Har screamed in agony. The figure of Dragon Claw quickly appeared behind it. The devouring demon claw pierced through Chief Har's heart. Immediately after, a chewing sound was heard. You! Chief Har's eyes widened, as if seeing a demon. Dragon Claw withdrew its arm, leaving a bloody hole. Chief Har staggered a few steps and fell directly to the ground. A purple card appeared on Chief Har's corpse. Kill Goblin Chief Har, reward 30,000 points. Fong of the Savage Beast, successfully killed Goblin Chief Har, option completed, reward Goblin Treasure X1. The system's prompt sound rang out continuously. Guan Chen stepped forward and tucked the purple card away. After Long Chia devoured the heart of the leader Har, his strength began to soar. He quickly broke through to the initial level of 5 stars. Guan Chen plunged the blood-drinking blade into Har's corpse. Long Chia consumed the heart, leaving the flesh for the blood-drinking blade. This is called sharing the benefits equally. The blood-colored tentacles instantly wrapped around the corpse. Taking this opportunity, Guan Chen began to check the items rewarded by the system. Fong of Fury, the wearer's strength will receive a slight boost, effective only for levels below 10 stars. This was an unknown beast's Fong, about the size of a finger. Guan Chen strung the Fong of Fury with a rope and wore it around his neck. After putting it on, he felt a surge of mysterious power. A nice little accessory. The blood-drinking blade finished absorbing the blood and flesh of the leader Har. Its blade trembled lightly, emanating a rich blood-red glow. Ding! The blood-drinking blade has been upgraded to 6 stars advanced. This was another unexpected surprise. The blood-colored tentacles wrapped around a crystal core and presented it to Guan Chen. The crystal core was about the size of a baby's fist, covered in irregular diamond shapes. Guan Chen grasped the crystal core and began to absorb it. A surge of energy rushed through his body. He was already familiar with the process of absorbing energy. Pop! Guan Chen felt a barrier within him shatter. Intermediate level 5 stars. The crystal core of the goblin leader was incredibly powerful. Leaders, how is the situation on your side? Guan Chen contacted several leaders through his mental power. Master, there is still a small amount of power resisting. The voice of Bone came through. Good. Continue the assault. I'll be back soon. Guan Chen cut off the connection and rushed towards the goblin camp. Goblin camp. The camp was ablaze. The animal skin tents were engulfed in fierce flames. Goblin corpses littered the ground. In front of the leader's tent, dozens of goblins were besieged. The warrior Joss was covered in wounds, gasping for breath. The priest Meyer looked exhausted, as if he had suffered a great blow. The remaining goblin soldiers stood in front of them. In the innermost position were dozens of goblin women and children. Kill! The Legion soldiers charged forward. In the previous battle, the Legion lost over 30 soldiers. But the results were significant. The goblin tribe was nearly annihilated. Faced with the Legion's charge, warrior Joss raised his large sword, continuously fending off attacks. But the repeated battles had left him utterly exhausted. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers, warrior Joss was killed. His head was severed by Shun Lian with a single sword strike. Kill goblin warrior Joss, reward 10,000 points. Guan Chen had just returned to the camp when he heard the system's prompt. Long Chia, help! The Legion soldiers were making their final encirclement. Long Chia nodded and dashed out in a single leap. 2 terrifying arms instantly tore apart a goblin soldier. The priest Meyer had long lost the strength to resist. He deeply regretted why he had turned against his own kind. Long Chia pierced through his heart and began to devour it. Kill goblin priest Meyer, gain 15,000 points. Cursed Doll X1. The system's voice rang out, announcing the death of priest Meyer. Only a few dozen goblin women and children remained in the camp. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they looked at Guan Chen. Goka! Devil! A goblin child said. This is a war of races. I will not show mercy. When you hunted humans, you should have thought that this day would come. Guan Chen's tone was icy, devoid of any compassion. Even though there were infants among these goblins, so what? Reality is cruel. If the roles were reversed today, a group of humans surrounded by goblins, what would their fate be? Master, how should we deal with these captives? Bone asked, holding a large knife. Kill. Leave no survivors. Guan Chen said calmly. At your command. The soldiers of the Legion swung their battle blades, slaughtering the goblin tribe. Is this cruel? Of course not. Compared to what the goblins have done to humans, he has been merciful enough. 2 opposing races, either you die or I die. Master, it's all done. These are the spoils. 3 commanders knelt before Guan Chen. Xinlian handed over 120 blue cards and 2 purple cards. Guan presented 234-star crystal cores and 2 5-star crystal cores. In this battle, more than 30 soldiers had fallen. 300 supply cards and 200 recovery cards were consumed. But the harvest was quite substantial. Guanxin stored the 4-star crystal cores in his spatial ring. He kept 2 5-star crystal cores and began to absorb them. 2 streams of energy surged into Guanxin's body in an instant. Every cell in his body greedily absorbed the energy. After a moment, the energy streams gradually dissipated. Although he did not break through again, the energy within him had surged significantly. Long Qie. These are for you. Guanxin pointed at the pile of goblin corpses. He planned to rest here tonight. These corpses definitely needed to be cleared away. Long Qie's devouring claws unleashed, handling those corpses. Guanxin checked the rewards obtained from killing Priest Meyer. Cursed doll, write the name of the cursed person, and the other party will receive special attention from the god of misfortune. A nice little item. Guanxin stored it away. He took out all the blue cards he had obtained today. It was time to draw rewards. A total of 126 blue cards, all opened. Obtained Intermediate Advancement card X5, obtained Low-Level Armor card X50, obtained Fine Iron or X25, obtained Quality Food card X10, obtained Seeds of the Magic Flame Flower X6, after successful planting, can obtain a Magic Flame Flower, requires specific profession for cultivation. Obtained Low-Level Weapon card X30, can choose 1 2-star weapon at will. The system's continuous voice rang out. The rewards were quite good, with many equipment cards. Just right to replace the worn-out weapons and gear for the Legion soldiers. In Guanxin's hand appeared the blue card with triple rewards. Obtained Intermediate Weapon card X3, can choose 1 3-star weapon at will. The rewards were quite good, and Guanxin continued to open the cards. For dazzling purple cards, radiating light, were incredibly enchanting. Guanxin did not hesitate and directly crushed the 4 purple cards. Obtained Legion Expansion card, 10 people, X1, obtained Legion Upgrade card X1, obtained Disguise Technique X1, after learning, can change one's appearance at will. Obtained Weakness Technique X1, after learning, can apply a weakened state to a designated target, reducing strength by 10%, lasting 1 minute. The system's voice rang out continuously. Awesome! Guanxin exclaimed. The purple cards were very powerful. They directly provided 2 skill books, an expansion card, and an upgrade card. Both skills were quite good, and Guanxin did not hesitate to learn them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning Disguise Technique. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning Weakness Technique. The system's voice sounded. Guanxin felt 2 vast streams of knowledge flooding into his mind. The 2 skills, Disguise Technique and Weakness Technique, were instantly comprehended. Disguise Technique. Guanxin's face began to morph, quickly changing into a different visage. My lord! How did you become me? Xinlian exclaimed, looking at the person before him. He was almost a perfect replica of himself. Do I look like it? The impersonating Xinlian spoke. However, from the voice, the difference was still quite apparent. The demeanor and actions were also somewhat different. Exactly the same. Xinlian nodded quickly. Even he found it hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Guanxin was very satisfied. He activated the disguise technique again, transforming back to his original appearance. To speak of this disguise technique, what flaws could there be? Only the voice and demeanor remain. In other aspects, it is nearly perfect. Master, this is amazing. Can you transform into my appearance for a moment? Bone spoke up. That's not advisable. With this skeletal frame, Guanchen feared he might not be able to revert back. Weakness spell. Guanchen chose Bone and cast the weakness spell. Master, I realize my mistake. Bone looked somewhat tearful. It felt its body becoming a bit heavy. Strength and speed had decreased significantly. The effect will automatically disappear in 1 minute. Guanchen waved his hand, indicating that it was not a big deal. Oh. Bone quickly nodded. After all the cards were activated, Guanchen took out a treasure chest. This was the reward for completing the option. Goblin's treasure, granted to the warrior who eliminates the goblin tribe. It can yield rich rewards. Guanchen opened the treasure chest. Dazzling light emanated from within. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Fantasy Legion card X1. The system's voice rang out. Guanchen was momentarily stunned, then revealed an expression of wild joy. Although he did not know the difference between the Fantasy Legion card and the Random Legion card, as long as it was a Legion card, it was a good thing. A dreamlike card emerged from the treasure chest. After the chest opened, it automatically disappeared. In front of Guanchen, only that dreamlike card remained. The card was as thin as a cicada's wing, with a silver glow swirling on it. Fantasy Legion Summon, used to obtain a fantasy-type legion. So that's it. Legions are also categorized. Guan Chen seemed to understand something. In the Points Mall, those cheapest legions should be the most ordinary types. Like the Braid Legion, they were all ordinary flesh and blood, unable to upgrade, with average strength and abilities. He felt somewhat fortunate that he hadn't drawn an ordinary legion at the start. Guan Chen held the Fantasy Legion card and gently crushed it. Crack! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion card. The question mark on the card had transformed into a silver-haired man riding a silver lion. Behind the silver-haired man were thousands of lion cavalry. Cavalry? Guan Chen was instantly delighted. Cavalry was a great asset. He couldn't wait to use the Legion card. A silver summoning array appeared in the camp. 22 figures slowly materialized. As the summoning array dissipated, 11 soldiers clad in armor appeared before Guan Chen. Beside each soldier stood a silver lion. These silver lions were adorned with protective armor. They could protect vital areas without hindering movement. Subordinate Kyle. Greetings, Master. The silver-haired man at the forefront knelt partially before Guan Chen. He was the leader of the Silver Lion Cavalry, Kyle. Kyle wore silver armor, his silver hair flowing, and his blue eyes appeared somewhat enchanting. The silver lion behind him was even larger. Its limbs, body, and neck were all protected by silver armor. Threads of silver electricity flowed between its claws. Rise! Guan Chen quickly urged the soldiers to stand. He began to check the abilities of the Silver Lion Cavalry. Silver Lion Cavalry Legion can be upgraded. Number 10, potential 8 stars, strength 4 stars, intermediate, leader Kyle, skills Silver Lion Roar, War Trample, Thunder Charge, Intimidation. The appearance of the Silver Lion Cavalry absolutely suited Guan Chen's taste. Moreover, the cavalry's capabilities were undoubtedly formidable on the battlefield. These silver lions were massive, over 3 meters long and more than 2 meters tall, truly war beasts. If placed on the battlefield, the pressure they exerted could be imagined. After all, in the cold weapon era, cavalry was the absolute king of war. Not to mention, these Silver Lion Cavalry were all fantasy creatures, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary horses. Guan Chen did not hesitate to use the newly acquired Legion expansion card on the Silver Lion Knights. A silver summoning array appeared, and 10 soldiers riding silver lions appeared before Guan Chen. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Knights. He also used the upgrade card on the Silver Lion Knights. A powerful aura emanated from the Silver Lion Knights, and their strength quickly broke through to 4-star advanced. Kyle, what do these war lions need to eat? Guan Chen asked. These were all his precious treasures, and he had to take good care of them. Among his existing legions, the skeleton soldiers belonged to the undead and did not need to eat. The shadow sword cultivators were practitioners and also did not require much food. The elf archers did not need to eat either. The ironclad shield guards similarly did not need to eat much. Master, these war lions are not picky. They just need meat, Kyle replied. Guan Chen nodded. This was not a difficult task for him. He took out more than 20 high-quality food cards. The high-quality food cards mostly produced high-energy meat. 20 fragrant meat steaks appeared out of thin air. Roar the silver lions let out a gentle roar. They affectionately rubbed their large heads against Guan Chen, looking like a big orange cat begging for food. Eat up! Guan Chen tossed a steak into its mouth. A piece of high-energy food was enough to fill their bellies. The silver lions acted cute in front of Guan Chen. The other silver lions also gathered around, asking Guan Chen for food. Naturally, Guan Chen was not stingy and tossed the steaks into their mouths. After feeding the silver lions, Guan Chen took out the equipment cards. Obtained intermediate weapon card X3, choose one 3-star weapon at will. The 3 commanders, Bone, Shenlian, and Eileen, all had 3-star weapons. So Guan Chen planned to give these 3 intermediate weapon cards to Leo and Kyle. Name, Berserker's Axe Type, Axe Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Frenzied Strike Evaluation, an axe used by Berserkers, possessing frenzied power. Guan Chen chose a 2-meter-long battle axe. The axe blade was covered in bright red blood but showed no signs of losing its sharpness. Leo, catch! He threw the Berserker's axe to Leo. Thank you, Master. Leo caught the battle axe and swung it a few times, finding it very comfortable to use. Guan Chen looked at Kyle, who had 2 weapons, a spear in hand and a 2-handed sword at his waist. Name, Silverwing Spear Type, Spear Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Silverwing Piercing Evaluation, a spear made from silver iron ore, possessing strong penetrating power. Name, Storm Greatsword Type, Two-handed Sword Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Storm Power Evaluation, a greatsword made from fine iron, possessing powerful storm power. Kyle. Catch. Guan Chen threw the spear and greatsword. Thank you, Master. Kyle received the new weapons and knelt halfway before Guan Chen. Get up. Guan Chen waved his hand, signaling him to rise. The ironclad shield guards added 20 new soldiers. He activated the low-level armor card and selected the Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. Obtained Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X20. Guan Chen equipped the soldiers in the Legion with the new gear. Next was the Undead Plate Armor. Obtained Undead Plate Armor X15, he replaced the Skeleton Shield Soldier's armor with the Undead Plate Armor. With 15 remaining low-level armor cards, Guan Chen planned to give them to the Silver Lions. The armor cards not only included soldier's armor but also mounts protective gear. Name, Silver Armor Protective Gear Set, Claws, Saddle, Neck Guard, Leg Guards. Type, Mount Protective Gear Grade, 2-star Beginner Talent, Sturdy Evaluation, protective gear made from silver iron ore, possessing strong defensive power. Guan Chen replaced the gear for the Silver Lions. He prepared 30 low-level weapon cards for the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, as their weapons were nearing the end of their lifespan. After all, since they started at Z University, they began to follow him. Name, Fine Iron Sword Type, Sword Grade, 2-star Beginner Talent, Sharpness Evaluation, a long sword made of fine iron, extremely sharp. Guan Chen handed the fine iron sword to the Shadow Sword Cultivators. Long Chia moved quickly, having devoured all the goblin corpses in the camp. Everyone, take a break. Guan Chen commanded, turning to enter the leader's tent. The Skeleton Legion took on the task of keeping watch. A night without conversation. The next morning, Guan Chen stepped out of the tent. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. Soldiers, prepare to set off. Guan Chen said. Yes, sir. The soldiers replied. After leaving the goblin tribe, Guan Chen advanced deeper into the southern region. The tropical rainforest area is located at the deepest part of the southern region. Before the apocalypse, it was the largest primitive forest in Z City. Compared to ordinary cavalry, the Silver Lion cavalry is more suited for combat in the mountains and forests. He recalled the Legion soldiers, leaving only the Silver Lion cavalry to lead the way ahead. Charge! Kill! Kyle commanded the Silver Lion cavalry as they charged forward. Those ordinary mutated creatures could not withstand the trampling of the Silver Lion cavalry. Dozens of mutated wolves attempted to challenge the authority of the Silver Lion cavalry. They charged at the Silver Lion cavalry. Thunder charge! Kyle raised his spear and charged directly into the wolf pack. Brilliant lightning erupted around the Silver Lion. The wolf pack was immediately scattered. The Silver Lion cavalry turned back and charged again. The wolf pack had no power to resist. Under the charge of the Silver Lion, they were reduced to a ground full of shattered corpses. The Silver Lion began to feast on the bodies on the ground. Moments later, the team continued to set off. The previous wolf pack contributed 23 3-star crystal cores and 12 blue-green cards. As they delved deeper into the southern region, the surrounding mutated creatures grew increasingly powerful. Mutated creatures below 3 stars were almost non-existent. Many mutated plants were unfamiliar to Guan Chen. For example, flowers that could spray ice, vines that strangled mutated creatures, and carnivorous plants with sharp teeth. Fortunately, the strength of the Silver Lion cavalry was formidable. No matter what mutated plants they encountered, they crushed them all. The mutations in the southern region made Guan Chen increasingly uneasy. The speed of biological evolution had far exceeded his imagination. If it were anyone else, they would have long been devoured by mutated animals or plants. Roar, roar, roar! The path beneath Guan Chen's feet was completely covered by plants. He activated his perception skill, constantly scanning the surroundings to avoid being ambushed by monsters in the jungle. Roar! A terrifying roar came from a distance. Guan Chen crept forward and saw 2 terrifying creatures engaged in battle. One was a giant ape, entirely black, standing over 5 meters tall, holding a thick tree branch. The giant ape's opponent was a lizard. The lizard was 6 meters long, over 3 meters high, covered in white scales. Name, Giant Strength Ape Potential, 8-star Strength, 5-star Advanced Ability, Earth Armor, Giant Strength Fist Description, a giant ape with ancestral bloodline, possessing unparalleled terrifying strength. Name, Ice Giant Lizard Potential, 8-star Strength, 5-star Advanced Ability, Ice Spike, Tail Whip, Ice Armor Description, a giant lizard with ice bloodline, capable of using terrifying ice attacks. The tree branch in the giant strength ape's hand smashed directly onto the ice. Giant Lizard. The latter was sent flying, but with a tail whip, it struck the giant strength ape's chest. A line of blood appeared, and blood gushed out continuously. Roar! The giant strength ape was furious, raising the tree branch to smash the ice giant lizard. This is so exciting! Can I really see this? Guan Chen ordered the Silver Lion cavalry to ambush in the surrounding grass. Since he encountered it, how could he miss it? After all, these were two 5-star monsters. To be on the safe side, Guan Chen summoned the Elven Archer Legion, hiding them in the treetops around. The 5 Legion leaders were already poised, waiting for Guan Chen's command. The giant ape's wounds were increasing. The ice giant lizard was also severely injured, its scales cracked from the blows. The giant ape unleashed its skill, Earth Armor. A thick layer of Earth Armor emerged on its surface. With the protection of the Earth Armor, the giant lizard found it difficult to penetrate its defense. Giant Fist. A terrifying power coalesced in the giant ape's arm. It swung down at the ice giant lizard, aiming to end the battle in one blow. A layer of ice armor appeared on the ice giant lizard. Sharp ice spikes formed in its mouth. The ice spikes shot out, colliding with the giant ape's fist. Boom! A terrifying shockwave sent both beasts tumbling. The surrounding forest trembled. The two giants fell to the ground, blood gushing from their wounds. They struggled to rise, but their injuries were too severe to continue fighting. Good opportunity. Kill. Seeing this, Guan Chen ordered his soldiers to attack. The Silver Lion Riders lunged forward, tearing at the giant ape. The soldiers controlled the Lion Riders, pulling them back and forth. The Elven girls shot icy arrows. The giant ape's movements began to slow. Sensing danger, the ice giant lizard erupted with a desire to survive. It tried to flee. Unfortunately, a terrifying arm grabbed its tail. It was dragged back. The 4 leaders surged forward, continuously attacking the ice giant lizard's wounds. Blood flowed profusely, and the ice giant lizard grew weaker. Roar! The giant ape let out a mournful howl. Its flesh was torn away by the silver lions, exposing large areas of its white bones. Kill the giant ape, gain 20,000 points. The system's prompt sounded, and the giant ape died completely. Kill the ice giant lizard, gain 20,000 points, Ice Armor X1. Immediately, the system's voice rang out again. Guan Chen checked the system rewards. Name, Ice Armor Type, Armor Grade, 5-star Beginner Talent, Sturdy Ability, Ice Slow Evaluation, Armor crafted from the scales of the ice giant lizard, containing powerful ice energy. The ice armor was a light blue, covering type armor. At the shoulder, there were a pair of imposing claw-like scales, looking very majestic. The body was covered in dense scales, exuding a chilling aura. If an ordinary person without enhancement got too close to the armor, they would feel a wave of cold. Good stuff. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. He didn't wear it himself but handed it to Leo. Guan Chen was never stingy with his legion. Thank you, master. Leo excitedly took the ice armor. Clearly, he was very fond of this equipment. After donning the ice armor, Leo looked incredibly imposing. The giant ape's corpse had been completely devoured by the silver lions. Kyle respectfully presented the 5-star crystal core and purple card. The ice giant lizard's corpse was consumed by Long Xie. He also held the crystal core and purple card, presenting them to Guan Chen. Guan Chen put away the card and absorbed the crystal core. After absorbing the 2 crystal cores, his strength increased significantly. After clearing the battlefield, Guan Chen continued forward. He was now deep in the southern region. In just a few days, this place had transformed into another world. The remnants of human civilization were buried beneath dense vegetation. A towering building stood, its surface covered in cracks, as if it had been abandoned for centuries. Thorny vines extended from the windows, climbing up the building. Such structures were abundant in the southern region. On his way deeper into the southern area, Guan Chen saw numerous human skeletons, but not a single survivor. This place had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people. Crack! Guan Chen stepped on and shattered several pieces of glass. In front of him stood a massive building. The tropical rainforest area. This used to be a popular tourist spot in Z City. Now, it has become a paradise for mutated creatures. The favorable environment allows them to evolve without restraint. Guan Chen was unsure if that silverhorn giant python was still here. But since he was already here, he had to go in and take a look. The Silver Lion Riders led the way, with the Legion soldiers closely following. Oh! On the tree in front of Guan Chen, dozens of humanoid figures appeared. They were a group of fierce-looking, long-limbed mutated monkeys. Upon discovering Guan Chen's team, they launched an immediate attack. Stones, propelled by immense force, were hurled at Guan Chen. Leo stood in front of Guan Chen with his shield raised. Name, Iron Arm Long Ape Potential, 6-star Strength, For Star's advanced ability, throwing evaluation, mutated monkeys that prefer to attack in groups, using stones as their weapon. Aileen, take them down, Guan Chen ordered directly. The elven archers began shooting at the monkeys in the trees. A dozen iron arm long apes were instantly shot through the head, their brains splattering out. Ugh ugh oh oh, they screeched, realizing Guan Chen's power. After abandoning their fallen companions, they fled into the dense forest. The elven archers killed a few more iron arm long apes. They only stopped shooting when the creatures completely vanished from sight. Guan Chen did not pursue, his target was the silver-horned giant python. These iron arm long apes were merely small fry. Long Xie devoured the corpses of the iron arm long apes. Through continuous consumption, its strength broke through to 5 stars intermediate. This was an unexpected surprise. Long Xie presented 6 4-star crystal cores and 3 blue cards to Guan Chen. Guan Chen continued forward. The earlier encounter with the iron arm long apes was just a minor episode. He summoned all the Legion soldiers. In teams of 10, they began searching the tropical rainforest area. Time passed, and 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Guan Chen still had not found any trace of the silver-horned giant python. Sigh. I really came too late. Guan Chen shook his head. Just as he was about to leave, a certain team discovered the tracks of the silver-horned giant python. Upon receiving the news, Guan Chen quickly gathered the soldiers to head over. About 10 minutes later, Guan Chen arrived at the team's location. He saw a massive trench on the ground, resembling the trail of a serpentine creature. Found you. A smile crept onto Guan Chen's lips. The creature that could leave such a mark could only be the silver-horned giant python. Ha! That guy is injured. Guan Chen noticed several bloodied scales in the trench. These scales were clearly not shed naturally. Although the silver-horned giant python was the ruler of the tropical rainforest area, the southern region was vast, and the terrifying creatures born here were certainly not limited to just the silver-horned giant python. Let's go! Search along the trail, Guan Chen ordered directly. He had no reason to let go of an injured silver-horned giant python. This was a moving treasure trove. Guan Chen followed the trail. Along the way, he encountered numerous corpses of mutated creatures. These mutated creatures had twisted bodies, as if struck by some immense force. Guan Chen quickly analyzed the situation based on the scene. These mutated creatures should have all been killed by the silver-horned giant python. But the python was too severely injured to pay any attention to these corpses and had hurriedly left. Kyle, let your war lions have a feast. These corpses were quite fresh, and Guan Chen certainly couldn't waste them. The blood and flesh of mutated creatures contained energy. For the war lions, this was the best food. Compared to cooked food, they preferred raw meat. It gave them the thrill of the hunt. With Guan Chen's approval, the silver war lions began to feast heartily. Something's not right. Guan Chen looked at the ground covered in corpses, feeling somewhat puzzled. Logically, the blood and flesh of mutated beasts should help recover from injuries. But the silver-horned giant python had abandoned them. What could have caused it to leave in such a hurry? Guan Chen was puzzled. The silver war lion quickly devoured the corpse. A dozen 4-star crystal cores were handed to Guan Chen. Since it was killed by the silver-horned giant python, no cards were dropped. Guan Chen stored the crystal cores and continued to search along the traces on the ground. As long as he found the silver-horned giant python, the doubts in his heart would naturally be resolved. Following the traces, he advanced for about 10 minutes. Guan Chen gradually left the tropical rainforest area. The surroundings began to grow dim. At this moment, Guan Chen felt as if he had entered a fantastical forest. The vegetation around him was filled with a sense of wonder. For instance, glowing buds as tall as adults, coral-like trees, and flying luminescent insects. The ecology here seems a bit different. Guan Chen sensed something. Everyone, be careful. Although he had not found any signs of mutated creatures, Guan Chen still did not dare to be careless. In such places, one must be extra cautious. The traces left by the silver-horned giant python were still clearly visible. It seemed this place should be its stronghold. Guan Chen continued to move forward along the traces on the ground. Suddenly, he stopped. All units, conceal, Guan Chen commanded through his mental power. The soldiers of the Legion all hid into the surrounding bushes. Guan Chen crouched low and cautiously advanced. The area before him opened up. He saw a shallow lake with a towering giant tree standing in it. A massive python was coiled around it. Wow! This is spectacular, Guan Chen thought to himself. Before him was like an independent world. The sky was covered by dense leaves. Under the tree canopy was a clear lake, about several thousand square meters in area. In the center of the lake stood the giant tree. Its diameter reached 30 meters. The roots, like dragon tendrils, intricately twisted in the lake. At this moment, the silver-horned giant python was coiled around the giant tree. Its body was covered in wounds. Many places even exposed stark white bones. Just as Guan Shen had guessed, the silver-horned giant python was injured, and quite severely. Guan Shen carefully observed the colossal creature wrapped around the giant tree. This silver-horned giant python was at least 5 meters wide and over 80 meters long. Its scales shimmered in a silvery hue. He could faintly see currents of electricity surging across its surface. On its body, there were 4 tiny claws. Those claws were only the size of a human arm. On the massive body of the silver-horned giant python, they were almost negligible. But Guan Shen was very clear about what those 4 claws meant. He noticed a small bulge on the python's head. It seemed something inside wanted to break through the surface. The silver-horned giant python was about to transform into a dragon. Perhaps it was on the verge of another evolution. Guan Shen used the system to check the information on the silver-horned giant python. Name: Silver-horned giant python, king level, potential, 10 stars strength, intermediate 6 stars ability, unknown evaluation, a giant python whose bloodline has evolved to the extreme, about to transform into a new life form, hiss. Intermediate 6 stars. Guan Shen gasped. He did not expect the silver-horned giant python to evolve so quickly. Guan Shen felt a bit relieved. He was glad that his previous choice was not reckless. If he had directly sought out the silver-horned giant python's trouble back then, he would definitely have returned empty-handed. But now it was different. The Legion's strength had grown. Plus, the silver-horned giant python was severely injured by an unknown creature. Even with its terrifying strength of intermediate 6 stars, Guan Shen might still have a fighting chance. This was a creature on the verge of transforming into a dragon. If he could kill it, the rewards would be unimaginable. Fortune favors the bold. Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Guan Shen suddenly noticed that the branches of the giant tree emitted a gentle aura. Under the influence of that aura, the injuries of the silver-horned python began to gradually heal. Not only that, but the aura of the silver-horned python was also continuously rising. Its 4 tiny claws were slowly growing. The bump on its head seemed to become more pronounced, ready to break through the ground at any moment. This giant tree is not simple. Guan Shen quickly used the system to check the information about the giant tree. Name: Azure Giant Tree Potential, Gold Strength, 8-star Beginner Ability, Unknown Evaluation, a plant from the Azure Realm, possessing considerable intelligence and containing terrifying vitality, hiss. Guan Shen gasped. The shock the Azure Giant Tree gave him far exceeded that of the silver-horned python. However, judging by the situation, the Azure Giant Tree should not possess any attacking capabilities. Otherwise, its 8-star beginner strength would be enough to instantly kill the silver-horned python. This did give Guan Shen a bit of relief. With this Azure Giant Tree, he could take a chance to transform a model into an airplane. Guan Shen quickly opened the points mall. He currently had around 110,000 points. Legion Upgrade Card. Using it can elevate the strength of a legion by 1 level, only for use by legions below 10-star strength. Priced at 50,000 points, Guan Shen did not hesitate and directly purchased 2 cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing Legion Upgrade Card X2, yours truly. He directly blocked the system's flattery. The strength of the 5 legions was all at 4-star advanced. He now had the opportunity to elevate 2 legions to 5-star beginner or 1 legion to 5-star intermediate. After thinking for a moment, he felt that having 2 5-star legions would be more cost-effective. System: upgrade the Elf Archer Legion. System: upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. After selecting the legions, Guan Shen began the upgrade. Moments later, the Elf Archer and Shadow Swordmaster legions both broke through to 5-star beginner. To kill the silver-horned python, the long-range output of the Elf Archers was absolutely essential. The Shadow Swordmasters possessed the skills of sword control and shadow binding, which could be highly effective against the silver-horned python. So Guan Shen decided to upgrade these 2 legions first. He used all the remaining points to purchase powerful armor-piercing arrows. Powerful armor-piercing arrow has a strong penetrating effect. Priced at 5 points, Guan Shen bought 3,000 powerful armor-piercing arrows in one go. After all, the silver-horned python was at 6-star intermediate strength. Ordinary arrows could not penetrate its defenses at all. Guan Shen spent a few minutes completing the upgrades. He did not want to delay any longer. The injuries of the silver-horned python had healed quite a bit. Some of those wounds had started to scab over. Hear my command. Archers, prepare. Guan Shen took a few deep breaths, ready to launch an attack. The elf archers all aimed at the silver-horned python on the tree. The wounds that had not yet healed became their targets. Fire! With Guan Shen's command, dozens of chilling powerful armor-piercing arrows shot out. The silver-horned python did not react immediately. It wasn't until those arrows entered within 10 meters that it suddenly opened its eyes wide. They were a pair of extremely indifferent vertical pupils. Hiss! The silver-horned python let out a roar. Its massive body began to twist. The powerful armor-piercing arrows struck the silver-horned python, but they did not hit the wounds. The hard scales deflected most of the arrows. Only a few arrows managed to shoot through the gaps in the scales and into the flesh. But that little bit of ice element had no effect on the silver-horned python. Kill! Guanchen did not expect the silver-horned python's reaction to be so swift. Since the ambush failed, he could only confront it head-on. Although the silver-horned python's injuries had healed quite a bit, it still remained in a weakened state. Its peak strength could only exert at most 50%. Weakness spell. Guanchen did not hesitate and directly used the skill. The strength of the silver-horned python was once again weakened by 10%. The weakness spell was a very powerful skill. The Silver Lion Knights were the first to bear the brunt, quickly arriving at the giant tree. The silver-horned python seemed provoked. It lunged down from the tree, charging at Kyle. Faced with the gaping maw, Kyle showed no fear. He thrust his spear upward. The silver lion beneath him reacted quickly, dodging to the side. The silver-horned python missed its target. Its scales were marked with a white streak from the spear. Silver wings pierced through. Kyle activated the weapon's ability. He thrust forward fiercely. The spear pierced directly into the silver-horned python's pupil. Hisses! The silver-horned python let out a painful hiss. Kyle! Well done! Guanchen exclaimed with delight. By a stroke of luck, the silver-horned python had lost an eye. This would play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. The silver-horned python roared in agony. It twisted its body, its massive tail swinging violently. The nearby Silver Lion Knights, unable to dodge in time, were swept away. The Silver Lion Knights fell to the ground, blood pouring from their mouths. Their armor was deformed from the impact. This demonstrated just how terrifying the power of the silver-horned python was. Even severely injured, it still possessed such formidable strength. As the soldiers were injured, Guanchen wasted no time and used recovery cards on them. After intense pain, the silver-horned python recovered. Its remaining vertical pupil fixed intently on Guanchen. The silver-horned python twisted its body, shaking off the surrounding soldiers. It charged directly at Guanchen. Longche's arm shot out icy rays. The scales of the silver-horned python were pierced by the icy rays. But such injuries were nothing to it. The silver-horned python opened its gaping mouth, preparing to swallow Guanchen whole. Teleportation. Guanchen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. A barrage of frost-infused armor-piercing arrows shot directly into the mouth of the silver-horned python. Hisses! The silver-horned python hissed. Compared to its hard scales, the inner walls of its mouth were much weaker. The power of ice coursed through its blood, affecting its mobility. The skeleton mages also conjured fireballs and hurled them at the silver-horned python. Boom! The scales on the silver-horned python instantly turned charred black. The wounds that had just healed were torn open again. Seeing this, Xunlian quickly cast the sword control technique. The flying sword stabbed at the wound. Hiss! The silver-horned python let out another mournful cry. It angrily swung its tail, sending nearby ironclad shield guards flying. The shield was dented severely. The shadow sword cultivators all used the sword control technique. One by one, flying swords pierced into the wounds of the silver-horned python. In pain, the silver-horned python became even more frenzied. It charged wildly, blood staining the water below. Skeleton shield guards and ironclad shield guards were knocked away. Yet, new wounds were left on the silver-horned python. Although these wounds were minor, their sheer number was overwhelming. Multiple minor injuries could turn into severe ones. The elven archers continuously used armor-piercing arrows to attack the wounds of the silver-horned python. The ironclad shield guards were responsible for drawing its fire. The silver's taunt forced the silver-horned python to attack them first. But the strength of the silver-horned python was also terrifying. In just a few minutes, over a dozen shield soldiers were killed by it. As time passed, the wounds on the silver-horned python increased. It could choose to flee, but it did not. Guanchen also noticed that the silver-horned python placed great importance on the giant tree. This was good, it saved a lot of trouble. If the silver-horned python truly wanted to escape, he might not be able to stop it. The elven archers and shadow sword cultivators used their ranged abilities to attack the wounds of the silver-horned python. The consumption of various cards reached an astonishing rate. But Guanchen knew that as long as he could take down the silver-horned giant python, all these efforts would be worth it. He used the shadow flicker technique, constantly darting around the silver-horned giant python. Whenever he found an opportunity, he would rush in and strike a couple of times. The sharpness of the blood-drinking blade was enough to pierce its defenses. Each attack left several wounds. Guan Chen's weakening technique had not stopped either. Every time the duration was about to end, he could always renew the effect on the silver-horned giant python just in time. Long Xia, on the other hand, utilized its flying ability. It landed on the back of the silver-horned giant python, gradually devouring its flesh and blood. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers, the silver-horned giant python became increasingly weak. However, the silver-horned giant python was ultimately a 6-star intermediate monster. Even with various debuffs, it still possessed immense strength. Roar! The silver-horned giant python let out a furious roar. Its body twisted violently, throwing Long Xie off its back. Crackle! Silver lightning flickered around the silver-horned giant python. It knew that if this continued, it would surely die. But this azure giant tree was the key to evolution, and it absolutely could not give up. Since that was the case, it could only fight to the death. The silver-horned giant python suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. Its 4 tiny claws began to grow rapidly. A silver-white horn broke through the bump on its head. The horn looked very tender but emitted a terrifying energy. Roar! The silver-horned giant python reared its head, standing on its 4 claws. Thick silver currents of electricity surged around its horn. This guy, it's actually forcing an evolution. Guan Chen frowned. He knew the silver-horned giant python was making its final struggle. Kill! Guan Chen did not continue to dart around but chose to charge head-on. If the silver-horned giant python successfully completed its evolution, he would undoubtedly die. At this point, there was no turning back. It was either the silver-horned giant python or Guan Chen who would perish. Facing the terrifying silver-horned giant python, the Legion soldiers showed no fear. The Silver Lion Knights charged forward. Kyle raised his spear high and thrust it toward the silver-horned giant python. Boom! A silver bolt of lightning struck down from the horn. The silver current spread through the surrounding lake water. Barrier halo. Guan Chen reacted quickly. The Legion soldiers were instantly enveloped by a halo. The current that touched their bodies did not cause paralysis. The Silver Lion Knight's spear pierced into the body of the silver-horned giant python. Blood gushed out. The skeletal soldiers' bone spears continuously pierced the silver-horned giant python's body. Flying swords attacked the silver-horned giant python frantically. The attack speed of the elven archers had reached its peak. As soon as one arrow was released, another was ready to follow. The Legion soldiers attacked the silver-horned giant python madly. The silver-horned giant python also spewed silver lightning from its mouth. A heavily armored shield soldier was hit and died instantly. His body vanished, returning to the Legion system, entering a countdown. Roar! The silver-horned giant python continuously spewed silver lightning from its mouth. Any soldier hit by the lightning was instantly killed. Damn it! I'll kill you! Guan Chen's eyes turned red. The blood-drinking blade kept striking the silver-horned giant python. The blood demon claw on his right arm had reached its peak. Blood-colored tentacles continuously coalesced, wrapping around half of his shoulder. He summoned the blood shadow clone and attacked the silver-horned giant python frantically. Die! Die! Under Guan Chen's frenzied assault, the silver-horned giant python's blood, energy, and life force continuously drained away. At this point, its condition was already very dire. It was insufficient to continue supporting its evolution. Roar! The silver-horned giant python let out a roar. Terrifying silver lightning erupted from its horn. Not good. Guan Chen's pupils constricted sharply. A strong sense of crisis emerged. Bone armor. He instantly conjured the bone armor. The blood-drinking blade in hand was held horizontally in front of him. Boom! Several silver lightning bolts struck down upon him. Puff! Guan Chen spat out fresh blood. His body was blasted away by the lightning, crashing into the waterlogged ground. The white bone armor shattered, and blood continuously flowed from his arm. The silver-horned giant python's evolution was interrupted, releasing all the condensed energy in an explosion. All the soldiers near the silver giant python were killed by those terrifying silver lightning bolts. The ground was littered with debris, and the scene was extremely tragic. Master, are you all right? Several surviving commanders hurriedly asked. They had withstood the silver lightning with their formidable strength. But the situation was dire. They had all lost their combat ability, and even getting up was a problem. Guan Chen crushed a mid-level recovery card, beginning to heal himself and the commanders. The condition of the silver-horned giant python was equally miserable. Due to the failed evolution, the silver horn on its head had already broken. Its newly grown limbs were also shattered. Its body was covered in wounds, with not a single intact area. At this moment, it erupted with a desire to survive. Dragging its broken body, it crawled towards the azure giant tree. There lay the energy it craved. Long Jie used the blood-drinking blade to kill it, Guan Chen said, trembling. Long Jie had just used his flying ability to escape a disaster. Although he was slightly injured, it wasn't too severe. He picked up the blood-drinking blade from the ground and charged towards the silver-horned giant python. Eileen, skeleton mage, stop it. Seeing the silver-horned giant python about to reach the range of the azure giant tree, Guan Chen shouted urgently. He absolutely could not allow the silver-horned giant python to recover. Ice arrows and thunderstrikes fell upon the silver-horned giant python. Although they couldn't kill it, they successfully delayed its advance. This bought time for Long Jie. On that mountain-like body, Long Jie kept running. The blood-drinking blade plunged into the silver-horned giant python's body. Blood-red tendrils instantly spread out. Long Jie found the position of the heart. The devouring claws stabbed in fiercely. From the gaping maw, terrifying mandibles extended. The mandibles bit into the silver-horned giant python's beating heart. Long Jie yanked hard. A bright red heart was pulled free from the silver-horned giant python's body. Hiss! The silver-horned giant python let out its final wail. Its massive body completely fell silent. Kill the silver-horned giant python, gain 100,000 points, silver dragon blood, thunderous might X1, the system's prompt sounded, announcing the death of the silver-horned giant python. Ha! Guan Chen let out a sigh of relief. He lay directly in the water pool, feeling the sound of the lake water flowing by his ears. Although he had killed the silver-horned giant python, it was a Pyrrhic victory. More than 200 soldiers were left with only over 70 ranged soldiers. Fortunately, the soldiers could be revived. Otherwise, he would have truly lost everything. Master, are you alright? Eileen helped Guan Chen up. He only felt a soft touch on his body. I'm fine. Guan Chen shook his head. Have your soldiers keep watch around? He did not let his guard down. Yes, Master. Eileen nodded in response. Long Jie devoured the heart of the silver-horned giant python. It contained terrifying energy. The blood-drinking blade was also absorbing the corpse of the silver-horned giant python. The once mountain-like body rapidly shriveled at a visible speed. Moments later, Guan Chen's injuries had basically stabilized. He signaled Eileen to let go, then walked towards the azure giant tree. Looking at the towering giant tree before him, Guan Chen suddenly felt very small. Looking up, he saw dense branches and leaves. Standing in front of the azure giant tree, he felt as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. It was a power that represented rebirth. The injuries within him were surprisingly recovering rapidly. Even an intermediate recovery card can't match this speed. Guan Chen was somewhat surprised. This giant tree of Tsang is indeed extraordinary. No wonder that silver-horned giant python would rather fight to the death than give up. Swish, swish, swish. The branches and leaves of the giant tree of Tsang gently swayed. An ancient voice reached Guan Chen's ears. The language translation technique was in effect. Awesome! It can even translate tree language. Guan Chen exclaimed, impressed. Young warrior, please do not kill me. The giant tree of Tsang pleaded. Kill you? Why would I kill you? Guan Chen asked, puzzled. Aren't you here for the heart of grass and wood within me? The giant tree of Tsang questioned, but it quickly realized it had let something slip. Heart of grass and wood? Since Guan Chen had discovered this, he naturally wouldn't let it go. This was something that even the silver-horned giant python coveted. Sigh. It's fine to tell you. After all, you saved my life. The giant tree of Tsang said slowly. I saved you? Guan Chen was even more confused. Whether you intended to or not, you indeed saved my life. That giant python guarding me was here for the heart of grass and wood. The giant tree of Tsang continued, clarifying for Guan Chen. Our Tsang giant tree clan possesses powerful life energy. This life energy accumulates within us to form the heart of grass and wood. The heart of grass and wood. It can help living beings evolve and restore their life essence. The silver giant python you killed wanted to devour the heart of grass and wood to break through the limits of life. If it had been given another 2 days, it would have surely breached my defenses. Unfortunately, it died at your hands ahead of time. The giant tree of Tsang said slowly. I see. Guan Chen nodded. If he hadn't killed the silver-horned giant python, this giant tree of Tsang would have been killed by it. Aren't you afraid that by telling me this, I might covet the heart of grass and wood? Guan Chen looked at the giant tree of Tsang and smiled slightly. To be honest, with something so good, he couldn't help but be tempted. The giant tree of Tsang had the strength of 8 stars but lacked any ability to resist. Otherwise, it wouldn't have begged him just now. Warrior, As long as you do not destroy my body, I can gift you the heart of grass and wood. The words of the giant tree of Tsong piqued Guanshen's interest. Tell me more, Guanshen said. The heart of grass and wood is a product formed from accumulated life energy. Even if it is taken away, it won't cause too much of a problem. If my body is destroyed, I will die completely. I was just trying my luck, not expecting you to understand the language of my clan. The giant tree of Tsong explained. Okay, you give me the heart of grass and wood. I won't harm you. Guanshen didn't make it too difficult for the other party. He was not an insatiable person. If he really pushed too hard, it might backfire. As for whether there was really only one heart of grass and wood within the giant tree of Tsong, what did it matter? The heart of grass and wood was already an unexpected delight. Even without it, he would still kill the silver-horned giant python. Thank you. You are a good person, the giant tree of Tsong said. The roots spread across the water's edge began to tremble. The entire lake started to shake as well. A wooden heart slowly emerged from the roots of the giant tree of Tsong. The heart was only the size of a fist but emitted a rich life aura. Thump, thump, thump. The strong and powerful heartbeat echoed across the lake. Young warrior, I hope you keep your promise. The voice of the giant tree of Tsong came. The heart of grass and wood landed in Guanshen's hand. He could clearly feel the heart beating. Rest assured, although I'm not a good person, I can't be called a villain either. I promise not to harm you, and I will definitely keep my word. Guanshen opened his mouth and said, lose the heart of the grass and trees. I should fall into a deep sleep for a while. This place is relatively safe, you can rest assured. The voice of the azure giant tree came, and then there was no more sound. The life force emanating from the branches gradually faded away. It was as if the giant tree before him was just an ordinary tree. This was also a means of self-protection for the azure giant tree. After all, who would be bored enough to trouble a tree? Guanshen used the system to check the heart of grass and trees in his hand. Heart of grass and trees, a spiritual object created by the life force condensed by the azure giant tree clan over 1,000 years, containing rich life energy. Feeling the energy emitted by the heart of grass and trees, it was no wonder the silver-horned python was unwilling to leave. Unfortunately, in the end, it still benefited him. After Long Chia devoured the heart of the silver-horned python, a blood cocoon was formed. The blood cocoon throbbed continuously, as if nurturing a brand new life. Guanshen did not intervene too much. He could sense that Long Chia's condition was very good. This time of devouring would at least significantly enhance its strength. The blood-drinking blade absorbed the flesh and blood of the silver-horned python. The once mountain-sized corpse was left with only a thin layer of snakeskin. All the flesh and blood inside had been devoured. The blade of the blood-drinking blade became even more eerie. 7-star intermediate. After devouring the flesh and blood of the silver-horned python, the blood-drinking blade jumped 2 levels. Blood-red tentacles wrapped around the 6-star crystal core and a deep purple card, presenting them to Guanshen. The crystal core of the silver-horned python was somewhat unique. A mini silver-horned python, condensed from energy, coiled within the crystal core. The deep purple card shimmered with colors. Mysterious gilded patterns were embedded in the corners of the card. From its appearance, it was clear that this was a high-quality item. Heart of grass and trees, 6-star crystal core, 100,000 points, silver python blood, thunderbolt, purple card. Although the quantity was not large, each item was extremely precious. Guanshen opened the Legion system to check the resurrection time of the soldiers. It required 12 hours. This meant that for the next 12 hours, the only soldiers he could use were the elf archers and skeleton mages. Just in time to use this period to digest the spoils. He was in no hurry to leave. The azure giant tree had said that this place was very safe. Guanshen checked the 2 rewards given by the system for killing the silver-horned python. Silver python blood, the essence of the blood within the silver-horned python, containing a trace of dragon bloodline. Thunderbolt, after learning, control the power of thunder and release thunder element attacks on targets. Good stuff. Guanshen's eyes lit up. System. Learn Thunderbolt. Without any hesitation, he directly learned the skill. Information surged into his mind like a tide. The skills rewarded by the system only required learning to be fully comprehended. Even a pig could use it without any talent. Zzzz. Silver currents danced in Guanshen's hands. He increased the energy output, and a silver lightning bolt struck down towards the ground. Boom! Where the lightning struck, a charred mark was left. Cool. Guanshen tried again. He spread his hands, and the silver current danced in his palms. Zzzz. Several lightning bolts, like silver snakes, struck towards the lake surface. The lake surface exploded instantly, with silver lightning darting everywhere. After several attempts, Guan Shen gradually became proficient in using Thunderbolt. The more energy he consumed, the greater the power of Thunderbolt. This was a good skill. After learning Thunderbolt, Guan Shen took out the deep purple card. He applied slight pressure with his palm, and the card was instantly crushed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Heavenly Scale Python Legion card. The purple light spread out, revealing a golden card inside. The front of the card depicted a giant python coiling. Wow! A Legion card? Guan Shen himself did not expect this. This purple card can actually summon a Legion. After all, not long ago, he had just obtained the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Indeed, when luck comes, it cannot be stopped. Guan Shen crushed the card in his hand. A summoning array slowly appeared before him. 6 massive giant pythons coiled around the summoning array. "Greetings, my lord," said the leading Heavenly Scale Python. Although it had awakened its spirit, it could not speak human words. Guan Shen understood its meaning only because he possessed the language skill. "You don't seem to need to get up." He looked at the 6 giant pythons coiling on the ground and retracted what he was about to say. This was the first time Guan Shen had obtained a beast legion. Fortunately, it was not an ordinary type of legion. After all, these heavenly scale pythons were enormous. They were clearly evolved creatures. Guan Shen checked the information on the Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Heavenly Scale Python Legion can evolve. Number 5, potential, for stars, strength, for stars beginner, leader, sanguine, skills, tail whip, constrict, strangle. Their abilities don't seem very strong. Guan Shen nodded indifferently. He felt no disdain at all. The Skeleton Legion wasn't strong at the start either. But after a few evolutions, didn't it grow stronger? So Guan Shen wasn't afraid of a weak legion, he was afraid of a legion that couldn't improve. Fortunately, the Heavenly Scale Pythons were not of the ordinary type, they could evolve. That was enough for Guan Shen. A nurturing series is what makes it interesting. Guan Shen looked at the silver flood dragon blood in his hand. A bold idea emerged in his mind. The Heavenly Scale Pythons just happened to meet the conditions for evolution. System. Can I add silver flood dragon blood when the Heavenly Scale Pythons evolve? Guan Shen asked the system without understanding. Yes. You need to add an evolution card. The system responded with a smug tone. No problem. I have plenty of evolution cards. Guan Shen nodded, readily agreeing. After this period of effort, he had over 600 evolution cards. System. Evolve the Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Add silver flood dragon blood. Guan Shen selected the Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Ding! Evolving the Heavenly Scale Python Legion requires 200 evolution cards and 1 silver flood dragon blood. Do you wish to proceed? The system's voice came through. Evolve! Guan Shen nodded without hesitation. Ding! The Heavenly Scale Pythons begin to evolve. A flash of white light. The Heavenly Scale Python Legion was retracted into the system space. Guan Shen was somewhat excited about what the Heavenly Scale Python Legion would evolve into. Although Silver Flood Dragon Blood was added, the final result was still unknown. Silver Flood Dragon Blood was merely an auxiliary item. The commotion from this evolution was quite significant. It couldn't be completed in a short time. Guan Shen was not in a hurry. Ding! Long Qie absorbs the heart of the Silver Horn Giant Python and gains the Silver Flood Dragon Claw. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Shen turned to look. The blood cocoon formed by Long Qie began to crack. A claw covered in silver scales stretched out from within. Rip! The blood cocoon was completely torn apart, revealing Long Qie inside. Well-proportioned muscles, silver hair. A terrifying aura emanated from its body. 5 stars advanced. The heart of the Silver Horn Giant Python contained the bloodline of the Silver Flood Dragon. After Long Qie devoured it, its strength instantly surged by 2 levels. Not only that, but it also gained the organ of the Silver Flood Dragon Claw. The surprises Long Qie brought him were truly increasing. Long Qie, try your new ability. Guan Shen gripped the blood-drinking blade and charged at Long Qie. His speed was fast, instantly covering a distance of 100 meters. Long Qie obeyed Guan Shen's command. It also vanished from its original spot. The 2 figures met in the lake. The arm covered in silver scales suddenly reached out to grab Guan Shen. Come on! Excitement flickered in Guan Shen's eyes. The blood-drinking blade slashed down onto the Silver Flood Dragon Claw. Clang! Sparks flew. The defense of the Silver Dragon Claw is incredibly strong. That last strike only left a faint white mark. It's important to note that the blood-drinking blade can break through the defenses of the Silver Horn Giant Python. Although the Silver Horn Giant Python is severely injured, this still proves the power of the Silver Dragon Claw. Zila! Silver currents danced across the Silver Dragon Claw. Immediately after, a terrifying lightning attack surged towards Guan Chen. What a guy! He can even control lightning. Guan Chen was quite pleased. He used the teleportation technique, vanishing from his spot. That's enough. With a command from Guan Chen, Long Jie stopped all movements. The silver dragon claw was also retracted into its body. Long Jie's body truly deserves to be able to integrate all abilities. Whether it's the Tyrant's Claw, the Devouring Demon Claw, or the Silver Dragon Claw, it can switch between them at will. Guan Chen thought about it and felt it made sense. After all, it is a one-in-a-million corpse king. Only one has been born in the entire Z city. This shows how rare it is. If Guan Chen hadn't discovered it early and dealt with it in time, it would have definitely become a nightmare for Z city. How terrifying would a grown corpse king be? Guan Chen didn't know, but it certainly wouldn't be anything less. After all, it can command a horde of corpses. Just thinking about the number of zombies in Z city makes his scalp tingle. In Guan Chen's hand appeared a 6-star crystal core. The energy contained within had already solidified into a tangible form. That mini silver-horned giant python. He took a deep breath and began to absorb it directly. Ugh! Guan Chen shuddered all over. He felt a terrifying torrent of energy wildly rushing through his body. The mini silver-horned giant python seemed to have found an opportunity for revenge. It continuously battered the organs within Guan Chen's body. As expected. Is it still too much? Guan Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain radiating from within. The crystal core of the silver-horned giant python far exceeded that of an ordinary 6-star crystal core. It was forcibly evolving, trying to break through the limits of life. Even if it ultimately failed, the residual energy was all concentrated in the crystal core. The energy of this 6-star crystal core was enough to rival that of a 7-star. Guan Chen was essentially absorbing energy across 2 levels. The silver-horned giant python, formed from the condensed energy, was extremely violent. In just a moment, it wreaked havoc on Guan Chen's body. Cough, cough. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His skin was torn apart by the terrifying energy, blood flowing out. Master! Several leaders were startled at the sight. How did Guan Chen, who was fine just a moment ago, suddenly turn into a bloodied mess? I'm fine. No need to come over. Guard the surroundings, don't let any external forces interfere with me. Guan Chen gritted his teeth, using his last bit of strength to say, understood. The leaders would not defy Guan Chen's orders. Fortunately, I was prepared. Guan Chen certainly wouldn't absorb blindly. In his hand appeared a pulsating wooden heart. The heart emitted a green glow, representing the power of rebirth. The heart of the plants. Guan Chen dared to forcibly absorb it precisely because of the heart of the plants. He swallowed the heart of the plants in one go. Dong dong dong. The powerful beating sound suddenly rang out. The heart of the plants melted, forming a rich life energy. The originally decayed organs gradually began to recover under this life energy. Within Guan Chen's body, there were 2 terrifying powers. One came from the crystal core of the silver-horned giant python, and the other from the heart of the plants. Now these 2 energies reached a balance point. Neither could harm the other. This was the effect Guan Chen wanted. Only in this way could he smoothly absorb the 2 terrifying energies. Guan Chen admitted there was an element of gamble involved, but now it seemed he had made the right bet. Guan Chen absorbed the 2 energies, continuously strengthening his body. Gradually, his strength broke through to the high 5-star level, but the energy within him was still very abundant. Guan Chen did not stop, continuing to absorb the 2 energies. As he absorbed the energy, life force slowly condensed, forming a green tree cocoon. Guan Chen's body was wrapped inside the cocoon. The 5 leaders, witnessing this, all showed anxious expressions, but they had no way to intervene, because Guan Chen did not allow any external force to disturb him. This was an order that the leaders could not defy. Outside the forest in the southern district, in the sky, a sudden heavy rain broke the tranquility of the survivor camp. They were terrified to discover that the sky was raining colorful light. They began to seek shelter, thinking it was something bad. But people soon realized they were wrong. Some frail elderly people, after absorbing the colorful light rain, miraculously rejuvenated. Their white hair gradually turned black. Although they only looked 10 years younger, it was still astonishing. Eventually, people discovered that this was not rejuvenation. Instead, these elderly individuals had all awakened. Their bodies evolved, and their functions naturally returned to a youthful state. These inexplicably awakened elders stood up directly. They stretched their limbs and flexibly performed a set of fitness boxing. Like flowing clouds and flowing water, there was not the slightest obstruction. My old leg pain. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. My cataracts are gone. My herniated disc is no longer an issue. My Parkinson's is cured. So amazing. Thank you, heavens. Those elderly people whose bodies had evolved believed that this light rain was a gift from the heavens. Not just these elders. Many young people, after absorbing the colorful light rain, also experienced physical enhancement. Compared to the elderly, the chances of awakening for the young were even higher. Out of 10 people, 3 successfully awakened. Almost a 1/3 probability. Wow! I think I can control earth and soil, an excited bespectacled man said. With a wave of his hand, the soil in front of him instantly bulged. I think I can release flames, a plain-looking girl exclaimed, as flames shot from her hands. So amazing! I can control gravity. A tech-savvy boy floated 10 centimeters off the ground. Those who absorbed the colorful light rain either enhanced their bodies or gained extraordinary abilities. Of course, not everyone was lucky. Many survivors, after absorbing the colorful light rain, showed no significant changes in their bodies. Even if there were, it was just a slight increase in strength. A single downpour of colorful light granted humanity miraculous powers. But what they did not know was that this light rain also affected other creatures. Zombies, after absorbing the light rain, underwent tremendous changes. They were evolving in a terrifying direction. Mutated creatures that absorbed the light rain became even more formidable. Even weak creatures began to evolve wildly. The disaster monsters that descended also absorbed the light rain. On the 5th day after the apocalypse broke out, the world faced another dramatic change. Guan Chen was unaware of these events. He was in a fantastical forest, crazily breaking through his power. Thump, thump, thump. Guan Chen listened to his heartbeat. He did not know how much time had passed. The two energies within him were gradually being absorbed. Crack! A gap opened in the tree cocoon. Guan Chen reached out and peeled the cocoon open. He took several deep breaths of fresh air. Refreshing! Guan Chen let out a long howl. The surroundings became somewhat dim. The glowing plants illuminated the entire lake. Dreamlike. Like a fairyland. Guan Chen remembered that when he absorbed the crystal core, the light around him was not this dim. Master, are you okay? Several leaders rushed forward to ask as Guan Chen emerged from the cocoon. I'm fine. Guan Chen waved his hand. How long have I absorbed? He asked. About a dozen hours, I guess. The leaders replied. So long. Guan Chen was slightly surprised. He quickly checked his own condition. Intermediate 6 star. Guan Chen was instantly taken aback. In just a few short hours, he had actually jumped 3 levels. From the original intermediate 5 star, he had broken through to intermediate 6 star. Moreover, judging from the energy accumulated within him, it seemed he would soon break through again. The heart of grass and wood and the crystal core of the silver-horned python were simply too powerful. Not only that, after absorbing the heart of grass and wood, Guan Chen also comprehended a new skill, limb regeneration. Limb regeneration, you possess an extremely strong self-healing ability, even capable of restoring severed limbs. Awesome! So awesome! Guan Chen's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in surprise. This heart of grass and wood was truly formidable. No wonder it could help the silver-horned python surpass the limits of life. Guan Chen had really struck it rich this time. Not only had his strength broken through to intermediate 6 star, but he had also gained this incredible skill of limb regeneration. Guan Chen made a cut on his arm. The next second, the wound healed at a visible speed. In just a few seconds, it returned to its original state. Guan Chen discovered that healing injuries required an equivalent amount of energy. The more severe the injury, the more energy was needed for recovery. This was understandable. After all, limb regeneration could be considered a skill. With his current strength, healing wounds was completely no problem. But to achieve limb regeneration, he would probably need to pair it with supply cards. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough energy. However, this was already enough for Guan Chen. With limb regeneration, his survival ability had greatly increased. Guan Chen opened the Legion system. He found that the resurrection time for soldiers had all been reset. He summoned the Silver Lion Riders. The Heavenly Scale Python Legion was still in the process of evolving. It seemed they would have to wait a while longer. Guan Chen had the Silver Lion Riders clear the way, preparing to leave this place. After more than 10 hours of rest, the Legion leaders had also returned to peak condition. The Silver-White Lion Riders walked at the forefront. There were no signs of monsters in the Dream Forest. It felt as if this place was isolated from the world. Guan Chen estimated that the silver-horned python had only discovered this place by chance. He walked in the same direction for half an hour. The surroundings gradually became dim. Those glowing, strange plants also disappeared from sight. It's coming out. Guan Chen heard terrifying roars from all around. he knew they had left the dream forest. Everyone, be on guard. Guan Chen activated his perception. With the increase in strength, the range of perception had expanded from 7 meters to 10 meters. Naturally, the energy consumed also increased, so he only sensed the movements around him. This way, the energy consumption would be significantly reduced. The team moved towards the southern mountain range. Rustle, rustle. From the nearby grass, the sound of something crawling could be heard. Something's up. Guan Chen had the soldiers take their positions. The grass rustled, and a giant beetle appeared before Guan Chen. The beetle was entirely fire red, with patterns on its body resembling burning flames. It was particularly eye-catching in the dark. Its body was as large as a car. 8 sturdy legs were covered in spiky armor. A single horn grew from its head, adorned with colorful intestines. A pair of insect eyes emitted a faint glow. Guan Chen scanned the beetle, and the system quickly provided information. Name: Crimson Flame Beetle. Potential: 6-star strength, intermediate 4-star abilities, flame armor, charge, gore evaluation, a bug-type monster that descends from the cracks, possessing terrifying charging ability. Its flesh is filled with acidic toxins, but the meat on its legs is tender, with protein 10 times that of beef. Bug type? Interesting. The so-called disaster monsters were creatures from another dimension. Rustle, rustle. More and more crawling sounds came from the surroundings. Dozens of crimson flame beetles surrounded Guan Chen's team, a tactic of human sea warfare. If memory serves, this is the specialty of the insect race. But dozens of crimson flame beetles were clearly not enough. He instantly summoned the Legion soldiers. More than 200 soldiers directly surrounded the swarm of crimson flame beetles. The current situation was that the Legion soldiers surrounded the swarm of crimson flame beetles, while the swarm surrounded Guan Chen. Kill! Eliminate them! Guan Chen commanded. The Legion soldiers launched a fierce attack. The Silver Lion Knights charged outward. Shadow Swordmasters, Skeleton Legion, and Ironclad Shield Guards attacked from the periphery. Elven archers shot from the outermost layer. The swarm of crimson flame beetles was directly encircled. Hiss hiss hiss. The crimson flame beetles were not to be underestimated. 8 thick legs continuously rubbed against the ground. In the next second, they charged forward violently. The Silver Lion was almost toppled over. Fortunately, it dodged just in time at a critical moment. Thunder charge. Kyle changed direction and continued to charge at the crimson flame beetles. The charging ability of the crimson flame beetles was strong, but their agility was poor. After charging, they often needed to adjust their direction to continue. The Silver Lion Knight seized the opportunity and pounced on a crimson flame beetle. Their sharp claws tore at the shell. Kyle gripped his spear and thrust downward. Thud! The head of the crimson flame beetle was pierced. Green insect blood splattered from the wound. The central nervous system was destroyed. The crimson flame beetle twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground, dead. The other 3 legions had also arrived. The formation of the crimson flame beetles was instantly thrown into chaos. Several soldiers besieged a crimson flame beetle. In a situation where their strengths were similar, they formed a crushing advantage. Although it was dark, the crimson flame beetles were too conspicuous. Their bright red shells made them hard to miss. As time passed, there were few crimson flame beetles left on the battlefield. Guan Chen swung his sword and took down the last crimson flame beetle. The battle was over. Save those insect legs for me. Guan Chen instructed the soldiers to dismantle the bodies of the crimson flame beetles. Thick insect legs were removed one by one. The battlefield was cleaned up. These crimson flame beetles contributed 24 4-star crystal cores and 14 blue cards. Half of the bodies of the crimson flame beetles were given to Long Xie to devour. The rest were absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade. Not a bit was wasted. There was no choice. They had to feed these 2 gluttons. Guan Chen felt a lot of pressure. After cleaning the battlefield, Guan Chen recalled the Legion soldiers into the system, leaving only the Silver Lion Knights to clear the way. At midnight, Guan Chen finally emerged from the southern district mountains. Buildings belonging to human civilization gradually appeared in Guan Chen's sight. The path he took out was not the original one. The southern district mountains were intricate and complex, making it easy to lose direction. Guan Chen glanced back at the endless southern district mountains behind him. He felt that in just half a day, the entire southern district mountains seemed to have become even more terrifying. The roars coming from the depths made even him feel a sense of dread. The southern district mountains were definitely not as simple as they appeared. Many terrifying existences lurked there. Although Guan Chen had not encountered them, it did not mean they were absent. The creature that had severely injured the silver-horned giant python was extremely formidable. Guan Chen returned to the city. He found a clean room. He planned to rest here for the night. He went to the kitchen and found it still usable. He took out the insect legs from his spatial ring. After cracking open the outer shell, the translucent insect meat was revealed. Although these crimson flame beetles did not look impressive, the meat quality was indeed quite good. Guan Chen processed it, tossing the insect meat into the pot. Then he sprinkled some all-purpose seasoning. Instantly, a rich aroma spread throughout the kitchen. Seeing it was almost done, he tossed in a few pieces of dough to finish it off. A bowl of fragrant crimson flame beetle instant noodles was ready. The food from the food card, although not bad in taste, but after eating too much, one will always miss the food in reality. Like this bowl of instant noodles. Due to the small size of the room, the silver-white lion rider was temporarily stored back in the system space. After using a food card to replenish the soldier's stamina, he sat at the table and began to feast. Do you guys want some? Guan Chen held the instant noodles, looking at the Legion leader. Master, we are not hungry. The others all shook their heads. Alright, this delicacy has nothing to do with you. Guan Chen shook his head and continued with the noodles. Under the effect of the universal seasoning and insect meat, the originally ordinary instant noodles suddenly became incredibly delicious, especially the insect meat, which was very tender. Guan Chen quickly ate his fill. He went to the bedroom and fell asleep immediately. The leaders also took their time to rest. A night without conversation. The next morning, Guan Chen's biological clock was very punctual. He got out of bed. A night of sleep left him feeling refreshed. Stepping out of the bedroom, the leaders had been waiting for a while. He walked into the bathroom and casually washed up. After breakfast, Guan Chen walked out of the room and onto the street. A strangely shaped zombie quickly caught his attention. The zombie noticed Guan Chen and lunged directly at him. Its head split in two, and a tentacle extended from the crack. Guan Chen scanned the zombie, and the system quickly provided information. Name, new type evolved zombie, splitter, potential, 8 stars strength, 4 stars beginner ability, unknown description. The organism has undergone an unknown mutation, evolving in a completely new direction. What's going on? Guan Chen frowned. He had only entered the southern mountain area for 2 days. These zombies had undergone such a significant change. The splitter charged right in front of Guan Chen. The tentacle shot out, aiming to burst his head. Looking for death, Guan Chen said coldly. No matter how the opponent evolved, it was still only a 4-star beginner strength. In front of ordinary survivors, it might be a terrifying existence. But in front of Guan Chen, it was just a weakling. He threw a punch, directly sending the splitter flying. A powerful force erupted. The splitter's body instantly exploded into countless pieces of flesh. A crystal core rolled out, and Guan Chen casually picked it up. The commotion here attracted the wandering zombies nearby. At the street corner, several distorted zombies charged towards Guan Chen. The first zombie, resembling a beast, crawled on all fours, its head like a battering ram. It had no eyes, only ears and a mouth left. The following zombies were not much better. Their arms had grown tentacles, and a huge single eye split open on their chests. Name, new type evolved zombie, impactor, potential, 8 stars strength, 4 stars intermediate ability, unknown description. The body resembles a beast, breaking free from its original genetic shackles. Name, new type evolved zombie, eyeballer, potential, 8 stars strength, 4 stars intermediate ability, unknown description, abandoning the original genes, evolving in a more terrifying direction. Guan Chen scanned the zombies in front of him, and the system quickly provided information. Without exception, they were all new type evolved beings. He was sure that during his time in the southern mountain area, something must have happened outside. Several new type zombies quickly charged in front of Guan Chen. Holding the blood-sucking blade, he slashed forward directly. Whoosh! All the new type zombies in front of Guan Chen were taken down. Someone? Guan Chen instantly became alert. Through his perception, he sensed survivors approaching nearby. At the end of the street, several survivors appeared in front of Guan Chen. Ha! The zombies have been taken down? One of them voiced in confusion. They all looked towards Guan Chen. Brother, that's quite unethical of you. These zombies were clearly our prey. What right do you have to snatch them? A young man said, very displeased. Shui Ping, shut up. A slightly older man in the group scolded directly. Judging by his appearance, he should be the leader of the team. Your Excellency, this kid doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. These zombies were killed by you. All the spoils belong to you. The man quickly put on a smiling face. When Wang Liang said these words, his heart raced, because he realized that those zombies were killed with a single blow. 4-star level zombies. Even he would have to exert a lot of effort to kill them. but the man in front of him could kill them instantly. This shows how terrifying his strength is. Now that it's the apocalypse, if the other party is displeased, they could easily wipe out his group. Shui Ping, right? You have some guts. Too bad your strength is too weak. Guan Chen's figure vanished and charged towards the group. So fast. Wang Liang's heart tightened. Guan Chen appeared in front of Shui Ping and grabbed his neck. Shui Ping's face turned red instantly. The terrifying force on his neck made it hard for him to breathe. He struggled desperately, but it was of no use. Your Excellency, I beg you to spare him. I am willing to hand over all my crystals and cards. Wang Liang quickly reacted and spoke up. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. This is the apocalypse. Even if I kill you, no one would dare to say a word. Guan Chen released his grip, and Shui Ping collapsed to the ground. Huff huff huff. He gasped for air, looking at Guan Chen with eyes full of fear. Thank you for sparing my life. I am willing to offer all my belongings. Wang Liang hurriedly said. I spared him not because of your things. Understand? Guan Chen looked at him, revealing a faint smile. This feeling of showing off made him unable to extricate himself. Yes, yes. Wang Liang nodded repeatedly. These spoils can be given to you. You just need to answer a few questions. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Guan Chen went straight to the point. What does your excellency want to know? I will definitely not hide anything. Wang Liang quickly said. Clearly, Guan Chen's display of power was very effective. This is the apocalypse. As long as you have a big fist, you are the boss. In these days, have any strange things happened? Guan Chen was eager to know. During the time he entered the fantasy forest, what exactly happened outside? Why did the zombies suddenly evolve? This must be unusual. You don't know? Wang Liang showed a surprised expression. The other party was so powerful, yet didn't know about the colorful light rain. I just came out of the Southern District Mountains, Guan Chen explained. You actually went to the Southern District Mountains? The members of the team all showed surprised expressions. The Southern District gathered a large number of mutated creatures. Those without enough strength wouldn't dare to approach. My lord, please forgive my ignorance. Shui Ping, who had just been arrogant, immediately softened. Continue speaking. Don't change the subject. Guan Chen ignored him and urged Wang Liang to continue. Shui Ping didn't dare to say much. In front of Guan Chen, he was just an ant. Wang Liang calmed down and recounted everything that happened yesterday to Guan Chen. Absorbing the colorful light rain can awaken and grant magical abilities? Yes. I was just an ordinary person. After absorbing the light rain, I gained the ability to manipulate rocks. As Wang Liang spoke, he demonstrated his ability. A heavy earthen armor quickly enveloped him. I gained the power of lightning. A boy, no more than 17 or 18 years old, spoke. Purple lightning danced between his palms. Ziz! The purple lightning shot out, striking a wrecked car, instantly leaving a charred mark. I can control fire. A beautiful girl appeared, conjuring a ball of flame in her hand. The team had 7 members, 3 of whom possessed magical abilities. The remaining few are also awakened ones. From this, it can be seen that the effect of the colorful light rain is truly magical. However, Guan Chen does not feel regret. These opportunities mean nothing to him. He has already figured it out. Zombies absorb the colorful light rain and evolve again, transforming into this new type of evolved zombie. From Wang Liang, he learned that this new type of mutated zombie possesses the most basic intelligence. They no longer wander aimlessly in a certain area. Instead, they actively seek out humans hiding in safe zones. The mutated creatures also undergo evolution. This time, the beneficiaries of the light rain are not just humans. Alright, these things belong to you. Guan Chen got the answer he wanted and naturally did not linger. He left with the leaders. The team watched Guan Chen's back, exchanging glances. From now on, when you encounter other survivors, be honest. This time we were lucky to meet a reasonable strong person. Wang Liang warned. I understand, Captain Wang. Shui Ping quickly nodded. He knew Wang Liang was hinting at him. Good. Just know that. We are already in the apocalypse. A moment of carelessness can lead to irreversible consequences. Wang Liang reminded again. On the street, thousands of zombies gathered. Among these zombies, there are quite a few new types. Their shapes are distorted, completely beyond the human realm. Even the licking elder looks much more pleasant compared to them. Zombies, like humans, do not evolve into new types just by absorbing the light rain. Many zombies still retain their original forms. Guan Chen summoned the soldiers of the Legion. The horde of zombies was immediately attracted. Woo woo woo! Several new type zombies charged directly at the ironclad shield guards. They have 4 arms, and their eyes are connected by a tentacle that stands upright on their heads. The ironclad shield guard swung an axe. Surprisingly, these new type zombies were able to dodge. The axe grazed their heads and struck their shoulders. The powerful force directly sheared off half of a shoulder. The skin on their faces was also scraped off significantly. However, these new type zombies showed no reaction. One lunged at the ironclad shield guard to bite. Clang! The ironclad shield guard raised his shield, sending the zombie flying. Then, with the axe in hand, he decapitated it. After losing their heads, the new type zombies stopped struggling. More and more zombies charged towards the Legion soldiers. The ironclad shield guards stood in the way, pushing forward. The elven archers at the back continuously shot arrows. The skeleton shield guards were responsible for protecting the archers, preventing the new type zombies from crossing the defense line and harming them. Soldiers, charge! At the other end of the street, Kyle led the Silver Lion Riders into the fray. The new type zombie horde was attracted by the ironclad shield guards, completely exposing the rear. The Silver Lion Riders charged into the battlefield, with no zombies to block them. Although these new type zombies had also evolved to 4-star strength, they were still comparable to ordinary people in front of the Silver Lion Riders. Once knocked down, they faced the trampling of giant beasts, with no chance to get back up. Guan Chen stood at the back, observing the battle. Although the number of zombies was large, they lacked coordination. Essentially, they just rushed at the prey. The Legion soldiers, on the other hand, utilized terrain advantages and clever tactics. With mutual cooperation, defeating the many with the few was not a problem. A qualified leader is extremely important. This can be seen from the example of Xiaoyaojin, where Zhang Liao defeated 100,000 with 800. As the Legion gradually took shape, Wan Chen could refrain from doing everything himself. After all, as the supreme commander, he should be relaxing at the back. Otherwise, how could he be called a commander? The cooperation among the Legion soldiers was very tacit. Thousands of zombies were quickly cleared out. As the Silver Lion Riders charged into the battlefield, the zombie horde was completely divided. The ironclad shield guards initiated a charge, crushing the zombie formation. Moments later, the Legion soldiers eliminated the horde. No one died, and only a dozen soldiers were injured. Due to the system's design, Legion soldiers would not be infected by the virus even if scratched by zombies. Guan Chen used recovery cards to heal their wounds. After the battlefield was cleared, a total of 347 3-star crystal cores, 248 4-star essence cores, 233 blue-green cards, and 130 blue cards were obtained. These extremely distorted new-type zombies were highly repelled by the blood blade. Long Xia, however, was not picky and devoured these zombies completely. After clearing the corpses, Wan Chen continued to advance. The sudden downpour of colorful light rain allowed zombies and mutated creatures to evolve. Guan Chen had to hurry to grow stronger. Who knows what surprises this apocalypse might bring? Perhaps in a few days, there would be black rain, and in a few more days, red rain. Guan Chen disappeared at the end of the street. Not long after he left, a new type of zombie appeared on the street. This zombie was extremely distorted in appearance. On its highly bulging muscles grew a dense cluster of single eyes. On its head were 3 twisted faces, a man, a woman, and a child. The 3 faces were close together, resembling a loving family. Gulu. Food. Eat. The child's face wriggled, making a clumsy sound. Baby. Eat. The faces of the man and woman said indulgently. But this scene appeared particularly eerie. The new type of zombie had developed intelligence. Ahead. Go. Catch. Eat. The child said intermittently. The new type of zombie waved its 6 arms and began to run wildly on the ground. Dense tentacles sprouted from its back. Its abdomen split open, revealing a pair of sharp little claws. After running a few steps, the new type of zombie climbed up the wall. Guan Chen was walking down the street, unaware that he was being targeted by a new type of zombie. At that moment, he encountered a group of insectoids. Name, Scythe Beetle Potential, 7 stars Strength, 5 stars Beginner Ability, / Charge Description, insectoids that descended from the rift, possessing sharp scythe-like forelimbs. This group of scythe beetles was the size of an adult. Their black shells emitted a faint cold light. Their forelimbs were a pair of enormous scythes, extremely sharp. These scythe beetles were surrounding and attacking humans. Their powerful scythe-like forelimbs instantly bisected a human. Colorful intestines spilled out onto the ground. The scythe beetles seemed to enjoy these intestines very much, lowering their heads to eat them with relish. When the Legion soldiers approached, they had not yet reacted. Crack! The shadow swordsman struck with a sword, hitting the back of a scythe beetle. The shell shattered instantly, and green insect blood splattered out. Hiss! The scythe beetle let out a screech and turned to counterattack. Unfortunately, their agility was not commendable. Before they could turn around, they were pierced through the head by the shadow swordsman. Several scythe beetles were quickly taken down by the Legion soldiers. The surviving humans huddled on the ground, trembling. When Guan Chen approached, they finally reacted. "Young man, thank you so much." A middle-aged man hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Just as Wang Liang had said, not all humans could gain miraculous abilities after absorbing the colorful light rain. Such lucky individuals were still in the minority. Wang Liang's team consisted of members who had been carefully selected, with the least being an awakened one. Only such a team could have a higher survival rate. For example, this team in front of him. With over 30 people, only 5 were awakened, which was quite lacking. In front of several scythe beetles, they were completely targets for slaughter. "Young man, you are awakened, right? Can you help us get back to the survivor camp?" The middle-aged man, seeing that Guan Chen was ignoring him, became somewhat annoyed. But he did not dare to lose his temper. In the past few days, he has come to understand that to survive, one must learn to play the fool. No matter what status one held in the past, without power now, one is just ordinary trash. Eat, eat. Not far away, a terrifying monster was lurking on a building. Guan Chen sensed danger and quickly dodged. But the middle-aged man in front of him was not so lucky. A bone spike instantly pierced through his chest. The terrifying force caused his chest to explode. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The middle-aged man couldn't comprehend how he died even in his last moments. What a terrifying power. Guan Chen's pupils constricted. Ah! The other survivors, seeing this, hurriedly fled in all directions. Food! Don't run! Several more bone spikes shot out from the building nearby. Those fleeing survivors were instantly blown apart. New type? Guan Chen looked in the direction of the bone spikes. He discovered a new type of zombie lurking on a billboard. This new type of zombie had 3 twisted faces. 6 thick arms were climbing on the billboard. Countless eyeballs were growing on those arms. The monster's newly bulging back was covered in tentacles. Its abdomen had a pair of small claws, resembling a child's arms. This new type of zombie looked like a creature forcibly stitched together. Guan Chen's gaze swept over, and the system quickly provided information. Name, new type zombie, fusion monster, potential, 9 stars strength, 6 stars beginner ability, bone spike eruption, eyeball explosives, tentacle binding, climbing description, a new life form evolved from zombies, possessing more twisted genes, eat. The fusion monster shot out a bone spike from its mouth. Guan Chen gripped the blood-drinking blade and directly slashed the bone spike away. He felt the terrifying power emanating from the blade. This new type of monster was incredibly strong. Guan Chen did not summon the Legion soldiers. The disparity in strength was too great. The sea of people tactic would have little effect. He had no need to let the soldiers die in vain. Roar! The fusion monster also realized it had too few minions. It roared, summoning the surrounding zombies. Thud, thud, thud. A new type of zombie, wrapped in muscles, appeared on the street. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Next came a new type of zombie with enormous arms. Then there was one on all fours, with a tailbone extending from its spine, resembling a hyena. The last zombie to appear was a pair of tyrants. All these zombies had 5-star strength. Without hesitation, Guan Chen charged straight at the fusion monster. The Legion leaders also sought their opponents. Long Chia was about to strike when he was intercepted by a new type of zombie. It was a zombie covered in scales. A pair of terrifying fangs extended from its mouth. It had a pair of bat wings on its back. A terrifying aura emanated from it. 5-star advanced. Long Chia launched an attack, unleashing lightning from his silver flood dragon claw, striking at the new type of zombie in front of him. The bat-winged zombie flapped its wings, dodging Long Chia's attack, and then pounced on him, engaging in fierce combat. Guan Chen continuously swung his blade, slicing away the incoming bone spikes. He reached the billboard, exerted force with his feet, and leaped into the air. Explosive fist. Terrifying energy erupted instantly. The billboard beneath the fusion monster was shattered into pieces. His fist landed on the fusion monster's abdomen, sending it flying. Wow! That hurts! The child screamed in chaos. The faces of the men and women immediately showed anger. Die! The fusion monster lunged at Guan Chen. The eyeballs on its body continuously shot out. Boom! Those eyeballs exploded upon contact with objects. Caught off guard, Guan Chen's arm was charred from the explosion. Damn it! So disgusting! He felt a bit repulsed. Who knows what was inside those eyeballs? The wound on his arm quickly healed. In just a few breaths, it was as good as new. Guan Chen charged at the adhesive monster again. he directly condensed the blood demon hand. With terrifying power, he instantly slashed a huge gash in the adhesive monster's body. Wow! That hurts! The adhesive monster let out a piercing cry. Damn it! So noisy! Guan Chen unleashed all his strength and struck at the adhesive monster's head. Blood Soul Slash. A blood-colored sword energy instantly condensed and slashed towards the adhesive monster's head. Whoosh! A head rolled to the ground. The adhesive monster, having lost its head, instantly lost all its power. Kill the adhesive monster, gain 30,000 points, the system's prompt sounded. A deep purple card burst forth from the adhesive monster's body. A crystal core rolled out from its head and fell to the ground. Guan Chen picked up the crystal core and the card. The blood blade disdainfully ignored the adhesive monster's corpse and did not absorb it. Long Chia was naturally willing to accept it, its devouring claws opened wide. Creak! The sound of chewing flesh made one's scalp tingle. The adhesive monster's massive body was quickly devoured. A powerful aura emanated from Long Chia. 6-star beginner. Having accumulated so much flesh, Long Chia finally broke through. This was an unexpected joy. Kill the tyrant, gain 5,000 points, kill the hunter, gain 7,500 points. The remaining few new type zombies were also killed by the leaders. In total, they contributed 45,000 points, 2 5-star crystal cores, and 1 purple card. Guan Chen scanned the battlefield and found that all the survivors had been killed by the adhesive monster. He did not leave immediately but instructed the Legion leaders to remain vigilant. After hoarding rewards for so long, it was time to digest them. The zombies were constantly evolving, and the strength of the Legion had to be raised quickly. Now, aside from the Elf Archers and Shadow Sword Cultivators, the rest of the legions were all at 4-star advanced strength. This strength posed no problem against ordinary new types. However, dealing with the adhesive monster, such a powerful new type, was somewhat challenging. He took out all the crystal cores from the spatial ring. The price of 3-star crystal cores ranged from 30 to 50 points. The price of 4-star crystal cores ranged from 50 to 70 points. The price of 5-star crystal cores ranged from 70 to 90 points. For Guan Chen, crystal cores below 6 stars had little use. He simply exchanged them all for points to enhance the Legion's strength. Ding! Trade 1,573-star crystal cores, gain 59,660 points. Ding! Trade 489 4-star crystal cores, gain 26,895 points. Ding! Trade 2 5-star crystal cores, gain 165 points. After all the crystal cores were traded, Guan Chen gained a total of 86,720 points. Adding the previous points, he had nearly 280,000. Although this was a considerable amount, it was definitely not too much. After all, an upgrade card costs 50,000 points. Purchase Legion Upgrade Card X5, requires 250,000 points. Do you wish to purchase? The system's voice came through. Purchase. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly chose to buy. Congratulations, host, successfully purchased Legion Upgrade Card X5, you truly impress me. Guan Chen ignored the system's flattery. He did not continue to purchase with the remaining 30,000 points but kept it for emergencies. System. Upgrade Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. System. Upgrade Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. System. Upgrade Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Chen upgraded all the 4-star advanced legions. Moments later, the strength of the 3 legions broke through to 5-star low level. System. Upgrade Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. He used the remaining 2 upgrade cards entirely on the Shadow Sword Cultivators. The strength of the Shadow Sword Cultivators broke through 2 levels in succession, directly reaching 5-star advanced. The potential of the Shadow Sword Cultivation Legion is 6 stars. This also means that as long as they level up once more, the Shadow Sword Cultivators will be able to advance. When Guan Chen was upgrading the Legion, Long Chia had already devoured all the new type of zombies. Long Chia is not picky, as long as it contains energy, it will consume it. Boom! Guan Chen wandered through the streets of the city, killing zombies and monsters. Suddenly, he heard intense gunfire in the distance. Following that, a cloud of smoke spread across the sky. The use of such powerful heavy firepower could only be from the city defense army, without a doubt. The power of that explosion was not small. It seemed the city defense personnel must have encountered trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Chen headed straight for the direction of the explosion. On the smoke-filled street, a terrifying tide of corpses surrounded a 1,000-man team. The team hastily formed a defensive position. They created a circle of defense with armored vehicles and tanks. The tide of corpses surrounded them, continuously launching attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Vulcan cannon mounted on the armored vehicle continuously spat fire. Large caliber bullets fell into the tide of corpses. With the zombies so densely packed, there was no need for precise aiming. Bullets pierced through the heads of the zombies. Boom! Several rockets shot into the horde. In an instant, many zombies were toppled by the heat wave. But those gaps were quickly filled. Soldiers stood on the defense line, their triggers never stopping. The rifles fired wildly, but their effectiveness had diminished greatly. After absorbing the colorful light rain, the zombies had evolved once again. Zombies below 3 stars were rarely seen. Ordinary firearms had much less effect on 3-star zombies. Even if they hit the head, they could not penetrate instantly. As for those newly evolved types, they could dodge bullets flexibly. Even if hit, the damage was minimal. The colorful light rain awakened human abilities. It also allowed zombies to undergo even more terrifying evolution. This was not salvation, but the beginning of a nightmare. Damn it! There are too many zombies. There's no chance of breaking through. They had originally received orders to go to a certain neighborhood in the west of the city to rescue a group of survivors, while also searching for supplies along the way. Everything was going smoothly, and they would soon reach their destination. But a new type of zombie had plunged them into crisis. This was a smart zombie. It could summon its kind nearby. It understood simple tactics and could command the horde in battle. Although its abilities were not as perverse as a zombie king, it was still terrifying. Ability user team, break through first. The rest of you provide cover. A serious middle-aged man quickly made a decision. His name was Luo Wintao, a 1,000-man leader. In this 1,000-man team, there were 20 ability users. They were the most valuable combat force of the city defense army. They absolutely could not die here. It is not difficult to become an awakened one. A crystal core is enough. But to become an ability user is much more difficult. Either one receives the favor of heaven in the colorful light rain and awakens directly, or relies on a very low probability to obtain abilities from cards. Whichever way, it is very difficult. This is also why ability users are rarer than awakened ones. Luo Qianzheng, do you know what you're saying? If we're leaving, we leave together. If we're staying, we stay together. Anyway, I, Lei Quan, cannot betray my teammates. Lei Quan was a middle-aged man with an iron-blooded aura. He had a 1-inch-long scar on his arm. Electricity surged in his arm, striking at the zombie in front of him. The terrifying lightning instantly killed several zombies. It was clear that he was an ability user. Old Lei is right. I am definitely not someone who abandons teammates. Let's fight. Better to die than retreat. I'd rather be a hero for 5 seconds than a coward for a lifetime. You guys. Luo Wintao was moved. His soldiers, though often playful, were reliable in critical moments. Listen to me. You need to survive to make a bigger impact. You have the ability, there's still a good chance to break through. Although Luo Wintao was touched, he still spoke rationally. Damn it! Stop with the nonsense. Usually, I listen to you, but not now. Lei Quan unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, blasting the zombies in front of him. That's right. Luo Qianchang. Want to be a hero all by yourself? We won't agree to that. Besides, there are so many brothers here. The speaker was a young soldier named Dong Chen, who could manipulate metal to attack. At that moment, several daggers flew towards the zombies. Of course, this manipulation had a range limit. Beyond 50 meters, it would lose effectiveness. Fine. To hell with orders. Since you want to die with me, then come on. Luo Wintao jumped down from the armored vehicle, holding 2 heavy machine guns. He was also a 4-star intermediate awakener. Holding 2 heavy machine guns was not a difficult task. Kill. Wipe out these bastards. Luo Wintao roared, pulling the trigger of the machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bright tongues of fire danced. Bullets instantly pierced through the zombies charging at him. Feels great. Luo Wintao swept with the machine guns. Watching the zombies in front of him get their heads blown off by bullets, he felt a surge of relief. Although ordinary bullets couldn't instantly kill 3-star zombies, these large-caliber bullets could still manage it with some effort. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, he could just fire a few more rounds. No need to save bullets. After all, they had no way out. Luo Wintao led the charge, and the morale of the troops reached its peak. Kill! The soldiers stood on the armored vehicle, continuously shooting at the distant zombies. The fire god cannon roared angrily, shell casings raining down. The tank fired shells, blowing the zombies away. The soldiers' attack was fierce. But the new type of zombies were not to be underestimated. Among the horde, zombies with arms evolved into shields appeared. They advanced, braving the bullets. Even the fire god cannon couldn't penetrate the shields, only leaving bullet holes on them. RIP! A small, new type of zombie with blade-like arms lunged at a soldier. The blade cut across his throat, blood gushing out. Damn it! Die! Luo Wentao sprayed bullets with the machine gun. That new type of zombie was instantly turned into a sieve. The intelligent zombies hidden among the horde continuously directed the attack. The area around the position was gradually submerged by the horde. When soldiers died outside the position, others filled in from within. Flesh, blood, and severed limbs mixed together. The strong smell of blood even masked the scent of gunpowder. The battle lasted 10 minutes. The city defense team lost over 300 soldiers. They had also exhausted more than half of their ammunition. Yet the horde continued to surge, showing no signs of stopping. Luo Wentao had long abandoned the heavy machine guns. He gripped his combat knife, continuously slashing at the zombies in front of him. The prolonged battle left him utterly exhausted. Blood still stained his clothes. He couldn't tell which was the blood of zombies and which was that of soldiers. 3 of the 20 ability users had also fallen. The lightning on Lei Quan dimmed significantly. He took out a supply card, crushed it in his hand. The energy that had been depleted received a slight boost. Old Lei, you guys break through. There's still one last chance. If you don't leave now, you really won't be able to escape. Luo Wentao killed a new type of zombie. Leaning against Lei Quan, he said, "Damn it. Stop talking nonsense. If we're going to die, let's die together." Lei Quan unleashed a bolt of lightning, striking down the zombie before him. Bang! A massive zombie appeared in front of everyone. The giant zombie lay on the ground, its back arched high, a gash splitting it open. Boom! A burst of green liquid sprayed from the gash on its back, landing in the city defense troops' position. Ah! Several screams rang out. The soldiers splashed by the liquid felt their skin rapidly corrode, their white bones exposed to the air. "Everyone, be careful of that green liquid," Luo Wentao shouted. The giant zombie did not unleash a second corrosive projectile, it needed time to build up. Immediately after, 3 more giant corrosive zombies appeared on the battlefield, spewing corrosive liquid from their backs. Ah! Dozens of soldiers were instantly killed by the corrosive projectiles. "No! We must take down those zombies. Luo Bin, Lin Ji, Yang Ming, you 3 come with me." Lei Quan pointed to the 3 ability users. Luo Bin was an earth warrior with strong defensive capabilities. Lin Ji could transform into a lizard man, immensely powerful. Yang Ming was a sound wave warrior, capable of emitting powerful sonic blasts. The 3 were on par with Lei Quan, all at the intermediate 5-star level. "Old Lei, what do we do?" Luo Bin asked. "You clear the way for Lin Ji. Yang Ming and I will look for opportunities. First, take out those zombies that are spraying corrosive liquid." "Okay." Luo Bin stomped the ground, instantly sending a wave of earth crashing forward. The zombies ahead were knocked over. "Charge!" he shouted, rushing directly toward the zombies. Lin Ji transformed into a lizard man, his body instantly growing over 2 meters tall, covered in black scales. He grabbed a zombie and flung it forward, instantly smashing down a dozen more zombies. With the 2 leading the charge, Lei Quan and Yang Ming followed closely behind. Seeing this, Luo Wentao also joined in. The intelligent zombie sensed Lei Quan and the others' intentions. Roar! It hit among the horde, commanding the other zombies to protect the giant corrosive ones. The 5 were only 20 meters away from the giant corrosive zombies, but they found it nearly impossible to advance. The zombies in front held them back fiercely. The giant corrosive zombies accumulated their projectiles, launching a second wave of attacks. This time, their targets were the armored vehicles and tanks. Sizzle! The high-intensity corrosive liquid instantly melted the metal. Those caught off guard were reduced to nothing but blood and water. Damn it! Lei Quan's eyes turned red. Without the firepower of armored vehicles and tanks, their situation would become even more dire. Lei Quan had no choice, he had to take down these giant corrosive zombies. With the efforts of Luo Bin and Lin Ji, they finally reached the 4 giant corrosive zombies. Yang Ming, take them out! Lei Quan gathered lightning in his hands and hurled it at the giant corrosive zombies. 3 meters was enough for his lightning to unleash its full power. Boom! The lightning surged forth, instantly piercing through the body of the giant corrosive zombie. Wail! The giant corrosive zombie let out a cry and died instantly. Yang Ming opened his mouth, unleashing a violent sound wave that pierced through another giant corrosive zombie. In the blink of an eye, 2 giant corrosive zombies were killed. Everything was going smoothly. Lei Quan gathered energy, ready to eliminate the remaining giant corrosive zombies. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. Whoosh! The giant corrosive zombie opened its mouth and shot out a stream of corrosive liquid. Old Lei! Luo Wentao did not hesitate for a moment, he pushed Lei Quan aside. Ah! The corrosive liquid splashed onto him, rapidly corroding his flesh and blood. Old Luo! Stupid zombie! Die! Lei Quan roared. A dazzling lightning light erupted from his body, directly blasting the giant corrosive zombie into charred remains. Yang Ming also unleashed a soundwave attack, killing the last giant corroder. Old Luo! Lei Quan rolled on the ground, cradling Luo Wentao in his arms. His body had already been corroded for the most part. His ribs and organs in the chest were completely destroyed. Stay alive! You must stay alive! Luo Wentao gripped Lei Quan's arm tightly. He used his last bit of strength to speak. Then those tightly held arms lost all their power. Damn it! Those cursed zombies! Die, all of you! Lei Quan's body erupted with dazzling lightning. Several zombies around him were instantly struck dead. Old Lei, calm down! The others shouted urgently. Kill! Lei Quan was completely consumed by madness. He only wanted to kill all the zombies in front of him, even if it meant using up his last ounce of strength. Alright, I never planned to live through this anyway. Lin Shi smashed a zombie's head. Luo Wentao's death ignited everyone's fury completely. They fought desperately to kill the zombies. Even if it meant exhausting their last bit of strength, they would take the zombies down with them. As time passed, the soldiers gradually fell. The original 1,000-strong team was now less than 400. The ammunition they carried had long been depleted. The soldiers engaged in close combat with the zombies. Whoosh! In the sky, a feathered arrow shot down. The arrow instantly pierced through the heads of several zombies. Following that, a rain of arrows appeared. What's going on? Reinforcements? Lei Quan was somewhat confused. Although he didn't know the identity of the newcomers, they were definitely not enemies. Otherwise, the previous arrow would have hit him. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Hold on! Lei Quan shouted, rallying their spirits once more. He had promised Luo Wentao to live well. Now that he saw hope, he would hold on tightly. Kill! The soldiers also saw the arrows raining down from the sky. They instantly erupted with a desire to survive. If possible, no one wanted to die. They still had families to take care of. The human desire to survive could unleash endless power. Many soldiers, who had faces ashen as death, reignited their hope. They swung their blades to hack at the zombies, all for the sake of living. Roar! In the distance, the roar of a lion echoed through the streets. Through the tide of corpses, everyone saw an unforgettable scene. A group of cavalry riding silver lions charged towards the horde of zombies. Those cavalrymen were like divine soldiers descending from the heavens. The zombies before them were like ants. Knights, charge! Kyle commanded the soldiers to charge. He raised his spear, instantly piercing through several zombies in front of him. The silver lions charged forward recklessly. The terrifying impact instantly turned several 3-star zombies into mush. The silver lion cavalry was incredibly fierce, charging into the horde of corpses. Behind them followed the armored shield guards. Those zombies that survived the trampling were directly decapitated by their battle axes. At the other end of the street, Bone led the skeleton soldiers to charge at the horde. The skeleton gun and shield soldiers were completely enveloped in armor. They rested their long spears on their shields and launched a fierce charge. The zombies ahead were instantly pierced by the long spears. The skeleton mages stood at a distance on the street, continuously conjuring necromantic spells. Fireballs and lightning bolts rained down into the horde. The skeleton sword and shield soldiers guarded around them. Bone activated the power aura, empowering the soldiers. It blew the horn of the giant beast. A skeletal wyvern appeared on the battlefield. It swung its massive bony tail, instantly knocking down a swath of zombies. Shin Lian led the shadow sword cultivators, closely following behind the skeleton army. His longsword continuously killed the surrounding zombies. Although the number of soldiers in the legion was small, their strength was formidable. They were all 5-star level. The number of zombies was large, but most were still 3 or 4-star zombies. There were only a few new type zombies with 5-star strength. Guan Chen stood beside Eileen, observing the situation on the street. He chose not to take action himself. At this level of zombie tide, the Legion soldiers could handle it. So fierce. Lei Quan looked at the soldiers fighting zombies at both ends of the street, unable to help but exclaim. He thought that with his lightning abilities and being a 5-star awakener, he should belong to the ranks of the strong. But now it seemed that he was still too weak. There are always stronger people out there. Today's events made Lei Quan's arrogant heart become much more restrained. The appearance of the Legion soldiers gave hope to the city defense army. They desperately fought their way out. Under the double siege, the zombie tide began to collapse. The intelligent zombie hidden within the tide naturally sensed this. It possessed considerable intelligence and prepared to flee. If the zombie tide completely disintegrated, it wouldn't be able to escape. Several giant shield zombies protected it at the center, gradually moving towards the battlefield's edge. Guan Chen, upstairs, had already noticed it. Want to escape? Is that possible? Guan Chen patted Long Chia's shoulder. Go! I know you crave it. Long Chia jumped out of the window, heading towards the intelligent zombie on the street. Bang! It landed on the giant shield zombie. The terrifying force directly crushed the shield. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The intelligent zombie let out a piercing scream. It commanded the surrounding horde to protect its safety. Long Chia twisted off the giant shield zombie's head. It extended its devouring claws towards the intelligent zombie. The giant shield zombie, summoned, directly blocked in front of Long Chia. Long Chia's eyes were calm as water, showing no signs of emotion. The tyrant's claws condensed and instantly tore the shield apart. The terrifying force directly ripped the giant shield zombie in half. Long Chia exerted force beneath its feet, shooting out like an arrow released from a bow. The intelligent zombie had nowhere to hide and was directly grabbed by the neck. Although it had 5-star zombie status, all its attributes were concentrated in its brain. Therefore, its physical strength was very weak. Without the protection of the zombie tide, even an ordinary survivor would have a chance to kill it. Long Chia lifted it and flew to the rooftop. Don't kill me. The intelligent zombie could sense it. Long Chia had the aura of its kind. It knelt on the ground, pleading incessantly. Long Chia ignored it and directly unleashed its devouring claws. The terrifying jaws instantly engulfed the intelligent zombie. The sound of chewing flesh echoed from its arm. Ding! Long Chia devoured the intelligent zombie and gained the awakening talent. The system's prompt sounded in Guan Chen's mind. Long Chia returned to the room through the window. It respectfully half-knelt in front of Guan Chen. Master! Long Chia spoke with a clumsy accent. Although it stuttered a bit, it could finally speak. Get up! Guan Chen waved his hand. Long Chia stood up and silently retreated to the side. Although it had gained intelligence, Guan Chen was not worried that it would betray him. There was a mark he left inside Long Chia. This was the benefit of personally creating a puppet. After the intelligent zombie was taken down, the zombie tide immediately became headless. They no longer coordinated closely but relied on instinct to attack. A new type of zombie that completely released its nature. Like bloodthirsty beasts, they disregarded their kind. Each attack had a high probability of killing a few lucky zombies. The Legion soldiers launched a fierce attack, crazily slaughtering zombies. They're dead. All dead. Lei Quan sat down on the ground. Around him were all corpses. I actually really survived. Luo Bin gasped for breath, his rock armor long gone. Thanks to those mysterious people. Lin Ji also transformed back into human form. He looked at the soldiers handling the corpses on the battlefield and said, the battle was over. More than 300 city defense soldiers had survived by luck. Kyle rode his silver lion and came to Lei Quan. Hello, noble knight. Lei Quan and the others quickly got up and bowed respectfully. If it weren't for these people, they would have been completely wiped out long ago. Let's discuss something. The Samsung crystal cores belong to you. The rest of the items belong to us. Any objections? Kyle asked from a position of authority, which was Guan Chen's intention. None. Several people shook their heads. If it weren't for this mysterious team, they wouldn't even have their lives, let alone dare to voice any objections. Kyle nodded. These people were quite perceptive. Noble knight, may I have a word with you? Lei Quan quickly spoke up. He saw Kyle riding a silver lion and assumed he was the commander of the team. If he could invite him to join, the strength of the base army would surely be greatly enhanced. What is it? Kyle asked. On behalf of the base army, I extend a sincere invitation. I hope you can join the base army. Lei Quan said earnestly. The Hua nation had already fallen, and city defenses naturally no longer existed. The former city defenses had been transformed into the base army. Hua Yunjian planned to establish a base city centered around the Z building. Relying solely on the strength of the base army, it was impossible to complete this project. Thus, the plan to recruit survivors was initiated. As long as one was willing to join the base army, they would receive preferential treatment. First, their families would be protected by the base army. Food and shelter would not be lacking. Secondly, completing designated tasks could earn rewards from the base army. This was somewhat like a hired relationship. Of course, if one wanted to hold a position within the base army, that was completely fine too. It all depended on how the survivors chose. Currently, the base army had already recruited many capable survivors. This was also why Lei Quan extended the invitation. He believed that with Kyle's abilities, Bringing these subordinates into the base army would at least allow him to become a right general. That was no small position. Sorry, not interested, Kyle refused outright without a second thought. He would never betray Guan Chen. Noble knight, are you really not considering it? Our base army has already rescued quite a few survivors. If you have family, we can provide a good living space. Moreover, your activities won't be overly interfered with by the base army. You can think of it as a hired relationship. Joining the base army can bring many benefits. Seeing this, Lei Quan wanted to make one last effort. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any more time. Making such a commotion here will attract a lot of things. Hurry up. After saying this, Kyle left without looking back. Sigh. Old Lei, just let it go. How could such a strong person ever bow down to others? Luo Bin patted Lei Quan's shoulder. Yeah, let's hurry up and collect the crystal cores. The mission must continue. We need to move forward lightly. Lin Ji also spoke up. What a pity. Lei Quan accepted reality with a sigh. If it were him, he wouldn't agree either. After all, he was the leader of the team, why should he grovel to others? Master, that guy just now wanted to invite me to some base army. I turned him down directly. What do you think? Kyle reported the situation to Guan Chen through their mental connection. Not interested. You did the right thing by refusing. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Guan Chen had no plans to contact the base army for now. He was free and easy, why seek trouble? Understood. Kyle rode the silver lion, collecting cards from the battlefield. Old Lei, they've left. Luo Bin nudged Lei Quan and said, we need to hurry up. If we encounter another wave of corpses, it will truly be over. Lei Quan ordered his subordinates to quickly collect the crystal cores. After all, he didn't believe they would always have such good luck. Luo Wen Tao had died, he was the leader of this capable team, taking the initiative to take command of the team. After moving away from the street, Guan Chen finally appeared in the group. Master, this is all the loot. Each of the 5 leaders held a cloth bag. The bags were filled with crystal cores and cards. Guan Chen took the bag and scanned it with the system. 12 34-star crystal cores, 23 5-star crystal cores, 32 10 blue-green cards, 11 25 blue cards, 12 light purple cards. Although there were many zombies, most of them were 3-star zombies. Almost all the crystal cores were given to the base army. These were what they deserved. After all, the base army had also taken down quite a few zombies. Ding! Successfully traded 12 34-star crystal cores, gained 70,110 points. Ding! Successfully traded 23 5-star crystal cores, gained 1817 points. He converted all the crystal cores into points. Then he opened all the cards. Gained supply card X861, gained food card X547, gained recovery card X368, gained ordinary arrows X1430, the system's prompt sounded, and all the blue-green cards were opened. There was no surprise at all, they were all basic consumables. Gained advanced card X50, gained intermediate supply card X452, gained quality food card X245, gained intermediate recovery card X224, gained explosive arrow X55, gained armor-piercing arrow X99, all the blue cards were opened, still without any surprise. Guan Chen placed all his hopes on the 12 purple cards. These were cards contributed by the 5-star new type of zombies. Gained bone longbow X1, crafted from a century-old bone in the abyssal bone land, gained intermediate advanced card X5, gained advanced card X2, gained legion expansion card, 1 person, X4. The rewards were standard, not too surprising, but not disappointing either. Guan Chen's original black iron crossbow had long been outdated. A regular bow and crossbow lacked the power to kill 3-star or higher zombies. The bone longbow he received was just what he could use. He didn't rush to use the Legion expansion card. He planned to save it for the Tianlin Python Legion. A day had passed, and the advancement was still not completed. Guan Chen was not anxious. The longer the time required for advancement, the stronger the power. At the top floor of the Z City building, in the conference room, the number of participants in this meeting was significantly more than the last time. Because of the colorful light rain, many lucky individuals had seen a tremendous boost in their strength. Su Yunjian, in order to win people's hearts, naturally had to offer power. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some bad news to inform everyone. Z City may not be suitable for establishing a base. Su Yunjian started by dropping a bombshell. What's going on? Everyone looked confused. Clearly, they had no idea what had happened. Just a few days ago, they were still saying they would establish a base in Z City. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. Many defensive structures had already been completed. Lord President, We hope you can give us an explanation. Guo Xiaotian suddenly stood up from his seat. The colorful light rain from yesterday had allowed him to evolve again. He was now a 5-star advanced awakener. Coupled with the profession of explosive warrior, his strength could at least rank in the top 10 among the base army. As a conservative, he strongly supported the establishment of the base. Now that Su Yunjian suddenly halted the plan, he was very confused. He needed a reasonable explanation. General Guo Xiaotian, please don't get agitated. Let me finish. Su Yunjian felt somewhat helpless. Although he was the nominal leader as the president, the actual power had been significantly undermined. Sorry, I got a bit excited. Guo Xiaotian realized that his behavior was somewhat inappropriate. After all, Su Yunjian was the face of the leader. Unless someone could completely control the base army, otherwise, no one would tear their faces. This is the Lingfeng team, the photos we took. Everyone take a look. Su Yunjian said nothing. He had his adjutant post the photos on the board. Hiss! What is this? Everyone gasped. The image in the photo showed a building. But the building wasn't the focus. The focus was a 3-meter-long crack above the building. Within the crack were terrifying monsters. They struggled, trying to descend from the crack. Even seeing it in the photo was suffocating. This is the Lingfeng team, who discovered a spatial crack while on a mission. If nothing unexpected happens, City Z will soon fall. Su Yunjian's voice was very soft, but it weighed on everyone like a mountain. If the monsters from the spatial crack successfully descended, they would be like a mantis trying to stop a car. President, I am deeply sorry for my recklessness. I hope you can forgive me. Guo Xiaotian, adaptable, stood up to apologize directly. General Guo, you were considering everyone. Su Yunjian gave him a way out. Guo Xiaotian nodded and sat back down. We originally didn't know about the existence of the spatial crack. We thought establishing a base in City Z was a safe choice. But now it's different. Should we restart the plan to go to Yancheng? Su Yunjian looked at everyone and said, President, is there really no way? Can we try to close the crack? A young officer said impractically. Do you think this is a door? Just close it when you want? The speaker was a middle-aged officer. He seemed to look down on these new officers. What did you say? The young officer was immediately displeased. He could certainly hear the provocation in the other's words. Ahem! Stop it! Su Yunjian quickly spoke up to stop the two. General Qiu Ziliang, I had someone study this long ago. With humanity's current level, it is absolutely impossible to close the spatial crack. In fact, under external influences, it may even accelerate the opening of the crack. Su Yunjian shook his head. He had had professionals look into it when he received the news. Everyone fell into silence. No one wanted the crack to open smoothly. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, they would be willing to try. But Su Yunjian's words completely doused their hopes with cold water. So how long until the spatial crack is fully opened? Shen Lingfei grasped the crux of the issue. Discussing how to close the crack here was less useful than thinking about how to quickly search for supplies and survivors, and then leave before the spatial crack opened. Some might be puzzled as to why they needed to search for survivors, because to some extent, survivors are also a kind of resource. For example, in ancient wars, people were important strategic resources. The same goes for the apocalypse. 5 days. This is the most conservative estimate. If it goes quickly, it will be fully opened in 4 days. Su Yunjian's words once again plunged everyone into silence. 4 days? The time was too tight. Everyone, we must make a decision in today's meeting. Are we going to hold our ground or retreat? Su Yunjian spoke, personally leaning towards retreat. Although going to Yangcheng was fraught with dangers, the probability of total annihilation was extremely high. But at least there was hope. No one knew what kind of monsters would appear from the spatial crack. If they chose to hold their ground, they would have no way out. Either repel the monsters or be devoured by them. Clearly, the possibility of repelling the monsters was almost zero. I choose to retreat. If you don't leave, I will go by myself. Shen Lingfei stated directly. I also choose to retreat. Su Yunjian also spoke up. Evacuate. Zhao Kuo was already in favor of evacuation. I choose to evacuate too. A few minutes later, everyone had cast their votes. This time, evacuation won decisively. Very few chose to stay. Good. Since everyone has made a decision, then in 3 days, we will all evacuate from City Z and head to Yang City. Su Yunjian announced the order. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Spread this news. Those who wish to evacuate can gather at the Z City building. Collect as much food, medicine, and other supplies as possible. Su Yunjian thought for a moment and then continued. Moments later, news of the spatial rift spread throughout the camp. Survivors, upon hearing this, began to pack their things, eager to leave that very night. The base military spread the message via radio. Due to the appearance of a spatial rift at XX building, the base military will organize an evacuation in 3 days. Please gather at the Z City building as soon as possible. Many survivors, hearing this news, hurriedly packed their belongings. No one wanted to stay in City Z and wait to die. The entire City Z was plunged into a crisis due to the spatial rift. Guan Chen walked down the street as a drone flew past him. Attention! Attention! The base military will organize an evacuation in 3 days. Survivors, please hurry to gather at the Z City building. A voice repeated from the loudspeaker mounted on the drone. Spatial rift? Guan Chen was suddenly curious. He was not far from that spatial rift. Long Jie, go take a look, Guan Chen said. Yes, master. Long Jie leaped up, its demon wings unfurling. Guan Chen entered Long Jie's perspective. It soared over the tall buildings. Looking down at City Z, it resembled a steel jungle. In the intricate streets, zombies wandered about. Occasionally, they would find a few survivors and tear them apart to devour them. Guan Chen was already accustomed to such scenes. Long Jie did not linger and flew straight ahead. What Guan Chen was most concerned about was that spatial rift. There was danger in the sky as well. A giant bird swooped down towards Long Jie. It was incredibly fast, reaching Long Jie in an instant. Die! Long Jie roared. Its devouring claw reached out, and the giant bird was instantly torn in half. A 5-star crystal core was extracted from the giant bird's body. This was just a minor incident and did not take much time. 10 minutes later, Long Jie arrived in front of a building. Above the building was a crack at least 5 meters long. An incredibly terrifying aura emanated from the rift. The rift is expanding so quickly. Guan Chen's voice emerged from Long Jie's mouth. This was the secret technique of puppet mastery. Get closer. Guan Chen had Long Jie's perspective. Long Jie flapped its wings and approached the rift. A wave of destructive energy filled the area around the spatial rift. Stop! Guan Chen knew they had reached the limit. If Long Jie continued to approach, it might get sucked into the spatial rift. This distance was already sufficient. Through Long Jie's vision, Guan Chen saw the scene within the rift. It was a desolate planet, teeming with insectoids. The crimson flame beetles and scythe bugs Guan Chen had encountered were mere cannon fodder in this insect army. He even saw beetles the size of buildings and centipedes dozens of meters long, their legs sharp as blades. Is that an insect queen the size of an aircraft carrier? Guan Chen gasped. A giant insect, as massive as a mountain, was covered in holes, giving off a suffocating feeling. Insects continuously crawled out from those holes. System. Will that insect queen really descend? Guan Chen quickly asked. If that insect queen descended, he wouldn't struggle, he would just lie down and wait to die. Rest assured, host. This level of spatial rift can withstand at most 10-star life forms. The system's words instantly relieved Guan Chen. Long Jie, come back. Guan Chen had already confirmed that the words of the base army were true. The length of the spatial rift had expanded to 5 meters. At this rate, in no more than 3 days, the insectoid army would descend. Long Jie flapped its wings and quickly flew away from the spatial rift. Guan Chen was considering whether to retreat with the base army. The swarms of insectoids were enough to cause Z City to fall. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand the insectoid army. At least not now. Retreating was the best option. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. This is called a strategic withdrawal. Long Jie soon returned to Guan Chen's side. He was preparing to head to the base army's camp. The rift would open in 3 days. The base army would retreat in 2 days. Otherwise, it would be too late. This was not a matter of hundreds or thousands of people. They could leave Z City at any time. Guan Chen conservatively estimated that there were at least over 100,000 survivors in the camp. If they didn't prepare in advance, the team wouldn't be able to leave Z City. He actually had another option. That was to take the Legion and leave Z City alone. But it was at least tens of thousands of kilometers to Yang City. He didn't know how many dangers lay along the way. So it was better to follow the main force and quietly reap the benefits. Let others be the cannon fodder, and take the benefits for himself. If the situation turned sour, he could withdraw at any time. What is called stability? This is called stability. The Z City Tower is a landmark building. Guan Chen naturally knew where it was. He first sent the Legion soldiers to search for supplies. He took Long Jie and headed towards the Z City Tower. Outside the Z City Tower, armored vehicles sped out. Time was tight, and the base army began frantically collecting supplies. After several days of modifications, a 5-meter-high earthen wall was built outside the Z City Tower. These earthen walls were the work of Earth-type magicians. Their defensive power was quite decent. Against ordinary zombies, they could still provide a good blocking effect. Fire god cannons were mounted on the earthen wall, aimed at the ground below. Soldiers patrolled the earthen wall. If any zombies dared to approach, they would definitely be shot in the head instantly. Guan Chen arrived outside the Z City Tower. He looked at the earthen wall. Although it was very rudimentary, to have constructed such a defensive structure in just a few days, the base army had worked hard. With no materials, they could only rely on Earth-type magicians to accumulate little by little. Guan Chen brought Long Chia to the base of the earthen wall. In its normal state, Long Chia was no different from a human. We are survivors from outside. I heard the base army is retreating in 3 days. We came here specially. Guan Chen had already prepared his words. The soldier checked and confirmed they were not infected. Go in. Turn right to register your identity. The soldier said. Okay. Understood. Guan Chen nodded, very cooperative. He entered the camp and walked to the right. Just as the soldier said, there were people registering simply here. The main purpose was to confirm how many survivors were in the camp. Successful registration would issue a proof. With the proof, one could receive a relief meal. Although it was just a bowl of thin porridge, it was enough for everyone. Hello, sir. The person registering was a pure-looking girl. She wore professional attire, revealing a pair of snow-white long legs. Hello, I am a new survivor. Guan Chen said with a smile, showing a big white smile. Name. Strength. The girl only asked 2 of the simplest questions. Guan Chen. My strength should be at the intermediate 4-star level, he said with a smile, without any concealment. That's really impressive, the girl said with a smile. Most survivors had an average strength around 3 stars. The strength of a 4-star intermediate is already considered above average. The key point is that Guan Chen is also very handsome. It's okay. You're not bad either. 3-star intermediate. Guan Chen instantly saw the girl's strength. Clearly, she is a lucky one. At the very least, she won't be reduced to a plaything. Thank you. And what about this gentleman? The girl looked at Long Chia. Long Chia. 5-star beginner. It answered the registrar according to Guan Chen's words. Hiss. Truly a promising young talent, the girl said with a bright smile. Mainly because Long Chia is even more handsome than Guan Chen. If it were in the past, he would definitely be a top idol. The kind that excels in singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Alright, here are your certificates. The girl handed over 2 certificates. They had their names on them, along with a stamp. With this certificate, you can receive food. But with your strength, you probably won't need it. The girl joked. After chatting for a bit, Guan Chen left with Long Chia. By asking passers-by, he learned the location of the base's military high command. The central area of the camp, Z City building. He found a corner without anyone around and directly took an invisibility potion. He had Long Chia wait there while he quietly entered the building. Striding confidently to the building's entrance. A dozen fully armed soldiers stood at the entrance. To enter here, one must present relevant documents. Guan Chen saw an officer just as he was about to enter the building. He followed behind him and successfully blended in. The entrance door closed. He followed the officer and took the elevator to the top floor. During this time, he consumed a bottle of invisibility potion. Upon reaching the top floor, there were quite a few armed soldiers. Su Yunjian walked over. President. The officer beside Guan Chen greeted. Su Yunjian nodded and then took the elevator to leave. President. His position must be quite high. It's decided, it's you. Guan Chen noted the other person's appearance. Disguise technique. His appearance quickly changed. In a room without surveillance, Su Yunjian swaggered out. President. Several soldiers quickly saluted. Su Yunjian nodded. Oh, President, your voice. A soldier showed a puzzled expression. Cough cough. My throat is a bit uncomfortable. Su Yunjian explained. Oh, I see. Didn't you just go out? The soldier had just seen Su Yunjian take the elevator to leave. I suddenly remembered something and need to give some instructions. Call the adjutant over. Su Yunjian said. Okay. Should I go to your office? The soldier asked. Come to my office. Guan Chen used his perception to quickly locate Su Yunjian's office. Fortunately, it's not an electronic door. Lock-picking technique. Guan Chen took advantage of the moment and quickly unlocked the door. Knock knock knock. A few minutes later, a knock sounded. Come in. Su Yunjian said while sitting in a chair. Click. The door opened, and a young adjutant walked in. President, you called for me? The adjutant said. I suddenly feel that the spatial rift is a bit concerning. Send someone to check more. Keep a close watch on the movements. Su Yunjian said seriously. Have someone estimate the specific time for opening. We would rather evacuate early than be late. Su Yunjian stated. Yes, I'll send someone to check right away. The adjutant nodded. All right, that's all for this matter. You can go back to your work. Su Yunjian said. Okay. The adjutant left the room. This disguise technique is useful, but unfortunately, it can't change the voice. Su Yunjian murmured to himself. He got up and left the room. President. The guard soldiers quickly saluted. Su Yunjian nodded and then swaggered out. You said the president is acting crazy, right? He doesn't usually walk like this, a soldier complained. In a room without surveillance, Guan Chen transformed back to his original appearance. If it were Su Yunjian, he would leave the building. If he used the other person's appearance to leave, it would definitely raise suspicions. That would lead to unnecessary trouble. In a blind spot of the surveillance, he took an invisibility potion. Then he followed an officer and successfully left the building. Returning to the location where Long Chia was, he deactivated his invisibility. Let's go. The job is done. Guan Chen stepped out of the corner. Just as he was about to take Long Chia and leave the camp, a voice suddenly called out to him. Li Gu. Ha! That voice sounds so damn familiar. Guan Chen turned around. He saw a tall man, about 1.8 meters, lunging towards him. Damn! A dead gay. Guan Chen was startled and quickly dodged. Yu missed and almost fell flat on his face. Ouch! Li Gu! It's me! Yu thought Guan Chen didn't recognize him. Damn! I dodged because I knew it was you. If it were a girl, I would gladly accept. Unfortunately, you're a gay. Guan Chen said disdainfully. I was just too excited. I'm not gay. Yu quickly explained. Why are there 3 fewer people? Guan Chen asked in confusion. He noticed that only 3 people were left in Yu's group. If he remembered correctly, there should have been 6. There were only 2 possibilities. They parted ways or they died. Yu fell silent, and after a moment, he spoke. They died. Lu Tianming was infected with the zombie virus. I sent him off myself. Xiao Bin was pierced through the body by a headbutt from a mutant. Li Meng died at the hands of humans. We were ambushed, and his head was shot through. Yu gritted his teeth, his hands clenched tightly. My condolences. Don't blame yourself too much. In this damned apocalypse, no one knows what will happen. Guan Chen patted his shoulder. Yu nodded. Are you guys going to Yangcheng? Guan Chen asked. Yeah, Xiao Bin's family is in Yangcheng. I promised Xiao Bin that if his parents were still alive, I would take care of them. Yu said. What about your parents? Guan Chen remembered that Yu was a local. Yu fell silent, and Guan Chen already knew the answer. My condolences. The deceased are gone. The most common thing in the apocalypse is death. Thank you, Li Gu, Yu said. After a brief conversation, Guan Chen learned about the situation of the 3. They were lucky, they all gained abilities. Yu obtained the class of Holy Light Warrior. Not only was he physically strong, but he could also unleash Holy Light to attack enemies. Xian got the class of Mechanic, able to use mechanical parts to create amazing things. Yu Hai got the class of Beast Tamer, capable of taming mutated creatures. According to them, every time they broke through, there was a chance to comprehend new skills. Li Gu, you must be a summoner, right? Yu asked. He remembered that Guan Chen had a team of skeleton warriors. Guan Chen nodded, not elaborating further. Li Gu, who is this brother? Why not introduce him? Yu looked at Long Chia. Long Chia, my little brother. Guan Chen said with a smile, revealing a big white grin. Long Gu, hello. The others quickly greeted him. Guan Chen's little brother was their big brother. Long Chia nodded. He's like this, not very talkative. Guan Chen explained. They were all preparing to follow the base's military to Yangcheng. Yu was there because of a promise. Yu Hai, with no ties, decided to follow Yu. Xian's father worked in Yangcheng. Although the hope was slim, he wanted to give it a try. Li Gu, are you also going to Yangcheng? Yu asked. Z City is too dangerous. Guan Chen nodded. No matter what, they definitely couldn't stay in Z City. Great. On the way to evacuate, if there's anything you need, just say the word, and I, Yu, will definitely get it done. Yu vowed earnestly. Through Xiao Bin's incident, Wan Chen discovered that Wan Yu was particularly loyal. Once he promised something, he would go all out to fulfill it. Let's talk again when you surpass me. Wan Chen smiled slightly. Wang Yu was currently at the 4-star advanced level. Si Yen and Yu Hai were both at the 4-star intermediate level. I have something to do, I need to leave the camp for a bit. You all hurry up, the base army will start evacuating in at most 2 days. Wan Chen reminded. 2 days? Didn't the base army say 3 days? Wang Yu was a bit confused. Trust me. Wan Chen didn't explain and directly left with Long Chia. Let's prepare quickly. Brother Li's words are definitely not wrong. Wang Yu felt genuine admiration for Guan Chen. In the communication room, the adjutant picked up the communication device. Thunder Team. Blood Blade Team. Please respond. ZZZZ. After a crackling sound. Received. Please speak. The captains of the 2 teams replied to the adjutant. Han Feng. Luo Zhe. Your mission is temporarily suspended. The adjutant said. Adjutant Zhou Yuan. What are the instructions? Both teams were part of the base army. They absolutely obeyed the orders of the base army. Immediately head to the spatial rift and check the situation. If you find anything unusual, report it in time. Zhou Yuan said. Understood. Adjutant Zhou Yuan. The 2 cut off the communication. Boss, what's going on? In the chaotic supermarket, the Thunder team was searching for supplies. Although the team only had a dozen members, they were all elite. Each member's strength was at least 5-star beginner, and they were all ability users. The latest order from Adjutant Zhou Yuan. We need to go to the spatial rift. Han Feng put down the walkie-talkie. What about these supplies? A team member asked. I'll check around the spatial rift. You all continue with your mission. We'll meet at Yunchi Road in 3 hours. As the captain of the Thunder team, Han Feng's strength reached 5-star advanced. He had obtained the profession of Fire Fist Warrior. He could release fire magic like a mage and fight up close like a warrior. It was simply a dual cultivation of magic and martial arts. Okay, be safe, Captain Han. The team members did not stop him. They were well aware of Han Feng's strength. You all take care too. In case of an emergency, retreat in time. Han Feng also gave a few instructions. He had developed a strong friendship with these team members. If possible, he didn't want anyone to sacrifice. A dozen minutes later, Han Feng arrived around the spatial rift. Yo, Captain Han, you came pretty fast. A voice came. Han Feng turned around and threw a punch. Fiery flames erupted instantly. Whoosh! A violent whirlwind blew the flames away. Captain Han, you're quite ruthless. Luo Zhe landed smoothly on the ground, aided by the wind. That was light. Next time, I should let you try my newly comprehended skill. Han Feng said with a smile. Come on. Old Han, that's not fair. We agreed to be lazy together, but you secretly got stronger. Luo Zhe said with a crooked mouth. The spatial rift has expanded again. Han Feng spoke first. What? Luo Zhe was slightly startled. He looked up. The 3-meter-long rift had already expanded to 6 meters. The originally inconspicuous black crack gradually instilled a sense of fear. Hiss. At this rate, in at most 3 days, the monsters inside will descend upon Z City. Luo Zhe gasped. Fortunately, Deputy Officer Zhou Yuan let us come to check. Otherwise, it would have been a big trouble. Han Feng nodded as well. If the team didn't retreat until 3 days later, the monsters from the spatial rift would have already descended upon Z City. By that time, the team might not be able to leave Z City. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zizizizi. Deputy Officer Zhou Yuan. There's bad news. Luo Feng picked up the communication device and contacted the camp. What happened? Zhou Yuan asked seriously. The spatial rift has expanded to 6 meters, and the speed is still increasing. In at most 3 days, monsters will descend. Han Feng reported all the intelligence he had seen to Zhou Yuan. 3 days? If that's the case, it would be troublesome. You two, hurry back. The retreat might need to be moved up. Zhou Yuan said. Okay, we'll gather the supplies and head back immediately. Han Feng hung up the communication. Hurry up. There's not much time left. Luo Zhe said. Yeah, let's go. Han Feng slightly bent his legs and instantly leaped several meters. In midair, he shot out flames from his hands. The powerful force propelled him another 10 meters. Good guy. You're really showing off. Watching Han Feng gradually disappear, Luo Zhe's eyes twitched a few times. He didn't waste any time and rushed towards the agreed location. At the latest, the team would start retreating the day after tomorrow. Once they left Z City, they would lose a stable food source. Before retreating, they had to gather supplies as much as possible. In the survivor camp. Everyone. The team will retreat in 2 days. I hope everyone can prepare quickly. The camp's loudspeaker announced. Damn. Brother Lee is amazing. He can predict the future. Wang Yu exclaimed. Little did he know, all of this was arranged by Guan Chen. We don't have anything to pack in the camp. 4 Eyes. Weren't you just shouting about wanting that robot? Let's go. Brother Yu will get it for you. Wang Yu said. Really? 4 Eyes said excitedly. When has Brother Yu ever lied to you? Follow Brother Yu, and you'll have a full meal every time. Wang Yu patted 4 Eyes on the shoulder. His profession was a mechanic. He could enhance his own strength on mechanical items. Only 4 Eyes knew how to operate it. Yay! Long live Brother Yu. Love you so much. 4 Eyes wanted to jump on him, but Wang Yu kicked him away. He finally understood Guan Chen's feelings. Guan Chen was running wildly down the street with Long Chia. Damn it! Who dares to touch me? They really must be tired of living. Just after leaving the camp, he received news from the soldiers of the Legion. A small team of skeleton knife and shield soldiers had been ambushed by humans while gathering supplies. The team fought back desperately, killing more than 10 of the enemy before suffering total annihilation, and their supplies were also snatched away. Master. The leader of the opposing side is a 6-star beginner awakener. He has the profession of a bug tamer and is accompanied by a 5-star advanced blazing beetle. The team still has 40 people, with 10 5-star awakeners and the rest 4-star awakeners. Eileen's voice echoed in his mind. She was closest to the incident. 6-star beginner. Aileen, keep a close watch on those guys. Don't act rashly. I'll be there soon, Guan Chen said. Okay. Understood, Master. Aileen concealed herself in a nearby building. Ha ha ha, a big harvest. These supplies are enough to go back to the camp and indulge, a scar-faced man said. I've had my eye on a pair of sisters for a long time. This time when I go back, I can get them. Ha ha ha, a fat man with a face full of flesh said, wielding a butcher's knife, exuding a fierce aura. Humph. I don't know which idiot it is. Send out the summoned creatures to collect resources. I've lost over a dozen men. The man at the forefront said with a gloomy expression. Although they had ambushed and had the advantage in numbers, the skeleton soldiers were too bizarre. Even if you cut off their heads, they could still survive. It took the lives of over a dozen men just to kill them all. Brother Lin, don't worry. So many summoned creatures have died. That guy will be crippled even if he survives. Clearly, everyone knew the drawbacks of summoned beasts. If the summoned creatures were killed, the summoner would also suffer damage. Humph, he got off easy. If I ever meet him, I'll feed him to the worms. Right? Darling. Lin Hai patted the blazing fire beetle beside him. This was the evolved form of the crimson flame beetle, capable of spewing flames. Take the supplies. Let's go. Bring those equipment too, Lin Hai said. Okay, the scar-faced man replied. Everyone, pack your things. We're getting ready to head back, the butcher said, shaking his bulk. Lin Hai knew the base's army was about to withdraw from City Z. So before leaving, they had to gather more supplies. It's not easy to support so many subordinates. Master, they're preparing to leave. Aileen contacted Guan Chen. It's fine. I'm already there. Make your move, Guan Chen said. Understood. Aileen didn't hesitate. She drew her bowstring, aiming at the butcher's head. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air rang out. An ice arrow shot forth. The butcher squatted down, trying to lift the supplies on the ground. Suddenly, a sense of crisis emerged. His body bristled with cold sweat. The butcher's knife swung towards the sky. Swish! The ice arrow was split in half. Damn it! Someone's ambushing us, the butcher shouted. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been a corpse by now. Stay alert! Lin Hai was also startled. He had unexpectedly encountered a black-on-black situation. Upstairs, Lin Hai's subordinate quickly spotted Eileen's position. He had the ability of keen eyesight. Die! A man raised his sniper rifle and shot at Aileen. Eileen's arrow also shot towards the man. Whoosh! Bang! The sniper rifle hit the wall of the room. The arrow struck the man's head. Ugh! The man twitched a few times before collapsing to the ground. Brother Lin! Just one person. And she's a pretty little girl, the keen-eyed man said. Damn! One person dares to be so arrogant? Brothers, capture her alive. Let everyone have some fun. Lin Hai immediately changed his mind. Just as everyone was about to head upstairs, they heard heavy sounds coming from the surrounding streets. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? The butcher's flesh trembled incessantly. Be careful. That girl has accomplices, Lin Hai shouted urgently. As everyone was filled with uncertainty, a silver lion suddenly pounced out from around the corner. Ah! The little brother near the corner was directly knocked down by the silver lion. His body was torn in half, blood splattered out, and he screamed in agony. "Brother Lin! Save me!" The lower half of the little brother desperately crawled towards Lin Hai. "Die!" Kyle shot through his head. 20 silver lion cavalrymen instantly appeared at the corner. The path ahead was completely blocked. "Brothers, don't panic. These guys are only at the 5-star beginner level. In terms of numbers, we have the advantage." Lin Hai was also a tough character. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly calmed down. He realized that although the cavalry's momentum was intimidating, their strength was only at the 5-star beginner level. If it came to a fight, he still had the upper hand, being a 6-star beginner awakened one. "They've walked right into my trap. I'll gladly accept these silver lions." The scar-faced man's eyes lit up. Bang! 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 Before the crowd could rejoice, a dull sound of footsteps echoed from the street corner behind them. Over 50 soldiers clad in iron armor had surrounded the street, leaving no room for escape. The iron-blooded aura emanating from these soldiers sent chills down everyone's spine. "Brother Lin, what do we do now? They have even more people," a timid underling asked. "What's there to be afraid of? It's still uncertain who will die." Lin Hai suppressed his inner shock. He had a bad feeling. These people had come too conveniently. "Brother Lin, look quickly," another underling shouted. From the left alley, dozens of dark figures emerged. 50 shadow swordsmen surrounded the left side. "Brother Lin, let's retreat." The scar-faced man wavered. There was a small alley on the right where they could escape. Just as he finished speaking, a voice boomed, "You bastard! Dare to touch my skeleton!" Bone, with his skeleton soldiers, blocked the right alley. Elven archers peeked out from the surrounding buildings. The moment Lin Hai saw Bone, he knew he had kicked a steel plate. "Be Brother Lin, what do we do?" The scar-faced man was dumbfounded. The bravado from earlier vanished in an instant. The overwhelming strength was simply impossible to fight against. Even if Lin Quan was a 6-star beginner, how many could he handle? Those dark-clad swordsmen were all at the 5-star advanced level. "Gentlemen, is there some misunderstanding?" Lin Hai immediately conceded. In this crushing situation, he had no chance of winning. "You killed my soldiers, stole my supplies. Do you think there's a misunderstanding?" Guan Shen slowly stepped out from behind the Silver Lion Knight. "Brother, it was a misunderstanding. I'll double your losses. How about that?" Lin Hai was utterly desperate. 2 6-star awakened ones could kill him in an instant. "Those who offend Guan Shen shall be punished, no matter how far." "Kill!" The sword in Guan Shen's hand pointed directly at Lin Hai. "Soldiers, charge with me. Kill them all." Kyle raised his spear and initiated the charge. "Damn it! Let's fight." Lin Hai knew there was no chance for reconciliation. In a narrow encounter, the brave would win. "Fire arrows." Aileen commanded the elven archers to attack. Several underlings were instantly pierced by arrows. Bone wielded a large knife and cleaved one underling in half. He was already furious. After all, it was his soldiers who had been ambushed and killed. The shadow swordsmen rushed into the crowd. Those underlings were no match at all. Before they could even counterattack, their throats were sealed with a single sword strike. 40 underlings were slaughtered in an instant. Lin Hai ordered the fire beetle to attack Guan Shen first. The fire beetle charged forward like a car, rushing towards Guan Shen. Long Chia burst out in an instant, delivering a punch to the fire beetle. The terrifying force sent it flying back. "Use the flame jet." Lin Hai commanded the fire beetle. A jet of flame shot towards Long Chia. Long Chia exerted force under his feet, dodging the fire beetle's flames. He landed on the back of the fire beetle and smashed down towards its head. The terrifying force crushed the beetle's head. A stream of green insect blood gushed out. The fire beetle, in pain, tried to shake off Long Chia, but its arms clung tightly to the beetle's back. "Quiet!" Long Chia rasped. A cold ice ray was released from his hand. The fire beetle's head was instantly pierced through. "Kill the fire beetle, gain 2,000 points, the system's prompt sounded. "It's your turn." Long Chia grabbed the fire beetle's corpse and hurled it towards Lin Hai. "Damn it! My treasure!" Lin Hai roared. His body began to twist. Moments later, he transformed into a half-human, half-insect being. "I will eat you." Lin Hai howled, his eyes bloodshot. He charged towards Long Chia in an instant. The armored shell wrapped around the fist and smashed towards Long Chia. Unfortunately, the bloody and mangled scene was not as imagined. Long Chia easily caught his fist. "It's my turn." The silver dragon claw struck, and Lin Hai was instantly smashed into the ground. Lin Hai immediately felt his head buzzing. Long Xie stepped on Lin Hai, his fists raining down on him wildly. There was no technique, only raw emotion. The red shell was smashed to pieces. Blood gushed out continuously. TSK, TSK, TSK. So tragic. Why did you have to kill my people? No, wait, the skeletons. Guan Chen stood in front of Lin Hai. He looked extremely tragic at this moment. The shell on his body was smashed to bits by Long Xie. The faint breath from his nose proved he was still alive. There was not a trace of pity on Guan Chen's face. These guys were not worth sympathy. Since they had brought this upon themselves, they should be prepared to face the wrath of revenge. Spare me, Lin Hai said weakly. That's not possible. Guan Chen held up the head of the scarred face. If I spare you, it would be too unfair to these people. As the boss, you should go down and accompany them. Guan Chen placed the scarred face in front of Lin Hai. The face was filled with terror. Ah, demon, devil. Lin Hai looked at the scarred face, and he broke down. His body trembled uncontrollably. An inexplicable fear took hold of his heart. Just kill him. Guan Chen ignored his words. This time, Long Xie did not hold back and directly smashed Lin Hai's head. Don't swallow the corpse. Guan Chen stopped Long Xie. After all, it was about eating people, even if it was just a corpse. He could accept Long Xie devouring any flesh and blood. But not humans. That was his bottom line. Of course. If it were a special circumstance, he could be flexible. Yes, master. Long Xie retracted its devouring claws. It absolutely obeyed Guan Chen's words. Clean up the battlefield. Retrieve the supplies. Guan Chen said. Yes, sir. The soldiers quickly mobilized. Moments later, the battlefield was cleaned up. 45 4-star crystal cores, 6 5-star crystal cores, 15 blue cards, 1 purple card, 800 pounds of rice, 200 pounds of flour. These were the total gains from the 10 skeleton soldiers. Master, when we arrived, we placed the supplies in a safe location. Now we can retrieve them, Kyle said. The incident happened suddenly. The soldiers couldn't possibly carry supplies into battle. You continue searching, but the team configuration needs to be changed. 30 people per group, with close combat, ranged, and meat shields all equipped. Kyle, your team is exempt. Cavalry has strong mobility and can basically retreat unscathed. Guan Chen quickly assigned the next tasks. Yes, sir. Several leaders responded. By tomorrow night at the latest, all camps gather. Guan Chen reminded one last time before leaving with Long Xie. The leaders began to communicate and form teams. The sky gradually darkened. Guan Chen arrived at the location where the supplies were hidden. He stored all the supplies collected by the soldiers into his spatial ring. Total gains: 4-star crystal cores X1020, 5-star crystal cores 112, blue cards 310, purple cards 21, 10,000 pounds of rice, 7,000 pounds of flour. Because rice and flour are easy to carry, the main focus was on searching for these types of supplies. After gathering everything, the sky was completely dark. Guan Chen did not wander aimlessly in the night. Nighttime. It was definitely the most dangerous moment. In the vast sea city, there were surely more terrifying creatures. Just because Guan Chen didn't encounter them didn't mean they weren't there. In the dim room, Guan Chen took out a long-lasting lamp. The candlelight illuminated the surroundings considerably. It was a cozy little house, with a family portrait hanging on the wall. A handsome man, a beautiful woman, and a lovely baby. The room seemed as if it hadn't been lived in for a long time. When the apocalypse broke out, this family must have gone far away. They could never have imagined that this departure would mean they would never return. He entered the kitchen and found that the gas was still usable. From his spatial ring, he took out a few bottles of water. A few packs of instant noodles went into the pot along with the legs of the fire beetle. With a universal seasoning, the entire kitchen was instantly filled with a delicious aroma. Guan Chen finished cooking the noodles and brought them directly to the dining table. Long Xie, do you want to eat? Guan Chen asked, looking at Long Xie on the sofa. I like to eat blood and flesh. Long Xie stiffly shook its head. Clearly, it was not interested in this cooked food. Sigh. You really don't know how to enjoy. Guan Chen shook his head and started eating the noodles by himself. The legs of the fire beetle were even more tender and delicious, containing more energy. After finishing a bowl of fire beetle leg noodles, Guan Chen let out a satisfied burp. Comfortable. Time for a good sleep. You keep watch tonight, Guan Chen said to Long Xie. Okay, master. Long Xie sat on the sofa, its gaze fixed on the door. Guan Chen walked into the bedroom. The bed was large and soft, and the quilt was new. He collapsed onto it and instantly fell into a deep sleep. Roar, roar, roar. Outside the survivor camp, the howls of zombies echoed. Damn it! At this critical moment, a zombie tide has appeared. Suppress them with firepower. Eliminate them. Soldiers on the earthen wall fired wildly. One zombie after another fell, but new ones kept coming. They launched a fierce attack on the earthen wall. Ability team. Requesting support. The soldiers saw that the zombie tide was getting out of control. Sigh. Just got back, can't we have some peace? Han Feng leaped down, flames spewing from his hands. The surrounding zombies were instantly ignited. He threw a punch, and the burning zombies exploded in an instant. Captain Han. So impressive. The soldiers on the city wall exclaimed in awe. With that punch, he had taken down at least a dozen zombies. Old Han. Showing off is your fault. Luoze controlled the wind blades, slicing through the surrounding zombies. He. Here I come, brothers. A burly man crashed into the zombie tide. He wielded a 3-meter-long pole, sweeping away the surrounding zombies. Oh, Su Ding actually made it back too, Luoze said. Of course. You guys from the Thunder and Blood Blade teams are back. How could my battle marshal team fall behind? Su Ding said with great bravado. His figure began to grow larger and larger. Roar! A small giant, nearly 3 meters tall, appeared on the battlefield. With the help of the ability team, the zombie tide was quickly eliminated. In the morning, Guan Chen woke up on time. He rolled out of bed and went to the bathroom to wash up. A few pieces of bread served as breakfast. After eating, he set off with Long Chia. Today's goal, the aquarium. Before evacuating, Guan Chen wanted to take a look. The king turtle of the aquarium. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind taking care of it. After all, the aquarium was not far from the survivor camp. A day was enough for a round trip. Guan Chen moved quickly. Before noon, he arrived at the aquarium. The aquarium had changed significantly. The once bustling ticket office was now wandering with a few zombies. Boom! The zombies spotted Guan Chen and charged at him. Long Chia sprang into action, instantly taking them down. The bodies were devoured completely. Let's go! Inside, Guan Chen headed towards the aquarium. The once lively aquarium was now eerily silent. The creatures that were once on display had all disappeared. Guan Chen did not linger and headed straight for the turtle area. In the dim corridor, a few zombies were wandering about. From their clothes, it was clear they were employees of the aquarium. Woo woo woo! The sight of living people sent the zombies into a frenzy. They staggered forward, lunging at Guan Chen. Crack! Long Chia's devouring claws sliced them in half. It had been a long time since it had eaten. The sound of flesh being chewed echoed. Poor zombies, reduced to food for Long Chia. These employee zombies were merely a minor episode. Due to their lack of devouring flesh and absorbing light rain, their strength was only around 2 stars. Let's go! Guan Chen didn't waste any time. He called for Long Chia and headed towards the turtle exhibition area. If the Xuanjia Turtle King hadn't left, it was highly likely to be in the turtle zone. After a few minutes of walking, a staircase appeared before Guan Chen. Turtle Zone. The sign next to it displayed 3 large characters. He stepped onto the stairs and ascended. At the end of the staircase was a massive independent island. Hiss! Guan Chen looked towards the island and couldn't help but gasp. The island was scattered with enormous skeletons. By the looks of it, they should be the creatures from the exhibition area. A gigantic turtle lay lazily on the island, basking in the sun. Its limbs were covered in black scales. The turtle's shell rose high, resembling a small mountain. Sharp spikes grew around it, reflecting a cold gleam. Blood and flesh still clung to its sharp teeth. The Xuanjia Turtle King had not left. It must have been hunting the marine creatures from the exhibition area. From what he had seen earlier, the creatures from the aquarium had all ended up in its belly. Name, Xuanjia Turtle King, King Level, Potential, Black Iron Strength, 7-star Beginner Skill, Ominous Evaluation. A creature evolved from ordinary turtles, possessing terrifying defense and the ability to use water and earth elements. Guan Chen scanned the giant turtle, and the system quickly provided information. Black Iron Level Potential, 7-star Beginner Strength. The strength of the Xuanjia Turtle King was far greater than that of the silver horn giant python. Looking at that heavy shell, Guan Chen instantly lost the desire to fight. After all, turtle creatures were known for their high defense and thick blood. Although he had the blood-drinking blade, which could break through defenses, the Xuanjia Turtle King was not made of wood. It would retaliate. Moreover, this was its home turf. If he wasn't careful and got dragged into the water, he might end up exhausted. Guan Chen felt conflicted. This was a hot potato. Forget it. I'll spare your life. After a moment of thought, he decided to leave. If it weren't for the threat of the spatial rift, he might have chosen to engage in a war of attrition with it. Ding! The Tianlin Python Legion has completed its advancement. Please check the system for details. Guan Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Finally advanced. He eagerly opened the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Xianlei Jiao Legion. The system's prompt sounded again. Jiao Dragon? Guan Chen's face lit up with excitement. The Tianlin Python had indeed not disappointed him. There was a huge gap in both bloodline and strength between Pythons and Jiao. He summoned the Xianlei Jiao Legion. A purple summoning array slowly appeared before Guan Chen. 6 dark purple Jiao dragons emerged from the summoning array. The Jiao dragons were imposing, with a single horn on their heads. Faint flashes of lightning danced within the horn. Their purple scales were neatly arranged. 4 powerful claws were entwined with purple lightning. With a slight exertion, they left 5 claw marks on the hard ground. Thank you, my lord, for granting us new life. The leading blue-scaled Jiao lay prostrate on the ground. Its proud head bowed only to Guan Chen. After advancing to Jiao dragons, the blue scales had become sentient. The Xianlei Jiao measured about 6 meters long and over a meter wide. As the leader of the legion, the blue scale was even larger, approximately 9 meters long and over 2 meters wide. Guan Chen opened the panel for the Xianlei Jiao Legion to check their abilities. Xuanlei Jiao Legion, upgradable, non-expandable, number of members, 5 potential, silver strength, 6-star intermediate commander, Sanglin skills, Xianlei Break, Jiao Dragon Tail, Thunder Horn Kill, Water Manipulation, Thunder Jiao Claw, Thunder Scale Armor, Xianlei Annihilation. Awesome. So awesome. Guan Chen's eyes lit up. The Xianlei Jiao Legion starts with a strength of 6-star intermediate. It has as many as 7 skills, and it possesses silver-level potential. The only downside is that it cannot be expanded. The expansion card he had prepared was of no use now. System. Extract Water Manipulation. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly extracted the skill. Moments later, he mastered Water Manipulation. Water Manipulation allows him to breathe underwater and grants him the ability to control water. Of course, it requires energy. With the Xianlei Jiao Legion and Water Manipulation, Guan Chen felt he had a chance to take down the Xuanjia Turtle King. Just as he was eager to try, clatter, a sound came from the passage below. Who? Guan Chen instantly became alert. He really couldn't think of who else would come to this ghostly place. Long Chie. San Lin. Guan Chen gripped the blood-drinking blade. No matter what creature rushed out of the passage, he could kill it in an instant. A massive head poked out from the passage. It was a crocodile exuding cold air. Wait, this thing looks a bit familiar. Guan Chen quickly stopped Long Chie and San Lin. Why is it you? Behind the giant crocodile, a beautiful figure emerged. Han Xiaolu? Guan Chen called out the name. He remembered encountering a capable person on the road before. Guan Chen, Han Xiaolu said with surprise. Clearly, she recognized him too. What are you doing here? Guan Chen did not lower his guard. In the apocalypse, he wouldn't easily trust anyone. Moreover, he had only met Han Xiaolu once. Guan Chen was not the type to be distracted by a woman. If she showed any signs of abnormality, he would not hesitate to act. There's a turtle king here. I want to kill it. Han Xiaolu said the harshest words in the cutest tone. Guan Chen observed her closely and found no signs of abnormality. This indicated that Han Xiaolu was not lying. At the very least, she really wanted to kill the Xuanjia Turtle King. Because of your crocodile? Guan Chen looked at her. Yes, the little crocodile needs its crystal core. I was planning to come after a while, but the base army is withdrawing tomorrow, so I wanted to see if there was a chance. Han Xiaolu remained as unguarded as before. With her personality, surviving until now was nothing short of a miracle. Guan Chen didn't know if she was pretending to be foolish or if she was genuinely naive. Name, Ice Giant Crocodile, upgradable, potential, 8-star strength, 6-star advanced abilities, Ice Armor, Ice Breath, Frenzied Tail Whip, Death Strangle Evaluation, a giant crocodile infused with ice bloodline, possessing powerful potential. He scanned the Ice Giant Crocodile, and the system quickly provided information. Guan Chen did not expect this Ice Giant Crocodile to reach 6-star advanced. He had to admit, Han Xiaolu had some abilities. Surviving in the apocalypse should mean she wasn't a fool. However, he had just obtained the Xianlei Jiao Legion. If he really wanted to kill Han Xiaolu, it probably wouldn't be too difficult. Guan Chen, you asked the questions. Now it's my turn. Han Xiaolu spoke. You ask. Guan Chen lowered his arms. What are you doing here? Han Xiaolu asked. To kill the Xuanjia Turtle King. Guan Chen did not hide anything. Han Xiaolu's strength was decent. Perhaps there was a possibility of cooperation. The ice giant crocodile could also fight in the water. Oh, then our goals align. Let's cooperate, Han Xiaolu said seriously. Guan Chen was just about to respond when options appeared before him. Option 1, assassinate Han Xiaolu, reward, 1 ice giant crocodile corpse. Option 2, pretend to agree, find an opportunity to ambush, reward, 1 lightning whip. Option 3, choose to cooperate with Han Xiaolu, kill the Xuanjia Turtle King, reward, 1 skill upgrade opportunity, 1 Xin Turtle Shell Shield, 1 7-star crystal core. The rewards for the first 2 options were too meager. Guan Chen directly ignored them. Okay, the crystal core is yours, the corpse card is mine. Think about it. Guan Chen laid out his conditions. If they successfully killed the Xuanjia Turtle King, he would profit without loss. He could also obtain the crystal core. Good. Han Xiaolu nodded. Come up, let's discuss tactics. Since they had established a cooperative relationship, the most basic trust was still necessary. Otherwise, cooperation would be difficult to carry out. Moreover, Han Xiaolu's combat power mainly relied on the ice giant crocodile. Her own strength was not strong, only 5-star advanced. Guan Chen had 100 ways to outplay Han Xiaolu, so he wasn't worried. He didn't think the other party would pull any tricks. Is this a flood dragon? Han Xiaolu could only see Guan Chen from her previous position, so she was instantly surprised to see the Xianlei flood dragon. My pet. Guan Chen casually found a reason to brush it off. So cool. Can I trade my little crocodile for it? Han Xiaolu said. Ice giant crocodile, woo. Hurry up. Guan Chen glanced at her. Sorry. Han Xiaolu also knew that this was not the time for jokes. I've been here before. There are 10 Xuanjia turtles guarding around the Turtle King. All these Xuanjia turtles are at the 6-star beginner level. Han Xiaolu shared the information she knew with Guan Chen. This information is very important. Guan Chen said. Can your ice giant crocodile hold off the Xuanjia Turtle King? He looked at Han Xiaolu. Yes, but it can't hold on for too long. Han Xiaolu thought for a moment before replying to Guan Chen. You hold off the Xuanjia Turtle King first. Leave those Xuanjia turtles to me. Guan Chen's plan was very simple. It was to take them down one by one. No problem. Han Xiaolu nodded. But you have to be quick. I'm afraid the little crocodile can't hold on. She blinked her big eyes, looking at Guan Chen with anticipation. Don't worry. Even the lightning silver hero can't match my speed, Guan Chen said. Then he pulled out a stack of supply cards. Take these and use them. He stuffed the supply cards into Han Xiaolu's hands. Wow, so many? Are you a rich tycoon? Han Xiaolu looked at the supply cards in her hands. There were at least a few hundred. I hope you don't mess up in the upcoming operation. There's only one chance. Guan Chen looked at her seriously. If the Xuanjia Turtle King became wary, it would be difficult to kill it. Understood. Han Xiaolu nodded. The battle begins. Guan Chen charged ahead first. Long Jia and the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion followed closely behind. Little crocodile, charge! Han Xiaolu commanded the ice giant crocodile. Roar! The ice giant crocodile let out a roar and crawled out of the passage. It swung its tail and charged towards the small island. The small island was not far from the shore. Guan Chen instantly dashed across the stone bridge on the water's surface. Buzz! The Xuanjia Turtle King slowly rose. It let out a roar. The surrounding Xuanjia turtles immediately reacted. They launched an attack towards Guan Chen. The Xuanjia Turtle King also tried to charge at Guan Chen on its 4 limbs, but the ice giant crocodile burst out of the water and lunged at it. Crack! Its massive jaws bit down on the Xuanjia Turtle King's leg. In an instant, several black scales shattered. Buzz! The Xuanjia Turtle King yelped in pain and gave up attacking Guan Chen. It used its head to ram, and the ice giant crocodile was instantly knocked away. Blue scale. Long Jia. Finish it quickly. Guan Chen saw the scene of the ice-cold giant crocodile being sent flying. He knew Han Xiaolu couldn't hold on for long. Understood. Master. Song Lin struck the armored turtle with a claw. The terrifying force directly left 5 deep claw marks. Purple lightning surged. Song Lin spat out a purple lightning ball. The lightning ball crashed into the armored turtle, and the powerful electric ability pierced through its shell. Immediately after, it used its sharp claws to tear the shell apart. An armored turtle fell dead on the spot. Guan Chen gripped the blood-drinking blade, easily breaking through the armored turtle's defenses. Whoosh! A sword strike. A cut appeared on the armored turtle's body. Blood-red tentacles spread out, sucking the blood and flesh from the armored turtle. Although the armored turtle's defense was strong, its movements were sluggish. Once entangled by the blood-red tentacles, it could only be at their mercy. The speed of the blood-drinking blade was rapid. In just a few seconds, it had completely hollowed out the armored turtle. Guan Chen withdrew the blood-drinking blade, the blood-red tentacles carrying a crystal core. He casually collected the crystal core and quickly rushed towards the other armored turtles. Boom! The armored turtle king bit at the ice-cold giant crocodile. Its biting force was no less than that of the ice-cold giant crocodile. Rip! The armored turtle king bit down on the ice-cold giant crocodile and yanked fiercely. Large chunks of flesh were torn away, and blood gushed out. The ice-cold giant crocodile condensed ice armor, sealing the wound with ice. It opened its massive mouth, and a chilling aura instantly radiated out. The icy breath was sprayed towards the armored turtle king. The armored turtle king was not to be outdone. The ground beneath it trembled slightly, and a wall of earth rose up. The icy breath crashed into the earthen wall. The wall was instantly frozen. The ice-cold giant crocodile charged out, its tail swinging fiercely. The frozen earthen wall was shattered in an instant. The massive tail struck the armored turtle king's head. The terrifying force directly shattered several scales. But this strike also thoroughly enraged it. The armored turtle king's claws grabbed the ice-cold giant crocodile's tail. Roar! The ice-cold giant crocodile roared, trying to break free from the restraint. Unfortunately, the armored turtle king was immensely powerful. The ice-cold giant crocodile turned its head, gathering icy breath once more. Due to the supply card, the ice-cold giant crocodile could unleash 2 powerful attacks in a short time. A hint of caution appeared in the armored turtle king's eyes. Clearly, it could not completely ignore the damage from the icy breath. However, the armored turtle king did not choose to let go. It gathered water attribute energy, preparing for a head-on clash. Boom! The 2 terrifying breaths collided with each other. The ground around them cracked open. The ice-cold giant crocodile was gradually struggling to hold on. The armored turtle king's attack had already overpowered the icy breath. If it hit the ice-cold giant crocodile, it would definitely be severely injured. Little Croc. Han Xiaolu was somewhat anxious. She gathered ice spikes in her hand and hurled them at the armored turtle king. But such an attack was merely a tickle to the armored turtle king. It's over. Han Xiaolu felt a sense of despair. The ice-cold giant crocodile was not only her pet but also her partner. Whoosh! At the critical moment, a long sword covered in tentacles interrupted the armored turtle king's attack. Guan Chen leaped, gripping the blood-drinking blade, and stabbed at the armored turtle king. Clang! The armored turtle king's head was struck, and it was forced back. The ice-cold giant crocodile seized the opportunity to break free from the turtle king's grasp. First, heal. As Guan Chen stabbed at the armored turtle king, he threw out dozens of intermediate recovery cards. This was not the time to save. They needed to quickly restore the ice-cold giant crocodile's injuries. Little Croc. Han Xiaolu crushed the cards. The wound on the ice-cold giant crocodile was enveloped in a mass of merging green light. The effect of the intermediate recovery cards was incredibly powerful. With dozens used simultaneously, the ice-cold giant crocodile's injuries were instantly restored to their original state. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The armored turtle king reacted and lunged at Guan Chen. Blood Soul Slash. Guan Chen condensed a blood-colored sword energy. In an instant, he slashed towards the Xuanjia turtle king. Whoosh! A layer of earthen armor instantly formed on the Xuanjia turtle king's head. The Blood Soul Slash struck the earthen armor, leaving a dense array of cracks. Guan Chen, I'm here to help you, Han Xiaolu said, prompting the ice giant crocodile to launch an attack. Long Jia and the Shenlei Jiao Legion also charged towards the Xuanjia turtle king. 3 cards appeared in Guan Chen's hand in an instant. Lightning Element Summoning Card. Without hesitation, he crushed the summoning card. Crack! 3 humanoid beings made of lightning materialized before Guan Chen. Attack! He commanded. The lightning element's arms swung continuously. Strikes of purple lightning fell upon the Xuanjia turtle king. The lightning hit the turtle shell, scorching it black in patches. Although the damage was minimal, the frequency was fast enough. A concentrated assault on one spot could yield surprising results. Frost Wolf Soul, Guan Chen used directly. A massive Frost Wolf Soul coalesced. Kill! Guan Chen ordered. The Frost Wolf Soul charged at the Xuanjia turtle king. He didn't expect the Frost Wolf Soul to inflict any substantial damage. As long as it could disrupt the Xuanjia turtle king, that was enough. The Frost Wolf exhaled a beam of icy energy. It successfully froze one of the Xuanjia turtle king's legs. Its movement halted. Good opportunity. Guan Chen gathered the blood demon hand. He felt an endless surge of power in his arm. The blood-drinking blade shimmered with a sinister bloodlight. He slashed at the Xuanjia turtle king. Crack! A gash appeared on the Xuanjia Turtle King's body. The blood-drinking blade had reached the mid-level of 7 stars, combined with a legendary-level talent. With all his strength, Guan Chen successfully broke through the Xuanjia Turtle King's shell. Roar! The Xuanjia Turtle King let out a wail. Its eyes were filled with astonishment. This human, before it could actually breach its defenses, energy surged within it. The ice on its leg shattered instantly. The turtle shell, resembling a small mountain, emitted a yellowish glow. With a slight tremor, spikes of earth erupted from the ground. Guan Chen moved nimbly, easily dodging the earth spikes. Long Chia revealed its complete form. The demon wing flapped, lifting off the ground. The ice giant crocodile and the Xianlei Jiao Legion fared worse. Their large bodies couldn't evade the dense earth spikes. They could only endure the attacks. The scales on the Xianlei Jiao glowed purple. The earth spikes struck but couldn't penetrate. The ice giant crocodile was covered in a layer of icy armor, also withstanding the assault. Seizing the opportunity, the Xuanjia Turtle King crawled towards the water. Trying to escape? No way! Block it! Guan Chen reacted instantly. The Xianlei Jiao continuously spat out lightning balls. The lightning balls struck the Xuanjia Turtle King's wound. The flesh and blood in the wound instantly turned to char. Yet it still did not stop. Enduring the excruciating pain, it crawled towards the water. Long Chia dove towards the Xuanjia Turtle King. Its devouring claw struck out fiercely. Slash! The Xuanjia Turtle King's wound was torn open again, gushing blood profusely. Unfortunately, the Xuanjia Turtle King paid no heed. It frantically crawled towards the water. The terrifying force, combined with its massive size, was impossible to stop. The Xuanjia Turtle King plunged into the water. A smile crept onto Guan Chen's lips. It had fallen into a trap. The water was indeed the Turtle King's domain. But there was a prerequisite. That was, the opponent had no underwater combat capability. However, in reality, apart from Han Xiaolu, everyone on his side could fight in the water. The ice giant crocodile and the Xianlei Jiao needed no further mention. Guan Chen possessed water manipulation. Long Chia was essentially a puppet and did not need to breathe. After the Xuanjia Turtle King entered the water, it became much more agile. But it also exposed a fatal weakness, its abdomen. Without hesitation, Guan Chen jumped into the water. Glub glub. Water manipulation activated. Guan Chen felt no discomfort. He could breathe freely in the water. Guan Chen swam towards the Xuanjia Turtle King, his body moving gracefully. He was originally a poor swimmer, but with the enhancement of the water control technique, he instantly transformed into a swimming master. Without any sense of obstruction, he quickly caught up to the Xuanjia Turtle King. The Xianlei Jiao followed closely beside him. Long Chia also twisted and swam towards the Xuanjia Turtle King. The Hanbing giant crocodile dove deeper. The area around the Xuanjia Turtle King was soaked in blood. Go! Guan Chen suddenly accelerated. Gripping the blood-drinking blade, he aimed for the Xuanjia Turtle King's rear. Put! The soft rear instantly sprayed blood. Roar! The Xuanjia Turtle King let out a piercing scream, angrily accusing Guan Chen of lacking martial ethics and launching a sneak attack on its rear. The Xianlei Jiao lunged at the Xuanjia Turtle King, continuously attacking its limbs and abdomen. The Xuanjia Turtle King did not sit idly by. It thrashed its body wildly. It is well known that turtles can extend their necks quite far, especially for the Xuanjia Turtle King, a creature of evolution. It stretched its neck and bit at the Xianlei Jiao. Swish! A Xianlei Jiao was bitten. The terrifying bite force nearly snapped it in half. At the critical moment, Guan Chen launched a fierce attack on the rear. He stuffed a self-destructing robot into it. Boom! The area around the rear exploded with blood. The Xuanjia Turtle King was on the verge of tears. Who hasn't had a child? Stuffing a bomb into its rear? Is this something a human would do? Guan Chen couldn't care less. He had to seize the opportunity. If the Xuanjia Turtle King regained its composure, things would get difficult. The loss of blood made the Xuanjia Turtle King weak. It suddenly felt the call of death. It had dominated the aquarium for so long, only to die at the hands of a human. It was unwilling. Around the Xuanjia Turtle King, water balls began to form. It was making its final struggle. The water balls contained immense energy, instantly blasting outward. Blood soul slash. Guan Chen slashed out with a sword. The two forces collided. His body was directly blasted away. Long Chia and the Xianlei Jiao were also pushed back by the water balls. The Xuanjia Turtle King did not retreat but advanced. It locked onto the one who attacked its rear. Even if it died, it would drag Guan Chen down with it. Guan Chen did not panic. Instead, he charged forward. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the long-hidden Hanbing giant crocodile, now fully unleashed and rushing towards them. It seemed the Hanbing giant crocodile was about to unleash a big move. Guan Chen had to cooperate. Seeing Guan Chen, the Xuanjia Turtle King also advanced. Its ferocity was instantly ignited. It sensed the Hanbing giant crocodile behind it. But to eliminate Guan Chen, it chose not to dodge. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. The Xuanjia Turtle King suddenly stretched out its neck. It opened its massive mouth, sharp teeth still stained with blood. Closer. The Xuanjia Turtle King was about to swallow Guan Chen. But in the next second, the person in front of it vanished. The Xuanjia Turtle King bit into thin air. The collision of its jaws left it dazed. Teleportation technique. Guan Chen's figure appeared 10 meters away. He wasn't a fool. How could he let the Xuanjia Turtle King bite him? Everything that had just happened was to cooperate with the Hanbing giant crocodile. As Guan Chen disappeared, it suddenly realized it had been tricked. The Xuanjia Turtle King wanted to evade, but it was too late. The Hanbing giant crocodile bit into its limb. Death strangle. A terrifying force surged from its limb. Crockle. The Hanbing giant crocodile spun wildly. The black scales shattered instantly. The thick turtle leg was torn off. Blood gushed out, staining the surrounding seawater. The delicious turtle leg was swallowed by the Hanbing giant crocodile in just a few bites. A pure energy flowed within it. Losing a leg made the Xuanjia Turtle King even weaker. The Xianlei Jiao and Long Xia had already arrived. They launched a fierce attack on the Xuanjia Turtle King. With only 3 legs left, the Xuanjia Turtle King struggled to maintain its balance. Guan Chen swung at its head. Clang! The Xuanjia Turtle King's head was harder than its shell. Under Guan Chen's full strength, he only managed to create a crack. The Xuanjia Turtle King spat out a water arrow. A sneak attack? Guan Chen was already on guard. He was a master of sneak attacks, how could he be ambushed? A blood shadow clone burst forth from his body. Boom! The water arrow struck the clone, exploding on impact. The blood shadow clone was instantly shattered. But this also disrupted the Xuanjia Turtle King's ambush. The ice giant crocodile launched another attack. It grabbed onto the Xuanjia Turtle King's other leg. Death strangle. The thick turtle leg became food for its belly. Guan Chen launched a fierce assault. The blood-drinking blade struck the Xuanjia Turtle King's head. Once wasn't enough, so he struck again. And again. The Xuanjia Turtle King had lost its ability to resist. It allowed Guan Chen to hack away without any reaction. Crack! The blood-drinking blade cleaved through the Turtle King's head. Kill the Xuanjia Turtle King, reward 150,000 points, hardened armor technique X1, complete option reward skill upgrade opportunity X1, Shin Turtle Shell Shield X1, 7-star Crystal Core X1, the system's voice rang out consecutively. The Xuanjia Turtle King was completely dead. Stop! Don't bite anymore. It's already dead. Can you show a little compassion? Guan Chen hurriedly stopped the ice giant crocodile. This guy was addicted to strangling. It even refused to spare the corpse. Ice giant crocodile, is this even human talk? This is your share. Take it. Guan Chen took a crystal core from the Turtle King's head. The crystal core was nearly transparent, like the most perfect piece of art. Inside, 2 streams of pure energy flowed slowly. The ice giant crocodile swallowed the crystal core and then obediently left. Although it really wanted to continue tasting the turtle leg, it didn't want to go against Han Xiaolu's words. A purple gold card burst forth from the Xuanjia Turtle King's corpse. The card's border was adorned with mysterious gilded patterns. Just from its appearance, it was clearly not an ordinary item. Guan Chen carefully stored the card. The Xuanjia Turtle King's corpse. You all can divide it. He plunged the blood-drinking blade into the Turtle King's head. The blood-red tentacles eagerly spread outwards. Like a mass of blood vessels, they writhed continuously. Long Xia was not to be outdone. Its devouring claws delved deep into the Turtle King's body. Slash! The Turtle King's heart was pulled out. The Xianlei Jiao tore at the Turtle King's limbs. The flesh and blood of the Turtle King were the most valuable things aside from the card and crystal core. They contained immense energy. Guan Chen leaned in, picking a good spot. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand. He cut several 100 pounds of turtle meat and tossed it into his spatial ring. You all eat. I'll wait up top. Guan Chen dropped the line and swam back to the small island. Upon returning, he saw the ice giant crocodile lying on the ground. After consuming the crystal core, it had begun to evolve. Han Xiaolu stayed close, guarding around the ice giant crocodile. During the evolution process, the ice giant crocodile could not be disturbed. Guan Chen, can I ask you for a favor? Han Xiaolu looked at him. Before dark, I must leave. There were still a few hours until dark. If the ice giant crocodile didn't complete its evolution, that would be unfortunate. Thank you. Han Xiaolu expressed some gratitude. After all, having Guan Chen here would make things much safer. He didn't say much more. Instead, he opened the system backpack to check the rewards. Hardened armor technique. After learning, you can harden any part of your body, making it indestructible. After reading the skill description, Guan Chen slightly lowered his head. Forget it. What if it can't change back? He quickly shook his head. This was a very good skill. The human body has many soft parts. Although he has a white bone armor, having multiple safeguards is never a bad thing. System. Learn the hard armor technique. Guan Chen silently thought. Han Xiaolu was right beside him. He didn't want to be seen as insane. Ding. Congratulations, host, for learning the hard armor technique. The system's voice rang out. Guan Chen instantly felt a surge of information flooding his mind. The hard armor technique was directly comprehended. He slightly demonstrated it and found that his arms had become incredibly hard. This was a good life-saving skill. The more energy consumed, the more pronounced the effect. Skill upgrade opportunities. This was a rare reward. So far, he had only received 3 chances to upgrade skills. The first was the reward for killing the human-faced Mantis. The second was the reward for killing the Corpse King. The third was just now. He had now accumulated 2 chances. Guan Chen prepared to upgrade his skill. System. Upgrade the teleportation technique. He spoke directly. The teleportation technique. It was definitely a god-level skill. Whether for saving his life or for ambushes, it could have unexpected effects. Ding. Teleportation technique upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained intermediate teleportation technique. Intermediate teleportation technique. Teleport 30 meters to a designated location. Cooldown time 150 seconds. The upgraded teleportation technique had a longer distance and a faster cooldown time. System. Upgrade intermediate teleportation technique. Guan Chen did not hesitate at all. Ding. Intermediate teleportation technique upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained advanced teleportation technique. Advanced teleportation technique. Teleport 45 meters to a designated location. Can freely control teleportation distance. Cooldown time 130 seconds. Guan Chen nodded, expressing great satisfaction. The advanced teleportation technique not only had a longer distance and a faster cooldown time, but most importantly, it allowed control over the teleportation distance. As long as he was within the teleportation range, he could move freely. There was no need to deliberately control the teleportation position. This small change made the teleportation technique even more impressive. After upgrading the skill, Guan Chen took out a giant shield from the system backpack. The giant shield was over 2 meters long and more than a meter wide, reflecting a dark sheen. Scales the size of palms were neatly arranged on the surface of the shield. At the center of these scales was a pattern resembling a turtle shell. Guan Chen looked closely and found some similarities with the back of the Xuanjia Turtle King. Name, Xian Turtle Shell Shield Type, Shield Grade, 6-star Advanced Talent, Advanced Toughness, Beginner Defense Aura Skills, Xian Turtle Bite, Firm Guard Evaluation, a shield forged from special materials and Xian Turtle Scales, possessing extremely strong defensive power, containing the remnant soul of the Xian Turtle. The Xian Turtle Shell shield in his hand exuded a heavy feeling. Leo should like this. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction and put the shield back into the system backpack. Ding! Long Xie devoured the heart of the Xuanjia Turtle King and comprehended Earth Spike. Earth Spike summons an Earth Spike to attack enemies. Ding! The Xian Lei Jiao Legion devoured the body of the Xuanjia Turtle King and comprehended Water Bullet. Water Bullet condenses a water bullet to attack enemies. The system's prompt sounded one after another. Guan Chen did not expect such a pleasant surprise. Although they were just 2 ordinary skills, they were free. Long Xie surfaced, holding the bloodthirsty blade. After devouring the Xuanjia Turtle King, Long Xie's strength broke through to 6-star Intermediate. Song Lin, along with the Xian Lei Jiao Legion, also surfaced. Their strength broke through to 6-star Advanced. Master. The sword. Long Xie respectfully handed the bloodthirsty blade to Guan Chen. Guan Chen took the bloodthirsty blade, its blade covered in a strange bloodlight. It absorbed the blood of the Xuanjia Turtle King. The bloodthirsty blade broke through to 7-star Advanced. The body of the Xuanjia Turtle King did not disappoint Guan Chen. At this moment, Han Xiaolu cast a glance. Rest assured. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Before it gets dark, I will leave. After just defeating the Xuanjia Turtle King, the ice giant crocodile had also contributed quite a bit. Since it was within his capabilities, he might as well make a friend. Thank you. Han Xiaolu said gratefully. Guan Chen did not respond but instead checked his spatial ring. He traded all the 4 and 5-star crystal cores for points. Ding! Traded 4-star crystal core X1065, gained 60,705 points. Ding! Traded 5-star crystal core X118, gained 9,558 points. The points that had been depleted instantly filled up. There were still 3 6-star crystal cores left in the spatial ring. These were contributed by 10 Xuanjia turtles. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly held them in his hand to absorb. 3 streams of pure energy flowed through his body. Every cell greedily absorbed it. Pop! Guan Chen felt as if a barrier within his body had been broken. 6-star advanced. Once the crystal cores were absorbed, they turned to powder and scattered in the wind. He really wanted to take out the 7-star crystal core to absorb it, but Han Xiaolu was still there. Guan Chen could only endure. Of course, he could also choose to eliminate Han Xiaolu. Without the ice giant crocodile, it would be easy to kill her. This was the downside of beast tamers and summoners. Once they lost external power, they became very vulnerable. Why are you staring at me like that? You don't want to kill the donkey after grinding it, do you? Han Xiaolu sensed Guan Chen's aggressive gaze and was startled. How could that be? I am of pure character. I would never do such a heartless thing, Guan Chen said with a serious expression. He felt a bit guilty as his inner thoughts were seen through. Han Xiaolu wasn't that foolish. Alright, I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. Han Xiaolu quickly apologized. Forget it. I reluctantly forgive you. Guan Chen waved his hand, showing a broad-minded demeanor. This made Han Xiaolu feel deeply condemned inside. Guan Chen took out the cards and used them all. Gained intermediate supply card X50, gained intermediate advancement card X15, gained corrosive arrow X120, arrows containing corrosive toxins, gained quality food card X30, gained intermediate recovery card X50, gained explosive arrow X60, all blue cards were opened. Most were consumable items. Guan Chen continued to open cards, 22 purple cards. He did not hesitate and crushed them all. Gained advanced advancement card X3, gained Legion upgrade card X1, gained Legion expansion card, 1 person, X10, gained Thunder Prison Trap card X1, place a Thunder Prison Trap that creates a 10-meter lightning area for 3 seconds upon triggering, gain Soundproofing Technique X1, after use, master the Soundproofing Technique, allowing you to set up a soundproof barrier not exceeding 10 cubic meters, gain Z-Type Combat Robot X5, Z-Type Combat Robot, equipped with 2 heavy machine guns, gained Energy Fruit X1, a fruit containing energy that enhances strength, effective only for below 10 stars. The rewards from the purple cards were much better than those from the blue cards. System. Learn Soundproofing Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host has learned Soundproofing Technique. The system's voice rang out. Guan Chen felt a flood of information rushing into his mind. Moments later, he fully grasped the soundproofing technique. He set up a soundproof barrier around him. Han Xiaolu, I was actually lying to you just now. I want to kill you, Guan Chen said recklessly. In the distance, Han Xiaolu showed no reaction at all. She stroked the ice giant crocodile, her face showing a worried expression. It really works. Guan Chen nodded. This was a practical little skill. As the saying goes, having more skills is never a burden. Sooner or later, it would come in handy. A milky white fruit appeared in Guan Chen's hand. It looked somewhat like an apple. Within the energy fruit, pure energy is contained. Guan Chen swallowed the fruit in a few bites. The taste was slightly sweet and very delicious. Immediately, a massive surge of energy erupted forth. Guan Chen pondered as his body was continuously strengthened. Buzz. After a moment, he felt the barrier within him break through once again. 7-star beginner. A steady stream of power flowed through him. Guan Chen found this feeling to be incredibly wonderful. Roar! A deafening roar echoed throughout the entire aquarium. The surrounding water surface rippled with waves. The body of the ice giant crocodile began to change. Its limbs grew sturdier. Around its body, hexagonal ice pillars sprouted. Its strength successfully broke through to 7-star beginner. Name, Ice Giant Crocodile, can evolve, potential, 8-star strength, 7-star beginner abilities, Ice Armor, Ice Breath, Frenzied Tail Whip, Death Strangle, Hexagonal Ice Pillar Evaluation, a giant crocodile infused with ice bloodline, possessing immense potential. Guan Chen scanned the ice giant crocodile as the system quickly provided information. This enhancement allowed it to comprehend new skills. But unfortunately, it did not achieve true evolution. After all, the ice giant crocodile's potential is 8-star. Little croc, Han Xiaolu exclaimed in delight. The ice giant crocodile nudged her hand with its head. I'm leaving. Guan Shen saw that the ice giant crocodile had completed its breakthrough. His promise was fulfilled. Guan Shen mounted on the back of Sanglin and said, "Pipi Jiao, let's go." Sanglin's limbs moved, swiftly swimming towards the opposite shore. "Little Croc, let's head back too. Pack up, we'll retreat with the team tomorrow." Han Xiaolu climbed onto the back of the ice giant crocodile. After the two left, the aquarium fell into silence once more. Guan Shen rode Sanglin, racing down the street. The sky was gradually darkening. He arrived at a residential area, very close to the survivor camp. It would only take a few minutes to reach. Guan Shen chose not to return to the camp for the night. He needed to wait here for the return of the Legion soldiers. Inside a luxurious independent villa, Guan Shen took out the 7-star crystal core. A wave of pure energy instantly filled the entire room. The quality of this 7-star crystal core far exceeded that of the Xuanjia Turtle Kings. As expected, system products are guaranteed to be top-notch. The energy contained within the crystal core reached at least 7-star intermediate. Without hesitation, Guan Shen directly held it in his hand to absorb it. Boom! A torrent of immense energy washed over Guan Shen's body. Cold sweat the size of beans broke out on his forehead. Guan Shen gritted his teeth, enduring the surging energy flow. After the enhancement from the heart of grass and wood, Guan Shen's body became exceptionally resilient. This level of energy flow was completely manageable. Time passed slowly. The energy within Guan Shen gradually calmed down. Ha! He exhaled a breath of turbid air. A brilliant light sparkled in his eyes. The energy from the 7-star crystal core allowed him to successfully break through to 7-star intermediate. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has improved. Sanglin sensed the aura in the room. Guan Shen nodded. The road to Yang City was fraught with danger. He couldn't guarantee what kind of peril he would encounter. Guan Shen had to focus on becoming stronger. This was also the reason he went to the aquarium. 7-star intermediate. Just barely meeting his expectations. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Jiao Legion. Guan Shen selected Sanglin and directly initiated the upgrade. He used the Legion advancement card. Buzz! A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the Xianlei Jiao Legion. The upgrade card was like a bug in existence. In just a moment, it could elevate the Legion by 1 level. Ding! Xianlei Jiao Legion upgrade complete. Currently 7-star low level. The system's voice rang out. The Xianlei Jiao Legion was powerful, considered his trump card. Master! We are back! The voices of several commanders echoed into the villa. Behind them, they all carried burlap sacks. Each Legion soldier also had a burlap sack on their back. Inside were various supplies, crystal cores, and cards. Thank you for your hard work. It is our honor to serve the Master. The commanders and soldiers said in unison. Guan Shen counted the supplies. 30,000 pounds of rice, 25,000 pounds of flour, 5,000 cans of various meats. 4-star crystal cores X2150, 5-star crystal cores X230, blue cards X1210, purple cards X75. Guan Shen stored the supplies in his spatial ring. Then he traded all the crystal cores for points. Ding! You traded 4-star crystal cores X2150, earning 139,750 points. Ding! You traded 5-star crystal cores X230, earning 19,550 points. Instantly, he gained around 160,000 points. Guan Shen now had a total of 474,400 points. These points were enough to elevate the Legion's strength by 1 tier. System. Expand the Shadow Swordmaster. Legion expansion card, 1 person, X14. Guan Shen used all of them on the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. Ding! Shadow Swordmaster Legion expansion completed. Now at 6-star beginner level. The system's voice came through. System. Purchase Legion upgrade cards X9. Without any hesitation, Guan Shen chose to buy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You successfully purchased Legion upgrade cards X9, costing 450,000 points. You truly are. Ignoring the system's flattery. System. Upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. Guan Shen selected Xinlian and used 1 upgrade card. Ding! Shadow Swordmaster Legion upgrade completed. Now at 6-star beginner level. Ding! Detected that the Shadow Swordmaster Legion meets the advancement conditions. Do you wish to advance? The system's voice continued. Yes. Guan Shen did not hesitate. Ding! Consuming advancement card X100. Shadow Swordmaster Legion begins to advance. A flash of white light, and the Shadow Swordmaster Legion vanished from its spot. System. Upgrade the Elf Archer Legion. Guan Shen selected Eileen and used 3 upgrade cards. The potential of the Elf Archer Legion was also 6-star. Ding! Elf Archer Legion upgrade completed. Now at 6-star beginner level. Ding! Detected that the Elf Archer Legion meets the advancement conditions. Do you wish to advance? The system's voice rang out. Advance. Guan Chen nodded. Ding! Consuming advancement card X100. Elf Archer Legion begins to advance. The Elf Archer Legion instantly disappeared from its spot. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Guan Chen chose Kyle and directly used 3 upgrade cards. Ding! Silver Lion Cavalry Legion upgrade successful. Now at 6-star beginner level. The system's voice sounded. The Silver Lion Cavalry Legion emitted waves of energy one after another. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Chen chose Bone and used 1 upgrade card. Ding! Skeleton Undead Legion upgrade successful. Now at 5-star intermediate level. The system's voice rang out. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shieldguard Legion. Guan Chen chose Leo and consumed the last upgrade card. Ding! Ironclad Shieldguard Legion upgrade successful. Now at 5-star intermediate level. The system's voice sounded. Guan Chen raised the strength of all the legions. Although his points were once again depleted, it was absolutely worth it. The Shadow Swordmaster and Elf Archer Legions had already begun to advance. The Silver Lion Cavalry broke through to 6-star beginner level. The Skeleton Undead and Ironclad Shield Guard also broke through to 5-star intermediate level. The Xianlei Jiao Legion even reached 7-star beginner level. After a busy day, Guan Chen felt a bit tired. He walked into the bathroom and casually took a cold shower. With his physique, he didn't have to worry about catching a cold. Bone, please keep watch tonight, Guan Chen instructed. Okay, master. Bone nodded, instructing the soldiers to guard around the villa. Guan Chen fell asleep immediately. He was well aware that tomorrow's evacuation would definitely not go smoothly. In the camp, after dinner, the survivors went to bed early. The Great Escape tomorrow would surely see many people die. If they wanted to survive, they needed to conserve their strength. The night was eerily quiet. Above a certain building, around the spatial rift, a strange wave was continuously spreading. In the dark passage, a sinister head poked out. Hiss! It roared, eager to descend upon this delicious world. Hiss! As dawn broke, the piercing sound of insects echoed across Z City. The people in the survivor camp were instantly awakened by the insect sounds. They nervously looked around, fearing that monsters would suddenly appear. Not good. The monsters are about to crawl out. The reconnaissance team noticed that the rift in the sky had become very unstable. The spatial passage was filled with insectoid monsters. They struggled desperately, trying to break free from the rift. Quick! Notify the camp. The soldiers of the reconnaissance team took out their communication devices. Camp! Camp! This is Team UZ. Preliminary observation, there are already creatures crawling out of the spatial rift. Please respond. Buzz buzz buzz. Dozens of beetles with transparent cicada wings burst out from the spatial rift, instantly locking onto Team UZ not far away. The cicada wings flapped as they glided forward. They spread their forelimbs, which were a pair of sharp sickles. Team UZ was still in contact with the camp, completely unaware that danger had already quietly descended. Team UZ, please return to the camp as soon as possible. The voice of the deputy officer came through the communication device. Ming! Monsters! Quick, counterattack! ZZ! A series of screams came from the communication device, followed by chaotic electrical sounds. Team UZ, what happened? Zhou Yuan sensed something was wrong and quickly inquired. ZZ, it was still the chaotic electrical noise. Something had gone wrong. Zhou Yuan's heart tightened. Although Team UZ was just a reconnaissance unit, they were still equipped with 10 4-star junior awakeners. But judging from the earlier situation, the ambushing monsters had almost instantly killed everyone. Quick, pass the message down. In 10 minutes, begin evacuation. Due to the urgency of the situation, he had no time to consult. Yes, the soldiers used the broadcast to spread the message throughout the camp. All survivors, please note, evacuation will begin in 10 minutes. Please line up and follow the main force. The broadcast repeated over and over. The survivors hurriedly packed their tents, but many smart people had already prepared. Spatial rift. Dozens of flying beetles were gnawing on corpses. The soldier's body was severed in half. Many still retained consciousness. They felt as if their bodies were being gnawed at by something. Rip! The flying beetles tore out intestines and rolled them into their mouths. Hiss hiss hiss. They emitted excited cries. From the spatial rift, a mass of green fungal cells spewed out. These fungal cells formed a slippery slope, like a green carpet, connecting to the ground. Many insectoid monsters slid down to the ground along the fungal carpet. Guan Chen had finished washing up. He looked at the distant, mighty base army. Tanks were clearing the way ahead. Armored vehicles drove along the sides of the convoy. Soldiers were fully armed, holding firearms. The line of survivors closely followed behind the soldiers. A long dragon stretched out from the camp. The evacuation had begun. In Guan Chen's hand, a purple gold card appeared. This was the card dropped by the Xuanjia Turtle King yesterday. The purple glow was interspersed with golden brilliance. He gently crushed the purple gold card. Crack! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the shadow shift technique. The system's prompt sound rang out. Skill? Guan Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Just from the name, this skill should be quite good. Shadow shift, after casting, it allows for a position swap with any target within 100 meters. Guan Chen's eyes lit up after reading the skill description. System. Learn shadow shift. Without hesitation, Guan Chen directly learned it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned shadow shift. The system's voice echoed. Guan Chen felt a surge of information in his mind. The shadow shift technique instantly clicked for him. He locked onto Bone in the room. Shadow shift. Guan Chen's figure vanished, and Bone's form appeared. Master, what's going on? Bone touched its bald head, looking completely bewildered. Shadow shift. Guan Chen's figure reappeared, and Bone returned to its original spot. Congratulations, Master. You've gained a new skill. Bone finally reacted. Alright, I know you're slow to respond. Guan Chen rolled his eyes at Bone. But he couldn't blame it, after all, it was just a skeleton head. Guan Chen recalled all the soldiers of the Legion back into the space, leaving only Long Xie to follow him. To cover for the system, Guan Chen prepared a new identity, Summoner. The Legion soldiers were his summoned creatures. The large group withdrew in an imposing manner, and along the way, many survivors joined in. Guan Chen was one of them. The base soldiers did not obstruct them. During the retreat, searching for survivors along the way was also part of their mission. After joining the group, Guan Chen saw a few familiar faces: Qin Xiong, Wang Wenli, Lin Xiaonai. This was the team from Z University. Since everyone was in a hurry to evacuate, no one noticed him. Guan Chen also hid among the crowd, following the main force. The high-ranking officials of the base army, after multiple screenings, finally determined the evacuation route. First, they would retreat south along M205. Although taking G Road required a detour, it could avoid the southern mountain range. The southern mountain range was continuous, and the group could not possibly cross it, so taking a detour was the best choice. During the evacuation, survivors continued to join the main force. The monsters from the spatial rift had already begun to descend. The evacuation of the main force was urgent. Those survivors who had not yet arrived at the camp could only hope for the best. Buzz buzz buzz. The sky suddenly darkened. Everyone quickly looked up and discovered hundreds of flying beetles. They were as large as tables, their cicada-like wings vibrating incessantly. Their forelimbs were a pair of sharp sickles. Not good. It's the insectoid monsters. The soldiers spotted the enemy and quickly raised the alarm. Unfortunately, they underestimated the speed of the flying beetles. Hundreds of flying beetles dove down in an instant. The massive sickles swung towards the survivors. Swish swish swish. Hundreds of heads flew high into the air. The flying beetles clutched the heads and began to suck. It was as if human brain matter was the most delicious drink. Ah, my husband's head is gone. Xiao Chang, you can't die. Woo woo. Mom, why is your head gone? Everything happened too suddenly. Many people didn't react in time, but the hot blood rolling down their faces made them realize they had brushed past death. Ah, monsters! What terrifying beetles! Kill them! The wave of attacks from the flying beetles instantly threw the rear of the group into panic. Everyone, don't panic. Maintain the formation. The soldiers fought back while trying to calm the survivors. Day. The rifles spat bright tongues of fire, sweeping towards the sky. The flying beetles were fast, had strong attack power, and could fly. But their defense was not that strong. Ordinary bullets could penetrate their bodies. Green insect blood rained down from the sky. One by one, the flying beetles fell. They crashed into the crowd, still relentless in their slaughter. The soldiers' gunfire merely knocked them down, not killing them outright. The flying beetles maintained their high-speed flight. It was nearly impossible for bullets to hit their heads unless one possessed special abilities. Whoosh! The flying beetles swung their sides, attacking the surrounding survivors. They were all ordinary people, utterly unable to withstand the assault. In an instant, Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, some had their feet severed, others their arms. "Mom! Where are you? Woo woo!" a little boy cried. Behind him lay a fallen flying beetle. Green insect blood flowed continuously from it. But it did not die, instead, it swung its scythe towards the boy. Whoosh! The boy's body was split in two. The insect monsters showed no mercy. As long as there was a target in sight, it was their prey. "Ah! Little Bao!" In the crowd, a plump young woman screamed. She witnessed her son being cleaved in half by the monster. The bloody scene instantly shattered her sanity. Yet the people around her displayed indifference. Just moments ago, there were many people beside the boy. They could have taken him away. But fear of the insect race made them abandon their kindness. Saving the boy could mean their own death. However, their actions would not be met with moral condemnation. Rat-a-tat-tat. Soldiers arrived just in time, killing the flying beetles. The group continued to move forward, not stopping for anything. Only that young woman remained, dazedly holding her son's corpse. She tried to piece the body back together, but she found it utterly impossible. People passed by her, instinctively keeping their distance. "Let's go. The child is dead." Guan Chen paused slightly and said to the young woman, "You go. Little Bao is dead. I don't want to live anymore." The woman shook her head. She clutched the child's body tightly. "All right, good luck." Guan Chen said no more and left with Long Chia. The woman's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. The attack of the flying beetles was just the beginning. The insect race had descended, and they would not let their food escape so easily. Those hundreds of flying beetles were merely cannon fodder for reconnaissance. The insect race's fighting force had just made its entrance. Rumble! The ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Everyone quickly turned to look behind. Centipedes over 10 meters long were charging towards the group. The shells of these centipedes reflected a kaleidoscope of colors. Thick, viscous liquid oozed from around their mandibles, clearly filled with deadly poison. Besides the colorful centipedes, there were many bizarre insect creatures. Spiders the size of wash basins, covered in green fuzz. Beetles as large as RVs, bright red in color. Beetles emitting cold air, covered in blue stripes. Colorful centipedes, venomous spiders, red beetles, blue-striped beetles. Guan Chen glanced over, and the system quickly provided information. Option 1, Humph. Insect race? Let them come and never return. Stay behind to fend off the insect army alone, reward, an immortal monument. Option 2, cross the southern mountain range alone, reward, a flip-top sandalwood coffin. Option 3, follow the base army to retreat, reach Yang City, reward, legendary potential legion card X1, skill upgrade times X5. 3 options appeared before Guan Chen in an instant. He hesitated not for a moment and decisively chose the third. The rewards of the first 2 options were immediately apparent. Moreover, he liked flip-top coffins. Guan Chen's original plan was to find an opportunity to sneak away from the group. But now, for the sake of a legendary-level legion, he had to go all the way. Even if the base army was annihilated, he would still head to Yang City. The insect race was not slow, or rather, the group's speed was too slow. With hundreds of thousands of people, there was no way to move quickly. Monsters are coming. Everyone prepare for battle. The officer of the base army commanded the soldiers. He knew something like this would happen when he was assigned to the rear of the formation. The 2,000 soldiers at the back were all ready to sacrifice themselves. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Closer. The soldiers felt the breath of the approaching swarm. Attack! The officer ordered directly. Rat-a-tat-tat. Intense gunfire swept across the insect horde. Most of the bullets ricocheted off their shells. Only the weaker insectoids could be killed by the bullets. Boom! Boom! Rockets flew towards the insect army. The sound of violent explosions erupted, sending many insects flying. But this still couldn't stop the advance of the swarm. In the officer's hand, a fireball began to form. He was a 5-star high-level awakener. The fireball struck the colorful centipede. Its shell was directly scorched by the flames. Hiss! The colorful centipede struggled but was pierced by a sharp sword. The soldiers understood that ordinary firearms did little damage to the insectoids. Only awakeners could barely fight back. Most of the awakened soldiers abandoned their firearms. They gripped cold weapons and charged at the insects. Come on, you damned creatures. I kill one to break even, 2 to profit. Zhou Hong swung his giant axe, cleaving a red-shelled insect in 2. Green insect blood splattered all over him. But soon, he was surrounded by several red-shelled insects. Humph, you pests. Come at me together. Zhou Hong roared. His muscles began to swell, bursting his clothes. He was left with only a specially made beast skin loincloth. Zhou Hong transformed into an orc warrior. With the head of a lion and a strong body, he stood over 2 meters tall. The 3-meter-long giant axe in his hand was incredibly imposing. Zhou Hong swung the giant axe, cleaving another red-shelled insect. But soon, other red-shelled insects charged at him. The powerful impact combined with their sharp horns pierced through Zhou Hong's body in an instant. Ah! Die for me! He grabbed the horn of a red-shelled insect. With all his strength, he snapped it off. Then, the giant axe killed the red-shelled insect. But doing so caused his blood to flow out wildly. His strength was fading. Zhou Hong did not retreat. With his last ounce of power, he killed the surrounding red-shelled insects. Ultimately, he was stripped of flesh and blood by a colorful centipede. The soldiers fought desperately, but the number of insects was overwhelming. Some still slipped through the net, continuing to chase the main force. The colorful centipede charged into the ranks, its hundreds of sharp limbs shredding a dozen survivors into pieces like a meat grinder. The red-shelled insects crashed into the formation, impaling the survivors directly. Colorful intestines fell to the ground. Everyone saw this scene, suppressing the churn in their stomachs, and fled desperately. They didn't need to outrun the insects, just their fellow humans. Those frail survivors were quickly left behind by the group. Seeing the insects closing in, they hurriedly discarded their supplies just to run faster. Unfortunately, it was of no use. The survivors ahead also discarded their supplies. As for what to do later, that was a matter for later. Right now, it was a race against death. Any hesitation meant death. Several scythe beetles charged into the crowd. They swung their arms, slashing at the surrounding survivors. Ordinary people simply couldn't withstand such attacks. Slish! The sound of flesh being cut, colorful organs and intestines fell to the ground. Don't be afraid, everyone. I'll protect you. A passionate young man appeared in the chaotic crowd. Ice spikes formed around him, instantly blowing the head off a scythe beetle. But unfortunately, everyone was too busy fleeing to cheer for him. Being a hero? It's not easy. So, Guan Chen had no intention of being a hero. He is not the savior. The blood of his kind completely enraged the scythe beetles. They lunged at the boy. Come help me. The hot-blooded youth's face turned pale. He struck down one scythe beetle. But in that moment, the surrounding scythe beetles had already closed in on him. He was just a 4-star magician, only slightly stronger than the scythe beetles. Dealing with 2 or 3 scythe beetles at once was not a problem. But now, in front of him, there were at least 7 or 8 scythe beetles. They opened their sharp scythes and slashed at the hot-blooded youth. No matter how much the boy shouted, the surrounding survivors all turned their backs and fled. For them, it was better to escape while a fool was dying. Splat! The hot-blooded youth's body was sliced into several pieces. He widened his eyes, unable to believe he was dead. Why? Why did no one help? Clearly, if everyone had worked together, they could have dealt with the scythe beetles. Unfortunately, he could not understand this question even in death. The soldiers covering the rear successfully blocked the insect horde with their lives. Although there were still small groups of insects pursuing them, their numbers were not many, at most a few thousand. Guan Chen's speed remained in the latter half of the group. He could speed up, but was the front line really safe? Let's not forget, City Z was not just infested with insects. The insect horde behind was basically blocked. After all, the spatial rift had not fully opened. Otherwise, 2,000 would not be enough. So staying at the back of the group was the wisest choice. The troubles ahead were for the base army to worry about. He needed to conserve his strength. After all, the Shadow Sword cultivators and elven archers were all in a state of advancement. The journey to Young City was tens of thousands of kilometers, with dangers lurking along the way. They hadn't even left City Z yet. The road to survival had just begun. Sir, the rear team is under attack by insect monsters. Should we send support? The deputy officer, Zhou Yuan, paused before continuing to ask. How could he not understand the thoughts of these high-ranking officials? The 2,000-strong rear team was just a pawn they had prepared. There was no way around it. Someone always had to sacrifice. A team this large would definitely attract the monsters' attention. To want to avoid casualties was simply a pipe dream. As soldiers of the base army, they must be prepared for sacrifice. Zhou Yuan, in special times, I hope you won't let your emotions get the better of you. Su Yunjian looked at him, speaking earnestly. This was a warning. The team could not stop. That would only lead to more deaths. If it was true, it was best to catch up, otherwise, they could only wait to die. The base army could not waste soldiers to save anyone. All right, I understand. Zhou Yuan nodded. Su Yunjian was right. If it were him, he would do the same. Don't worry. I've arranged for the families of those soldiers. As long as the base army exists, we will protect them. Su Yunjian patted his shoulder, his tone filled with helplessness. The vast base army was no longer under his control. The decision to abandon the vehicles to save the commanders was also the choice of most people. Beep beep beep. The alarm sounded. Su Yunjian quickly got up and climbed out of the armored vehicle. Ahead on the road, hordes of zombies appeared. Damn it! It's a zombie tide. He cursed. Whoa! To the advancing team, the zombies saw them as a buffet laid out for them. Zombie tide ahead. Second Corps. Protect the supplies. First, Third, and Fourth Corps, prepare for battle. Su Yunjian began to command the battle. Originally the City Defense Army, after being restructured into the base army, they had recruited survivors continuously, forming a total of 10 corps. Each corps had 5,000 people, led by 10 generals. Each corps also had 2 right and left generals. The second corps that Su Yunjian pointed out was his direct line. Whether it was generals or soldiers, they all obeyed his orders. And the commander of the second corps, Tu Tianyang, the strongest in the base army today. With a 6-star intermediate strength, he possessed the profession of an extreme cold knight. Su Yunjian could maintain his position as president precisely because of his strong support. Naturally, Su Yunjian had to arrange for the most important supplies to be guarded by his trusted aides. Brothers, let's kill these zombies. Wo Xiaotian took the lead and charged into the horde of corpses. After absorbing the light rain, his strength reached 6-star beginner, and he had comprehended many powerful skills. It was only natural for him to be promoted to commander. Apart from Tu Tianyang, the other commanders were all at 6-star beginner strength. The previous commanders, except for Zhao Kuo, had all voluntarily stepped down. They were very clear about their situation. In the apocalypse, strength was paramount. Without power and support, relinquishing authority was the best choice. Boom! Wei Xiaotian's third corps had already collided with the zombie tide. Bullets shot into the horde, instantly killing numerous zombies. The awakened team, under the cover of firearms, charged into the zombie tide. They swung their battle knives, crazily slaughtering zombies. The first corps led by Zhao Kuo and the fourth corps led by Su Dahai attacked from the flanks. The 3 corps worked together to encircle and eliminate the zombie tide. The team could not stay too long, they had to end the battle quickly. What's going on up ahead? Why aren't we moving? The survivors looked at the halted team, all fidgeting like ants on a hot pan. They had just received news that a battle had broken out ahead. The team was waiting in place. What's going on? The base army can't have run away, right? An older woman shouted. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. The base army wants us to be cannon fodder. The survivor team instantly became agitated. With the insect race behind them and the front team blocked, it was hard not to suspect something. A wave of panic began to brew within the team. Among the 10 corps of the base army, 4 were already occupying the front line. Then there was a corps protecting the families of the base army. In front were the survivor teams, with 2 corps providing protection. The middle team also had 2 corps for protection. Only the rear team had just 1 corps following. Among them, there was also a rear guard team of 2,000 people. This meant that among the tens of thousands in the rear, only 3,000 soldiers were protecting them. Moreover, all these base army soldiers were newly recruited, with little combat experience. Guanshen suddenly realized that the survivors arranged at the back of the team had basically no connections. Even in the apocalypse, there were still class differences. Time passed second by second. The team at the end also became restless. This is so annoying. Several older women began to stir. I seriously suspect that the base army wants us to be cannon fodder. You want to feed the insect race behind us so you can safely retreat, right? The older woman spoke sharply, directly tugging at the soldier's clothes to ask. Don't cause trouble. The front has encountered a zombie tide, and the base army has already begun to encircle and eliminate. I hope the army can wait a moment. We can set off again soon. The officer, seeing the situation in the team, hurriedly got out of the vehicle to explain. Bah! I spit. I'm not a fool. With so many insect races chasing behind, suddenly we just stop. Ah! Everyone, let's reason this out. Several older women united to question the officer. Guan Chen hid in the crowd from a distance, watching the excitement. He was very curious about how the base army would handle it. In his opinion, causing trouble at such a time should result in immediate execution. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. If they let them spread rumors, the team would likely riot. Ladies, I can understand your feelings, but the team ahead has really encountered a zombie tide. Aren't we in the base army waiting here too? The officer explained patiently. The ants' speculations suddenly seemed untenable. Humph, I don't care. You all have problems. Unless you let the back row switch with the front row. One ant had a sudden idea and shouted, "That's impossible." The officer immediately rejected it without a second thought. It wasn't that he had selfish motives. It was just that switching positions at such a time was tantamount to seeking death. He could see that this group of ants was causing trouble, trying to use the power of the survivors to satisfy their own selfish desires. "See? I told you these guys are up to no good. What kind of base army is this? They don't care about our lives at all." The ant shouted loudly. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of others. Many people gathered around. Seeing this, the ant quickly began her speech. She knew well the principle that the law does not punish the many. The bigger the fuss, the more likely the base army would compromise. "Everyone, come look. This group of bandits wants us to feed the bugs." The ant's passionate speech immediately convinced many. Most of these survivors were ordinary people. They knew all too well what it would be like to be caught by the insect race. "Oh my! Everyone, look! The bugs are catching up. We need to run!" the ant shouted. The appearance of dozens of red-armored bugs was like the last straw for the camel. The crowd instantly fell into chaos. Under the ant's lead, hundreds of people rushed forward. The people in front didn't even have time to react. They were knocked to the ground and trampled by the crowd. The people in front had no idea what was happening. Thousands of people were caught up in the riot. TSK, TSK, TSK. Still too soft-hearted. "Big brother, this is the apocalypse." Guan Chen shook his head. The front line had completely fallen into disarray. Many people were trampled to death. They died without ever knowing what had happened. And the culprits behind it all, those few ants, had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape into the front line. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire rang out, and everyone calmed down. "Whoever dares to move, I'll kill them." A soldier aimed his rifle at the rioting crowd. "Damn it! I don't believe you dare to shoot," a middle-aged man said. Now, he had so many people behind him. After a lifetime of being submissive, he finally felt bold. Unfortunately, this was his last moment of bravado. Rat-a-tat-tat. A few bullets struck the man's head. Blood splattered instantly. "I said, whoever dares to move, dies." A man with a fierce expression appeared in the crowd. He was holding one of the ants. "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The ant in the man's grip struggled desperately. She was the mastermind behind the riot. "My patience is very thin. If you don't behave, you'll end up like her. Die!" The man slapped the ant on the head. Crack! The terrifying force drove her head into her chest. The man casually tossed the ant's corpse into the crowd. "Come on! Who else is unconvinced? Step forward!" The man looked at everyone. Silence. The survivors all shut up, not daring to make a sound. In the distance, Guan Chen couldn't help but nod. Thunderous methods directly suppressed the chaos. If that officer could be so decisive, so many people wouldn't have died. "General Li Xiao, why are you here?" The officer quickly saluted upon seeing the man. "Ma Yao, if this happens again, you can die in battle." Li Xiao looked at him. Understood. Ma Yao dared not refute. In the 10th Corps, no one dared to question Li Xiao's words. Just remember, mercy is not a good thing. It was before, and it is now. Leave the red-armored bugs to me. The team can set off immediately. After Li Xiao finished speaking, he left without looking back. Yes. Ma Yao straightened his back, looking at Li Xiao with admiration. Li Xiao charged into the swarm of red beetles. In his hand, he condensed a large dark red sword. Flames burned on the blade, as red as blood. So strong. Truly worthy of Lord Li Xiao. The admiration in Ma Yao's eyes deepened. Li Xiao gripped the great sword with both hands and slashed forward. The bodies of the red beetles were instantly cleaved apart. In just 2 minutes, dozens of red beetles were completely exterminated. At this moment, the team ahead began to move again. Everyone arrived at the battlefield. The ground was littered with zombies and the bodies of soldiers. The base army had paid a heavy price to quickly eliminate the tide of corpses. Due to the urgency of the situation, there was no time to extract the crystal cores. However, all the cards that exploded were taken away. Guan Chen looked at the ground full of zombies, feeling immense pain. These were all crystal cores, but he dared not linger too long. After all, the insect army could catch up at any moment. In the evening, the blood-red sunset stretched people's shadows. After a day of travel, the team finally reached the edge of the city. The insect army had not caught up. This was good news for everyone. Too many had already died in today's evacuation. No one was sure how far they could go. The road ahead was shrouded in mist. The base army advanced along M205 road. The surrounding city buildings gradually receded. Many people looked back at the scene of City Z with reluctance. This was their hometown, where they had lived for decades. It was impossible not to have feelings. Now that they were leaving, they feared they would never have the chance to return. Although everyone was reluctant, they still resolutely departed. After all, staying behind meant only one path, death. However, many elderly people chose to stay. They knew their situation. It was impossible for them to walk to Yang City alive. Rather than burden their families, it was better to remain here. After all, it was their hometown, a return to their roots. Grandpa. A boy hugged the old man's leg. Xiaoji, go with your father. To Yang City. Survive. Grandpa is already old. Can't move anymore. I just want to stay here, watching the place I've lived my whole life. Slowly die. The old man patted the boy's head, speaking softly. Take this. If you miss Grandpa, just open it and look. The old man stuffed a pocket watch into the boy's hands. Inside was a photo of the two of them. Grandpa. The boy cried loudly. Dad. I'm unfilial. A middle-aged man took the boy away. He respected the old man's choice. Following the evacuation would undoubtedly be suffering. Go. You've lived more than half your life. That's enough. The old man sat by the roadside, looking at the distant skyscrapers. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and hung it from his mouth. Hundreds of elderly people chose to stay. They faced the sunset, sitting by the roadside. There was not a trace of fear in their eyes. The setting sun reflected their lives that were about to fade away. Night fell. The main force had already moved far from the urban area of City Z. Set up camp. We can only rest here tonight. Su Yunjian issued the order. The night was not suitable for continuing the journey. Moreover, everyone was tired after a day and needed to rest. Far from the urban area of City Z, the insect army should not catch up again. Okay. Zhou Yuan nodded. Everyone, rest in place. Try not to leave the team. The message quickly spread through the team. Everyone began to set up camp. They had been exhausted all day, their spirits already highly tense. Those with vehicles stayed in them, while those without stayed in tents. Those without vehicles or tents had to use the sky as a blanket and the ground as a bed. There were many dry branches by the roadside. People gathered branches and lit a bonfire. The September night had already turned slightly cool. In the team, most were still ordinary people. The burning bonfire brought them some warmth. The large group was divided into 4 segments: the base military families, the frontline survivors, the middle survivors, and the rear survivors. The closer the group was to the front, the more protection they received. After all, there were 5 legions, totaling 25,000 people. Moreover, these legions were all elite troops from the base military, fully equipped and battle-hardened. The remaining 5 legions mostly consisted of recruited survivors, with only a very small portion being elite teams. Guan Chen, you're here too. A familiar yet strange voice rang out. Guan Chen turned to look. It was a polite young man. Wang Wenli? Guan Chen had some impression of him. He was a student from Z University. Yes, it's me. Our school's camp is just ahead. Want to join us? Wang Wenli extended the invitation. To reunite with a fellow student in the apocalypse was no small feat. If you all welcome me, I have no objections. Guan Chen nodded. He thought that Wang Yu should also be there. Since he had nowhere else to go, he might as well stay with the Z University group for now. Welcome. Of course, you're welcome. Wang Wenli showed a delighted expression. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, Guan Chen had demonstrated formidable strength. Surviving alone for so long meant his abilities were certainly not weak. At the very least, he was a 5-star awakened one. Let's go. I'll take you there. Wang Wenli led the way. Soon, Guan Chen arrived at a camp. The camp was set up by the roadside, near a small stream. Guan Chen, it really is you. You're still alive. A few students exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. After all, the day after the apocalypse broke out, Guan Chen had left Z University and lost contact. Many people thought he was dead. Are you hoping I was dead? Guan Chen looked at them. No, don't get me wrong. The few quickly shook their heads. Guan Chen had been known for killing without blinking at Z University. They certainly didn't want to provoke this killing god. Li Ge, over here. Wang Yu suddenly waved at him. We're all old classmates. Don't be nervous. Guan Chen patted the shoulder of the boy, who immediately felt a shiver run through him, as if Guan Chen could kill him with just a thought. Right. Old classmates. I even copied your exam paper. Though I ended up failing. The boy nodded eagerly. Guan Chen arrived at Wang Yu's tent. Long Chia was being blocked by a few girls. They looked shy and asked Long Chia if he had a girlfriend. There was no helping it. He was just too handsome. much more so than many popular stars. And it was clear from his features that he was completely natural, never having gone under the knife. Move aside, Longxie said coldly, pushing the girls away. Wow, so strong. Being his woman must be very safe. A few girls gushed. A man who was both handsome and powerful would definitely be a great choice if they could rely on him. Unfortunately, their wishes would be in vain. Longxie's body, after all, originated from a corpse king. He carried the zombie virus within him. If they got too close, there was a high chance of infection. Longxie returned to stand behind Guanchen, like a personal bodyguard. Li Ga, your little brother is really popular, Wang Yu said with jealousy. With your current strength, are you still worried about not having women? Guanchen shot him a glance. He. We're all men here. You know what I mean. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile on his face. I'm not interested in your matters. Guanchen picked up a ladle and took a sip of the soup from the campfire. Tastes pretty good. If the apocalypse hadn't broken out, you could have become a chef. Guanchen glanced at Yu Hai. The soup was made by him. Next to Yu Hai lay a snow-white lion. Name, mutated white lion potential, 6 stars strength, 4 stars advanced abilities, bite, claw strike, roar evaluation, a mutated white lion, containing strands of powerful bloodline within. Guanchen remembered Yu Hai, a beast master. Li Gu, if you like it, drink more. If it's not enough, I'll get more, Yu Hai said with a smile. In the apocalypse, such leisure was rare. Li Gu, when did you catch up with the team? Wang Yu asked curiously. This morning. I joined when the team set off, Guanchen said, producing a large piece of flesh in his hand. This was meat from under the Xuanjia Turtle King's leg. Yesterday, watching the ice giant crocodile, it was delicious. He also cut a bit for himself. Let's cook something. You can't just drink soup. He tossed the turtle meat to Yu Hai, also pulling out a few bags of instant noodles and some mineral water. Too extravagant. Li Gu, so generous. Yu Hai gave a thumbs up. A glint flashed in his eyes. That piece of flesh was not simple, it was definitely the flesh of a mutated creature. And it was of no low level. Some mutated creatures' flesh contained pure energy. Not only was it delicious, but it was also beneficial for the body. Is it enough? I still have more, Guanchen said. He had cut several 100 pounds of the Xuanjia Turtle King's flesh. That's enough. This is already dozens of pounds. Mutated creatures are good, but you can't eat too much. I'm not good at taking supplements. Yu Hai hurriedly replied. Yeah, I actually forgot. This Xuanjia Turtle King is a 7-star creature. You really shouldn't eat too much, Guanchen said with a face full of Versailles. Hiss, 7 stars? Li Gu, you're not joking, right? The three of them gasped. Let's get to it. I'm hungry. Guanchen did not answer them. Alright, Li Gu. Yu Hai nodded and started to prepare. Siyuan, I remember you're a mechanic, right? I have a few Z-type battle robots. Do you want them? Guanchen asked. Z-type? That was a combat model developed by Huawei in the past, Siyuan said excitedly. Really? I don't know much about these. Guanchen waved his hand. 5 Z-type robots appeared around the tent. This action immediately attracted the attention of others. These are really Z-types. Better than that Y-type. Siyuan jumped up from the ground. He caressed the Z-type robot as if treating a lover. Is this guy a bit of a fetishist? Guanchen pointed at Siyuan and asked. This Z-type robot was definitely not for him. I don't know. He wasn't like this before. Wang Yu shook his head. Maybe it's because of that incident. He suddenly thought of something and described the sequence of events to Guanchen. It was about the day before yesterday. Siyuan could have gotten a Y-type robot, but at the most critical moment, dozens of zombies broke in. He was forced to abort the activation. Since then, he had been unable to forget that Y-type. Now it seemed that Siyuan had moved on to a new love. Like it? Guanchen asked Siyuan. Like it. This strong mechanical arm. And this heavy machine gun. The Y-type battle robot is just trash, Siyuan said. 54-star crystal cores for one. You can owe me for now, Guanchen said. This price was already very reasonable. He only earned 2,500 points for one. Okay. No problem. Thank you, Li Gu, Siyuan said excitedly. He was a mechanic and needed equipped machinery. Only then could he exert combat power. His own strength was not too strong. Ding! Activating. The 5 Z-type battle robots emitted electronic synthesized sounds. ZZZZZ. The eyes of the Z-type battle robots lit up red. Siyuan had successfully connected to these Z-type robots. Close combat mode. Four Eyes controlled the Z-type. The two machine guns that were originally held transformed directly into two titanium alloy longswords. It can actually transform. Guan Chen nodded. This robot was indeed not a mistake. Four Eyes had the profession of a mechanic. Naturally, he understood these things better. Li Gu, I will definitely earn crystal cores well. I will strive to pay off my debts as soon as possible, Four Eyes said seriously. No rush. Guan Chen waved his hand. Shy. Instant noodles are ready. Yu Hai's voice came. Let's eat first. Wang Yu called to the two. The pot lid opened, and the aroma instantly spread. Gulp. The surrounding students couldn't help but swallow. They looked at the bread in their hands. Suddenly, they lost their appetite. Wang Yu, can you share some instant noodles? A boy stepped forward to ask. Then can I sleep with your girlfriend? Wang Yu retorted. Wait, I'll go ask her. The boy said seriously. Get lost. No way. Wang Yu raised his middle finger. Although in the apocalypse, the matters between men and women were no longer so strict, the boy's actions were still quite disgraceful. Wang Yu picked up a piece of turtle meat and put it in his mouth. The deliciousness filled his taste buds. Oh my god, so fragrant, Wang Yu exclaimed. Immediately, he felt a warm current flowing through his body. Boom! He broke through. Li Gu, I believe you now. If it weren't for the 7-star creature, how could there be such an effect? Yu Hai and Four Eyes quickly started eating turtle meat as well. Without a doubt, they also broke through. This was not solely the effect of the turtle meat. The three of them were already on the verge of breaking through. The turtle meat just provided a little push. Wang Yu was now a 5-star beginner. Yu Hai and Four Eyes were both 4-star advanced. Damn it! Leave some for me. Guan Chen saw the turtle meat quickly being devoured. He hurriedly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Burp! So full. I'm about to burst. Four Eyes lay on the ground. Serves you right. Who told you to eat so much turtle meat? Can you eat that much? Yu Hai laughed and scolded. Then how come Li Gu is fine? Four Eyes spoke up. Idiot! Can you compare yourself to Li Gu? Wang Yu shot him a glance. That's true. Four Eyes nodded, feeling it made sense. Guan Chen watched the three bicker and instantly felt much more relaxed. Wang Li, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. A scream broke the tranquility of the camp. Everyone quickly got up, thinking it was a monster attack, but as they looked around, they found nothing unusual. What's going on? Wang Yu looked confused. Wang Li? That's the guy who was selling his girlfriend earlier. Yu Hai said. Hubby. Someone. My hubby has fainted. The neighboring camp also became chaotic. Something's not right. Be careful later. Guan Chen instantly sensed something. All the camps that had incidents were close to that small creek. Could it be a problem with the creek? He suspected in his heart. Okay. Li Gu. A long sword appeared in Wang Yu's hand. The long sword emitted a faint glow. The white lion beside Yu Hai also revealed its sharp fangs. Four Eyes controlled the Z-type robot. I'll go take a look. Guan Chen walked forward. Wang Li's tent was only a dozen meters away from them. Woo, is there a doctor? Help my boyfriend. Wang Li's girlfriend, a girl with a pure appearance, was kneeling beside Wang Li, crying. Wang Li's body was twitching uncontrollably. Stop crying. Did he drink the water from the creek? Guan Chen asked. Yes, but the water has been boiled. The girl stopped crying. Sure enough, the creek water has a problem. Guan Chen confirmed his thoughts. Suddenly, Wang Li's body stopped twitching. A gash opened on his chest. Several twisted tentacles crawled out from within. Get back! Guan Chen shouted a warning. The girl screamed, her body retreating continuously. Guan Chen lunged forward, the bloodthirsty blade slashing towards Wang Li's body. Whoosh! Wang Li was instantly cleaved in half. His body was already hollowed out. A disgusting worm, several meters long, writhed incessantly. The worm was covered in tentacles. Though split in two, it still did not die. Name, Brainworm Race, Insectoid Potential, 6 stars Strength, Low 4 stars Ability, Brain Parasitism Evaluation, an insectoid that descends from spatial rifts, preferring to dwell in damp corners and water. After parasitizing, it can quickly control the host's brain and devour the internal organs to perfect its own body. The system scanned the worm and quickly provided information. It's actually an insectoid. Guan Chen was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the spatial rift had appeared not just in Z City. At the end of the brainworm, there was a lump shaped like a human brain. It wriggled continuously, crawling towards the girl. It seemed to be looking for a new host. Don't come over! The girl screamed, completely terrified. Thunderous might! Guan Chan unleashed silver lightning. The brainworm was instantly charred, dead beyond recovery. Ah! Help! Honey! Don't bite me! Save me! Please save me! Nearby the creek, screams erupted one after another. Clearly, those brainworms had already completed their parasitism. Tat tat tat. Four Eyes ordered a Z-shaped barrage. Bullets pierced through the bodies of the brainworm hosts. Even when shot to pieces, they still did not fall. Even with their heads blown off, they don't die? This thing locks blood. Four Eyes retreated while ordering the shooting. Yu Hai's white lion also tore off the head of a brainworm host. But it was useless, they could still move. The surrounding camps instantly fell into chaos. In just a few minutes, the nearby camps suffered heavy casualties. As time passed, those hosts that had been parasitized began to grow tentacles. They inserted them into the survivors' brains, sucking out their brain matter. What do we do? This thing can't be killed. Cold sweat broke out on Four Eyes' forehead. These twisted, indescribable parasites were even more terrifying than zombies. Shooting their heads off was ineffective. This thing is controlled by a worm. Guan Chan released silver lightning. The riddled parasite was instantly turned to charcoal. The brainworm within it also died. If we kill that worm, the parasite will die. Guan Chan cleaved the charred corpse on the ground. All the internal organs were gone, leaving only a several-meter-long worm. This thing fears elemental attacks. Physical damage is useless unless we can blow its brain. The brain Guan Chan referred to was the brain of the iron wire worm. After the iron wire worm completed its parasitism, a brain-shaped lump would appear inside. When danger approached, the iron wire worm would shift its brain. I see. Four Eyes nodded. A parasite lunged at Guan Chan. But before it could attack, Long Chia caught it, and then the silver serpent claw released lightning. Crackle! The parasite died instantly. Brother Long is awesome. The three praised him. Woo woo! More and more parasites crawled up from the ground. Many people in the nearby camp had drunk from the creek. Of course. Some people were lucky. The water they drank did not contain brainworms. Go! Retreat! The base military will find a way. Guan Chen did not want to be a hero. Okay, let's go. The three nodded. They were not saints, lacking the heart for pity. Although there were many parasites in the camp, they could not stop Guan Chen. He and Long Chia used lightning to carve a path. Soon, they broke out of the camp. Outside the camp, the 10th Corps was already geared up and ready to go. Hey, little brother, what's going on inside? A base soldier stopped Guan Chen and asked. There's a problem with the creek water. If people drink it, they'll get parasitized. Those parasites are afraid of elemental attacks. You can use fire. Guan Chen explained the situation inside to the base soldier. Okay, thank you very much for the information. The base soldier quickly had people prepare. Brothers, follow me in to save people. Ma Yao's palms burned with 2 flames. He was the first to charge into the camp. Hundreds of soldiers followed closely behind. The strength of these parasites was not strong, but for ordinary people, they were absolutely deadly. Ma Yao encountered a parasitized person. Without a word, he threw a fireball. The parasitized person was ignited by the flames. Moments later, they were burned to a crisp. Fire is effective. Everyone use flamethrowers. Ma Yao ordered directly. The soldiers equipped themselves with flamethrowers. When they encountered parasites, they opened fire immediately. Under the scorching flames, the brainworms quickly perished. The survivors in the camp, upon seeing the soldiers, hurriedly ran towards them. Save us! The survivors cried out, on the verge of collapse. Just a short while ago, they had been eating with their companions. Suddenly, they turned into monsters, devouring human brains. You all leave first. Ma Yao comforted the survivors, urging them to leave. The range of the flamethrowers could easily cause friendly fire. The survivors nodded and quickly ran towards the camp's exit. The parasites in several camps were soon eliminated. This incident resulted in nearly 1,000 deaths. Woo woo! Husband, you died so tragically. What will happen to me and the child now that you're gone? A young woman was heartbroken. Her husband had been drained of his brain by a parasite. Tian Lu, you can rest easy. Sister-in-law, I will take good care of you. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wrapped his arms around the woman's shoulders. Brother Wang, I'll be counting on you from now on. The woman cried bitterly, but the people around her showed strange expressions. Because of the parasite incident, no one dared to continue staying by the creek. The team from Z University gathered again. This time, the campsite was near the 10th Corps camp. Are you Guan Chen? After Wang Yu set up the tent, an unexpected guest arrived at the tent. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Guan Chen looked at the newcomer. It was a man with dyed green hair, followed by a few lackeys. "I've heard Lin Nana mention you. That bitch is quite fun to play with." Lin Quan revealed a teasing smile. He wanted to see Guan Chen's reaction. "Oh, and then?" Guan Chen replied nonchalantly. "Aren't you angry?" This time, it was Lin Quan who felt insecure. "Why should I be angry?" Guan Chen retorted. "Alright, I heard you're a summoner?" Lin Quan's gaze turned cold. Guan Chen's attitude annoyed him. "Yes, and then?" Guan Chen's tone remained calm. "I have a subordinate who is also a summoner. How about you two have a spar?" Lin Quan pointed at the boy behind him. The boy immediately stepped forward. "Guan Chen, if you're a man, let's have a match." Li Tao began chanting a spell. A summoning circle appeared in front of him. Roar! A hellhound emerged from the summoning circle. The hellhound was hairless, with flames burning around its neck. Its dog head was fierce, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Foul-smelling saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth onto the ground. "Dare you?" Li Tao provocatively said. The hellhound bared its teeth at Guan Chen. The commotion quickly attracted students to watch. Most of them recognized Guan Chen. After all, he had saved them in the performance room. "Hey, isn't that Lin Quan? Did Guan Chen provoke him? This time, there's a good show to watch." Many boys who were displeased with Guan Chen. Everyone spoke with glee. The summoner possessed the strength of a 5-star beginner. Correspondingly, the summoned beast was also at the 5-star beginner level. "Li Tao, are you asking for a beating?" Wang Yu, seeing someone provoke Guan Chen, immediately felt displeased. He had previously been unable to defeat Li Tao. But now it was different. He had also broken through to 5-star beginner. If he bypassed the hellhound, he could easily overpower the opponent. "Oh, isn't this Wang Yu, a stray dog, still daring to speak?" Li Tao said disdainfully. "Let me handle this." Guan Chen stopped Wang Yu. With so many people watching, he seized the opportunity to solidify his identity as a summoner. As for Li Tao, if the summoned beast died, the summoner would suffer backlash. Guan Chen summoned a skeleton. A tall skeleton appeared in the summoning array. "Put, it's actually the weakest skeleton soldier? Ha ha ha, you're killing me." Li Tao immediately clutched his stomach. "Damn it, how dare you mock me?" The skeleton was instantly displeased. It swung its bone knife and directly slashed at the hellhound. Woof woof! The hellhound's body was instantly cleaved in two. The summoning ended, and the corpse vanished from the spot. "Gah! Put!" Li Tao's body seemed to suffer a heavy blow. His laughter abruptly stopped, followed by a scream. Finally, he spat out blood. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The summoned beast was killed in an instant. As a summoner, Li Tao suffered the backlash of the contract. "Ah, is that it?" The people around were momentarily stunned. 5-star intermediate. "I underestimated you." Lin Quan's expression darkened. Li Tao lay on the ground like a dead dog. He had been slapped in the face. "But don't celebrate too early. I am 5-star advanced." A powerful aura erupted from Lin Quan. His arms were wrapped in green light. Lin Quan is making a move. Guan Chen is in trouble. Zhao Hai hid in the crowd, wearing a face of glee. After receiving the news, he rushed over immediately. Insect race! Insect race attack! All units on alert! At the rear of the camp, dozens of red-armored insects charged in. They rampaged, crushing many survivors. "Humph! Consider yourself lucky. I'll let you off this time." Lin Quan turned to leave. Causing trouble at a time like this would definitely lead to bad consequences. Although he was 5-star advanced, he was nothing compared to the entire base army. Not to mention those 6-star generals, even the number of 5-star advanced officers was considerable. "Master, should we kill?" the skeleton asked. "Let him live a few more days." Guan Chen could easily kill Lin Quan, and it would be quite effortless. But such a death was too easy. He didn't quite approve. "Understood." The skeleton nodded. "Damn it, keep a close eye on that Guan Chen. Make sure he doesn't escape. Find a chance tomorrow to lure him out of the team." Lin Quan instructed his subordinates. "Yes, Brother Lin." Several lackeys nodded eagerly. The attacking insect race numbered about 1,000. They were mostly low-level insects like red-armored, blue-armored, and sickle-armored insects. The 10th Legion launched a full-scale attack. At the cost of a dozen deaths and dozens of injuries, they successfully eradicated the attacking insect race. During this period, no other legions participated in the battle. The soldiers cleared the battlefield, and all the crystals and cards they collected were handed over to Li Xiao. Ultimately, Li Xiao distributed them according to contribution points. Although Li Xiao had a bad temper, he was fair in his dealings and would not pocket the spoils. The soldiers under him respected him greatly. On the first night out of the city, they encountered so much trouble. Everyone was anxious. They endured until the early hours of the night, finally unable to hold on, and one by one, people began to fall asleep. With the skeleton guarding him, Wan Shan slept very soundly. Wang Yu and the others also felt at ease. Fortunately, there were no monster attacks in the latter half of the night. The surviving survivors successfully made it through the first night. The next morning, before the sky was fully bright, the team began to pack up. Everyone quickly ate the distributed food and set off once again on the road to survival. After walking for several hours, they stopped again. What's going on? Su Yunjian poked his head out of the vehicle. Commander, there's been an incident up ahead. A soldier reported urgently. Another incident. Su Yunjian felt something was off. He quickly climbed out of the armored vehicle and went to the front of the team. Ahead, a massive crack had appeared in the road. The crack was over 10 meters wide, and its depth was unfathomable. He tossed a stone into the crack, and the sound that returned was like a roar from the abyss. To the left of the crack, there was a narrow path wide enough for 2 people. Beyond that were towering peaks. This section of the road was built in a valley. Commander, Zhou Yuan appeared behind Su Yunjian. What's the situation around here? Is there any possibility of taking a detour? Su Yunjian asked. No, it's all mountains around. If we want to take a detour, we have to go back. But that means we have to pass through the southern mountain range. Zhou Yuan was from City Z. He understood the situation around City Z better than Su Yunjian. The southern mountain range. Su Yunjian's heart tightened. He had chosen to take a detour to avoid the southern mountain range. That place was absolutely off limits. If we want to continue forward, we must abandon the vehicles. Zhou Yuan's words plunged Su Yunjian into deep thought. Abandoning the vehicles. This meant leaving behind tanks and armored vehicles. It was a significant blow to the base's military. Moreover, all supplies were transported by vehicles. Abandon the vehicles. Everyone switched to walking. Prioritize transferring the supplies. Su Yunjian quickly made a decision. He had no time to hesitate. Yes. Zhou Yuan nodded and went to relay the orders. The news of walking spread quickly through the team. Walking? How can I manage that? Honey, I don't want to walk. I'm a leader, you want me to walk? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Where's Su Yunjian? I demand to see him. Is this how he treats us old leaders? If it weren't for me, would he have come this far? Heartless scoundrel. The front of the team was filled with shouts and curses. Many were pampered and simply could not accept walking. They complained about being tired even when riding in vehicles. There's a crack up ahead. Vehicles can't get through. If you don't want to walk, you can stay behind. Su Yunjian appeared and said coldly. He felt he had been too lenient with these people. They seemed to have forgotten that this was the apocalypse. The team was fleeing, not on a vacation. Xiao Su, is this your attitude? If it weren't for me. Enough. I'm in charge now. Screw you, you worthless leader. If you don't want to walk, stay here and wait to die. Su Yunjian couldn't hold back. He was already filled with anger, and it all erupted. I only arranged for you to be at the front out of respect for the past. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can go to the back. Su Yunjian's gaze swept over everyone. The once aggressive leaders immediately softened. Everyone get out of the vehicle. Switch to walking. After Su Yunjian finished speaking, he turned and left. Those leaders hurriedly got out with their families. They certainly didn't want to die. Many still fantasized about making a comeback in East Yang City. The news of walking reached the back of the team. Although everyone complained, they cooperated obediently. After all, the vehicles were running low on fuel, and even if they didn't abandon them, they wouldn't be able to drive for long. The first corps was the first to reach the other side of the crack. The second corps also successfully transported supplies to the other side of the crack. The team advanced in an orderly manner. Soon, everyone passed through the crack. They looked back reluctantly at the vehicles behind them. Hiss hiss hiss. In the distance, the sound of insects chirping filled the air. Hundreds of red beetles appeared in front of them. Upon seeing this, the reluctance in their eyes vanished, and they all resolutely moved on. The soldier left behind planted a bomb. As the red beetles stepped onto the passage, the bomb was triggered instantly. The explosion destroyed the road surface, and dozens of red beetles fell into the abyss. Hiss hiss hiss. The remaining red beetles could only emit unwilling hisses from across the crack. Listening to the insect sounds behind them, the group quickened their pace. Rumble. The sky was overcast, with thunder and lightning. The wild dancing silver snakes illuminated the entire horizon. The weather is changing. It's going to rain. The survivors looked up at the sky. This was not good news for them. After all, most people had no means to shield themselves from the rain. Mom! I'm scared. Don't be afraid, little bae. Mommy will protect you. Who has a raincoat? My wife is pregnant and can't get wet. The clouds in the sky grew denser. Splash! Rain poured down, soaking everyone's clothes. Those with raincoats fared better. Those without had no choice but to walk in the rain. The awakened ones didn't mind. A little rain wouldn't hurt them. But for ordinary people, it was a struggle. Guan Chan let the rain hit his face. Great! There's a town up ahead. A town appeared before the group. Let's get into the town to avoid the rain. It's too heavy, Su Yunjian said. This situation was not suitable for continuing forward. Yes. Zhou Yuan nodded and hurriedly went to relay the order. Great! Once we get into the town, we can avoid the rain. The survivors showed joyful expressions upon hearing the news. Wife, just hold on a little longer. Once we get into the town, we can rest. A man supported his pregnant wife. He tried to shield her head with his clothes, but the rain was too heavy to block. I can still hold on. The pregnant woman gritted her teeth, but her face was pale. Clearly, the situation was not good. Everyone be on guard. There may be a horde of corpses in the town. Su Yunjian ordered the 1st Battalion to enter the town for a reconnaissance. The town was called Chaoming, belonging to a certain county in City Z. The population was about 300,000. The 1st Battalion entered Chaoming town. It was slightly different from what they had imagined. The empty streets showed no signs of zombies. However, the ground was covered in shocking bloodstains. These bloodstains had dried up, and no amount of rain could wash them away. The town was very quiet, with only the sound of rain hitting the ground. Is there anyone inside? Zhao Kuo shouted loudly. His voice echoed through the streets. But there was no response, only a deathly silence. Strange. No zombies, no monsters, no survivors. Zhao Kuo felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't afraid of monsters, but he was filled with fear of the unknown. General, what should we do? The rear team can't wait to enter the town. A messenger soldier asked. Send the news back and let them worry. Lude, take 100 men and come with me to check the town. We'll know if there's anything once we look. Zhao Kuo quickly made a decision. He led a 100-man team into the town. Is anyone there? The soldiers spread out to search, entering the houses on both sides of the street. But there was no gain. No zombies, no monsters, and no survivors. It was as if the people of the town had all vanished. General, the town is very safe. We haven't found any monsters. Are you being overly cautious? The team had reached the center of the town and still found nothing unusual. Be cautious, it's always a good thing. This damn apocalypse, who knows what will happen? Zhao Kuo also breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, the small town was still very safe. The team from behind was gradually entering Chaoming town. In the center of the town, the most luxurious villas were all occupied by the base army. The slightly better houses were also prioritized for the families of the base army. The town was large enough to accommodate the team. Survivors were each looking for houses to rest. Wife, I found ginger. There's firewood in the kitchen. I'll make you ginger soup later. A man said excitedly. Ah, Feng, you've worked hard. The pregnant woman had already changed into clean clothes. The clothes were found in the house. It's not hard. As long as you and the baby are safe. Even if I die, I would be content. After the man finished speaking, he ran into the kitchen to make soup. Girl, you are really lucky to meet such a caring man, said an aunt living in the same house, smiling. Yes, Ah Feng is really good, the pregnant woman said proudly. Mr. President's order. We have discovered a hot spring resort. A soldier reported in the villa. Oh, let's go take a look. Su Yunjian's eyes lit up. If they could soak in a hot spring, that would be perfect. The high-ranking officials of the base army chose to move away from their landing point. They arrived at a remote corner. A luxurious hot spring resort appeared before them. Jade Belt Hot Spring Hotel. What's the situation inside? Zhao Kuo asked. He couldn't wait to soak in the hot spring. Reporting to the general, no abnormalities were found. The hotel has independent power facilities, and all functions can be used normally, the soldier said respectfully. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yunjian was the first to enter the hotel. The splendid hall was adorned with several chandeliers. The hotel's lighting was very bright. The decoration was also very exquisite. It was clear that the hotel owner had invested heavily to attract customers. TSK. In such a small town, there is actually such a luxurious hotel. The previous style was indeed corrupt. Su Dahai said sarcastically. Ahem. I've never been to this place. A former leader from Z City coughed awkwardly. The rain won't stop for a while. Let's rest here for now. Several high-ranking officials suggested. The rain is getting heavier, and it's not suitable to travel. Su Yunjian nodded. The high-ranking officials of the base army requested separate rooms. Many beautiful women entered these rooms. Soon, the sounds of lovebirds playing in the water could be heard. The high-ranking officials enjoyed the hot springs while ordinary survivors froze outside. Outside the hotel, the heavy rain continued. It showed no signs of stopping. Due to the heavy rain, mist filled the air. The sky grew darker, but the rain kept falling. Everyone felt fortunate to have arrived in the small town. They had a temporary place to stay. Otherwise, on this rainy night, who knows how many people would fall ill. The camp of Z University was established in a few residential buildings. Due to a lack of rooms, ordinary people without power could only set up tents on the streets. In the apocalypse, the strong are respected. No one would find this rule unfair, because those who thought it was unfair had already been killed. Guan Chen was quite strong, so he naturally had the right to sleep in a room. He and Wang Yu chose a spacious room. All the furniture inside was moved to the corners, clearing a large space. Li Gu, I don't think this rain will stop anytime soon. Wang Yu looked out the window. The sky was overcast with dark clouds. Everyone be careful tonight. I have a feeling this town is a bit strange, Guan Chen said. He looked out at the heavy rain, faintly sensing something was amiss. Li Gu, have you discovered something? Yu Hai asked curiously. No, just a guess. Haven't you noticed that this town is too safe? No zombies. No monsters. Is there really a place like this in the apocalypse? Guan Chen retorted. Hiss. If you say that, it really is too strange. If there are no zombies or monsters, then where have the survivors gone? The population of Chaoming town is about 300,000. Did they all just evaporate into thin air? Wang Yu also said in confusion. 300,000. Show me how you evaporate. Do you really think this is a novel? Guan Chen shot him a glance. I guess that's true. Wang Yu said awkwardly. If these people haven't disappeared, then there's only one possibility. They all died. Guan Chen said gravely. Died. But there are no monsters in the town. Si Yan's heart tightened. They might be hiding. Who knows? Guan Chen said with a smile. Li Gu, don't scare me. I suddenly feel this room is a bit eerie. Si Yan looked around warily. Don't worry. This room is fine. At least it's fine for now. When Guan Chen came in, he had already scanned the room with his sensing energy. There was nothing in the room. Phew. That's good. Si Yan breathed a sigh of relief. You all wait. I'll go to the kitchen and make some hot food. Yu Hai said. Handle the leftover turtle meat. A few 100 pounds of turtle meat appeared in Guan Chen's hands. Isn't that too much? Yu Hai asked. If someone is willing to trade crystal cores for it, they can have some. 1 pound of meat for a 4-star crystal core. No bargaining. The energy in the flesh cannot be preserved for long. As time passes, it will continuously dissipate. He simply decided to trade some of this turtle meat for crystal cores. What if it's Lin Quan's group? Will they trade? Yu Hai asked again. Trade. But they have to pay more. Double the price. Set aside the grudge. The crystal cores must be earned. Alright. Got it. Yu Hai nodded and rushed out. I'll go with you. Wang Yu quickly followed. He was worried about Yu Hai going alone. In the kitchen, there were a few students. They all wanted to get some hot food. After all, they had just been caught in the rain, and a warm soup would be more comfortable. Yu Hai went to the adjacent kitchen. No one was using it. He washed the pot clean and then started to make soup. The kitchen had a complete set of seasonings. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out. Wow! It smells so good. A few students came following the scent. Yu Hai, what are you making? They stared intently at the large pot. Inside was a thick soup simmering. Glimmering pieces of turtle meat floated in the pot. This is the flesh and blood of a mutated creature. How can it not smell good? Yu Hai began to introduce it. But he was cautious and didn't mention what star level the creature was. Can you share a bit with me? A sweet-looking girl said. Tonight, I can come find you. She leaned close to Yu Hai, whispering in his ear. Sorry. 1 pound of meat for a 4-star crystal core. No bargaining. Yu Hai said, holding up his fingers. What? 4-star crystal core for a pound? You might as well go rob someone. The others shook their heads directly. Just say whether you want it or not. Yu Hai scooped a spoonful of soup and happily drank it. Damn! It smells so good. Warm and very comforting. His performance made the others swallow hard. The food they had prepared lost all appeal. Damn it! I'll trade. Give me 3 pounds. A boy couldn't help it. There was no way, it was just too fragrant. The chef's skills will definitely satisfy you. Yuhai took the crystal core and quickly prepared a pot of meat soup. Inside, the turtle meat weighed exactly 3 pounds. Wow! This is amazing. The energy contained in the meat. I'm going to ascend. I broke through. I actually broke through. A satisfied expression appeared on the boy's face. I want to buy some. I want to buy some too. Give me 5 pounds. More and more people joined the purchasing line. After all, expressions can be faked, but breakthroughs can't be. This news spread quickly. Many people who ate the turtle meat directly broke through. Everyone came flocking to buy turtle meat. Sorry, you came too late. Yuhai packed the crystal core and prepared to leave. Isn't there still some in the pot? A few boys asked. I'm keeping these for myself. Yuhai didn't explain much and left the kitchen with the meat soup. Li Gu. A total of 300 crystal cores. Many of them were contributed by Lin Quan and his group. Yuhai placed the meat soup on the table. He held the crystal cores and handed them to Guan Chen. Count them. Yuhai said. No need. I trust you. Guan Chen had already scanned them with the system. Getting so many crystal cores was beyond his expectations. He stored the crystal cores in his space ring. Then he converted them all into points, totaling 19,200 points. The few of them had dinner. The rain outside was getting heavier. The nights in the apocalypse were bound to be dull. There were no entertainment activities. The idle men and women could only discuss the origins of life. Li Gu, do you think the team can reach Yongchen? Wang Yu lay on the floor. I don't know, but I can definitely make it. Guan Chen lay on the folding bed. Outside the room, Bone and Long were on night watch. Let's sleep. We have to continue our journey tomorrow. Guan Chen didn't say much. Wang Yu nodded and fell asleep. Splash! Splash! The rain was getting heavier. The men and women who had explored the origins of life gradually fell asleep. After all, this was the apocalypse, they had to be restrained. The night was deep. Except for the soldiers on watch, most people had already entered dreamland. Boom! A silver lightning bolt streaked across the sky. The pitch-black street was instantly illuminated. Several ghostly figures appeared out of thin air on the street. What is that? A soldier on watch said nervously. He quickly pulled his companion beside him. What's wrong? The other asked, puzzled. Is there something over there? The soldier pointed in the direction where he had seen the ghostly figure. No way. You must have seen it wrong. The flashlight beam illuminated the distant street. It was empty, with nothing there. No, it can't be. I clearly saw a ghostly figure flash by. The soldier began to doubt whether he had seen it wrong. You're definitely too nervous. I'll keep watch. You go take a nap, his companion said with concern. But the soldier did not respond. He stood there in a daze. Ha! What's wrong with you? His companion patted his shoulder. Crack! The soldier's body suddenly split in half. Blood gushed from his waist. His companion felt a sticky warm flow on his face. He knew it was blood. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky again. The soldier saw a ghostly figure appear before him. The ghostly figure revealed a chilling expression. Then he saw his own body. Gurgle! The head fell to the ground. The prey has come. The blood feast has begun. The ghostly figure's withered fingers picked up the head from the ground. Behind it, more ghostly figures emerged. Boom! Thunder and lightning clashed, drowning out the soldiers' screams. On the street, hundreds of soldiers' corpses lay sprawled. The once empty street was now filled with the shadows of countless ghosts, like ancient spirits awakened from their slumber, wandering through the small town. At night, the survivors slept soundly, having not experienced a peaceful rest in a long time. One survivor was preparing to get up to relieve himself. As he stepped out of the room, he caught sight of a faint figure at the end of the corridor. Away? The man asked casually, thinking it was his companion who also needed to urinate in the middle of the night. Jiage, why aren't you sleeping at this hour? Suddenly, his companion's voice came from inside the room. If Away was in the room, then who was in the corridor? He remembered that there were only 2 people in this place. The figure at the end of the corridor vanished. In the next moment, it appeared right in front of Jiage. A ghost! A ghost! Jiage was drenched in cold sweat. It was a skull without flesh, its form hidden beneath a black cloak, holding a bone knife stained with blood. Whoosh! The ghost moved swiftly. A flash of bloodlight passed by. Jiaji's head rolled to the ground in an instant. Jiage! Away screamed in agony. He rolled out of bed, crashing through the glass and falling onto the street. The heavy rain soaked his clothes. Help! There's a ghost! Away shouted, ignoring the pain in his body. He ran wildly down the street. Whoosh! The ghostly figure reappeared behind him. Ah! No! Away's head flew off, rolling on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. His scream awakened the surrounding survivors. Many poked their heads out of their tents, witnessing the most horrifying scene of their lives. Ghosts! Murder! Run! Notify the base military. The survivors' first reaction was to flee, but they suddenly realized that the once empty street was now filled with numerous ghostly figures. What? How could this be? Is this a ghost town? Fear spread across the survivors' faces. What ghosts? These are just monsters. An awakened one charged at the ghostly figure, swinging his large knife forward. Whoosh! The blade passed through the ghost. How is that possible? The awakened one was horrified. The ghostly figure extended its withered arm. The awakened one felt a chill in his chest. His boiling heart appeared in the ghost's hand. The awakened one's death plunged everyone into despair. The commotion quickly attracted the base military. General, what should we do? Ma Yao gasped as he looked at the ghostly figures. I don't believe in ghosts. This must be some kind of unknown monster. Li Xiao squinted, gathering a dark red greatsword in his hand. In an instant, he charged forward, breaking through the surrounding rain. Whoosh! The terrifying flame sword energy slashed through several ghostly figures. 2 blue cards fell onto the street. 6-star intermediate. The general has broken through. A smile appeared on Ma Yao's face. The stronger Li Xiao became, the more stable the 10th Legion's position was. These monsters can phase their bodies. When they phase, physical attacks are useless. Li Xiao quickly deciphered the ghostly figure's trick. So that's how it is. The soldiers suddenly understood. As long as they weren't ghosts, they wouldn't be afraid. They raised their rifles and began to shoot at the ghostly figures. At first, the bullets passed right through their bodies. But each phasing lasted only a brief second. Exceeding that time would result in being hit by bullets. These ghostly monsters were not invincible. When bullets struck them, transparent blood would spurt out. More and more ghostly monsters emerged from the ground. During the day, they used their phasing ability to hide underground. When night fell, they crawled out to slaughter their prey. This was also why there were no zombies or monsters in the small town. The ghostly monsters were clearly a species. They occupied the small town, waiting for prey to arrive. Every nightfall, they would appear. The number of ghosts and monsters was simply overwhelming. For everyone killed by the soldiers, 2 would emerge from the ground. The strength of the ghosts was not to be underestimated either. They possessed the ability to teleport briefly. The soldiers, holding their rifles and scanning the area, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. A sharp dagger pierced through from behind him. The movements of the ghostly monsters were eerie, and many soldiers met a tragic end. Fall back. We can't continue like this. Li Xiao sensed the danger. The soldiers he brought had already suffered over half their losses. If they continued to hold their ground, all of these hundreds would die here. The soldiers did not hesitate, fighting while retreating. The survivors on the streets were all killed by the ghostly monsters. Even though many survivors were trapped inside the houses, there was no way to rescue them in this situation. They could only pray for their own safety, hoping the ghostly monsters would not discover them. The sudden turn of events turned the peaceful little town into a hellish scene. Blood stained the streets, rooms, corridors, and tents. Many people did not understand what was happening and died in their sleep. Guan Chen opened his eyes. Lightning flashed outside the window. A ghostly figure was peering into the room through the window. It passed through the wall and lunged straight at Xiyan. Thunderous power. Guan Chen did not hesitate for a moment. Several bolts of silver lightning struck the ghostly figure instantly. Ziz! The ghostly figure was shattered by the lightning, leaving behind a blue card. Kill the ghostly minion, gain 500 points. The system's prompt suddenly sounded. Ha! A monster! Guan Chen flipped over like a carp. He picked up the card that had fallen to the ground. Li Gu, what's going on? The 3 of them, still dazed, woke from their dreams. Mom, why is my hair burnt? Xiyan exclaimed. Do you want hair or a head? Guan Chen pointed at the ashes on the ground. Ah, thank you, Li Gu, for saving my life. Xiyan finally understood. Not long ago, he had been recklessly testing his luck at the gates of hell. This night won't be peaceful. He had already heard the screams outside the window. Da-da-day. Boom! Gunfire and explosions rose and fell in succession. Master, the monsters are coming again, Bone quickly said. Guan Chen rushed to the corridor in an instant. In the distance, a ghostly monster appeared on the stairs. It was holding a bloody head in its hand. Name, low-level ghost race, Undead potential, 6 stars strength, 4 stars low-level ability, phasing, teleportation evaluation, undead from the abyss, likes to sleep underground, waiting for prey to arrive. The system scanned the ghostly monster and quickly provided information. Do you recognize this thing? Guan Chen looked at Bone. If he remembered correctly, it also came from the abyss. Master, the abyss is vast. I understand. He nodded. The low-level ghost launched an attack. Its form was erratic as it reached for Guan Chen. Bone armor. A suit of armor appeared around Guan Chen. The low-level ghost's attack could not penetrate at all. Thunderous power. Several bolts of silver lightning struck out. In an instant, the low-level ghost was shattered, leaving ashes all over the ground. Kill the low-level ghost, gain 450 points, the system's prompt sounded. You three be careful. These monsters can phase their bodies. They have a certain ability to displace. In a phasing state, only magical attacks can harm them. Remember, don't get too close to them. I'll go check the situation outside. Guan Chen left that sentence and took Long Qie and Bone with him. Let's be careful. First, let's find the base troops. Wang Yu quickly calmed down. We can't wholly go back. Yu Hai nodded. 5 Z-type robots led the way. Wang Yu followed behind. Si Yan was in the middle of the group, while Yu Hai and the White Lion brought up the rear. Guan Chen had already rushed onto the street. In front of him, 3 options suddenly appeared. Option 1, escape the town, reward speed potion X1. Option 2, hunt 100 ghosts, reward 6-star crystal X10. Option 3, find the undead priest, destroy the altar, stop the sacrifice, reward ethereal technique X1, skill upgrade opportunity X1, luxury lottery X1, 7-star crystal X1. Without a second thought, Guan Chen directly chose the third option. The rewards were too generous. He summoned all the Legion soldiers. Master, Kyle, Leo, and Sanglin said respectfully, search for the undead altar. Guan Chen issued the command directly. Yes, sir. The commanders nodded and began to act separately. Guan Chen was not idle either. While killing ghosts, he also searched for the altar. Such an obvious thing could not be in the town. Otherwise, it would have been discovered long ago. After searching for a while, he still found nothing. Suddenly, Guan Chen had a flash of inspiration. He walked towards the mountains and forests outside the town. He remembered that when he entered the town, there seemed to be a graveyard halfway up the mountain. Such a gloomy place was simply a favorite of the undead. Entering the forest, Guan Chen discovered many low-level ghosts. They dragged human corpses, moving through the woods. Guan Chen became even more convinced that his guess was correct. Bone, San Lin, Kyle, Leo, I have found the target, hurry up and come. Guan Chen notified the commanders through his mind. Yes, master. The commanders rushed towards the forest. Guan Chen followed the ghosts, sneaking deeper into the woods. The ground around him began to become muddy. Halfway up the mountain, the chaotic graveyard. This was originally a place where bodies were discarded during the war. The scattered tombstones made it impossible to tell who was who. Guan Chen stopped outside the chaotic graveyard to check the situation inside. He saw the ghosts placing the bodies on the ground. Then they assumed strange postures. The corpses knelt on the ground, their hands raised high above their heads. Of course, these were all headless corpses. Guan Chen glanced roughly and saw at least 1,000 corpses. Deep within the chaotic graveyard, hundreds of ghosts stood guard. They wielded scythes, skeletal staffs, long spears, long swords, and other weapons. They exuded a powerful aura. The strength of these ghosts all reached 6 stars. Hundreds of 6-star ghosts. If they all mobilized, they could easily destroy a team. After all, the strongest combat power of the base army was only mid-6 star. But at this moment, they had something more important to do. Guard the altar and successfully complete the sacrifice. The offerings here were naturally the humans hunted in the town. 1,000 headless corpses formed an evil formation. Inside the formation were those 6-star ghosts. At the very center was a huge mass of fog. Whoa! The ancient and heavy sound of a horn echoed. The altar at the center of the chaotic graveyard revealed its original form. It was an altar made of white bones. The outer 3 layers were all human skeletons. The inner 3 layers were all human skulls. The altar was enormous, covering an area of over 10 meters. A figure cloaked in black slowly emerged from the ground. In its hand, it held a white bone staff. The figure beneath the black robe was a decaying body, as if it had been sleeping underground for hundreds of years. Name, Undead Priest Race, Undead Potential, Black Iron Strength, Mid 7-star Ability, Unknown Evaluation, and Undead Priest from the Abyss, descending with an evil mission, swearing to open the abyssal passage and summon the undead army, Ancient. Cry. the undead priest began to move. It raised the white bone staff and emitted a wailing sound. Language of the dead. Guan Chen instantly understood the undead priest's prayer. Great God of death, God of the undead, evil God. The devout believer Gutu will offer delicious sacrifices. Please, gods, accept my offering, and grant me power. Open the portal to the abyss, let the undead descend upon this world. After the undead priest finished the prayer, he began to dance the sacrificial dance. His movements were clawing and fierce, lacking any sense of beauty. This was Guan Chen's assessment. This undead priest is really too irreverent. He actually believes in 3 gods at the same time. If he can manifest, it would be a miracle. Guan Chen couldn't help but complain, but the slap in the face came quickly. After the undead priest finished dancing, a terrifying aura began to permeate the altar. Those headless corpses all bowed down and worshipped towards the altar. What the hell? This actually worked? Guan Chen sensed that things were not looking good. He could no longer sit back and watch. If the undead priest completed the sacrifice, the portal to the abyss would open. The consequences would be unimaginable. Long Chie, you attract their attention, Guan Chen said. The Legion soldiers had already entered the forest. It wouldn't be long before they arrived here. Before that, he had to destroy the altar and interrupt the sacrifice. Okay, Master. Long Chie nodded and charged out. It spread its demonic wings and flew into the air. Stop it. The undead priest was suddenly alarmed. The sacrifice had reached a critical step. It absolutely could not be interrupted by outside forces. If the gods did not receive their offering, they would be very angry. Long Xie unleashed a lightning attack with its silver claws. The guarding spirits rushed towards Long Xie. Guan Chen drank an invisibility potion and quietly infiltrated the altar. The undead priest was still focused on praying and did not notice Guan Chen. He. Let me spice things up for you. Guan Chen grinned mischievously. Then he pulled out all the self-destructing robots. Not good. What's happening? The undead priest's decaying face was filled with terror. A scorching wave of heat suddenly swept out. The altar made of bones was instantly blown to smithereens. The sacrifice was interrupted, and the terrifying aura quickly dissipated. The undead priest's body trembled violently. Damn it! Who is it? It roared, trying to find the troublemaker. It had prepared for this sacrifice for a long time, but it was inexplicably ruined in an instant. Stop looking. I'm right here. Guan Chen gripped the bloodthirsty blade and slashed at the undead priest. Human? How dare you? The undead priest was shocked. It quickly used phasing energy. The bloodthirsty blade passed through its body. Guan Chen was not flustered. He had long been on guard against this move. Thunderous might. A dazzling lightning burst forth from Guan Chen's hand. Ah! The undead priest screamed in agony as it was sent flying. The undead priest's form crashed into a large number of tombstones. Its black robe was torn apart by the lightning, revealing its rotting flesh. Damn it! I will kill you! The undead priest chanted a spell, and the white bone staff in its hand emitted a black aura, conjuring several ghostly claws. The ghostly claws reached out towards Guan Chen. Blood soul slash. He showed no fear. His strength was about the same as that of the undead priest. A blood-red sword energy struck the black ghostly claws. Bang! The ghostly claws were cleaved apart. The blood-red sword energy surged forward, heading straight for the undead priest. Death shield. A shield coalesced around the undead priest. The blood soul slash was blocked by the shield. Such powerful energy. This is the aura of the abyss. Human. How do you possess something from the abyss? The undead priest said in a ghostly voice, its decaying face filled with surprise. Blood demon hand. Bone armor. Guan Chen did not respond but instead continuously used his skills. Bone armor formed around him. His right arm was wrapped in the blood demon hand. He charged towards the undead priest, and the bloodthirsty blade slashed out in an instant. The undead priest chanted a spell, conjuring several black phantoms. Guan Chen swung his sword, shattering the phantoms. Death's strangulation. A terrifying vortex coalesced around Guan Chen. His figure instantly vanished from the spot. Teleportation? The necromancer sensed something was amiss. Rip! Guan Chen appeared behind it. The blood-drinking blade easily broke through its defenses. Half of the necromancer's shoulder was severed. Its body was fragile, not suited for close combat. Necromantic revival. It chanted a spell. Its form disappeared from the spot. The surrounding graveyard began to tremble violently. Decaying corpses crawled out from the ground. Whoa! Dozens of corpses were resurrected by the necromancer. All possessed the combat power of 6-star beginners. Guan Chen was instantly surrounded by the corpse monsters. Shape-shifting. He targeted the corpse monster closest to the necromancer. The positions of the two were exchanged. The necromancer had yet to react. Thunderous might. Guan Chen conjured 10 bolts of lightning. They struck towards the necromancer. Zing! The rotting body was instantly pierced. Ah! It let out a scream, its form becoming ethereal. The necromancer wanted to flee. The human before it was too strange. It couldn't handle it at all. It used displacement again, vanishing from sight. When it reappeared, it was already outside the graveyard. Shape-shifting. Guan Chen switched its position back. The necromancer was momentarily stunned. Thunderous might. Guan Chen conjured over a dozen bolts of lightning again. Like flying silver snakes, they struck towards the necromancer. Ah! The necromancer's form was nearly transparent. Its power was growing weaker and weaker. The necromancer continuously summoned those 6-star specters back, but there was no response at all. Guan Chen understood why. Because the Legion soldiers had blocked those specters. Just now, Long Qie's appearance had drawn all the specters away. Only the necromancer remained in the graveyard. Guan Chen conjured silver lightning once more. This time, the number of lightning bolts reached dozens. He was surrounded by silver light. Zing! The lightning struck down, landing on the necromancer. Ah! The necromancer was enveloped in lightning, its form rapidly dissipating. Kill the necromancer, gain 50,000 points, complete option, receive rewards, ethereal technique X1, skill upgrade opportunity X1, luxury lottery X1, 7-star crystal core X1. The system's prompt sounded consecutively. With the loss of the necromancer's control, the resurrected corpse monsters lost their ability to act again. Guan Chen picked up a purple gold card from the ashes. There was no crystal core condensed within the necromancer's body. Master, the enemies have all been eliminated. Several leaders approached Guan Chen from behind. They held 57 purple cards in their hands. Return to the town. Guan Chen put away the cards and left the graveyard. In the town, the base army paid a heavy price. They finally eliminated most of the specters. All 6-star specters had been dealt with by Guan Chen. The specters in the town were at most 5-star strength. It was not difficult for the base army to handle them. It was just that the casualties would be quite heavy. After returning to the town, Guan Chen did not intervene. He had already dealt with the greatest crisis. The low-level specters in the town were left for the base army to handle. He found a quiet place. He began to check his spoils. Ethereal technique. After use, learn the ethereal technique, allowing the body to become ethereal and immune to all physical damage. This is a good skill. System. Learn ethereal technique. Guan Chen did not hesitate and learned it directly. Ding! Congratulations, host has learned ethereal technique. The system's prompt sounded. A massive amount of information flooded into his mind. Ethereal technique. Guan Chen's body instantly became ethereal. He passed through the wall and entered another room. This phasing technique is incredibly impressive. Not only can it make one immune to physical damage, but it can also be used to walk through walls. However, the consumption of the phasing technique is also quite enormous. In just a few seconds, Guan Chen felt almost drained. He quickly dispelled the phasing technique. A few supply cards were crushed in his hand. The consumed energy rapidly recovered. Opportunity to upgrade skills. System. Upgrade to advanced teleportation. After a moment of thought, Guan Chen decided to upgrade the teleportation skill. Ding! Advanced teleportation upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained Shadow Step. Shadow Step, teleport 60 meters to a designated location, leaving a shadow at the original spot, with controllable teleport distance, cooldown time 120 seconds. The upgraded teleportation skill increased the distance and reduced the cooldown time. Additionally, it could leave a shadow to confuse enemies. This enhancement was quite significant. A crystal core appeared in Guan Chen's hand. It radiated pure energy. Without hesitation, he grasped it and began to absorb it. A stream of energy surged into his body. Guan Chen's strength increased once again. After absorbing the crystal core, he took out 75 of his own cards. He opened all the cards in one breath. Gained Advanced Evolution Card X10, gained Advanced Supply Card X15, using it can recover energy faster. Gained Premium Food Card X10, using it grants a portion of high energy food. Gain Legion Expansion Card, 1 person, X10, gain Legion Upgrade Card X1, gained Flamestorm X1, using it learns the Flamestorm skill. Gained Advanced Recovery Card X10. All the purple cards were opened, and the rewards were quite good. Not only were there expansion cards and upgrade cards, but also a skill book. Guan Chen taught the Flamestorm to the Skeleton Mage. Ding! Skeleton Mage learned the skill, Flamestorm. Flamestorm summons a firestorm to attack enemies. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion. Guanshan used the upgrade card on the Xianlei Flood Dragon. Ding! Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion upgrade successful. The system's prompt sounded. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion instantly broke through to the intermediate 7 stars. Guanshan did not rush to use the Legion expansion card. A purple gold card appeared in his hand. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. Guanshan activated the purple gold card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Undead Summoning Technique. Undead Summoning Technique can summon an undead creature to fight, with strength equal to the summoner. Note, this summoning technique belongs to necromancy and cannot be learned by non-undead creatures. Guanshan's eyes lit up. This was another good skill. He directly taught the undead summoning technique to the skeleton mage. Among the many legions, only the skeleton mage was the most suitable. Ding! Skeleton mage learned the skill, undead summoning technique. The remaining option rewards included a luxurious grand lottery. Guanshan felt a bit anxious. After all, he had been tricked once by a lottery system. The luxurious grand lottery won't have a thank you for your patronage situation, right? Guanshan asked uneasily. Don't joke. System products are guaranteed to be top quality. The system's voice came through. After hearing this, Guanshan felt reassured. Let's start. Lottery time. He directly activated the luxurious grand lottery. A golden, sparkling wheel appeared before Guanshan. The wheel had a total of 100 slots. Each slot contained unknown items, legion cards, equipment, skills, talents, pets, professions, and so on. Guanshan examined it carefully this time. Only after confirming there were no blank slots did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! System products are guaranteed to be top quality. Guanshan directly started the wheel. Ding ding ding! A light spot appeared on the wheel. It then began to bounce. The speed of the light spot increased. It continuously tested wildly between the slots. Guanshan's breathing began to quicken. Although there were no blank spaces on the luxurious roulette, there were differences between the rewards. Potions and legion cards could not be compared, unless it was an exceptionally powerful potion. The speed of the light spot began to gradually slow down. The moment of reward revelation arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a silver-level potential legion card. The system's prompt sounded. Guanshan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. A legion card. And it's a silver-level potential. This reward completely met his expectations. The luxurious roulette disappeared, and the reward was automatically issued to the system backpack. Guanshan opened the system backpack. In the last slot, a golden card lay quietly. Silver-level potential legion card, used to obtain a silver-level potential legion. Without hesitation, Guanshan directly used the legion card. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Flame Subdragon Legion card. The question mark on the front of the card had transformed into a majestic subdragon. The subdragon was spewing flames from its mouth. Its appearance resembled that of a lizard, but it had a pair of horns on its head. Its limbs were even stronger, covered in red scales. Dragon-type Legion. Guanshan showed a delighted expression. Dragon-type creatures are definitely top-tier existences among the same level. Guanshan walked out of the room and into the backyard. The area here was large enough. He crushed the card. A fiery red summoning array appeared in the yard. Flames blazed along the trajectory of the summoning array. Even the heavy rain could not extinguish it. Roar! A low growl emanated from the summoning array. 5 terrifying figures materialized within the summoning array. The flame subdragon was over 5 meters long and more than 2 meters wide. It had a pair of horns on its head and a single horn above its nose. The fiery red scales radiated intense heat. The dragon claws were scalding, like lava. A pair of crimson vertical pupils revealed a hint of dragon majesty. Raindrops hitting the flame subdragon's body were instantly evaporated into mist. Master! The leading flame subdragon knelt before Guanshan. It lowered its proud head. The other flame subdragons also followed suit, kneeling on the ground. Get up! Guanshan waved his hand. He couldn't wait to check the attributes and abilities of the flame subdragon. Flame Subdragon Legion can be advanced, cannot be expanded. Number 5, potential, silver, strength, 7-star intermediate, leader, burning flame, skills, flame breath, dragon might, flame resistance, dragon claw strike, flame scales, power of the subdragon, burning fire. The strength of the flame subdragon was comparable to that of the Xianlei flood dragon. Both had silver level potential. After all, both legions belonged to dragon-type creatures. One was an eastern dragon, and the other was a western dragon. Guanshan was very satisfied. For some unknown reason, the rain gradually lessened. In the overcast sky, stars began to appear. Guan Chen recalled the Legion soldiers back to the system space. Calculating the time, the ghosts in the town should have been completely eliminated. It was time for him to show his face. Upon reaching the street, he saw headless corpses everywhere. Survivors were kneeling on the ground, weeping. They could only identify the deceased by their clothing. Woo woo, get up and look at me. Mom, I am an unfilial child. Abeo, we promised to be best friends for life. Why did you leave first? The cries echoed through the street. Guan Chen knew that many people must have died tonight. At least over 10,000 had perished at the hands of the ghosts. This was only the second night. The team had already lost more than 20,000 people. Moving along the street, the base army was clearing the battlefield. Guan Chen searched for the figures of Wang Yu and the others. Finally, near the center of the small town, he saw Wang Yu and the others. Besides them, the students from Z University were all gathered here. They were smart enough to seek out the base army. However, judging by the situation, Z University's team had also suffered significant losses. This time, Guan Chen saw a few acquaintances, Shen Xiong, Zhao Hai, and Lin Nana. Lin Quan also noticed Guan Chen and immediately hugged Lin Nana, then provocatively looked over. Guan Chen ignored him. How's it going? Are you okay? He looked at Wang Yu and the others. I'm fine. It's just that you got a bit of a scrape. Xian pointed at Wang Yu's arm. Guan Chen looked over and noticed that his arm was bandaged. What happened? Guan Chen asked. It's nothing. I was ambushed by Lin Quan's people. Wang Yu shook his head. You learn from your mistakes. Since you've been ambushed, find a way to ambush back. Guan Chen didn't say much more. These three had to grow on their own. If he protected them too well, it would only harm them. Brotherly is right. Wang Yu nodded, earnestly accepting the lesson. Guan Chen, while everyone is fighting the monsters, where did you go? Hiding like a turtle? Ha ha ha, what a waste. Lin Quan's lackey stepped forward to provoke him. Clearly, he had received Lin Quan's hint. Guan Chen looked at him but didn't speak. Instead, he walked straight up. Slap. Guan Chen slapped the boy's face. The other party didn't even react at first. It wasn't until the burning pain on his face hit him that he came to his senses. You dare hit me? The boy pointed at Guan Chen. Not convinced? Hit me back. Guan Chen coldly stared at him. The boy was about to say something, but Guan Chen's gaze was filled with pressure. The words were swallowed back down. Guan Chen, you have to consider the owner when hitting a dog. What do you mean? Lin Quan stepped in front of Guan Chen. Where did this dog come from? Guan Chen said casually. You're looking for death. Lin Quan was about to make a move. What's going on? No fighting. A soldier walked up to the two. What do you want? Be careful, or I won't be polite. The soldier scolded Lin Quan. Although he was only at the initial level of 5 stars, he wasn't afraid of Lin Quan with the military backing him. Guan Chen, this time you got lucky, but your luck can't always be this good. Lin Quan said viciously. Indeed. Next time, your luck won't be this good. Guan Chen replied. Let's go. Back to sleep. As he turned to leave, an ancient book fell from him. This scene was just seen by Zhao Hai. He hurriedly stepped forward and stepped on the book. Hi. The good show is over. Let's go. Zhao Hai's companion said. Ha. I suddenly feel inspired. If you want to observe the night sky, you should go back first. Zhao Hai quickly said. What are you talking about? Forget it. I'm going back. The other person shook his head and turned to leave. Zhao Hai stood still, waiting for everyone around to leave before he quickly picked up the book from the ground. Phew. Luckily it's not damaged. Zhao Hai breathed a sigh of relief. The book's material was special and hadn't been soaked by the rain. This further convinced Zhao Hai that the book was not simple. After all, it was something that had fallen from Guan Chen. Evil Repelling Sword Manual? Zhao Hai looked at the 4 ancient characters written on the cover. Each stroke was filled with a mysterious aura. Sword Manual. I really found a treasure. Zhao Hai's face showed joy. His extraordinary life was about to take off. Zhao Hai hid the sword manual and found a secluded corner. It was an old farmhouse, located in a very remote area. Because the roof leaked, no one would rest here. Zhao Hai couldn't wait to find a clean corner and then opened the evil repelling sword manual. The first page didn't have much text. It only wrote a few big characters. To practice the skill, one must first castrate oneself. Castrate oneself? What does that mean? Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled. He turned to the second page of the sword manual. It detailed the specific process of self-castration. After reading it, Zhao Hai's expression changed dramatically. The so-called self-castration was, in fact, a form of self-mutilation. His earlier joy instantly turned into turmoil. That was a man's dignity. But if he didn't go through with it, he wouldn't be able to learn the sword manual. He didn't want to live a life devoid of dignity anymore. Zhao Hai recalled how he had been treated during this time. He clearly remembered that night. He had humiliated himself to survive, abandoning all dignity. Damn it! What the hell is dignity? I lost it a long time ago. Power. I just want power. I want revenge. Those who have humiliated me, they all must die. Zhao Hai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury. A sharp dagger appeared in his hand. Ah! A scream echoed from the cottage. Zhao Hai's hands were already stained with blood. He trembled all over, his eyes blood-red, like a vengeful spirit. At that moment, the blood-stained exorcising sword manually emitted a soft glow. It merged into Zhao Hai's body, and his wounds healed instantly. Of course, what was lost could not be restored. Zhao Hai felt his strength continuously rising. 2-star beginner, 3-star beginner, 4-star beginner, 5-star beginner. In just a few minutes, he transformed from an ordinary person into a 5-star beginner awakener. So strong. This is more than just a sword manual. It contains martial arts as well. Zhao Hai was instantly delighted. The sadness from earlier was significantly diminished. Zhao Hai packed his things and left the cottage. Now that he possessed the strength of a 5-star beginner, the first thing he needed to do was seek revenge. Li Pai, Wang Si. Zhao Hai clearly remembered each of their faces. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. Li Pai woke from his sleep. Damn it! Who the hell is it? Wang Si cursed loudly. Having just experienced a life and death crisis, both of them were already physically and mentally exhausted. Just when they finally had a chance to rest, they were disturbed. Knock, knock, knock. There was no response from outside, just continuous knocking. Li Pai, go check who that loser is, Wang Si said impatiently. He lay in bed, covering his ears with a pillow. Damn it! I'll kill you. Li Pai rolled out of bed and walked toward the door. Creak! The door opened, revealing a handsome young man outside. Oh, isn't this young Master Hai? What? Want to eat a big chicken steak again? Li Pai said with a smile. I'm here to kill you. Zhao Hai threw a punch at him. You worthless piece of trash, you think you can kill me? Let Brother Pai teach you a lesson. Li Pai's eyes glinted with malice as he lunged at Zhao Hai. The other party was just an ordinary person. He was a 4-star intermediate awakener. In terms of strength, speed, and defense, he completely outclassed Zhao Hai. He only needed to make a move to take him down. Zhao Hai grinned menacingly, a terrifying aura erupting from him in an instant. You! Impossible! Li Pai's eyes were filled with terror. Zhao Hai instantly sent him flying. The immense power caused Li Pai to crash to the ground, howling in pain. Zhao Hai gathered energy and pointed at Li Pai from a distance. He used a pressure point technique, rendering Li Pai unable to move. Wang Si finally reacted. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Zhao Hai grabbed him by the neck and threw him against the wall. Using the pressure point technique again, he incapacitated Wang Si. Zhao Hai knocked both of them unconscious and dragged them out of the room. Li Pai and Wang Si were tied up and thrown into a remote, abandoned yard. This place was far from the town, with no one else around. Brother Hai, let me go. I beg you. Their hands and feet were bleeding, clearly having been crippled by Zhao Hai. Let you go? That's not going to happen. Zhao Hai's tone carried a hint of softness. This is the after effect of the evil repelling sword manual. I want you to die slowly in pain. The humiliation of that night, I want you to repay 1,000-fold. In Zhao Hai's hand, a sharp dagger appeared. He cut the baskets off the two and stuffed them into their mouths. The two struggled desperately, but it was useless. Afraid? This is just the beginning. Zhao Hai used the sharp dagger to slice their flesh bit by bit. Each cut was just right, ensuring they wouldn't die. The two shook their heads desperately, tears and mucus mixing together. But Zhao Hai remained unmoved. Cultivating the evil repelling sword manual had gradually twisted his heart. Zhao Hai enjoyed this thrill of killing, torturing someone to death, bit by bit. This experience was truly marvelous. In the courtyard, the screams of the two echoed. But soon, they were drowned out by the heavy rain. Moments later, Zhao Hai walked out of the courtyard. Li Pai and Wang Si were hung upside down from a dead tree. Their flesh and blood were nearly gone. Only a few strands of meat hung on the bones. The powerful vitality of the awakened ones had kept them alive. But death was merely a matter of time. This waiting for death was the most painful torment. Daylight broke. The rain stopped. Guan Shen opened his eyes, got up, and folded the bed. Ha! Where's my sword manual? During the tidying up, he suddenly realized that the evil repelling sword manual he had been carrying was missing. Li Gu, lost something? Do you want us to help you look for it? Wang Yu asked. It's fine. It's not important. Guan Chen shook his head. After all, he had no intention of learning that evil repelling sword manual. He just hoped no one would find it. After all, the cost of that thing was indeed quite high. The team quickly assembled, lining up in the previous order. Many people wanted to take advantage of the chaos and slip into the front of the line. But unfortunately, they were all caught. The base troops ordered that anyone who caused trouble would be directly expelled from the team. As soon as this was said, everyone instantly became obedient. Although the danger behind was a bit greater, at least there was a chance to survive. If they were expelled from the team, it would surely be a dead end. The events of the past 2 days had made them understand that this world was full of crises. Taking advantage of the break in assembly, Guan Chen found a secluded corner. He summoned all the soldiers of the Legion. You stay around the team. Hunt monsters on your own. Guan Chen issued the order. Let the soldiers remain on standby in the system space. It was better to let them out to hunt monsters. After all, it wasn't far, and they could provide support at any time. Yes, Master. Several leaders responded. Guan Chen left the skeleton undead legion. His current identity was a summoner. He had to keep the skeleton legion to cover up. After arranging everything, Guan Chen returned to the end of the team. The team was fully assembled and left the small town in a grand manner. Following the M205 road, they continued to flee south. The Legion soldiers followed the team, maintaining a certain distance. South of Chaoming town, they completely left the range of Z City. The team walked along the highway. Keep going along this road. We should be in the range of Sanlin City. In the front of the team, Jose held a map. He determined the current position of the team. Lord Commander, we have two choices. The first choice is to take a detour, but it will take a week. The second choice is to cross through Sanlin City. Zhou Yuan spoke up. A week? That's too long. Moreover, in this apocalypse, where is there a safe place? Even if we choose to take a detour, there may still be other dangers. I agree with the second choice, to cross through Sanlin City, Zhao Qua said. I also choose the second one. The most troublesome in the city is undoubtedly the zombies. These mindless guys are easier to deal with than monsters. Su Dehai also spoke up. In that case, I choose the second option too. Guo Xiaotian, rarely in agreement, echoed Zhao Qua. After all, the risk of taking a detour was too great. Let's cross through the Sanlin City area. Tu Tianyang and Li Xiao also chimed in. The two were the strongest combatants in the team, possessing absolute authority. Alright, since that's the case, we'll go through the Sanlin City area. Su Yunjian nodded, quickly making up his mind. Woo woo. A heavy horn sounded from afar. Not good. A large troop has been spotted in the distance. The enemy has flags, suspected to be intelligent beings. A scout with eagle-eye abilities stumbled into the temporary meeting point of the group. What's going on? Speak slowly. Zhou Yuan patted the soldier. A soft glow radiated from him, instantly calming the soldier. Thank you, Deputy Zhou Yuan. The eagle-eye soldier said gratefully. Zhou Yuan's profession was a light priest. He could cast healing magic to mend others' wounds and also use light magic to attack enemies. In front, to the left front, to the right front. Orc troops have appeared in these three positions. The eagle-eye soldier reported. Orcs, how far away? Su Yunjian quickly asked. About 2 kilometers. The eagle-eye soldier replied. Damn! Everyone prepare for battle. Su Yunjian ordered, but it was still too late. Ah! A scream came from the front lines. Arrows rained down, embedding deeply into the ground. Damn it! They came too fast. Su Yunjian cursed. Generals! I beg you. He looked at the 10 generals of the Legion. I'll lead the soldiers to counterattack, Zhao Qua said. His first legion was at the forefront of the group and suffered the most from the ambush. I'll go back and guard the rear. Li Xiao quickly left. The group halted. Survivors showed anxious expressions. They had heard the horn sound clearly. The group was under attack by monsters. Ordinary survivors, stay in the group. Awakened ones, you can organize a counterattack. All rewards from kills will be handled by you, the signaling soldier announced. In an instant, many awakened ones organized into teams. They wanted to grow stronger and were not content with the status quo. After all, the monsters were evolving. To survive, they had to become stronger. 3 orc troops appeared on the road. They wore simple iron armor, their upper bodies bare. With green skin, they bared a pair of tusks. Charge! An orc officer shouted, raising his spiked club. Kill! Zhao Kuo transformed into a steel warrior, leading the soldiers into a charge. The two forces collided instantly. Orcs swung their spiked clubs, smashing the base troops' heads. The base troops' blades severed orc heads. Tat-ata! In the distance, base troops fired their rifles. The orcs retaliated with bows and arrows. In the first wave of confrontation, the base troops fell into a disadvantage. After all, ordinary rifle bullets were hardly a threat to the orcs. But the arrows shot by the orcs seemed to be made of special materials, possessing strong attack capabilities. Base troop soldiers hit were either dead or injured. Support! I need support. Zhao Kuo was surrounded by orcs. Although he was at 6-star strength, he was outnumbered. Dents were made on his steel skin from the blows. These orc troops understood tactics. They lured Zhao Kuo deeper and then quickly encircled him. Not good. Zhao Kuo's legion is in danger. Su Yunjian exclaimed. The 3 orc troops combined had at least over 10,000. Zhao Kuo's legion had only a little over 5,000. Moreover, the orc troops were all elite, 4-star and above. Many soldiers of the base troops relied on firearms to fight. My own strength is only 1 or 2 stars. Support! Hurry up with the support. 3rd Corps, 4th Corps. Su Yunjian was a bit flustered. Losing Zhao Kuo's corps would be a huge loss for the base army. Guo Xiaotian and Su Dahai had already gathered their teams. They were ready to charge at the orcs to rescue Zhao Kuo's corps. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of hooves came from afar. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. Not far away, a special unit appeared. There were about 500 of them. Fully armed orcs, riding on tall, sturdy horses. Those war horses all had the bloodline of exotic beasts. Orc cavalry. Guo Xiaotian and Su Dahai's hearts trembled. Charge! The leading orc knight commander charged directly at the base army. The muscular, large war horses began to gallop wildly. The vast road had no obstacles at all. The cavalry could gallop freely. Hundreds of orc cavalry, accompanied by a cloud of dust. Unstoppable. The base army soldiers immediately panicked. They instinctively began to retreat. Everyone, don't panic. Hold the line. Guo Xiaotian and Su Dahai tried to stabilize the formation. They understood very well that the faster they fled from the cavalry's charge, the quicker they would die. Only by facing them head-on could they have a chance of winning. The number of orc cavalry was not large. They had over 10,000 men, so there might still be a chance. Think of your families. You should know the fate of deserters. Su Dahai spoke directly. As soon as he said this, the formation temporarily stabilized. The orc cavalry is not many, charge together. Attack the horse legs. A red aura of blood emanated from Su Dahai. His double axes were poised for action. The soldiers with machine guns began to fire. Although the bullets could not kill the war horses, they could still inflict minor injuries. The war horses, in pain, had their speed affected. Suppress their fire. Guo Xiaotian shouted urgently. Dozens of rockets were fired directly at the orc cavalry. Scatter! The orc knight commander ordered. Boom! The rockets exploded, flipping some cavalry. Charge! Kill all the humans! The orc knight commander Daniel said fiercely. He rode into the ranks of the 3rd and 4th Corps. The orc cavalry behind him closely followed Daniel. In a tight formation, they charged into the corps. The soldiers could not withstand this powerful impact. The soldiers at the front were directly knocked away. The war horses trampled over them, their bodies instantly torn apart. No retreat! Hold the line! Su Dahai swung his axes, instantly tearing apart a warhorse. The orc on top was immediately chopped into pieces. Su Dahai's kill of the orc cavalry boosted the morale of the crowd. Kill! They used their flesh and blood to resist the charge of the warhorses, wildly hacking at the horse legs. This human sea tactic was very effective. Many orc cavalry fell from their horses and were quickly chopped into pieces. Despicable humans! The warhorse under Daniel suddenly leaped. The surrounding soldiers were directly knocked away. His battle knife slashed at the surroundings. Terrifying energy scattered everywhere. Hundreds of soldiers were slaughtered by Daniel. The base army blocking the cavalry was instantly cleared. The warhorses resumed their movement and galloped again. The orc cavalry swung their battle knives, killing the surrounding soldiers. Su Dahai saw that he could not stop the orc cavalry. He steeled his heart and disregarded the rear. Support Zhao Kuo. Su Dahai led the soldiers to charge towards the battle group ahead. Savage charge. Su Dahai suddenly accelerated, transforming into a wild beast. The orc encirclement was torn open. You finally came. I can barely hold on. Cough, cough. Zhao Kuo said weakly. Half of the soldiers from his first legion had already died or been injured. Less talk. The battle isn't over yet. Hua Xiaotian also rushed into the encirclement. In his hands, explosive energy continued to coalesce. The Beastman soldiers in front of him were directly blasted into pieces. Daniel did not stop, it charged straight towards the main force. Although its cavalry was not numerous, they excelled in mobility. Even when facing a large army, it remained completely unperturbed. "Quick! Stop it!" Su Yunjian exclaimed in shock, quickly issuing orders. The soldiers of the 2nd Regiment opened fire directly at Daniel. Day. Bullets poured out, but the effect was not significant. The cavalry dispersed, bypassing the elite troops in front. It's been a long time since I slaughtered humans. Today, let me kill to my heart's content. Daniel revealed a cruel smile. It slightly turned to the side, swinging its battle knife. Swish! The heads of several survivors were directly severed. Blood splattered, staining its battle armor. Ha! This is the feeling. Daniel rode its warhorse, galloping behind the troops. The cavalry behind it followed closely. The 6th Legion wanted to intercept Daniel, but alas, the opponent was too powerful. They could only watch helplessly as the enemy slaughtered the survivors. "Ah, don't kill me!" The survivors' ranks instantly fell into chaos. People cried out for mercy, but it had no effect. This only stirred Daniel's bloodlust. Wail! Despair! Daniel continuously slashed out energy blades. Surrounding survivors fell in droves. Blood flowed like rivers. The base troops rushed into the crowd, trying to stop Daniel. But every time they got close, the Beastman cavalry would shift positions. Hundreds of Beastman knights mercilessly slaughtered the survivors. Unbeknownst to them, they had already reached the rear of the troops. The survivors saw the charging Beastman cavalry and scattered in panic. The ranks immediately broke apart, fleeing in all directions. Sigh. It's been a long time since I've stretched my legs. Guan Chen took advantage of the chaos to leave the Z University group. Disguise technique. His appearance changed in an instant. Long Chia followed Guan Chen, also altering its appearance. Kyle, find an opportunity to ambush the Beastmen from behind. Guan Chen ordered directly. Such a large Beastman force could not have appeared out of nowhere. This intelligent race must have a tribe. Yes, Master. Kyle led the Silver Lion cavalry, charging forward. Daniel was still slaughtering the survivors. It had no idea that the Grim Reaper had already arrived. Guan Chen walked towards Daniel at a leisurely pace. Human. Aren't you afraid of death? Daniel looked down at Guan Chen from a height. Guan Chen said nothing. Die. Daniel raised its battle knife and charged at Guan Chen. Guan Chen also accelerated, the bloodthirsty blade appearing in his hand. Interesting, but an ant is still an ant, Daniel said disdainfully. Its battle knife had already swung forward. Guan Chen did not dodge or evade, meeting Daniel head-on. Swish! Crack! The two figures crossed paths. Daniel's warhorse was cleaved in half. It fell to the ground, extremely embarrassed. 7-star strength. This is impossible, Daniel said in terror. Guan Chen ignored it and continued charging. Daniel did not resist and turned to flee, but its speed was far inferior to Guan Chen's. Swish! Daniel's head flew high into the air. Its body, propelled by inertia, ran a few steps before collapsing. Kill the Beastman Knight Commander, gain 2,000 points, basic horsemanship, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Guan Chen did not expect that killing Daniel would actually grant him this skill book. System. Learn basic horsemanship. A massive influx of information surged into his mind. He instantly mastered the riding techniques of various creatures. Guan Chen picked up the card on Daniel. He summoned the skeletal undead legion. Kill all these orcs. Guan Chen issued the command directly. As you command, Master. Bone nodded, and the skeletal soldiers behind it charged towards the orc cavalry. The skeletal gun and shield soldiers immediately threw their spears. The orc cavalry were struck down by the spears. The fallen cavalry were swiftly cut down by the skeletal swordsmen. Master, we have discovered an orc tribe at the entrance of the city. Kyle's voice came through. Option 1, stay with the team to watch the show, reward, title of spectator. Option 2, help the base army to eliminate the raiding orc team, reward, recruitment of Su Yunjian. Option 3, launch a surprise attack on the orc tribe, kill the orc chieftain, reward, Legion upgrade card X1, Legion expansion card, 5 people, X1, 50,000 points. 3 options suddenly appeared before Guan Chen. The rewards for the first 2 options were almost negligible. Only the third option was worth completing for Guan Chen. The orc cavalry had already been mostly cleared. The remaining few defeated soldiers posed no threat. He no longer needed to stay here. Long Chie, you stay behind to clean up the battlefield. Guan Chen recalled the skeletal soldiers. Then he mounted a warhorse, activating his basic riding skills. The warhorse beneath him instantly became incredibly docile. Go! He rode the warhorse, galloping away from the team. Guan Chen distanced himself from the team, bypassing the area of conflict ahead. A few minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of Sanlin City. A huge landmark building read, "Sanlin welcomes you." But at that moment, several human corpses were hanging from the building. Following Kyle's instructions, Guan Chen approached the orc tribe. The size of this tribe was immense. The former goblin tribe was incomparable. The difference between the two was like that between a rural area and a city. The tribe was surrounded by 6-meter-high stone walls. Inside was clearly a small city. Dozens of orc soldiers patrolled the walls continuously. Orc archers were constantly observing the surroundings. Once they spotted an enemy, they would immediately shoot. "Let's go. I won't kill you." Guan Chen dismounted. The warhorse looked at him gratefully. "Master, we are ready. We can set off at any time." Kyle walked up to Guan Chen. Behind him were several other legions. Guan Chen summoned the skeletal undead legion. "Set off. Attack the orc tribe," Guan Chen asked. At that moment, the orc army was engaged in fierce battle with the base army. This was essentially stealing the crystal. "As you command." Several leaders responded. "Sanglin, Fenyan, you lead the charge. Break down the gate for me," Guan Chen ordered directly. "Yes, my lord." Sanglin and Fenyan charged towards the orc tribe. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The orc archers quickly sounded the alarm. They shot downwards. The arrows struck the Shenlei Jiao and the flame subdragon, bouncing off harmlessly. "Not good. Dragon race. How could dragons appear in this place?" the orc soldiers said in panic. At that moment, the tribe was very empty, with only a few thousand people. A large portion of them were women and children. "Quick, go inform the chieftain," an orc soldier said. The flame subdragon rushed to the base of the city wall. It breathed fire, striking the city gate. Boom! The city gate shook violently, leaving charred marks. The Shenlei Jiao charged fiercely, directly breaking through the wobbling gate. "Charge!" Seeing the gate had been breached, Kyle led the soldiers out. More than 20 silver lion riders surged into the tribe. "The enemy has broken in. Run!" The orcs who had just descended from the city wall were instantly terrified, their souls fleeing. Kyle chased after them, his spear piercing through their bodies. The flame wyvern legion spewed flames from their mouths. The surrounding houses were instantly ignited. The thunder serpents climbed up the city walls. The beastmen soldiers launched a counterattack. Unfortunately, they couldn't even break through the scales. The thunder serpent climbed the wall and opened its massive maw. The beastmen soldiers were directly swallowed whole. "Pah! So disgusting!" The azure scale spat out the corpse of a beastman. "Ah!" The cries of agony rose and fell within the beastman tribe. Guan Chen gripped the blood-drinking blade and walked into the tribe. Skeleton undead and ironclad shield guards blocked the exits, preventing the beastmen soldiers from sending word. "Ah! Who dares to ambush my tribe?" A furious roar echoed from within the tribe. A tall beastman appeared before Guan Chen, wielding a battle knife over 2 meters long. Its exposed fangs were more than half a meter long. A silver lion knight was cleaved in two by it. Name, Beastman Chieftain, Yalu, Potential, Black Iron Strength, 7-star Intermediate Ability, Unknown Introduction. The chieftain of the Beastman tribe, possessing supreme power. The system quickly provided information. "Human, I will kill you." Yalu glared at Guan Chen. "Brother, you don't understand the situation. It seems like I'm the one in control now," Guan Chen commanded. The flame wyverns and thunder serpents had already surrounded him. "Impossible. How can these wyverns obey your orders?" Yalu said incredulously. "You don't need to know so much, just obediently die." "Kill it," Guan Chen ordered directly. Roar! The flame's claw struck Yalu. Its body was sent back several meters. Put! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from its mouth. Immediately after, a bolt of purple lightning struck towards him. Yalu hurriedly raised his knife to block. The lightning knocked the long knife away. Guan Chen, holding the blood-drinking blade, charged at Yalu. "Human! Seeking death!" Yalu saw Guan Chen daring to fight personally. A fierce glint flashed in its eyes. A terrifying energy erupted from within, slashing towards Guan Chen. Guan Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Not good. Yalu sensed something. It tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Put! The blood-drinking blade pierced into its body. Blood-red tendrils spread out in an instant. In just a few seconds, they devoured Yalu. Kill Yalu, gain 20,000 points. Option completed. Kill the Beastman Chieftain, reward Legion Upgrade Card X1, Legion Expansion Card, 5 people, X1, 50,000 points. The system's voice rang out, and the rewards were automatically distributed. The blood-drinking blade consumed Yalu's corpse. The tendrils wrapped around the crystal core and cards, delivering them to Guanshen's hands. Master, how should we deal with the beastmen, women and children in the tribe? Kyle asked. Kill them, Guanshen replied without hesitation. He had just witnessed the beastman cavalry torturing humans for fun. This was a life-and-death situation. Understood, Kyle nodded. He led the Silver Lion Knights to begin the purge. Not a single beastman would be spared. Kyle's spear pierced through the bodies of the beastmen, women and children. They had no power to fight back. Guanshen did not feel that his actions were cruel. If the roles were reversed, and the beastmen had breached a human base? Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. The Silver Lion Knights slaughtered the remaining beastmen. Many beastmen tried to escape the tribe amidst the chaos, but were intercepted by the skeletons and ironclad legions. The Flame Wyvern unleashed fireballs, destroying the tribe's buildings. Even if some beastmen hid, they could hardly escape death. System. Upgrade the Thunder Serpent Legion. Guanshen used the upgrade card. Ding. Thunder Serpent Legion upgrade successful. A wave of energy radiated outward. The Shenlei Jiao Legion successfully broke through to the 7-star advanced. System. Expand the Silver Lion Cavalry. Guanshen used the expansion card. In front of him, a summoning array appeared. 5 Silver Lion soldiers materialized before him. They obeyed Kyle's call and began to clear out the remaining orcs in the tribe. Guanshen opened the points mall. He now had around 140,000 points. System. Purchase 2 Legion upgrade cards. 2 Legion expansion cards, 10 people. Guanshen directly cleared his points. Ding. Successfully purchased Legion upgrade card X2, Legion expansion card, 10 people, X2, total cost 140,000 points. You are truly the most wise and mighty host I have ever seen. The system's prompt sounded. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Legion. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guanshen directly used the upgrade cards. Ding. Skeleton Undead Legion, Ironclad Shield Legion upgrade completed. The strength of both legions reached 5-star advanced. System. Expand the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Guanshen used the expansion card in his hand. A massive summoning array appeared before him. 20 Silver Lion soldiers slowly materialized. This harvest was quite good. Guanshen took out the 7-star crystal core and began to absorb it directly. A stream of pure energy surged into his body. Guanshen felt his strength increase significantly. At this rate, he would soon break through to 7-star advanced. After more than 10 minutes. Master, the remaining orcs have all been eradicated. Here are the crystal cores and cards, Kyle said. Guanshen took the crystal cores and cards. 345 4-star crystal cores, 125-star crystal cores, 541 blue cards. Guanshen exchanged all the crystal cores for points. Ding. Successfully traded 4-star crystal core X344, gained 22,770 points. Ding. Successfully traded 5-star crystal core X120, gained 10,440 points. After trading the crystal cores, Guanshen opened all the blue cards. Gained intermediate supply card X78, gained quality food card X67, gained intermediate recovery card X79, gained intermediate advancement card X50, gained armor piercing arrow X200, gained invisibility potion X40, gained legion enhancement card X27, after use, can accelerate the speed of legion enhancement. Guanshen used the enhancement cards, the Skeleton Undead Legion and Ironclad Shield Legion. The strength of these 2 legions began to rise rapidly. Although it wasn't as outrageous as the upgrade cards, at this speed, they would break through to 6-star in no more than 2 days. Guanshen crushed the purple card dropped by the Orc Chieftain. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Chieftain's Blade. Name, Chieftain's Blade Type, Knife Grade, 7-star Beginner Talent, Sharp, Bleeding Skill, Chieftain's Fury Evaluation, a weapon used by the Orc Chieftain, forged from unique minerals of another world, extremely sharp. A large knife over 2 meters long appeared in Guanshen's hand. Bone. This is for you. He tossed the chieftain's blade to Bone. Among the many leaders, only it used a battle knife. Thank you, master. Bone took the chieftain's blade and slashed at the air a few times, producing a series of sounds. Good knife. The soul fire in Bone's eyes brightened. The orc tribe had been destroyed, but he did not leave immediately. If the roots are not removed, the spring wind will blow again. Outside Sanlin City, there was still an orc team. With the base army's capabilities, it was not enough to annihilate them. Guanshen planned to stay in the tribe and wait for an opportunity. The battlefield was already a river of blood. The bodies of humans and orcs were mixed together. But overall, humans suffered more. If it weren't for the base army outnumbering the orcs, they would have likely been completely wiped out by now. But even so, they still lost more than half. Retreat! The orc leader issued the order to fall back. Thousands of orc soldiers fled in a panic. We won! We won! Zhao Kuo was covered in blood, holding a broken battle knife in his hand. The orcs are retreating. Great! Long live the base army! The survivors cheered. The base army had won, they didn't have to die. Su Yunjian's expression was somewhat grim. He looked at the battlefield, the road piled high with corpses. The base army suffered heavy casualties in this battle. Clear the battlefield. He paused for a moment before giving the order directly. In fact, he didn't need to give the order. The generals of each corps had already begun to clean up. After all, this battle was won by them, not much related to Su Yunjian. After this battle, Su Yunjian's prestige had completely plummeted. Damn it! My first corps needs to recruit soldiers again. Zhao Kuo gathered the remaining soldiers. The 5,000-strong team had less than 2,000 left. This included the wounded. There were only over 1,000 soldiers left with real combat capability. The situation in the other corps was not much better. They had basically lost hundreds of soldiers. Of course, the orc forces also suffered heavy losses. The cavalry was completely wiped out. The infantry also lost thousands. Li Xiao looked at the crystal stone in his hand. He decided to train the survivors and reassemble the 10th Corps. The era of hot weapons had completely passed. The recent battle was the best proof. The lethality of ordinary rifles was even inferior to that of the orcs' bows. Although the base army had more than 20,000 soldiers, most of them only had a strength of 1 or 2 stars. In the early stages, these soldiers could rely on hot weapons to fight zombies. But as time went on, their strength gradually fell behind. The idea of reassembling the corps was not only Li Xiao's. The other generals were also calculating. The remaining orc troops returned to the area where their tribe was located. Not good. Something happened to the tribe. The leading orc saw the black smoke rising in the distance. It instantly realized the situation was dire. Quick, get back! Mir didn't have time to rest and hurried towards the tribe. Looking at the breached city gate and the corpses hanging on the city wall, its heart sank. Ah, damn it! It rushed into the tribe in anger. Thousands of orc soldiers followed closely behind. Finally back. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Huan Chen played with the bloodthirsty blade. He raised his head and looked at the furious Mir. Humans! Despicable race! Mir roared. Boom! Dozens of huge heads poked out from the city wall. Dragons! It's the dragon race. In the other world where the orcs resided, there were evidently dragon creatures. They looked terrified at the dragon legion on the city wall. Quick, retreat! Mir suddenly realized something. It hurriedly ordered the troops behind to fall back outside the city gate. Clang, clang, clang. The ironclad shield guard appeared, completely blocking the city gate. The shields were interlocked, forming an impregnable fortress. This is bad. We've fallen into a trap. Mir broke out in a cold sweat. The humans intended to eradicate them. Unfortunately, it was too late. Kill! Huan Chen said expressionlessly. Roar! The fire dragon spat out a fiery breath. Scorching flames rained down, landing among the orc troops. Ah! The bodies of the orc soldiers were burned by the flames. They fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. Boom! After the fiery breath ended, purple lightning orbs smashed into the orc troops. Orc soldiers were blown away, their bodies torn apart. Even Mir was severely injured. Following that came the attack of the skeletal mage. A vortex of flames smashed into the orc troops. Ah! The screams of the beast soldiers were incessant. The recent magical attack had instantly killed over 1,000 beast soldiers. Kill them! Dozens of silver lion knights charged into the orc ranks. Thunder emanated from beneath the silver lion's feet. Under the impact of the silver lions, the beast soldiers had no power to fight back. Their bodies were either pierced by long spears or knocked away by the silver lions. The silver lion knights cut through the orc forces. The skeleton soldiers also joined the battle. Thousands of beast soldiers were utterly defenseless. It was a crushing battle. The last beast soldier died under the claws of the azure scales. Master, the enemy has been completely slaughtered, said the flame. Clean up the battlefield. Huan Chen ordered directly. Minutes later, the leaders of the legion presented crystal cores and cards. 1210 4-star crystal cores, 456 5-star crystal cores, and 5 6-star crystal cores. 710 blue cards and 3 purple cards. Huan Chen traded all the crystal cores for points. Ding! Successfully traded 4-star crystal cores x 1210, gained 71,390 points. Ding! Successfully traded 5-star Crystal Cores X456, gained 35,568 points. Ding! Successfully traded 6-star Crystal Cores X5, gained 470 points. With all the crystal cores traded, plus the previous points, Guan Chen now had a total of 154,128 points. System. Purchase 3 Legion upgrade cards. Ding! Successfully purchased Legion upgrade cards X3, total cost 150,000 points. You truly have great foresight, came the system's hoarse voice. Guan Chen directly ignored it. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Upgrade the Flame Wyvern Legion. He upgraded 3 legions in one breath. Everyone must benefit. Ding! Skeleton Undead Legion, Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, Flame Wyvern Legion upgrade completed. The Skeleton Undead and Ironclad Shield Guard Legions successfully broke through to 6-star beginner. The Flame Wyvern Legion advanced to 7-star advanced. He opened all the blue cards. Gained Intermediate Supply Card X120, gained Quality Food Card X154, gained Intermediate Recovery Card X113, gained Intermediate Advancement Card X45, gained Burning Arrow X140, gained Explosive Arrow X100, gained Gene Potion X38, a potion containing mysterious power that can instantly elevate strength to 5-star, but will disrupt the stability of genes within the body. The card openings were all quite ordinary, except for the Gene Potion, which caught Guan Chen's attention. This potion could rapidly mass-produce awakeners, but the side effects should also be significant. Guan Chen couldn't figure it out and didn't think too much about it. He opened all the remaining purple cards. Gained Advanced Advancement Card X1, gained Powerful Potion X2, a potion containing mysterious power that can instantly elevate strength by 1 level for 3 minutes. Afterward, it leads to a state of weakness, reducing strength by 1 star. The rewards from the purple cards were very unremarkable. 2 bottles of potions and 1 advancement card. Guan Chen stored all the rewards back in the system backpack. You will stay in Sanlin City for now and act freely. He retracted the Skeleton Legion and then spoke to the remaining leaders. Yes, Master. Several leaders nodded. Guan Chen disappeared into the tribe. At the rear of the main force, Guan Chen returned to the team. He had transformed back to his original appearance. Guan Chen quickly found Z University's team. Z University was fortunate, with no casualties. This was largely thanks to Guan Chen. Just as Daniel was about to unleash a massacre, he was taken down by Guan Chen. Are you 3 alright? Guan Chen found Wang Yu. They were stained with blood. We're fine. This is the blood of the beast. Wang Yu shook his head. Li Gu, here are your crystal cores back. Four-Eyed held several bloodied crystal cores in his hand. I'm still short 195. Guan Chen was not polite and took the crystal core. Li Gu, that guy Lin Quan broke through during the battle. He is now a 6-star beginner awakener. We need to be more careful from now on. Wang Yu suddenly spoke up, recalling something. 6-star beginner? That's really impressive. Guan Chen smiled and didn't say much more. Ahem. Survivors, I have an important announcement. Due to a shortage of personnel in the 10th Legion, we are recruiting survivors to join. Anyone who joins the 10th Legion will receive generous benefits. Ma Yao shouted with a loudspeaker in the crowd. What benefits? A curious survivor asked. First, your families will receive priority protection. Secondly, there will be food supplies. And the most important point, that is the crystal cores. You heard me right. As long as you join the 10th Legion, you will receive corresponding crystal cores. Living weakly is not as good as fighting for it. Surviving in a cowardly manner is not as good as living boldly. Ma Yao delivered a passionate speech. The survivors were moved. They had missed the best opportunities and the colorful rain. Nowadays, the zombies and monsters were becoming stronger and stronger. Even if they wanted to hunt, it was no longer possible. If they wanted to become stronger, they had to absorb crystal cores. Otherwise, they would be ordinary people for life. I want to sign up, a survivor said. Me, I want to sign up too. More and more survivors joined the registration line. Don't rush. Those who are strong and healthy will be prioritized. Ma Yao quickly shouted. This was Li Zhao's minimum requirement. He didn't want to gather a bunch of sickly people. Such individuals, even if they absorbed crystal cores, would be much weaker than ordinary people. The first wave of recruitment had thousands of people, but only 300 were selected. The rest were eliminated due to being too weak. The team was not only recruiting ordinary people but also awakeners. Once awakeners joined, their benefits far exceeded those of ordinary survivors. After all, awakeners could fight directly without needing much training. This saved a lot of resources. Of course, the corresponding benefits would still be provided. Not only the 10th Legion, but other legions also began recruiting survivors. A wave of recruitment fever swept through the team. The recruiting soldiers quickly arrived at the Z University team. Is there anyone who wants to join the 10th Legion? A soldier asked, holding a registration book, inquiring one by one. Me. I want to join. Sir, do I have a chance? Although I'm not an awakener, I'm really good at fighting. The arrival of the soldiers immediately caught the attention of a group of students. The benefits offered by the 10th Legion were very generous. A 3-star crystal core. If successfully absorbed, at least a 2-star awakener, because 1-star monsters were gradually becoming rare. The 3-star crystal core was the lowest level that the base army could offer. This was also why it was becoming increasingly difficult for awakeners to appear. 1-star crystal cores were almost impossible to obtain. Ordinary people could only take risks to absorb them to become awakeners. The 3-star crystal core was the limit for ordinary people. This was also why strong individuals were needed for recruitment. Sorry, you're too thin. Your forehead is dark. You must have been playing with yourself a lot. No, you don't qualify. Sigh. Today's youth are too indulgent. The soldier shook his head. He eliminated 20 to 30 people in succession. Out of 100 who registered, only a dozen were selected. Those selected were all relatively strong. Young man, are you interested in joining the 10th Legion? The recruiting soldier approached Wang Yu. He was a holy light warrior, very robust in physique. And within the body, energy fluctuations emanated, a symbol of the awakened. I'm used to being carefree. I'm afraid I won't follow orders. Wang Yu shook his head, politely declining the soldier. Although the conditions of the 10th Legion were very tempting, following Guan Chen was the wiser choice. Alright, what a pity. What about you guys? The soldier's gaze turned to the other two. Not joining. Yu Hai and Four Eyes also shook their heads. Seeing this, the soldier understood that they were a group. He was perceptive and did not press further. After asking around, the soldier ultimately recruited over 50 people. Among them, Lin Quan, Zhao Hai, and Jiang Xan all joined the 10th Legion. Those scumbags from Lin Quan actually managed to join the base army, Wang Yu said incredulously. Special times call for special measures. After all, he is a 6-star beginner awakened. With such strength, he is already not weak within the base army. Guan Chen explained. He found nothing strange about the base army's actions. The current base army was no longer a united front. There were small schemes among the various legions. This recruitment was a clear indication of that. The stronger the legion, the more stable their position. Su Yunjian had basically become a mascot. The recruitment lasted for several hours. It wasn't until dusk that the team set off again. As they entered Sanlin City, they took a different route. Therefore, they did not discover the ruins of the Beastman tribe. The greatest threat in the city was, of course, the horde of zombies. As night fell, the team stopped in a large square. The corpses here had already been cleared away. As long as they stayed within the square, they would generally not encounter danger. Utilizing the dim moonlight, the survivors set up tents. Without a source of fire, they could only eat some biscuits and drink mineral water. Some survivors opened their backpacks, discovering that the food inside was nearly gone. Before their escape, the base army had distributed food to everyone. Now, most people were on the verge of running out of supplies. If there was no resupply, a food crisis would soon erupt. After a simple dinner, most people entered their tents to sleep. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was to conserve energy. Guan Chen held a can of beef in his hand. People around him cast envious glances. After all, in this apocalypse, canned meat was a luxury. This cheap canned beef, in the past, most wealthy people wouldn't even glance at. But now, even a single bite had become a wish. Hey, big guy. I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Can you share a can with me? A girl said in a coquettish tone. She was young, only 18 or 19. Dressed in a t-shirt and short skirt, her long, shapely legs were wrapped in black stockings. Guan Chen looked at the girl. She was not bad-looking, considered a beauty. If it were in the past, she would definitely have countless admirers. Why should I? Guan Chen opened the can in his hand. I'll spend the night with you. You give me a can. The girl stopped pretending to be innocent. She had seen enough of people like Guan Chen. If she wanted to gain some benefits, just being coy wouldn't work. She began to miss those admirers from before. Do you think you deserve a can? Guan Chen retorted. What do you mean? Am I not pretty? Is my figure not good? The girl immediately felt a bit indignant. You look decent, and your figure is great. But I'm not interested. Guan Chen picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. Humph, you're so great. You're so aloof. I'll find someone else. The girl, rejected, had a somewhat ugly expression. She had initially wanted to curse him out, but after a moment of calm reflection, she decided against it. Trouble comes from the mouth. This was the apocalypse. Offending an awakened one could lead to an unknown death. Li Gu, that girl is not bad. Don't you have any thoughts? Wang Yu leaned in and joked. Here, a can for you. Go on. Guan Chen tossed him a can. Forget it. I'll just fill my own stomach. Wang Yu took the can and started eating heartily. Inside the base's tent, a dozen figures stood. Everyone, our food reserves are running low. Su Yunjian spoke up. How many days of food do we have left? Su Dahai asked. If we only count the daily supplies for the base troops, we can last at most 3 more days. Su Yunjian said gravely. So little? Zhao Kuo exclaimed in surprise. Yes, because most of the supplies are still on the transport vehicles. Su Yunjian replied. In Sanlin City, I remember there's a granary. We can take a chance when we pass by tomorrow, but I estimate the hope isn't great, Zhou Yuan said. In any case, we have to go take a look. Tu Tianyang said. Generals, you all go back and rest. You've worked hard in today's battle, Su Yunjian said. A few nodded, not saying much more. In the large tent, only Su Yunjian and Zhou Yuan remained. Xiao Zhou, how long do you think I can still hold this position as commander? Su Yunjian said self-deprecatingly. Sir, what do you mean by that? Zhou Yuan asked. You're a smart man. You can't be unaware of the thoughts of those corps commanders. Su Yunjian looked at him. In any case, I stand with you, sir. Zhou Yuan said firmly. You can go now. I want to be alone for a while. Su Yunjian waved his hand. Yes. Zhou Yuan exited the tent. The night was very calm, with no zombies or monsters attacking. As dawn broke, everyone woke up on time and began to pack up the tent. Due to the food shortage, most people only ate half a piece of bread. The remaining food was repacked. Of course, the awakened were not short on food. Most of them had food cards in hand. Li Gu, have mine, Wang Yu said. He handed over a food card. Guan Chen did not refuse. Crushing the food card, a portion of roasted meat appeared. The aroma wafting out made the surrounding people drool. Guan Chen ate the roasted meat heartily. He ignored the gazes of those around him. These people were indeed pitiful, but what did it have to do with him? His food was all earned through hard work. Helping disaster victims? Sorry, he wasn't a philanthropist. If they wanted food, they had to pay the price. The team quickly set off. Everyone moved along the street, deep into the city. Woo woo, the long-lost zombies reappeared before them. They attacked the team like bloodthirsty beasts. In just a few days, the zombies had evolved again. Among them appeared more powerful infected beings. Zombies wrapped in bone spurs. Zombies with 3 heads growing on their chests, capable of continuously spitting corrosive liquid. Zombies with armored arms. Fast-moving zombies. Zombies with eyes all over their heads and spider-like lower bodies. The spider-type zombies leaped down from the walls. They crashed into the crowd. Their mouths spewed webs, pulling survivors in front of them. A few bites and they were devoured. They waved their 8 sharp limbs. The surrounding survivors were directly sliced into pieces. Die! An awakened one struck. He wielded a long knife and cleaved off a zombie's head. The base soldiers quickly reacted. They swiftly killed the surrounding zombies. The team did not stop but quickened their pace. After all, getting entangled with zombies would be very troublesome. They could only adopt a quick battle strategy. The team sped up, and the survivors followed suit. Gradually, many people's stamina began to wane. But the group did not stop. Those who were exhausted fell to the back of the line. Zombies lunged forward, devouring them completely. The soldiers of the 10th Corps were powerless. If they tried to save someone, there was a high chance they would lose their own lives. A few hours later, the group arrived near the granary. Su Yunjian dispatched the 1st and 2nd Legions to scout the granary. If it was empty, there would be no need to proceed. The 1,000-strong group hurried towards the granary, while the rest rested in place. Half an hour later, Tu Tianyang and Zhao Kuo returned with their men. Let's go! The granary is empty. The two shook their heads. Alas! The road ahead won't be easy. Su Yunjian sighed. The group continued to move forward. 5 days later, most people in the group had begun to run out of food. Brother, do you have any food left? No. Get lost. Damn it. I clearly saw some. Hurry up and give it to me. What do you want to do? Are you looking for death? Put. Blood sprayed out. In the struggle, a man's dagger pierced his opponent's heart. "Ah, husband!" the woman screamed, holding the man's corpse and weeping bitterly. "Damn it! I told you not to give me food." The killer picked up the bread and frantically stuffed it into his mouth. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. "You owe me my husband," the woman cried out. "Get away. If you keep screaming, I'll kill you too," the man said fiercely. Bang! The next second, his head exploded. Several base soldiers arrived and dragged the 2 corpses away. This was the 201st corpse of the day. The food crisis had erupted. Many survivors could no longer endure the hunger. They began to turn on those around them. "Anyone who dares to steal food will be killed without mercy," the soldiers warned. But the surrounding survivors did not feel afraid, because they had already become numb. Once the soldiers left, the crowd surged forward. The bread that had fallen to the ground was quickly licked clean. Many people used their tongues to lick the crumbs off the ground. Insect swarm attack. Suddenly, the soldiers issued a warning. On the distant hillside, thousands of insectoids appeared. This was good news for the base soldiers. They paid a small price in lab rats. They discovered that some parts of the insectoid's flesh were edible. For example, the legs of the red flame beetle, parts of the red beetle's body, and the pincers of the blue beetle. The insectoids were large, and the meat on them was quite substantial. During this time, most survivors survived by eating insect meat. The Corps quickly launched an attack and engaged in battle with the insectoids. The number of insectoids was not large. The Corps suffered dozens of casualties but wiped them all out. Alas! Why are there even fewer red beetles? The soldiers cleaned up the battlefield. Of the thousands of insectoids, only a few hundred were edible. Even after cutting all the meat, it was just a drop in the bucket. Prioritize ensuring food for the soldiers, Zhao Qua said. If the survivors starve to death, so be it. But the soldiers' food must be guaranteed. After all, if a few survivors died, the group could still move forward. If all the soldiers died, the entire group would be finished. Could they still expect those powerless survivors, who only knew how to eat, to fight? The higher-ups of the base army understood this very clearly. They also knew that after distributing the insect meat to the soldiers, there would be very little left. The remaining insect meat was mixed with rice and boiled into thin porridge. The group of over 100,000 people survived by drinking thin porridge. Of course, this excluded the awakened ones. They had plenty of cards in hand. However, this was only for individuals. Ordinary people without strength could only rely on the base army for relief. For a day, they survived on half a bowl of thin porridge. Over time, incidents of food theft began to occur. At the beginning, the base army killed a chicken to scare the monkey, which was able to deter most people. But as time went on, the effectiveness of this approach diminished. People were on the brink of starvation, who would care about so much? Therefore, the base army could only resort to suppression. Anyone who dared to steal food would be killed. After all, with a team of over 100,000, they weren't lacking in survivors. Killing a few people could also relieve the pressure on food supplies. The bodies that were dragged away would mysteriously disappear. Where they went, everyone understood without needing to say. Eating corpses. It wasn't a rare occurrence. Sigh. Luckily, I became an awakened. One you said with emotion. In these days, thousands had starved to death. But the base army had no way to deal with it. In the wilderness, the only source of food was those monsters. Although there was no food in the wilderness, it was relatively safe. After all, the number of zombies and monsters wasn't high. What the team lacked was food. Ding! Shadow Swordmaster Legion advancement completed. Please check the system. Ding! Elf Archer Legion advancement completed. Please check the system. A notification sound echoed in Guan Chen's mind. A smile appeared on his face. The advancement was finally complete. Shadow Swordmaster Legion, Elf Archer Legion. It took nearly 10 days to complete the advancement. Guan Chen was very eager to see how much they could grow. He conservatively estimated they would at least reach silver level potential. Guan Chen couldn't wait to open the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Light Elf Archer Legion. The system's notification sounded again. Guan Chen did not summon the legions. After all, that would be too conspicuous. He was still thinking about being a salted fish in the team, quietly making a fortune. Li Gu, why aren't you leaving? Wang Yu returned and patted Guan Chen's shoulder. It's nothing, just thinking about something. Guan Chen recovered and continued to follow the team. System. Check the information on the Light and Shadow Sword Demon. He directly asked the system to provide the basic information of the Legion. Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion, can be advanced, number of people, 50 potential, gold strength, 8-star intermediate commander, Shinlian skills, Light and Shadow Stealth, Sword Flight, Light and Shadow Slash, Shadow Assault, Light Prison Cage, Sword Demon Body, Light Power, Shadow Power. The information about the Light and Shadow Sword Demon appeared before Guanchen. So powerful, directly reaching gold potential. Guanchen almost shouted in excitement. Fortunately, he had good self-control. Otherwise, he would have been seen as a lunatic. The abilities of the Light and Shadow Sword Demon were far stronger than those of the Shadow Swordmaster. Not only had it evolved into a light form, but it also possessed the ability to fly with a sword. System. The Shadow True Essence is gone. Can I extract new Legion skills? Guanchen asked eagerly. The skills of the Light and Shadow Sword Demon did not include Shadow True Essence. According to the system, he could choose new skills again. Yes, please extract, host. The system's notification came. Sword Flight. I must have Sword Flight. Guanchen did not hesitate at all. After all, Sword Flight included 2 abilities. You had to be able to control the sword before you could fly. This was an upgraded version of sword control. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Sword Flight. The system's notification sounded. Guanchen instantly felt a massive amount of information flooding into his mind. Is this Sword Flight? So cool! Among the vast information, a virtual figure was flying with a sword. Unfortunately, there were too many people around, and he couldn't experience it personally. System. Check the information on the Nature Elf Legion, Guanchen said. The Light and Shadow Sword Demon had given him a great surprise. This Light Elf Archer shouldn't be too bad either. Light Elf Archer Legion, upgradable, number, 57 potential, gold strength, 8-star beginner commander, Aaron skills, Light Binding, Light Power, Holy Light Arrow Rain, Perception Lock, Holy Light Domain, Holy Light Dispersion, Ice Arrow. Information about the Light Elf Archer Legion appeared before Guanchen. The ability of Ice Arrow was retained, and the Perception ability was upgraded. The rest of the skills were completely reshuffled. Based on the current situation, the Light Elf Archers possessed control, group, and amplification abilities. The specific effects would need to be tested in actual combat. Guanchen attempted to use Perception Lock. The range of Perception Lock became larger and could lock onto targets. This newly added locking ability was quite interesting. As long as the locked target was marked, even if it escaped the perception range, it would leave behind a lingering scent that was hard to remove. With this scent, the target could be quickly located. It was equivalent to adding a tracking ability. Guanchen was very satisfied. He closed the system interface, preparing to find an opportunity to sneak out and test the new Legion's abilities. Attack! Insectoid attack! Stand guard! Several waves of insectoids appeared again in the wilderness. This race, with its strong reproductive ability, could be said to be the most common monster in the apocalypse. Alarm! Visual confirmation of 7-star insectoids. The Eagle-Eye Soldier issued a warning. Hey! I just broke through, and there are bugs coming to me. Don't fight over it. This is my prey. Su Dahai picked up his giant axe and charged towards the insectoid horde. In these 5 days, the strength of the Awakened had significantly increased. Several generals of the legions had already broken through to 7-star beginner. Every day, monsters attacked the team. Although their numbers were sharply decreasing, those who survived were all elites. Nowadays, the top 10 legions were basically composed of 3-star or higher elite soldiers. They either grew stronger or were killed by monsters. They had no other choice. Su Dahai took the lead and arrived in front of the insectoid horde. The leading insectoid was a thunderlight beetle. Its size was as large as a house. Its shell was covered with purple patterns. Those patterns could condense lightning energy. Behind the thunderlight beetle followed hundreds of red beetles. Ha ha ha, brothers! Today's food is secured. Su Dahai's eyes lit up. Hundreds of red beetles could yield a lot of edible insect meat. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately became motivated. Not all soldiers could afford food cards. They had to obey arrangements after joining the base army. Generous treatment was not easy to obtain. All spoils had to be surrendered and then uniformly distributed by the generals. Soldiers who contributed more would receive more resources. This was also to stimulate the soldiers' fighting spirit. Only with pressure would there be motivation. Su Dahai gripped the giant axe and charged at the thunderlight beetle. The weapon in his hand was rated 6 stars, obtained from a purple card. It came with enhanced strength and bleeding abilities. The giant axe swung down, striking the thunderlight beetle. Crack! The hard shell showed fine cracks. Hiss! The thunderlight beetle, in pain, swung its forelimbs, forcing Su Dahai back. The commanders of both sides erupted into fierce combat. The soldiers led by Su Dahai charged towards the red beetles. The strength of these red beetles was generally around 4 stars. A few 3-star soldiers working together could kill them. Over these days, the 10 legions had also reached an agreement. If the attacking monsters were not many, 1 legion would take the field. All spoils would belong to the fighting legion. This was also to prevent issues with spoils distribution. Taking turns was the fairest approach. The previous insectoid attack was handled by Zhaoqua's legion. This time it was Su Dahai's turn. In these past few days, Su Yunjian's power has been completely undermined. The only troop he can command is the 2nd Corps. As for the other 9 corps, they are basically controlled by generals. Previously, he could command the other corps solely because he had control over the supply of resources. Now, each corps manages its own supplies. The base's military has already split into 10 factions. Su Yunjian had long anticipated that this day would come. He is just an ordinary awakener, his strength far inferior to that of the corps' generals. Tu Tianyan's willingness to follow his orders is entirely due to a sense of gratitude. Otherwise, with Tu Tianyang's strength, he wouldn't need to listen to anyone's commands. Su Dahai's armor is marked with charred traces. That is the result of the lightning attack from the thunderlight beetle. Die! Su Dahai leaps high. The giant axe in his hand gathers terrifying energy. Crack! The giant axe cleaves through the thunderlight beetle's head. Scalding brain matter bursts out instantly. Hiss! The thunderlight beetle emits a mournful cry. Its body crashes heavily to the ground. Ha ha, that feels great. Su Dahai pulls a crystal core from the thunderlight beetle's head. According to regulations, this crystal core is his trophy. He puts the crystal core away and then picks up a card from the ground. General! The red beetle swarm has been completely annihilated. Su Dahai's battle has just ended. The other soldiers have also finished off the red beetles. Harvest the bug meat. And this thunderlight beetle. Su Dahai points to the thunderlight beetle behind him. This bug meat is also edible. Although it tastes terrible and is harmful to the body, the survivors don't care, they just need to avoid starving to death. Yes, General! The soldiers quickly spring into action. They know that the meat from the thunderlight beetle is food for ordinary survivors. No one minds. After all, it's not for them to eat, so there's no need to worry too much. This is the apocalypse. Having something to eat is already a blessing. There are starving survivors who would even eat corpses, let alone this bug meat. The thunderlight beetle, the size of a house, is soon dismembered. Its flesh and blood are cut away, leaving only a pile of shells. The sky gradually darkens. The team sets up a temporary camp on the road. They light a bonfire to celebrate surviving another day. Dinner's ready. Line up to get your share. Anyone who cuts in line will be disqualified. The base soldiers have cooked a large pot of meat porridge. Though called meat porridge, it is actually just water with some bug meat and rice. But the bug meat contains energy. While it doesn't fill the stomach, it won't let one starve to death. The place for distributing food has long formed a long queue. After all, there is only the evening when they can drink some thin porridge. Commander! This is too little. Can you add a bit more? A middle-aged man holds a bowl. In the bowl is half a bowl of thin porridge. He can vaguely see a few grains of swollen rice at the bottom of the bowl, along with strands of meat resembling hair. Less talk. It won't let you starve. Hurry up. There are still people behind waiting in line. The soldier replies impatiently. He wants to finish distributing the food quickly and then go back to enjoy a feast. Today's luck is good. He has hunted quite a few red beetles. He can at least get a few tails of bug meat. Compared to the survivor's thin porridge, his treatment is already at a VIP level. This is the treatment of the Corps. Even if he is just the lowest level errand boy, he is still considered part of the Corps. Alright. The man dares not say more, fearing to anger the soldier and end up with nothing, not even this half bowl of thin porridge. Although half a bowl of thin porridge cannot fill the stomach, it will at least prevent starvation. There's no choice, after all, they are refugees. As time passes, ordinary survivors have gained a new title. Refugees. This is the lowest existence in the team. Refugees contribute nothing, like parasites. Every day, they relied on the relief from the regiment to survive. The refugees above were just ordinary awakened ones. They hadn't joined the regiment, but they possessed strength. Whenever monsters attacked, they would take the opportunity to gain some benefits. The base army turned a blind eye to such behavior. After all, they also participated in killing enemies, making a meager contribution. Above the ordinary awakened ones were the families of the base army. A soldier from the base army could have 3 family member slots. The food for these people, while not great, was enough to fill their stomachs. Above the families of the base army were the soldiers and powerful awakened ones. These individuals belong to the second tier within the team, just below the generals. The treatment for soldiers goes without saying, the food was definitely sufficient. As for the powerful awakened ones, they could kill monsters on their own. Naturally, they wouldn't lack for food. Big brother, can you give me a bit more food? My mom is about to starve. A girl, thin as a twig, knelt on the ground pleading. No way. Everyone is the same. If I give you special treatment, what about the others? The soldier shook his head. He felt sorry for the girl. She looked to be only 13 or 14. In the past, this would have been a vibrant age. Woo woo, big brother, I'm begging you, the girl cried. No, hurry and get her away. The soldier quickly signaled for someone to pull the girl away. If she continued to cry, it would be bad if others followed suit. In the struggle, a good amount of the thin porridge in her bowl spilled. Ah, my porridge. The girl quickly crouched down, using her small hands to pick up the food from the ground. Little sister, do you want some food? At her most helpless moment, a middle-aged man kindly asked. I want it. The girl nodded. She knew that without food, her mother would starve. Uncle has food here. If you want it, then come with me. A bag of bread appeared in the man's hand. This small bag of bread was undoubtedly a lifeline for the girl. Okay, I'll go with you. The girl nodded. Good. Then come on. A triumphant expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. He led the girl to a secluded corner. There was a large tent there. Dim lights flickered inside. Sounds of playing cards could be heard from within. Uncle, where is this? I'm a bit scared. The girl listened to the sounds from the tent. She suddenly realized something. Don't be afraid. Once you go in, this bag of bread will be yours, the middle-aged man said. His expression at that moment resembled that of a kidnapper. The shadows cast by the tent made the girl feel frightened. She had heard about such things in physiology class at school. I don't want the bread anymore. The girl wanted to run, but was grabbed by a large hand. Little sister, my performance tonight depends on you. Be good. Go in with Uncle. The middle-aged man revealed his true colors. Uncle, I'm scared. I don't want to go. The girl cried. That's not possible. The adults have been waiting for a long time. I'll give you 2 more bags of bread. The middle-aged man pulled the girl toward the tent. He lured her in with this method of trafficking. The awakened ones inside the tent would give him a certain reward. This was a lucrative job, capable of reaping many benefits. After all, the awakened ones didn't lack food. Help! The girl shouted. But soon, her mouth was covered by the man. Think about it, with this bread, your mother can live. Do you want to watch your mother die? The middle-aged man continued. A flicker of hesitation crossed the girl's eyes. She really needed food. Beast, let go of that girl. Just as the girl was about to fall into despair, a voice suddenly rang out. Damn it! Who's the idiot? The middle-aged man cursed loudly. He looked ahead. It was a young man wearing glasses, accompanied by several robots. This is bad, the middle-aged man thought to himself. He quickly released the girl and turned to flee. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground. His leg had been shot through. The young man, controlling the Z-type, walked towards him. Little sister, are you okay? The young man asked the girl. Here's a can for you. Hurry and go. He pulled out a can of beef from his pocket. Thank you, big brother. The girl quickly expressed her gratitude. The young man urged the girl to leave first while he stayed behind. Kid, I advise you not to meddle, the middle-aged man said, clutching his leg. But blood continued to flow from between his fingers. You look for women, I can't be bothered. But that one is still a girl. How could you do that? I hate scum like you the most. The young man controlled the Z-type, aiming the gun at the man's head. Don't kill me. I'm just a lackey. The mastermind. They're all in that tent. The middle-aged man quickly pointed to a tent in the distance. Even so, you deserve to die. The young man did not hesitate and controlled the Z-type to kill the man. Thud. The man's head rolled to the ground. What happened? 4 eyes? Wang Yu rushed over. A few people had been idly wandering around the team when they noticed 4 eyes was missing. I killed a scumbag. 4 eyes gritted his teeth. These damned guys. Absolutely unforgivable. I want to kill them. 4 eyes' emotions became a bit agitated as he charged towards the tent. Oh no. It must be because of that incident. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something. Since then, 4 eyes had been particularly sensitive to such matters. Yu Hai, go find Li Gu. I feel like something's going to happen. Wang Yu ordered. He then hurried to catch up with 4 eyes. Seeing this, Yu Hai mounted the white lion and ran towards the camp. Inside the tent, a foul smell lingered. Because they were too engrossed, these people didn't hear the gunfire outside. It wasn't until Four Eyes entered the tent that everyone realized something was wrong. Damn it! Who are you? A bald man cursed loudly. Beside him sat a beautiful young woman, who was also startled, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Four Eyes looked into the tent and saw at least damn it, scum! His emotions were a bit agitated. Everyone go die. Four Eyes controlled the Z-type and opened fire on those men. Brothers! Someone's looking for trouble. Get him! The awakened ones in the tent immediately got up from the ground. Their strength far surpassed that of Four Eyes. With the advantage of numbers, they quickly subdued several Z-types. You punk! You were pretty brave just now, huh? With this little strength, you think you can kill us? Aren't you trying to be a hero saving a beauty? Let me show you how these bitches beg for mercy. The bald man ordered his subordinates to restrain Four Eyes. They all looked at Four Eyes with disdain. Their gazes were like that of a clown. Faced with those looks, he fell into deep doubt. Was he wrong to do this? These girls seemed quite willing. So it turns out, I am the clown, Four Eyes said self-deprecatingly. Holy light slash. A fierce sword aura split the tent. Ah! A naked man let out a scream. His body was directly cleaved in half. Four Eyes, get your act together. Wang Yu shouted. His words pulled Four Eyes back to reality. You, brother you. Four Eyes' pupils regained their spirit. In that moment, he had even thought of self-harm. The Z-type, which had been under control, suddenly broke free from its restraints. Damn it! Another reckless fool, the bald man cursed. Holy light protection. A layer of holy light enveloped Wang Yu. He withstood the attacks of several awakened ones. The Z-type robot pushed back a few of the awakened. Brother you, let's go! Four Eyes called out. Humph, want to leave? Not so easy. The bald man charged forward in an instant. A set of armor formed around him. Invincible mountain-crushing fist. The bald man swung a punch, instantly shattering the Z-type. The Z-type's strength was about mid-level 4 stars. The bald man's power was at least high-level 5 stars. Wang Yu fought desperately but was still restrained. After all, 2 fists couldn't match 4 hands. You bastard! Was that super brave just now? The bald man punched Wang Yu in the stomach. Ugh! Wang Yu endured the excruciating pain. Not bad. You can take it. I'll make you endure. The bald man treated Wang Yu like a target, unleashing a flurry of punches. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and remained silent. Damn it! If you have the guts, come at me! Four Eyes shouted desperately. Don't worry. It'll be your turn soon. The bald man grabbed Wang Yu by the hair. At this moment, Wang Yu was already bruised and battered, looking very disheveled. Brother you, I've dragged you down. I should die. I'm not human. Four Eyes' eyes were bloodshot, filled with rage. Pa, haven't you eaten? Wang Yu spat a mouthful of blood and phlegm onto the bald man's face. You bastard, looking for death. The bald man was completely enraged. He once again formed his armor. Explosive killing fist. Terrifying energy coalesced. If this punch hit, Wang Yu would either die or be severely injured. Die! The bald man's fist came crashing down towards Wang Yu. Whoosh! An arrow infused with terrifying energy shot into the tent. Put! The bald man's armor was instantly pierced by the arrow. The overwhelming force sent him flying several meters away. Ah! The women in the tent were startled. They huddled in the corner, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Brother Fei! Everyone's faces showed expressions of terror. Chen Fei was indeed at high-level 5 stars and had the profession of a fistmaster. But at this moment, he had almost been killed in an instant. A strange shadow appeared inside the tent. Before the bald man could react, his neck was snapped. Shen Lian, with a cold expression, tossed the body to the ground. Guanxin slowly walked into the tent, followed by Long Jie and Ai Lin. Sigh. Still a bit off target. Guanchen said. Run. The people in the tent instantly reacted. They scrambled to rush outside. Shen Lian. It's up to you. Guanchen instructed. Understood. Shen Lian's figure transformed into a shadow and instantly vanished from the spot. Soon, screams echoed from outside the tent. How was it? Did you see clearly? Guanchen asked. I saw clearly. Four Eyes nodded. He understood what Guanchen was asking. Brotherly. I was impulsive this time. I almost got brother you killed. I'm sorry. Four Eyes lowered his head. His recklessness had nearly cost Wang Yu his life. Brother you. Hit me. Four Eyes knelt on the ground. Get up. Since you call me brother, how could I stand by and watch you die? Wang Yu waved his hand. Remember this lesson. In the apocalypse, there's no need for too much mercy. Guanchen said coldly. If this incident didn't help them grow, they would likely face even greater crises in the future. Brotherly. We understand. The three nodded. 4 eyes. Give that little girl the canned food. Do you want to know what happens next? Guan Chen suddenly spoke. That girl? What happened? Siguang's heart sank. She died. Because of that can. Guan Chen's words pierced Siguang's heart deeply. How could this happen? He muttered to himself. The little girl was holding a can of beef. What do you think will happen in this apocalypse? Guan Chen didn't spell it out, but his meaning was clear. A fragile girl, carrying a precious can of meat. Those starving survivors would turn into demons and devour her completely. Without strength, one could never protect their food. This is the dark law of the jungle. Siguang. Yu looked at Siguang, who was on the verge of collapse. He couldn't help but call out softly. Let him figure it out himself. Guan Chen stopped Wang Yu. This hurdle had to be crossed by Siguang on his own. If he couldn't get over it, he would be useless. Please, sir, don't kill us. The women all knelt before Guan Chen. Get lost. Guan Chen didn't kill them. These women just wanted to survive. They weren't wrong. Some were willing, some were forced. But it was all their choice. In the apocalypse, no one is nobler than anyone else. Damn apocalypse. It's so messed up. Siguang shouted. As long as you understand. Guan Chen saw Siguang like this and knew he had moved on from the girl's situation. Let's go. Making such a big commotion. The base soldiers will definitely come to check. After Guan Chen finished speaking, he walked out of the tent. Go! Wang Yu called the two and quickly left the tent. Moments later, a pair of base soldiers arrived at the tent. Rotten! They deserved to die. One soldier spat. The tent was filled with murky liquid. The men all knew what it was. Don't be envious. You don't have the ability. Let's go. Just find some excuse and report back. Another soldier said. Such things were not uncommon in the team. In the apocalypse, death is the most normal thing. If no one dies, then that's the problem. Boss, what do we say when we get back? A soldier asked. Monster attack. The squad leader didn't think and casually made up an excuse. From his appearance, it was clear he was an old hand. Famine spread through the ranks. No one knew if they would be killed and eaten in the middle of the night. Among the refugees, despair and fear filled the air. Everyone was on edge. Meanwhile, the awakened ones indulged freely. The night quickly passed, and the team began to pack up. Ah, where's my son? Who has seen my son? A young woman screamed. She woke up this morning to find her son missing. My daughter is missing too. Woo woo. Can anyone help me find my daughter? One after another, people discovered their children were gone. Everyone knew what was happening, but no one spoke up. The team continued to move forward, not stopping for anyone. Those survivors were still searching for their children. Eventually, they found scattered bones behind a rock. Blood-stained clothes were carelessly discarded around. They completely broke down. Through last night's test, Guan Chen had basically figured out the skills of the Shadow Sword Demon and the Light Elf Archer. The light binding could incapacitate a target for 3 seconds. The light power could enhance allies, providing strength, defense, and movement speed. This was a good group buff skill. The Holy Light Arrow Rain was a group attack skill. It could shoot a barrage of light arrows at a designated location. These arrows had a burning effect. If they hit dark creatures, they would deal multiple times the damage. The Holy Light Domain could create a field around the user. During the field's activation, it could continuously heal injuries and increase shooting speed. And when the domain disappears, it will unleash a terrifying ability attack on the surrounding enemies. The effect of the Holy Light Dispersion is as literal as it sounds. Choose any target to dispel one effect on them. This skill can also be used against enemies to dispel their buff effects. The above are all the new skills of the Light Elf Archer. Overall, they are quite impressive. Compared to before, there are many more powerful skills. Besides the Light Elf Archer, the Shadow Sword Demon skills are also very powerful. First is the Shadow Stealth skill. This is an enhanced version of following shadows. As long as there is light or shadow, one can stealthily move. It truly achieves the ability to come without a trace and leave without a shadow. Sword Flight allows the user to control sword-type weapons to fly. It can also use flying swords to attack enemies. Light Slash condenses an energy sword aura to attack enemies. Shadow Assault can launch a surprise attack on targets within a certain range. This is a teleportation skill, very impressive. Light Prison can condense a cage to seal off a designated area's target. The target trapped in the cage will lose all abilities. Of course, this skill also has limitations. It is ineffective against targets exceeding 1 level above. Next is the Sword Demon Body. This ability is somewhat special. Once activated, it will change the body structure, turning into a demon. During the duration of the sword demon body, strength will increase by 1 level. Additionally, power, speed, and recovery abilities will be greatly enhanced. This is a very terrifying skill. Finally, there is the power of light and shadow. If one chooses to use the power of light, defense and recovery abilities will be greatly enhanced. Additionally, when attacking, one can release light blades to attack surrounding enemies. If one chooses to use the power of shadow, strength and speed will be greatly enhanced. Additionally, when attacking, one can attach shadow blades to attack surrounding enemies. It is important to note that these two abilities cannot be used simultaneously. If the power of light is used, then the power of shadow will instantly become ineffective. Overall, the Shadow Sword Cultivator's advancement this time has greatly enhanced their abilities. They can also possess 2 forms at the same time. Guan Chen is very satisfied with this, especially the sword flight skill. He is somewhat looking forward to the abilities of other legions after their advancements. Boom! On the 10th day of the apocalypse outbreak, black rain suddenly began to fall from the sky. Black lightning streaked across the horizon. Under the irrigation of the black rain, monsters are evolving wildly. Why is this rain black? The survivors were initially hopeful. They hoped this black rain could grant them powerful abilities like the light rain, but contrary to their expectations, the black rain did not allow them to evolve. Instead, the harmful substances mixed in the black rain made many people feel unwell. Cough, cough. My body feels so uncomfortable. Hot. I have a fever. My head feels like it's about to explode. Who can help me? Most survivors began to show abnormal conditions. This is bad. This black rain is problematic. The base soldiers quickly noticed something was wrong. Those ordinary people drenched in the black rain all exhibited strange symptoms. I feel like I can't sense my head anymore. Ears, eyes. I'm deaf. I'm blind. Ah, how could this happen? The survivors wailed. Their emotions began to become restless. The survivors around Guan Chen also began to undergo mutations. This black rain seems to only affect ordinary people. Wang Yu, stay away from the crowd. Guan Chen hurriedly said. Okay, brotherly. The 3 had no doubts about his words. Some survivors who sensed something was wrong all ran towards the outskirts of the group. Chen Xiong saw Guan Chen fleeing, and he followed suit. Ever since Lin Quan joined the base army, he regained his freedom, but also lost his security. Without any protection, he could only eat relief food. Over the past few days, he had lost more than 10 pounds. Chen Xiong also wanted to organize the students of Z University, but he found that it was completely useless. The identity of the vice president was nothing but nonsense. It was even less valuable than a piece of bread. Moreover, the remaining students were mostly ordinary people. Even if there were some awakened ones, they would not listen to him at all. For example, Guan Chen and Wang Yu. Those slightly attractive female teachers had long since attached themselves to the awakened ones. If it weren't for their old feelings, occasionally sending back some food, Z University's situation would probably be even worse. So now he felt like a rat crossing the street, utterly miserable. Ah, it's so uncomfortable. I want to do something. The survivors infected by the black rain had their eyes starting to turn white. They collapsed on the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. The soldiers, seeing this, were somewhat at a loss. A few minutes later, those fallen survivors began to mutate. Spinal spurs grew out from their backs. The blood vessels around their eyes bulged, and their pupils turned grayish-white. Roar! They suddenly crawled up and pounced on the survivors. Ah! Help! My husband has gone mad. Someone save me. No! Mom, don't bite me. The survivors infected by the black rain all crawled up from the ground. Their bodies had all mutated. They grew sharp claws. Their heads split open, filled with sharp fangs. Spikes grew from their arms. But they all had one thing in common: they became incredibly violent. Their movements were approaching those of beasts. Blood excited them. These survivors were no longer human. They resembled failed products of genetic evolution. The black rain also contained mysterious powers. But compared to the light rain, the power of the black rain was more violent and unstable. Ordinary people could not withstand this evolutionary process, leading to genetic collapse. Ultimately, they turned into these crazy monsters. More than 70% of the survivors infected by the black rain had transformed into monsters. There were tens of thousands of them. They launched attacks on the surrounding survivors. Everyone, prepare for battle. Li Xiao gathered dark red energy into a great sword in his hand. The strength of these failed products should not be underestimated. Some genetically mutated monsters were nearly as strong as the 7 stars. If they successfully awakened, they would at least be powerful beings of 7 stars strength. But the chances of that were incredibly slim. Kill! Li Shao charged into the chaotic crowd. The long sword in his hand swung out in an instant. Several infected survivors were directly cleaved in half by him. Tens of thousands of infected individuals, this number was terrifying enough. All the base troops combined were only a little over 60,000. Misfortunes never come singly. On the vast ground, dark figures appeared. The insect race. Relentless. This race had a terrifying reproductive speed. They continuously descended into this world. Any corner could have the shadow of the insect race. The black rain hitting the insect race made them exceptionally excited. Hiss hiss hiss. The swarm emitted a series of hisses. They surged from all directions, surrounding the base troops. This number was at least tens of thousands. Inside were infected bodies, outside were the insect race. This was enough to crush the team. 8th, 9th, and 10th legions, hold off the insect race first. The remaining legions, focus on killing the infected bodies. If you don't want to die, fight with all your might. Su Yunjian quickly issued orders. The insect race was very fast. He couldn't afford to hesitate too much. Although the generals of the legions were not convinced by Su Yunjian, at this moment, there was no better way. As he said, if they didn't fight desperately, they would die. Now everyone was in the same boat. In this situation, running away was impossible. Kill. Let's fight these insect races. Behind you are the loved ones you must protect. If you don't want them to die, then give it your all. Win this battle. The general of the corps began to rally the soldiers. Although the chances were slim, one had to try to know. Kill. Annihilate these bugs. The 3 corps combined had about 17,000 men. They faced death with courage and charged towards the swarm of insects. Confronted by the dark mass of bugs, the soldiers' hearts were filled with fear. But they had no choice. Their loved ones were right behind them. Hiss. The insectoids opened their mandibles and lunged at the soldiers. The clash between the two sides was about to erupt. The insectoids, due to the black rain, had become unusually agitated. Their strength had increased significantly. A red-armored beetle of the same level could withstand several soldiers. In an instant, the battlefield was a scene of carnage. Ordinary awakened ones were like cannon fodder. They were killed in seconds upon contact with the insectoids. Flame eruption. Ice stream. 7-star radiance arrow. The professional awakened ones unleashed their skills. Flames scorched the bugs. Ice streams slowed them down. The colorful arrows pierced through several armored beetles in succession. Even so, the battle remained brutal. Among the insectoids, there were also many that could unleash elemental attacks. The thunderlight beetle could summon lightning. The chain lightning struck down, killing one soldier after another. The black death bug spewed forth black light. Any soldier it touched instantly dissolved. The magma beetle erupted molten lava from its back. Soldiers were directly covered, letting out agonizing screams. In this critical moment, summon all awakened ones. Su Yunjian suddenly thought of the scattered individuals in the team. Among these awakened ones, there were many powerful ones. Yes, Zhou Yuan quickly went to relay the order. The scattered awakened ones were soon drawn into the battle. Their main task was to clear the infected from the team. At this life and death juncture, no one dared to be careless. The addition of the scattered awakened ones significantly reduced the pressure on the base army. They divided their forces and joined the battlefield against the insectoids. Option 1, slack off during the battle, reward 7-star Crystal Core X1. Option 2, escape the team, reward 10-star Crystal Core X1. Following the base army's retreat to Yangcheng will be considered a failure. Option 3, help the base army eliminate the insectoid forces, reward Legion Upgrade Card X1. 3 options suddenly appeared before Guanchen. He directly ignored the first 2 options. The 7-star Crystal Core was not precious to him. As for the 10-star Crystal Core in Option 2, the reward was good, but the cost was too high. He had to complete the option to go to Yangcheng. Only Option 3 had a decent reward and no cost. After all, letting the Legion soldiers take action wouldn't expose his identity. Kyle, lead the Silver Lion Riders to strike from the right flank of the insectoids. Shen Lian, your Shadow Sword Demon will attack from the left flank. Eileen, the ranged firepower is up to you. Leo, protect Eileen's Legion well. Guan Chen quickly completed the layout. Because Fan Yen and Song Lin were hunting 8-star monsters, they were not called for this operation. However, 4 corps were enough to deal with these insectoids. After all, the Shadow Sword Demon and the Light Elf Legions were both at 8-star strength. Understood. The commanders responded. They had been waiting for Guan Chen's orders for a long time. No, there are too many insectoids. We can't hold them. We simply can't hold them. The cannon fodder soldiers in front had already been wiped out by the insectoids. Over 10,000 of them. Corpses lay scattered, blood flowing like rivers. The insectoids also paid a considerable price. But their numbers were vast, and such losses were nothing. Damn it! The insectoid forces are still reinforcing. Everyone saw in the distance that several insectoid squads were continuously rushing over. The base army's team had already suffered heavy casualties. Morale had almost hit rock bottom. Everyone could see no hope for survival. Kill. Fight until the last moment. Li Xiao roared. He collided with a mid-level 7-star insectoid. It was a double-headed spiked bug, the size of a van. It possessed terrifying strength and piercing ability. Its headbutt could easily kill a 6-star awakened. Li Xiao was covered in wounds. These were all inflicted by the flying spikes launched by the double-headed spiked bug. Yet he continued to fight. His large movements pulled at his wounds, blood flowing continuously. Even so, he did not stop. Damn it! Kill! Leave not a single one alive! Ma Yao shouted. He conjured flames in his hands, blasting a red-armored bug. This will to fight against death ignited the morale of everyone. With no way to retreat, they would fight to the end. Blood would not cease. The battle would not stop. At the very least, they could buy their families a little more time. Soldiers launched suicidal attacks with their lives. The relentless insectoids were suddenly halted in their tracks. Boom! As the soldiers struggled to hold on, a cloud of dust rose in the distance. Everyone turned to look. Under the dust, a cavalry unit emerged. Though not numerous, they exuded an unstoppable momentum. Who are those people? The base troops wondered. After all, it was still uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Soldiers, charge! Kyle raised his spear towards the insect horde. Kill! The Silver Lion cavalry shouted, their battle cries soaring. The silver lions beneath them suddenly accelerated, charging straight into the insect army. Thud! Kyle's spear pierced through several insectoids in succession. The cavalry behind him did the same. The powerful impact tore open a gap. Kill! Zhaoque transformed into a steel warrior, smashing through the swarm. Many red-armored bugs were crushed underfoot. The appearance of the Silver Lion cavalry reignited the soldiers' fighting spirit. Guo Xiaotian continuously unleashed explosive energy, shattering the surrounding insectoids. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, dozens of figures appeared among the swarm. Flying swords slashed at the surrounding bugs. In an instant, green insect blood splattered everywhere. Such terrifying power. Who are these people? Tu Tianyang's pupils constricted sharply. If he wasn't mistaken, the strength of these swordsmen was all above 8 stars. As the strongest of the base troops, he was only at mid-level 7 stars. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Such a legion could wipe them out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the distant horizon, a volley of radiant feather arrows shot forth. The arrows struck the bugs, exploding instantly. More and more radiant feather arrows fell into the insect horde. Any bug hit by an arrow was instantly killed. The Legion soldiers wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Guan Shen, meanwhile, leisurely killed the infected from the back of the line. He summoned bones, letting them fight throughout. After all, he was a summoner. It was only reasonable to let his summons fight. Long Xia unleashed the Tyrant's Claw, taking down one infected with each strike. The appearance of the Legion soldiers instantly turned the tide of battle. Although the insectoids kept pouring onto the battlefield, under the crushing power of the Legion soldiers, it was all in vain, no matter how many came. Shenlian's Shadow Sword Demon Legion had gone berserk. Each time he drew his sword, he could slay several insectoids. Around him, piles of bug corpses lay scattered. Soldiers, kill! Victory is within reach. Su Dahai roared. He was drenched in blood, continuously hacking at the surrounding insectoids. The morale of the Legion soldiers had reached its peak. They delved deep into the insect horde. The infected in their ranks were gradually being cleared out. The remaining troops all joined the fight. As time passed, the number of insectoids continued to dwindle, until the last insectoid fell. Ding! The system's prompt sounded. Complete the option, assist the base army, eliminate the insectoid team, reward, Legion upgrade card X1. We won! Victory! We really won! A miracle! I can't believe it! The soldiers cheered, and the survivors wept with joy. They had once again crossed a perilous threshold. My lord! How should we account for the spoils? Kyle asked through a mental connection, seeking guidance from Guan Shen. The insectoid cores and cards all belong to us. The bodies and infected ones are left for the base army. Guan Shen replied. Understood. Kyle rode his silver lion to the front of the troops. Who can make the decision? Kyle scanned the crowd and spoke. I. Your Excellency, please speak. Su Yunjian stepped forward. The insectoid cores and cards all belong to us. Any objections? Kyle said from his elevated position. His tone left no room for Su Yunjian to refuse. None. Your Excellency, please proceed. Su Yunjian was very decisive. He knew he couldn't provoke this mysterious legion. Good. Kyle rode away on his silver lion. My lord, what they want is too much. That's tens of thousands of insectoids. An officer from the 6th Legion said reluctantly. Foolish. If you want to die, I don't. The strength of this legion is enough to crush us. With such conditions, we've already gotten a bargain. Su Yunjian reprimanded directly. How can they be so strong? They're just a legion of a few hundred. The young officer still seemed unconvinced. He was a survivor who had been recruited and promoted for his merits. Who let this fool in? Tu Tianyang couldn't bear to watch any longer. How could there be such a stupid person? A few hundred soldiers could turn the tide of battle. Such a simple truth, and he couldn't see it. Sorry, General Tu. It's my failure to manage. A plain man spoke up. He was Lu Xiaomin, the commander of the 6th Legion. A primary star, his profession was a golem master. He could use energy to create powerful giant golems for battle. Shut up! Get back! He glared at the Legion member. The other party stopped speaking and turned to leave. If those words were to reach the Legion leader, it would probably lead to another disaster. Tu Tianyang sighed. He had originally thought his strength was formidable, but now it seemed insignificant. The Legion soldiers began to clean the battlefield. According to the agreement, they only took the cores and cards. As for the insectoid bodies, the Legion soldiers did not touch them. System. What happens if the base army is wiped out before reaching Yang City? Guan Chen asked. The options given by the system earlier had made him cautious. If the base army is wiped out, the reward will be halved. The system's voice came through. Damn! Does that mean I have to play babysitter? Guan Chen suddenly felt a headache. After all, this team had over 100,000 people. It seemed that the legendary potential of the Legion was not easy to obtain. Host. It's not that exaggerated. As long as there are survivors from the base army, the option is considered complete. The system's voice continued. I see. That's more like it. Guan Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he could continue to slack off. When the base army was in danger, he would just step in to resolve it. Tens of thousands of insectoid corpses could solve the base army's food crisis. So Guan Chen only requested the cores and cards. After the Legion soldiers finished cleaning the battlefield, they left directly. This time, due to the upheaval, the team lost tens of thousands of people. The number of troops was directly reduced by a quarter. Most of those who died were from black rain infection. There were still a few thousand survivors who remained in a coma. They had absorbed the black rain but had not been infected. For safety's sake, the base army still sent people to guard these unconscious survivors. If there are any problems, feel free to kill. The soldiers of the base army had clear divisions of labor as they cleaned the battlefield. They efficiently harvested insect meat, dug out crystal cores, and collected cards. The cut insect meat was immediately made into jerky, making it easy to carry and preserve. Besides the insect meat, certain parts of the insect race also had many uses. For example, the shell of the thunderlight beetle could be forged into armor, providing not only strong defense but also enhancing lightning attributes. Similarly, the fat from the liver of the flame beetle could be easily ignited and burned for a long time, serving as fuel. Anything useful was taken away. Ugh, what's happening to me? The unconscious survivors gradually woke up. A chill emanated from their hands. This is power. I've become an awakened. The man shouted excitedly. The surrounding soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, congratulations. Welcome to the ranks of the awakened, a soldier said with a hint of envy. Most of them were just ordinary awakened, significantly weaker compared to those with abilities. In a fair fight, an ability awakened could easily defeat several ordinary awakened. If it were a support-type ability, it would be a different story. Ow, why is my butt on fire? Quick, someone put it out. I can spray water? This is amazing. I think I can control earth elements. Ice magic. Awesome. I feel so powerful. I could kill a cow. I can see so clearly. Pink underwear. The unconscious survivors continued to wake up, each one gaining abilities. The death rate from the black rain was very high, but those who survived successfully awakened and obtained powers. This was good news for the base army. The recent battle had resulted in heavy casualties, and they needed fresh blood. As soon as the survivors woke up, the base army began recruiting. The conditions they offered were quite generous. This battle had alleviated the base army's urgent needs. At least the food problem was resolved. Faced with the base army's recruitment, most awakened agreed. After all, when they were still refugees, they had longed to join the base army. However, a small number of awakened believed that it was better to go solo than to join the base army. After a brief period of sadness, the group set off on the road to escape again. There was still 2/3 of the journey left to Sheep City. This time, they had gathered a lot of supplies, and it was clearly impossible for all the soldiers to carry them. The high command of the base army decided to recruit survivors to share the burden on the soldiers. Those willing to carry supplies would be provided with 3 meals a day. This was an attractive offer. As soon as the news was released, survivors rushed to sign up. In the apocalypse, being able to eat enough was a rare thing. If they saved a little, they could also support their families. The base army's recruitment also had requirements. Survivors had to be healthy and free of any diseases. They didn't want to waste food. After several rounds of selection, 3,000 survivors were finally chosen. These survivors were relatively strong. They shouldered heavy packs and began their journey. To prevent theft, some soldiers from the base army were assigned to supervise them. If anyone was caught stealing supplies, they could be killed on the spot. In the apocalypse, a life was not as valuable as food. As night quietly fell, the group stopped and began to set up camp. Everyone, put down your supplies. Come to me for food. A soldier held a bag of dried insect meat. Seeing this, the survivors quickly put down their backpacks. Sir, you've worked hard. The survivors flattered the soldier distributing the food. Cut the nonsense. Line up properly, the soldier said sternly. Yes, sir. The survivors quickly stood at attention. A long line formed. Thank you, soldier. The survivor held the meat strip in his hand. Although it was thin, only the size of a thumb, it was much better than half a bowl of thin porridge. For survivors without family, it was entirely possible to save half a meat strip and find a decent woman. Surviving in the apocalypse, tomorrow was completely uncertain. Enjoying the moment was very important. After receiving their food, the survivors were driven away by the soldiers. At night, supplies were specifically guarded by the base's military. Survivors would only be encountered while on the move. The last survivor finished receiving food. The soldier saw that there were still a few meat strips left in the bag. He didn't make a fuss but secretly stuffed them into his pocket. This was a tacit behavior. No one would say anything. Without a bribe, who would do such a time-consuming and laborious task? The higher-ups of the base military knew this well. After the survivors received their food, those who needed to spend would spend, and those who needed to support their families would do so. Guan Chen took advantage of the distraction and quietly slipped out of the line. Wang Yu was already used to this. They didn't inquire about anything. If Guan Chen didn't want to say, they wouldn't ask. A few kilometers away from the group, at an abandoned gas station, Guan Chen landed steadily, stepping on the blood-drinking blade. Flying with a sword. This is so exhilarating. He walked into the gas station, where several corpses of zombies lay on the ground. Clearly, this place had been cleared out. The Legion had been waiting here for a long time. Boom! Heavy footsteps echoed in the dim gas station. A massive creature appeared before Guan Chen. My lord! Song Lin bowed his head and spoke. His body was stained with blood, with several shocking wounds on his abdomen. Injured? Guan Chen asked. Just superficial wounds. They will heal soon. Song Lin shook his head. If you're hurt, don't hold back. I'm not short on money. Take this. Heal yourself. Guan Chen tossed a high-level recovery card into his hand. Low-level recovery cards were no longer effective for him. Fan Yen, you don't need to hide either. Guan Chen threw out another high-level recovery card. Fan Yen walked out from the gas station. He also had several claw marks on his body. Thank you, master. Fan Yen crushed the recovery card thrown at him, and his injuries began to heal. My lord, this is the corpse of a blood claw werewolf. Kyle dragged a massive corpse out from the gas station. It was a werewolf, over 4 meters tall, with a body full of robust muscles, especially in the legs. A pair of sharp blood claws was particularly eye-catching. The Legion soldiers also brought out crystal cores and cards from the gas station. His gaze swept over, and the system instantly provided a string of numbers. 4-star crystal core X14110, 5-star crystal core X3101, 6-star crystal core X102, 7-star crystal core X23, blue card X9856, blue-purple card X845, purple card X34, purple gold card X6. These were all the gains of the day. All belonged to Guan Chen, and the quantity was not insignificant. Everyone, you've worked hard, Guan Chen said sincerely. The Legion soldiers were constantly fighting. This was also the reason his strength could increase rapidly. "We are willing to fight for our lord," the commanders said in unison. Guan Chen dug out the crystal core from the blood claw werewolf. The crystal core was somewhat special, showing a blood-red color. Such pure energy. No wonder it's an 8-star crystal core. Guan Chen's cells began to get excited. They couldn't wait to devour the crystal core. "Long Jie, the blood claw werewolf is yours." Guan Chen pointed at the corpse on the ground. "Thank you, master." Long Jie licked his lips. Mixed in with the group, he needed to restrain his desires. He hadn't devoured flesh for a while. This also caused his strength to remain at 6 stars. Long Jie unleashed his nature and began to gnaw on the corpse. The devouring demon claw let out a hungry dragon roar. The corpse, as large as a small mountain, was instantly devoured. Crackle! Inside Long Jie, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Its power began to soar, quickly breaking through to the 7 stars. Even so, there were still no signs of stopping. Guan Chen gripped the crystal core in his hand. He took a deep breath and began to devour the crystal core. Boom! The surging energy coursed through his body. Guan Chen absorbed this energy, his strength continuously climbing. 7 stars advanced. A breakthrough with ease. Guan Chen had no intention of stopping. He held all the 7 stars crystal cores in his hand. Waves of terrifying energy surged into his body in an instant. Guan Chen's body frantically absorbed this energy. His strength directly stepped into the initial stage of 8 stars. Awesome! So awesome! Guan Chen instantly unleashed a punch. The terrifying energy directly collapsed the wall. Is this the power of 8 stars? A casual punch could easily bring down a wall. Boom! Long Jie also completed its breakthrough. Its strength directly reached the advanced stage of 7 stars. The corpse of the blood claw werewolf was incredibly powerful. The only regret was not comprehending a new skill. After completing his own breakthrough, it was time for the Legion. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion. Completing the option today rewarded him with an upgrade card. Guan Chen used it without hesitation. Ding! Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion upgrade successful, now at the initial stage of 8 stars. The system's voice rang out. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion instantly erupted with a terrifying aura. System. Expand the Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion. He used all 10 expansion cards he had saved. 10 Light and Shadow Sword Demons appeared before Guan Chen. "My lord!" The Light and Shadow Sword Demons knelt half on the ground, respectfully speaking. Return to the team. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. System. Trade 4 stars Crystal Core X14110. System. Trade 5 stars Crystal Core X3101. System. Trade 6 stars Crystal Core X102. He did not hesitate, converting all existing crystal cores into points. Ding! Trading 4 stars Crystal Core, gain 761,940 points. Ding! Trading 5 stars Crystal Core, gain 217,070 points. Ding! Trading 6 stars Crystal Core, gain 9,650 points. The system's prompt sound kept ringing. Almost 1,000,000 points. Although Guan Chen was prepared, he was still shocked when he saw this number. System. No need to say anything. Just do it. Purchase Legion Upgrade Card X19, Legion Expansion Card X1. Guan Chen instantly squandered all his points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing Legion Upgrade Card X19, Legion Expansion Card X1, total cost 970,000 points. You are truly extravagant, too unreasonable. The system's prompt sound came. Guan Chen was instantly bankrupt, with only 18,660 points left. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. 3 times. He decisively chose to upgrade. Ding! Ironclad Shield Guard upgrade successful. Now at the initial stage of 7 stars. Ding! Detected that the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion meets the advancement conditions. Do you choose to advance? The system's voice rang out consecutively. Yes. Guan Chen did not hesitate. Ding! Consuming advancement card X100. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion begins to advance. A flash of white light, and the ironclad shields disappeared from their spot. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. 6 times. Guan Chen spoke again. Ding! Silver Lion Cavalry upgrade successful. Now at the initial stage of 8 stars. Ding! Detected that the Silver Lion Cavalry meets the advancement conditions. Do you choose to advance? The system's prompt sound rang out consecutively. Yes. Guan Chen nodded. Ding! Consuming advancement card X100, intermediate advancement card X10. The Silver Lion Cavalry Legion begins to advance. The Silver Lion Cavalry Legion instantly disappeared from their spot. System. Upgrade the Undead Skeleton Legion. 3 times. Ding. The Skeleton Undead Legion upgrade successful. Now at the initial level of 7 stars. Ding. Detecting the Undead Skeleton Legion, advancement conditions met. Would you like to advance? The system's voice came through. Yes. Advance. Guan Chen did not hesitate. Ding. Consuming advancement card X100, intermediate advancement card X10. The Skeleton Undead Legion begins to advance. Guan Chen still had 7 upgrade cards left in his hand. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion. 3 times. System. Upgrade the Flame Subdragon Legion. 4 times. He used all the upgrade cards. Several dragon roars echoed. The Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion and the Flame Subdragon Legion directly broke through to the initial level of 9 stars. System. Expand the Light Elf Archer Legion. Guan Chen used the expansion card on the Elf Archers. A holy light magic circle appeared, and the Light Elf Archers appeared before him. Ha! Done and dusted. Guan Chen instantly felt that this breakthrough was also a tiring task. After upgrading the legions, Guan Chen selected the blue cards. Open. More than 10,000 blue cards instantly disappeared. Obtained 500 milliliters pure water X574, obtained quality food card X2101, obtained intermediate supply card X3501, obtained intermediate recovery card X2684, obtained advancement card X300, obtained enhanced sweet potato seeds X1041. The rewards were standard, with no surprises. Guan Chen took out the blue-purple cards, a total of 541. He did not hesitate and opened them all. Obtained intermediate advancement card X56, obtained energy card X154, contains pure energy, can be directly absorbed by the human body, obtained explosive arrow X101, obtained invisibility potion X35, obtained powerful potion X120, after consumption, increases strength by 1 level for 3 minutes, followed by a 10-minute weakened state. Obtained scale crocodile hind leg meat X75, the hind leg meat of a 5-star monster scale crocodile, very tender, a favorite of carnivorous creatures. Contains a bit of energy. Guan Chen took out the scale crocodile hind leg meat, which was over a meter long. The hard skin had been removed, leaving only the tender flesh. The Xianlei Flood Dragon and Flame Subdragon showed expressions of desire. Eat. Guan Chen placed the leg meat on the ground. Like a small mountain, it was enough to fill these guys' bellies. Thank you, master. Sanglin grabbed a piece of meat and tossed it into his mouth. Chew, chew. Guan Chen took out the energy cards and crushed them all. The pure energy was directly absorbed. He felt his strength increase slightly, but the increase was not much, equivalent to a 5-star crystal core. However, even a small mosquito is still meat, and Guan Chen did not mind. He continued to open the cards. The next purple cards were the main event. As long as luck wasn't too bad, he could basically get good things. Guan Chen selected 34 purple cards. Open. Obtained advanced advancement card X16, obtained Legion expansion card, 1 person, X10, obtained Legion upgrade card X3, obtained random Legion card fragment X3, collect 10 fragments to obtain 1 random Legion card. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. 6 purple gold cards appeared in his hand. These were cards that could only drop from monsters above 7 stars. There was a high probability of obtaining good items. Guan Chen held the cards and crushed them directly. Obtain Skill Inner Universe X1, learn to gain the Skill Inner Universe, obtain Sunfire Bow X1, crafted from the Flame Mine in the Abyss Lava Land, obtain Legion Expansion Card, 10 people, X1, obtained Mental Blade Skill X1, learn to gain the skill Mental Blade, obtained Blood Flame Pill X2, can instantly restore all injuries but will fall into a burning state. Guan Chen's eyes lit up. As expected of the purple gold cards, they were all good things. System. Expand the Shadow Sword Demon Legion. System. Expand the Light Elf Archer Legion. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly used the Legion expansion card. In front of him, 2 summoning arrays of light and shadow appeared. New members joined Guan Chen's ranks. System. Upgrade the Shadow Sword Demon Legion, twice. Light Elf Archer Legion, once. Guan Chen used all the upgrade cards. The Shadow Sword Demon Legion collectively broke through to 9-star beginner. The Light Elf Archer Legion collectively broke through to 8-star intermediate. Eileen. This bow is for you. A crimson longbow appeared in Guan Chen's hand. The bow's body was adorned with flowing lava patterns, and its string was made of flames. This fiery energy was condensed within the bow and would not harm the user. Thank you, master. Eileen slightly bowed her head and accepted the blazing sun bow. Name, Blazing Sun Bow Type, Bow and Arrow Grade, 7-star Advanced Talent, Armor Piercing, Burning Skills, Fire Flow Arrow, Flame Explosion Arrow Evaluation, crafted from the fiery or of the abyssal lava land, containing fire attribute energy. This was a fine bow, and Eileen liked it very much. System. Learn the art of inner universe. Guan Chen directly used the newly acquired skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned the art of inner universe. The system's voice rang out. Guan Chen instantly felt a flood of information surge into his mind. Inner universe, able to create a universe space for storing and transferring items. Awesome! It's finally here. Guan Chen showed a joyful expression. He had wanted this type of skill for a long time. He moved both hands, condensing 2 light spheres of black and white. The black and white light spheres were ethereal and very mysterious. Shen Lian, carry this koan space with you. Just toss the loot inside. Guan Chen handed the black light sphere to Shen Lian. With his current strength, he could create a 50 square meter universe space. If he retrieved items on time, it would be more than enough. Yes, master. Shen Lian nodded and stored the koan space safely. System. Learn the mental blade. Guan Chen had also been looking forward to this skill for a long time. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have learned the mental blade. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Chen felt a swelling sensation in his mind. Is this a mental type skill? Mental blade condenses a mental blade to attack the target's soul. Guan Chen attempted to condense the mental blade. Whoosh! A transparent mental blade shot out in front of him. The mental blade struck the ground and instantly dissipated. This mental blade caused no physical damage, but for a soul entity, it could be a lethal strike. Guan Chen was very satisfied with this harvest. Not only did he gain a skill for transferring items, but he also acquired a mental skill. Feng Yan, you will temporarily follow me. During this time, you will be responsible for impersonating my summoned beast. Guan Chen suddenly remembered something. The skeleton undead legion was currently in an advanced state. As a summoner, he could not be without a summoned beast. As for the flame wyverns, they would temporarily follow Song Lin's command. Master, it is my honor. Feng Yan spoke. Guan Chen nodded and stored it in the system space. Then he controlled the blood-sucking blade and flew with his sword. Late at night. Except for the patrolling soldiers, the survivors were mostly asleep. Today's battle had left everyone on edge. Guan Chen sneaked back to the camp. Guan Yu was snoring, sleeping like a dead pig. Ever since the Z-type robots took over the night watch, the 3 of them had been sleeping soundly. Guan Chen crawled into his tent and cast a soundproofing spell. The surrounding snoring instantly disappeared. Indeed, having many skills is never a burden. With Long Chia on night watch, Guan Chen slept peacefully. Tonight was relatively calm, and there were no monster attacks. This was a good thing for the survivors of the team. In the morning, the team set off again. The survivors responsible for transporting supplies returned to their posts. They shouldered their packs and moved forward under the soldiers' watch. Around noon, the team finally reached the border of Minzhou. On the left side of the road, there stood a massive boundary stone. Guangnan Prefecture. In the past, crossing this boundary stone meant entering the territory of Guangnan Prefecture. But now, the Huagua Empire has fallen. Territorial divisions no longer matter. Everyone hold on. We have reached Guangnan Prefecture. We successfully escaped from Min Prefecture. Victory is within reach. The soldiers of the base army encouraged the survivors. Woo woo, we're almost at Yang City. Soon we can live in peace. I heard Yang City has strong city defenses. The city walls are 30 meters high. The last time I went, it was still the last time. The survivors in the group began to chatter. They had endured countless hardships on this journey. Originally a group of hundreds of thousands, now fewer than 100,000 remained. The group passed the boundary stone and continued along the road. But soon, they came to a halt. What the hell is that? Tu Tianyang gasped. In the distance on the road, a massive nest appeared. The nest was several hundred meters long and over 100 meters high. It resembled a biological structure. The nest was covered in countless holes. Those holes were filled with a transparent slime. Each slime encased a corpse. Insect nest. A soldier with keen eyesight exclaimed in terror. He saw insect eggs hatching within the holes. Damn! There must be hundreds of thousands of insect creatures in that nest. Everyone shivered at once. Let's take a detour. We absolutely cannot go this way. We must take a detour. I don't want to die. This time, everyone was surprisingly unanimous. There were no opposing votes, and any dissent would be ignored. The group left the road and moved through the surrounding mountains and forests. In the woods, traces of insect activity were everywhere. It became clear that taking a detour was futile. The insect creatures could appear at any moment, but they had no way to retreat. For such a large group, changing direction was not an easy task. They could only pray not to encounter the insects. This stretch of road was not long, only a little over 10 kilometers. If they were lucky, they should not encounter the insects. At the edge of the forest, almost no living creatures could be seen. If they guessed correctly, they had all been hunted down by the insects. The group walked cautiously through the woods. They looked at the traces on the ground. Shocking. Remains of monsters, rotting entrails. The stench made everyone want to vomit, but they knew they absolutely could not throw up. These were precious food supplies. The group's position advanced to the side of the nest. They could vaguely see the insect nest through the gaps in the forest. It was a colossal structure, more like alien technology. Upon closer inspection, one could see the nest pulsing slowly, like a giant heart. Strange insects were scattered around the nest, but judging by their appearance, they showed no signs of foraging. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They had completed half the journey. Soon they would be rid of this terrifying insect nest. Master, we have discovered several insect squads. Not many, about 300. Xunlian's voice came through. Cut them off. We can't let them return. Guan Chen ordered directly. If these insects returned to the nest, they would surely encounter the group. If they made a commotion, it would attract the attention of the nest. Understood. Xunlian's voice responded. The group's luck was good. They did not encounter any insect squads. We finally made it out. The group returned to the road. Everyone looked back, and the insect nest was gradually receding. That was close. We made it through. Su Yunjian finally relaxed his tense heart. The group did not notice the forest to their left was shaking continuously. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The piercing sound of insect chirping rang out. What's going on? Tu Tianyan's expression changed slightly. Haven't we already left the range of the insect nest? Why can the Zerg still find us? Zhao Kuo asked in confusion. No, not behind. It's in front. A soldier with keen eyesight pointed in terror to the left front. Everyone turned to look in the direction he pointed. A dark tide of insects was rushing towards them. Damn it! Damn it! Su Yunjian cursed, but it had no effect. The Zerg emitted hissing sounds, clearly excited. So many prey, delivered right to their door. Run! Run fast! The base soldiers shouted. Their speed suddenly increased. Just out of the dragon's den and into the tiger's lair. The survivors' hearts were like a roller coaster. But they didn't stop for a moment, madly running forward. The team had no choice, stopping meant death. Behind them was the insect nest, and if the Zerg caught up, they would die even faster. Time was life. They could only escape recklessly to have any hope of survival. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of insects was getting closer. Everyone even felt the bugs were right beside them. Guan Chen also chose to run. Faced with the insect nest, he had no confidence of victory. Although the Legion soldiers had already broken through to 9 stars, who knew if there were stronger beings in the insect nest? Rationality told him to leave the range of the insect nest first. Hiss, wail. Terrifying sounds came from the insect nest behind. Even several kilometers away, they could still hear it clearly. Terrifying, too terrifying. This was the thought in everyone's mind. There must be black iron-level beings in that insect nest. Even Guan Chen felt somewhat powerless. If he faced a 10-star creature, he might have a chance to fight to the death. But against a black iron-level creature, he truly had no confidence. Guan Chen had originally thought he was strong. But now it seemed, it was not enough. Far from enough. He needed to become stronger. The Zerg army surged in from all directions. Rip! Blood was cut, and entrails were scattered. Red-armored insects tossed the survivors aside. Melting explosion insects spewed flames, instantly igniting the survivors. Kill! Break out! Don't get held back! Li Xiao roared. He wielded a great sword, cleaving the Zerg in front of him. The 10th Legion was at the back of the team, closest to the insect nest, facing the greatest danger. The soldiers understood their situation and fought desperately. You 3 follow me. If you fall behind, you'll just have to wait to die. Remember, don't show any mercy. Guan Chen took a deep breath. The feeling of unease in his heart grew stronger. There were definitely black iron-level creatures inside the insect nest. Don't worry, brotherly. We won't hold you back. The 3 said. Less talk. Charge through. A fiery red summoning array appeared in front of Guan Chen. A massive figure appeared in an instant. Roar! A scorching breath of flame charred the Zerg in front of him. Guan Chen didn't hesitate and jumped onto the back of the flame. The flame charged forward, knocking the Zerg aside. Go! Follow brotherly! Wang Yu, not caring about his shock, hurriedly followed behind Guan Chen. Quick! Keep up with that fire dragon! Li Xiao had already been in despair. The Zerg army had cut off their path. In front of them were all dark swarms of insects. It was almost impossible to break through, but Guan Chen's appearance gave him hope. The strength of that fire dragon was terrifying. Although he didn't know why there was such a powerful being, it didn't matter anymore. Surviving was all that counted. The surviving soldiers all gathered around Guan Chen. Riding the flame, Guan Chen charged into the dark swarm of insects. The terrifying impact instantly crushed several insects. The flame spewed out scorching flames, sweeping away the surrounding bugs. Wang Yu followed behind Guan Chen. Some insects that had slipped through the cracks charged towards them. Holy light slash! Wang Yu swung his sword, directly splitting a red-armored insect in half. The white lion of Yu Hai was tearing at the flesh of the beetle. It was a plump, white bug, its surface covered in soft armor. Four Z-type robots swung their blades, hacking at the insects. The soldiers of the base advanced along the path cleared by Guan Chen. But there were simply too many insects surrounding them. Even if a path was cleared, it would quickly be filled again. The slower survivors showed despair in their eyes. They could only watch helplessly as the insects swarmed in from all sides. There was no hope in sight. Ah! The screams from behind came one after another, sending chills down everyone's spine. Only a few thousand remained in the rear. Most of the survivors had been devoured by the insects. Not long ago, they had been grateful to have escaped a disaster. But they never expected death to arrive so swiftly. Guan Chen continuously condensed the blood soul slash. The blood-red sword energy sliced the insects in half. Crystals flew out, landing on the ground. But at such a time, no one dared to bend down to pick them up. Falling behind meant a dead end. They could only follow Guan Chen, for there was hope of breaking through. Guan Chen kept crushing supply cards. The nearly depleted energy quickly restored. Master, there's a big guy ahead. The voice of Finyan echoed in Guan Chen's mind. He immediately looked ahead. It was a soil beetle, 2 stories high. With a swing of its forelimbs, it could kill several humans. Charge! Guan Chen did not retreat. Understood. Finyan let out a furious roar. A terrifying dragon might instantly radiate it out. The movements of the insects slowed down. It was clear they were affected by the dragon might. Finyan's limbs erupted in flames. Several sharp barbs spread outwards. With a sweeping motion, the insects were instantly blasted away. Finyan accelerated sharply, charging towards the soil beetle. Guan Chen rode on Finyan's back. He gripped the blood-drinking blade and thrust it forward. The blade pierced through one insect, causing its body to rapidly deflate. The tendrils of the blood-drinking blade coiled back to retrieve the crystal core. Guan Chen's gaze was fixed on the yellow-brown beetle. Closer, only 20 meters away. Finyan accelerated again, transforming into a fiery red shadow. The soil beetle sensed something, a feeling of unease rising within it. Its limbs struck the ground fiercely. A thick earthen wall instantly rose from the ground. Guan Chen showed no fear, slashing at the earthen wall with the blood-drinking blade. Finyan also swung its sharp claws. Boom! The terrifying force instantly shattered the earthen wall. Man and beast stood before the yellow-brown beetle. The beetle was instantly knocked away. Its large eyes revealed a look of confusion. The next second, its head was pierced through. Blood-red tendrils emerged from the beetle's body, extracting a crystal core. This was a monster of the 8-star beginner level, and the crystal core contained powerful energy. The people behind had already gone numb. So powerful, too powerful. Even the terrifying insect horde, like a small mountain, could not withstand a single strike. Li Xiao saw hope. He fought fiercely against the insects surging around him. But with Guan Chen leading the way, the pressure on the troop had greatly decreased. Otherwise, they would never have broken through the insect line of defense. The ground was littered with insect corpses. Blood-red tendrils spread out, frantically devouring flesh and blood. In the chaos, Long K released its complete form. Its right arm was the devouring demon claw, and its left arm was the tyrant's claw. Its body was shrouded in bone armor, and its head was encased in a skeletal battle helmet. Terrifying demonic wings extended from its back. It charged at the forefront, like a meat grinder, harvesting the lives of the insects. The devoured flesh and blood continuously piled up within it. The dark tide of insects tore open a gap. Guan Chen's figure charged out. Behind him followed thousands of survivors. The 10th Legion actually broke through. This is simply a miracle. The high-ranking officials of the base displayed expressions of disbelief. They all believed that the 10th Legion was doomed. In such circumstances, the team could hardly protect themselves, let alone return for rescue. Without assistance, the members of the 10th Legion could only be devoured by the bugs. but now, they had actually fought their way out. It had to be said, this was a miracle. However, the distance was too great, and everyone was unclear about the situation. They could only see the flame wyvern at the forefront, but in an instant, it was pulled back into the line of sight by the insect swarm. At this moment, everyone was still in danger. Although there were tens of thousands of survivors, they had become food for the bugs. But that number was still far from enough. Escape! They had to flee the insect nest. 50 kilometers. 100 kilometers. The farther, the better. The team was getting further away from the insect nest. That black iron level aura had already weakened. If he guessed correctly, that black iron level bug should not be able to stray far from the nest. Although there were still bugs pursuing them from behind, their numbers were dwindling. After the team left, the Shadow Sword Demon appeared and blocked the insect army. Shen Lian, the rest is up to you. Guan Chen issued the order through the mental link. Yes, Master. Shen Lian's voice came through. The Shadow Sword Demon Legion flew on their swords, cutting off the pursuit of the bugs. Whoosh! The sword shadows danced, and the bodies of the bugs exploded. The bugs that were difficult for the soldiers to deal with were like clay chickens and tiled dogs in front of the Shadow Sword Demon. San Lin led the Shin Lei Jiao and the Flame Wyvern, crushing into the swarm of bugs. The terrifying elemental breaths continuously bombarded the bugs. Without the threat of the nest, these bugs were simply not to be feared. The team fled wildly. Until no more bugs appeared, they gradually came to a stop. Huff huff huff. Everyone was panting heavily. Some physically weak survivors collapsed directly to the ground. Their limbs twitched, clearly exhausted. We survived. We survived. Woo woo. My mom is dead. Wife, how can I live without you? After a brief silence, the team erupted in wails. There were only less than 50,000 who had escaped. The base army began to tally the casualties. Thank you for saving my life. Li Xiao walked up to Guan Chen. Just a side effect. You're smart enough. Guan Chen looked down at him. No matter what, my life was saved by you. I owe you a life. Li Xiao said seriously. In that case, do something for me. Guan Chen spoke. Please, my lord. Before reaching Yang City, the 10th Legion must not disperse. Even if there is only one person left, it cannot be declared disbanded. Can you do that? Guan Chen looked at him. An invisible sense of pressure radiated from him. As long as I have breath left, the 10th Legion will not disband. Li Xiao replied. Very well. I hope you can do it. Guan Chen put away the burning flame and hid back into the team. Only the two of them knew about the conversation just now. Li Gu, you're so strong. That flame wyvern, is it your summoned beast? Wang Yu asked excitedly. Yes, it's the summoned beast I just contracted. Guan Chen nodded. Since Wang Yu was guessing randomly, he simply went along with it. Let's set up tents. The bugs won't catch up now, Guan Chen said. Given the current situation of the team, they definitely couldn't continue on the road. Not to mention the survivors. Even the soldiers were already exhausted. Wang Yu nodded quickly. Soon, 2 tents were set up. Li Gu, have something to eat? Yu Hai had prepared hot food. Guan Chen sat by the campfire and took the food. Yang City. This was an ancient city. Before the apocalypse broke out, it was a super metropolis of Huagua. It had the most sophisticated city defenses. After the apocalypse broke out, Yang City was protected by the Dragon Vein. There was no moment of fracture. The crisis within the city was solely the infected zombies. On the first day of the apocalypse, the City Defense Army Station in Yang City immediately launched a rescue operation. They united with the survivors in the city to exterminate the zombies. Subsequently, they held the city walls, resisting the invading monsters. Today, the Yang City base has a population of tens of millions. The vast population base has produced many strong individuals. The base army is filled with powerful warriors who dominate Yang City. In addition to the base army, there is also an unparalleled powerhouse in Yang City. He established the Awakeners Guild, calling upon Awakeners to join. These two major forces support a large part of Yang City. The streets of Yang City are brightly lit. Armed soldiers patrol the streets. Tonight, Yang City is not particularly peaceful. The monsters outside the city have launched their third wave of attacks. Fortunately, the city walls are tall enough to withstand the monsters' assaults. The towering walls are equipped with various artillery. Fully armed soldiers continuously patrol the walls. Below the walls, the ground is littered with the corpses of humans and insectoids. The mottled walls bear shocking streaks of blood. General! A burly man arrived at the city wall. Behind him followed several officers. Any movements from the insectoid army? Xia Yunjian asked. He is a general of the 3rd Army, 6th Corps of the Young City Base, possessing mid-level 7-star strength. Reporting to the general, the insectoids have retreated for a long time. There are no movements at all. The soldier reported truthfully. Thank you for your hard work tonight, brothers. We must strengthen our vigilance. Prevent any surprise attacks from the insectoids. Xia Yunjian nodded. 3 days ago, Yang City was surrounded by the insectoid army. After several bloody battles, they finally managed to temporarily repel the insectoids. However, although the insectoids retreated, they left behind hundreds of thousands of troops stationed 5 kilometers outside Yang City. This insectoid army is like a sharp blade, constantly threatening the safety of Yang City. Understood. The soldier nodded. Woo! A piercing alarm suddenly rang out on the city wall. The insectoids are on the move. 4 kilometers from the city wall, a messenger soldier ran frantically along the wall. The worst-case scenario has occurred. Prepare for battle. I hope you can survive tonight. Xia Yunjian looked at the soldiers, revealing a bitter smile. Faced with the fierce assault of the insectoid army, even he had no absolute confidence in surviving. General, you must survive too. The soldiers, shouldering their weapons, rushed to the front lines. Insectoid army, 3 kilometers from the city wall. The message came again. Check if the artillery can operate. Xia Yunjian arrived at the front line, beginning to command the battle. This section of the wall was defended by the 3rd Army Corps. His 6th Corps was just one of them. General, the artillery is functioning normally. General, the divine crossbow is normal. General, the fire god cannon is normal. Soldiers checked all the weapons thoroughly. The high command of the City Defense Army obtained blueprints from cards. Using these blueprints, the City Defense Army developed powerful weapons. The power of these weapons can injure creatures of around 5 stars. Insectoid Army, 2 kilometers from the city wall. This time, no reminders were needed. Everyone had already seen a dark tide appearing on the distant ground. That was the Insectoid Army. There were hundreds of thousands of them. Everyone, prepare. Xia Yunjian raised his hand. The soldiers operated the weapons, aiming at the area below the city wall. Fire. His arm fell. Boom. Da-da-day. Shoo. The dim city wall was suddenly illuminated by flames. A brilliant line of fire ignited along the wall. Shells fell into the insectoid army, toppling one insect after another. Bullets tore through shells, piercing the bodies of the insects. Crossbow bolts struck into the insectoid army, leaving trails. But the footsteps of the insectoid army could not be halted at all. They braved the cannon fire and charged to the base of the city wall. Their sharp limbs could easily climb the walls. Fight! Hit them hard for me! Xia Yunjian pointed below. Some soldiers adjusted their positions and began firing at the creatures on the wall. However, the number of the insect swarm was simply too vast. Even if they were shot down, they would quickly be replaced. The modeled ancient city wall was now crawling with insects. They surged upward like mad. Awaken team! Prepare for battle! Platforms began to appear on the city wall. The awakened, fully armed, stepped onto the platforms. Click! The platforms started to operate, with the insect army below. The surrounding walls also lowered their platforms. Each platform had at least hundreds of awakened. Xia Yunjian gripped his weapon. He wasn't sure if he would survive the night. Below, there were hundreds of thousands of insect soldiers. For them, it was no different from hell. The platforms moved quickly, and the awakened reached the ground. Brothers, kill! Xia Yunjian pushed off the ground and shot out like a bullet. He swung his blade, shattering several insects. The awakened behind him all jumped off the platform. The platform rose again, bringing down the second batch of awakened. These awakened did not hesitate, for this was their mission. Joining the base army, while their families were protected, they also had to fight for the base army. Fight for Yang City, and fight for their families. If Yang City fell, their families would lose their protection. So they had to stand up. Eliminate these monsters that sought to harm their families. Kill! Xia Yunjian charged into the insect army. He continuously gathered energy, striking the surrounding insects. The awakened possessed strength beyond the ordinary. But even so, they still had their limits. Many soldiers were covered in wounds. Blood gushed out, and they gradually grew weak. The insects swarmed over them, devouring them piece by piece. Yet even so, there were still awakened who kept charging into the insect army. There was no fear in their eyes. Put! Xia Yunjian spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground, revealing a bitter smile. I didn't expect it. To die here after all. I want to see you again. Son, promise Dad. Stay alive. The insects pounced, devouring him completely. The awakened, undaunted, continued to jump off the platforms. The advance of the insect army was halted. The insects on the wall were also shot down. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of awakened joined the battlefield below. Without the threat of the insects, the heavy firepower from the walls could continue to output. Against the densely packed insect army, this developed hot weaponry was quite effective. Brothers, kill! The armored awakened roared. The surrounding soldiers charged forward with shields. The insect claws struck against the shields. The terrifying force knocked the soldiers back. Their hands trembled, but they still gripped the shields tightly. Because they knew, if they let go for even a moment, they would be killed by the insects. General Zhou Yi, General Xia Yunjian, have fallen. A few remnants fled towards Zhou Yi's team. Old Xia is dead? Zhou Yi's face darkened as he cleaved through the insect in front of him. The battle had just begun, and already 7-star awakened had fallen. Tonight was likely to be very perilous. You follow me. Whether you can survive or not depends on luck, Zhou Yi said. Thank you, General. The soldiers quickly expressed their gratitude. They had arrived at the battlefield first, and their formation had long been scattered. The commander was dead. The group was leaderless. They couldn't hold out against the insect army at all. Regroup. Can you all perform the battle formation? Zhou Yi shouted. Yes. Everyone nodded quickly. Good. You perform the battle formation. Hold back the insects on the sides, Zhou Yi ordered directly. Battle formation. This is a battle formation invented by the Yangcheng base army. A few soldiers, working together, can unleash several times their strength. Currently, the Yangcheng base army has invented 3 types of battle formations. Shield formation, defense, long snake rapid march formation, support, cone attack formation, offense. The remaining soldiers quickly joined the team and set up the cone formation. Kill. Zhou Yi swung his battle blade, unleashing terrifying energy waves. In an instant, he killed several red-armored insects. A group of round, plump beetles was pushed onto the battlefield. They lay on the ground, biological tissue extending from their backs. Similar to artillery, the launchers quickly condensed. Gurgle. The launchers rides continuously, spewing out insect egg projectiles. The larvae inside the eggs had fully formed. Not good. Shoot down those insect eggs. The officer commanding from the city wall's face changed dramatically. Clearly, this new type of insect was something he had never seen before. In the rush, the soldiers found it difficult to adjust their angles. Only a portion of the insect egg projectiles were shot down. The rest landed on the city wall. Crack. Instantly, the adult insects burst out of their shells. They quickly crawled up the city tower along the walls. Hiss. A giant clawed spider climbed up the tower. Quick! Open fire! The soldiers noticed and hurriedly adjusted their guns. But the giant clawed spider was clearly faster. With a leap, it pounced on a soldier's face. The sharp spider spear instantly pierced through the soldier's neck. Put! Scarlet blood instantly stained the artillery platform. More and more insects hatched from the eggs. Some landed on the walls, needing to climb a distance. Others landed directly on the tower, breaking out of their shells and attacking the surrounding soldiers. Support! We need support. The officer picked up the communicator. Hold on. Support is on the way. A voice came from the communicator. The officer put down the communicator and picked up his weapon to fight. Several giant clawed spiders tried to pounce on him. The officer dodged, swinging his battle knife and cleaving them in half. Moments later, a fully armed team of awakened ones ascended the tower. They launched an attack on the swarm of insects. Whoa! A deep, muffled roar echoed across the battlefield. The insect army retreated like a tide. Retreat? The insects are retreating. The bloodied soldiers showed incredulous expressions. They had all prepared for sacrifice. But at the critical moment, the insects actually withdrew. This left everyone somewhat baffled. About half an hour later, the scouts in front brought back news. Commander! An orc team has attacked the rear of the insect swarm. The insect swarm has suffered heavy losses. They were forced to retreat. The scout soldier reported. Good. Well done, the commander said with a smile. Through the research of the Yangcheng base army, it was discovered that the monsters were not united. Different races would attack each other. For example, the insect race would consider any living creature as food. Orcs. They would also hunt the insect race. Zombies would attack orcs, insects, and mutated creatures. This world has completely fallen into chaos. Only the strong can survive. Clear the battlefield. Burn the bodies of the fallen soldiers. The families of the fallen soldiers will receive preferential treatment. With the crisis temporarily averted, the officer issued orders. This was destined to be a sleepless night. Although the insect race had temporarily retreated, they left behind a mess. The bodies on the battlefield needed to be burned promptly. Otherwise, it would easily lead to various diseases. The damaged defensive facilities also needed to be repaired in time. More defensive works needed to be established outside the city. The Yangcheng base city was newly established. There were still many areas that needed improvement. The area around Yangcheng was all gray zones. These places must be explored. At the very least, it was necessary to know what dangers existed nearby. Many things needed time to accomplish. The city gates slowly opened. A group of ordinary survivors arrived outside the city. What they needed to do was transport corpses and burn them. The pay for this work was high, enough for half a loaf of bread. In this apocalyptic world, where corpses lay everywhere and famine was rampant, half a loaf of bread was already very precious. Of course, the risks of this job were equally high. If luck was not on their side, they wouldn't even understand how they died. After all, the battlefield was piled high with corpses. No one could guarantee that all the bugs were dead. Some of the insect species were more resilient than life itself. Even if their bodies were severed, they could still survive. If one encountered such a creature, it could be fatal. The survivors carefully transported human corpses. They needed to get them to a designated location before they could start burning them. As for the insect corpses, those were handled by the awakened ones. Hiss! A hapless middle-aged man, just as he was about to move a corpse, was pierced through by a sharp spear. He stared wide-eyed, revealing a look of unwillingness. Beneath the corpse he was moving lay a spiked beetle. Its body was split open, and even its brain was oozing out. Yet it still did not die. With its last ounce of strength, it took the man with it. Thud! The man fell into the pile of corpses, ending his brief life. The awakened ones nearby quickly rushed over to deliver the final blow, ensuring the insect was completely dead. Then the other ordinary people lifted the man's body away. They did not feel much, after all, they witnessed death every day. Perhaps the next one to die would be themselves. A few hours later, the corpses piled up into small hills. They poured a red liquid over them and ignited it with torches. Flames soared into the sky, emitting a charred smell. In the center of Yang City stood a towering building. "Sir, the insect army has retreated." An officer walked into the room and saluted respectfully. Before him stood a tall figure. The man stood by the window, his deep-set eyes gazing into the distant night. He was the leader of the Yang City base military, a 10-star junior powerhouse, Wei Qianfan. The deeds of this man were nothing short of legendary. When the apocalypse broke out, he obtained the profession of apocalypse swordsman, starting with a 4-star junior strength. He then used thunderous means to suppress the corpse transformation of the city defenses. In half a day, he gathered soldiers and took control of the areas around the city walls. Then, leveraging the geographical advantage, he cleared the zombies from the city center. He rescued survivors and incorporated the remnants of the city defense army. With his own strength, he repelled 2 beast tides, 1 corpse tide, and 3 insect tides. He stabilized the interior of Yang City and established the vast Yang City base. The soldiers of the base military held nothing but admiration for this man. Such achievements, what more could one ask for? I understand. Have the gene seeds been developed? Wei Qianfan turned around, hands clasped behind his back. There has been no progress for now. The officer replied. Tell those plant masters to hurry up. With tens of millions of survivors in Yang City, if the gene seeds cannot be developed successfully, I'm afraid the food crisis will soon arrive. Wei Qianfan's brow furrowed slightly. The daily food consumption of tens of millions of people was no small number. Yes, sir. The officer nodded. Go! Wei Qianfan waved his hand, and the officer turned to leave the room. Failed again. Still failed. Is it a matter of insufficient measurement? A group of plant masters surrounded mutated corn. Everyone, the sir has spoken. I hope you can develop the gene seed soon. The officer walked into the plantation. Sigh. We can't help it. Every time it comes to a critical moment, we always fail. The plant masters shook their heads with bitter smiles. Now, we can only wait for old Lin's results. Everyone looked into the distance. There stood a stooped old man. Little brother, would you like to join our organization? In a dim corner, a ragged man leaned against the wall. His hair was unkempt, and his eyes were bloodshot. Clearly, he hadn't slept for several days. What kind of organization is it? Can you get a full meal? The small, thin beggar asked curiously. He hadn't eaten in 3 days. His stomach was growling with hunger. Come with me and see for yourself, the man replied. Our organization's leader is quite a formidable character. He grinned, revealing his yellowed teeth. Really? Then I want to join. The beggar showed no signs of suspicion. Come, follow me. The man walked toward the dark alley. The beggar followed behind. But the further they went into the alley, the more sinister it became. Big brother, it's so dark here. Is our organization really based in a place like this? The beggar began to doubt. Don't worry. Do you know what hidden treasures means? As the man spoke, a passage appeared before them. The passage extended downward, illuminated by dim lights. Let's go. It's right below. It's mealtime now. You're lucky, the man said. Mealtime? Does that mean there's food? A glimmer of hope shone in the beggar's eyes. Of course. And it's meat, although there are mostly ribs. The man licked his lips, his face showing anticipation. Meat? Big brother, is the organization really that powerful? In this apocalypse, can we still get meat to eat? The beggar felt it was somewhat unreal. Of course. Let's go. Don't keep everyone waiting. The man headed down the stairs. The beggar looked at the dim light and began to hesitate. But thinking of the meat, all fear was cast aside. He was just too hungry. If he didn't eat soon, he would starve to death. Big brother, wait for me. The beggar made up his mind and walked down. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a knife chopping on a cutting board echoed in the underground passage. Little brother, we're almost there. The man pointed to a place that was an underground dance hall. The beggar couldn't wait and rushed inside. The food he had longed for was about to be within reach. Leader, I want to join the organization. The beggar pushed open the iron door. A pungent smell of blood filled the air. Inside the dance hall stood several men who looked like butchers. In front of them was a huge cutting board. Morning. The team was ready to set off, continuing toward Young City. Yesterday's battle had been too brutal. The number of base troops was down to about 20,000. If it weren't for the 10th Corps breaking through the encirclement, the number would have dropped by another 4,000. There were 30,000 survivors left, of which 10,000 were family members of the base troops. The rest were refugees. The team had arrived in Guangnan province. At this speed, barring any accidents, they would reach Yang City in no more than 10 days. Everyone was uncertain if they could survive these 10 days. If another situation like yesterday occurred, the base troops would truly be unable to bear it. The team continued along the road toward Yang City. Morning. In the slums of Yang City, a thin woman reached out to stop a passing base soldier. Sir, my child went missing last night. Can you help me look for him? The woman knelt on the ground, pleading. Maybe the child was just playing and sneaked out. He might come back on his own at any time. Don't worry too much, the base soldier said, turning to leave. My son is only 2 years old. He can barely walk. How could he sneak out? Sir, he must have been abducted. I beg you, please help me find him. The woman crawled forward, hugging the soldier's leg. You lowly beggar. Let go. The soldier scolded. I won't let go. The woman shook her head, holding on tighter. Damn it. You filthy commoner. Let me go. The soldier of the base force yanked the woman away and threw her harshly to the ground. Get out. Leave this filthy place. The soldier tossed the woman aside and quickly disappeared into the dirty, chaotic street. Ah, my son. The woman lay on the ground, crying out in anguish. She wasn't a fool, she knew all too well what was happening. In the apocalypse, who would want children? A 2-year-old child, the consequences were unimaginable. The woman's vision blurred, and she fainted. There were many passers-by around, but not a single one stepped forward to help. Who would bother when they had no connection? This was a slum, also known as the Commoner's Pit. The people living here were the lowest of the low in Young City. No one cared about life or death. If someone died, they would just be thrown into an uninhabited place to be burned. If luck was particularly bad, they might be dragged away by starving refugees to fill their stomachs. Cannibalism was not uncommon in the refugee camp. Some deranged individuals even preyed on the living, especially in recent times. The Young City base force had stopped distributing relief food. These refugees had their food supply cut off completely. Those with good luck could still dig up some worms, snakes, or mice from the ground to survive. There was a large river in the refugee camp. Those unafraid of death would jump into the river to fish. If one truly had no skills, they could only survive by eating tree roots or corpses. This was the refugee camp, home to the most despised people in Young City. Among these people, there might be workers, beggars, clerks, wealthy merchants, hygieists, and stars. But now, they were all just the commoners of Yang City, the most useless group of waste. Every day, they lived off scraps, taking it one day at a time. The base force had basically abandoned the refugee camp. In such an environment, many evil organizations had emerged. They worshipped a void deity. believing the apocalypse was divine punishment. To attain liberation, they must obey the arrangements of the divine messenger. In a dim underground space, a group of frenzied commoners was conducting a wicked ritual. Ah, you people, you're truly insane. I am a human, yet you want to sacrifice me. What kind of nonsense deity is this? Among the crowd, a man was bound to an iron bed. His hands, feet, neck, waist, and chest were all shackled with iron chains. His upper body was stripped bare. You, ignorant blasphemer, this apocalypse has come because of you. This is the wrath of the divine. By the iron bed stood a middle-aged man, holding a sharp knife. Leo, have you gone mad? The man shouted in terror. Shut up, you traitor, blasphemer. How dare you inform the base force? Leo's face was twisted with rage. He waved his hand, and the fervent followers brought in several base soldiers. Their mouths were stuffed with cloth. What should we do with this blasphemer? Leo shouted. Disembowel him. Sacrifice him to the deity. The fervent followers replied. Did you hear that? Leo looked at the man. He used the sharp knife to kill several base soldiers. This is a gift from the divine. Eat, my followers. Leo cut off the flesh of the base soldiers and tossed it into the crowd. These followers had completely lost their sanity. They reached out their hands, grabbing at the bloody flesh. The meat throbbed among the crowd. Ha ha, don't rush. There's plenty for everyone. Leo's hands kept moving. Piece by piece, he sliced off the flesh. The bodies of the base soldiers quickly turned into skeletons. Thank the deity for the food. The followers gnawed on the raw meat like a pack of demons. Insane. They're all insane. Leo, what have you done? What kind of nonsense deity is this, that it demands you eat humans? Chenlian exerted all his strength, trying to break free from his bindings. Don't struggle. Offer your soul and repent to the divine. Only then can you attain redemption. Leo's sharp blade lunged towards Chenlian. Bang! Suddenly, the door was kicked open. Blinding light flooded into the dim underground space. Don't move! Anyone who disobeys will be killed on the spot. The base soldiers rushed into the underground space. The frenzied believers all raised their heads. Fresh blood and flesh still lingered at the corners of their mouths. Damn it! Heretics! Kill! Kill them all! The leading base soldier's eyes flashed with cold light. Believers! These are all blasphemers. Kill them! Leo pointed at the base soldiers. Kill! Kill the blasphemers! The believers, as if possessed, charged at the base soldiers. They had no real power, just ordinary people. Yet, even so, they remained unafraid of death. These people have been brainwashed by heresy. Kill them all. The leading base soldier issued the order directly. Yes, Captain Wang. The base soldiers drew their weapons and stabbed them into the bodies of the believers. Put. Blood splattered. Heads rolled. The believers, like madmen, continued to lunge at the base soldiers, even after being stabbed multiple times. Wang Hai approached Leo with a long spear. Heretic! Die! The spear thrust out fiercely. TSK, TSK, TSK. Want to kill me? Not so easy. Leo grinned savagely. His body began to undergo a transformation. His arms turned blood red, covered in dense, sharp spikes. His back swelled, tearing his clothes apart. A half-formed, bloody humanoid monster burst forth. Leo crouched on the ground like a beast. His power surged instantly to mid-6-star level. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Wang Hai was taken aback. He was certain this guy was not human. You mortals! You cannot comprehend the level of the divine. Do you see? This is the power bestowed upon me by the gods. You blasphemer! Repent! The bloody humanoid monster let out a piercing roar. It swiped a claw, knocking Wang Hai's spear away. What terrifying power! Wang Hai was shocked. He was also a mid-6-star awakener, but in terms of strength, he was far inferior. Die! Leo charged, his claws shredding Wang Hai's armor. Wang Hai, seasoned from countless battles, threw a punch. The monster's arm twisted instantly from the impact. Captain Wang, are you okay? After dealing with the believers, the base soldiers surrounded Leo. Unlike Leo, they were just ordinary people. They had no power to fight back against the base soldiers. I'm fine. Don't let this monster escape, Wang Hai said. Yes, Captain Wang. The soldiers nodded. Blasphemer, you will die. This is the punishment of the gods. Only by believing in my God can humanity be redeemed. Even at death's door, Leo did not forget to brainwash. Your God is nonsense. Go to hell. Heretics, all of you should die. Wang Hai cursed loudly. He held his spear in a charging stance. Energy began to slowly gather within him. Breakthrough charge. Wang Hai gripped the spear and thrust it fiercely at Leo. Energy concentrated at the tip of the spear, instantly reaching Leo's face. Believe in my God. Surrender your soul. Leo's body began to swell. Damn it! Wang Hai did not hold back, his speed increasing. He had to stop it. Otherwise, everyone except him would die. Boom! Wang Hai's spear pierced through Leo's body. It deflated like a punctured balloon. A pool of foul-smelling blood flowed out from within. Ha! Wang Hai's hands trembled involuntarily. He was so close to letting Leo succeed. Check the surroundings for any hidden rooms. Don't let any heretics escape. Wang Hai commanded. Chen Lian, thank you for your hard work. He broke the chains and rescued Chen Lian. What a pity. Those brothers are still dead. Chen Lian lowered his head. It's not your fault. The base army will compensate their families. Wang Hai patted his shoulder. He was a member of the base army himself, deliberately disguising as a lowly person to infiltrate the evil organization. Then, working from within and without, he aimed to destroy the heretics. No! It was my mistake that led to their capture, Chen Lian said with guilt. In that case, then let's kill more heretics. Avenge them. Seeing Chen Lian's despondency, Wang Hai quickly encouraged him. Thank you, Captain Wang. Chen Lian raised his head, his fighting spirit reignited. But you must be more careful in your actions from now on. These heretics are far more terrifying than you can imagine. Wang Hai looked at the human skin belonging to Leo on the ground. He did not understand what the so-called god truly was. This young city seemed calm on the surface, but secretly it was turbulent. The base army was still struggling to deal with the invading monsters. Now, this heretic chaos had emerged. Fortunately, this phenomenon only appeared in the slums. Moreover, the heretics did not dare to recruit followers on a large scale. Otherwise, Yang City would truly be in chaos. Captain Wang, no secret room was found. All the heretics have been killed. A soldier reported. Seal this place. Remove the bodies and burn them. Wang Hai ordered. Yes, Captain Wang. The soldier nodded. Wang Hai turned and left the underground space. He needed to report the situation of the heretics to the general. Let the higher-ups make a decision. Be wary of the heretics. Outside a heavily guarded building in the eastern district of Yang City. This was the headquarters of the 5th Legion. Yang City was vast. The Legion had its own garrison. Their jurisdictions varied. For example, the 5th Legion was responsible for internal security. Unless it was a city-destroying level warrior, the 5th Legion would not leave the inner city. I have something to report. I need to find General Zhao. Wang Hai arrived at the 5th Legion's garrison. He belonged to Yang City, the 5th Army, the 11th Battle Group, the 6th Battalion, and the 3rd Team of the 1000 Team. His position was a patrol captain. The General Zhao he mentioned was the general of the 6th Battalion, overseeing the entire 1000 Team. All matters, big and small, were decided by him. He was Wang Hai's direct superior. You may. Please show your identification. With a large population and complex power dynamics in Yang City, the base army was also numerous. The 5th Legion alone had hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Wang Hai was just a small captain. It was normal for the guarding soldiers not to recognize him. Alright, here is my identification. Wang Hai cooperated, pulling out a card from his pocket. It had his photo and identification number. The guard soldier checked and confirmed there were no issues before letting him in. Thank you. Wang Hai walked into the garrison. Inside, it was heavily guarded, fully armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. Every corner was watched over. General. Wang Hai entered a room. Inside sat a middle-aged man. The man was strong, with powerful arms, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He was a tough character. At least he wouldn't blink at killing. After all, surviving in the apocalypse meant it was impossible to avoid bloodshed. Wang Hai, didn't you go on patrol? Zhao Pan looked up, his deep-set eyes seeming to see through a person. So strong. No wonder he's a 7-star powerhouse. Wang Hai's heart skipped a beat. General, I just destroyed a heretic organization. The leader of the organization seems a bit different. Originally just an ordinary person, but suddenly possessed 6-star strength. Wang Hai reported everything he had seen and heard truthfully. What nonsense, God. It's just a trick to confuse people. You did well on this matter. Strengthen the patrols in the slums. Suppress the heretic organizations. Zhao Pan said, not paying much attention. Compared to the besieging insectoid army, these beguiling creatures are hardly worth mentioning. Yes, I will do my utmost. I won't give the heretics any chance. Wang Hai said. The dimly lit space was filled with bottles and jars, containing various organs. Welcome to my laboratory. Today's experiment is to create an indescribable monster. You are very fortunate. To become my test subject, a curly-haired man wearing a mask with a crying face appeared in the laboratory. His subject was tightly bound to the experimental bed. No! Let me go! I will do anything, the girl wailed. Her delicate face was tear-streaked like a pear blossom in the rain. You filthy whores, bitches, mother dogs! What else can you do besides betray? Test subjects. My test subjects. They will obediently accompany me. The man approached with a scalpel in hand. No! No! Let me go! The girl shook her head desperately. Just as the man was about to act, the door was kicked open. Dozens of base soldiers rushed into the laboratory. Babies! Kill them! The man dropped the scalpel and prepared to flee the laboratory. Woo woo! Several graceful figures crawled out from the cellar. But when everyone saw their true form, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. These were indescribable monsters, with various monstrous organs growing on their bodies. It was clear that these were the man's test subjects. Kill! Don't let this heretic escape! Wang Hai ordered the soldiers to deal with the test subjects. He then chased after the man, thrusting his spear forward. Poochie! The man's strength was not strong, and he was directly killed by Wang Hai. The laboratory was destroyed, and they continued to search for heretics. The autumn wind was cool, brushing against Guan Shen's face and lifting his hair. Due to not being groomed for a long time, his hair fell to his shoulders. Not just him, but most of the people in the team were disheveled. After a long time of fleeing for their lives, no one cared about appearances. Surviving was already a blessing. 3 days had passed since the insect nest incident. During these 3 days, the base army encountered hordes of corpses, orcs, goblins, and insectoid attacks. Due to Su Yunjian's repeated command errors, the 5th, 7th, and 8th Corps were annihilated. The general of the 1st Corps, Zhao Qua, was killed in battle. The general of the 4th Corps, Su Dehai, was also killed. Countless soldiers and survivors were injured or killed. To make up for his mistakes, Su Yunjian voluntarily resigned from the position of commander, willingly becoming an ordinary soldier, charging into battle. Now, the base army was under the command of Tu Tianyang. Of the hundreds of thousands who set out from City S, less than 30,000 remained. Due to the sharp decrease in the team, the number of corps was insufficient. They simply integrated all soldiers into the 1st and 2nd Corps. The 1st Corps was commanded by Tu Tianyang, and the 2nd Corps was commanded by Li Xiao. My lord, you called for me? Li Xiao approached Guan Chen from behind. He lowered his head, looking very respectful. Ever since the insect nest incident, he had come to understand Guan Chen's terror. In these 3 days, if it weren't for the other party's covert actions, the base army would have likely been annihilated under wave after wave of attacks. How far is it to Yang City? Guan Chen asked. Reporting to my lord, because the team is traveling light, the speed has increased significantly. It is expected that we will reach Yang City in 4 days. Li Xiao reported truthfully. He was able to command the 2nd Corps entirely thanks to Guan Chen's support, because he possessed a 9-star summoning item, the Flame Subdragon. 2 days ago, facing the attack of the corpse horde, the team was in imminent danger. In the end, it was still Guan Chen who intervened and defeated the horde. The terrifying strength of the Flame Subdragon instantly annihilated several 8-star zombies. Only then did the high-ranking officials of the base army realize that there was such a terrifying powerhouse in the team. After Lin Quan learned of this, he directly knelt before Guan Chen in flattery. However, Guan Chen paid him no mind. Just an ant, unable to stir up any waves. Su Yunjian originally planned to have Guan Chen take over the base army, but he had no such intention. The reason was simple, it was a mess, and he didn't want to take it on. The only reason he intervened was to preserve the base army. As for the survival of the survivors, he didn't care. 4 days, the time is almost up, Guan Chen muttered to himself. 4 days had passed since several legions began their advancement. Before reaching Yang City, they should be able to complete the advancement. By then, his strength would be enough to establish himself in Yang City. My lord, is there anything else you need? Li Xiao asked. Notify the team, it's time to set off. Guan Chen looked at the brightening sky. The team set off again. As always, he mixed in at the end of the line. There were not many survivors left around him. He recalled how crowded it had been with survivors when they first set out from City S. In these 3 days, his strength had risen to 8-star high. He was just 1 step away from 9-star low. The strength of the military team had also greatly improved. The Xianlei Jiao Legion had broken through to 9-star high. The Flame Subdragon Legion had broken through to 9-star high. The Light and Shadow Sword Demon Legion had broken through to 9-star mid. The Radiant Elf Archer Legion had broken through to 9-star low. With the cooperation of the 4 legions, they could easily kill 10-star creatures. Alert! Unknown creatures ahead. The soldiers in front sounded the alarm, because the number of people in the team had sharply decreased. Even at the end of the line, he could see the situation ahead. It was a group of werewolves, numbering around 3,000. They bared their sharp fangs and charged at the team. Brothers, kill them! Tu Tianyang shouted, gripping his ice blade, leading the charge at the front of the team. Behind him followed thousands of soldiers. The 2 sides clashed, and in an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Long Chie, go help out, Guan Chen said. Yes, master. Long Chie nodded and rushed to the battlefield. Long Gu, I'm going to help too, Wang Yu said. He gripped his great sword and followed in Long Chie's footsteps. Wang Yu's strength had now reached 6-star high. Yu Gu, we're going too. Si Yen and Yu Hai chimed in. Feng Yen, you go too. Finish it quickly. A fiery red summoning array appeared before Guan Chen. As you command, master. The appearance of Feng Yen instantly changed the tide of battle. With 9-star high strength, he directly crushed the werewolf horde. The battle ended. After cleaning up the battlefield, they continued to advance. On the azure sea surface, several iron warships slowly approached the shore. Yo! Finally arrived in the central plains. A short man jumped off the deck. He landed on the golden beach. The air in the central plains is definitely better than back home. Qiancha Mataro breathed in the surrounding air. Qiancha Makuan, don't forget our mission this time. Although Huagua has fallen, it has still established a powerful base city. We must not underestimate the enemy. Yoshida Kazuna jumped down from the deck. Following that, a group of warriors from the Sun Country appeared on the beach. I know, the closest place to here. It should be Yang City. Let's go check it out. Qiancha Mataro nodded. Roar! A mutated beast burst out from the jungle on the beach. It opened its bloody maw and lunged at Qiancha Mataro. Humph! A clueless fool. Qiancha Mataro sneered. He swung his sword, and in an instant, the mutated beast was sliced into countless pieces of flesh. Qiancha Makuan, your strength has increased again. Yoshida Kazuna's eyes lit up. It's nothing, just 8-star low. Qiancha Mataro said proudly. Let's go. Complete the mission quickly, and return to our homeland soon. Tai Gue Urgi said. He carried a large knife and passed in front of the 2. Hey, Tai Gue Kuan. The 2 quickly nodded and bowed. The strength of Lord Tai Gue is unfathomable. It is said that he has already reached the level of 8 stars, just 1 step away from 9 stars. He is also the vice captain of this operation. As for the captain, the 2 turned to look at the deck. There stood a cold figure. She was veiled, revealing captivating eyes. Lady C. Peiji. It is said that her strength has already reached the initial level of 9 stars, the highest commander of this operation. At the same time, her brother is the strongest in the Sun Kingdom. He has comprehended the legendary sword path. In just half a month, he broke through to the initial level of 10 stars. If it weren't for the rampant monsters in the Sun Kingdom, he should be the one commanding this operation. C. Peiji landed on the beach, her body light, leaving no footprints. Don't just stand there, she said as she passed by the 2. Hi, Lady C. Peiji. The 2 quickly nodded. Thousands of warriors from the Sun Kingdom marched towards the central plains. Demon, die! On England Island, a group of knights was battling monsters. These monsters had horns and resembled humans. Their skin was crimson, and sharp fangs protruded from their mouths. They wielded tridents, and pointed tails sprouted from their backs. These are low-level demons from hell. The hell that exists in legends is actually another world. A spatial rift appeared, connecting the 2 places. The silver armor on the knights was already stained red with blood. The attacks of the low-level demons were extremely brutal. They used tridents to pierce the knights' chests and rip out their hearts, swallowing them whole. The knights fought desperately, but the number of low-level demons was simply too great. Gradually, everyone was about to collapse. Holy light, be with you. Just as the knights were in despair, a melodious voice rang out. Several beams of holy light struck down the monsters. Ah, the low-level demons were clearly terrified of the power of this holy light. Their bodies were scorched by the holy light, emitting sizzling sounds. My lord, you have finally arrived. The knights, seeing this, all showed joy. A tall knight with golden hair and blue eyes stepped out from the forest. He held a great sword in his hand. You all have worked hard. Next, it will be up to me, the golden-haired knight said. Yes, my lord. The knights nodded. Demon, accept the judgment of the holy light. The golden-haired knight stepped forward. The The great sword in his hand radiated dazzling holy light. The low-level demons all let out wails. Under the influence of this holy light, their strength was directly halved. Judgment of light. The golden-haired knight swung his great sword forward. The brilliant light killed hundreds of low-level demons. So strong. One strike to kill hundreds of demons. This is the Knight of Light. When will I become a Knight of the Holy Sea? The surrounding knights showed envious expressions. In the outbreak of the apocalypse, England Island was occupied by demons. The Eagle Kingdom, under the ravages of zombies and demons, declared its destruction. Today's England Island. The cities are filled with zombies, and the wilderness is overrun with demons. Survivors have built castles to fend off invasions. In this situation, the Holy See appeared. The founder of the Holy See is the heir of the Pope of Light. He has 4 great Knights of Light under his command. They call themselves the messengers of God, here to save humanity. The golden-haired knight displayed his might, exterminating all the low-level demons. Lord Knight of Light. The remaining knights all half-kneeled on the ground. I come here at the Pope's command to rescue you. Rise, the golden-haired knight said. Thank you, my lord. The knights stood up, lining up neatly. Shurjia's city is under attack by demons. Who is willing to go with me? The golden-haired knight said. Every word he spoke tugged at the hearts of the crowd. I am willing to follow you, my lord. I am also willing to follow you, my lord. Dozens of knights said in unison. Good. If we can successfully repel the demons, I will lead you to the Holy See, the golden-haired knight declared. Thank you, my lord. The knights displayed expressions of joy. In Sheep City, the 5th Legion's garrison. How is it? How is the heresy being dealt with? Zhao Pan asked Wang Hai. General, during this time, I have destroyed dozens of heretical organizations. But in the slums, there are still quite a few heretical organizations. Because of the recent actions, they have become more cautious. Many undercover agents have lost contact. Wang Hai replied. In that case, let's take a break. You've worked hard during this time. Take a vacation for yourself. Zhao Pan said. Thank you, General. Wang Hai quickly replied. He also had family, had children. He had been busy with the world of heresy for a long time. He hadn't been home to see them for many days. Go on. Zhao Pan waved his hand, and Wang Hai left the room. When he returned home, he found the door wide open. Wang Hai's heart suddenly sank. Something's wrong. He rushed into the room. Blood. The floor was covered in blood. His wife lay in a pool of blood. Her body was discarded, all her organs taken away. No! Wang Hai knelt on the ground, holding his wife's corpse. Who did this? Beasts! Ah! He screamed, suddenly remembering something. He put down his wife's body and hurried upstairs. That was his child's room. Gulp! The room was filled with various entrails. Wang Hai was certain these were his wife's. Little Bao? He called softly, cackling. A chilling laughter came from the room. A wooden-faced boy crawled out from under the bed. His body was stiff, like a puppet. God, curse upon you! You will suffer endless torment. The boy mechanically repeated a phrase. Heresy! I will kill you all. Ah! Wang Hai screamed in despair. He picked up the boy, whose body was cold. Wang Hai could feel the emptiness inside the boy. He dared not think, nor did he want to think. In a certain graveyard, Wang Hai buried the bodies of his wife and child. He was the only one there. Heresy! I, Wang Hai, swear. I will not rest until I destroy you. He went to the slums and gathered his soldiers. Find them for me. Don't let any heretics escape. Wang Hai was somewhat deranged. Boss, didn't the general say you should take a few days off? A soldier asked. Rest? What the hell is that? Find them for me. Kill all the heretics. Wang Hai said excitedly. Yes, boss. The soldiers dared not disobey his orders. The Zerg army is starting to gather. Everyone be on guard. Prepare for battle at any time. A piercing alarm sounded on the city walls. The soldiers, fully armed, came to the battlements. They looked into the distance. There, a dark mass loomed, the Zerg army. Damn it! It hasn't even been a few days, and the Zerg are besieging the city again. The soldiers cursed. A few days ago, the orcs had ambushed the Zerg's rear. So the battle had been interrupted, and the Zerg retreated. Now they were back, likely to deal with the orcs. Judging by the current situation, it seemed they were determined to fight to the death with Sheep City. Some officers arrived at the battlements. They looked at the distant Zerg army. The numbers were far greater than a few days ago. A dark mass, like a black ocean. Quick, go inform the commander. This time the Zerg army is well prepared. We need more support. The officer quickly ordered the soldiers to head to the 3rd Legion station. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed across the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind howled. A storm was coming. The soldiers began to check their weapons. The insect army had assembled and was launching a fierce attack towards Goat City. The dark mass of insects arrived at the outskirts of Goat City in the blink of an eye. Fire! Hit them hard! The officer commanded as the swarm entered the firing range of their weapons. All were ordered to open fire. Boom! The firearms roared to life, producing a deafening sound. Shells fell into the swarm, toppling the insect horde. Ground troops, prepare to charge. The awakened stepped onto the lift platform, beginning to descend slowly. Upon reaching the ground, the awakened landed firmly. They gripped their weapons, gazing towards the distant horizon. There, a black wave was rapidly approaching. "Brother, if I die, please take care of my mom," said a 4-star awakened. His strength was not particularly formidable in this battle, ranking among the weakest, just slightly better than cannon fodder. In the recent battle, even officers with 7-star strength had lost dozens of men. Not to mention, they were merely 4-star cannon fodder. "Maybe I'll die before you," his brother replied with a bitter smile. "No chatting, prepare to charge," the leading officer shouted. He drew his battle blade, positioning it in front of him. They were getting closer. The insects were nearing. The foremost insects were the cannon fodder red-armored beetles. "Kill!" The officer bellowed, energy coalescing within him. He slashed forward, killing 2 red-armored beetles. The battle blade swung continuously, cleaving through the red-armored beetles. The red-armored beetles charged at the soldiers, their powerful impact instantly tearing through their bodies. Various entrails were scattered about. "Die! Damn insects!" shouted a soldier whose abdomen had been pierced. He gripped his battle blade tightly, stabbing towards the head of a red-armored beetle. Hiss! The red-armored beetle convulsed and fell to the ground. The soldier collapsed, his body devoured by several clawed spiders. "Flame fist!" a young awakened shouted, flames coalescing in his hands. He punched out, instantly killing a red-armored beetle. "Frost armor!" Another awakened had a layer of icy armor form around his body. The armor was incredibly hard, easily withstanding the attacks of the red-armored beetles. The cold air it emitted could also freeze the insects, slowing their speed. Chi shield. A burly man in training clothes had a faint aura of chi surrounding him. When the insect swarm attacked, that chi would erupt, automatically blocking the assault. "Little bugs, taste my deadly poison." An elderly man with white hair appeared on the battlefield. He rode atop a giant spider, its body adorned with vibrant colors, exuding a foul stench. The surrounding soldiers quickly moved away from the old man. "Run! Master Lian Gu is about to strike," the officer shouted, dispersing the nearby soldiers. Though the old man was unassuming in appearance, he was an 8-star powerhouse. He had once used his poison to kill 2 8-star monsters. Master Lian Gu extended his withered palm, green mist erupting forth. The surrounding red-armored beetles fell to the ground, their bodies twitching uncontrollably. Those soldiers who ran slowly inhaled a small amount of the toxin. Their faces turned pale, skin rotting, and they vomited blood. In just a few seconds, they collapsed and died. "Master Lian Gu." The officer couldn't help but speak upon witnessing this. "I have already warned you. Whose fault is it for running slow? Such trash, dead is dead." Master Lian Gu shot a glance at the officer, his tone somewhat sinister. "Yes, I am foolish, please forgive me, master." The officer felt a chill in his heart and quickly changed his words. "I am in a good mood, so I'll give you a small lesson." Master Lian Gu shot a drop of green liquid into the officer's body. "Ah!" The officer felt as if thousands of insects were tearing at him from the inside, unbearable pain coursing through him. "If you survive, come find me for the antidote," Master Lian Gu said, then controlled the giant poisonous spider to continue slaughtering the insect horde. "Thank you, master. I owe you my life." The officer gritted through the agony. Master Lian Gu was not part of the base army, he belonged to the Awakeners Guild. It was said that he had a peculiar personality and killed based on whim. Even the high-ranking officials of the base army would not easily offend an 8-star powerhouse. After all, they often needed their help. If the other party truly wanted to kill him, it would be a futile death. Moreover, it was still wartime. Accidental injuries in the chaos were quite normal. With the powerful Awakeners joining the fray, the tide of battle began to turn. The balance of advantage gradually tilted towards the base army. Unfortunately, the good times were short-lived. Humans had strong fighters, and so did the insect horde. A massive moth appeared on the battlefield. It flapped its wings, spraying white powder. The powder fell on the insect horde, making them even more frenzied. Swift flying insects beat their wings, spewing flames that exploded among the crowd. The flying sickle bugs dove down, swinging their forelimbs to easily sever soldiers' heads. A deafening roar erupted. The terrifying sound waves spread outward. Soldiers within hundreds of meters were instantly disoriented by the sound waves, their heads spinning. There was a humanoid insect, resembling a human but with antennae on its head. Its hands, body, and legs were all covered in exoskeleton. The powerful insect horde joined the battle, and both sides fell into a stalemate once again. Hiss! The flying flame demons flapped their wings, charging towards Yang City. Quick! Stop them! Soldiers on the city walls turned their guns to shoot at the sky. But the flying flame demons ignored the soldiers. They soared over the towering walls and entered the city. Damn it! The bugs actually bypassed the walls and attacked the interior directly. The officer gritted his teeth. But he had no way to stop them, only able to watch helplessly as the flying flame demons vanished beyond the walls. Captain! More bugs are coming! A soldier exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the distant sky. A dense swarm of flying insects was heading towards Yang City. Quick! Shoot them down! The officer urged. Rat-a-tat-tat! Bullets rained into the sky, frantically unleashed. With the loss of firepower suppression, the ground insects' attacks became even more ferocious. One by one, flying insects were shot down. They were not completely dead, dragging their bodies to attack the surrounding soldiers. Hiss! Sharp blades sliced through soldiers' bodies. Blood splattered, flesh flying. A small number of flying insects were shot down, but still, swarms of them rushed into the city. There's no way out. Notify the base army inside the city. The officer quickly made a decision. The ground insects had to be suppressed with heavy firepower. The flying flame demons appeared above Yang City. They spewed scorching fireballs from their mouths. The people below had not yet reacted. Mom, is that a meteor? A little girl innocently asked. Silly child, where would a meteor come from in broad daylight? A young woman patted the girl's head, looking up at the sky. The next second, her expression froze. Boom! Her face was illuminated by the firelight. A scalding wave of heat swept over them in an instant. The woman and the little girl were engulfed by the flames. Boom! A barrage of fireballs rained down on the streets. Unprepared people were instantly turned to charcoal. Ah! Insect horde! Run! Help me! Someone save me! A heavily made-up woman fell to the ground. She was wearing high heels and had clearly twisted her ankle. Unfortunately, the surroundings had already descended into chaos. The sound of fireballs exploding quickly drowned out her cries for help. The woman took off her shoes and crawled toward a nearby hallway. She exerted all her strength, hoping to reach it as quickly as possible. The fireballs from the flying flame demon insects could only attack the streets. Inside the building, it was still relatively safe. Come on, Huang Hao Hao. You can do it, the woman encouraged herself. Not long ago, she had just finished getting ready to go to work. But unexpectedly, she encountered an insect attack. Previously, the insect race had not sent out a flying squadron. So people gradually let their guard down. They believed that hiding within the city was absolutely safe. Born in worry, dying in comfort. Today, the lesson has arrived. It was coming. Hope appeared before the woman. Boom! A fireball fell, crashing down right in front of her. Ah! The woman was startled, her body frozen in place. Hiss hiss hiss! The flying flame demon insect landed on the ground, curiously looking at the woman. No! Don't eat me! The woman's legs struggled incessantly. Ignoring the pain, she limped forward. The flying flame demon insect lunged at her, its forelimbs piercing through her chest. I don't want to die. The woman convulsed as she was lifted by the flying flame demon insect. Crack! Her head was engulfed by its mandibles. More and more flying flame demon insects appeared in the sky over Yang City. The once peaceful streets were instantly thrown into chaos. People ran wildly, dodging the bombardment of fireballs. The ground was littered with charred corpses. People huddled in hallways and alleys, trembling as they listened to the sounds of explosions outside. What do we do? Are we going to die? A few young men and women huddled in a corner of an alley. By their appearance, they seemed to still be students. Don't make a sound. If we hide here, the insects won't find us, a boy said. The others nodded, all out of ideas. The alley was relatively hidden, several turns away from the street. Moreover, the buildings above were very dense. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice this place. Sun Yu, I'm so scared. A girl trembled all over. She curled up in Sun Yu's embrace. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Sun Yu felt pleased in his heart. Seizing the opportunity, he wrapped his arms around the girl. Sun Yu, I'm scared too. said another girl nearby. She was not bad-looking, belonging to the beauty level. Come here. I'll protect you. Sun Yu's heart bloomed with joy. He extended his arms, pulling both girls into his embrace. The remaining 4 boys looked somewhat grim, but because of Sun Yu's status, they didn't dare to say much. Sun Yu's father was a base soldier. Although just an ordinary soldier, he was still part of the base army, while their own parents were merely ordinary workers, helping to maintain the city's facilities. In the apocalypse, there was a serious class consciousness. If Young City were viewed as a pyramid, the first tier consisted of awakened beings, the highest existence. The second tier included skilled professionals, such as doctors and engineers. The third tier comprised workers responsible for the city's basic operations. The fourth tier consisted of the lowly, who had no function. They had been classmates before. After the apocalypse broke out, they happened to reunite. Sun Yu was very happy and wanted to treat them to a big meal. Their family situation was not good. The food earned by their parents' work could barely keep them fed. Upon hearing about the big meal, they didn't refuse. But on the way there, an incident occurred. Insects appeared in the sky over Yang City, launching a fierce attack. Sun Yu, your father's base army should be launching a rescue soon, right? The 4 boys asked. With such an incident happening now, they had long lost the mood for a big meal. As long as they could survive, it would be a blessing. Of course, Sun Yu replied. His father was in the base army and knew more about the situation. Sun Yu. The faces of the 4 boys turned a bit pale with fear. They looked towards Sun Yu's position, which was near the corner of the wall. What's wrong? Sun Yu asked, puzzled. Plop! A pool of foul-smelling liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up to see a fire demon bug clinging to the wall. It opened its mouth, and a slimy substance flowed out. The next second, it lunged at Sun Yu. Splat! Blood splattered, staining the cheeks of 2 girls. Ah! They screamed in shock. Scalding yellow liquid flowed out. They were terrified. Run! The 4 boys shouted. Although the girls' earlier actions had annoyed them, this was not the time to hold grudges. After all, they were once classmates. I'm so scared. I can't move. Tianming, can you save me? The girl cried out. This. Lu Tianming hesitated. That was a bug race. They killed without blinking. He was just an ordinary person. How could he deal with a bug race? Tianming, I promise to be your girlfriend. Please, save me. The girl was in tears, and Lu Tianming hesitated. But reason told him it would lead to death. Sorry, Li Shui. Lu Tianming kept retreating, running towards the alley's exit. Lu Tianming, you scumbag, coward. Didn't you say you liked me? Why won't you save me? Li Shui cried out. The fire demon bug had already devoured Sun Yu's upper body. The organs from his chest cavity were scattered all over them. It was full and began laying eggs in the corpse. Countless bug eggs piled up on Sun Yu's body. Ugh! The 2 girls vomited. The fire demon bug's attention shifted to them. The hatching of the bug eggs required sufficient nutrients. Splat! Their heads were sliced open, turned into a hatching bed. The probability of the bug eggs hatching was not high, but they made up for this flaw with their numbers. Hundreds of bug eggs could at least hatch dozens of larvae. Sir! Right here! Lu Tianming returned. Behind him followed several base soldiers. Just as Lu Tianming escaped the alley, he encountered a squad of base soldiers. Li Shui. He trembled all over, looking at the head on the ground, still a step too late. Not good. This guy has laid eggs. Take it down. The base soldiers aimed their rifles and opened fire. The firearms they used had been modified to some extent. They could deal with bug races around 4 stars. Rat-a-tat-tat. Powerful bullets penetrated the fire demon bug's body. Green bug blood splattered everywhere. 3 corpses were also turned into a honeycomb. Check for crystal cores. The base soldiers broke open the bug's brain. What bad luck! Burn it! They took out bug oil and set the 4 corpses ablaze. Lu Tianming squatted on the ground, holding his head in his hands. Young man, take care. At least you're still alive. A base soldier patted his shoulder. Inside the abandoned mall, survivors from City S were eating dried bug meat. After fleeing, the group had less than 20,000 left. Those who survived in the group were basically capable. Either they were awakened or smart people. Because the useless and foolish had long since perished at the hands of monsters. President Hua Xiaotian walked up to Tu Tianyang. After Zhao Kuo's death, the vanguard was under his command. Old Gua, how's the situation ahead? Tu Tianyang asked. The closer they got to Yang City, the more uneasy he felt. Old Tu, I won't hide it from you. The situation is very bad. Yang City is already surrounded by the bug race. It will be very difficult for us to break through the bug race's defense line. Guo Xiaotian's face was serious. Sigh. It seems Yang City's situation isn't good. Tu Tianyang sighed. Old too. Don't worry too much. Although Yang City is surrounded, the insect race can't break in for the time being, Guo Xiaotian said. That may be true, but we can't break in either. I thought everything would get better once we reached Yang City, but now, we're in a dilemma. They had endured countless hardships, losing over 200,000 lives, and finally arrived at Yang City. But now they couldn't get in. Wasn't that just ridiculous? How about we wait a few days? The insect army might withdraw soon? Lu Xiaomin suggested. Li Xiao, what do you think? Tu Tianyang's gaze turned to Li Xiao. Besides himself, Li Xiao was the strongest, having reached the initial level of 8 stars. What if the insect race doesn't withdraw? How do we accommodate this 20,000 strong team? Li Xiao countered. If it were just a few hundred people, that method would be feasible. But now they had 20,000, the target was too large. It was manageable for a short time, but if it dragged on, something would definitely go wrong. That makes sense. Tu Tianyan nodded. A team of 20,000 was hard to hide. They were currently short on supplies and couldn't even establish a temporary base. Moreover, we're too close to Yang City. If the insect race really retreats, what if they come this way? Li Xiao posed a hypothetical. Hiss. I was confused and didn't think of that. Guo Xiaotian broke out in a cold sweat. If Li Zhao's hypothesis was true and the insect race retreated this way, then all of them would have no place to bury their dead. Do we have to retreat? We have nowhere to go. Several officers spoke up. Gentlemen, why not ask that person? Li Xiao suddenly thought of something. Lord Guan Chen? Tu Tianyang said. Yes. His flame subdragon is at the advanced level of 9 stars. If he's willing to make a move, it might not be impossible to break in. Li Xiao said. Guan Chen sat on the rooftop of a shopping mall, with Long Chia waiting beside him. He looked at the distant streets. There were a few wandering zombies. A gentle breeze swept through the city, revealing a scene of decay. Since you're here, then don't hide, Guan Chen said. The figures of the few couldn't escape his perception. My lord. Impressive skills, Tu Tianyang said with a smile, though he was very shocked inside. He had always thought that Guan Chen's strength relied on the flame subdragon. But now it seemed he was wrong, terribly wrong. This was a mysterious and powerful young man. Although he was not very old, his strength overshadowed his own. Bowing before him was not shameful. What do the big shots from the base army want with me? Guan Chen remained seated at the edge of the rooftop. Tu Tianyang showed no displeasure. Guan Chen had the capital to be arrogant. My lord is joking. Tu Tianyang quickly replied. Lord Guan Chen, Yang City has been surrounded by the insect race. We would like to seek your opinion. Guo Xiaotian said respectfully. Yang City is surrounded? Guan Chen frowned slightly. This was not good news for him. Yang City was right in front. As long as he got in, the option would be completed. But at this critical moment, this situation arose. What are your plans? Guan Chen asked. 2 choices, either break out or retreat. But we need your help. Tu Tianyang said tentatively. What do you want me to do? Guan Chen stood up and walked in front of them. We need you to clear the way. Just like last time at the insect nest. Li Xiao said quickly. Sure. Guan Chen nodded. Even if they hadn't mentioned it, he would find a way. At the very least, the people from the base army had to survive to enter the city. As for the survivors' lives or deaths, that was none of his concern. Helping the base army was also to complete the option. Otherwise, he would have entered the city long ago. Thank you, my lord. Tu Tianyang instantly showed a look of joy. Guan Chen's willingness to help gave them hope to enter the city. As for the casualties, so many had already died. What difference would a few more make? Then we won't disturb you any longer. A few of them left, understanding the situation. Tonight, let all the survivors eat their fill. Restore their spirits. After leaving the rooftop, Tu Tianyang issued a direct order. The final battle was about to begin. If they failed, no amount of food would matter. So, let everyone eat freely. What's going on? The insect meat distributed tonight is way too much. Who cares? Just eat. Right. Hurry up and eat. We don't want the base army to change their minds. As night fell, the mall was filled with the glow of fire. The survivors looked at the distributed insect meat as if they were dreaming. Normally, the meat strips were only the size of a thumb, but tonight they were as big as a bowl. Not only that, the base army also distributed instant noodles. People set up fires and began cooking insect meat hot pot. The aroma wafted through the mall. Many, smelling the hot pot, couldn't help but shed tears. How long had it been since they had smelled the scent of hot pot? Although it was just the cheapest base ingredients, to those who had experienced the apocalypse, it was no less than a feast. Bird's nest, abalone, all were nothing. Delicious. So fragrant. I never realized instant noodles could be this good. Damn. Who said instant noodles aren't healthy? This is so healthy. I'd be happy to eat instant noodles every day. A survivor exclaimed. Dream on. You think you deserve to eat instant noodles every day? A man beside him looked at him disdainfully. TCH. I enjoy saying it. What do you care? The atmosphere at night was rarely relaxed, perhaps because of the hot pot. The survivors quickly bonded. They ate hot pot and shared stories of their glorious past. Tu Tianyang stood on the upper floor, watching all of this. It had been a long time since things had felt this harmonious. If it weren't for the dilapidated streets and the wandering zombie monsters outside the window, he might have thought it was a picnic. How wonderful it would be to return to the past. Even without this strength, without the ability to inherit, he would rather be an ordinary person, spending leisure time with his wife and children. Sir, have something to eat? There's a big battle tomorrow. Don't overexert yourself. Zhou Yuan came up behind Tu Tianyang, holding a bowl of insect meat instant noodles. After Su Yunjian stepped down, he also voluntarily resigned from his position. Now he was just an ordinary soldier of the base army. Thank you, little Zhou. He took the insect meat instant noodles from Zhou Yuan's hands. The survivors had a very pleasant night. They vowed this was the happiest time since their escape. The insect meat tonight was unlimited, so all the stock was brought out by the base army. Although the supplies were not abundant, they were enough to fill the stomachs of 20,000 people. The revelry of the night lasted a long time. Guanchen sat on the rooftop, gazing at the starry sky. It was vast and boundless, filled with unknown mysteries. Humans of the past always liked to study the universe, believing there were intelligent beings in the vast cosmos. Now, with the apocalypse having erupted, this question had been proven. He was deep in thought when the system's voice rang in his mind. Ding! The Silver Lion Cavalry Corps has completed its advancement. Please check the system. Ding! The Skeleton Undead Corps has completed its advancement. Please check the system. Ding! The Ironclad Shield Guard Corps has completed its advancement. Please check the system. Guan Chen suddenly stood up. Ha ha ha! Finally completed! Guan Chen exclaimed, eagerly opening the system. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Thunder Beast Cavalry Corps. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Skeleton Corps. New Skeleton Knight Unit added. Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Silver Wingguard Corps. The system's prompt sounded again. Skeleton Corps? New unit added? Guan Chen wore a puzzled expression. System. What does this mean? Guan Chen asked, not understanding. Host. The Skeleton Legion will only gain new troop types upon advancement. The existing troop types will not disappear or change. The system's voice came through. I see. Guan Chen suddenly realized. This was somewhat similar to the barracks in online games. A single building could create different soldiers. He summoned 3 legions. A terrifying aura immediately filled the air. 3 massive summoning circles appeared on the rooftop. Fortunately, the rooftop of the mall was large enough to accommodate the soldiers of all 3 legions. As the summoning circles stabilized, the shapes of soldiers began to coalesce within them. The summoning circle of the Skeleton Legion revealed ghostly skeletal figures around it. A decayed aura emanated from within. Bones slowly appeared before Guan Chen. Its size had grown larger than before. Horns sprouted from its bald head. It wore a magnificent crown. The original battle robe had transformed into a luxurious brocade robe, intricately carved with skeletal patterns. It held a battle knife with both hands, steady as a mountain. The entire skeleton's presence instantly elevated. It seemed to remind others that it had once been a king. Master. The skeleton knelt halfway before Guan Chen. It was both a king and Guan Chen's subordinate. Get up, Guan Chen said. Yes, master. The skeleton rose from the ground. Behind it, 3 skeleton armies materialized. Skeleton swordsmen and spearmen, their bodies had become even harder. The bones appeared milky white, as if mixed with something. Skeleton mages, their forms also stabilized. Their tattered robes became brand new, and they held white bone gemstaffs. 2 flames of soul fire burned fiercely in their eyes. Finally, there was a skeleton knight. It was tall and robust, only slightly inferior to the leader skeleton. It held a skeletal spear that reflected a cold gleam. The skeletal warhorse beneath it was tall and majestic. Blue flames burned at the hooves. Skeleton Legion, new troop types can be added, total number, 61, potential, silver, strength, 9-star advanced, troop type, skeleton spear and shield soldier, 20, skills, spear pierce, spear and shield formation, spear armor breaking, white bone armor, troop type, skeleton mage, 20, skills, rapid fireball, area lightning strike, firestorm, necromancy, troop type, skeleton sword and shield soldier, 20, skills, horizontal slash, shield block, white bone armor, troop type. Skeleton Knight, 1, skills, death charge, skeletal plating, phantom stomp, leader, bone, skills, king's command, rage aura, armor breaking slash, beast's horn, white bone armor. Guan Chen checked the capabilities of the Skeleton Legion. Overall, there were not many changes. Some skills had been enhanced or modified. The most important change was the addition of the Skeleton Knight troop type. After reviewing the Skeleton Legion, the Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion had also been summoned. Under Kale, a giant beast was ridden. It resembled a lion but had a single horn, pulsating with purple lightning. Its entire body was purple, adorned with silver patterns. Sturdy limbs were entwined with purple currents. Sharp claws reflected a cold light. At the end of its tail were 3 purple barbed spikes. Greetings, Master. Kale landed on the rooftop, kneeling halfway before Guan Chen. The cavalry behind him all knelt on the ground. Those thunder beasts also obediently crouched before Guan Chen. They would show a ferocious side when facing enemies. Get up! Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. Not to mention, its appearance was quite impressive. Kale's physique had also become more robust. His already handsome face had become even more striking. Angry Thunder Beast Cavalry Corps, upgradable, number, 45, potential, silver, strength, 9-star advanced, commander, Kyle, skills, Angry Thunder Roar, Thunder Breath, Thunder Strike, Thunder Guardian, Thunder Lance Charge, Thunder Cloud Rush. Guan Chen checked the capabilities of the Angry Thunder Beast Cavalry. He was very satisfied. Finally, there was the upgraded Ironclad Shield Guard Corps. The silver summoning array exuded a metallic aura. Dozens of tall figures emerged within the summoning array. These soldiers were clad in silver heavy armor, their faces shrouded in helmets. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, they exuded an oppressive presence. They wielded massive double-handed swords. Their original shields vanished. Behind them were a pair of silver wings, filled with a chilling aura. Master! Leo knelt before Guan Chen. The massive sword in his hand easily plunged into the ground. His voice was deep, like a muffled thunder. The soldiers behind him all knelt on the ground. The sound of armor clashing resonated, a harmonious metallic symphony. Guan Chen found it very pleasing. What was this? This was the sound of his soldiers, the sound of their armor. Rise! Guan Chen spoke. Thank you, Master. Leo stood up, shouldering his massive sword. Silver Wingguard Corps, upgradable, number, 55, potential, silver, strength, 9-star advanced, commander, Leo, skills, silver wing, sharp blade, silver slash, silver blade storm, silver wingguard, guardian power, silver armor soul. The capabilities of the silver wingguard appeared before Guan Chen. The upgraded silver wingguard lost its super strong shield ability but enhanced its attack, speed, and mobility. Especially the silver wings behind them, granting them the ability to fly. Even so, the silver wingguard still retained some of the shield capabilities. The ironclad shield guard could withstand blows but might not be able to strike back. The silver wingguard could both endure and attack. Guan Chen looked at the 3 upgraded corps and felt very satisfied. He had originally worried about the plans for tomorrow, but with the corps having completed their upgrades, he could rest easy. All existing corps returned to his side. Master! Shenlian's figure emerged from the shadows. The shadowy sword demons behind him stood in neat rows. Guan Chen walked toward the edge of the rooftop. The light elven archers knelt on the eaves. The Shenlei Flood Dragon and the Flame Subdragon climbed the walls outside. All 7 corps were fully assembled. You stay here, I'll go check outside Yang City. Guan Chen leaped down, landing beside Eileen. Yes, Master. Eileen nodded, dispersing the corps. Kyle, come with me. Guan Chen mounted the burning flame and landed on the street. Brothers, let's go. Kyle rode the angry thunder beast, leaping directly off the rooftop. Dozens of knights landed on the ground, kicking up debris. They charged down the street, closely following Guan Chen. Guan Chen rode the burning flame, galloping through the city streets. He whizzed past, startling the zombies in the ruins. The zombies rushed onto the street, clawing and gnashing, trying to chase Guan Chen. But the angry thunder beast cavalry thundered past. Dozens of zombies were instantly smashed into a bloody pulp. These were low-star zombies, unable to withstand the impact of the angry thunder beast. Kyle did not stop but continued to follow Guan Chen closely. Who is that? Such terrifying strength. A head peeked out from a dark alley. He looked in the direction where Guan Chen had disappeared. Who cares who he is? Hurry up and extract the cores. A middle-aged man urged. Right. Dozens of zombies. Another big harvest. Members of the squad appeared on the street. They held daggers in their hands, starting to extract the cores. During this time, everyone remained vigilant, watching their surroundings. If anything seemed off, they would run immediately, without hesitation. In the apocalypse, even a moment's hesitation could mean death. Not bad luck. 16 3-star cores. After returning to the base city, we can exchange for quite a lot of supplies, the middle-aged man said happily. Alas, the insect race has been besieging us for several days. I don't know when we can go back. The supplies we brought are already running low. The team members sighed. If it really doesn't work, let's find Boss Juan to trade a bit. His camp is nearby, the middle-aged man suggested. They were a bounty hunter team. A few days ago, they set out to complete a mission. Unexpectedly, on their way back, they encountered an insect race siege. With no other choice, they could only temporarily stay in the small town. Boss Juan? His supplies are several times more expensive than the base military. I'd rather starve than trade with him, one member said excitedly. The buildings around Guan Chen gradually became sparse. He had already left the small town's range. The bright moonlight spilled over the land. Guan Chen galloped for dozens of kilometers and finally reached outside Yang City. He stopped on a small hill, gazing into the distance. At the horizon stood a colossal structure. Yang City. This Yang City in this world was somewhat different from the previous life. Behind the ancient city walls were prosperous urban buildings. Unfortunately, the past splendor was long gone. Even though the buildings remained, there were no lights at all. The moonlight fell on the city walls, reflecting mottled bloodstains. Modern firearms were set up behind the battlements. Patrolling soldiers walked back and forth on the walls. The defenses were tight. Guan Chen's gaze followed the city wall down. There were corpses everywhere. Some were human, and some were insects. Piled up like mountains. Blood flowed like rivers. The battlefield here was more brutal than anything he had seen before. A few kilometers beyond the battlefield was the insect army. Under the moonlight, countless insects crowded together. What Guan Chen saw was all insects. Insects covering the mountains and plains. Any place that could stand was packed with insects. The insect race was diverse but arranged neatly. There were charging cannon fodder red beetles, blue beetles, shield insects, and so on. The aerial troops included fire demon insects, six-winged winged insects, and flying beetles. The ground troops had giant force insects, hammer-headed insects, explosive beetles, thunderlight beetles, and more. As the moonlight illuminated, Guan Chen's gaze swept over the distant insect army. He noticed several gaps in the insect army. If utilized well, they could definitely become a breakthrough point. After about 10 minutes, Guan Chen prepared to return. He had already surveyed the situation of the insect army and the surrounding terrain. One could imagine that tomorrow's battle would be extremely fierce. Let's go, Guan Chen ordered, and the Thunder Beast riders turned their direction. Suddenly, a team of insects appeared from the direction below the hill. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Kyle, charge, Guan Chen commanded directly. He had no reason to let the isolated insects go. It was just the opportunity to test the strength of the legion. Yes, master. Brothers, charge. Kyle raised his spear, pointing at the insects below the hill. Dozens of Thunder Beast Knights charged out in an instant. Roar! The insect team also noticed the Thunder Beast Knights. They let out a roar and launched an attack up the hill. The two sides collided. The Thunder Beast Knights, like sharp swords, pierced into the insect ranks. Put! Green insect blood splattered as the spear pierced through the insect's body. Forelimbs, shells, and brain matter were thrown into the air. Dozens of Thunder Beast Knights faced thousands of insects. Not the slightest bit intimidated. The Thunder Beast Knights team surged forward. The insects behind them were already in disarray. Kyle turned around and charged up the hill again. The Thunder Beasts were agile, unaffected by the terrain. Even the steep rock walls felt like flat ground to them. The insect team had not yet regained their senses before being attacked again. Guan Chen rode on the flame, standing on the hill. The strength of the Thunder Beast riders is incredibly powerful. Even without using any skills, they can crush the insect race. After charging back and forth a few times, the thousands of insects have become scattered and disorganized. Even those that are still alive are missing limbs. Kyle orders the knights to spread out and eliminate the remaining insects. Master, all enemies have been slain. Kyle respectfully presents the crystal cores and cards to Guan Chen. A total of 542 5-star crystal cores, 78 6-star crystal cores, and 9 7-star crystal cores. 249 blue cards and 49 purple cards. Wan Shen suddenly notices that the yield of crystal cores and cards seems to be gradually decreasing. Thousands of insects only yielded over 600 crystal cores and less than 300 cards. Of course, this could also be a matter of luck. Wan Shen doesn't pay much attention to it. He trades all the obtained crystal cores for points. Ding! Successfully traded 5-star crystal cores X542, gained 34,688 points. Ding! Successfully traded 6-star crystal cores X78, gained 5,460 points. Ding! Successfully traded 7-star crystal cores X9, gained 756 points. After trading the crystal cores, he has a total of 40,904 points. Once he finishes with the crystal cores, Wan Shen opens all the cards. Gained Intermediate Advancement card X23, gained Quality Food card X54, gained Intermediate Supply card X64, gained Intermediate Recovery card X75, gained Explosive Grenade X33, gained Legion Expansion card, 1 person, X24, gained Advanced Advancement card X10, gained Undead Battle Soul Summoning card X10, summons an Undead Battle Soul for 3 minutes upon use. The card openings yield standard rewards. The best item is undoubtedly the Legion Expansion card. System. Expand the Thunder Beast Riders. Wan Shen uses the expansion card. A summoning array appears before him. Surrounding the summoning array, purple lightning crackles. 24 Thunder Beast Riders materialize within the summoning array. Wan Shen rides flame and rushes back to the abandoned mall. The Legion is guarding the area, and nothing unexpected has occurred. Any monster that approaches is killed by the Legion soldiers. Without hesitation, Wan Shen finds a place to rest. In the early morning, the team is all set to depart. They have no idea what they are about to face. The base military personnel did not inform them in advance. Ignorance. That's what breeds fearlessness. They have no choice but to break through. Staying here is also a dead end. We've been fleeing all this time. Now it's the final moment. Hang in there. Good days are ahead. Tu Tianyang makes the final mobilization. At this point, if he can deceive, he will. Hooray! Finally, we don't have to be on edge. Once we reach Sheep City, I'm going to sleep well. Ha ha, Sheep City definitely won't lack food. We can feast then. The survivors fantasize about life after entering Sheep City. Unfortunately, they have no idea. The situation inside Sheep City is not as beautiful as they imagine. Tu Tianyang looks at the excited crowd, feeling a bit guilty. But soon, the guilt dissipates. This is the apocalypse. How can there be so many beautiful things? Set off. Destination Sheep City. Tu Tianyang waves his hand, and the team heads towards Sheep City. The team arrives at the entrance of the small city. Kyle, Leo, and Shen Lian have been waiting for a long time. The other legions have temporarily been recalled by Guan Chen. Breakthrough-type battles are not suitable for the light elf archers, the skeleton, Xianlei Jiao, and flame subdragon legions. Wan Chen plans to use them as summoned beasts. As a summoner, having more summoned beasts is quite reasonable, right? Your Excellency. What is this? Tu Tianyang shows a puzzled expression. Clearly, he recognizes Kyle. Enter Sheep City, Kyle says and then leaves directly. A look of joy appears on Tu Tianyang's face. With such a powerful legion assisting, the chances of breaking through were greatly increased. Kyle led the way in front. Shen Lian and Leo were on the left and right flanks of the team. Their positions were just close to Guan Chen. That armor looks so cool. So impressive. If only I could have one too. Wang Yu said enviously. Yeah, and that knight's mount. I wonder if my little white can evolve into something like that. Yu Hai also had a face full of envy. The team climbed over hills and crossed valleys. Finally, they saw the outline of Sheep City. But before they could marvel at it, they were met with a suffocating scene. Bugs. A dark mass. How could this happen? Is Sheep City going to fall too? The beautiful vision in their hearts shattered in an instant. Many people's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The terrifying insect race before them cast a deep shadow over them. But the base army didn't care about that. Sheep City is right in front of us. Either charge forward, or stay here and wait to die. Tu Tianyang said coldly. You three, stay close to my steps, Guan Chen said to Wang Yu. After spending so much time together, he didn't want the three of them to die at the foot of Sheep City. Understood, brotherly. Wang Yu nodded. Form up. Charge. Kyle rode the Thunder Beast and charged forward. The Thunder Beast riders closely followed behind him. Charge. Seeing this, Tu Tianyang didn't dare to hesitate for a moment. Once the bow was drawn, there was no turning back. He had no chance for regret. The base army could only kill through the insect tide. Only charge into Sheep City. Otherwise, there would be no place to bury the dead. The survivors, seeing this, could only grit their teeth and charge, because staying here would only lead to a quicker death. The insect tide was stirred up and was surging towards them. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sound of insects echoed. Even from a kilometer away, it could be clearly heard. Here, the number of insects was at least 70 to 80,000. In other places, there were at least 100 to 200,000. Closer, closer. The dense mass of insects was already rushing towards them. The thunder beast spewed out purple lightning orbs. The orbs fell into the insect tide, instantly blowing away large numbers of red-armored insects. Kyle gripped his spear, continuously piercing through the insects before him. The thunder beast riders tore a gap in the insect army. The base army behind followed the legion into the fray. Guan Chen summoned the burning flame, azure scale, and bone. 3 massive magic arrays appeared above the insects. Boom! The azure scale fell into the swarm, instantly crushing dozens of red-armored insects. It swung its claws, crushing several insects. The burning flame spewed fire, scorching the insects in front. Bone wielded a battle knife, cleaving through several shielded insects. The 3 leaders advanced forward. In an instant, they expanded the gap torn by the thunder beast riders. Survivors also entered the insect tide. They looked around at the dense mass of insects. There was no end in sight. In front were insects, to the left and right were insects, and behind were insects. Even the sky was filled with insects. The team was like an isolated island, surrounded by a sea of bugs. The desire to survive erupted completely. They discarded their backpacks just to lighten their load. Put! Help me! Help me! A survivor was pierced through the shoulder by a 6-winged insect and dragged into the sky. He didn't die immediately but kept calling for help. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and then there was nothing more. Red-armored insects charged into the team, piercing through the bodies of survivors. Even the slightly weaker base army was penetrated by them. The Shadow Blade soldiers continuously drew their swords, killing the surrounding insects. But even so, there were still some that slipped through the net. Around the silver wing guards, energy bodies coalesced. Facing the densely packed insects, the effect of the silver-armored soul was maximized. Each attack from the energy body could knock over several insects. Guan Shen gripped the blood-drinking blade, charging at the forefront of the group. His movements were agile, weaving through the swarm of insects. Each time he struck, he could kill several bugs. The blood-drinking blade, having tasted blood, became exceptionally excited. The commotion here stirred up quite a ruckus, quickly attracting the attention of Yan City. Did I see that right? The insect horde seems to be in disarray. A soldier pointed into the distance. You're not mistaken. I saw it too. His companion nodded. Something's up. Hurry and report to the general, the soldier said urgently. The distance was too great, they had no idea what was happening. All they knew was that the insect army was in chaos. In the vast sea of insects, they came crashing down like a tidal wave. In Guan Chen's sight, there were only bugs, nothing else. Kyle's Thunder Beast cavalry continued to charge ahead, but their speed had slowed considerably. Clearly, they were being hindered. In such a situation, ordinary cavalry would have likely been swallowed by the tide of insects long ago. Soldiers, kill them! We're almost at Yang City. Tu Tianyang fought valiantly, his body clad in frost armor. Frost explosion! The blade in his hand gathered icy energy. The insects within a few meters around him slowed down. Die! Tu Tianyang growled. He plunged the blade into the ground, and the icy energy spread outwards. The bodies of those insects exploded in an instant. But after using that skill, his face turned somewhat pale. That move had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. He crushed a supply card and continued to charge forward. Tu Tianyang had no idea how many people were still alive. The formation of the group had already been scattered by the insect horde. All he knew was that he could not stop. He looked at the distant city wall. As long as he reached there, he could survive. On the city tower, heads were bobbing as soldiers gathered. They watched the distant swarm of insects. The insect horde seemed to have been stirred by something, all in a frenzy. What's going on? The bugs aren't about to attack again, are they? A soldier said nervously. That shouldn't be it. Another soldier replied. If the insect horde was going to attack, they would have charged in long ago. The insects look like they're being ambushed. A soldier analyzed. Regardless, be prepared for battle. If this is a trick by the insect horde, we're in trouble, the squad leader said. Understood. The soldiers nodded and returned to their posts. They set up artillery, aiming at the distant swarm of insects. General Li Hui. The squad leader quickly saluted respectfully. A man in armor appeared on the city tower. The insect horde is acting up? Li Hui nodded and asked. Yes. For some reason, the insect army outside the city suddenly went into a frenzy. But strangely, they haven't launched any offensive. From the looks of it, it seems like they're being attacked. The squad leader reported everything to Li Hui. The insect horde is being attacked? Could it be the orcs again? Li Hui showed a puzzled expression. He walked to the edge of the tower, his gaze sharpening. Kyle's armor was stained with blood, and the spear in his hand had no idea how many insects it had killed. The thunder beast was covered in wounds. Guan Chen kept using recovery cards, preventing casualties in the legion. With a whoosh, Kyle charged forward, clearing the swarm of insects ahead. The thunder beast suddenly accelerated. The legion broke through the encirclement of insects. The thunder beast riders behind also broke free from the siege. San Lin, Fan Yan, and Gu Sha broke through the encirclement. The Shadow Sword Demon Legion and Silver Wingguard Legion also broke free. Guan Chen charged out from the insects as well. He turned around and slashed fiercely with his sword. The terrifying blood-red sword energy instantly killed dozens of insects. Guan Yu charged out, breaking through the encirclement, with Xi Yan and Yu Hai closely following behind him. Tu Tianyang, Li Xiao, Hua Xiaotian, and others broke through the encirclement. One after another, base troops and survivors rushed out from the tide of insects. There were not many, only 3,000 to 4,000 people. Those who had not come out were unlikely to do so. They would remain forever in the belly of the insect race. The group did not stop but ran towards Yang City. This was not the time for sorrow. Although they had passed through the tide of insects, they had not yet entered Yang City. They were still in great danger. After all, the commotion here was too loud. It would definitely attract the surrounding insect swarms. They had to enter Yang City before the swarms arrived. Otherwise, things would get troublesome. How is that possible? Li Hui's pupils suddenly constricted. What did he just see? Someone actually broke through the insect race's defenses. General, should we open the city gates? The captain asked. Open. Everyone prepare. Provide fire support for them. Li Hui did not hesitate and made a direct decision. These people could break through the blockade of tens of thousands of insects. Their strength was certainly not weak, they had to be won over. Guan Chen saw that the insect army was about to catch up. He turned around and charged back. Li Gu. Guan Yu saw Guan Chen turn back and wanted to help. You all go first. I have a way to escape. Guan Chen stopped him. Then be careful. Guan Yu did not hesitate. All the soldiers of the Legion turned around. Kyle led the Thunder Beast Knights in a devastating charge. Raise your guns. Charge. The Thunder Gun charged. The Thunder Cloud surged. After activating the two skills, dazzling lightning erupted beneath the Thunder Beast's feet. The speed of the charge doubled in an instant. The long spears in the knights' hands pulsed with purple lightning. They charged into the swarm, their long spears piercing through one insect after another. Suddenly, thick fog rose in the sky. The Legion and the insect swarm were enveloped. Damn it! Fog it this time. Li Hui cursed loudly. Seeing the thick fog spreading around, Guan Chen no longer held back. He summoned the Xianlei Jiao, Flame Subdragon, and Skeleton Legion. Roar! Several flame subdragons spewed flames in all directions. Groups of insects were instantly turned to charcoal. Xianlei Jimmy. Around the Sanlin, 10 lightning orbs coalesced. The orbs shot out, smashing into the insect army. The Xianlei Jiao Legion continuously spewed out lightning orbs. Leo led the silver wingguards into the swarm. The silver blade wings spread out and then shot out explosively. The silver blades pierced through the bodies of the insects, and insect blood gushed out wildly. Sword Demon Body. Shen Lian's body began to change continuously. His limbs became thicker and more violent. Dark red scales covered his body. All the soldiers activated their sword demon bodies. Their strength surged instantly. Sword energy shot out continuously, killing the surrounding insects. The skeleton sword and shield soldiers raised their shields and readied their long spears. They formed a circular battle formation to protect the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage chanted spells, summoning 20 undead warriors. The undead warriors wielded battle knives and charged at the insects. They felt no pain and feared no death. Flame Storm. The skeleton mage raised his staff. Balls of fire surged out, forming a fire circle. The surrounding insects were instantly burned to a crisp. The footsteps of the insect army were directly held back by Guan Chen. The base troops had already rushed to the foot of the city. Open the gates. Li Hui quickly ordered. The massive city gates slowly opened a crack. The gap was large enough for a dozen people to pass through. After all, there was an insect army outside the city. Li Hui did not dare to open the gates completely. If it allowed the insects to enter the city, he would be the sinner of Yang City. Quick! Hurry! Tu Tianyang rushed into the city gates. The soldiers of the base troops followed closely behind. Thousands of people rushed into the city. Boom! After everyone entered, the city gates slammed shut. Are you the city defense army? Li Hui arrived at the entrance. At a glance, he spotted Tu Tianyang. The aura around him was very similar to his own. This kind of aura was unique to the city defense army. We are from the city defense of S City. Because a spatial rift has appeared in S City, we have come to seek refuge in Yang City. Seeing the newcomer, Tu Tianyang didn't bother to rest. S City. You traveled across states? Li Hui was somewhat surprised. The distance from S City to Yang City was at least over 10,000 kilometers. Yes. Out of 100,000 people, only these remain. Tu Tianyang wore a bitter smile. It's over. From now on, Yang City will be your home. Li Hui patted his shoulder. These people had once been part of the city defense army, and the chances of them being incorporated were high. In the group, there were at least over 1,500 awakened ones. This was a considerable force. Of course, those who stayed behind to cover the retreat were Li Hui's targets. They dared to face tens of thousands of insectoids alone. Their strength was at least 10 stars. Such strong individuals were few and far between in the entire Yang City. By the way, is that strong individual who stayed behind also from the city defense army? Li Hui asked. I wish he were from the city defense army. Unfortunately, he is not. Tu Tianyang said regretfully. If there were such strong individuals within the base army, the number of people arriving in Yang City would at least multiply several times. I see. That's really a pity. Li Hui felt somewhat disappointed. Even so, he would still try to recruit them. A 10-star strong individual was a peak existence in Yang City. My name is Li Hui. Would you all like to join the Yang City base army? Li Hui directly extended the invitation. The strength of these individuals was quite decent. Tu Tianyang and Li Xiao were both 8-star awakened ones. Such strength was considered above average in Yang City. Li Hui himself was also at the intermediate 8-star level. Of course. Tu Tianyang nodded. He was originally from the city defense army. He felt a sense of belonging to the formal structure. Great! Welcome aboard, Li Hui said with a smile. I wonder if this gentleman would like to join the Yang City army. Li Hui's gaze turned to Li Xiao. I won't be joining. I've been in the city defense for many years, and I'm tired. Li Xiao politely declined. He suddenly realized that being a wild awakened one seemed to suit him better. Without the constraints of a mission, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, once he joined the Yang City army, the city defense of S City would be a thing of the past. Alright, there is an Awakened Ones Guild in the city. Compared to the base army, the guild is more free. If you're interested, you can join the Awakened Ones Guild. Li Hui didn't insist. Thank you, old two. Until we meet again. Li Xiao bid farewell to everyone and left the group alone. Who else wants to join the Yang City army? Li Hui continued to recruit. I will join. Me. Apart from a few who left, the remaining people chose to join the Yang City army. After Li Hui finished recruiting the awakened ones, he returned to the city tower. The newly joined Yang City army needed to report to the camp. Naturally, there were soldiers to lead them. As an officer, Li Hui wouldn't concern himself with these trivial matters. Of course, if Guan Shen was willing to join, he would be happy to handle those things. As for the ordinary survivors, no one paid them any mind. Sir, what should we do? A survivor asked. Yang City is vast, you can fend for yourselves. The soldier guarding the city gate said with a smile. Is there no relief in Yang City? The survivor questioned. They came to Yang City hoping for a stable life. Are you really that foolish? With tens of millions of survivors in Yang City, how can there be relief? If you want food, you have to put in the effort yourself. If you don't want to stay, you can leave. The soldier guarding the city gate spoke with a somewhat harsh tone. He fought on the edge of death every day just to provide for his family of 3. And these guys wanted to eat for free? In the apocalypse, how could there be such good things? The survivors said nothing and quietly left. Leave the city? How could that be possible? Although Yang City had no relief, at least they didn't have to worry about monsters. For them, that was already paradise. This fog is really eerie, Li Hui said, somewhat frustrated. The area where Guan Shen was fighting the swarm was completely shrouded in thick fog. Oh no! The insect army is coming to support. Li Hui looked to the left. A dark mass of insects was rushing towards the foggy area. On the right side, large waves of insectoids also appeared. Master, the insectoid reinforcements have arrived. Kyle spoke up. Guan Chen could also clearly feel the increasing number of insectoids. Retreat! He recalled the soldiers of his legion back into the system space. Riding on the burning flame, he charged towards Yang City. Guan Chen burst out of the fog, with the insectoids closely following behind. After chasing for several hundred meters, they stopped pursuing. They retreated like a tide. Open the door! Hurry and open the door! Seeing this, Li Hui quickly instructed the soldiers to open the gate. Guan Chen rode the burning flame into Yang City. Ding! Successfully followed the base army's retreat, arrived at Yang City, reward, Legendary Potential Legion card X1, skill upgrade times X5. The moment he entered the city gate, the system's prompt sounded. Hearing this heavenly voice, Guan Chen was almost in tears. He had waited so long just for this moment. The massive city gate slowly closed. Guan Chen saw Li Hui and directly recalled the burning flame into the space. He always remembered that he was a summoner. Li Hui, with a beaming smile, walked up to Guan Chen. Your strength is impressive, I admire you, Li Hui said. Upon hearing this, Guan Chen knew it was just flattery. I wonder if you would be interested in joining the Yang City army. Li Hui got straight to the point. He knew some strong individuals didn't like beating around the bush. The more you say, the more impatient they become. Join the Yang City army? I'm not interested. Guan Chen directly refused. My lord, please don't be in a hurry to refuse. If you join, the Yang City army is willing to establish a legion that belongs to you, Li Hui said. A legion that belongs to me? Guan Chen was somewhat surprised. This kind of boldness was not to be underestimated. But unfortunately, he was still not interested. Would someone else's legion have its own charm? Human hearts are hard to gauge. Sorry, I'm still not interested. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Guan Chen ignored the surprised look from the other party. Alright. If you need anything, feel free to find me. The 3rd Legion's base, just mention my name, Li Hui said. Guan Chen did not linger at all and disappeared into the street. Sigh. What a pity, Li Hui sighed. But this was also a good thing. Such a person would not settle for being subordinate. Since he refused to join the Yang City army, he naturally wouldn't join the Awakeners Guild either. Guan Chen entered Yang City and found a hidden corner. It was an abandoned factory. He opened his system backpack, and in the last slot, there was a card. The card shimmered like a brilliant galaxy, emitting a dreamlike glow. So this is the Legendary Potential Legion card. Guan Chen's breath quickened. He had come to Yang City with great difficulty just for this. Guan Chen summoned the Legion and had them guard the area around the abandoned factory. A legendary card would likely cause quite a stir. Once ready, Guan Chen took out the Legion card. It was a transparent card radiating a rainbow of colors. The pattern on the card seemed to be condensed in the void. Guan Chen crushed the card, and in an instant, it emitted a dazzling light. The light spread outwards, enveloping the entire factory. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Fallen Angel Legion. The system's voice echoed in his mind. The colorful light gradually faded, condensing into a card. The card slowly rotated. On the front of the card, there was an exquisite depiction of a Western man. His silver hair and deep, knight-like pupils were striking. The man wore a silver-gray battle robe and held a large cross sword in his hand. A pair of gray-black wings unfurled from his back. Fallen Angel. Guan Chen crushed the card. A dim summoning circle appeared before him. 6 tall figures materialized within the summoning circle. Lucifer. Thank you for the master's revival. The handsome man at the forefront knelt partially before Guan Chen. He slightly lowered his head, holding the sword with his left hand, which was plunged into the ground, while his right hand rested on his chest. The wings behind him folded together. The other 5 fallen angels mirrored his actions. Lucifer? Interesting. A smile crept onto Guan Chen's lips. In his homeland, Lucifer was a well-known figure. Rise, Guan Chen commanded. Thank you, master. Lucifer stood up, drawing the sword from the ground. Guan Chen could sense that the sword was somewhat extraordinary. If he guessed correctly, it was also a legendary weapon. Master, what do you see? Lucifer asked, puzzled. The sword in your hand. Guan Chen did not shy away. This sword is called the Judgment of Doom. If the master likes it, I am willing to offer it to you. Lucifer knelt on the ground, holding the sword with both hands, respectfully presenting it to Guan Chen. Are you willing to part with it? Guan Chen countered. He could basically confirm that the sword in Lucifer's hand was a legendary weapon. After falling to hell, Lucifer renamed his weapon the Judgment of Doom, symbolizing that one day in the future, he would lead the demons of hell back to heaven. However, the Judgment of Doom should be in a sealed state, similar to the bloodthirsty blade. Master, everything I have belongs to you, Lucifer said, bowing his head devoutly. I was just joking with you. Rise. Guan Shen could feel Lucifer's loyalty. This was the effect he wanted. Yes, Master. Lucifer stood up. Guan Shen opened the attribute panel to check the capabilities of the Fallen Angel Legion. Fallen Angel Legion can be upgraded. Number 5, expandable, requires special expansion card, potential, legendary, strength, high black iron, commander, Lucifer, Legion skills, power of the fallen, fallen aura, sword of judgment, fallen domain, Hell's Gate, chains of sin, wings of the fallen angel, commander skills, power of the seven sins, fallen demon eye, remnant of doom. After reviewing the capabilities of the fallen angels, Guan Shen could only describe it in 2 words. Impressive. This legion with legendary potential was indeed different. After acquiring the fallen angels, Guan Shen had the opportunity to extract skills. System. Extract the wings of the fallen angel. Guan Shen did not hesitate. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the wings of the fallen angel. The system's voice rang out. Guan Shen instantly felt a mysterious change occurring in his body. His back felt a bit itchy, as if something was about to break free. With a rip, his clothing tore apart. Gray-white wings extended from his back. Guan Shen tried flapping the wings of the fallen angel. The wings slowly moved, and his feet gradually lifted off the ground. Flying with his own strength was a magical feeling. Flying with a sword ultimately relied on the power of the sword. Although it was also quite good, it still felt like something was missing. Guan Shen flapped the wings of the fallen angel, flying a few circles around the factory. Ah, that feels great. He landed, retracting the wings on his back. This skill was quite nice, but it did ruin some clothes. Guan Shen took out a new outfit to change into. Lucifer, your wings should be able to retract, right? Guan Shen asked. Although the wings of the fallen angel were impressive, they were a bit ostentatious. No problem. Lucifer nodded. The wings behind him retracted into his body. The other 5 fallen angels also withdrew their wings. General Guan Shen temporarily stored the soldiers of the Legion in the system space, leaving a few humanoid leaders to guard him closely. Having just arrived in Yang City, he was not yet familiar with the situation here, so it was better to keep a low profile. Leaving the abandoned factory, he was met with a scene of desolation. Little sister, is there a restaurant nearby? Guan Shen squatted down and asked. In front of him stood a girl covered in dust. Though her face was smudged, it couldn't hide her porcelain-like features, which were very cute. Big brother, this is a slum. There are no restaurants here, the girl replied timidly. If it weren't for Guan Shen's handsome appearance, she might have run away in fright. A slum? Guan Shen frowned slightly. It seemed that Yang City was not as wonderful as he had imagined, but that had nothing to do with him. Yes, the girl nodded vigorously. Big brother, do you have anything to eat? Nyonyo hasn't eaten anything for 2 days. My stomach is so hungry, the girl said pitifully. I do. Here, take this. A piece of cake appeared in Guan Shen's hand. Wow, cake. Thank you, big brother, the girl exclaimed happily. The situation attracted the attention of those around them. The hungry refugees stared intently at the cake in the girl's hands. Finish eating before you leave. Guan Shen drew the blood-drinking blade and plunged it deep into the ground. The surrounding refugees immediately stopped in their tracks. They looked at the sword embedded in the ground and knew that Guan Shen was an awakened. If he were an ordinary person, they might have rushed him, thinking they had a chance. But facing an awakened, they dared not entertain such thoughts. Why? Nyonyo blinked her big eyes, asking curiously. Because there are bad people. Guan Shen gently patted her little head. Perhaps it was because he had just acquired the Fallen Angel Legion, his mood was quite good. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such matters. Okay, Nyonyo will listen to Big Brother. You are a good person. The girl took the cake and ate it in small bites. Guan Shen could tell she was reluctant to part with it. After all, cake was a luxury in the apocalypse. Ordinary refugees had no chance to eat it. Nyonyo, eat more. I have more here. Several pieces of cream cake appeared in Guan Shen's hand. Wow, Big Brother is amazing, he can do magic, Nyonyo said in surprise. Eat up. Guan Shen handed the cake to the little girl. Okay, I will listen to Big Brother. Nyonyo began to eat the cake heartily. The situation attracted quite a few refugees. Their eyes were red, fixated on the cake in Nyonyo's hands. Hungry. So hungry. They hadn't eaten anything for several days. Now, so much food was right in front of them. They had to make a move. Hundreds of refugees surged towards Guanchen. There was no order in the slum. Whoever had the bigger fist had the say. Even if someone was killed in the street, as long as they weren't caught, the base's military wouldn't intervene. After all, Yang City was vast, with a large population, and they couldn't manage it all. Moreover, they were just refugees. If they died, they died. Looking for death. Guanchen's tone turned cold. He certainly understood the thoughts of those refugees. If they were going to take risks, they had to choose the right target. Kill him. This guy has food. A voice rang out among the refugees. That voice acted like a fuse, igniting the desires of the crowd. Charge. He's just an awakened. We can kill him too. The refugees rushed towards Guanchen. Kill. Guanchen said coldly. Understood. The leaders replied in unison. Lucifer swung his sword, severing the bodies of the refugees. Due to the close distance, blood splattered in front of Nyonyo's eyes. Big brother. Nyonyo was startled, and the cake in her hand fell to the ground. She looked up, staring blankly at Guanchen. At that moment, he had completely transformed into a different person. The kind and friendly big brother had turned into a heartless demon. Are you afraid? Guanchen swung the blood-drinking blade, piercing through the body of a refugee. I'm not afraid. Big brother is a good person. Nyonyo's body trembled slightly. Guanchen knew she was very scared. How could a child of 11 or 12 not be afraid? Guanchen could cover her eyes. Then weave a lie that the other party wouldn't know. But that was not the effect he wanted. Guanchen wanted her to see clearly the apocalypse before them. Good people? They simply do not exist. In this ugly world, there is only deception, only slaughter. You are afraid of me, aren't you? Guanchen grabbed Nyonyo's shoulders. She plopped down directly onto the ground. Woo, big brother, why do you have to kill? Nyonyo could no longer hold back and cried out loud. Because if I don't kill them, they will kill you. Guanchen pulled her up from the ground. Look closely. He held Nyonyo's shoulders, forcing her to face the surroundings. At that moment, the commander was slaughtering those refugees. Even though many were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, the commander showed no mercy whatsoever. Nyonyo looked at those refugees. Their eyes were filled with greed, desire, and cruelty. To survive in the apocalypse, one must adapt to this process. Are you still afraid now? Guanchen released her shoulders. Nyonyo did not collapse but stood trembling. A refugee rushed in front of her, but before he could make a move, thud. Lucifer's judgment of the apocalypse pierced through his heart. Blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering onto Nyonyo. Her face was stained with thick blood. Nyonyo, do you still think Big Brother is a good person? Guanchen asked. Yes. Nyonyo nodded vigorously. Silly girl. You must remember. There are no pure good people in this world. The blood on my hands is more than the food you've ever eaten. Guanchen said. He just wanted her to recognize the cruelty of this apocalypse. But to Nyonyo, Big Brother is a good person. She wiped the blood from her face and looked at Guanchen. Remember, don't easily trust anyone. A pill appeared in Guanchen's hand. This pill could allow an ordinary person to instantly break through to 2 stars. A little gift from Big Brother. Let's go. All the refugees around were killed. The ground was piled with corpses. Nyonyo held the pill in a daze. Her vision blurred, stained with blood. Big Brother, what is your name? Nyonyo hurriedly asked. Unfortunately, no one around responded. The street was left with just her and the bodies scattered on the ground. Master, if you pity that girl, why not take her with you? Shenlian asked in confusion. With his strength, it would be easy to do so. That girl has potential. Following me would only make her a canary. Guanchen shook his head. Yes, Master. Shenlian said no more. Guanchen walked forward, arriving at the exit of the slum. There were base soldiers guarding here, prohibiting free entry and exit. This was to prevent the refugees from rioting and affecting others. Of course, Yang City was vast. Many hidden paths could lead out of the slum. For example, the abandoned factory Guanchen passed through led directly out of the slum. But guarding the main entrances was enough. Do you need to check? Guanchen asked. No need. Please, sir. The soldier bowed his head. Really don't need to check? Guanchen asked. Sir, you are a distinguished awakener. You cannot be a refugee. The soldier smiled. Guanchen said nothing more and directly walked out of the slum. This was the privilege of the strong. With great power, one would be respected anywhere. After leaving the slums, the surrounding streets gradually became prosperous. The people walking on the road were neatly dressed, without a hint of disarray. Compared to the slums, this place was like the difference between hell and heaven. Guan Shen saw many women wearing sexy clothes, strutting in high heels, holding Hermes bags. The men were dressed in sharp suits, exuding the aura of successful individuals. There were many shops on the streets selling various items: clothes, jewelry, jade, cigarettes, alcohol, and more. However, hard currency had transformed from paper money into food. A fine piece of clothing only cost the price of a biscuit. A luxury watch or jade could be exchanged for just a loaf of bread. Guan Shen even saw someone openly auctioning off slaves. A bag of rice could take away an adult man. 5 bags of rice could buy a sexy girl. The higher the price, the better the quality of the slave. Guan Shen noticed many lecherous uncles pointing and gesturing at the girls. Ladies and gentlemen, fresh steamed buns, come take a look. Just 3 crystal cores can get you a whole steamer. The vendors shouted incessantly. In this apocalypse, nothing was more important than crystal cores. Becoming an awakened was everyone's dream. Only with power could one truly grasp their own fate. Hey, handsome, want to have some fun? As Guan Shen passed through an alley, a made-up woman waved at him. She looked to be around 18 or 19, well-developed. Her face was ordinary, but her makeup was exquisite. A box of biscuits. What do you think? The woman said. Sorry, you don't match my taste. Guan Shen shook his head helplessly. Wait, how about for free? The woman suddenly changed her tune. Guan Shen's good looks had stirred her interest. He shook his head and ignored her. Handsome, how about I pay you? We can negotiate. The woman looked at Guan Shen's back, still somewhat unwilling to give up. Shen Lian, do I look like a pretty boy? Guan Shen asked. Master, you are handsome and charming, indeed a beautiful man. Shen Lian replied honestly. Shen Lian, if you can't say anything useful, just be quiet. Guan Shen rolled his eyes. He walked on the bustling street. People came and went, cars flowed like water. This was the apocalypse. A paradise for the strong, a hell for the weak. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out above the street. Due to the recent attack by the insect race, the base's military had heightened their defenses. If any insect crossed the city wall's defense, an alarm would sound. Attention residents of Yang City. A battle has erupted ahead. A small flying squad of the insect race has breached the defense. But please do not panic, the base's military will soon launch a rescue. In the meantime, please leave open areas and find hidden corners to wait for the base's rescue. The broadcast echoed continuously above the street. The crowd immediately became a bit chaotic. They looked up at the sky, fearing the insects would suddenly appear. The vendors by the roadside hurriedly packed their things. For them, these items were their lives. Without them, they couldn't survive. So they risked it all to take their belongings. The crowd began to panic. People shoved each other, unwilling to give way. This led to many being knocked to the ground. A stampede occurred. Those with weak bodies were trampled to death. Guan Shen saw women in high heels twisting their ankles, groaning in pain on the ground. A careless slave owner inadvertently let their slave escape in the chaos. Merchants with storefronts rushed into their houses. Some survivors also wanted to hide inside. A fierce struggle broke out between the two sides. In the chaos, people didn't care about anything else. They rushed into the houses on either side and locked the doors behind them. Faced with the cries of others, they remained indifferent. Before the insect race arrived, people began to panic. Guan Shen watched all of this. He did not run away. There were many others on the street, just like Guan Shen. They remained calm in the face of danger, stretching their limbs. All these people were awakeners. With the insect race surrounding the city, they had no way to go out and hunt monsters. All their economic resources depended on these flying insects. Buzzing. In the distant sky, black clouds began to appear. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these clouds were made up of insects. Name: Swift Flying Insect Race. Insect Race Potential: 8 stars Strength, 6 stars Beginner Ability, Speed, Charge Attack, Side/Evaluation. Insects that descended from spatial rifts, possessing agile speed and powerful attack, prefer to appear in groups. Guan Shen's gaze swept across the sky as the system quickly provided information. The 6-star beginner insects posed almost no threat to him. He also dismissed the idea of summoning soldiers. With just himself and the commander, they could easily handle it. Everyone, prepare for battle. Guan Shen gripped the blood-drinking blade, moving his body. The swift insects were about the size of a hyena. They had sharp wings on their backs. The wings reflected a cold light, capable of easily slicing through objects. Their forelimbs had a pair of sharp claws, and their legs bore hooks. These were all tools they used to capture prey. Insects! The insects are coming! Quick, open the door, please! Ordinary people outside screamed in terror. If you just open the door, I'll do anything. A woman, desperate to save her life, didn't care about anything else. Really? The sexy beauty made someone's heart race. Really? Anything? They pleaded. Alright, I'll open the door for you. As the man opened the door, he saw a dark shadow rushing towards him from the sky. He was startled and fell directly to the ground. What's wrong? Hurry, open the door. The woman shouted anxiously. She suddenly felt a bad premonition. Looking back, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. The claws of the swift flying insect had grabbed her body. She was dragged out from under the eaves and thrown onto the street. The surrounding swift flying insects kept pouncing on her. The woman felt her flesh and blood being torn away bit by bit. Ah! She screamed and was scared to death. The man who had just wanted to open the door felt hot liquid flowing beneath him. He had wet himself. He had almost died. The threat of death overshadowed the desires in his mind. The man rolled and crawled into a corner. Bang! 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 The swift flying insects kept crashing against the iron door. The man trembled all over. Suddenly, the crashing sound stopped. He cautiously peeked out. The door was deformed from the impact but had not broken open. Ha! Luckily this door is sturdy enough. The man breathed a sigh of relief. But he hadn't been happy for long before a claw pierced through his skull. An insect crawled in from under the eaves. The swift flying insects on the street were mercilessly slaughtering ordinary people. They enjoyed the feeling of tormenting their prey. When they caught a victim, they wouldn't kill them immediately. Instead, they slowly tore the flesh and blood from them, allowing the prey to die gradually in fear. Damn insects! An awakener gripped a spear in his hand. The spear tip was covered with energy, making it sharper. He thrust it fiercely, and insect blood splattered out. But the swift flying insect did not die. It was of 6-star beginner strength, while the awakener was only 5-star intermediate. Hiss! The swift flying insect roared. This shot successfully enraged it. Its wings vibrated rapidly as it charged towards the awakener. He felt his body being torn apart. Blood gushed out continuously. The sharp mandibles gnawed at the awakener's head. Under that powerful force, the awakener gradually lost strength. His tragic death instantly awakened everyone. These swift flying insects are not mere cannon fodder. Ordinary cannon fodder has at most 5-star strength. But the power of the swift flying insects far exceeds their imagination. Whoosh! The swift flying insects began a fierce assault. Many awakened ones had their heads severed. Damn it! I won't accept this. One awakened was pierced through the heart. He stared wide-eyed, collapsing straight down. Boom! In the distance, a swarm of insects appeared, rushing down the street. Damn it! The city gate has fallen. The awakened furrowed their brows. If it were just flying insects, they could have sneaked over the city walls. But these ground insects had also entered the city. This could only mean that the city gate had fallen. At least for now, it had fallen. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many insects. Retreat! Don't stay on the street. Fall back to the alleys. A survivor shouted. With so few of them, confronting the insect army head-on was simply seeking death. As for the ordinary people on the street, in such a situation, they couldn't care less. With their own lives at stake, who could think of others? The awakened fled into the alleys. Without their obstruction, the swift flying insects became even more unrestrained. Those ordinary people were grabbed into the air and then thrown to the ground, dying in despair and helplessness. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? The ordinary people's desperate cries echoed. Unfortunately, no hero appeared. The insects slaughtered at will, turning the street into a hellish nightmare. You can't hurt my child. A mother stood in front of her child. There was no trace of fear in her eyes, even as the swift flying insects charged at her. Yuan, run quickly. Mommy will hold it off. The mother said to her daughter. Mom, don't send Yuan away. The girl cried out. Yuan. The mother could no longer hold back. She embraced the girl and wept. The swift flying insects, however, did not care about such things. They had already charged in front of the woman, ready to take 2 lives at any moment. Whoosh! Just as the swift flying insects were about to kill the mother and daughter, a figure flashed by, and the swift flying insects were instantly split in half. Lucifer flapped his wings, floating in midair. Under the sunlight, he appeared utterly holy. Mom, is that an angel? The girl said dreamily. Clearly, this world also had its myths and legends. What? The mother turned back in confusion. She saw an angel floating in the air. The woman was stunned. It really was an angel. Could this be a divine being sent to save humanity? Woman, I am not a messenger of God. I loathe those guys. Because they are incredibly hypocritical. Lucifer could evidently read the woman's heart. Ah, The woman's mind seemed to be spinning. Lucifer did not explain anything. He flapped his wings and charged towards the swift-flying insects. These low-level bugs were much easier to kill than the angels of the divine realm. If you don't want to die, hurry up and leave. Xin Lian, wielding a great sword, passed by the woman. He condensed the body of the sword demon, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Oh, I understand now. The woman, holding her daughter, quickly disappeared from the street. But that towering figure was something she would never forget. The ground insects were about to rush in front of Guan Chen. Leo stood in front of him, his great sword slashing out with sharp silver light. The silver light erupted among the swarm of insects. Countless silver sword energy shot out wildly, instantly killing groups of cannon fodder insects. Xin Lian leaped fiercely, crashing into the swarm. The terrifying blade sent the surrounding insects flying. The bugs fell to the ground, instantly torn apart. Kyle charged forward with his great sword. Without the thunder beast, his strength was greatly diminished. After all, he was cavalry. Even so, he could still easily kill the insects. After all, the crushing power was right there. Long Chia grabbed the body of an insect. It unleashed its devouring claws, and from the massive gash, terrifying tentacles extended. The tentacles, covered in sharp spikes, coiled around the insects. During this time of consumption, Long Chia also broke through to the low-level 9 stars. Behind Guan Chen, the wings of a fallen angel unfurled. He charged into the sky, the blood-drinking blade slashing wildly. Any insect struck by the blood-drinking blade would quickly wither away. The grade of the blood-drinking blade had also reached high-level 9 stars. Its speed of blood absorption became increasingly rapid. Once it broke through the defenses and made contact with flesh and blood, it could swiftly drain the enemy's blood. So strong. Who are these people? An awakener in the alley cautiously peeked out. They must be powerful figures from the base army. Did you see those insects? They can't withstand even one strike. Instant kill. An awakener exclaimed in surprise. I don't think they look like base army members. They should be from the Awakeners Guild. Another awakener said. Hiss. You have a point. Is it possible that it's that esteemed person? Everyone turned to look at the speaking awakener. They all knew who that esteemed person was. The founder of the Awakeners Guild. One of the 2 strongest awakeners in Yang City. He and the commander of the base army were known as the war god of Yang City. As long as they were present, Yang City would not fall. It shouldn't be that esteemed person. Even if he appears, it would be on the front lines. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The swarm has been exterminated. An awakener exclaimed. The strength of these powerful figures is at least above 9 stars. The awakeners speculated. The number of insects on the street was not large, only about 1 or 2,000. Clean up the battlefield. Let's head to the front lines. Guan Chen ordered directly. The commander moved quickly, handing the crystal cores and cards to Guan Chen. He stowed them away and then rushed toward the city gate. After Guan Chen left, the awakeners dared to come out. Strong people are so generous. They didn't take all these materials. A burly man marveled. Although the insect corpses were not as valuable as crystal cores, they had many uses. Some insect meat was edible, the shells could be made into armor, and the claws could be used as weapon materials. They bent down and began to cut up the insect corpses. The streets near the city wall were mostly affected by the insects. Corpses lay everywhere, blood staining the ground. The buildings on both sides of the street were also damaged, with many houses collapsing. The base army's troops had already begun rescue operations, but most of the soldiers had rushed to the front lines for support. A black iron-level insect led a 1,000,000-strong army in a final assault. Soldiers from several legions were all thrown into the front-line battlefield. The city gate breached by the insect swarm was due to weak defensive forces. The base army did not expect the insect swarm to suddenly launch a full-scale attack. Caught off guard, they lost control of the city gate, allowing the insect army to enter the city. Fortunately, the Legion soldiers arrived in time to provide support, blocking the city gate and preventing the insect army from charging straight in. Guan Chen conveniently saved a squad of base army soldiers. What's the situation now? Guan Chen stood with his sword, like a celestial swordsman descended to earth. Thank you, esteemed sir, for saving our lives. The base army soldiers quickly bowed in gratitude. You still haven't answered my question, Guan Chen said. Reporting to you, esteemed sir, the West City Wall is holding, but the insect swarm's attack is too fierce. If there are no follow-up reinforcements, we probably won't hold out for long, the base army soldier said. The insect swarm has launched a full-scale attack? Guan Chen asked in confusion. It is said that a black iron-level insect is leading a 1,000,000 insect army. The soldier relayed all the information he knew to Guan Chen. I understand. After he finished speaking, he headed toward the West City. For Guan Chen, this was a great opportunity. These are all walking crystal cores, the main force of the Yangchang base army, attracting the insect race. I can easily take advantage of the chaos. Moreover, the bloodthirsty blade is about to unlock the black iron level. It requires a large amount of blood and flesh to maintain. I also need a battle to break through. This battle is a fight for survival for Yangchang. If we can't hold it, Yangchang will be destroyed. If we hold it, with so many resources, it will be enough for Yangchang to firmly establish itself and go further in the apocalypse. Of course, the matter of leaving a name in history will be left to others. I just want to earn points. Earn a lot of points. The appearance of the Fallen Angel Legion has made Guan Chen's points completely insufficient. He also understands that to cultivate more legions, points are essential. Star level is just the beginning. Guan Chen moved quickly. He saw the towering city walls in the distance. The walls were crawling with insects. They were engaged in fierce combat with the soldiers. The entrance was already piled high with the bodies of insects and humans. Even from over 1,000 meters away, Guan Chen could smell the strong scent of blood. Guan Chen summoned all the legions. Eileen, have your archer legion find a hidden spot to shoot? He gave the order directly. Yes, master. Eileen led the elven archers to scatter. All commanders, charge with me. Guan Chen held the bloodthirsty blade, pointing directly at the battlefield ahead. Brothers, charge! The legion commanders led their soldiers to charge forward. Reinforcements! Where are the reinforcements? A bin! Hold on! Surrounded by the swarm, a soldier fought valiantly. He held a combat knife in his right hand and supported his injured comrade with his left. His comrade's leg had been brutally severed, blood flowing continuously. He had cut it off himself, because a blood-sucking insect had burrowed into his thigh. If he hadn't cut it off, the whole person would have been ruined. He had seen with his own eyes a soldier tormented by a blood-sucking insect. The blood-sucking insect wouldn't kill you immediately. They would slowly wander inside your body. Your skin would dry up and rot. Finally, you would die gradually in pain. Lin Gu, you don't have to worry about me, Abin said weakly. Stop talking nonsense. I'm taking you out of here. Zhang Lin's combat knife cleaved a lunging clawed spider. He dragged the injured Abin back little by little. The soldiers of the squad had all perished. The insect race's offensive was too fierce, their numbers too vast. The supporting soldiers were all besieged. Without further support, the West City would be completely lost. Boom! 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 Zhang Lin heard heavy footsteps in his ears. Poochie! A long spear pierced through the red-armored insect in front of him. Scalding insect blood splattered onto his face. He saw a majestic beast pass by in front of him. On the back of the beast was a figure. Awakener Guild. Great! Reinforcements have arrived. Zhang Lin thought it was someone from the Awakener Guild. After all, the other party bore no insignia of the base army. Whether it was the base army or the Awakener Guild, as long as there were reinforcements, it was fine. The Thunder Beast charged to the base of the city wall, which had already been breached by the insect race. There were at least tens of thousands of insects surrounding it. There were insects below the wall, and there were insects above the wall. The insects outside were also launching a fierce attack. But the base army soldiers numbered only in the tens of thousands. The situation for humanity was very grim. Kyle led the Thunder Beast cavalry into the swarm of insects. With a fierce thrust, he pierced through several insects. The long spear swept, instantly clearing the surrounding insects. The sturdy city gate had already been deformed from the insect race's assaults. Outside the gate, several large insects were continuously crashing against it. With each impact, the gate twisted a little more. Damn it! The insect race has started attacking the gate again. Take down those red shield horn insects. The officer's face was serious as he quickly issued orders. The red shield horned bug, an evolved form of the red beetle. It possesses powerful charging capabilities and a hard shell. In siege warfare, it acts as the bug race's battering ram. Just now, the city gate was unexpectedly smashed open by them. The surviving soldiers turned their guns and opened fire on the red shield horned bugs. Bullets erupted, striking the bodies of the red shield beetles. Their shells were like shields. The bullets only left shallow dents on them. The awakened ones on the ground rushed towards the red shield horned bugs. They swung their battle knives, hacking at the red shield horned bugs. Put! The battle knife broke through the shell, revealing green bug blood. In pain, the red shield horned bugs charged wildly in all directions. Many awakened ones were directly knocked away, falling to the ground and spitting blood. More and more bugs climbed up the city walls. Soldiers operating heavy weapons were knocked down by them. The defensive forces on the city wall grew weaker. Seeing this, the officer charged forward, slashing the attacking bugs to death. But even so, soldiers had already fallen. "Hold the line! Push forward!" the officer shouted. But there was no response from the soldiers behind him. He turned to look and found that the soldiers on the city tower were completely surrounded by the bugs. They fought desperately but could not break through. Put! A highly venomous spider, taking advantage of the officer's moment of inattention, bit his arm. Ah! Damn it! The officer swung his battle knife, killing the venomous spider. But his arm began to visibly turn purple as the toxin spread. The officer acted decisively, severing his arm. The severed limb fell to the ground, emitting a purple stench. That was the toxin from the venomous spider. Gritting his teeth, the officer bandaged his wound. He held his knife in one hand and charged into battle against the bugs. Rip! The officer's calf was pierced by a bug. He half knelt on the ground, cold sweat and blood streaming down his forehead. It's over. The officer closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. But the next second, hot blood splattered on his face. The officer hesitated. Death had not arrived as expected. He opened his eyes to see a tall figure in front of him. A silver battle blade pierced through the bug's body. Not dead? Leo grabbed the bug corpse from his sword and tossed it aside. Not dead. Thank you, my lord. The officer looked around. Dozens of warriors in silver wing armor were killing the bugs. If you're not dead, get up and fight. Leo tossed him a pill. This was a healing pill that could help recover injuries. It was something obtained from City S. It wasn't very effective for the Legion but could help ordinary awakened ones. Yes, my lord, the officer exclaimed joyfully, quickly taking the pill. As the pill entered his mouth, a faint medicinal power began to heal his injuries. The wound healed rapidly, and no more blood flowed out. Although his severed arm could not regenerate, he could still fight normally. My lord, are you from the Awakeners Guild? The officer asked. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Leo replied coldly. Yes, my lord. The officer nodded quickly. No matter which faction he belonged to, they were all here to kill bugs. Leo charged out fiercely, swinging his silver giant blade. Each strike could slay several bugs. What a fierce attack! This must be a 9-star powerhouse. The officer gasped. He had seen the 9-star powerhouses of the base army in action before, but compared to the lord in front of him, their strength was somewhat lacking. These silver-winged warriors were killing the bugs on the city tower. The pressure on the base army was significantly reduced. Boom! Under the fierce assault of the red shield beetles, the city gate finally could not hold and was directly smashed open. The swarm of bugs surged into the city through the breach. But what awaited them was not the base army, but the Thunder Beast Knights. The Thunder Beasts spewed out purple lightning from their mouths. The swarm of insects ahead was overturned, reduced to charred remains. The claws of the Thunder Beast crackled with purple lightning. They leaped out and plunged into the swarm. Ziz! Lightning exploded, sending the surrounding insects flying. Kyle raised his spear and charged forward. Lightning burst forth among the swarm. The insects that had just entered the city were instantly pushed back. The red-shielded horned insects blocking the entrance were directly pierced by the spear. Kyle led the Thunder Beast riders out of the city. Outside the city, many base soldiers were fighting desperately. The Thunder Beast Knights charged into the insect army. Reinforcements! Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, hold on. The soldiers fighting outside the city had originally been in despair. After all, they were surrounded by the insect race, like an isolated island in the sea. Given time, they would surely be swallowed. But Kyle's appearance brought them hope. Brothers, hold on. The Thunder Beast Knights were unstoppable. This gave the base soldiers a glimmer of hope. The Thunder Beast riders charged into the insect army. The lower-tier insects could not withstand the impact of the Thunder Beasts at all. They were instantly smashed to a pulp. Kill! Annihilate these insects! Seeing this, the morale of the base soldiers soared. They launched a fierce counterattack against the insects. Guan Chen weaved through the swarm. The insects inside the city had already occupied the surrounding areas. The light elven archers found a high vantage point. They began shooting at the insects on the ground. The light arrows shot out, instantly piercing the heads of the insects. After their advancement, the light elven archers could directly use energy to condense light arrows. These light arrows possessed powerful penetrating power. Upon hitting their targets, the light energy would explode, causing secondary damage. Guan Chen wielded the bloodthirsty blade, slashing at the surrounding insects. No matter how hard the opponent's shell was, it was all soft under the bloodthirsty blade. The sharp blade could easily break through the shell. Blood-soaked tendrils crazily spread out from around the bloodthirsty blade. In just 2 seconds, they could drain the life from an insect. They continuously wrapped around the crystal cores and cards. With a wave of Guan Shen's hand, he collected everything into his spatial ring. Long Chia kept devouring the insects. The flesh and blood energy within it continued to accumulate. Most of the vanguard insects were mere cannon fodder. They could still bully the base soldiers, but against Guan Shen, they were only destined to be beaten. The skeletal mages climbed the city walls, chanting spells from their mouths. Firestorm after firestorm swept through the swarm. The areas of the city wall that had fallen were once again under the control of the base soldiers. "Protect my soldiers," Bone said to the officer. "Yes, my lord." The officer nodded quickly. Bone led the remaining soldiers into the battlefield outside the city. The skeletal mages stayed on the city walls, continuously chanting spells, their skills bombarding in turns. "Everyone, protect the mages," the officer ordered directly. The attacks of these skeletal soldiers were far more effective than firearms. "Understood," the soldiers replied excitedly. The tide of battle began to turn. The number of insects inside the city was decreasing rapidly. The Xianlei Jiao continuously spewed out lightning balls. The lightning balls exploded in the swarm, sending groups of insects flying. They charged into the swarm, clawing and whipping their tails. Their terrifying bodies were difficult for the insects to withstand. Fire spread like wildfire. The flame wyvern breathed out scorching flames. The fire spread across the ground. Within a range of dozens of meters, it instantly turned into a sea of flames. The insects screeched. Their burning bodies crashed into everything around them. But soon, they were charred. The Shadow Sword Demon Legion flew in on their swords, landing in the battlefield outside the city. They controlled their flying swords, shooting at the surrounding insects. "Leave the insects inside the city to you," Guan Shen said. "Yes, master," Sanglin, Fenyan, and Eileen replied through their mental connection. 3 legions plus the dragon, along with scattered base troops. Dealing with the bugs in the city should be no problem. Outside the city, there are tens of thousands of base troops, plus 4 legions. It won't collapse for now. With Guanqing's own strength, he turned the entire battle situation in the west of the city. "Lucifer, come with me." Guanqing gathered the wings of the fallen angel and flew towards the sky. Lucifer followed closely behind him, carrying the fallen angels. Flying over the city wall, Guanqing saw the battlefield below. The scene could only be described as tragic. Corpses lay everywhere, blood flowed like rivers. Limbs were scattered all over the ground, making it impossible to distinguish who was who. But in terms of numbers, the base troops were clearly at a disadvantage. Fortunately, there were 4 legions to help. The originally collapsing front line stabilized for the time being. The pressure on the base troops was greatly reduced. The surviving generals reassembled their teams to fight against the insect army. Guanqing did not linger, he flew over the battlefield. He headed towards the rear of the insect army. Capture the thief first, capture the king. If he could find the insect leader and kill it, perhaps the crisis in Yang City could be resolved. Ding! Mission triggered, kill the black demon bug, repel the insect army, reward, 10 legion expansion cards, 10 people. The system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Guanqing revealed a smile. He didn't expect to pick up a task for free. Guanqing crossed the battlefield and arrived a few kilometers outside Yang City. His main search direction was focused on the remaining city gates. After all, there was no sign of the insect leader in the West City. Therefore, it was very likely that the opponent was at other battlefields. The strong ones in Yang City should also be launching decapitation operations. They weren't fools, they understood the principle of capturing the king first. However, the number of insects was enormous. Killing. It sounded easy, but it was very difficult to execute. The insect leader would definitely arrange a large army for defense. Besides, its own strength was also very powerful. Therefore, the decapitation operation required meticulous planning. But that was for others. For Guanqing, the decapitation operation was very simple. He just needed to find the location of the insect leader. The strength of the fallen angel legion had reached high black iron. Unless that insect leader was of silver level strength, otherwise, it would only lead to death. Found you. The corners of Guanqing's mouth lifted slightly. Not far ahead, there was a dense mass of bugs. Among the bugs, there was a huge figure. It was a completely black beetle, towering 2 stories high. Mysterious patterns appeared on its pitch-black shell. Name, Black Demon Bug Race, Insect Race Potential, Silver Strength, Intermediate Black Iron Ability, Unknown Evaluation, an insect race that descends from a spatial rift, possessing a pitch-black shell, capable of releasing powerful black light attacks. Guanqing scanned the target, and the system quickly provided information. After confirming it was correct, the decapitation operation began. Lucifer, it's up to you. Guanqing stopped in midair. His current strength was only high 8 stars. He wouldn't be foolish enough to take risks, he only had one life. As you command, Master. A wicked smile appeared on Lucifer's handsome face. Angels, clear the obstacles for the Master. Lucifer flapped his wings and dove towards the ground. 5 fallen angels followed behind him. Hiss hiss hiss. The black demon bug sensed the aura of danger. It emitted an uneasy hiss. The surrounding bugs all became agitated. Soon, the black demon bug realized that the danger was coming from the sky. It raised its head and saw Lucifer's figure. Thousands of flying insect races began to launch attacks. The ground insects could only continue to hiss. Lucifer's judgment day slashed out with swordlight. Swish swish swish. Hundreds of flying bugs were instantly cut into pieces. Lucifer passed through the swarm of flying bugs and arrived above the black demon bug. A black flash erupted from the black demon bug's body. A black energy pillar condensed and shot towards Lucifer. Lucifer remained completely unperturbed. He gripped his sword and cleaved at the black light. The powerful energy pillar was split in two. Ants, taste this. Lucifer's lips parted slightly. Sword of Judgment. A massive magic array appeared in the sky. An enormous energy sword coalesced from the array. Lucifer swung the sword of Apocalypse. The energy giant sword descended upon the black magic insect. Boom! The terrifying giant sword instantly pierced through its body. Nailed firmly to the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The black magic insect was pinned to the earth. Before dying, it let out a reluctant wail. Ding! Successfully killed the black magic insect. Rewarded with 10 Legion expansion cards. 10 people. Kill the black magic insect. Gain 100,000 points. The system's prompt sounded. After the black magic insect died, the energy giant sword gradually dissipated, leaving behind a horrific wound. The surrounding swarm of insects immediately fell into chaos. The fallen angel legion easily shattered the swarm. Cleaned the battlefield. Guan Chen landed on the ground and walked towards the corpse of the black magic insect. Its massive body resembled a small mountain. Standing before it felt like being an ant. But so what? In the end, it still died at his hands. He gripped the blood-drinking blade and plunged it into the corpse of the black magic insect. This black magic insect was a black iron-level creature. The flesh and blood within contained powerful energy. The blood-drinking blade absorbed its flesh and blood. It should be able to unseal once again. The moment the blood-drinking blade pierced the corpse, the entire blade began to tremble violently, as if encountering a delectable meal. Blood-red tendrils spread out from the blade. The corpse of the black magic insect was instantly enveloped by the blood-red tendrils. The mountain-like body quickly shriveled down. In a moment, it was reduced to an empty shell. Buzz buzz buzz. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the black magic insect, the blood-drinking blade radiated a scarlet glow. The blade became sharper, and the patterns on it became clearer. Ding! The blood-drinking blade has broken through to Black Iron Beginner, comprehending the skill Blood Drink. The system's prompt sounded. After absorbing the flesh and blood of the black magic insect, the grade of the blood-drinking blade successfully unsealed to Black Iron Beginner. Not only that, but it also gained a new skill. Blood Drink can siphon the blood of enemies and convert it into power. Guan Chen's eyes lit up. This skill was impressive. However, there were no enemies around, so he couldn't test it for now. Guan Chen extracted a crystal core from the black magic insect's head. Within the crystal core flowed surging energy. Even wrapped within it, Guan Chen could clearly feel it. This was a black iron-level crystal core. The energy inside had already coalesced into a solid form. Star-level crystal cores were simply incomparable. Besides the black iron crystal core, there was also a card. The card was engraved with black iron patterns on both sides. Guan Chen stored the black iron card away. He gripped the crystal core and began to absorb it. Boom! A tide of surging energy instantly flooded into his body. Guan Chen felt as if his body was about to explode. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain within. Forcing the absorption of the crystal core was akin to seeking death. If his body couldn't withstand the energy impact, he would explode and die. But Guan Chen's body far exceeded that of an ordinary awakener. Even absorbing at a higher level wouldn't pose too much of a problem. His internal organs were gradually destroyed by the energy, but a powerful life force instantly healed them. Severed limbs regenerated. This skill could do more than just restore limbs. With enough energy, even organs could be repaired. Just right, the black iron-level crystal core contained sufficient energy. This was also why Guan Chen dared to absorb the black iron crystal core. Destruction and rebirth achieved a perfect cycle. Time passed little by little. Guan Chen could clearly feel his body becoming stronger. Like a piece of iron, forged through countless strikes. All the impurities within have been hammered out. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy spread from Guan Chen's body. The energy of the black iron crystal core was nearly exhausted. Guan Chen's strength successfully broke through to the intermediate level of 9 stars. The shell of the black magic insect was extremely hard. It could be used to forge armor. If taken to exchange with the base army, it should yield a considerable number of crystal cores. Guan Chen neatly cut the shell into more than 30 pieces. All were stored in his space ring. The fallen angels had already cleared the battlefield. However, the harvested crystal cores were not many. 426 7-star crystal cores, 35 8-star crystal cores, 4 9-star crystal cores, 230 purple gold cards, 5 gold cards. Guan Chen organized his belongings and hurried back to the battlefield in the West City. What's going on? The situation with the insect army seems a bit off. Wei Qianfan's figure landed on the city tower. As the peak powerhouse of Yang City, he was an absolute prodigy. In just a few days, he had broken through 2 levels in succession, from beginner 10 stars to advanced 10 stars. However, just as he was about to break through to the black iron level, he encountered a bottleneck. Although the energy within him had accumulated sufficiently, he could not take the final step. Just as he was preparing to study it, the insect army arrived. The urgency at the front line, the West City was breached, and black iron level insects appeared. The continuous bad news had brought the morale of the base army to rock bottom. Wei Qianfan knew he had to step up, because only his presence could reassure the soldiers. Lord Commander. The generals on the city tower quickly saluted respectfully. In their perception, Wei Qianfan was an invincible existence. The black iron level insects have not yet appeared? A clear voice rang out from the tower. Everyone turned towards the sound. They saw a young man appear on the city tower. Lord Gu Wu. Except for Wei Qianfan, everyone else saluted respectfully. Gu Wu, the founder of the Awakeners Guild. Another legend of Yang City. Gu Wu, have you also encountered a bottleneck? Wei Qianfan did not turn around. His deep-set eyes remained fixed on the distant battlefield. Yes, black iron level. Even if the energy accumulation is sufficient, I still cannot break through. Gu Wu stood beside Wei Qianfan. Since we cannot break through, let's first repel the insect army. Wei Qianfan said. What about the black iron level insect? Can the two of us together kill it? Gu Wu asked. Not sure. We'll have to fight to find out. But so far, that guy has only appeared once. And it was just watching from a distance, not making a move. Wei Qianfan was also puzzled. What was the black iron level insect thinking? Logically, since he and Gu Wu had shown themselves, it should also appear and launch a final assault. But the reality was somewhat different. The black iron level insect was still nowhere to be seen. They did not think too much and directly plunged into the insect army. Even without the black iron insect, there were still several 10-star insects on the battlefield. Their strength could not be underestimated. Guan Chen returned to the West City. The situation here had basically stabilized. After he took down the black magic insect, the momentum of the insect army began to retreat steadily. When he left, he could still fight evenly with the base army. Now, they were only on the receiving end. The high-level insects on the battlefield had all been slain by the Legion commander. Guan Chen gripped the bloodthirsty blade and charged into the swarm of insects. The shells of the insects crumbled like paper before the sharp blade. Guan Chen killed dozens of insects. He felt a faint energy being absorbed into his body. This was the energy converted by the bloodthirsty blade. Although it was little, it was easy to obtain. As long as he kept killing monsters, he could continuously accumulate energy. Wei Qianfan was killing insects. He felt that this battle seemed somewhat easy, except for the sheer number of insects. They did not encounter particularly difficult opponents. If one were to speak of the strongest bug, it would probably be the 10-star high-level flame demon bug. To deal with it, I sustained some minor injuries. Old Wei. Something feels off here. Gu Wu threw a punch. The gathered energy shattered the bug ahead. Countless shells flew everywhere. I have a bold idea. Do you think that black iron level bug race might have already been taken out? Wei Qianfan spoke up. Impossible. What kind of creature would that be? Gu Wu was somewhat skeptical. I'm just speculating. Maybe I'm overthinking it. If such a creature really exists, Yang City might be finished. The two were unaware that the instigator of it all was in the West City. The light elven archers stood on the city tower. They continuously shot radiant feather arrows towards the battlefield. The bugs within the city had already been cleared out. Even if there were a few stragglers, they were just a minority. With the help of the Legion, the number of bugs kept decreasing. With the last bug's fall, this human bug war was finally brought to a complete end. On the battlefield, the surviving soldiers were covered in blood, looking at their companions around them. Many could hardly believe they had survived. We won! We won! Cheers erupted on the battlefield. After the cheers, there came a wave of wails. Ah! Damn bugs! You took my brother. My leg is broken. I'm a cripple now. Guan Chen gripped the bloodthirsty blade, standing amidst the battlefield. He listened to the wails around him. This was a war of life and death. Once the soldiers stabilized their emotions, they all knelt on the ground. Thank you for saving us, my lord, they shouted in unison. If it weren't for this godlike team, the West City would have fallen long ago, and they would have died at the hands of the bugs. This battle is the result of everyone's joint effort. Thank me? You should thank yourselves, Guan Chen said loudly. These base soldiers had never fled from the beginning to the end. Even though they knew the West City was about to fall, they still fought until the last moment. They held back the bug army with their blood and flesh. Otherwise, many would have met a tragic end at the hands of the bugs. My lord! The soldiers' eyes were filled with tears. Guan Chen's words were too well spoken. I will take a portion of the crystal cores and cards. Consider these as your rewards. Although he admired these soldiers, he would not let go of his own spoils. This was a different matter. Guan Chen would not make a losing deal. All according to my lord's arrangements. Not a single surviving soldier opposed. I like dealing with smart people. The spoils will mainly be from the city, bugs of 8 stars and above. Guan Chen issued a direct order. There were at least 50 to 60,000 bugs in the city. If luck was on their side, they should be able to harvest tens of thousands of crystal cores. With these crystal cores, he could trade for points and strengthen the Legion's power. The surviving soldiers also began to clean up the battlefield. We won! The bug race has been defeated. Soldiers at the main gate of Young City cheered with joy. Although the battlefield here was also brutal, it was far from what was seen in the West City. After all, there were enough troops stationed here. Although the bug attacks were fierce, they found it hard to break through the city gates. It seems that the Black Iron level bug race won't appear. Wei Qianfan's heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally relax. The bugs had been defeated, and the situation was settled. In this battle, they had won. Although the process was very strange, regardless, Yang City had made it through this ordeal. Looking at the countless bug corpses on the ground, these resources could cultivate many awakeners. Search every corner thoroughly. Don't miss a single spot. A large number of base soldiers were clearing the streets within the city. Although the battle had ended, but within Sheep City, there still remained quite a few insectoids. If not cleaned up thoroughly, it would pose a significant problem. The once bustling streets had become unrecognizable. The ground was littered with corpses. The base army searched the corners, finding one insectoid after another. Outside the West City, the Legion soldiers had already cleared the battlefield. The spoils were quite abundant. 15,781 5-star crystal cores, 4,125 6-star crystal cores, 424 7-star crystal cores, 56 8-star crystal cores, 3 9-star crystal cores, and 1 10-star crystal core. 14,515 blue cards, 1,214 purple cards, and 2 gold cards. After Guan Chen counted the spoils, he led the Legion away. Not long after he left, the personnel from the Sheep City base army arrived at the West City. How did you manage to hold the line? Wei Qianfan asked incredulously. He had thought the West City would fall, but he never expected it to hold. Looking at the ground covered in corpses, one could imagine the ferocity of the battle. All sacrificed soldiers will have their families' compensation doubled. Surviving soldiers will receive double the spoils. Anyone with a position will automatically be promoted 1 level, Wei Qianfan quickly stated. Thank you, Lord Commander. The soldiers were, after all, from the base army. Although they admired Guan Chen, they still maintained a sense of reverence towards Wei Qianfan. This is the reward you deserve. Wei Qianfan waved his hand. He called over the highest-ranking person present, a one-armed officer. Tell me, what exactly happened? Wei Qianfan looked at the officer. Lord Commander, it was the people from the Awakeners Guild. The one-armed officer reported his speculation truthfully. Awakeners Guild? Wei Qianfan was somewhat surprised. Yes, this is my subordinate's guess. Because those individuals did not have the base army's insignia. If they are not from the base army, they can only be from the Awakeners Guild. The officer spoke. Gu Wu, what exactly are you trying to do? To secretly recruit so many strong individuals. Wei Qianfan felt a sense of unease in his heart. I understand now. You did well. Take care of your injuries when you return, Wei Qianfan said. Yes. Thank you for your concern, Lord Commander. The one-armed officer nodded quickly. More and more soldiers arrived at the West City. They had clear divisions of labor, assisting the injured, clearing the corpses, and repairing the city walls. Although the insectoid army had been defeated, in the apocalypse, there could never be just one threat. Sheep City was like an isolated island, surrounded by powerful monsters. The isolated island could only survive by continuously growing stronger amidst the encirclement of monsters. With the insectoid siege lifted, Sheep City opened its passage to the outside. Wei Qianfan did not linger. He left the West City and returned to his residence. He had to seize the time to break through. The strength of the monsters would only grow stronger. This time, Sheep City was fortunate not to encounter black iron-level creatures. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic. Even teaming up with Gu Wu, he did not have absolute confidence. Black iron level. He must break through as soon as possible. After the great battle, Sheep City appeared particularly desolate. People walked the streets, searching for the bodies of their loved ones. But most of the corpses were unrecognizable. The devastation by the insectoids left them either unrecognizable or headless. Guan Chen arrived at a remote corner. This was a wasteland. There were no buildings around, completely detached from the area of Sheep City. Sheep City was now in a state of needing to rebuild. No one would pay attention to this place. Although Sheep City had suffered a tragic victory, it had defeated the insectoid army. The spoils collected were enough to further enhance the strength of Sheep City. However, if one were to say who gained the most, it would undoubtedly be Guan Chen. Tens of thousands of insectoids all belonged to him. Moreover, killing some insectoids also earned him system reward points. In addition, killing the black magic insects also yielded substantial rewards. He currently has 241,350 points. Among them, 100,000 points were contributed by the black magic worm. The remaining points are all rewards from the system. Guan Chen holds the 9-star crystal core in his hand and begins to absorb it directly. Waves of energy flow through his body, being absorbed. So close. Guan Chen touches the barrier. He takes out the 10-star crystal core, holds it in his hand, and absorbs it. With a surge of energy, he breaks through to the advanced 9-star level. Boom! The barrier within him is instantly shattered by the energy. His strength successfully breaks through. Guan Chen clenches his fists, feeling the surging power. He trades all the remaining crystal cores for points. For him, the value of points far exceeds that of crystal cores. Ding! Successfully traded 15,781 5-star crystal cores, gaining 1,230,918 points. Ding! Successfully traded 4,125 6-star crystal cores, gaining 375,375 points. Ding! Successfully traded 8 57-star crystal cores, gaining 107,100 points. Ding! Successfully traded 91 8-star crystal cores, gaining 16,835 points. The system's notification sounds continuously in his mind. After trading all the crystal cores, he instantly gains 1,730,228 points. If he includes his original points, he has a total of 1,971,578 points. Guan Chen looks at this string of numbers, his breath becoming rapid. He opens the shop and selects the Legion expansion card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing star-level Legion expansion card, 10 people, x50, costing 1 million points. I have never seen such a wise and mighty person. The system's voice echoes in his mind. Immediately after, he selects the Legion upgrade card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing Legion upgrade card X15, costing 750,000 points. Guan Chen automatically blocks out the system's flattery. Although these points look abundant, they are quickly spent. In the blink of an eye, only about 220,000 points remain. He closes the shop and does not continue purchasing items. He opens the Legion system panel. He has a total of 60 expansion cards and 15 upgrade cards. Excluding the 3 legions that cannot be expanded, Lucifer, Flame Yelon, and Xianlei Jiao, the remaining 5 legions are all allocated 12 expansion cards. Fair distribution. Ding! Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion expanded by 120 riders. Ding! Silver Wing Guardian Legion expanded by 120 people. Ding! Light Elf Archer Legion expanded by 120 people. Ding! Shadow Sword Demon Legion expanded by 120 people. Ding! Skeleton Legion, Skeleton Knight Unit expanded by 120 riders. The system's notification sounds one after another. Guan Chen looks at the panels of each legion, nodding in satisfaction. Light Elf Archer Legion, 187 people. Silver Wing Guardian Legion, 175 people. Shadow Sword Demon Legion, 190 people. Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion, 189 riders. Skeleton Legion, 181 people. 20 Gun Shield Skeletons, 20 Blade Shield Skeletons, 20 Skeleton Mages, 121 Skeleton Knights. Flame Yelon Legion, 5 heads. Xianlei Jiao Legion, 5 heads. Fallen Angel Legion, 5 people. This is the current number of troops Guanchen has. Although the number of troops is not large, they are all elite. Any soldier can take on 1,000. After expanding the legions, it's time for upgrades. System. Upgrade the Flame Yelon Legion. Guanchen selects the panel for the Flame Yelon. Spending 3 upgrade cards, he raises the legion's strength to advanced 10-star level. The Black Iron level is a watershed. Ordinary upgrade cards cannot upgrade legions at the Black Iron level. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Jiao Legion. Guanchen again selects the panel for the Xianlei Jiao. Similarly, he spends 3 upgrade cards to raise it to advanced 10-star level. If he wants to continue upgrading, he must use Black Iron level upgrade cards. System. Upgrade the Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion. Guanchen spent 3 upgrade cards to elevate the Thunder Beast Rider to 10-star advanced. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Legion. He selected the Skeleton Legion, using another 3 upgrade cards. The strength of the Skeleton Legion was raised to 10-star advanced. System. Upgrade the Silver Wingguard Legion. Guanchen used the last upgrade card to enhance the Silver Wingguard Legion. The strength of all 5 legions was upgraded to 10-star advanced. If he encountered the Zerg army again, he was confident he could withstand tens of thousands of insect waves. After upgrading the legions, it was time for the card opening phase. Guanchen selected the blue cards and chose to open them all. Acquired Quality Food Card X4412, Acquired Intermediate Supply Food Card X5623, Acquired Intermediate Recovery Food Card X4480. The rewards were quite meager, all consumable cards. But for Guanchen, they were still useful. After all, every battle required the consumption of recovery and supply cards. Guanchen turned his attention to the purple cards. A total of 1248 purple cards, all opened. Acquired Advanced Progression Card X210, Acquired Fine Food Card X240, Acquired Advanced Supply Card X298, Acquired Advanced Recovery Card X340, Acquired Warrior Gene Potion X160, after use, can instantly enhance strength to 5 stars, but will consume all potential, never able to be enhanced again. The rewards could only be considered average. However, this Warrior Gene Potion might be exchanged for crystal cores with the base army. Guanchen noticed that as his strength increased, opening low-level cards yielded only consumable items. In the past, purple cards could yield skills, upgrade cards, and other items, but now, they were all consumable types. Regarding this issue, Guanchen had consulted the system. The response was, newbie period. It was like in an online game. A level 100 player fighting newbie monsters received no rewards. According to the system, as time passed, the chances of monsters dropping cards decreased. It was possible that one day in the future, they would stop producing cards altogether. However, for him, the newbie period had already passed. Even without cards, it didn't matter. As long as monsters produced crystal cores, he could exchange them for points and buy various supplies in the store. Guanchen continued to open cards. 236 purple gold cards, 7 gold cards, 1 black iron card. He chose the purple gold cards and opened them all. Acquired Energy War Chariot X100, technology from an extraterrestrial civilization, requires energy to drive. Acquired Energy Laser Gun X136, technology from an extraterrestrial civilization, requires crystal cores to activate. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Guanchen curiously opened the system backpack. At the very end, there were the Energy War Chariot and Energy Laser Gun. Interesting. He took out the Energy War Chariot and Energy Laser Gun. The Energy Laser Gun was filled with a technological vibe. The shell was made of a special material. It felt a bit cold to the touch, very comfortable. The magazine position was a circular indentation, likely for installing a crystal core. The Energy War Chariot beside it was about the size of an armored vehicle. But the shell was indeed made of special metal, looking very lightweight. Guanchen controlled his strength and punched the armor. Boom! The Energy War Chariot flew several meters but suffered no damage. It can withstand 7-star level attacks. Guanchen was somewhat surprised. This value was the lower limit, not the upper limit. On both sides of the Energy War Chariot, there were small turrets. At the top was a medium-sized laser cannon. Guanchen wanted to test it but found he had no crystal cores. This made him a bit awkward. However, weapons powered by crystal cores would definitely not lack power. He didn't need them himself, but the base army in Yangchang would surely be very interested. After all, their homemade weapons were already falling behind the changes in the world. From today's battle, Guan Shen could see that the military at the Yangchang base desperately needed more powerful weapons. A smile crept onto Guan Shen's lips, another little trick to get rich. He recalled all the energy war vehicles and laser guns into his system backpack. Then he took out a golden card. The card emitted a faint golden light, looking very luxurious. Tens of thousands of insectoids had given him 7 golden cards. This showed just how precious the golden cards were. He gently squeezed it, crushing the golden card. Obtain Random Legion Card Fragment X4, obtain Turtle Breathing Technique X1, master the Turtle Breathing Technique after use, obtained Intermediate Writing Skill X1, master Intermediate Writing Skill after use, obtained Golden Silk and Jade Thread Robe X1, made from special materials, impervious to blades and fire, warm in winter and cool in summer. The golden card was fully activated, and the rewards were quite good. 2 skills and 1 piece of equipment. The Random Legion fragments were also close to being complete. He now had 7 pieces, just 3 more to obtain a Random Legion card. Turtle Breathing Technique reduces bodily functions to a minimum, making it undetectable to enemies. Intermediate Writing Skill, a more advanced writing skill that allows you to write a wider variety of creatures. System. Learn Turtle Breathing Technique. System. Learn Intermediate Writing Skill. Guan Shen did not hesitate and directly learned both skills. A tide of information surged into his mind. Fortunately, his mental strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. This level of information influx was still manageable. Moments later, he had mastered both skills to perfection. Guan Shen activated the Turtle Breathing Technique. All vital signs instantly vanished. If not for the naked eye, at this moment, Guan Shen was like a stone. This was a good skill. A luxurious brocade robe appeared in Guan Shen's hands. The golden silk and jade threads exuded an air of nobility. He put on the golden silk and jade thread robe and felt extremely comfortable. With a thought, the robe began to change, ultimately transforming into a fitted combat suit. Not bad. Good stuff. Guan Shen nodded in satisfaction. The golden silk and jade thread robe looked fragile, but its defensive capabilities were impressive. It was impervious to water and fire and could change shape. After activating all the cards, only the black iron card remained in Guan Shen's hands. He took out the black iron card. It was a plain card, lacking much brilliance. Guan Shen gently crushed it. An ancient sheepskin scroll appeared before him. Obtained Paladin Job Change Scroll. Can change to Paladin after use. Job Change Scroll. This was the first time Guan Shen had drawn something like this. Moreover, it seemed to be a rare profession. Paladin. Just the name sounded impressive. System. Can I change to Paladin? He did not rashly change jobs but first inquired of the system. Sure. The system's voice came through. Great. Guan Shen felt a surge of joy. If he became a paladin, his combat power would definitely double. Unfortunately, the system quickly doused his excitement. But after changing to paladin, the host will no longer be able to use the Legion. The system's words left Guan Shen stunned. Cannot use the Legion? This profession is not worth changing. Naturally, Guan Shen would not pick sesame seeds and drop watermelons. No matter how impressive the paladin was, it meant nothing in front of the Legion. If he had to choose, Guan Shen would unhesitatingly pick the Legion. My existence is to cultivate the host to become the strongest Legion master. If you change jobs, this system will disappear. The system's voice echoed. Guan Shen instantly shivered. He suddenly remembered the initial lottery wheel. Despite so many powerful professions, he hadn't chosen a single one. There was likely some manipulation from the system behind this. If he had successfully obtained the initial rewards, the system probably wouldn't have appeared. Guan Shen suddenly felt trapped in an invisible chess game. Just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. A deep sense of powerlessness surged from his heart. Even if one is powerful, they are still just an ant. But he is unwilling to remain an ant forever. Guan Shen swore that one day, he would leap out of the chessboard. He wants to be the one holding the pieces. The system's words made Guan Shen give up on changing jobs. He carefully stored the parchment scroll. Paladins may be strong, but they ultimately cannot compare to a legion. This job change scroll can only be left for those with fate. After digesting all the spoils, Guan Shen's strength surged once again. It's time to find the Yangcheng base army and discuss business. He looked towards the distant buildings. The current Yangcheng army is like a fat sheep. Why not slaughter it? Guan Shen suddenly thought of someone, Li Hui. He originally thought he wouldn't need him, but man proposes, and heaven disposes. He didn't know he could produce energy war vehicles, gene potions, and other items. Guan Chen recalled the Legion into his space and walked alone towards the 3rd Legion's base. The soldiers of the Legion are too powerful, he didn't want to intimidate them. After all, business is about fairness. This is called courtesy before force. The 3rd Legion's base is on the outskirts of Yangchang. Because it is a defensive legion for the city walls, it is very close to the front lines. Guan Chen arrived at the 3rd Legion's base. The situation here didn't seem good. The entire camp was filled with injured soldiers. Medical personnel moved back and forth, treating the wounded. Guan Chen was somewhat worried that Li Hui might not make it. He found a relatively intact soldier. "I'm looking for Li Hui," Guan Chen said politely. "Okay, please wait." The soldier was very cooperative and turned to walk into the camp. Moments later, a figure appeared. "I'm very glad you came to find me." Li Hui approached with a beaming smile. "I didn't expect it either." Guan Chen entered the camp. "Sir, please." Li Hui gestured for him to enter. The two walked side by side into a private room. "What would you like to drink, sir?" Li Hui asked. "Anything." Guan Chen sat on the sofa. The sofa was very soft, wrapped in a layer of beast skin. From the touch, Guan Chen knew it was made from a mutated creature. Sure enough, there are always classes, no matter when. The lowest level in Yangcheng can't even afford a meal. But in the military camp, one can still choose their drinks. Guan Chen refrained from commenting, everyone's choices are different. Without effort, there will naturally be no reward. If one wants to rise above others, they must risk their lives to fight. These soldiers in the camp, who among them isn't licking blood on the edge of a knife? Their efforts earn them corresponding rewards. "Sir, I haven't asked for your name," Li Hui said politely, sitting opposite Guan Chen. "Guan Chen. Good. Mr. Guan Chen, did you come this time to join our Yangcheng base army?" Li Hui directly brought up the topic. "Not really." Guan Chen shook his head. "Then may I ask what brings you here, Mr. Guan Chen?" There was a clear hint of disappointment in Li Hui's tone, but he quickly adjusted. Guan Chen certainly wouldn't come to find him for no reason. "I have a small project I want to discuss with you." An energy laser gun appeared in Guan Chen's hand. He placed it on the table, and Li Hui was momentarily stunned. "What is this?" Li Hui asked curiously. "An energy weapon, powered by crystal cores," Guan Chen briefly introduced. At that moment, a soldier walked in from outside. He was holding 2 porcelain cups. "Sir, please enjoy some tea." The soldier placed the cups in front of Guan Chen. "I apologize for not having good tea to offer, I hope you don't mind," Li Hui said. The energy weapon Guan Chen had just taken out deeply captured his attention. "I'm a simple man, a bit of broken tea leaves will do." Guan Chen picked up the ceramic cup. A faint fragrance wafted into his nose. "Tea. In the apocalypse, it is definitely a luxury. Good tea." Guan Chen took a sip. The taste was sweet, with no bitterness at all. "Mr. Guan Chen, as long as you don't mind," Li Hui said with a smile. "So, General Li, are you interested in this weapon?" Guan Chen put down his porcelain cup. He was here to do business, the tea could wait. "Of course I'm interested, Mr. Guan Chen's items are certainly not ordinary, but what about the power of this weapon?" Li Hui was also an old fox, speaking without a drop of water leaking. "No problem, the general can test it at will." Guan Chen nodded. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood Li Hui's meaning. "Good, Mr. Guan Chen, please follow me." Li Hui led the way ahead. The two arrived at the training ground of the camp. Soldiers were sweating profusely in battle. Besides strength, combat experience was also very important. On the battlefield, it was a fight for life and death. If one only had strength but didn't know how to utilize it, it would be completely wasted. A simple example, a child with a knife might not be able to defeat an adult because he doesn't know how to use the knife in his hand. "Good day, General." The surrounding soldiers quickly noticed Li Hui. They all stood at attention and saluted. "Good. Everyone has worked hard." Li Hui spoke to comfort them. "Not hard at all." The soldiers quickly shook their heads. Sweat poured from their foreheads. The two walked deeper into the training ground. There was a wooden post here, marked with numerous imprints. "Mr. Guan Chen, this is the base's wooden post used to test strength. It can withstand the power of a 9-star expert at most," Li Hui introduced. Then let's give it a try." Guan Chen nodded. "Could you lend me a crystal core?" Guan Chen held the energy gun. "Ha?" Li Hui looked a bit confused. "Ahem. I've absorbed all the crystal cores." Guan Chen awkwardly coughed a few times. "Oh, I see." Li Hui pulled out a few crystal cores from his clothes. If it weren't for Guan Chen's evident strength, he would have thought he had encountered a scammer. Guan Chen took the crystal cores and directly installed them into the slot. The energy gun was instantly activated. An energy bar appeared on the gun's body. All the crystal cores were installed, barely filling the energy bar. Guan Chen raised the gun and casually shot forward. He possessed mastery in firearms and precision. At this close distance, he could be said to hit every shot. Whoosh! The energy-concentrated laser bullet struck the wooden post. The post shook violently, and the numbers on it changed rapidly. The final number displayed around 7. Heavens! 7 stars! A look of surprise appeared on Li Hui's face. He looked at the energy gun in Guan Chen's hand, his eyes revealing a longing expression. If the base's army could be equipped with such weapons, their combat power would definitely be greatly enhanced. Guan Chen's expression remained relatively calm. The 7-star power was within his expectations. The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the soldiers. They looked at the numbers on the wooden post, their faces showing expressions of astonishment. Heavens! Is this a newly developed weapon? The soldiers began to discuss among themselves. Guan Chen glanced at the gun. The energy bar had decreased by 1/10. This meant that with each charge, it could fire a maximum of 10 energy lasers. But this level of consumption was absolutely worth it. The role of firearms is special, they require no foundation. Even ordinary soldiers can use them to kill enemies. An energy gun can grant ordinary soldiers the power to kill 7-star creatures. In a defensive battle, utilizing the advantage of the city walls, ordinary soldiers using energy guns can play a huge role. Guan Chen didn't believe the base's army wouldn't be tempted. Ahem! Mr. Guan Chen, what's the price of this energy gun? Li Hui asked, rubbing his hands. At this moment, he had long lost the demeanor of a general. After all, bowing to a stronger person was not a shameful thing. One fixed price. 205-star crystal cores. No deception. No bargaining, Guan Chen stated. Hiss. 206-star crystal cores. Li Hui hesitated a bit. This was no small amount. With so many crystal cores, a considerable number of 6-star awakeners could be cultivated. So, what do you think? Take your time to consider. If you can't make a decision, you can call your superior. Guan Chen said confidently. He was certain that the base's military would not refuse him. All right, please wait a moment. Li Hui called over a soldier and whispered a few words in his ear. The soldier hurriedly ran off. Mr. Guan Chen, may I borrow this for a moment? Li Hui asked. Sure. Guan Chen tossed out the energy gun. Li Hui caught the gun, feeling even more shocked. Such a treasure, and the other parties seemed completely unconcerned. It seemed he had underestimated the situation. Upon further reflection, Guan Chen's price was indeed not high. He had already had someone notify the corps commander. No matter what issues arose, let the other party deal with them. His own task was already complete. Li Hui held the energy gun, feeling no weight at all. Yet, this very object could kill 7-star creatures. He aimed at a wooden post and pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shots fired, each demonstrating the power of 7 stars. Li Hui felt reassured. This indicated that the earlier results were not fabricated by Guan Chen. Mr. Guan Chen, this is truly a great weapon. Li Hui returned the energy gun, a broad smile on his face. Old fox, Guan Chen muttered inwardly as he took back the gun. How could he not see through the other party's intentions? Anyone who could sit in such a position was no fool. Moments later, a man in military uniform appeared in the training ground. The man's demeanor was extraordinary, and Guan Chen took note. Mr. Guan Chen, let me introduce you. This is the commander of the 3rd Corps, Lu Jianjun. Li Hui enthusiastically introduced the man in uniform. Guan Chen observed the approaching man. He stood tall, clearly from a regular army background. Sir, this is Mr. Guan Chen. Li Hui quickly stepped forward to introduce Lu Jianjun. Hello, Mr. Guan Chen. Lu Jianjun extended his hand, greeting him politely. Hello, Commander Lu. Guan Chen shook the other man's hand, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face. In that instant, the two exchanged a brief assessment. 10-star beginner. No wonder he can command the 3rd Corps. Guan Chen thought to himself. 9-star advanced. Lu Jianjun was also secretly surprised. He was familiar with most of the strong figures in Yang City. The other party was either new to Yang City or had been hiding. Ha ha ha, I heard Mr. Guan Chen has a batch of weapons for sale? Lu Jianjun laughed heartily, quickly easing the atmosphere. He was also a cunning old fox, knowing how to gauge the situation. The earlier assessment was merely to confirm Guan Chen's identity. Li Hui might misjudge, but he would not. That's right. Guan Chen handed over the energy gun in his hand. Good weapon, Lu Jianjun remarked as he took the energy gun, immediately expressing his approval. His gaze subtly shifted to Li Hui, who nodded in affirmation, indicating there was no problem. This energy gun is definitely worth 206-star crystal cores. How many do you have in stock, Mr. Guan Chen? Lu Jianjun asked. There are a total of 136 energy laser guns. Guan Chen reported a number. Great. The third core will take all of these weapons. Lu Jianjun decided without hesitation. Weapons. They were indeed good weapons. Moreover, he could use this to sell Guan Chen a personal favor. It was a win-win situation, and he had no reason not to do it. Besides, the recent battle had just concluded, and the crystal core reserves were still relatively sufficient. As the power holder of the third core, he had the authority to make such decisions. Very straightforward. Guan Chen waved his hand. All the energy guns appeared before the two men. Good technique, Lu Jianjun exclaimed, a look of envy crossing his face. Of course, it was purely admiration, with no hint of covetousness. Guan Chen was young yet possessed such strength. The achievements of the future are absolutely limitless. Such a person can only befriend, never become an enemy. Commander Lu, my sincerity should be enough, right? Guan Chen said. Enough. Lu Jianjun naturally understood what Guan Chen meant. He clapped his hands, and several soldiers came forward with crystal cores, standing in front of Guan Chen. Mr. Guan, 27,206-star crystal cores. They're all here, do you want to count them? Lu Jianjun said. No need. I trust Commander Lu's character 100%. When Guan Chen said this, he secretly used his mental power to verify the number of crystal cores. Exactly 27,200, not a bit more or less. Ha ha ha, a pleasant cooperation, Lu Jianjun said with a smile. He ordered the soldiers to collect the energy guns on the ground. Actually, I have a small project in hand. I wonder if Commander Lu is interested. Guan Chen said mysteriously. This piqued Lu Jianjun's interest. Of course I'm interested. Please enlighten me, Mr. Guan. Lu Jianjun replied politely. Although Guan Chen was young, in this world, strength spoke for itself. He was fully qualified to be treated this way. Ha ha ha, since Commander Lu was so sincere, then I won't hide it anymore. Energy battle vehicles. Are you interested in learning more? Guan Chen said. Energy battle vehicles. Lu Jianjun and Li Hui said curiously. Guan Chen took out an energy battle vehicle. The size of the energy battle vehicle was similar to that of an armored vehicle. Its shell was made of special metal, looking very lightweight. It exuded a technological style. The weapons on both sides and the roof of the vehicle were also very imposing. Good stuff. I want this battle vehicle. Lu Jianjun did not hesitate at all. The previous transaction had filled him with confidence in Guan Chen. Aren't you going to test it? Guan Chen asked curiously. No need. I trust Mr. Guan. Lu Jianjun waved his hand. The resistance of this battle vehicle is enough to withstand the attacks of 7-star creatures. I haven't tested the specific limit yet. The energy weapons loaded on the vehicle haven't been tested either. Since we're doing business, we must emphasize integrity. Let's give it a try, Guan Chen said. He was also curious about the capabilities of the energy battle vehicle, because only in this way could he set a reasonable price. In that case, shall I give it a try? Lu Jianjun nodded. Shao Li, you go and test it. He patted Li Hui's shoulder. Yes, sir. Li Hui shivered and sat in the energy battle vehicle. He installed the crystal cores to charge the vehicle. A total of 105-star crystal cores were put in. The energy battle vehicle was barely charged. Li Hui drove the energy battle vehicle and aimed at a wooden stake not far away. Boom! A dull sound echoed. An energy shell instantly struck the wooden stake. The wooden stake shook violently, as if it would fall at any moment. The numbers on it kept fluctuating, finally stopping between 8 and 9. Peak 8 star. Lu Jianjun's eyes sparkled. This energy battle vehicle was a must-have for him. Although the values of the wooden stake were all theoretical, being able to measure this result definitely meant it could penetrate the defenses of 8-star creatures. Guan Chen was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect this energy battle vehicle to have such power, but only Li Hui knew that this shell directly consumed half of the energy. Converted, that was equivalent to 55-star crystal cores. Of course, the power of this energy battle vehicle was absolutely worth this consumption. Moreover, the energy cannon was just part of the vehicle's capabilities. While driving earlier, Li Hui had discovered many other functions. Mr. Guan, please name your price. Lu Jianjun said. As long as the price wasn't too outrageous, he wouldn't haggle. 600 5-star crystal cores. Guan Chen thought for a moment and directly quoted a price. The energy war vehicles could not only fight but also transport supplies. Using these to transport goods greatly enhanced safety. Good. It's a deal. Lu Jianjun pondered for a moment but agreed. Mr. Guan, how many energy war vehicles do you have? Lu Jianjun asked. 100 vehicles. Guan Chen took out all the remaining energy war vehicles. Everyone was stunned by this grand scene. I'll take them all, Lu Jianjun declared. He was quite imposing and did not choose to haggle. Guan Chen instantly felt that his not-so-handsome face became handsome all of a sudden. The third core was indeed wealthy. 60,000 crystal cores, just like that. Even for him, this was not a small amount. But then he thought, this was the wealth of the entire core. The third core had at least 100,000 members. Since the establishment of Yangchang, they had defended against numerous monster attacks. The accumulated crystal cores were naturally not few. Even though Guan Chen had the support of the core, it was still hard to compare. Of course, this was only a temporary situation. Commander Lu, you truly have guts. These energy war vehicles belong to your third core. With such a wise leader, the third core will surely achieve greatness. Guan Chen felt happy inside. He didn't mind a bit of commercial flattery. Ha ha, then I'll take Mr. Guan's good words. Lu Jianjun was also in a very good mood. Although spending so many crystal cores was significant, the gains were enormous. With these advanced weapons, the third core would quickly recoup their investment. The Yangchang base army, although a collective, had all private resources in the hands of the core leader. The soldiers' food, clothing, and resources were all managed by the core. This was also why Lu Jianjun could take out such a large sum of crystal cores in one go. The relationship between the core was more like a community of interests. They defended Yangchang because it was the foundation. If Yangchang fell, it would be detrimental to everyone. I've already sent someone to get the crystal cores. Please wait a moment, Mr. Guan. No problem. I'm not in a hurry. Guan Chen nodded. At this moment, Li Hui got off the energy war vehicle. The three of them gathered together and chatted for a while. A pickup truck loaded with crystal cores arrived in front of Guan Chen. Sir, here are 60,000 crystal cores, please check. The soldier got out of the driver's seat and said respectfully. No need to count. I trust Commander Lu. As Guan Chen spoke, he used his mental power to scan. Not more, not less, exactly 60,000. With a wave of his hand, he stored the mountain of crystal cores into his spatial ring. Pleasure doing business. With the crystal cores in hand, Guan Chen was in a great mood. He shook hands with Lu Jianjun, and both sides got what they wanted. These energy weapons could be exchanged for so many crystal cores. This had greatly exceeded Guan Chen's expectations. For Lu Jianjun, although crystal cores were good, not everyone could use them. After continuous research by the base army, they found that most people could not absorb the energy of the crystal cores. Even if they could absorb it, the enhancement was minimal. This was also the reason why the light rain only affected a portion of people. The rest could not absorb the energy well. This led to a large accumulation of crystal cores within the core. The base army had been developing special potions, trying to find a way to change the energy of the crystal cores so that most people could absorb it. Unfortunately, this plan had never succeeded. While Lu Jianjun was still troubled about how to deal with the crystal cores, Guan Chen appeared. He was like an angel, descending into his world. What the third core needed most now was weapons. Powerful weapons. Weapons capable of killing high-level monsters. Energy guns and energy war vehicles perfectly met this condition. Therefore, the transaction between both parties could be said to be a win-win. Guan Chen needs crystal cores, he can convert them into points. The surplus crystal cores from the base army are treasures to him. Mr. Guan Chen, why not stay for a meal? Lu Jianjun said. No need. I have some matters to attend to. Guan Chen politely declined. Alright, Mr. Guan Chen, if you encounter any trouble, feel free to come find me. Lu Jianjun did not insist. Sure, if there's a chance in the future. Such small projects can be done regularly. Guan Chen did not refuse. Ha ha, good. Li Hui. See Mr. Guan Chen off. Lu Jianjun said cheerfully. Yes, sir. Mr. Guan Chen, please. Li Hui walked ahead to lead the way. The two headed towards the base's exit. Mr. Guan Chen, I'll take you to here. I need to go back to train the soldiers, Li Hui said. Having just acquired energy weapons, he naturally needed to train the soldiers to use them. You do as you wish. Guan Chen nodded. He walked directly out of the camp. After completely losing sight of the Third Army's base, Guan Chen checked the situation of his spatial ring. It was filled to the brim with crystal cores, piled into a small mountain. This was the most crystal cores he had ever obtained in history. Guan Chen was not in a hurry to use them, because he still had a batch of gene potions on hand. He had to make a good profit. The Third Army had already been nearly drained. He couldn't just catch a sheep and shear it. After considering for a moment, Guan Chen headed straight towards the center of Goat City. The central area of Goat City still had a city wall. The wall surrounded the entire center, forming an inner city. If the outer city area unfortunately fell, they could temporarily retreat into the inner city. Guan Chen arrived at the inner city, which was even more prosperous. On both sides of the street, neon lights flickered, playing various advertisements. If a man wants to be fit, he must drink Body Treasure. Body Treasure nutritional liquid, made from hundreds of mutated plants. Bone-loosening electric whip. Ma Family Martial Arts Hall. We welcome your joining. Guan Chen looked at the advertisements playing continuously by the roadside. It felt like returning to the time before the apocalypse. Hey, little brother. Want to come in and take a look? We have the latest battle blades developed by the base army. Incredibly sharp, can easily cut through the defenses of 3-star creatures. A man dressed as a waiter enthusiastically introduced. Handsome, our shop's new dish. Spirit-patterned venison stew. Incredibly delicious. You must try it. Several waiters scrambled to attract customers. Guan Chen waved his hand and walked out of the arguing crowd. He felt the atmosphere on the street. Prosperous. So nice. Moo. A massive bovine creature passed by Guan Chen. It was a mutated creature, with horns over half a meter long. Thick hard lumps had formed on its skin. Its huge hooves were filled with explosive power. On its back sat an awakened one. The awakened one looked around with disdain. That gaze was full of contempt. This was a small team of awakened ones, just returned from the front lines. Guan Chen strolled in the inner city as the sky gradually darkened. Taking this opportunity, he inquired about the location of the First Army's base. Even at night, it was still brightly lit. The shouts of soldiers training echoed from the camp. Who goes there? The guard soldiers shouted loudly. They drew their battle knives, glaring fiercely at Guan Chen. Don't be nervous. I just have a small project and want to talk to your regiment commander. Guan Chen said. Get lost. Our regiment commander is not someone you can just meet. The soldiers looked down on him. They had seen many people like Guan Chen, trying to sneak into the camp to do some petty tricks. Sigh. I originally wanted to communicate with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was distance. No more pretending. I'm laying my cards on the table. Guan Chen sighed. A terrifying aura erupted from within him. The soldier in front of him immediately knelt on the ground. What a terrifying aura! Cold sweat kept breaking out on the soldier's forehead. They gritted their teeth and said, Do I now qualify to enter? Guan Chen retracted his aura, becoming indistinguishable from an ordinary person. The soldier got up from the ground, still filled with immense fear. If the other party had murderous intent, they would have already been dead. My lord, please come in. We will report immediately. The soldier, who had just been arrogant, suddenly became humble, nodding and bowing. It was very realistic. But this is the apocalypse. Guan Chen didn't make things difficult for them. After all, he was here for business, and causing a scene wouldn't be good. All right, please hurry. Guan Chen walked into the camp. What caught his eye were the soldiers' tents. Inside, lights were on, and he could vaguely see shadows. Guan Chen followed the soldier who was leading the way and arrived at the reception room. The decor here was clearly better than that of the 3rd Legion. The 1st Legion, Wei Qianfan's former legion. Naturally, it received more attention. Whether it was supplies or weapons, the 1st Legion always used the best. This is also why Lu Jianjun wanted to obtain energy weapons. In Yang City, there was a research and development team of their own. They utilized materials from monsters and mutated creatures, continuously creating weapons that surpassed the original technology. Various devices used on the city walls were developed by this team, but they were a team crafted by Wei Qianfan. The best things were naturally given to the 1st Legion. Those outdated weapons were handed over to other legions. People are selfish beings. Wei Qianfan's approach was not problematic. He just wanted to make the direct legions stronger. Moreover, the weapons of the legions were not lacking at all. The legion commanders merely turned a blind eye. Sir, please enjoy some tea. A soldier brought over tea. Guan Chen wasn't afraid of being poisoned, he had immunity genes. The tea was smooth and no worse than that of the 3rd Legion. Please wait a moment. the soldier said before exiting the reception room. Guan Chen wasn't in a hurry and began to rest his eyes. After a moment, it seemed that the sound of high heels came from outside. Tap tap tap. It was very crisp. Click. The door was opened, and a beautiful figure walked in. It was a stunning woman. She wore a body-hugging short skirt that outlined her wonderful curves. A small shirt accentuated her magnificent bosom. Her thighs were wrapped in black stockings, and she wore black high heels. This beautiful miss, could you be the Legion commander? Guan Chen stood up from the sofa and carefully examined the woman in front of him. The woman was very young, at most in her early 20s. She had shoulder-length black hair and painted red nails. It was clear that she paid great attention to her appearance. Even in the apocalypse, she didn't forget to dress herself up. It was also evident that her status was not low, because ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to dress like this. In the uncertain apocalypse, even eating was a problem. Who still had the interest to paint their nails? Hello, sir. I am Secretary Luo Kundo's secretary. My name is Xiao Weining. You can call me Xiao Xia. Xiao Weining calmly introduced herself. Hello, Secretary Xia. My name is Guan Chen. Guan Chen's lips slightly curled up. This woman in front of him was definitely not just a pretty face. Knowing she was a 9-star powerhouse, she could still remain calm. Mr. Guan Chen, please have a seat. Xiao Weining had someone prepare the tea set. Her delicate hands fiddled with the tea set. Mr. Guan Chen, please enjoy the tea. Xiao Weining held the tea and presented it to Guan Chen. Thank you. Guan Chen took the teacup. A refreshing fragrance wafted out. Good tea. He finished the tea and placed the cup on the table. Secretary Xia, can we discuss business now? Guan Chen looked at her. Yes, I will represent Lord Luo Kundo to talk with you. Xiao Weining smiled sweetly. Wow. Guan Chen secretly marveled. Luo Cun opened with a beauty trap. Xiao Weining's hospitality was far better than Li Hui's. Heroes find it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. What normal man wouldn't love a beauty? Even Guan Chen enjoyed chatting a bit more with beautiful women. Since Secretary Xia can represent Commander Luo Cun, then I won't keep you in suspense. I have a batch of gene potions. After use, they can instantly elevate 1 to 5-star strength. Xiao Weining's eyes lit up immediately. Those beautiful eyes blinked lightly, very captivating. Mr. Guan Chen, do you really have such wonderful things? Our first legion is willing to pay a high price to buy them. Xiao Weining said softly. Her voice was very pleasant, like a lark. Secretary Xia, I haven't finished yet. Although this potion can instantly enhance strength, it also has significant drawbacks. It will consume all potential, and the user will be unable to continue improving. Guan Chen's words were like a bucket of cold water splashed on Xiao Weining. In that case, that is indeed a significant drawback. Xiao Weining nodded. But even so, the potion had great utility. In the Legion, there were many soldiers who could not improve. If they could use the potion to gain 5-star strength, Xiao Weining believed many would be willing. Moreover, this potion could be handed over to the R&D department. If they could make new progress, it might also be a good thing. Mr. Guan Chen, I want to buy this potion. Xiao Weining said. 1 potion for 26-star crystal cores. Guan Chen did not ask for an exorbitant price. The price he offered was very fair. After all, this gene potion had a fatal flaw. If the price was too high, the other party might not accept it. These potions were of no use to him. Whatever he could get was fine. 26-star crystal cores, ha! Xiao Weining fell into thought. 26-star crystal cores for 1 5-star awakened being. This deal was indeed not a loss. Alright, but I need to test the potion's effects first. Xiao Weining agreed but requested a test. Mr. Guan Chen, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? She said pitifully, as if Guan Chen were about to eat her. If it makes you happy, feel free to test. Faced with Xiao Weining's provocation, Guan Chen did not indulge her. Come here. Xiao Weining called a soldier and instructed him a few words. Moments later, an ordinary soldier was brought into the reception room. Drink it. Xiao Weining held a potion in her hand. The liquid inside was bright red, bubbling with countless bubbles. The soldier clearly struggled with his thoughts. He hesitated not at all. He drank the potion that could change his own fate. Ugh! The soldier's body began to convulse. He endured the excruciating pain, kneeling on the ground. It felt as if a powerful force within him was stirring. A few minutes later, the soldier returned to normal. He stood up from the ground. How do you feel? Xiao Weining asked nervously. She was not worried about the soldier but wanted to know the potion's effect. I feel filled with power. The soldier was extremely excited inside. He was also an awakened being now, no longer needing to envy others. After testing confirmed the soldier's strength reached 5-star, Xiao Weining promptly paid the crystal cores. Guan Chen also took out all the potions and placed them on the table. Mr. Guan Chen, it was a pleasure to cooperate. I live on XXX Street, you can come find me for tea. Xiao Weining extended her hand to shake with Guan Chen. She did not forget to give her address. Secretary Xiao's tea. I am not worthy. Farewell. Guan Chen collected the crystal cores and left the reception room. What a mysterious man. I really like him. Xiao Weining licked her lips. Guan Chen followed the path he had taken to exit the First Legion's base. On his shoulder, he carried a bag full of crystal cores. He had sold a total of 180 soldier gene potions, earning 3,606 star crystal cores. In today's great battle, he was probably the biggest winner. Carrying the crystal cores, Guan Chen walked down the street. The neon lights on both sides lit up, giving off a strong international city vibe. There were many pedestrians on the road, all curiously looking at Guan Chen. Mom, what is that brother doing? A little boy asked, tugging at his mother's skirt. That's a low-level slave, you must practice hard. Otherwise, you'll end up like him, doing the most menial labor. The woman gently stroked the boy's head, speaking softly. She herself could not become an awakened one. She could only place her hopes on her son. Got it, Mom. The boy nodded vigorously. Such a good boy. The woman showed a look of relief. She knew well the importance of strength in the apocalypse. Relying on her looks, she had become a mistress to an officer. Although her reputation was not good, it was very useful. At the very least, she and her son could have enough to eat and live in the safe inner city. However, the woman knew that she would eventually grow old and lose her looks. So she could only hope her son could become an awakened one. That way, he would be someone she could rely on in the future. There were many people pointing and whispering on the road. They all thought Guan Chen was the lowest level laborer. To maintain the operation of a city, a large amount of manpower was needed. For example, clearing sewers, transporting goods, and repairing equipment. All these tasks required human labor. Fortunately, in Yang City, there was no shortage of low-level labor. Guan Chen's hearing was very sharp. Moreover, the voices of the people around him showed no restraint. They were just short of pointing at his nose and saying it to his face. To this, he could only express how shallow they were. So shallow. Carrying a bag of crystal cores, he was actually laughed at. Truly, the world is declining, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. Guan Chen stopped in his tracks. In front of him was a real estate agency. The agency was run by a black man named Simba. He would temporarily stay in Yang City and needed to find a stable place to live. Guan Chen walked into the agency, where the owner was a black man. Yang City was an international metropolis, and besides the Chinese, there were also many foreigners. Hello, guest. How can I help you? Simba spoke in standard Chinese. He was very polite and did not look down on Guan Chen. Boss, do you have a suitable house for me? Guan Chen placed the bag on the ground. He surveyed the surroundings. The agency was not large, only 2 stories. The second floor looked like a place for living. Guan Chen noticed a black boy at the stairway, shyly looking at him. Harry, go back upstairs, Dad needs to talk business. Simba called out, and Harry quickly ran back to the second floor. Sir, sorry to make you laugh, Simba said, feeling embarrassed. It's fine. I need a house. The location can be bad, but it must be big. Guan Chen thought for a moment and stated his requirements. Ah, are you sure? A look of doubt appeared on Simba's face. Yeah, I'm sure. A remote place would not attract attention. There is indeed a house like that, but it's a bit eerie. Although Simba was black, his heart was not dark. Compared to some hypocritical people, he was already quite good. Eerie? Guan Chen asked curiously. Exactly. Many people have died there. This house has changed hands several times while in my possession, and no one has lasted more than 2 days. Simba said seriously. It was clear he did not want Guan Chen to buy it, although selling it would earn him money. Is the location really remote? Guan Chen asked. Very remote. In the outer city. An old building. Simba spoke up, trying to make Guan Chen reconsider. Great. I want this place. Guan Chen clapped his hands on the table, and Simba looked puzzled. Sir, that place is really eerie. Simba emphasized again. I know. Guan Chen nodded. Then do you still want it? Simba asked. I like it. Take me to see it. Guan Chen was a bit impatient. What a strange person. Sinba shook his head, not continuing to refuse. After all, he had already advised, and if the guest didn't listen, there was nothing he could do. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the key. Sinba turned and walked into the room behind the door. Guan Chen hoisted the crystal core and waited outside the shop. Moments later, Sinba walked out of the agency. He was wearing a cloak and holding an oil lamp. Let's go, guest. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. Sinba didn't really think Guan Chen would actually buy it. The two walked down the street, a very odd combination. However, in Yang City, what was most abundant was oddities. As they exited the inner city, the surrounding lights dimmed immediately. Compared to the prosperity of the inner city, the outer city was much colder. Guest, we need to rent a car. Sinba suddenly thought of something. Now that it was late at night, if they wanted to return early, they had to drive there. No problem. I'll cover the fare. Guan Chen casually tossed out a 5-star crystal core. Sir, that's too much. Sinba's eyes widened. According to the exchange rate of crystal cores, a 5-star crystal core could be exchanged for at least 50,000 Yang City coins. The price of renting a car was only 5,000 Yang City coins. It's fine. You go ahead and take care of it. Guan Chen didn't mind. Alright, sir. Sinba held the crystal core and walked into the car rental shop. He felt a bit relieved that he hadn't looked down on Guan Chen. Who could be weak if they casually took out a 5-star crystal core? Woo woo. A luxurious Lamborghini drove out of the rental shop. Sir, get in the car. Sinba parked next to Guan Chen. Guan Chen opened the door and got in directly. Vroom vroom vroom. Sinba drove the car down the street. The vehicle sped past, and the scenery around them kept changing. Sir, I've already bought this car for you. Here's the remaining money. It's all on the temporary card. Sinba took out the temporary gold coin card and handed it to Guan Chen. Thank you. Guan Chen accepted the card without declining. He would need these for living in Yang City. He wasn't a fool, he couldn't pay for everything with crystal cores. Sinba drove the car, weaving through the streets. Gradually, the surrounding buildings began to dwindle. The vehicle moved further away from the crowd. The outer city was vast, and there were many areas with few people. Sir, we've arrived. Sinba stopped the car, and in front of them was a huge manor. Within the manor stood a magnificent ancient castle. The castle looked somewhat old, covered in the marks of time. No wonder Sinba said it was an old building. Guan Chen got out of the car with the crystal core, observing the surrounding environment. Just as Sinba had said, it was remote enough. They were surrounded by woods. The road beneath their feet was the only way to the manor. Aside from that, they could only pass through the surrounding woods. The woods were a bit strange, with no branches or leaves, and the trunks twisted. From a distance, it looked like a chaotic dance of demons. The conditions of this manor perfectly matched Guan Chen's expectations. Remote, large area, no signs of human habitation. The surrounding woods were like a vast ocean, enveloping the manor like an isolated island. Of course, if danger occurred, it would be hard to contact the outside world. But would Guan Chen be afraid? Unless there were golden-level creatures in Yang City. Otherwise, whoever came would die. Sir, can we go back now? Sinba didn't get out of the car, because he knew Guan Chen wouldn't be interested in this place. After all, the other party could casually take out a 5-star crystal core. He could easily find a better place. At first, he thought Guan Chen was out of money, but now it seemed he was mistaken. Go back? Why should we go back? Guan Chen was a bit confused. Ah, sir, are you really going to buy this place? Did you not see the surrounding forest? What a terrifying, eerie manor, Xin Ba said, looking shocked. He actually wasn't keen on being here at night. The longer he stayed, the more he felt a chill all over. Xin Ba was also an awakened one, but due to his talent issues, he only had 2-star strength. If an awakened one felt this way, how much worse would it be for an ordinary person? Not at all. I think this forest is quite lovely. A smile appeared on Guan Chen's lips. This smile seemed somewhat unsettling to Xin Ba. Boss, I've bought this manor. Name your price. Guan Chen said to Xin Ba. Sir, you might not be aware. This forest is very strange. It is said to have mysteriously appeared after the apocalypse. Apart from this manor, all other buildings have been swallowed by the forest. Isn't that eerie? A hint of fear appeared on Xin Ba's face. That's great. Name your price. Guan Chen immediately became interested upon hearing this. Since you insist on buying, then it's 20,000 Yangchun coins. Seeing that he couldn't dissuade him, Xin Ba decided not to try anymore. He had spent about 50,000 Yangchun coins when he bought the manor. The previous owners had all died mysteriously. This had earned him quite a bit of money, so he was prepared to sell it to Guanshan at a low price. Alright, you handle it. He handed the card to Xin Ba. Okay, sir. Xin Ba took the card and began to operate it. Sir, please check if the amount is correct. Xin Ba handed over the keys and the card. The card displayed a string of numbers, which was the balance in the account. No problem, you can take the car. Guanshan shouldered the crystal core and walked towards the manor. Thank you, sir. I wish you good luck. Xin Ba sincerely expressed his gratitude. No need. Thank you for introducing me to such a great place. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. Consider it a favor owed to you, Guanshan said. Seeing Guanshan make a decision, Xin Ba drove away. Creak. Guanshan pushed open the manor's large door, which made a piercing sound. The manor was somewhat dim. The only light came from the cold moonlight. The manor was vast, stretching endlessly. The disordered garden clearly hadn't been maintained for a long time. Guanshan summoned his legion soldiers. The manor was in a remote location, so there was no need to worry about outsiders. Hundreds of soldiers appeared within the manor. The originally quiet manor instantly became lively. Clean up. Guanshan directly issued the order. As you command, Master. The legion soldiers replied. There were quite a few basic tools in the manor. They must have been left behind by previous owners. Guanshan walked towards the castle, with the legion leaders following him. In front of the castle was a long staircase. A layer of bright red carpet was laid on the stairs. The carpet was very soft, like some kind of biological tissue. On either side of the staircase stood a knight statue. Guanshan grew more and more satisfied. With a little cleaning, this could serve as a stronghold. Passing through the staircase, he arrived at the castle entrance. The castle gate was tall, a typical Western-style building. The hall was dim, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the windows. Shunlian's figure moved through the hall. One by one, the wall-mounted lamps were lit. The once incredibly dark hall instantly brightened. The decorations in the hall leaned towards a medieval Western style. Magnificent large chandeliers hung from the dome. A huge, unknown portrait adorned the wall. Guanshan entered the ancient castle and reached the top floor. From here, he could overlook the entire manor's scenery. Outside the manor, there was an endless, twisted forest. The soldiers moved quickly, and the chaotic garden gradually became orderly. Guanshan found a tidy room. The furniture inside was complete, with a soft large bed that was clearly newly acquired. According to Xin Ba, the previous owner must not have died long ago. Although the exterior of the castle looked dilapidated, the room's decor had obviously been renovated. Essentially, it was all in a modern style. After a tiring day, he could finally relax for a moment. He opened his spatial ring, and a mountain of crystal cores appeared in the room. A rich energy instantly filled the entire space. So many crystal cores represented a huge sum of money. Without any hesitation, he directly exchanged all the crystal cores for points. The mountain of crystal cores vanished in an instant. Ding! Successfully traded 30,800 6-star crystal cores, earning 1,848,000 points. Ding! Successfully traded 60,000 6-star crystal cores, earning 4,500,000 points. The system's prompt echoed in his mind one after another. It feels great to have points. Guanshan smiled as he looked at the incoming points. In a dense jungle, the apocalypse had erupted, and humanity was no longer at the top of the food chain. The previously damaged ecological environment was gradually recovering, even surpassing its former state. Baka! What a powerful giant snake! Yoshida Jizong gripped his knife, continuously slashing at the monster before him. The giant snake was over 10 meters long, covered in hard scales. It whipped its tail, striking Yoshida Jizong heavily. The terrifying force exploded, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Crack! A thick tree trunk behind him split open a gap. Yoshida Jizong fell to the ground, spitting out blood. The team from the Sun Country had been in Guangnan province for over 10 days. They had originally intended to head to Yangcheng but lost their way midway. It was only upon arriving here that they realized how powerful the monsters could be. The giant snake twisted its body, crushing towards Yoshida Jizong. He despairingly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stunning figure appeared before him. The giant snake's form was intercepted by her. Lady C. Peiji! Yoshida Jizong exclaimed excitedly. I'll hold it off. You take your people and retreat first. Leave markers on the way. I'll catch up soon. C. Peiji said, her voice somewhat cold. Hi! Yoshida Jizong got up and ran towards the distance. C. Peiji gripped her knife and launched an attack in an instant. The giant snake sensed the danger. It roared, unleashing all its power. Boom! The terrifying aftermath swept through the surrounding trees. Guan Shen opened the points mall, looking at the 7-figure sum. The legion under him had all reached 10-star advanced. To continue upgrading, he could only use black iron level upgrade cards. System. How many points are needed for a black iron level upgrade card? Guan Chen asked. Ding. Searching for the host. Search complete. Here are the options. Black iron upgrade card, all, priced at 5 million points. Black iron upgrade card, single, priced at 50,000 points. 2 types of cards appeared before Guan Chen. When he saw the prices, he couldn't help but gasp. System. Did you add an extra 0? Guan Chen asked suspiciously. Host. You can insult me, but you cannot insult my conscience. I do legitimate business. How could I sell you a black-hearted card? The system firmly denied it. Host. Star-level life forms can only be considered a beginning. Black iron level onwards is the real evolution. The energy required for upgrading a star-level strength legion is very little. Therefore, the price is relatively cheap. The system explained directly when it saw that Guan Chen didn't believe it. Now I understand. I misunderstood you. Guan Chen thought for a moment and felt that what the system said made sense. No problem. Next time I go shopping, I'll give you a 10% discount. The system said nonchalantly. System. I thank your whole family. Guan Chen's mouth twitched a few times. However, banter aside, the system wouldn't actually give discounts. He temporarily gave up on the idea of upgrading and decided to first expand the number of his legion. Then he would use all the upgrade cards to break through to the black iron level. This way, he could save a lot of points. System. Purchase 200 star-level legion expansion cards. Guan Chen pulled up the interface for purchasing star-level cards again. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully purchased 200 star-level legion expansion cards, costing 4 million points. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Chen's points instantly shrank by 2/3. System. Purchase 36 Black Iron Legion upgrade cards, single. After considering for a moment, Guan Chen decided to upgrade the Xianlei Jiao and the Flame Subdragon to Black Iron Advanced first. These 2 legions couldn't be expanded for now, so upgrading was the way to go. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have purchased 36 Black Iron upgrade cards, single, costing 1,800,000 points. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, and his points shrank again by more than half. Guan Chen did not continue purchasing, he kept some points for emergencies. System. Upgrade the Xianlei Jiao Legion. System. Upgrade the Flame Subdragon Legion. Guan Chen selected the 2 legions and directly used the upgrade cards. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Xianlei Jiao Legion has broken through to Black Iron Advanced. Ding! Congratulations, host, the Flame Subdragon Legion has broken through to Black Iron Advanced. A series of roars erupted from the gardens outside the castle. The roars echoed into the surrounding twisted woods, startling various birds and beasts. System. Expand the Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion. System. Expand the Silver Wing Guard Legion. System. Expand the Radiant Elf Archer Legion. System. Expand the Skeleton Legion. System. Expand the Shadow Sword Demon Legion. Guan Chen selected the remaining legions in one breath. With an average distribution, each legion could receive 40 expansion cards. Ding! Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion expanded by 400 riders. Ding! Silver Wingguard Legion expanded by 400 members. Ding! Radiant Elf Archer Legion expanded by 400 members. Ding! Skeleton Legion, Skeleton Spearman expanded by 100. Skeleton Swordsman expanded by 100. Skeleton Mages expanded by 100. Skeleton Knights expanded by 100 riders. Ding! Shadow Sword Demon Legion expanded by 400 members. The system's voice continued to echo in his mind. In the garden, summoning arrays appeared one after another. 2,000 Legion soldiers materialized in the garden. Salute, my lord! The Legion soldiers lined up neatly and saluted towards the top of the castle. Guan Chen stood on the observation platform, overlooking the garden. Thousands of soldiers already formed a considerable force. After enduring for so long, he finally saw the light. All soldiers, at ease, Guan Chen said excitedly. Yes, the Legion soldiers all stood up. Fortunately, the estate was large enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to accommodate these soldiers. After inspecting, Guan Chen returned to his room. He opened the Legion system to check the number of soldiers. Radiant Elf Archer Legion, 587 members. Silver Wingguard Legion, 575 members. Shadow Sword Demon Legion, 590 members. Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion, 589 riders, Skeleton Legion, 581 members, Skeleton Spearmen, 120, Skeleton Swordsmen, 120, Skeleton Mages, 120, Skeleton Knights, 221, Flame Subdragon Legion, 5 heads, Xianlei Jiao Legion, 5 heads, Fallen Angel Legion, 5 members, excluding the commander, there were a total of 2,937 soldiers. Guan Chen walked into the bathroom. The water supply in the castle estate had long since stopped. A bottle of mineral water was taken out from the spatial ring. In the apocalypse, water resources were not scarce, so he decided to indulge himself for once. The water poured over him felt incredibly refreshing. After casually washing up, Guan Chen collapsed onto the bed. A night without a word. The morning sunlight streamed into the room. Guan Chen woke from his dreams. His biological clock was always very punctual. He got up and walked to the balcony. The sunlight dispelled the gloom of the castle manor. The surrounding twisted trees no longer seemed so terrifying. The chaotic garden from last night had been rejuvenated through the soldiers' efforts. The garden's vegetation was trimmed perfectly, exuding a noble air. After all, among the Legion soldiers, there were those from the west. Their Western-style decor should have given them some insight. The fallen leaves on the ground were all swept clean. The once dilapidated gates and walls had been completely renewed. The moss that had grown on the castle walls was all washed away. Guan Chen dressed neatly and opened the door to his room. The elf girls had been waiting outside for a long time. "Master, do you need a meal?" They slightly bent at the waist, revealing an expanse of snow white. "So white," Guan Chen remarked. "Ha?" The elf girls all showed puzzled expressions. "It's nothing, just clean the room," Guan Chen instructed. "Yes, master." The elf girls entered the room with their tools. Guan Chen walked into the corridor. The surrounding walls and the carpet underfoot were all brand new. There was no trace of yesterday's dilapidation. Not only that, every room had been cleaned thoroughly. "Master, good morning." Guan Chen arrived in the hall, where all the elf girls were gathered below. They bent at the waist, respectfully bowing. "Get up." Guan Chen waved his hand. He suddenly felt the joy of being wealthy. "Master, do you have any plans for today?" Lucifer, dressed in a butler's outfit, approached Guan Chen. "Do you also enjoy role-playing?" Guan Chen looked at Lucifer, suspecting he was the one who initiated it. "Sorry, I took the liberty. If the master doesn't like it, I'll change it immediately." Lucifer quickly lowered his head. "No need. It's quite good." Guan Chen didn't want to dampen his subordinates' enthusiasm. Guan Chen followed the stairs down to the first floor of the hall. The elf girls presented delicious food. "Master, please enjoy your meal," Lucifer said respectfully. Guan Chen lifted the lid, revealing a piece of tender, juicy beef. The meat was taken from the hind leg of an 8-star iron spine cow. The aroma wafting from it instantly made Guan Chen's fingers itch. He picked up the knife and fork and began to share the beef. "Did you make this?" Guan Chen asked Lucifer. "Please give your evaluation, master," Lucifer replied. "Full marks." Guan Chen set down his knife and fork. The elf girls respectfully retreated with the serving tray. This luxurious lifestyle seemed quite nice. Guan Chen didn't want to be an ascetic. Enjoy when it's time to enjoy, and work hard when it's time to work hard. "Let's go. Let's take a walk." Guan Chen recalled the soldiers from the Legion system. Only a few hundred remained to guard the manor. Long had gone hunting alone and had not returned all night. However, from the spiritual imprint, it seemed he was doing well. His strength was continuously breaking through. The road out of the manor was very long. Without a means of transportation, it could take half an hour to walk. But this was not a problem for Guan Chen at all. He condensed the wings of a fallen angel and instantly soared into the air. Lucifer followed behind him as they flew towards the city. The manor where Guan Chen resided used to belong to the outskirts of Sheep City. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, the actual range of Sheep City had shrunk considerably. Although most areas were surrounded by city walls, they had basically all fallen into disrepair. Their only function was to grow food. But for some unknown reason, the original seeds could not adapt to the land of the apocalypse. The Sheep City base army has tried many times, but ultimately failed. This is why a large-scale food crisis erupted, leading to the proliferation of evil organizations in the slums. Instances of cannibalism emerged. Although the base army has been trying to suppress it during this time, the food crisis remains unresolved, and that is not a solution. Guan Shenfei looked at the abandoned fields from the sky. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have genetic seeds on him. Selling the seeds to the base army could earn him some money. This idea is feasible. Not only could he earn crystal cores, but he could also help nourish the city. As he approached the urban area, Guan Chen retracted his fallen angel wings. The golden thread garment shifted, sealing the opening on his back. As for Lucifer, that guy's hair is long enough. Paired with that delicate face, he is even more charming than a woman. Master, your eyes are filled with decadence. Lucifer felt his body tense up. Don't worry. I'm not interested in men. Guan Chen rolled his eyes. As soon as dawn broke, the streets were bustling with people. After the insect race's siege was defeated, the awakened could venture out of the city to hunt. After a night of effort, they returned with full loads. Some were joyful, while others were sorrowful. Not all teams had gains. Many groups returned not only empty-handed but also carrying a few corpses. The corpses bore gruesome claw marks. They had all died at the hands of powerful creatures. Even the survivors were injured and battered. The Awakened Guild is very famous in Sheep City. After all, it is a force on par with the base army. Guan Chen casually inquired and learned its address. The Awakened Guild is a paradise for adventurers. Those unwilling to join the base army can come to the Awakened Guild. It offers quality services, as long as the money is right. Compared to the strict discipline of the base army, most Awakened prefer this place. 2 words. Freedom. Guan Chen arrived in front of the Awakened Guild. It was a magnificent building, bustling with people at the entrance. Many Awakened carried monster limbs on their shoulders. The main purpose of the Awakened Guild is bounty tasks. These tasks can be issued by Awakened, the base army, or merchants. They need to accomplish certain things but cannot go themselves. In such cases, the Awakened Guild is utilized. They can offer high prices to post bounty tasks. The Awakened can choose tasks based on difficulty. Of course, accepting a task requires paying a portion of the task fee. Regardless of whether the task is successful or not, the task fee belongs to the guild. After all, the Adventurers Guild needs to make a living. They cannot provide services for free. The fee ratio only charges 5% of the task amount. Naturally, the Awakened Guild is fair. Anyone posting a task also needs to pay a portion of the deposit. In short, the more tasks posted, the more people accept them, and the more the Awakened Guild earns. This is a lucrative business. Guan Chen walked into the Awakened Guild, where the number of people inside was far greater than outside. The noisy sounds instantly filled the surroundings. Hunt the frenzied dragon crocodile. 6 7-star Awakened needed. Collect ice crystal grass. Need 2 experts in botany. Information on the injured barbarian bull beast only requires 1 5-star crystal core. Don't miss out. The Fang-Tooth team is forming, recruiting members. Various shouts echoed continuously. Early in the morning, the Awakened Guild was already so lively. Little brother, I see your bones are extraordinary. You must be a martial arts genius. Our Ma family martial arts hall is opening. Are you interested in joining? An elderly man approached Guan Chen. He wore a blue and white striped shirt, brown trousers, and a small belt. His eye bags were a bit heavy, but he was dressed quite spiritedly. Not interested, Guan Chen shook his head. Little brother, I can teach you a unique skill. The lightning 5 whips. Think about it. I only charge you half the tuition. The old man kept shouting. Guan Chen quickly walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Hunt the Qingmu poison python, extract the snake gall, reward, 25-star crystal cores. Below the task, the strength and habitat of the Qingmu poison python were noted. Guan Chen found the reward too low and did not continue to pay attention. Rescue the survivors of Qinghu Town, reward, 30,000 Yangcheng coins. Eliminate the little demons on XB Road, reward, 100,000 Yangcheng coins. There were many types of tasks posted, with rewards that were dazzling. There were crystal cores, Yangcheng coins, supplies, items, and so on. The best reward, of course, was the crystal cores. This was the universal currency, usable in any base city. Next were supplies and items, while the worst was the Yangcheng coins. This was the currency issued by Yangcheng. To put it bluntly, if Yangcheng were gone, these coins would be worth less than dirt. Guan Chen scanned a large area but did not find a satisfactory character. Most of the tasks were too simple, and the rewards were very low. Eliminate the zombie tide in Yongning City, reward, 1,000 6-star crystal cores, ding. Task triggered. Eliminate the zombie tide in Yongning City, kill the mutated species, Blade of Deformity, reward, random Legion card x 1-inch. This task was issued by the base military, with a difficulty rating of SS. Accepted. Guan Chen did not hesitate and directly accepted the task. The reward was generous, and it triggered a system task. There was no reason for him not to accept it. Guan Chen's actions immediately attracted the attention of passers-by. They looked at Guan Chen and the task in his hand. The few red S letters on it were striking. What? Someone actually accepted a death task. That's an SS difficulty. This kid, is he asking for death? Probably unhappy with life, wants to commit suicide. As Guan Chen accepted the task, discussions arose around him. Clearly, everyone could see the difficulty of this task. Long ago, when the insect army was besieging, the base military had already issued this task. But until now, no one had dared to accept it, because the mortality rate was too high. The teams that went in almost never returned alive. Over time, it became known as a death task. Now that someone had accepted it again, it naturally caused a stir. Of course, no one believed that Guan Chen could succeed. Kid, I advise you to give up this task. A fierce-looking man blocked Guan Chen's way. Why? Guan Chen asked calmly, showing no fear. Because I want to take this task. The man said. Oh, then you go accept it. This task has no limit on the number of acceptances. Guan Chen thought it was ridiculous. He walked away, ignoring the man. Damn it! You want to die? The man, ignored, instantly became furious. What? You want to fight? Guan Chen said coldly. This was the Awakeners Guild. No one dared to cause trouble here. The man clearly knew this. He said viciously, you have guts. If you can, just hide in the city for the rest of your life. Guan Chen did not respond to the man's threat. He held the task and walked towards the guild's front desk. The onlookers, seeing the strong man humiliated, dispersed. If he dares to leave the city, I'll definitely kill him, the strong man said resentfully, watching Guan Chen's back. Although the task did not limit the number of acceptances, it was a matter of face. Guan Chen had publicly embarrassed him, and this grudge was settled. So, did you accept the task? After the crowd dispersed, a well-dressed man approached the strong man. Young master, I'll accept it right away, the strong man said with a flattering expression upon seeing the man. This time I want Lan Menglin to see my strength. Wang Yang said. Of course. Young master, you are invincible. Miss Lan Menglin must be your woman. Luke flattered. Ha ha ha, I love what you just said. Wang Yang laughed. Captain Lu, but that task has already been taken. Lu Kerson's subordinate spoke up. Just a reckless kid, it's easy to take care of him. Do I need to teach you how to do this? Lu Kerson retorted. Got it, the subordinate nodded. Hello, I'd like to take the task. Guan Chen placed the task on the table. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the receptionist. Sir, are you alone? The receptionist politely asked. Two, actually. Guan Chen pointed to Lucifer. What a handsome man. A glimmer of admiration crossed the receptionist's eyes. She thought to herself. Hello, miss. Lucifer greeted. His voice seemed to have a magical quality. All the attention from the reception area was drawn to him. They had never seen such a perfect man. Whether it was his physique, looks, or aura, he didn't seem like a product of this world. If she could be with him, she would gladly die for it. The receptionist's mind began to wander. Ahem, can you assist me? Guan Chen lightly coughed, interrupting the receptionist's daydreaming. Oh, of course. But this task is quite difficult for both of you. The receptionist's implication was very clear. That seems to have nothing to do with you. Guan Chen frowned. Sorry. I'll process it for you right away. The receptionist seemed to realize she had spoken too much. For some reason, her thoughts were quite chaotic today. She had said something rude. The receptionist felt a bit scared, thankful that the other party didn't seem to want to complain. Otherwise, she would have lost her job. Hello? To take the task, you need to pay 56-star crystal cores first. The receptionist calculated the task fee based on the reward. This so-called task fee was also a form of assessment. The greater the difficulty of the task, the richer the reward, and the higher the task fee. Generally, those who could afford it were not weaklings. Guan Chen took out the crystal cores and placed them on the table. These were the spoils from the Fallen Angel Legion's monster hunt last night. Sir, I'll take care of this for you. The receptionist no longer had any doubts. Guan Chen could casually take out crystal cores, so he was definitely not weak. You just need to bring back the head of the mutated species to complete the task, the receptionist said, having finished the registration. Thank you. Guan Chen didn't linger and walked straight out of the Awakeners Guild. The receptionists looked at him with reluctant expressions. Ladies, looking forward to seeing you next time, Lucifer said politely. After Guan Chen exited the Awakeners Guild, he didn't leave the city immediately. He headed towards the central building, which was the core area of the base army. It was the residence of the strongest in Sheep City, Wei Qianfan. Lucifer, wait for me here. Okay, master. Lucifer nodded. Guan Chen's appearance began to change continuously. A majestic man walked out of the alley. He strode towards the central building. Halt! This is a restricted area of the base army. Before Guan Chen could approach the building, he was stopped by patrolling soldiers. Gentlemen, I happen to acquire some gene seeds. I'd like to make a deal with you. He spread his hands, revealing the gene seeds in his palms. Ah! The soldiers hesitated. Please wait a moment, I'll report this. The soldier hurriedly ran into the building. The research department had specifically emphasized that anyone encountering gene seeds should report immediately. A few minutes later, a woman in a white coat with a stunning figure appeared at the entrance of the building. Her towering figure seemed to stretch her clothes to the limit. You have gene seeds? The woman curiously examined Guan Chen. Her aggressive gaze seemed to want to swallow him whole. Yes, potatoes and sweet potatoes. Which one do you want? In Guan Chen's hand, 2 seeds appeared. Compared to ordinary seeds, the genetic seeds were more plump. Subtle energy radiated from within. Indeed, they are genetic seeds. Yue Wei's eyes lit up. Little brother, I want them all. She parted her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes fixed on Guan Chen. That look left no room for refusal. No problem, but there are many people outside. Guan Chen replied with a smile, revealing an expression that suggested he understood. He had already disguised himself, so there was no need to be timid. Please. Yue Wei instructed the soldiers to push open the door, and the two entered the building. This kid is so lucky. He gets to be personally attended by Dr. Yu. The guard soldiers revealed envious expressions. The whole building knew that Yue Wei was a definite beauty. Countless people pursued her. Even among the young and capable officers in the base's military, many had fallen at her feet. As Guan Chen entered the building, he was enveloped in a technological atmosphere. The staff in the department were busy running around. From time to time, fully armed soldiers patrolled within the building. Little brother, how did you obtain your seeds? Yue Wei asked as they entered the elevator. At that moment, there were only the 2 of them in the elevator. They dropped from monsters. Guan Chen replied, maintaining his composure in front of the alluring Yue Wei. Ding! The elevator quickly reached the floor, and the 2 stepped out. This was the research department, filled with staff in white coats. As soon as Guan Chen exited the elevator, he felt several hostile gazes. Using his perception, he discovered they were all men. Big sister, your charm is quite impressive, Guan Chen remarked. My name is Yue Wei. You can just call me Wei Jie, Yue Wei said generously. Wei Jie, do you have many suitors? Guan Chen asked. Why, do you want to pursue your sister? My man must be exceptionally outstanding. Yue Wei replied with a smile. That's not it, I was just asking casually. The 2 quickly arrived at the research room. This is my exclusive office. No outsiders will disturb us. Little brother, you can take out the seeds now, right? Yue Wei's face was full of anticipation. Guan Chen took the genetic seeds out from his spatial ring. Over 1,000 seeds were piled on the table. Spatial ring. Yue Wei's face showed surprise. After the apocalypse broke out, many miraculous things gradually became known to people, but items related to space were still very rare. I got lucky. Unfortunately, I don't have many. Otherwise, I'd give you one, Guan Chen said with a smile. Are you proposing? Yue Wei dismissed it, thinking Guan Chen was joking. So, what do you think? Guess a price. Guan Chen did not continue the topic. His purpose for this trip was still to sell seeds. Teasing Yue Wei was out of respect for her. Let me think. Yue Wei sat in a chair, her long legs quite eye-catching. How about this? Sister will first try your genetic seeds. If they are good, then I'll make an offer. How about that? Yue Wei thought of a good idea. Sure. How do you want to test them? Guan Chen asked. Little brother, don't underestimate me. Sister is a plant master. Yue Wei placed the seeds into the soil. Her palms radiated gentle energy. In a moment, the seeds began to sprout. Then, they spread rapidly around. Yue Wei continuously infused energy, and the genetic seeds began to bear fruit. Guan Chen watched as a large expanse of sweet potato leaves emerged, with a yield at least 10 times that of ordinary seeds. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised that Yue Wei was also an awakened one. Although plant masters had no combat power, they had outstanding roles in other fields. Wei Jie. Impressive, Guan Chen said. Of course. I am also a 7-star awakened, Yue Wei replied proudly. She picked up the shovel and turned over the surface soil, revealing the plump sweet potatoes underneath. Indeed, it's a genetically modified seed, and the quality is quite good. A joyful expression appeared on Yue Wei's face. The food issue had always troubled Young City. To ensure the stable development of the base city, this problem had to be solved. Little brother, you've really helped a lot. Yue happily embraced Guan Chen. The softness of her chest pressed tightly against him. Sister Wei, my name is Li Guan. Guan Chen gave a false name. In the world of Jianghu, who could avoid being hurt? Yue released her arms, letting go of Guan Chen. You almost suffocated me. Guan Chen whispered. What? Yue asked, puzzled. It's nothing. We should talk about the price now. As a qualified businessman, one must never let emotions cloud their judgment. Tofu is still to be eaten, and crystal cores are still to be earned. Little brother Li Guan, 2 5-star crystal cores. 1 seed. Yue asked tentatively. Sure. Give Sister Wei some face. Guan Chen did not haggle. He had originally planned to help Young City. Earning crystal cores was just a bonus. As long as the price wasn't too low, he could accept it. Great. On behalf of the millions of citizens of Young City, thank you. Yue showed a delighted expression. The genetic seed cultivation plan had reached its final stage. This batch of seeds from Guan Chen would play a crucial role. If all went well, the wasteland of Young City would soon be cultivated and planted. Yue called over her assistant, a beautiful girl. Although her figure was not as good as Yue's, her looks were comparable. Sister Wei, did you call for me? Han Xiaoran walked into the laboratory. She looked at Guan Chen with curiosity on her face. This is Li Guan, my apprentice Han Xiaoran. Yue introduced them. Hello, the two greeted each other. Xiaoran, go to the storeroom and fetch a batch of crystal cores. Okay, Sister Wei. Han Xiaoran nodded and left the laboratory. Little brother, can you help your sister with a small favor? Yue suddenly spoke up. With so many suitors, do you still need my help? Guan Chen said with curiosity. Humph, those are all useless. Yue said disdainfully. What kind of favor? You tell me first. Guan Chen didn't rush to agree. I need a mutated plant called by Luo Tang. Little brother, can you help me get it? Yue asked expectantly. Option 1, directly refuse Yue's request, reward Yue's favorability drops sharply. Option 2, claim to be weak and unable to fulfill the request, reward 6-star crystal core X1. Option 3, fulfill Yue's request, reward black iron upgrade card, all, X1, Yue's favorability rises sharply. Alright. But you have to tell me the specific location. Guan Chen decisively agreed, purely for the black iron upgrade card. Great. Thank you. Little brother Li Guan. Yue smiled sweetly, very charmingly. A mature and sexy woman like her was simply a killer for young men. By Luo Tang. You can find it in the Beast Canyon. Yue told Guan Chen the address. The Beast Canyon was not a former place name but a location newly marked by Young City after the apocalypse broke out. By the way, this is an electronic map. You should find it useful. Yue remembered something. She took out a high-tech electronic watch from her pocket. With a tap on it, a detailed map instantly appeared. These areas have all been cultivated by Young City. Yue handed the electronic watch to Guan Chen. Sisters matter, I'll leave it to you. Once the task is completed, I can fulfill one of your requests. Guan Chen took the electronic watch, still warm from Yue's touch. It's just a small effort, nothing to worry about. If it weren't for the system options, Guan Chen might not have helped Yue. Knock, knock, knock. Han Xiaoran pushed open the door, wheeling in a cart full of crystal cores. Sister Wei, I've brought the crystal cores. You can go out now. Han Xiaoran nodded and left the laboratory. Count the quantity. Yue said. No need. I trust you. Han Xiaoran had already checked with his mental power when he entered. A total of 2,125-star crystal cores. Guan Chen stored all the crystal cores in his spatial ring. After getting the bill Yuoding, how do I find you? Guan Chen suddenly remembered something. I live in Tianhua community, you can come directly to find me. Yue provided an address. Alright, then I'll leave first. No need to see me off. He stood up and left the room. Wait, Guan. Sister Wei asked me to see you off. Han Xiaoran ran over. Oh, Guan Chen didn't say much. The two walked side by side, attracting quite a few hostile glances. Those gazes were mainly directed at Guan Chen. After exiting the building, Guan Chen disappeared into the street. Master. Guan Chen returned to his original appearance, and Lucifer approached him. Let's go. Out of the city. Guan Chen didn't pause for a moment. Yes, Master. Lucifer nodded. The two arrived at the city gate. Outside the city, the battlefield was littered with corpses. Even after a night of cleaning, the bodies still piled up like mountains. As Guan Chen passed by, he saw many ordinary people transporting the corpses. There were several spots on the battlefield where bodies were being burned. Gradually distancing from Yang City, the city wall behind them turned into a black line until it completely disappeared. Just as Guan Shen stepped out of the city, Luke received news. Boss, the people we left at the city gate saw that kid leave the city. In a luxurious room, Luke was enjoying the service of a maid. This kid actually has some guts. Have you checked his identity? Luke dismissed the maid and spoke privately with his subordinate. Checked. There's no one by that name among the major forces. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a wanderer. The subordinate reported. Very good. A wanderer dares to provoke me. You're dead. Even heaven can't save you, Luke said with a sinister smile. Wanderers, generally referred to those awakened beings without a home. They have many other names, such as scavengers, bounty hunters, and so on. Get ready. Bring the young master. The hunt begins. Luke stretched his muscles, making crackling sounds. Yes, boss. The subordinate nodded and quickly exited the room. Before the apocalypse, he was Wang Yong's enforcer, deeply trusted by him. After the outbreak, he relied on the Wang family as a stronghold. Acting within Yang City, he was even more unscrupulous. Any woman he set his sights on could be easily obtained, whether through coercion or temptation. Anyone who displeased him would be dealt with directly. Compared to before, he preferred the current world. There were no rules to bind him, he could do whatever he wanted. And the Wang family, they were a prominent clan in Yang City even before the apocalypse. They had a huge influence in business, politics, and the military. At the beginning of the apocalypse, they used their family power to help their clan members rise rapidly. Now, the head of the Wang family is a 10-star powerhouse. He commands the 6th Legion of Yang City. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Wang Yang is the legitimate son of the Wang family, highly valued by the family head. Naturally, Luke's status also rose accordingly. Some leaders of other forces had to call him Brother Lu when they saw him. Moments later, a fully armed team gathered at Luke's villa. 1,000 awakened beings, all above 5 stars in strength. This was all of Luke's resources. To ensure Wang Yong's safety, he had put in a lot of effort. Forming such a team was no easy task. Fortunately, the Wang family was wealthy, and Wang Yong trusted him greatly. That's why he could gather so many awakened beings in such a short time. Beep beep beep. The sound of a car horn echoed at the entrance of the villa. A luxury sports car slowly drove into the villa. Wang Yong stepped out of the car, accompanied by a beautiful woman. The woman's appearance was at least a 9 out of 10. Her figure was well proportioned, with not a hint of excess fat. Her curves were ample where they should be, perfectly proportioned. Even compared to the big stars before the apocalypse, she was no less stunning. Luke Yong felt a twinge of envy in his heart. Any woman Wang Yong casually chose would be enough to make him drool. However, Luke Yong had managed to get to this point mainly because he understood how to assess the situation. He knew what to think about and what not to think about. Young Master Wang. Luke Yong hurried over. His gaze did not wander at all, as if the woman beside Wang Yang did not exist. Is everything ready? Wang Yang nodded. Everything is set. Just waiting for you, young Master Wang, Luke Yong replied. Schwerer, I'm going out for a few days. You behave and wait for me at home. I'll make it up to you when I return, Wang Yang said, reaching out to pat the woman's perky bottom. Young Master Wang, so many people are watching. I'm so embarrassed, Schwerer said shyly. Then I'm leaving. Although Wang Yang was lecherous, he wasn't a fool. He was well aware of the dangers of the wilderness. Bringing along an ordinary person would be nothing but a burden. He also didn't want the delicate beauty to end up in a zombie's mouth. A brief separation, at least for a wilder release. You have to come back quickly. I'll miss you, Schwerer said tenderly. Okay, I'll bring you a gift when I return, Wang Yang said, then followed the team out of the villa. Just as they exited the villa, an old man blocked their path. Upon seeing the old man, Luke Yong's eyes lit up. He quickly stepped forward to greet him. Uncle Yen. Luke Yong bowed respectfully. This time, I will accompany the young master on this mission, the old man said. His voice was strong and powerful, showing no signs of being an elderly man. That's great. With Uncle Yen here, the mission will be a piece of cake, Luke Yong said. The old man before them was named Yin Yen, Wang Yong's personal butler. Although he was also a servant of the Wang family, his status was countless times higher than Luke Yong's. He was an 8-star intermediate powerhouse and a mentalist. The profession of a mentalist was incredibly powerful, capable of using mental force to kill invisibly. Even when facing someone stronger than himself, he could easily take them down. However, mentalists had a significant drawback. Their physical strength was very weak, and when encountering someone with stronger mental power, their abilities would become ineffective. but such situations were almost impossible to encounter. Cultivating mental power was extremely difficult, unlike energy, which could be enhanced by absorbing crystal cores. Uncle Yen. Wang Yang also greeted the old man respectfully upon seeing him. Although he was a playboy, he still maintained the respect due to Yen Yen. The man had taken care of him since childhood. He was also an 8-star mentalist, capable of joining the direct line of the team. Although he was the heir of the Wang family, he was not without threats. Those outstanding cousins and siblings were always watching him, ready to pull him down at any opportunity. Thus, cultivating direct line strength was an urgent plan for him. Luke Yong felt this way, and so did Yen Yen. The so-called playboy of the Wang family was, in fact, not a playboy at all. Young master, this old servant has been ordered to protect you, but the master has instructed that unless absolutely necessary, this old servant will not intervene, Yen Yen said. This mission was essentially a test for Wang Yang. Unless there was a life-threatening situation, he would not take action. Understood, Uncle Yen. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Wang Yang nodded. Young master can rest assured. The master has also sent 3 8-star powerhouses to assist. Yen Yen opened his mouth to speak. Young master. As soon as Yen Yan's voice fell, 3 awakened ones appeared at the front of the team. Silent as shadows, no one noticed their presence. Even Wang Yang was oblivious. Then I will rely on you all. After the task is accomplished, this young master will reward you handsomely. Wang Yang knew that these 3 were the support his father had given him. He could take this opportunity to win them over. Young master, you are too polite. Protecting your safety is our responsibility. The 3 did not act arrogantly. Although they possessed the strength of 8-star intermediates, they were nothing compared to the colossal Wang family. They had allied with the Wang family to gain more resources. Ha ha, then let's set off. Wang Yang got into the jeep, and the team continued to advance. The 4 figures vanished, blending into the group. Guan Chen walked along the desolate highway. He was unaware of the plan that Luke was using. Even if he knew, he would only look down on it. An ant shaking a tree, how laughable. Guan Chen planned to head to Yongning City first to kill the mutated species, the aberrant blade. After all, the reward for this task was the most important Legion card. Compared to the Legion card, other rewards were insignificant. Moreover, this was a designated task. If someone else killed it first, that would be a disaster. Guan Chen opened the electronic map in his hand. He had already scanned this electronic watch with the system. It did not have any positioning devices installed, so he felt safe using it. His finger lightly tapped on the virtual map. Instantly, several optimal routes appeared. The main road he was currently on was the safest route. However, it required a detour, which would waste a lot of time. The remaining 2 routes involved crossing the mountains, significantly shortening the time. But the probability of encountering attacks would also rise sharply. After all, the mountainous areas were all considered unknown territories. The Sheep City currently did not have the capability to clear them. Guan Chen adjusted his direction and proceeded along another route. This route would reach Yongning City the fastest, but the danger level was also higher, as it required crossing the Yunlin mountain range. The mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, one of the largest mountains near Sheep City. The Yunlin mountain range was shrouded in clouds and mist year-round, with an excellent ecological environment inside. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, it became a forbidden area for humans. But for the beast race, it was paradise. The beast race referred to the locally mutated creatures. Their numbers were vast, and they were not weak against foreign races at all. If this trend continued, the future would be a situation of various races standing tall. The position of human supremacy would be completely altered, becoming ants struggling in the mud. But for civilization to continue, humanity must constantly evolve. The vast plains around gradually became rugged. A dragon-like mountain range twisted and turned across the horizon. Clouds and mist surged, enveloping the peaks. The endless mountains were filled with mysterious colors. Let's go! Faced with the imposing Yunlin mountain range, Guan Chen felt no fear. He led Lucifer towards the mountains. The closer they got to the Yunlin mountain range, the more they could feel its oppressive presence. Humph! Before entering the mountains, a group of flying mutated beasts appeared. This was a group of avian mutated beasts. Compared to ordinary sparrows, they were much larger. Their wings spread out, measuring over 4 meters long, with a pair of sharp claws at the connecting point. The enormous bird claws reflected a cold gleam. Name: Giant Claw Sparrow. Potential: 8 stars strength, 6 stars intermediate skills, dive, giant claw strike. Description: a creature mutated from birds, possessing enormous claws with great destructive power. Guan Chen glanced over the flock of birds, and the system quickly provided information. The giant claw sparrows soon spotted Guan Chen. They circled in the air and directly initiated a dive. The massive bird claws reached out towards Guan Chen, looking for death. In Guan Chen's hand, the blood-drinking blade coalesced. After breaking through the black iron level, the blood-drinking blade could change freely. When not in use, it was replaced with a rope, coiled around his arm. Whoosh! The blood-red sword light flashed, cleaving a giant claw sparrow in half. Splatter! The giant claw sparrow's body was instantly split apart, blood and entrails spraying out and falling to the ground. Guan Chen leaped high, the blood-drinking blade continuously slashing. Blood blossoms kept bursting forth, the corpses of the giant claw sparrows falling one after another from the air. TSK. Seeing the situation turn dire, the giant claw sparrows all tried to flee. Humph. Want to escape? Lucifer. Go! Guan Chen snorted coldly. Since they dared to attack him, they would all be left behind. As you command, Master. Lucifer flapped his wings and shot into the sky. The judgment of doom traced a graceful arc. Whoosh! Splatter! Blood-stained feathers danced in the air. These giant claw sparrows were only of 6-star strength. Faced with the high-level Lucifer of black iron, they had no chance to resist. The flock of giant claw sparrows was soon wiped out. Dozens of 6-star crystal cores fell from the air. Guan Chen stored the crystal cores in his spatial ring and continued toward the Yunlin mountain range. The surrounding terrain gradually became rugged, and the trees began to multiply. Roar! A fierce roar erupted from the thicket in front of Guan Chen. Dozens of ferocious mutated beasts charged out in an instant. Guan Chen summoned all the soldiers of his legion. He hadn't expected the Yunlin mountain range to be so perilous. Just upon entering, he encountered a series of attacks from mutated beasts. The legion soldiers appeared and immediately charged forward. Those mutated beasts had clearly been rampaging for a long time. Faced with the fierce assault of the legion soldiers, they were suddenly thrown into a panic. Splatter! Dozens of mutated beasts were instantly killed by the legion soldiers. Guan Chen ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield and then pushed deeper into the mountains. Thousands of high-level 10-star soldiers shattered the tranquility of the Yunlin mountain range. The mutated beasts here had evidently been living in comfort for a long time. They never imagined that humans, like ants, could be so powerful. Guan Chen sprinted through the Yunlin mountain range, instantly startling the groups of mutated beasts. They all came out to check the situation, only to be killed by the legion soldiers. Along the way, there were corpses of mutated beasts everywhere. Guan Chen didn't waste any time and directly used the blood-drinking blade to absorb them. The energy within him began to accumulate slowly. He looked at the electronic map in his hand. His current position was already quite deep. It was rare for ordinary awakened ones to reach this point. Guan Chen noticed that the deeper he went into the Yunlin mountain range, the stronger the mutated beasts became. Originally ordinary 6-star mutated beasts had already turned into 8-star ones. Moreover, this trend of growth showed no signs of stopping. 7-star mutated beasts had already appeared before Guan Chen, but the map indicated that he had not yet entered the deepest part. At this rate, the deepest area might have black iron level mutated beasts. Even silver level mutated beasts could appear. Deep within the Yunlin mountain range, in a profound cave, 6 scarlet eyes suddenly opened. The cave began to tremble, and a massive figure gradually emerged. The surrounding mutated beasts all lay on the ground, trembling in fear. They looked at the figure in front of the cave and crawled low to the ground. Roar! A furious roar erupted, and the mutated beasts scattered in all directions. In the misty forest, the ground was covered with the corpses of mutated beasts. Guan Chen gripped the blood-drinking blade, absorbing the flesh and blood of the mutated beasts. The deeper he went into the Yunlin mountain range, the denser the mist became. Naturally, the strength of the mutated beasts also increased. After absorbing a large amount of flesh and blood, the level of the blood-drinking blade had already broken through to mid-level black iron. He had also accumulated quite a bit of energy within him. Although he had not yet reached the conditions for a breakthrough, he was not far off. In Guan Chen's hand, he held a 9-star crystal core. The Legion soldiers stood guard in the surrounding woods. Above the treetops, the fallen Angel Legion kept watch. He began to absorb the crystal cores, energy flooding into his body like a tide. The crystal core in his hand was quickly consumed. The energy within him continued to accumulate, but there were no signs of a breakthrough. Guan Chen noticed that the energy required for a breakthrough increased the further he went. A few 10-star crystal cores appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Guan Chen grasped them and began to absorb. Boom! The surging energy crashed against his body. His strength instantly broke through to 10 stars. Ha! Guan Chen let out a sigh of relief. The restless energy began to calm down, becoming a part of his body. This is the power of the initial 10 stars. Guan Chen casually threw a punch, shattering the giant tree before him. In Yang City, such strength would be enough to command a legion. Congratulations! The master's strength has reached a new level. Lucifer landed on the ground. We are now deep within the Yunlin mountain range. The previous waves of monster attacks all had 9-star mutated beasts among them. We need to be more cautious on the road ahead, Guan Chen said. Understood. The leaders of the legion all nodded. As Guan Chen spoke, the bushes in the distance stirred. Who? Lucifer said warily. It's nothing. Long Chia has returned. Guan Chen sensed Long Chia's presence through the mark. Master. Long Chia's figure appeared before Guan Chen. Get up. You've worked hard to come all this way. Guan Chen had originally wanted Long Chia to stay in the estate in Yang City. I want to protect the master's safety, Long Chia said. You've gained quite a bit in this day. Guan Chen could clearly feel that Long Chia's strength had become even more formidable. Since everyone is here, let's continue our journey. Guan Chen did not linger for long. The team was reorganized and continued deeper into the mountains. The Thunder Beast riders forged ahead. With their 10-star advanced strength and terrifying iron hooves, they could easily crush anything unless it was a black iron-level monster. The mountainous terrain was not favorable for cavalry combat, but that was only for ordinary cavalry. After all, horses had their mobility restricted in the woods. However, the Thunder Beast riders were special cavalry. They could exert their maximum combat power in both plains and forests. The Shadowblade Demon and Silver Wing Guards flanked the sides, mainly dealing with monsters attacking from the sides. The Skeleton Legion was responsible for the rear. Guan Chen rode on the Azure Scale, positioned at the center of the team. The speed of the team's advance was not particularly fast, as they needed to clear the battlefield along the way. If they encountered a massive group of mutated beasts, they would pause for a moment. The bloodthirsty blade in Long Chia needed to devour flesh to evolve. Guan Chen needed to absorb crystal cores. Such a great monster hunting spot in the Yunlin mountain range could not be wasted easily. The surrounding mist had already affected visibility. Guan Chen knew that they were likely at the deepest part of the Yunlin mountain range. The mutated beasts here were at least 10 stars in strength. Sure enough, a pack of double-horned wolves launched an attack. These double-horned wolves had sharp claws, their mouths dripping with foul saliva, revealing terrifying fangs. Their skin was covered in hard spines. A pair of massive horns grew from their heads. The strength of the double-horned wolves was generally above 10 stars, with the lead wolf being the strongest, possessing black iron-level strength. Lucifer, leave the lead wolf to you. The rest of the soldiers, charge at the wolf pack with all your might. Guan Chen commanded methodically. Although the strength of the double-horned wolf pack was formidable, it was only so to others. He felt no fear at all. The number of double-horned wolves was at least several hundred. They charged through the forest towards the Legion soldiers, seeking death. Shen Lian's gaze sharpened as he swung his massive sword. A double-horned wolf that lunged at him was directly cleaved away. A crack appeared on that hard head. Die! Shen Lian charged forward with his sword, taking advantage of the opponent's momentary disorientation to directly sever its head. The soldiers joined the fray, engaging in a fierce battle with the double-horned wolf pack. The strength of the double-horned wolves was not to be underestimated, and the Legion soldiers also sustained injuries. Guan Chen used recovery cards and supply cards to maintain the combat effectiveness of the Legion soldiers. The double-horned wolves, however, did not have such privileges. As time passed, their fighting power gradually plummeted. Ultimately, they were completely annihilated under the siege of the Legion soldiers. Clean up the battlefield, Guan Chen quickly ordered. The Legion soldiers began to clear the area. Master, the mist around us is getting thicker. Lucifer spoke up. Rustle, rustle. The ground began to churn. Song Lin quickly reacted and jumped away from the spot. Put! A massive maw burst forth from the ground, snapping at the air. It was a gigantic earth dragon. Scales covered its body, and countless small feet wriggled incessantly. It had no eyes, its entire head was just a large mouth. Inside that mouth were countless tentacles, each lined with sharp teeth. A nightmare for those with trypophobia. Be careful, there's more. Guan Chen instantly activated his perception ability. Beneath the Legion, dozens of auras were rapidly approaching. Prepare for battle. Guan Chen leaped down from Song Lin's back. He gripped the blood-drinking blade and thrust it toward the ground. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. The enormous head also broke through the earth. It opened its mouth, attempting to completely swallow Guan Chen. You want to eat me? Guan Chen's figure instantly vanished from the spot. The giant mouth closed, swallowing only Guan Chan's afterimage. Name: Demon Earth Dragon Potential, Black Iron Strength, Black Iron Beginner Ability, Unknown Evaluation, an Earth Dragon that mutated after being tainted with demon blood, fused with various evil elements within. Guan Chen's gaze swept over, and the system quickly provided an answer. Demon blood. Where did this demon blood come from in the Yunlin Mountains? Although he was somewhat puzzled, his offensive actions did not cease for a moment. Guan Chen exerted force beneath his feet, and his figure shot out in an instant. The sharp blade easily pierced through the defenses of the demon earth dragon. The blood-drinking blade tasted blood and became incredibly excited. The bloody tentacles flew about like needles, piercing into the body of the demon earth dragon. Its massive body instantly shriveled. The demon earth dragon was drained of blood and flesh, leaving only a layer of withered skin. The tentacles coiled around a crystal core and presented it to Guan Chen. More and more demon earth dragons broke through the soil. The formation of the legion was instantly thrown into chaos. Steady! Don't panic! Form a casual formation of 50 and surround these creatures. Guan Chen quickly commanded. The formation that had been disrupted reassembled. The legion had absolute synergy. All the soldiers followed Guan Chen's orders. Although the strength of the demon earth dragon was only at the black iron beginner level, the sheer number of the legion gave them a decisive advantage. 50 soldiers could easily overpower the demon earth dragon. There's power in numbers. The continuous attacks made Guan Chen realize that things were not so simple. Master, I sense a powerful aura approaching, Lucifer suddenly said. Boom! The ground trembled violently. In the thick white mist, a massive figure emerged. It was a monster resembling a giant snake. Its body was several dozen meters long and as thick as a car. At the head, 3 forks extended out. Each fork was a head. Twisted horns grew from the tops of these heads. The middle head seemed to have flames swirling in its mouth. The left head exuded a chilling cold, while the right head flashed with purple lightning. 4 thick claws were deeply embedded in the ground. In the misty half-air, it seemed as if 9 chains were constantly waving. Guan Chen utilized his perception ability to see clearly those swinging chains. They were the tails of a monster, with a ferocious snake head at the end. A terrifying aura erupted from the monster. Name: 3-headed demon snake potential, gold strength, silver beginner ability, unknown evaluation, a creature from hell, with demon blood flowing in its veins. Its 3 heads possess the powers of fire, ice, and lightning, making it an extremely powerful being. Guan Chen's gaze swept over the colossal creature before him. The system quickly provided information. Silver level. He gasped in shock. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. Master, this is a troublesome fellow. I can sense the aura of hell from it. Lucifer spoke up. Lucifer, can you fight? After a brief shock, Guan Chen quickly regained his composure. So what if it was silver level? He had 3 high-level black iron legions. Who would win was still uncertain. I can fight. Lucifer nodded. Relocate the battlefield, Guan Chen commanded. The legion soldiers were still battling the demon earth dragon. This was not an ideal battlefield. Understood. Lucifer soared into the sky. He held the judgment of doom and brushed past the 3-headed demon snake. Whoosh! A long wound appeared on the head of the 3-headed demon snake. It roared. It let out a furious roar, its hatred value instantly skyrocketing. Lucifer did not linger and flew away into the distance. The 3-headed demon snake changed direction, its head biting towards Lucifer. Unfortunately, its speed was still too slow. Lucifer's figure had already vanished before it. The 3-headed demon snake, unwilling to give up, chased after him. It vowed to tear this ant that had harmed it into pieces. You deal with the demon earth dragon. Yes, master, the legion commander replied. Guan Chen mounted the azure scale and chased after the direction where the 3-headed demon snake had disappeared. Lucifer flapped his wings, pulling the 3-headed demon snake along. He varied his speed, maintaining a distance. He could let the 3-headed demon snake catch up, but not completely close the gap. Master, a valley has been discovered ahead. Lucifer's voice came through. You lead the 3-headed demon snake there, and I'll come right away. Guan Chen instructed. Yes, master. Lucifer accelerated, charging into the valley. The 3-headed demon snake pursued relentlessly. Its massive body knocked down clusters of trees. Suddenly, it found itself falling, rolling directly into the valley. Boom! Its body kicked up dust as it crashed into the valley. But for the 3-headed demon snake, this level of impact was merely a surface injury. Fool! Lucifer flapped his wings, hovering above the valley. He looked at the 3-headed demon snake and let out a merciless laugh. Roar! The intelligence of the 3-headed demon snake was equivalent to that of a child. It could hear the mocking tone. Struggling, it got up from the ground. Fiery flames instantly spewed into the air. Lucifer flapped his wings, quickly dodging the flames' attack. He flew towards the three-headed demon snake, close to the fire pillar. The Judgment of Doom slashed down, striking its neck. Clang! The scales of the three-headed demon snake were incredibly hard. The Judgment of Doom only scraped off a few scales, achieving no further results. These scales were nothing but a minor annoyance to the three-headed demon snake. Wow! Truly a silver creature. It's a pity my power is no longer what it used to be. Otherwise, I could kill you with a single sword strike. Lucifer lamented. His figure quickly retreated. A sharp snake head lunged at the spot where he had just been. Facing the three-headed demon snake, Lucifer had to be cautious. If he were unfortunate enough to be bitten, it would be quite troublesome. This was the most troublesome opponent he had encountered since his arrival. The three-headed demon snake, seeing its attack miss, was extremely furious. It exerted its limbs and lunged into the air. The serpent's head extended continuously, rushing swiftly to Lucifer's front. Chains of sin. Lucifer opened his palm. A gray chain instantly coiled around the three-headed demon serpent. Crack! The chain firmly trapped the body of the three-headed demon serpent. But before it could hold for even half a second, it was broken free by the opponent. The three-headed demon serpent fell into the valley. Its crimson vertical pupils revealed an expression of anger. Being toyed with time and again had pushed its fury to the limit. All of its heads concentrated energy. Flames, frost, and thunder, 3 beams of energy shot towards Lucifer. Lucifer's figure moved quickly above the valley. But the three-headed demon serpent changed tactics. The energy spewed from its head surrounded Lucifer from different directions. Hell's Demon Gate. Lucifer's expression tightened slightly. He extended his hand, and the Hell's Demon Gate materialized before him. The gate slowly opened, revealing a twisted deep red passage. On the other side of the gate was Hell. The 3 elemental energy attacks were all absorbed by the Hell's Demon Gate. Cold sweat began to bead on Lucifer's forehead. Clearly, the energy required to sustain the Hell's Demon Gate was immense. Whoosh! A blood-red light streaked across the sky above the valley. The bloodthirsty blade pierced the head of the three-headed demon serpent. Bang! The powerful force caused it to lose balance instantly. Lucifer seized the opportunity to escape the range of elemental attacks. Guan Chen rode out from the woods on his azure-scaled mount. One by one, fire wyverns and thunder dragons charged into the valley. 5 fallen angels flew into the sky above the valley. Guan Chen waved, and the bloodthirsty blade fell into his hand. Hiss! The 3 serpent heads let out piercing roars. The sound waves spread outwards. Nearby birds and beasts scattered in all directions. Kill! Guan Chen spoke. The 3-headed demon serpent, toyed with, had its inner fury completely ignited. It vowed to swallow the ants before it whole. Only then could it vent its anger. Its sinuous body twisted violently. The grass and trees of the valley were swept up by it. 9 terrifying serpent heads and tails lunged at the crowd. The Legion's soldiers hurriedly dodged the attacks. Boom! The serpent's tail struck around, causing trees to fall one after another. Guan Chen gripped the bloodthirsty blade, weaving through the valley's woods. The tail of the 3-headed demon serpent continuously unleashed attacks of thunder, fire, and poison. Guan Chen watched the falling energy, his figure constantly dodging. Lucifer wielded his sword, slashing at the 3-headed demon serpent. The fallen angels also landed on that massive body. Their cross-shaped swords pierced into the flesh of the 3-headed demon serpent. Hiss! It let out a roar, swinging its body around. One fallen angel was unfortunate enough to be hit. The terrifying force erupted instantly. The fallen angel was smashed into the forest of the valley. Although he did not die on the spot, he was severely injured. Feathers from his wings scattered all over the ground. His chest was also somewhat caved in. This demonstrated just how terrifying the power of the 3-headed demon serpent was. Guan Chen quickly used a recovery card to heal that fallen angel. The thunder dragon pounced on the 3-headed demon serpent, its sharp teeth and claws tearing through the hard scales, ripping away the crimson flesh. The thunder dragon was also several meters long. Although it was not as large as the 3-headed demon serpent, it was not far off. The fire wyvern also launched an assault, recklessly crashing into the 3-headed demon serpent. The terrifying impact destabilized the 3-headed demon serpent's body. The attacks aimed at Lucifer's head were thus disrupted. The energy attacks spewed from the 3 serpent heads fell into the valley's woods. In an instant, large areas of trees were destroyed by the energy. Guan Chen seized this opportunity, charging directly in front of the 3-headed demon serpent. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand thrust forward fiercely. Clang! A terrifying recoil force surged from his hand. Blood Demon Hand. Guan Chen unleashed a powerful force. A bloody, terrifying demonic arm instantly coalesced. The entire right side of his shoulder was covered by the blood demon's hand. With the blessing of the blood demon's hand, Guan Chen broke through the defenses of the three-headed demon snake. The blood-drinking blade was deeply embedded in flesh and blood. Instant shadow. His figure vanished from the spot. A massive snake head crashed down where he had just been. The blood-drinking blade seemed to come alive. Countless blood and flesh tentacles spread out around him. Those tentacles were relentless, invading even when the scales were tightly closed. The three-headed demon snake sensed something was wrong. Its own blood seemed to be frantically siphoned away. It extended its front claws, trying to tear off the blood and flesh tentacles. All the trouble stemmed from it. Swift shadow technique. Guan Chen's speed surged instantly. He charged forward, smashing towards the three-headed demon snake's front claws. Explosive fist. Energy gathered in his right arm, bursting forth with immense power under the blessing of the blood demon's hand. Boom! His fist struck the thick front claws. Crack! The hard scales shattered into pieces. Blood seeped out from the cracks. Guan Chen's situation was not good either. The recoil from the front claws caused his arm bone to fracture. Master! Lucifer, seeing Guan Chen injured, wanted to come down to help. Don't worry about me, hold its head down. Guan Chen shouted. As you command. Lucifer steadied himself. He swung his sword, blocking the attack from the fire snake head. Intense flames gathered continuously in its mouth. Lucifer flapped his wings, quickly dodging to the side. The scorching breath brushed past him. Judgment Sword. Lucifer created distance and summoned the giant Judgment Sword. The giant sword slashed towards the three-headed demon snake. Roar! The three-headed demon snake opened its massive mouth, spewing out 3 beams of energy. The Judgment Sword collided with the 3 beams of energy. At the point of impact, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. Lucifer was blasted away, crashing into the dense forest. The horrific shockwave sent him rolling dozens of meters on the ground. He only came to a stop after crashing into a cluster of trees. Damn it! Making me look so disheveled. Lucifer got up from the ground. The three-headed demon snake was not faring well either. The waves from the Judgment Sword had injured it. A blood mark was carved where the snake heads branched out. Shattered scales mixed with blood flowed out continuously. Guan Chen got up again, his injuries had healed. With the rebirth of severed limbs, recovery cards, and supply cards, his recovery speed was off the charts. Under the siege of the Legion soldiers in Guan Chen, the wounds on the three-headed demon snake began to multiply, especially the blood-drinking blade that had pierced into its body. The blood-colored tentacles continued to spread, covering the surrounding area. However, the three-headed demon snake was, after all, a silver-level creature. Its flesh was very solid, making it difficult to drain easily. But for the blood-drinking blade, it was just a matter of time. Keep consuming it. Guan Chen spread his fallen angel wings and flew high into the sky. At this moment, the three-headed demon snake was completely engulfed in rage. Its body thrashed wildly. Several Shenlei serpents and flame subdragons were directly hit. The scales shattered instantly, and their bodies were somewhat deformed, crashing into the forest. However, despite the severe injuries, they did not die completely. Guan Chen used a recovery card, and their wounds began to heal rapidly. Sinful chains. The fallen angel legion surrounded the three-headed demon snake. 5 gray chains coalesced from the magic circle. The sinful chains intertwined, binding the three-headed demon snake towards the valley floor. Judgment Sword. Lucifer, with disheveled hair, flew above the valley. Beneath his feet, a massive magic circle appeared. The gray power of corruption gathered in his hands. Lucifer gripped the Doomsday Judgment and thrust it fiercely into the magic circle. Bang! The enlarged Doomsday Judgment pierced out from the magic circle. This sword was at least of silver-level caliber. Roar! The three-headed demon serpent struggled desperately, but found it difficult to break free from its bindings. If it were at full strength, escaping the chains would not be a challenge. However, after continuous battles, it had exhausted a significant amount of energy, making it impossible to break free in a short time. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Legion were constantly receiving supply cards to restore their energy. Although there was some consumption, it was minimal. Seeing no way to escape, the three-headed demon serpent chose to fight back with all its might. Its 3 heads gathered all their power, unleashing surging flames, biting cold ice, and raging lightning. 3 torrents of energy surged into the air. The Sword of Judgment slashed down, colliding with the energy torrents. In this clash, it was clear that Lucifer had the upper hand. The energy torrents were gradually being overwhelmed. Put! The Sword of Judgment pierced into the serpent's body, cleaving the 3-headed demon serpent in half. The massive sword crashed into the valley floor, instantly causing a collapse. The body of the three-headed demon serpent fell into the depths of the earth. What's going on? There's another space beneath the valley. Let's go. Let's check it out. Guan Chen dove down, entering the underground space. The fallen angels followed closely behind him. The Shenlei flood dragon and the flame subdragon descended along the rock walls. The underground space was deep. Guan Chen flew for dozens of meters without seeing the bottom. The sides were rugged rock walls. The body of the three-headed demon serpent kept crashing against the walls. However, its vitality was strong. Even after such a heavy blow, it still hadn't died. Its faint breath caused it to twitch occasionally. Guan Chen was not worried about it escaping. With the blood-drinking blade inside it, the three-headed demon serpent was undoubtedly doomed. Even if the Sword of Judgment hadn't killed it, it was merely a fish on the chopping block, at Guan Chen's mercy. Boom! The sound of heavy objects crashing echoed continuously. Finally at the bottom, Guan Chen accelerated, rushing downward. The surrounding rock walls were embedded with glowing crystals. Although they were hundreds of meters underground, there was still light. Guan Chen landed on the ground, and before him was the three-headed demon serpent. Due to the impact from the fall, a significant amount of its innards spilled from the wound. It was already on the brink of death, most of its body completely covered by blood-red tentacles. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it completely perished. Guan Chen began to survey the surrounding environment. The area of the underground space was enormous. The rock walls were embedded with hexagonal glowing crystals. San Lin, Fenyan, you two stay here. Lucifer, come with me to take a look, Guan Chen said. He left 2 legions to guard, preventing other creatures from picking up the scraps. After all, he had worked hard to take down this three-headed demon serpent. Guan Chen and the fallen angel legion flew along the path ahead. The underground space was very quiet, not resembling a place where creatures had ever lived. The platform behind them gradually disappeared from sight. As they delved deeper, the temperature around them began to rise. Master, I seem to sense a faint hellish aura. Lucifer spoke up. Hell? Guan Chen looked at him with confusion. Yes, it should be a passage to hell. If I'm not mistaken, it's at the end of this space. Lucifer pointed ahead. Let's go. Let's check it out. Guan Chen increased his speed, flying forward. The surrounding rock walls gradually turned fiery red. Even the ground below began to spew boiling magma. The acrid smell of smoke filled the passage. The hellish aura. It's getting closer. Master, it's definitely not wrong. I once fell into hell and was a demon king, although my era has long passed. But I will never mistake the aura from there. Lucifer asserted. You were a demon king? Guan Chen looked at him curiously. Yes. I ruled over hell, so I can be considered a demon king. Lucifer nodded. I see. Guan Chen seemed to have heard of this before. The demon king Satan is merely a title. Whoever has the power to rule hell is the demon king Satan. Boom! The space ahead suddenly expanded countless times. This is a world filled with molten lava. As expected, hell is right beneath our feet, Lucifer said. Guan Chen lowered his head and saw the scene below. It was a circular tunnel, with molten lava flowing down. A twisted spatial rift floated above the tunnel. The flowing molten lava all came from the spatial rift. Inside, countless crimson demons were roaring, but a powerful force sealed the spatial rift. No matter how those crimson demons struggled, they could not descend into this world. This is a passage to hell, but for some reason, it was temporarily sealed. The hellish aura that Lucifer spoke of should come from here. Lucifer, can you command the demons of hell? Guan Chen asked. I can use the fallen demon eye to control some demons, but commanding hell, I can't do that for now. If it were in the past, perhaps I could have tried. There was a hint of helplessness in Lucifer's tone. It's okay. I'll help you regain your peak, Guan Chen said. Thank you, Master. Lucifer quickly expressed his gratitude. Guan Chen used the system to investigate for a moment. He found that the barrier around the rift was very solid. The gates of hell would not open in a short time. This was undoubtedly good news. Yang City had just been established and had just repelled the insect army. It was now a recovery period and could not withstand the turmoil of hellish demons. Let's go. This should be a spatial rift. Guan Chen looked around and found nothing of value. Master, there is still something to gain, Lucifer suddenly said, pointing to a small platform in the distance. The platform was very small, only about 30 square meters. A twisted tree was growing upside down on the platform. On the trunk, there was a demon's smiling face. What is this? Guan Chen asked in confusion. Demon fruit tree. Lucifer answered his question. Go on. Guan Chen listened attentively. This demon fruit tree comes from hell. It is a fruit tree that grows by absorbing demonic energy. Its branches will only bear one demon fruit. Ordinary demons can instantly break through their bloodline and become high-level demons after consuming it. If other races consume it, their strength will be enhanced. But aside from demons, consuming the demon fruit will lead to becoming violent and bloodthirsty. They will lose control of their bodies. Lucifer said. It really is a good thing. Guan Chen nodded. He was not afraid of the so-called side effects. He possessed immunity genes that could ignore all negative effects. He flew forward and picked the demon fruit. After the fruit was picked, the entire demon fruit tree instantly began to wither. All the branches turned to dust. Name, demon fruit quality, silver description, a fruit from hell, possessing magical powers. Guan Chen landed on the platform and swallowed the demon fruit. Protect the master, Lucifer quickly said. The fallen angels guarded Guan Chen's side. The demon fruit melted in his mouth, and aside from some sweetness, it had no other taste. Immediately afterward, a terrifying energy erupted. This energy was far purer than that provided by crystal cores. It could be absorbed by the body to the maximum extent. In just a few minutes, Guan Chen broke through to the intermediate level of 10 stars. But the increase continued without any sign of decline. This indicated that the energy of the demon fruit was still very abundant. His body continued to refine, becoming stronger and stronger. The muscle lines became more pronounced. Moments later, Guan Chen successfully broke through to the advanced level of 10 stars. But the energy within him still showed no signs of stopping. Given this situation, it seemed he was about to surge straight to the black iron level. Boom! Guan Chen's strength reached the initial level of black iron. The surging energy within him gradually calmed down. Fortunately, he had no bottleneck. As long as the energy was sufficient, a breakthrough would come naturally. Guan Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. After breaking through to the black iron level, his control over energy became much more adept. With a casual flick, he unleashed dozens of silver lightning bolts in an instant. This level of power used to consume a significant amount of energy for him, but now, he could use it effortlessly. The energy within him hardly diminished at all. No wonder the system said that the black iron level was just the beginning of evolution. Feeling the surging power within, Guan Chen estimated that even the weakest black iron level could easily kill a 10-star advanced opponent. Congratulations, Master! You have successfully broken through to the black iron level. Lucifer hurriedly stepped forward to congratulate Guan Chen upon his breakthrough. Thanks to you for recognizing this demon fruit tree, Guan Chen said. If it weren't for Lucifer, he wouldn't have broken through to the black iron level so easily. It is my honor to assist you, Master. Lucifer bowed his head. Let's go! Guan Chen spread his wings and left the hellish passage. The fallen angels followed closely behind him. Below, countless crimson demons roared in the hellish passage. As they retraced their steps, the surrounding passage gradually returned to its original state. Ding! Kill 3-headed demon snakes, reward 500,000 points, silver upgrade card, single, X1. Ding! Bloodthirsty blade devours the flesh and blood of 3-headed demon snakes, breaking through to the advanced black iron level. On the way back, the system's notification sounds rang out one after another. Guan Chen quickened his pace, returning to the spot where he had fallen. From a distance, he saw the desiccated bodies of the 3-headed demon snakes. With a wave of his hand, the bloodthirsty blade burst forth from his body and landed in his grasp. He could clearly feel that the blade had become sharper. The patterns on it had also become increasingly ferocious. The originally white sword was mostly covered in blood patterns, as if the energy contained within the sword was gradually awakening. Guan Chen swung the great sword, producing a series of whooshing sounds. If he encountered the 3-headed demon snakes again, he would definitely be able to break through their defenses with ease. The bodies of the 3-headed demon snakes had lost all value. The energy within them had been completely devoured by the bloodthirsty blade. Those hard scales had also become extremely fragile. Guan Chen found a fist-sized crystal core from the corpse. In addition, there was a silver-white card. The card's border was adorned with mysterious patterns, making it very beautiful, as if it were a stunning work of art. Such an item was clearly not ordinary. Guan Chen looked at the crystal core and the card. This time, the harvest was incredibly rich. Demon fruits, points, upgrade cards, crystal cores, silver cards. All were precious treasures. Holding the silver-level crystal core, Guan Chen began to absorb it directly. With the ability to regenerate severed limbs, he was not afraid of being overwhelmed by energy. This kind of cross-level absorption was simply basic operation. Boom! Guan Chen felt the energy within him as if it were about to explode. Countless torrents surged wildly, like a mother river breaking its dam, destroying everything around it. The crystal core in his hand quickly turned to powder. A powerful energy surrounded Guan Chen. Crack! Under the pressure of this energy, Guan Chen's body began to deform. He did not panic, enduring the pain. The severed limb regeneration skill quickly took effect. All the absorbed energy was used to supply his recovery. However, the energy contained in the silver-level crystal core was terrifying. Even with part of it used for recovery, there was still a significant amount of energy enhancing Guan Chen's strength. His body, through continuous destruction and recovery, gradually became stronger. Like a piece of iron, after countless hammerings, all impurities were expelled, ultimately transforming into refined iron. Crack! Guan Chen felt as if a certain barrier within him had been broken. His strength had broken through to the intermediate black iron level. However, most of the energy from the silver crystal core was used to refine his body. Therefore, this breakthrough was not particularly significant. Of course, it could also be due to the black iron level. Guan Chen stood up and stretched his muscles. He took out a silver card and then crushed it directly. Crack! The silver white card shattered instantly, emitting a burst of light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a silver upgrade card, all. The system's prompt sounded. After the light dissipated, a card materialized. System. Upgrade the Fallen Angel Legion. Guan Chen opened the Legion list and selected the Lucifer icon. Ding! Fallen Angel Legion upgrade successful. The system's prompt echoed in Guan Chen's mind. A dazzling light enveloped the fallen angels. Moments later, a powerful aura burst forth. The Fallen Angel Legion successfully broke through to silver beginner level. If they faced the three-headed demon snake again, they could definitely slay it with ease. Thank you, Master's Grace. Lucifer knelt halfway, the doomsday judgment resting on the ground. He lowered his head, placing his left hand on his chest, and bowed respectfully. The fallen angels behind him did the same. Get up, Guan Chen said. Yes, Master. Lucifer stood up. Sanglin, Fenyan, who will go first? Guan Chen asked. He still had one silver upgrade card, single, left in his hand. Sanglin first. Fenyan said. Thanks, Brother Yen. Sanglin expressed his gratitude. Everyone serves the master, no need to be so formal. Fenyan shook his head. That's right. Everyone will grow stronger. Guan Chen said. This is the Legion, without scheming against each other. System. Upgrade Sanglin. Guan Chen selected Sanglin's panel. Ding. Sanglin upgrade successful. The system's prompt sounded. Sanglin was enveloped in white light. Moments later, he successfully broke through to silver beginner level. However, the other members of the Legion remained at black iron level. Therefore, the Shenlei Jiao Legion could not advance for the time being. Thank you, Master. Sanglin prostrated on the ground, lowering his proud head. After breaking through to silver beginner level, Sanglin's physique became even more robust. There was a faint dragon-like aura about him. Let's go. Guan Chen spread his wings and flew upward. The fallen angels followed behind him. The Shenlei Jiao and Flame Subdragon leaped into the air, grasping the rock walls on either side. Their sharp claws easily pierced the rock walls. Using their strength, they continuously climbed upward. Whoosh! Guan Chen burst out of the cave and returned to the valley. The Legion soldiers were already waiting around. While Guan Chen was exploring the underground space, they had dealt with the demon Earth Dragon. Master, the loot has been stored in the Qiankuan space. Shenlian walked over and said respectfully. The corpse of the demon Earth Dragon had been completely devoured by Long Xie. You all worked hard, Guan Chen said. Not hard at all. The Legion soldiers replied in unison. Guan Chen opened the Qiankuan space, which contained 34 black iron crystal cores and 12 black iron cards. He took out the crystal cores, held them in his hand, and absorbed them. The surging energy flowed into his body. One black iron crystal core was quickly absorbed, turning into powder. Guan Chen finished absorbing all the crystal cores. The energy within him became even more abundant. However, he was still quite far from breaking through. After all, the silver-level crystal cores could only allow him to break through to intermediate level. The further he went, the harder it became to break through. Guan Chen deeply felt this at the moment. He took out 12 black iron cards, held them in his hand, and crushed them. Obtained black iron upgrade card, single, x6. Obtained black iron expansion card, one person, x6. All the cards opened, and the rewards were quite good. Looking at the cards in front of him, Guan Chen temporarily stored the expansion cards in the system backpack. All soldiers of the Legion must break through to the black iron level before they can use the expansion card. System. Upgrade Xunlian. Guan Chen selected Xunlian's panel. A white light enveloped his body. Moments later, his strength broke through to the initial black iron level. "Thank you, my lord." As the light dissipated, Xinlian knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. Get up." Guanshan waved his hand. "System, upgrade Kyle. System, upgrade Leo. System, upgrade Aaron. System, upgrade Bone." Guanshan upgraded all the remaining commanders. "Thank you, master, my lord." The 4 commanders bowed to Guanshan in unison. "Get up," Guanshan said. After enhancing their strength, he prepared to continue on his journey. The greatest danger of the Yunlin mountain range had already been dealt with by him. Even if there were still silver-level creatures, he felt no fear. The fallen angel legion had just broken through to the silver level. He had already witnessed Lucifer's formidable power. At the advanced black iron level, he could slay silver-level creatures. Although that was the result of their joint efforts, the most lethal attack was still that judgment sword. Lucifer's power should be far beyond that. He still had many skills that had not been unleashed. After all, it was a legion with legendary potential. This was also why Guanshan aimed to break through the fallen angels first. "Set off. Cross the Yunlin mountain range," Guanshan said. "Yes, sir." The legion soldiers formed a new formation. The grand army marched deep into the mountains. The journey ahead went smoothly, just as Guanshan had anticipated. The strength of the 3-headed demon snake could be considered the ruler of the Yunlin mountain range. There were no other silver-level creatures near its territory. However, the Yunlin mountain range was endless, and there were surely powerful creatures still lurking. But due to territorial awareness, they should all be on other peaks. One mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, unless one is male and the other female. Because of the 3-headed demon snake, Guanshan did not cross the Yunlin mountain range in a single day. The sun gradually set, and the surrounding woods became dim. Even at night, thick fog still lingered. Guanshan found a relatively open lake. There had originally been many mutated beasts residing here, but upon seeing Guanshan's army, they all fled in fear. He easily took over the place temporarily. Guanshan left several hundred soldiers to guard it. The rest of the army was temporarily recalled to the system space. After a day of fighting, the Legion soldiers had sustained quite a few injuries. The system space could provide the best healing environment. In just one night, the soldiers could recover to their peak condition. The soldiers left behind by Guanshan had relatively minor injuries. After using recovery cards, they were basically healed. The task of guarding tonight was entrusted to them. Guanshan set up a bonfire, roasting a large leg of meat over it. Golden fat dripped down as it was roasted by the flames. The thigh meat of the stream beast was rated by the system as delicious meat, a must-try. Even without any seasoning, it already exuded a rich aroma. "Do you want to try some?" Guanshan asked. "I won't try it," Song Lin replied. "I won't try it either," Fun Yan also said. Guanshan turned to look at the two, both absolute heavyweight contenders. The whole leg would probably not be enough to fill their gaps. "Master, can I have a taste?" Lucifer asked. "Wait a moment. I'll add some seasoning." Guanshan took out several bottles of universal seasoning from his spatial ring. Sprinkling it on the roasted leg, the aroma instantly spread. "Help yourselves if you want to eat. Don't be polite with me." Guanshan held the blood-drinking blade and cut a piece of meat from the leg. The outside was crispy while the inside remained tender and juicy. "Delicious. So delicious," Guanshan praised as he ate the roasted meat. This is barbecue. Truly extraordinary." Lucifer was also unreserved. He used the Judgment Day to slice off large chunks of leg meat. "Then I won't hold back either," Xinlian said, taking a piece from the barbecue with his sword. Leo and Kyle, seeing this, also stopped refusing. After eating and drinking to their fill, Guanshan leaned against Song Lin and fell asleep. He possessed immune genes and was not worried about falling ill at all. Hundreds of Legion soldiers stood guard, and the surrounding mutated beasts did not dare to approach. Even if some mutated beasts wanted to challenge authority, they were slaughtered by the soldiers before they could get close to the lake. The ground was soaked with blood and flesh, devoured by a terrifying arm that made crunching sounds. Long Chia had consumed dozens of demon earth dragons during today's battle. Those were black iron-level monsters, and the blood and flesh energy within them was abundant. After digesting this blood and flesh, its strength broke through to the initial black iron level. Not only that, it also absorbed a new ability from the demon earth dragons: infinite regeneration. Theoretically, this ability was equivalent to immortality. As long as there was enough energy within, no matter how severe the injury, it could heal. Long Xia, being the body of a corpse king, was not afraid of pain or death. The ability to absorb demonic claws could store energy, and its original super healing ability now had infinite regeneration. Stacking these buffs was equivalent to a simplified version of immortality. Night gradually passed, and Guanchen slept soundly. His biological clock woke him up on time. After a simple wash in the clear lake water, Guanchen continued to traverse the Yunlin mountain range. According to the electronic map, he had already covered 2/3 of the distance. The terrain along the way had been recorded in the electronic device. If Guanchen wished, he could upload it to Yang City at any time. Of course, Yang City would pay a corresponding reward. Opening up unknown areas was also a bounty task. Guanchen gradually left the depths of the Yunlin mountain range. A few wilderness hunters appeared in his line of sight. Who? A burly man asked nervously. Don't be nervous. I'm just passing by, Guanchen replied. But behind him stood hundreds of soldiers, fully armed, exuding a chilling aura. The burly man was startled, realizing he had encountered a big shot. May I ask which base city you are from, sir? The burly man inquired. They did not appear to be from Yang City. Besides Yang City, there were many small base cities in Guangnan province. The populations of these base cities were not large, usually around several 100,000. Everyone had ambitions and was unwilling to be subordinate. Staying in Yang City as a minor character was not as good as establishing their own base city and becoming a local overlord, although this overlord was heavily diluted. Yang City, Guanchen said. Oh, so it's a lord from Yang City. My name is Li Mai, from the nearby Shanjiqing. The burly man introduced himself. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. The burly man, along with a few companions, ran towards the mountain's edge. Am I that scary? Guanchen innocently asked the Legion commander. The chance encounter with the wilderness hunters was just a small episode. The tenacity of humanity, even in the face of disaster, continued to endure. Yang City was not an isolated city. Many human cities still stood on the vast land of Huagua. Humanity was on the path of evolution. This was a new beginning. Let's go. Guanchen no longer lingered and walked towards the mountain's edge. The surrounding mountains and forests began to gradually disappear. The rugged road became flat. A concrete road appeared before Guanchen. He had already walked out of the mountain range and returned to the main road. Guanchen opened the electronic map. He was not far from the ruins of Yongning City. Yongning City, a city with a population of 10 million. But for various reasons, it ultimately fell to the attacks of monsters and zombies. This place turned into a ruin, completely abandoned by humanity. Turning off the electronic map, they continued on their way. On the winding road, an armed convoy sped along. Young Master Wang, at our current speed, we should reach the ruins of Yongning City by tomorrow, Luke said, holding the map in his hand. What about the strength of the mutated species? Wang Yang nodded and asked. According to the information brought back by the base troops, the strength of the mutated species should be around 8 stars. However, it is surrounded by tens of thousands of mutated zombies. To kill it, we must eliminate these zombies, Luke replied. This was no small challenge, otherwise, the military wouldn't offer such generous rewards. Of course, these rewards meant nothing to Wang Yang. What he wanted was to kill the mutated species and prove his strength. This was the test set by the eldest daughter of the Lan family. Lan Manglin had exceptional talent and was now a high-level 8-star powerhouse. Besides that, she was also the legitimate daughter of the Lan family. The Lan family was one of the 10 great families in Yang City. With strength, status, and beauty, she naturally attracted fervent pursuit from many. If he could get close to the Lan family, it would be like taking off from the ground. Unfortunately, Lan Manglin had high standards. As the heir of the Lan family, her partner had to be strong. She looked down on useless and weak individuals. Wang Yang was also one of Lan Manglin's suitors. So far, their interactions had been relatively harmonious. They had met a few times and shared a few meals, but that was about it. This mutated species must die at my hands. Do you understand? Wang Yang looked at Luke, his tone leaving no room for doubt. If he successfully completed the mission, he would have the chance to date Lan Manglin. With his skills, he was sure he could win her over. By then, it would be a done deal. A marriage alliance with the Lan family would be set in stone. With the support of the Lan family, his position as heir would be firmly secured. Thinking of Lan Manglin's beauty, Wang Yang felt a surge of restlessness. He prided himself on his experience with women, but someone as exceptional as Lan Manglin was quite rare. Understood, sir. Luke quickly nodded. Rest assured, you won't miss out on the benefits this time. After the mission is completed, all rewards will belong to you. In addition, I will reward you with 2,000 5-star crystal cores. Wang Yang said grandly. Thank you, young master. I will definitely do my utmost to repay your kindness. Luke flattered him, showering him with praise. At noon, Guan Chen arrived at the outskirts of Yongning City. Looking at the distant, dilapidated city, it had only been a month since the apocalypse broke out. The scene here looked as if it had been abandoned for decades. Woo woo! A group of long-lost zombies staggered towards them. On the road of escape, the most common encounters were still monsters. Zombies only existed in the city. After a month of the apocalypse, the zombies had evolved. Their speed and strength had become even more agile. Roar! The zombies on the road, upon spotting Guan Chen, let out piercing roars. They erupted with astonishing speed as if awakened. Kill! Protect the master! The soldiers of the Legion behind Guan Chen instantly drew their weapons. The zombies in front hadn't even approached Guan Chen before their heads were severed. Among these zombies, the strongest were only 5-star. For ordinary people, they were already an unattainable existence. But for Guan Chen, they were almost like cannon fodder, not even worth that. Dozens of zombies exploded, yielding over a dozen 5-star crystal cores. Guan Chen collected the crystal cores and walked towards Yongning City. The broken streets and abandoned vehicles included quite a few luxury cars. But at this moment, they were like trash, carelessly left by the roadside. Their splendid exteriors had long been corroded by rust. Roar! A group of mutated beasts charged out from the surrounding houses. They were carrying fragments of bones in their mouths, the origin of which was unknown. These were hyraxes. They were as large as calves. Sharp teeth possess a powerful bite force. The hyenas prefer to appear in groups, with a potential around 6 stars. In an instant, Guan Chen found himself surrounded by hyenas. Oh no! It seems I've wandered into their territory. Guan Chen looked at the street, filled with hyenas. The number was at least in the thousands. Squeak squeak squeak. The hyenas' eyes glowed red as they let out a roar. They were poised to pounce on the soldiers of the Legion. Charge! Guan Chen gripped the bloodthirsty blade and rushed out first. Although the number of hyenas was large, their strength was weak. At most, they were at the initial stage of 6 stars. The bloodthirsty blade sliced through the bodies of the hyenas. The running hyenas were instantly split in two. Various entrails were scattered all over the ground. Guan Chen used the shadow technique to dive into the pack of hyenas. This group of hyenas had clearly never encountered an enemy fiercer than themselves. Once the soldiers of the Legion struck, blood flowed like a river. The hyenas' sharp teeth struggled to break through the soldiers' defenses. However, the soldiers' weapons could easily pierce the hyenas' defenses. The might of the Legion left the hyenas trembling in fear. Moments later, the hyenas in the distance began to flee in all directions. They burrowed into manhole covers, disappearing into the sewers. No need to chase. Guan Chen saw the soldiers about to jump into the sewer and quickly called out to stop them. Hundreds of corpses were there, and Long Chia welcomed them all. It revealed its devouring claws, with tentacles emerging from the cracks. The surrounding corpses were instantly swept away. The efficiency of this devouring was becoming faster and faster. In the past, Long Chia had to devour them one by one. Now it had directly upgraded to group devouring. But this was a good thing. At least it would save a lot of time when cleaning up the battlefield. Guan Chen suddenly thought of something. He created a koan space and handed it over to Long Chia. Long Chia, from now on, put all the crystal cores from the corpses here. Guan Chen said. Yes, master. Long Chia nodded and swallowed the koan space into its arm. Guan Chen's Chen space received a large batch of crystal cores. After cleaning up the battlefield, Guan Chen opened the electronic map. The map of Yongning City recorded within came from before the apocalypse. Although there would be some changes, the difference wouldn't be too great. He used the map to locate the position of the mission target. According to the news from the base army, the deformed blade last appeared around a certain building in the northern district. After locking onto the target, Guan Chen temporarily recalled the Legion soldiers. The Legion's presence was too overwhelming and could easily attract unnecessary trouble. His current mission was primarily to eliminate the mutated species. A few leaders were left behind to act as personal bodyguards. Guan Chen's figure vanished from the street. Inside an abandoned shopping mall. Sigh. Food is getting harder to find. A dozen figures stood in front of a collapsed shelf. The food area in the mall was a complete mess. Scattered food and collapsed shelves. Even if it's hard to find, we have to look. A man picked up a can from the ground. He appeared to be around 50 years old. However, there was no sign of aging on him. Without a doubt, he was an awakened. Yet his potential was limited, only reaching the initial stage of 3 stars. But that was already quite good. How many people wanted to become awakened but had no opportunity? He had originally been a terminally ill patient, one of those with little time left. But the sudden apocalypse changed his life. The mysterious rain of light made him unawakened, curing his terminal illness. However, he had exhausted his potential as a result. He would forever remain at the initial stage of 3 stars. Xia Jia was very satisfied. Without this upheaval, he estimated he would be in a crematorium by now. The team was small, with only 11 people scattered about. Among them, there were only 5 awakened, and their strength was not strong. Besides Xia Jia, there were 4 young awakened. The members of this small team had gathered together for survival. Unable to find food in the base city, they had no choice but to take risks and scavenge in the wild. Because Yongning City suddenly fell, there was a lot of food left in the city. Thus, it became a favorite place for scavengers. However, within Yongning City, dangers lurked everywhere. A moment's carelessness could lead to a grave without a burial. This was the team's 3rd scavenging trip. The first 2 had gone very smoothly. Although they encountered some trouble, they managed to resolve it easily. If it weren't for their food running out, they would have liked to rest a few more days. Whooping. Try to pick high-energy food. Chin Sui, don't take too much. Xia Jia spoke up. Got it, Uncle Jia. The 2 nodded. As an elder, Xia Jia commanded their respect. The team members moved quickly, searching for the most valuable items among the scattered belongings on the ground. Ha! Uncle Jia, I'm all packed. A short-haired girl pulled up the zipper of her backpack. She was young, looking only about 18 or 19. With a decent appearance and a sharp short haircut, she was quite striking. She wore a t-shirt, her arms wrapped in bandages to prevent zombie scratches. However, it was of little use, merely a psychological comfort. Hong Yun, you go outside and scout. We're almost done here, Xia Jia said. Although she was a girl, she was an awakened and quite powerful, even stronger than him. Okay, Uncle Jia. Xiao Wan nodded. She shouldered her bag and walked out of the mall. Let's hurry. Hong Yun has already packed the supplies. Xia Jia's words made the faces of the men flush slightly. These big men were actually outdone by a little girl. Yoshi, what a stroke of luck. It came without any effort. Inside the mall, a clumsy voice rang out. Girl, with your little strength, you think you can stop me? You're just a mantis trying to stop a car. You don't know your own limits. As the words fell, Xiaowan stumbled into the food area. Holding a dagger, her arm trembled slightly. Clearly, in the earlier confrontation, she was at a disadvantage. Boom! The door was violently kicked open. The twisted iron door came crashing down toward Xiaowan. Fortunately, she reacted in time and rolled aside, narrowly avoiding serious injury. Immediately after, a warrior clad in Sun Country armor walked into the mall. Yoshi, there's so much food here. We can finally resupply. Yoshida Kazuna's eyes gleamed with greed as he looked at the scattered supplies. Days ago, they had accidentally entered a terrifying forbidden zone, and the team had been scattered. Although he managed to gather a few subordinates during their escape, they lost their way and ended up in Yongning City. Woku? Xia Jia's pupils constricted sharply as he recognized the accent. Such a disgusting accent could only belong to the Sun Country. Every citizen of Huagua would never forget the humiliation of those years. Baka Yoru, dare to call me Woku? You! Sizzle sizzle. Yoshida Kazuna clearly understood Xia Jia's words. He dashed forward, instantly disappearing from his spot. Such speed! Though Xia Jia was reluctant to admit it, the pirate before him was indeed very strong. Swish! Yoshida Kazuna slashed with his sword, tearing Xia Jia's shirt apart. A clear line of blood appeared on his body. Xia Jia knew very well that this was not mercy from his opponent. It was humiliation. A humiliation directed at him, like a cat playing with a mouse. Old man, tell me where Yangcheng is. Yoshida Kazuna's sword pressed against Xia Jia's neck. Pa! I dare to do anything, but I won't be a bandit. You all run. Spread the news. Xia Jia suddenly shouted and lunged at Yoshida Kazuna. The people around him instantly reacted, rushing towards the exit of the mall. The Sun Country warriors also reacted very quickly. They attacked, killing the crowd without giving the ordinary people any chance to resist, directly slaughtering them. The awakened ones, after holding on for a moment, were also killed. Only Xiaowan managed to break through. Old fool! Seeking death. Yoshida Jizan was instantly furious. A mere 3-star strength dared to attack him? He drew his sword in an instant and struck at Xia Jia. Put! Xia Jia's body fell weakly to the ground. He never expected his life would end like this, dying at the hands of a Japanese pirate. Chase! Yoshida Jizan led the samurai to pursue outside the mall. Cough cough. Xiaowan, covered in blood, ran wildly down the street. She had long discarded her backpack. At such a time, that thing was a burden. There was a deep wound on her shoulder, visible to the bone. If she hadn't reacted quickly, she might have lost that arm. Why? Why are there pirates here? Xiao Wan didn't understand. But at this moment, she couldn't afford to think too much. She just wanted to escape and bring this news out. The arrival of pirates could only mean bad news. Little girl, stop running. You can't escape. Yoshida Jizong's voice reached Xiao Wan's ears. She turned back and saw that Yoshida Jizong was almost catching up. What incredible speed! This is a 9-star powerhouse. Xiao Wan felt a deep sense of despair. Her strength was at most 6 stars. Facing a 9-star powerhouse, she didn't even have a chance to escape. I think you look good. Be my sword slave. Serve me well, and I might spare your life. Yoshida Jizong said with a smirk. Pa! I'll fight you to the death. Xiao Wan turned around and charged at Yoshida Jizong. The dagger in her hand glinted coldly. Humph! Want to die? Not that easy. Yoshida Jizong sneered. He grabbed Xiao Wan's arm and knocked the dagger away. Then he seized her neck, preparing to humiliate her. Yo! You guys stay back. Let me enjoy this first. Yoshida Jizong tore off Xiao Wan's clothes, exposing her inner garment to the air. Seeing the cute clothing, he instantly transformed into a beast. Xiao Wan trembled all over. She was unwilling to be humiliated and prepared to take her own life. Where did these thieves come from? Don't know when to die. A cold voice rang out on the street. Who? Yoshida Jizong was startled, breaking into a cold sweat. His hot blood instantly froze. Seeing Yoshida Jizong distracted, Xiao Wan seemed to grasp a lifeline. She unleashed all her strength, twisting at her waist, and kicked at Yoshida Jizong's vital spot. Yoshida Jizong immediately felt a sharp pain, cold sweat pouring down again. He was gripping Xiao Wan's hand, but the pain made him let go. Even a 9-star awakened one couldn't avoid a fatal blow. Xiao Wan struggled free and fell to the ground. She quickly rolled away from Yoshida Jizong. Baka Yoru. Little girl, I'm going to make your death very ugly. Yoshida Jizong roared. He covered his vital area, his face contorted in pain. Guan Chen dropped down from the eaves, followed by several leaders. He had been on his way but inadvertently witnessed this scene. Although he didn't want a medal, who could ignore the fact that they were pirates? Who are you? Yoshida Jizong's expression tightened. The other party's stance was not friendly. On the old soil of Huagua, naturally, we are Huagua people. Guan Chen replied. Save me. Xiao Wan saw Guan Chen as if she had grasped a lifeline. On this land of Huagua, it's not the pirates' turn to run wild. Guan Chen said coldly, possessing the memories of his past life. The pirates in this world had committed heinous crimes against Huagua. Baka Yoru. You will die, die, die. Yoshida Jizong looked down on Huagua people from the bottom of his heart. He believed they did not deserve to have fertile land and vast territories. These things should belong to the great land of the rising sun. Is that all you can say? Guan Chen asked. Seeking death. Kill him. Yoshida Jizong ordered. Hi! 8 Japanese pirate warriors drew their weapons from their waists. Although they were not as powerful as Yoshida Tsugumi, they still possessed the strength of around 7 stars. Kill! 2 of the pirate warriors charged towards Guan Chen. Their speed was not slow, and their movements were extremely strange, as if they could blend into the air. Professionals, huh? Guan Chen instantly saw through their ruse. Humph! Foolish guys! These are shadow warriors trained in our land of the rising sun. Yoshida Tsugumi said, his tone filled with disdain. Shadow warriors? What a joke! Guan Chen scoffed and shook his head. Compared to the light and shadow sword demon, these shadow warriors were nothing but trash. Ignorant fool, you have no idea how powerful shadow warriors are. Mikino-kun, Tada Sentaro-kun. Let him see what a shadow warrior is. Yoshida Tsugumi commanded. Yes, Lord Yoshida. The two began to change their forms continuously. Then, dozens of shadow clones burst forth from their bodies. The appearance, movements, and aura of these shadow clones were almost identical. Foolish Huagua people. Can you see who the real one is? The dozens of shadow clones spoke, further confusing the situation. Their tones and expressions were nearly the same. Is this all your strength? I find it lacking. Shen Lian, teach these pirates a lesson. Guan Chen said with a cold smile. What shadow clones? In front of Master Shen Lian, they were nothing. As you command, Master. Shen Lian nodded, condensing a dark shadow greatsword in his hand. After breaking through to the black iron level, Shen Lian's control over energy became even more adept. The weapon formed through shadow power was far more powerful than his current weapon. Zinai. Makino and Tada Sentaro suddenly had a bad premonition. They had no idea how to condense a dark shadow greatsword like Shen Lian could. But with the arrow on the string, they had no choice but to shoot. If they ran now, they would only die faster. Moreover, they believed their shadow clones had no flaws. Xinlian's pupils were covered with a layer of black shadow. The shadow clones before him gradually dissipated. In the end, only 2 true bodies remained in Xinlian's sight. Found you! A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Shadow ambush. Xinlian's figure instantly transformed into a black line. Put! Before anyone could react, blood splattered, and Makino's head flew into the air. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. He never expected to die like this. Impossible! How could you find our true body? Tada Sentaro exclaimed in terror. Xinlian had instantly identified the true body among the dozens of shadow clones. And with one sword strike, he killed it. Such strength, even without seeing through the shadow clones, could easily kill the original. Black iron level. Tada Sentaro suddenly thought of something. He wanted to escape, but as he turned, he felt a chill in his chest. Tada Sentaro struggled to lower his head. He saw a greatsword piercing through his chest. Xinlian withdrew the dark shadow greatsword, and all the surrounding shadow clones instantly crumbled to dust. Only 2 corpses remained on the floor. Is this what you pirates call shadow warriors? Guanchen said lightly, but to Yoshida Tsugumi's ears, it was filled with mockery. Baka Yoru! Go! Kill them all! Yoshida Tsugumi roared, commanding the remaining pirate warriors. 6 Japanese pirate warriors charged at Xinlian. They swung their swords, trying to chop Xinlian into pieces. But the next second, Xinlian's figure vanished, as if he had blended into the light and shadow. Compared to the shadow warriors, who could only move in darkness, Xinlian's ability was countless times stronger. Even in the light, he could still move stealthily. Where is he? How did he disappear? The bandit warriors showed expressions of terror. Fool! I'm right here. Xinlian's figure appeared behind one of the pirates. Put! Before the pirate could react, his head flew off. Where is he? Kill him quickly! Yoshida Tsugumi exclaimed. The bandit warriors regained their senses and prepared to attack. But Xinlian's figure vanished once more. In the next moment, another pirate warrior had his head severed. Guanchen could easily kill them, but that would be boring. He wanted these bandits to die in fear. Yoshida Tsugumi's nerves were taut. He knew he had provoked a terrifying presence. Sir, is there a misunderstanding? Yoshida Tsugumi tried to plead for mercy. No misunderstanding. I just want to kill you, Guanchen said casually. Why? Yoshida Tsugumi asked. Simply because I find you unpleasant. While the two were talking, Xinlian eliminated all the bandit warriors. 8 corpses lay there, all with unclosed eyes. It's your turn. Guanchen looked at Yoshida Tsugumi. Bastard, killing me won't be that easy. Yoshida Tsugumi drew his sword and charged at Guanchen. Little thief, don't harm my master. Leo swung his massive metal sword forward. Yoshida Tsugumi's pupils constricted sharply, and he quickly raised his sword to block. Clang! He felt a numbness in his arm, and his legs couldn't help but buckle to the ground. Leo pressed down with the giant sword. Ah! Yoshida Tsugumi let out a scream as his legs sank into the ground. Wait! Spare his life! Guanchen suddenly spoke. Yoshida Tsugumi instantly felt the immense force in his arm vanish. His hands trembled, unable to grip the sword any longer. Who? He gasped for breath, his chest feeling as if it would explode. The power of the silver-armored warrior before him was truly terrifying. Black iron level. Yoshida Tsugumi wasn't foolish. He quickly realized something. His own strength had already broken through to the 9-star advanced level. Even a 10-star powerhouse couldn't crush him. Only the black iron level. A life form that completely transcended human limits. This young man before him had actually made 2 black iron level powerhouses obey him. He suddenly felt a wave of suffocation wash over him. Yoshida Tsugumi's legs were completely shattered. He wanted to rise but found he had no sensation at all. Guanchen walked in front of him, looking down from above. Sir, I admit defeat. Yoshida Tsugumi lowered his head. Temporary restraint was for better revenge. With 2 black iron level protectors, he had no chance of killing him. Speak, what plans do you bandits have? Guanchen toyed with the bloodthirsty blade. Cold sweat instantly broke out on Yoshida Tsugumi's forehead, because he saw that the large sword had sprouted countless dense tentacles. Terrifying, too terrifying. This man before him was simply a demon. Although I don't agree with it drinking blood. In my eyes, bandits are not human, Guanchen said with a smile. But this smile, in Yoshida Tsugumi's eyes, looked like the grin of a demon. My patience is limited. I'll give you one chance. He pressed the bloodthirsty blade against Yoshida Tsugumi's face. Feeling the intimate contact of the tentacles, Yoshida Tsugumi's defenses crumbled. He kept hypnotizing himself that the opponent was too terrifying. He would always be loyal to the Sun Empire. Sir, I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me, Yoshida Tsugumi said tremulously. Alright, I won't kill you. Guan Shen retracted his sword. He had achieved his goal. If he continued to intimidate, the other party might go mad. We came to your land to seek friendly communication with you. After all, after the apocalypse broke out, various places have suffered devastating blows. The Sun Empire wants to cooperate with you, to progress together. Yoshida Tsugumi could only utter insincere words to save his life. His heart kept hypnotizing himself, laughing to death. Friendly communication? Are you referring to killing anyone you see? If this counts as friendly communication, then I'll go to your wodeo and have a good chat. Guan Chen's tone instantly turned cold. He stared at Yoshida Tsugumi. Yoshida Tsugumi couldn't find his voice. It seems your wodeo really has a thief's heart that won't die. Even if the Hua kingdom has perished, this place is not one you can touch. Guan Chen roughly guessed the other party's intentions. Your Excellency, I've said all I needed to say. Can you let me go now? Yoshida Tsugumi trembled as he spoke. I've heard that the people of Hua are the most trustworthy. Yoshida Tsugumi, fearing that Guan Chen might go back on his word, hurriedly said. You don't deserve to make me act. Guan Chen said coldly. Thank you, Your Excellency, for sparing my life. Yoshida Tsugumi expressed gratitude on the surface, but inside, he was calculating how to bring the news back. Such a huge hidden danger had to be dealt with quickly. Otherwise, it would affect the great plans of the Sun Empire. My lord, you can't let him go. Xiao Wan's injuries had already healed quite a bit. She quickly ran in front of Guan Chen, gritting her teeth as she spoke. I promised not to kill him, but you didn't promise. Guan Chen's words instantly awakened Xiao Wan. Thank you, my lord, Xiao Wan said gratefully. You people don't keep your word. Fear appeared on Yoshida Tsugumi's face. My lord spares you, but I won't. Xiao Wan gripped her dagger and lunged at Yoshida Tsugumi. He wanted to resist but found he couldn't muster any strength. Leo's power was too terrifying. Yoshida Tsugumi's bones were almost all shattered. This knife. For Wu Ping. This knife. For Uncle Day. Xiao Wan's technique was fierce, each stab capable of slicing off large chunks of flesh. Ah! Yoshida Tsugumi let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. He fell to the ground, his body writhing. Xiao Wan's dagger kept stabbing, gouging out eyes, cutting tongues, and slicing tendons. She used every means at her disposal. This knife. For Uncle Jie. Xiao Wan was drenched in blood, like a demon from hell. Kill me. Yoshida Tsugumi howled. At this moment, he could only be described as a sight too horrific to behold. His body was shattered, with not a single intact part. Even his root had been mangled by Xiao Wan's dagger. Of course, I want to kill you. Xiao Wan's dagger severed his head. Ha! Revenge! I've avenged everyone. Xiao Wan seemed to lose all her strength. Her body fell straight down. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms caught her. Miss, you're quite ruthless, Guan Chen said appreciatively. Such a fierce person, as long as they don't die, won't achieve too little. Ah, my lord. Xiao Wan quickly struggled free and accidentally fell to the ground. I'm not even 20 yet, Guan Chen said. Xiao Wan looked up and observed carefully. Only then did she realize Guan Chen was very young. Saving you was just a side note, killing the Japanese pirates is the main thing. Guan Chen extended his hand and pulled Xiao Wan up from the ground. Thank you. Xiao Wan got up. This will help you recover quickly. Several recovery cards appeared in Guan Chen's hand. Xiao Wan blankly accepted them. My lord, may I ask your name? She suddenly thought of something, but Guan Chen's figure had already disappeared. After the brief episode of saving someone, Guan Chen continued towards the northern district. As for the matter of the pirates, he didn't take it to heart. Yang City was powerful, even he might not be able to launch a strong attack. After all, the number of base troops was right there. A full several million soldiers. If Wodeo were to mobilize the entire nation to attack, there might be a chance. But just sending a small team wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps in Yang City. Lord C. Peiji, what should we do next? Taro Cheetah half knelt on the ground. They had already sent someone to enter Yang City for reconnaissance. The city walls were towering, and the garrison was strong. There were also a few black iron level powerhouses. With their small team, there was simply no chance of breaching the defenses. Brother, we underestimated Huagua. How could a legacy of thousands of years be easily severed? C. Peiji said thoughtfully. Change the plan. Since we can't launch a strong attack, let's lie low for now. C. Peiji spoke up. Hi, Taro Cheetah said. Oh, big brother. I miss you so much. See, Peiji gazed into the distance, towards the direction of her hometown. She had been in the old lands of Huagua for over 10 days now. In this apocalyptic world, being so far apart made it nearly impossible to return. But for the revival of the Sun Country, for her brother's entrustment, she had no regrets. In the northern district of Yongning City, outside the Tianheng building, woo-woo, on the streets below, a dense tide of corpses was pressing against each other. The initially rare mutated zombies were now as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Ordinary zombies were becoming increasingly hard to find. The evolution of zombies was far faster than humanity had anticipated. Guan Shen opened the electronic map, which contained images of the mission points. He compared the surrounding environment, and it was similar to the provided pictures. The mission's target should be in the Tianheng building. From the current situation, the mutated type should not have left. Get ready! Launch a strong attack on the building. Guan Shen summoned all the soldiers of the Legion. Summoning arrays appeared on the rooftops around, and the fully armed Legion materialized. The number of corpses surrounding the building was far greater than described in the mission, and their strength was much more formidable. Among them, the 5 or 6 star strength zombies could only be considered the lowest level of cannon fodder. The 7 or 8 star zombies were the backbone forces. As for the 9 star and above mutated zombies, there were quite a few. They were scattered among the tide of corpses, like little leaders. Guan Shen suddenly realized that these zombies seemed to have formed a class consciousness. The stronger zombies could command the lower level ones. This was not good news for humanity. If zombies formed a group consciousness, their threat to humans would greatly increase. The people from the Awakeners Guild are really unreliable. Over 100,000 corpses, and the mission only noted a few tens of thousands. Guan Shen couldn't help but complain. If it were him in this situation, he would probably be doomed if it were someone else. No wonder they called it a death mission, 10 deaths without life. The discrepancy in information was so huge that surviving and escaping would be a miracle. This was the negligence of the base army and the Awakeners Guild. They underestimated the evolution speed of the zombies and hadn't checked the situation for a long time. However, this couldn't be blamed entirely on the base army. After all, the siege of Yang City had just been lifted. The people of the base army were mostly busy with reconstruction. Naturally, they wouldn't care about such trivial matters. It would be best to clear the tide of corpses. Even if they couldn't, it wouldn't pose a threat to Yang City for the time being. The speed of zombie evolution was indeed somewhat terrifying. This mission was issued half a month ago. At that time, the tide of corpses generally consisted of 4 or 5 star zombies. 6 star zombies were quite rare. In just half a month, the zombies had evolved to this extent. It was likely that the mutated types had reached black iron level. If the Legion hadn't been upgraded, he wouldn't dare to take risks easily. After all, the current zombies were completely different from the initial ones. They were more ferocious and powerful. The tactic of shooting from a distance was completely unfeasible. Now, facing the tide of corpses, the best approach was to confront them head-on. More than 2,000 Legion soldiers were already ready for action. With just a command, the Legion would charge out without hesitation. Aileen, Skeleton Mage, you are responsible for long-range output, Guan Shen said. Yes, Master. The voices of Aileen and the Skeleton Mage echoed in Guan Shen's mind. He had already used his mental power to construct the battle hall. All the soldiers could accurately receive the orders. Kyle, Leo, the frontal charge is up to you. Guan Shen spoke again. Yes, Master. Kyle and Leo's voices quickly responded. Bone, your skeleton shield soldiers will coordinate with those two. Guan Shen looked at the street and arranged another infantry unit. Understood. Bone's voice came through. Shen Lian, you and the skeleton knights are responsible for maneuvering through the streets. The area around the Tianheng building had streets that crisscrossed in all directions. A special unit could be arranged here. The Light Shadow Sword Demon Legion had powerful mobility, making them very suitable for this task. The charge of the skeleton knights could disrupt the formation of the zombie tide. Sanglin, Fenyan, you are responsible for holding the line, mainly using elemental breath to focus fire on mutated zombies with 10 stars or more. Guan Shen said. Yes, Master. Sanglin and Fenyan's voices responded. Lucifer, you are in charge of aerial support. Guan Shen wanted to minimize casualties. Understood, Master. Lucifer nodded. Soldiers, charge. As Guan Shen arranged the deployment, the Legion soldiers had already arrived at their respective positions. The light elven archers crouched on the eaves. With their longbows in hand, they gathered radiant feather arrows. After receiving Guan Shen's command, they shot at the zombie tide. Whoosh! 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 The feather arrows, condensed from holy light, were filled with powerful penetrating force. The zombies' heads were hit and exploded instantly. The skeleton mages chanted spells. One by one, magic circles appeared in the air above the street. Firestorm, multiple fireballs, group lightning strike. The 3 consecutive spells of the skeleton mages fell into the horde of zombies. Many zombies had not yet reacted before being blown to pieces. The sudden change immediately drew the attention of the horde. Woo! Roar! Crack! The roar that echoed through the streets spread out directly. The glass of the surrounding buildings shook violently. Angry Thunder Beast Riders, charge with me! Kyle was already prepared. After the light elves shot their feather arrows, he immediately led the angry Thunder Beast Riders into the charge. The iron cavalry trampled on the concrete ground. Boom! The terrifying power made the entire street tremble. Thunder Guardian! Thundercloud Rush! Thunder Spear Charge! The angry Thunder Beast Legion burst forth with dazzling lightning. All the cavalry were enveloped in armor infused with condensed lightning energy. The zombie tide, sensing fresh flesh and blood, charged towards them. They instantly became like bloodthirsty beasts, waving their sharp claws. Kyle's angry Thunder Beast Riders charged straight into the zombie tide. The terrifying impact instantly smashed the zombies at the front to pieces. The moment the zombies came into contact with the angry Thunder Beasts, their bodies were torn apart. The most terrifying aspect of the cavalry lay in the impact of their mounts. Once this power was gathered, it would be unstoppable. Kyle thrust his spear forward. A charging tyrant was instantly pierced through the head. The tyrant fell helplessly and was then trampled by the angry Thunder Beast. A gap was directly torn open in the front of the zombie tide. The silver wing guards and skeleton shield soldiers formed a steel defense line. They marched in orderly steps, following behind the angry Thunder Beasts. The zombies that had been charged through had no chance to catch their breath before facing the steel greatswords of the silver wing guards. Rip! Leo slashed with his sword, cleaving the zombie in front of him. Rotting flesh and black blood instantly splattered out. The skeleton shield soldiers held their shields, continuously striking with their weapons. Kyle's cavalry kept charging forward. Holy Light Arrow Feather. Aileen shot a radiant feather arrow into the zombie tide. The arrow instantly exploded, transforming into a large number of tiny arrows. The zombies hit were instantly burned. A massive arrow of holy light struck a zombie. Guan Chen seized the moment and dropped directly from the eaves. He crashed into the tide of corpses, his blood-drinking blade sweeping horizontally around him. Dozens of zombies were instantly cleaved in half. Thunderous might! Guan Chen raised his hand and flicked it. Dozens of silver lightning bolts shot out in all directions. Any zombie hit in the head instantly had its brain splattered. Roar! The sharp claws of the azure scale easily dug into the wall. It climbed along the wall, lightning gathering in its mouth. Crack! A dazzling lightning ball fell into the tide of corpses. The lightning ball exploded, its powerful force sending the surrounding zombies flying. Boom! The low-level zombies were brutally slaughtered, while the high-level zombies began to feel restless. They had already formed a simple class structure. These low-level zombies were their subordinates. A mutated zombie charged towards the Thunder Beast Knight. It stood over 3 meters tall, with muscles bulging on its back and shoulders. Its fists were like giant hammers, covered in hard iron armor. Its strong legs were full of explosive power. It swung its terrifying fists, smashing into the Thunder Beast Knight. The knight quickly reacted, raising his spear to defend. But the zombie's strength was terrifying. His figure was instantly hammered away. The Thunder Beast quickly turned around, returning to the knight's side. Name: Hammer Zombie Potential, Silver Strength, Black Iron Beginner Ability, Unknown Evaluation, Strength Type Advanced Zombie, with fists like giant hammers, possessing terrifying energy. Dozens of hammer zombies charged into the battle group. The Thunder Beast Knight's charge was severely hindered. Many knights were directly smashed away by the hammer zombies, falling from their Thunder Beasts. Azure Scale. Take down these zombies. Guan Chen instantly noticed the suddenly appearing hammer zombies. These hammer zombies had reached the level of Black Iron Beginner. The Thunder Beast Knights were only 10-star advanced. The pressure and strength made the Thunder Beast Knights very uncomfortable. Out of hundreds of Thunder Beast Knights, nearly a third were stopped by these hammer zombies. Dozens of Thunder Beast Knights were injured and died. Returning to the system space. The appearance of the hammer zombies disrupted the formation of the Thunder Beast Knights. But Kyle did not stop. He continued to charge forward. This was the task assigned to him by Guan Chen. Even if the Legion was left with just himself, he would continue to charge until death. The hammer zombies broke through the Thunder Beast Knight's defense. They launched an attack on the skeleton shield soldiers in the rear. The skeleton shield soldiers at the front were directly smashed into pieces by the giant hammers. Just as the hammer zombies were about to continue their rampage, a purple lightning bolt struck down instantly. Boom! The hammer zombie's head was instantly pierced by the lightning. Its massive body fell straight down. The Azure Scale's strength had already broken through to Black Iron Beginner, enough to instantly kill the Black Iron level hammer zombies. The Shenlei Jiao Legion quickly eliminated the hammer zombies. Those knights who had been blasted away got up from the ground. They spat blood but still resolutely charged forward. Life does not cease. The battle does not stop. Kill! As the tide of corpses became chaotic, Xinlian led the Shadow Sword Demon, bursting out from the side of the street. Hundreds of soldiers activated their sword demon forms. Their bodies were enveloped in dark red scales. Their strength and speed received a significant boost. The speed of the Shadow Sword Demon was ghostly. They charged into the tide of corpses, instantly clearing a space. Clop clop clop. Bone wielded a large sword, riding a skeletal warhorse. It appeared on the battlefield from the corner of the street. Knights, charge with me. Behind Bone followed hundreds of skeletal knights. The iron hooves of the skeletal warhorse trampled on the concrete ground. The heavy sound of iron hooves echoed through the street. The skeletal warhorse that Bone rode looked even more majestic. A half-meter-long horn grew from its forehead. The skeletal warhorse possesses the bloodline of a unicorn. It is very pleased with the mount summoned by the Horn of Fury. The skeleton has directly signed a contract with it, allowing for a prolonged summoning. The zombies clearly did not expect a cavalry to be behind them. Caught off guard, they were instantly slaughtered. The skeleton knights led by Bone charged straight through the horde of corpses. Thousands of zombies were trampled under iron hooves. With the rear of the zombie tide breached, chaos erupted at the front as well. Although the advanced zombies can control the lower level ones, their intelligence is not high, they can barely follow attack commands. When real problems arise, they are utterly incapable of stopping the zombie army. With the soldiers of the Legion coordinating with each other, in just over 10 minutes, they had already killed quite a number of zombies. Rough estimates suggest at least tens of thousands. However, the Legion soldiers also suffered casualties. Dozens of Fury Beast riders fell in battle, leaving only the Fury Beast to continue fighting. Skeleton swordsmen and gunshield soldiers each lost 30 and 42 men, respectively. The Silver Wing Guard Corps lost 27. Fortunately, the Legion soldiers can be resurrected, otherwise, Wan Chen would be heartbroken. As time passed, more and more Black Iron level zombies could no longer be restrained. They rushed out of the buildings, charging towards the Legion soldiers. Giant-sized zombies with deformed hands grew massive sides. Shield zombies with shields on their left arms and hammer-like shields on their right. Scorpion-like zombies with human upper bodies and scorpion lower bodies. Zombies that can spew purple flames, the Flame Spitters. These are the elite zombies, tasked with protecting the Aberrant Blade. Nearly 100 Black Iron level zombies burst forth from the buildings. This posed significant pressure on the Legion soldiers. They were at a disadvantage in strength and numbers. The appearance of the Black Iron zombies began to tip the scales of victory. But Guan Chen remained calm. He still had his trump card. The Fallen Angels. Lucifer, take action. Guan Chen saw that group of Black Iron zombies had already charged forward. Fallen Halo. The Fallen Angel quickly condensed a dark halo in its hand. The halo shot out, enveloping the Black Iron zombies. Roar! Those zombies covered by the halo immediately turned around. They attacked the zombies beside them. A giant-sized zombie spun around, instantly reaping a dozen zombies. The scorpion zombie whipped its tail, turning surrounding zombies into a string of corpses. Hell Gate. The Fallen Angel raised its arm again. In front of them, Hell Gates began to materialize. These Hell Gates not only absorb attacks but also possess offensive and summoning capabilities. 6 crimson giant demons crawled out from the Hell Gates. These demons all reached the high Black Iron level. Boom! A red demon smashed down to the ground, raising its massive claw. A giant side zombie was crushed, its head exploding. Hiss hiss. So satisfying. The red demons slaughtered the zombies. They continuously uttered demonic language, as if imprisoned prisoners had regained their freedom. The two skills perfectly resolved the pressure brought by the Black Iron zombies. This is the legendary potential of the Legion. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the Tianheng building. The floor-to-ceiling windows in midair shattered instantly. Fragments of glass rained down to the ground. A figure slowly appeared at the 20th floor of the Tianheng building. Such a striking entrance immediately caught Guan Chen's attention. He looked up towards the sky. It was a humanoid figure, not overly mutated. A long tail extended from its back, ending in a blade-like bone spur. 5 sharp blades spread out around the bone spur. Its body was slender, filled with explosive power. In its hand was a massive curved blade. Its face was cold and handsome, with lips pale and devoid of color. The black and white pupils held a glimmer of consciousness. Finally appeared. The corners of Guan Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Name: Aberrant Blade Potential, Gold Strength, Silver Beginner Ability, Unknown Evaluation, a new type of zombie born from a mutated virus within the body, retaining most of the human form, filled with terrifying power. The system scanned the aberrant blade and quickly provided information. Whoosh! The aberrant blade leaned forward and fell from over 20 stories high. During the descent, its tail was incredibly agile, easily shooting into the wall. Using the wall's force, it quickly dashed forward. Go! Get it! Guan Chen exerted force under his feet and instantly charged out. The shadow technique activated. His figure moved at an extreme speed, soaring over the horde of zombies. Using the bodies of the zombies, Guan Chen shot forward. The zombie he used for leverage had its head explode instantly. The aberrant blade's speed was astonishing. It had already reached the 10th floor. Guan Chen's figure was also approaching the building. Human! Die! The aberrant blade roared. Guan Chen landed on the ground and shot into the air. The blood-drinking blade in his hand slashed upward. Provoked by Guan Chen, the aberrant blade bent its legs and launched itself out. The two figures met in mid-air. Your flesh and blood must be very delicious. The aberrant blade revealed a cruel smile. In mid-air, there was nowhere to gain leverage. Even if Guan Chen wanted to escape, it was impossible. The blades clashed, unleashing terrifying power. Guan Chen's arm trembled, and his body was sent flying backward. After all, the opponent was at the silver level, and its strength was still significantly greater. Powerful life force surged within. The passive ability of limb regeneration triggered, beginning to consume energy to heal his injuries. The originally stinging arm quickly recovered under the healing power of life. The aberrant blade's body also floated in mid-air. Its tail shot out, searching for a point of leverage. Lucifer! As Guan Chen fell, he looked directly upward. The aberrant blade turned its head in confusion. In the sky, a fallen angel dove down. Whoosh! The two figures crossed paths. A blood streak instantly appeared on the aberrant blade's body. Put! Black, filthy blood sprayed from the wound. Without a place to gain leverage, the aberrant blade could only crash down to the ground. Guan Chen, who had been falling, stabilized his figure. He flapped his wings, hovering in mid-air. The aberrant blade crashed into the ground, kicking up dust around it. Its physical strength was formidable. This level of injury wouldn't kill it. However, it had to show its might. Damn it! Cursed human! Extremely cunning! The aberrant blade's furious voice emerged from the dust. Its figure began to swell continuously. Its clothes burst apart in an instant. Originally only 2 meters tall, it suddenly ballooned to 4 meters. Its long tail became incredibly thick. At the end, 8 bone chains split off. Terrifying muscles bulged from its legs. Sharp bone blades protruded from its knees. A pair of arms grew from its armpits and shoulders, each ending in sharp giant blades. Its head was wrapped in thick flesh, resembling a hard helmet. Roar! The aberrant blade let out a roar, the terrifying sound waves scattering the surrounding dust. Die! I will tear you into pieces. The bone chains behind the aberrant blade lifted abandoned cars and hurled them into the sky. Guan Chen flapped his wings to dodge. The cars smashed into the building, shattering the glass instantly. Thunderous might! Guan Chen unleashed dozens of bolts of lightning from his hands. The lightning condensed in mid-air, transforming into a silver lightning dragon. The 6 blade arms of the aberrant blade slashed at the sky. Whoosh! The silver dragon was sliced into several segments, dissipating instantly. Taking advantage of this moment, the fallen angels had already rushed in front of it. Several beams of sword-light flashed, slashing at the aberrant blade. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 arms swung continuously, fending off the attacks of the fallen angels. Although the aberrant blade was powerful, the fallen angels were even stronger. Under the siege of 5 fallen angels, the aberrant blade was forced to retreat step by step. I won't accept this. It roared, but it was of no use. The assault from the fallen angels did not diminish, instead, it grew even more ferocious. Crack! The aberrant blade's arm was severed. It kicked out fiercely, sharp bone spikes driving towards the fallen angels. One of the fallen angels raised its sword to block, its form stumbling backward. After pushing back the fallen angels, a gap appeared in the encirclement. The aberrant blade seized the opportunity to break free and fled into the distance. As long as the Green Mountains remained, there would be no fear of running out of firewood. It possessed a simple form of intelligence and knew it was outmatched. Running away when you can't win is a perfectly normal thing. Roar! The aberrant blade let out a furious roar, summoning the surrounding horde of corpses. The fallen angels wanted to pursue, but were blocked by the incoming zombies. Master, leave it to me. It won't escape. Lucifer's figure charged directly at the aberrant blade. With a single swing of his sword, the aberrant blade's arm flew off again. Damn it! Realizing it couldn't escape, the aberrant blade turned and fought desperately. Its remaining 4 arms unleashed terrifying energy blades. Hell Gate. In front of Lucifer, a gate to hell materialized. All of the aberrant blade's attacks were absorbed by the Hell Gate. Sword of Judgment. Lucifer conjured the Sword of Judgment and swung it down at the aberrant blade. Whoosh! The aberrant blade's body was instantly cleaved in two. Kill the aberrant blade, gain 100,000 points, ding. Successfully killed the mutated aberrant blade, reward, Random Legion card X1. The system's voice rang out consecutively. Lucifer picked up the corpse, crystal cores, and cards from the ground and returned to Guan Chen. Master, the enemy has been slain by me. He tossed the 2 halves of the corpse onto the floor. The aberrant blade had a strong vitality. Even when split in 2, its body still twitched. Guan Chen severed the aberrant blade's head. Although it was cut in half, it could still be pieced together to reveal its original form. Even if the Awakeners Guild refused to acknowledge it, it didn't matter. The Legion card was already in hand, along with hundreds of thousands of zombie crystal cores. Though the aberrant blade was dead, the battle was not over. The streets were still filled with a massive number of zombies. Guan Chen temporarily stored the body in a spatial ring. The spatial ring could store anything that was not a living being. The aberrant blade was dead, so its body did not count as a living being. Soldiers, charge with me. Kill! Guan Chen gripped the bloodthirsty blade and charged into the horde of corpses. The morale of the blood-soaked soldiers surged instantly. The tens of thousands of zombie hordes were gradually suppressed by the Legion. Cavalry moved freely among the zombies. The zombie army was completely scattered. The cavalry charged without any hindrance. Zombies of black iron rank and above became Guan Chen's primary targets. The zombies below 10 stars were left to the Legion soldiers. Drip! Black blood dripped continuously from the sword's edge onto the ground. The entire street was already soaked in black blood. Corpses piled up on the road, leaving no place to step. Master, the enemy forces have all been slain. The Legion soldiers half knelt on the ground and reported. Of the 2,000 Legion soldiers, only a little over 1,000 remained. Thank you, soldiers. You've worked hard. Guan Chen shook off the black blood on his hands. He looked at the soldiers around him and spoke. Willing to serve my master, to brave fire and water, without hesitation. The Legion soldiers spoke in unison. Clean up the battlefield. Guan Chen commanded. Hundreds of thousands of zombies meant another great harvest. The Awakeners Guild's mission had become unimportant. His greatest gain from this trip was the Legion card. Then there were the hundreds of thousands of zombie crystal cores. Finally, the points rewarded for killing zombies. The 1,000 crystal cores from the mission were almost negligible. Long had transformed into a merciless devouring machine. His devouring magic arm extended tentacles continuously. All the corpses within a few meters were drawn into the giant mouth. Eileen, be on guard for the surroundings, Guan Chen said. Although he was not afraid of ambushes, it was wise to be cautious. Yes, master, Aaron replied. Guan Chen found a clean spot to sit down. In his hand, a crystal core appeared. The crystal core was as large as a fist, crystal clear and perfectly round. A surge of energy radiated from the crystal core. Lucifer, keep watch for me. After giving his orders, Guan Chen began to absorb the energy from the crystal core. Lucifer said nothing but had the soldiers guard the area. The powerful energy flowed into Guan Chen's body. Guan Chen let out a muffled sound. The passive effect of limb regeneration was triggered. A strong vitality began to heal Guan Chen's injuries. As he absorbed the excess energy, his strength gradually increased. The sky grew darker. A terrifying aura erupted from within him. Guan Chen opened his eyes, shining with brilliance. Ha! Black iron advanced. He exhaled a breath. Congratulations, Master. Your strength has reached a new level. Lucifer said. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. All items have been stored in the Kuan space. The Legion commander said respectfully. Thank you all for your hard work. Guan Chen replied. He opened the Qian space to take a look. Mountains of crystal cores and cards were quietly placed inside. A total of 42,351 5-star crystal cores. A total of 32,547 6-star crystal cores. A total of 14,523 7-star crystal cores. A total of 4,746 8-star crystal cores. A total of 2,416 9-star crystal cores. A total of 1,468 10-star crystal cores. A total of 83 black iron crystal cores. Guan Chen scanned with the system and quickly obtained the number of crystal cores. Compared to the crystal cores, the drop rate of cards was significantly lower. 24,792 blue cards, 4,126 purple cards, 426 gold cards, 16 black iron cards, and 1 silver card. The total number of dropped cards was less than a quarter of the corpse tide. The drop rate was disappointing. Fortunately, Guan Chen's reliance on cards was not very high. As long as he had points, that was enough. System. Open all cards. Guan Chen said. Obtained intermediate supply card X7096, obtained intermediate recovery card X8813, obtained quality food card X7592, obtained strength potion X1291, all blue cards were opened. There was nothing remarkable, so Guan Chen skipped ahead. Obtained fine food card X1452, obtained advanced supply food card X1671, obtained advanced recovery food card X1003, the purple cards were opened, and the entire army was wiped out. Guan Chen continued to skip, looking forward to the performance of the gold cards. As the rarest cards below the black iron level, gold cards could still yield good items as long as there were no surprises. Obtained Star Level Legion Expansion card, 1 person, X214, obtained Advanced Evolution card X212. The items obtained from the gold cards were far better than those from the previous cards. Expansion cards and evolution cards were both necessary items for the Legion. It was time to open the black iron cards. Obtained Black Iron Upgrade card, single, X6, obtained Black Iron Expansion card, 1 person, X10, the rewards were decent, all Legion items. In Guan Chen's hand, a silvery white card appeared. The soft light it emitted illuminated the surrounding darkness. He crushed the card, which instantly transformed into a dazzling light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Stealth Technique. The system's prompt sounded. A skill? Guan Chen's eyes lit up. The silver card was impressive. System. Learn Stealth Technique. Guan Chen said. The name of this stealth technique was quite extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have learned Stealth Technique. The system's prompt sounded. A vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Guan Chen felt dizzy. Moments later, it gradually faded away. The cultivation of the stealth technique had reached an extraordinary level. Stealth technique, with the cover of night, one can barely conceal their form, able to disguise themselves in the darkness at night, making it impossible for distant enemies to detect them. This was a decent skill. Although it was only effective at night, it was already quite good. System. Can the stealth technique be upgraded? Guan Chen thought of something and directly asked. Yes. The system's voice responded. Upgrade the stealth technique. Without any hesitation, Guan Chen selected the stealth technique. Ding! Stealth technique upgrade successful, learned intermediate stealth technique. The system's prompt sounded. The information on the stealth technique was updated. Intermediate stealth technique, with the cover of night, one can better conceal their form, making enemies 10 meters away unable to detect them. System. Continue to upgrade the stealth technique. Seeing that the intermediate stealth technique could still be upgraded, Guan Chen realized he still had some saved skill upgrade opportunities. Ding! Intermediate stealth technique upgrade successful, learned advanced stealth technique. The system's prompt sounded again. Guan Chen checked the information on the advanced stealth technique. Advanced stealth technique, with the cover of night, one can perfectly conceal their form, gaining invisibility at night. Complete invisibility. Guan Chen nodded in satisfaction. But he noticed that the advanced stealth technique seemed to be upgradable as well. System. Upgrade the advanced stealth technique. He did not hesitate and used another upgrade opportunity. After consecutive uses, Guan Chen had 4 opportunities left. Ding! Advanced stealth technique upgrade successful, learned invisibility technique. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Chen checked the information on the invisibility technique. Invisibility technique, once activated, grants invisibility. The skill's description was brief but very practical. Guan Chen tried again and found that the invisibility technique was top tier and could not be upgraded further. He activated the invisibility technique, and his form instantly disappeared from the spot. Master? You've vanished! A soldier from the Legion exclaimed. After testing the effects of the invisibility technique, Guan Chen revealed himself. This invisibility technique, combined with the tortoise breathing technique, was simply a must-have skill for ambushes. After finishing with the cards, Guan Chen focused on the crystal cores. The mountain of crystal cores emitted a dazzling glow. He traded all the crystal cores below 10 stars for points. Ding! Successfully traded 5-star crystal cores X42351, gained 317,6325 points. Ding! Successfully traded 6-star crystal cores X32547, gained 296,1777 points. Ding! Successfully traded 7-star crystal cores X14523, gained 177,1806 points. Ding! Successfully traded 8-star crystal cores X4746, gained 716,646 points. Ding! Successfully traded 9-star crystal cores X2416, gained 507,360 points. The system's prompts rang out in succession. The point total kept skyrocketing. It only stopped rising when it reached 100,38902 points. This battle yielded a total of 913,3914 points. Adding to his previous savings and the gains from the Yunlin Mountains, Guan Chen's points directly surpassed 10 million. He now had two choices: use these points to enhance the current Legion's strength or purchase a new Legion card. This left Guan Chen in a bit of a dilemma. Suddenly, he thought of the random Legion card rewarded by the system. All his problems were instantly resolved. Guan Chen took out the random Legion card, which was covered in mysterious patterns. He held the card and gently crushed it. Crack! Cracks appeared on the card, and then it shattered completely. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Kanglin Merfolk Legion card. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. His eyes lit up, and he felt a sigh of relief in his heart. Thankfully, he didn't draw a common Legion. The dazzling light faded, and a deep blue card appeared before Guan Chen. The card exuded the scent of the ocean. The border condensed with mist, intricately carved with patterns of waves. The back featured a mysterious door. The question mark on the front transformed into a charming mermaid. A human body with a fish tail, an ocean spirit. Guan Chen had already gathered 3 legions: ocean, land, and sky. He crushed the Kanglin Mermaid Legion card. A blue summoning array appeared before him. The scent of the sea rushed in instantly. The surrounding air became noticeably more humid. Within the blue summoning array, over 20 figures slowly coalesced. Human bodies with fish tails, slender waists, and graceful forms. The light of the summoning array gradually dissipated. 20 mermaids appeared before Guan Chen. Under the pure white moonlight, their faces were revealed. As described in myths, they were stunningly beautiful. Their lively eyes and flowing long hair. On the sides of their eyes were a few thumb-sized blue scales, adding a touch of exotic charm. Their proud peaks were wrapped in blue sashes. Their waists were so slender they could barely be grasped. The blue fish tails had scales arranged neatly. "We greet our master." The leading mermaid bowed respectfully. A pair of white rabbits on her chest nearly leaped out of their cage. The mermaids behind her all bowed respectfully. "We greet the great master." Fortunately, Guan Chen was a person of composure, having seen many storms. No need for formalities. "Rise." He waved his hand, allowing the mermaids to stand. Guan Chen carefully examined the mermaids before him. He noticed that 10 of them held swords, while the other 10 carried harps. Guan Chen opened the system to check the information on the Kanglin mermaids. Kanglin mermaid, upgradable, total number, 20, potential, gold, strength, black iron beginner, leader, Sanghyuet, unit type, mermaid warriors, 10, skills, Kanglin / sea armor, heart of the sea shield, wild wave spirit strike, unit type, mermaid sorcerers, 10, skills, ocean blessing, siren song, water blue shield, water ball technique, Kanglin sea spirit pillar, leader skill, summon mermaids, legion skill mastery. Guan Chen closed the attribute panel, feeling very satisfied. Originally, underwater combat was his weakness. Although he had the Xianlei Flood Dragon Legion, their numbers were too few. He could handle isolated monsters with ease. But when faced with a horde of underwater monsters, he could only run. 2 fists could not fight 4 hands, unless his combat power was absolutely overwhelming. Otherwise, numbers could change quality. The addition of the Kanglin Mermaid Legion changed the disadvantage of being weak underwater. Guan Chen opened the points mall. He planned to use all his points to enhance the legions. The new legion had been obtained, and now the main focus was to improve their strength. System. Purchase Legion Expansion Card X200. Guan Chen didn't dare to buy more. He was still unclear if there was a limit to the number of Legion members. If there was a limit, buying too many would be a waste. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing Legion Expansion Card, 10 people, X200, costing 2 million points. The system's prompt sounded, instantly clearing 1/5 of his points. Guan Chen felt no pain. These cards represented strength. System, expand the Light Elf Archer Legion. System, expand the Silver Wing Guardian Legion. System, expand the Light Shadow Sword Demon Legion. System, expand the Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion. System, expand the Skeleton Legion. Guan Chen selected the star-level legions in one breath. Each legion received 40 expansion cards. Ding! Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion expanded by 400 riders. Ding! Silver Wing Guardian Legion expanded by 400 members. Ding! Light Elf Archer Legion expanded by 400 members. Ding! Skeleton Legion, Skeleton Spearman expanded by 100 members. Skeleton Swordsman expanded by 100 members. Skeleton Mages expanded by 100 members. Skeleton Knights expanded by 100 riders. Ding! Shadow Sword Demon Legion 400 people. The system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. Guan Chen opened the Legion system to check the current numbers. Light Elf Archer Legion 987 people, Silver Wingguard Legion 975 people, Shadow Sword Demon Legion 990 people, Angry Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion 989 riders, Skeleton Legion 981 people, Gun Shield Skeleton 220, Knife Shield Skeleton 220, Skeleton Mage 220, Skeleton Knight 321. Guan Chen still had 214 star-level expansion cards, one person. System, expand the Light Elf Legion. He selected the Light Elf Archers. Ding! Light Elf Archer Legion expanded by 13 people, current number 1000. Ding! Light Elf Archer Legion has reached the expansion limit. The system's prompt sounded. Is it the limit? Guan Chen looked at the number that no longer increased. The limit for a star-level legion should be 1000 people. System, expand the Silver Wingguard Legion. He selected the Silver Wingguards again. Ding! Silver Wingguard Legion expanded by 25 people, current number 1000. Ding! Silver Wingguard Legion has reached the expansion limit. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Chen could confirm that the limit for the legion was 1000 people. System, expand the Shadow Sword Demon Legion. System, expand the Angry Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion. System, expand the Skeleton Legion. Guan Chen expanded all the remaining legions to 1000 people. Ding! Shadow Sword Demon Legion has reached the expansion limit. Ding! Angry Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion has reached the expansion limit. Ding! Skeleton Legion has reached the expansion limit. The system's prompts rang out in succession. The number of Legion soldiers was all fixed at 1000. Light Elf Archer Legion 1000 people, Silver Wingguard Legion 1000 people, Shadow Sword Demon Legion 1000 people, Angry Thunder Beast Cavalry Legion 1000 riders, Skeleton Legion 1000 people, Gun Shield Skeleton 220, Knife Shield Skeleton 220, Skeleton Mage 220, Skeleton Knight 340, System. Purchase Black Iron Upgrade Card, all, X1. Guan Chen opened the points mall. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing Black Iron Upgrade Card, all, X1, costing 5 million points. You are truly wise. I am in awe. The system's tone became somewhat excited. Bone, you have been with me the longest. Guan Chen spoke. System, upgrade the Skeleton Legion. He selected the Skeleton Legion, and a white light instantly enveloped it. Ding! Skeleton Legion successfully broke through Black Iron level. The system's prompt sounded. A powerful aura erupted from within the Skeleton Legion. Everyone, I will enhance your strength as soon as possible. Guan Chen looked at the few remaining Legion leaders. Thank you, Master. The 4 leaders spoke in unison. The Skeleton Legion quickly completed the upgrade. Thank you, our Master. Grant us strength. The skeleton soldiers led by Bone knelt halfway on the ground. The Skeleton Knights lowered their heads, their left hands placed on their chests. No need for formalities. Stand up. Guan Chen spoke. Thank you, Master. The skeleton soldiers stood up, neatly arranged on the street. Long Xie was still devouring zombies. Hundreds of thousands of zombies would keep it fed for a long time. After this devouring, Long Xie's strength would receive a terrifying boost. After purchasing the Black Iron Upgrade Card, all, Guan Chen still had over 3 million points left. System, what is the price of the Black Iron Expansion Card? Guan Chen asked. Ding! Searching for the host. The system's prompt sounded. The virtual screen in front of Guan Chen kept changing. All items were cleared, leaving only one card. Black Iron Expansion Card, can expand one Black Iron level legion, priced at 50,000 points. Although Guan Chen was prepared, he was still shocked by the price. 50,000 points, only to expand one soldier. He suddenly felt how correct the decision to gather was. When he was at the star level, he had already filled the legion soldiers. Otherwise, he would waste a massive amount of points. System, Purchase Black Iron Expansion Card X60. Guan Chen spent all his points in one go. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing Black Iron Expansion Card X60, costing 3 million points. The system's prompt sounded. Guan Chen looked at his emptied points and felt that this 10 million was somewhat not durable. System. Expand the Kanglin Merfolk Legion. Guan Chen selected Sun Yu as avatar. Ding! Kanglin Merfolk Legion expanded by 60. The system's prompt sounded. A blue summoning array appeared before Guan Chen. The surging breath of the ocean instantly hit him. 60 Kanglin Merfolk emerged. We greet our master. The Kanglin Merfolk bent their soft waists and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. Stand at ease, Guan Chen said. Thank you, master. The Kanglin Merfolk stood up. Guan Chen stored all the Legion soldiers into the system, leaving only the Skeleton Legion to guard. The ground was filled with zombies, and Long Chia had not finished devouring them yet, so Guan Chen planned to spend the night here. One night was enough for Long Chia to finish its feast. He took out the long-lost folding bed from his spatial ring. Guan Chen lay down on it and instantly fell into a dream. After fighting all day, he felt very tired. The Skeleton Legion soldiers were distributed in every corner of the street. Long Chia's body, under the moonlight, cast a long shadow. The constantly waving tentacles looked particularly eerie. A night without incident. The bright moon slowly descended. A new round of scorching sun gradually rose. Guan Chen opened his eyes, his biological clock very punctual. He looked outside. The zombies that had filled the streets yesterday had all disappeared. A huge blood cocoon appeared in the middle of the street. Countless flesh tissues spread out around the blood cocoon. These tissues wrapped around the surrounding buildings. The entire street instantly became a flesh nest. Looking at the pulsating blood cocoon, Guan Chen knew it was Long Chia. The terrifying energy condensed from over 100,000 zombies was enough for it to undergo metamorphosis. The energy coming from within the blood cocoon grew stronger. Guan Chen saw a clear human shape floating within the blood cocoon. Long Chia had not yet completed its metamorphosis, and Guan Chen was not in a hurry to leave. The mission was already completed, and the next things could be done slowly. Entrance to the old site of Yongning City. A grand convoy of jeeps sped down the road. Young Master Wang. Up ahead is Yongning City. The target of this mission should be in the northern district. If we enter from the southern district, we might have to pass through Yongning City. Luke said beside Wang Yang. I trust you to handle things. Luke nodded. Young Master Wang. Once we enter Yongning City, we may need to act low-key. We can't continue driving this jeep. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of zombies and bring a lot of trouble. Luke patiently explained. Wang Yang, this young master, rarely left Yang City. He was not very clear about the situation in the wilderness. After all, he had crawled and fought in the wilderness multiple times. He knew it was best to keep a low profile in the old city ruins. Otherwise, it would easily attract a zombie tide. Then I'll listen to you. Wang Yang also knew he had little experience. Pull over. Find a place to park the car. Luke used the intercom to notify his subordinates behind. The grand convoy stopped beside a gas station on the roadside. Everyone got out of the car and walked towards Yongning City. Yen followed Wang Yang closely to prevent any danger. The remaining few 8-star powerhouses surrounded Wang Yang. Wang Yang was their benefactor. As long as they could cling to his thigh, future resources would be plentiful. Roar! As the team stepped into the ruins of Yongning City, they encountered a group of zombies. They roared and charged towards the team. Ever since the establishment of Yang City, Wang Yang had not seen these zombies that only appeared in movies for a long time. Go! Protect young Master Wang! Luke Yang knew that his chance to show off had come. The horde of zombies before him was very ordinary. The strongest among them was only a 5-star beginner. Luke Yang led his subordinates to charge forward. His subordinates were all skilled fighters above 5 stars. Dealing with this group of low-level zombies was naturally a piece of cake. In just a few minutes, they had killed all the zombies. Good. Not bad. Wang Yang couldn't help but applaud when he saw how fierce Luke Yang's subordinates were. Ha ha, young Master Wang flatters me. Luke Yang wiped the blood off his face. Showing off in front of the experts. The 8-star powerhouses scoffed. Luke Yang's strength was simply not worth mentioning. Young Master Wang lacks experience, which is why he thinks these guys are impressive. When we really encounter trouble, we will show our true strength. Li Yao spoke up. That's right. We just arrived in Yongning City. We will have plenty of opportunities to show off. No need to compete with these guys. Wang Lin nodded. They had just allied with the Wang family and were not familiar with Wang Yang. Luke Yong was different. He had originally been a thug for the Wang family. After the apocalypse broke out, he had been at Wang Yong's side. Wang Yong trusted him very much. There are many terrifying zombies in Yongning City. I wonder how these guys will act tough once we enter the city. Evil Tiger spoke up. He was a burly man with a tiger tattooed on his arm. Among the three, he was the strongest and also a capable person. Evil Tiger was his nickname. As for his real name, he probably forgot it himself. A name is just a code. It can be anything. Brother Tiger is right. The other two quickly nodded. Young master, we can continue moving forward. Luke Yong jogged to Wang Yong's side, his face full of flattery. You did well. When we return, this young master will reward you handsomely. Wang Yong said with a smile. Thank you, young master. Luke Yong nodded. He led his subordinates to clear the way ahead. Young master, these zombies are not strong. Luke Yong and his subordinates can only be used as errand runners. Your real support should be those three behind you. Yen Yen walked to Wang Yong's side and whispered a reminder. Yen Bo, I know. Isn't this about sharing the benefits? People like Luke Yong, just throw him a few bones, and he'll bow and scrape to me. Those three behind are the ones who want to eat meat. Wang Yong's tone and expression changed slightly, becoming completely different from before. Young master has a sense of proportion, then this old man can rest assured. Yen Yen nodded, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Wang Yong's thoughts were heavy, far from being as simple as they appeared. Yen Yen felt somewhat relieved. He was tasked with assisting Wang Yong and naturally did not want him to be a pushover. His earlier reminder was out of goodwill, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Although Wang Yong lacked outdoor survival experience, it did not mean he was unaware of the outside world. He still understood the basic classification of strength levels. He could naturally see that Luke Yong and his group were only killing low-level zombies. To disguise himself as weak was to make the opponent let their guard down. He couldn't guarantee that Luke Yong's subordinates didn't have other people's eyes on them. So, he had to act the part completely. If he wanted others to believe him, he first had to believe in himself. He had to pretend to be a playboy every day. Only then could he deceive everyone. Wang Yang is cunning and calculating, but he does not know that a certain action taken by Luke has already determined his fate. The team enters Yongning City. The surrounding zombies are visibly increasing in number. On the streets, in the alleys, and inside the houses. Be careful. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Luke commands his subordinates. With his rich experience, they successfully evade several waves of zombie attacks. However, as they delve deeper into Yongning City, the number of zombies increases, and their strength grows. A group of new-type zombies has completely degenerated in their limbs, replaced instead by 8 spider-like appendages. Human bodies with spider limbs. They weave a large web above the streets. Be careful. These are spider zombies. Luke's face changes dramatically, and he quickly orders his men to be on guard. But unfortunately, it is still too slow. The inverted spider zombies shoot out sticky webs. Dozens of humans are instantly lifted into the air. Creak! A chilling sound of chewing echoes through the streets. Don't panic! Attack! Luke shouts, stabilizing the formation. His men launch an attack into the sky. The spider zombies attack the team from the sides of the streets. Yen Yen sees this and chooses not to intervene. If they can't handle this situation, there is no need for Luke's team to remain. Although the spider zombies are strange, they are only around 6-star strength. Their numbers are not many, only a few dozen. If Luke had a bit of sense, he could easily deal with them. Knights, charge! Luke grips his greatsword and charges forward. A spider zombie is directly cleaved in two. His luck is quite good, having obtained a warrior class transfer. Although it is just the most ordinary class, it is still stronger than an awakened one. Luke quickly stabilizes his footing. After a fierce battle, at the cost of dozens of lives, the spider zombies are nearly wiped out. If it weren't for the initial ambush, the death toll could have been significantly lower. Young Master Wang, I apologize for alarming you. Luke quickly pleads for forgiveness. It's nothing. Let's continue moving. We must reach the northern district before dark. Wang Yang speaks up. Yes, young Master Wang. Luke continues to lead the way. Northern district. Tianhong building. The blazing sun hangs high, scorching the earth. Under the sustained high temperature, the surrounding air begins to distort. Wan Chen estimates the temperature to be over 50 degrees. The blood-colored cocoon in the center of the street continues to pulse. After a whole morning, the blood-colored cocoon condensed by Long Chia still shows no signs of breaking open. However, the surface patterns have become clearer. Guan Chen is not in a hurry. He leisurely leans back in a lounge chair. The mermaid girls use water magic to cool him down. Time passes little by little. The high sun gradually descends. Master, the blood cocoon is showing signs of movement. Xinlian's figure condenses in a dark corner. Is it finally going to complete its metamorphosis? Guan Chen's figure disappears from the lounge chair. Thud, thud, thud. The originally calm blood cocoon bursts forth with powerful pulsing sounds. Like muffled thunder, it explodes in the streets. The surrounding wandering monsters all flee from here, fearing the terrifying sound waves of the muffled thunder. Goodness, is it going to directly reach the silver level? He also has Long Jie devour the corpse of the aberrant blade. According to its potential, breaking through to the silver level should not be difficult. Crack! A crack appears in the middle of the blood cocoon. The crack spreads outward, instantly covering the entire blood cocoon. A surge of blood energy emanates from within. Just a moment ago, Guan Chen was uncertain, but now he can be sure. Long Jie's evolution this time will directly break through to the silver level. Hundreds of thousands of zombies have all been devoured by it. The blood and flesh energy contained within is self-evident. Rip! Two thick arms stretch directly out from the blood cocoon. The blood cocoon is completely torn apart from the middle. A powerful figure appeared before Guan Chen. Even Guan Chen felt somewhat inferior. Long Jie's appearance had not changed much. Only a pair of sharp bone blades had sprouted from its wings. A long, agile tail extended from behind it. The power within had also reached the initial level of silver. Cough, cough. Put on some clothes. A piece of clothing appeared in Guan Chen's hand. Thank you, Master. Long Jie nodded and took the clothes. It retracted its mutated body and then donned the clothing. Name: Corpse King Long Jie. Potential: Unknown Strength, Initial Silver Level Abilities, Spirit Awakening, Super Healing, Perfect Fusion Body, Devour, Demon Wing, Tyrant Claw, Transforming Bone Armor, Frost Ray, Silver Serpent Claw, Earth Spike, Infinite Regeneration, Blade Claw, Bone Blade Chaintail Evaluation, a puppet transformed from the Corpse King, a perfect body with unlimited growth potential. Guan Chen checked Long Jie's information. Compared to before, it had gained 2 new abilities. They should have been acquired from devouring the aberrant blades. Let's go! Seeing that Long Jie had completed its evolution, Guan Chen prepared to leave the northern district. He stored the soldiers of the Legion into the system, leaving only a few commanders to guard him. After stepping out onto the street, Guan Chen immediately sensed something was off. His figure slightly retreated. The next second, a deep bullet hole appeared where he had just stood. Good grief! Barrett! Guan Chen's gaze turned cold as he looked towards a distant building. Under the sunset, it reflected a glimmer. Guan Chen knew that was a sniper scope. Dare to ambush me? Seeking death. His temper flared instantly. Although an ordinary Barrett might not penetrate his head, such an act was a serious provocation. An eye for an eye. This was Guan Chen's fine character. Since you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed by me. Damn it! It actually missed. That guy can even dodge a Barrett. Oh my god. This is simply unbelievable. A blonde foreigner spoke in broken Chinese, his tone filled with shock. Thick-skinned crab. Gil, you idiot. How could you mess up like this? Run. That guy must have noticed us. A burly white man hurriedly packed up his weapons. Shit. Luke used that bastard to deceive me. He said this kid was just a 3 or 4-star awakener. Didn't expect. His strength is actually this strong. Gil cursed loudly. In his hand was a photo. The person in the photo was Guan Chen. The location of the shot was the Awakener Guild. Luke used the Wang family's connections to check the surveillance in the guild hall, which was not difficult at all. After all, the guild hall was not a confidential area. The higher-ups of the Awakener Guild had no need to offend the Wang family over this. 2 days ago, Luke contacted them, saying there was an assassination mission targeting a young man with only 3 or 4 stars of strength. Without a second thought, Gil agreed. As a 6-star awakener, this mission was like picking up money. The base where Gil was located was not far from Yongning City. After receiving the mission, he brought people to wait here. However, they encountered trouble on the way, which delayed them quite a bit. During this time, Guan Chen was exterminating the corpse tide. If Gil had arrived early and seen that terrifying scene, even with 1,000 times more courage, he wouldn't have dared to snipe Guan Chen. But now, it was too late to say anything. After a missed shot, they prepared to retreat. The information from the employer was incorrect, and continuing the mission would lead to many unforeseen changes. To ensure the safety of the team, they usually chose to retreat in such situations. Before the apocalypse broke out, Gil's team was a professional group of assassins. They had originally come to Huagui to carry out a mission. But unexpectedly, the apocalypse suddenly broke out. Gil was quick, packing up his things and preparing to leave the building. This time, we must find Luke for compensation, Li Hua said. Let's leave here first, I have a bad feeling. Gil suddenly felt his heart racing. He had this feeling when he was aiming earlier, but at that time, he didn't take it seriously. No way. A small mistake has you this scared? Gil, we are a professional team. Even if that guy really comes after us, with our strength, are we really afraid of him? Li Hua, seeing Gil's panic, asked in confusion. In his eyes, Chinese people were all cowards. Their ancestors had once commanded the winds and rains on this land. I don't know. I just feel that kid is not simple. Did you notice anything unusual? Gil spoke up. What do you mean? Li Hua looked puzzled. Zombies. Gil's words struck like thunder, exploding within the team. Logically, since Yangning City had fallen to zombies, the situation here should be swarming with them. When they arrived, they encountered a horde, which delayed them. But just now, while sniping, there wasn't even a single zombie around. Was it reasonable for there to be no zombies on the streets? This was clearly unreasonable. Unless it had been cleared out. Are you saying that kid cleared the zombie tide? That's impossible. How many of them are there? Li Hua instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This is just my guess. But we should leave first. This time, we might have provoked someone we shouldn't have. If we can escape alive, I plan to rest for a month, Gil said. The assassination team moved quickly, reaching the bottom floor of the building. Confirming that the outside was safe, they rushed out. Whoosh! Li Hua was at the front. Suddenly, a sound of something slicing through the air rang out. A feathered arrow, condensed with holy light, pierced through his calf. Ah! Li Hua screamed in agony, his body swaying. He fell to the ground. Li Hua, are you okay? A strong black man quickly helped Li Hua up. Be careful around you. Gil's heart tightened. The worst-case scenario had happened. In such a short time, the enemy had arrived here. Such speed could not possibly belong to a weakling. He had been set up, provoking such a terrifying presence. Who? If you have the guts, come out and face us. What kind of skill is a sneak attack? Li Hua's wound had already been bandaged. I sneak attacked? Then what do you call your actions? Guan Chen's figure appeared on the eaves. He didn't expect that the ones who ambushed him would be a group of foreigners. Kid, if you have the guts, come down for a one-on-one, Li Hua said. One-on-one? You're not worthy. Shin Lian's figure materialized behind Li Hua. His giant sword pierced through Li Hua's back. The blade erupted from his neck, and blood immediately splattered out. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine.